Chen Ping inadvertently activated the most powerful cultivation system upon joining the Qian Yuan Sect. For the sake of his beloved, he utilized this system to assist Su Yixue in her cultivation, ultimately helping her ascend to the position of sect master and elevating the Qian Yuan Sect from an ordinary sect to a first-rate power in the central state. However, his junior brother, consumed by jealousy, unjustly accused Chen Ping of several fabricated crimes, leading to him suffering from the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Array, which resulted in the complete ruin of his cultivation and the shattering of his foundation. Meanwhile, Su Yixue remained a mere bystander to the unfolding events. Disappointed and enraged, Chen Ping resolved to sever ties with the Qian Yuan Sect. At that moment, the system unexpectedly upgraded into the ultimate transmission system, rewarding him for taking on disciples. With a renewed determination, Chen Ping vowed to make the members of the Qian Yuan Sect deeply regret their actions against him. Chen Ping, do you know your crimes? At the punishment peak of the Qian Yuan Sect, countless disciples gazed intently at the man standing on the plaza. Chen Ping's face burned with fury as he looked at the assembled crowd. When he first entered the Qian Yuan Sect, it was merely a second-rate sect. With the aid of his system, it had now become a first-rate sect, and he believed that most of the sect's resources were owed to his existence. Yet now they sought to judge him. What crime have I committed? Chen Ping retorted coldly. Still unwilling to confess. Elder Xiao Tianhen from the punishment peak replied icily. The sect has confirmed 3 major crimes against you. Crime 1. You abuse your position to infringe upon several female disciples of the sect. Crime 2. As an elder of the Qian Yuan Sect, you colluded with external demons, intending to destroy the sect. Crime 3. Out of jealousy, you poisoned Elder Fan Lanu of our sect. If not for the timely intervention of the sect, this prodigy would have perished at your hands. With these words, the gazes of the crowd were fixed on Chen Ping. If looks could kill, he would have been left utterly unscathed. I had a feeling that Chen Ping's gaze towards me was inappropriate. I was fortunate to have declined his offer of becoming his direct disciple, otherwise I would have been sullied by this beast. I never imagined that Chen Ping would commit such heinous acts. To think someone like him is an elder in our Qian Yuan Sect is an utter disgrace. Chen Ping absorbed the whispers around him, disappointment flooding his heart. Infringing upon the sect's female disciples, colluding with demons, poisoning Fan Lanudo, you have any evidence? He demanded coldly. Without evidence, how can we proceed with your trial? Xiao Tianhen replied nonchalantly. At his words, 7 female disciples stepped forward. Each possessed distinct beauty and grace. We implore Elder Xiao to seek justice for us. It is he who has tarnished our purity. They cried passionately, pointing at Chen Ping. Chen Ping was taken aback. These 7 had recently joined the sword-forging peak where he was stationed. He had devoted himself to their training, showering them with countless treasures and elixirs. Yet, he swore before the heavens that he had never laid a hand on them. And now, they stood to accuse him of violating them. Silence enveloped him. With witnesses and corroborating evidence, and lacking any surveillance in his quarters, how could he defend himself? He could not help but reminisce about an era of omnipresent surveillance. We have sensed the presence of demonic energy on your sword-forging peak multiple times. Can you refute this second charge? Chen Ping was struck dumb. This was indeed true. He had also noticed the demonic energy manifesting recently, but every time he arrived, there was nothing to be found. Third crime. Fan Lanu left your quarters after drinking, only to return with her spiritual energy in disarray. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the alchemy peak, she might have suffered a catastrophic fate. As Xiao Tianhen's voice faded, Fan Lanu slowly emerged. Elder Xiao, I believe my senior brother must have been bewitched by demons to act in such a manner, she said earnestly. As for the poisoning incident, please do not blame him, I forgive him. Fan Lanu looked upon Chen Ping with a sincere smile. Chen Ping, oh Chen Ping, even this single charge of collusion with demons could condemn you beyond redemption. Do not blame me. If anyone is to blame, it is Su Yixue, who is infatuated with you while disregarding my affections. What makes me inferior to you? If I can expel you from the Qian Yuan Sect, she will surely come to appreciate my worth. Su Yixue is the current sect master. If I can win her heart, the Qian Yuan Sect will inevitably belong to me. Elder Fan is far too benevolent. Chen Ping wants to kill him, and yet he still pleads for Chen Ping. Elder Fan is a pillar of our Qian Yuan Sect, and yet Chen Ping dares to threaten him. Indeed, what is Chen Ping thinking, attempting to harm such a good person as Elder Fan? The crowd buzzed with murmurs. Chen Ping cast a glance at Fan Lanu and understood that she was orchestrating this entire affair. He had always looked after both her and Su Yixue, who had entered the sect alongside him. And now, she sought to orchestrate his downfall. Elder Fan, while you as the victim are willing to forgive such a criminal, the laws of the Qian Yuan Sect cannot be disregarded. After deliberation at the punishment peak, it has been decided to subject him to the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Array as punishment, followed by his expulsion from the Qian Yuan Sect. As Xiao Tianhen's words echoed, gasps filled the air. The 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Array was the most formidable formation of the Qian Yuan Sect. Though Chen Ping was powerful, entering this array would likely lead to his demise or ruin. Yet, they felt no pity for him, only excitement. For someone with such grave sins, this punishment was hardly excessive, perhaps even insufficient. Chen Ping's expression darkened to an extreme. He had gifted the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Array to the Qian Yuan Sect, and now they were using it to punish him. He felt as though he had fed his sincere heart to the dogs. You lack the authority to administer punishment upon me. Bring Su Yixue here. Chen Ping commanded coldly. During their initiation trials, he and Su Yixue had developed mutual feelings, ultimately coming together. With Chen Ping's assistance, Su Yixue's strength had surged, and she had become the sect master. Though their relationship was not publicly acknowledged, they shared a bond akin to that of a married couple. How can I shield you from such crimes? Just then, a graceful figure descended from above. The sect master has arrived. All eyes turned to the woman. Clad in resplendent attire, Su Yixue bore an unparalleled majesty upon her exquisite visage, causing most present to avert their gazes. Su Yixue regarded Chen Ping, her face devoid of the tenderness she once showed, replaced only by anger and resentment. While she devoted herself entirely to the Qian Yuan Sect and Chen Ping, he had indulged in frivolity with 7 female disciples. Are you certain you wish to cast me into the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Array? Chen Ping asked, his brow furrowed. The woman he loved so dearly was now so heartless towards him. It is not I, but the laws of the Qian Yuan Sect. Su Yixue plight coldly. Very well. Chen Ping clenched his fists, his nails digging into his skin. Execute the punishment. With Xiao Tianhen's command, dark clouds enveloped the skies above the punishment peak. Soon, a multitude of divine lightning bolts rained down upon Chen Ping. Chen Ping had never imagined that the 9 Heavens Thunder Array he had contributed would one day be wielded against him. In the aftermath of the divine thunder, Chen Ping stood there, his body hunched. His vitality had dwindled to its nadir, and his cultivation level had plummeted from the spirit void realm to the foundation establishment realm. The sect is magnanimous, although your crimes are unforgivable. We still allow you to remain within the sect and enjoy the privileges of an inner disciple. Su Yixue regarded Chen Ping with a demeanor as frigid as that of a stranger. Magnanimous? Chen Ping suddenly erupted into an exaggerated laugh, only to cough up a mouthful of old blood. Su Yixue, after all these years, I have sacrificed so much for you, and for the Qian Yuan Sect you must be aware of this. Yet now, for a few baseless accusations, you seek to punish me. Truly, you are magnanimous. However, you may keep your goodwill to yourselves. From this day forth, I, Chen Ping, sever all ties with you and the Qian Yuan Sect. Chapter 2. System Upgrade. Upon entering the sect, Chen Ping activated the most formidable cultivation system. However, due to his feelings for Su Yixue, he generously bestowed a significant portion of the rewards he obtained upon her. Eventually, Su Yixue ascended to the position of sect master of Qian Yuan Sect, and he prioritized exchanging rewards that would bolster the sect's strength. Otherwise, he would not have remained merely at the spirit void realm. It is no exaggeration to state that much of Qian Yuan Sect's foundation is closely tied to Gu Feng. Yet now, for a few unfounded accusations, he was to endure the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Array and even face expulsion from the sect. As Chen Ping's words resonated, everyone present was taken aback. They had not anticipated that, despite the sect master's leniency in allowing him to stay, he would voluntarily sever ties with the sect. In the cultivation world, lacking a powerful sect as a foundation exposes one to countless dangers. Moreover, the current Chen Ping was no longer the peak expert of the spirit void realm, but merely a nascent foundation cultivator. The most furious among them was Su Yixue. Her beautiful eyes, filled with barely concealed anger, glared at Chen Ping. You betrayed me and got involved with a few disciples. I merely intended to give you a minor reprimand, and yet you wish to leave the sect. She had initially planned to devise a way to help him restore his cultivation after some time, but it was clear he harbored no feelings for her. Since you wish to depart, then go ahead. Very well, if you wish to sever all ties with Qian Yuan Sect, then from this moment on, you are no longer a member of my sect, Su Yixue declared coldly. This man had evidently long since cast her aside. Master, please reconsider. At that moment, a flash of light appeared, and a girl clad in purple flew over. With a sweet countenance, bright eyes, and a delicate nose, Luo Lingo exuded an air of vivacity. She looked at Chen Ping, whose cultivation had fallen to the early stage of foundation establishment, with a hint of sympathy. Master, senior brother Chen is not that sort of person. There must be some misunderstanding. Over the years, he has made countless contributions to the sect. We cannot simply expel him. Elder Luo, regardless of his contributions, colluding with demons cannot be tolerated in Qian Yuan Sect. Moreover, it is not I who wish to expel him. He himself has chosen to sever ties with us. Su Yixue retorted, her tone brusque. She was aware of Luo Linger's affections for Chen Ping, yet she had not anticipated her standing up at this moment. Indeed, Elder Luo, Chen Ping is guilty of many transgressions. If we do not make an example of him, what will remain of Qian Yuan Sect's dignity? The punishing elder, Xiao Tianhen, spoke coldly. Silence. Luo Linger rebuked furiously. Her words sent a ripple of shock through the crowd. Xiao Tianhen was notorious within Qian Yuan Sect, and no one dared provoke him. Yet here was Luo Linger, defending Chen Ping. Junior sister Linger, you need not plead on my behalf. I have decided to leave the sect myself, Chen Ping replied calmly. Senior brother, you. Luo Linger's expression became conflicted, for both personal and public reasons. She did not wish to see Chen Ping leave Qian Yuan Sect. Chen Ping, are you certain you wish to depart? I shall give you one final opportunity, Su Yixue said, her expression devoid of emotion. Indeed, I shall sever all ties with Qian Yuan Sect. Chen Ping nodded. As his voice fell, a scarlet stream of light erupted from his body. That is the Dao mark of Qian Yuan Sect. Someone exclaimed. With Chen Ping expelling the Dao mark, it signified a definitive break with the sect. The cost of this act was the complete dissolution of his remaining cultivation, reducing him to an ordinary mortal. So, you would rather self-destruct than bow to me. Since you were so resolute, let us part ways. Su Yixue's thoughts drifted to the memories they shared, but she quickly regained her composure. Just as Chen Ping's declaration settled, subtle changes flickered across his expression. What is this? The system can be upgraded? Beep. Detecting that the host's anger level has reached its zenith, the system upgrades to the supreme transmission system. Beep. Detecting that the host's cultivation has returned to 0, a beginner's gift pack is provided. Beep. Detecting that the host is leaving Qian Yuan Sect, all benefits acquired from Qian Yuan Sect will gradually dissipate. Chen Ping was overjoyed, though he maintained a facade of calm. His ability to withdraw so decisively from the sect was undoubtedly due to the presence of the system. Even if he lost all his cultivation, as long as the system remained, he would eventually return to his former heights, perhaps even surpass them. For nearly a century at Qian Yuan Sect, he had prioritized rewards that would enhance the sect's strength to aid Su Yixue. Otherwise, with the system's support, he could have reached at least the peak of the spirit tranquility realm. However, he was further surprised to learn that upon leaving Qian Yuan Sect, all that he had contributed would gradually vanish. This was undoubtedly good news for him. Despite his extensive sacrifices for Qian Yuan Sect, no one except Luo Lingo stood up for him. Such a cold and heartless sect did not deserve the assistance he had rendered. Senior brother Chen. Luo Linger rushed forward but was halted by Chen Ping. I am no longer a member of Qian Yuan Sect. You cannot call me senior brother anymore. His emotionless tone sent chills down the spines of many present. Elder Luo, return. Su Yixue commanded coldly. To choose to be a mere mortal rather than bow to me, let us see how long you can endure. In the name of Qian Yuan Sect. An announcement was made to the cultivation world. Chen Ping had withdrawn from Qian Yuan Sect and would henceforth have no ties with them. His life and death were of no concern to Qian Yuan Sect. Master, Luo Linga wished to say more but was silenced by Su Yixue. Very well, you may leave now. Su Yixue said to Chen Ping with an indifferent gaze. Thus, a century-long bond came to an end. Su Yixue had entered the spirit tranquility realm and would surely become a top-tier expert in the great ascension stage within a century. Meanwhile, Chen Ping, having destroyed his foundation, would likely never regain his place in the cultivation world. They would ultimately inhabit two different realms. Enough, everyone disperse. Su Yixue's figure vanished before the crowd. As Chen Ping walked steadily toward the sect's exit, Fan Lanayu displayed a radiant smile. Chen Ping, how unexpected that you have fallen to such depths. Once, you were a figure I could only look up to, but now the tides have turned. To me, you are but an ant. And unfortunately, I cannot allow this ant to continue living. Chapter 3. The Acquired Sword Body Li Hai and Zhao Qian. You two will wade along the inevitable path that Chen Ping will take upon leaving the sect. Upon seeing him, Fan Lanayu made a gesture across her throat. Li Hai and Zhao Qian's expressions changed. Elder Fan, although Chen Ping has lost his cultivation, who knows if he possesses any hidden treasures? We might not stand a chance against him. Fan Lan Ou cast a contemptuous glance at the two. Fearing a mere cripple, what achievements can you hope to attain? If he truly poses a threat, I shall shatter this wisp of sword intent. It contains my most formidable strike. He will undoubtedly perish. She initially intended to follow and witness Chen Ping's demise, but she just received a communication from Su Yixue, summoning her to the main peak, causing her to miss this opportunity. Nevertheless, with a fragment of her sword intent in play, Chen Ping's death was assured. Indeed, the two of them became animated. Fan Lan Ou walked the path of the sword immortal and had already reached the spirit void realm. Even if Chen Ping had some hidden cards, he could not threaten her in the slightest. Previously, they could only look up to Chen Ping. Now, being able to trample upon this fallen deity seemed rather delightful. As she observed the two retreating figures, Fan Lan Ou soared into the air, heading towards the main peak. What could Su Yixue want with her now? Surely, it wasn't because Chen Ping had left, and she felt lonely, seeking someone to fill the void? The thought of Su Yixue's enchanting figure ignited a fervor within Fan Lan Ou's heart. Chen Ping, your woman shall be cared for by me. Su Yixue belongs to me, and one day, this Qian Yuan Sect will be mine as well. Master, did you summon me for something? Upon arriving at the main peak, Fan Lan Ou composed herself. Junior sister Fan, Chen Ping has departed from the Qian Yuan Sect, and now the sword-casting peak lacks a master. I have decided to appoint you as its head. Su Yixue regarded Fan Lan Ou. However, to become a peak master, your current strength is still somewhat lacking to convince the masses. If I recall correctly, you are on the path of the sword immortal, and you have been diligently working to forge your acquired sword body. I have brought you here to assist you in perfecting your sword body, enabling you to take charge of the sword-casting peak. Since Chen Ping had previously attempted to poison Fan Lan Ou, she felt as though she was repaying a debt on his behalf. Upon hearing this, Fan Lan Ou's breathing quickened. If she could indeed forge an acquired sword body, her power would undergo a tremendous transformation. In the realm of cultivation, any unique constitution is immensely powerful. Having missed the opportunity for an innate sword body, she had no choice but to pursue the acquired sword body. Su Yixue's desire to help her refine this sword body undoubtedly stemmed from a wish to enhance her own capabilities. Once her strength was sufficient, she could be with Su Yixue. After all, perfecting the acquired sword body was exceedingly challenging and required formidable resources. How could she possibly be so generous as to help her without reason? It was surprising that the seemingly dignified Su Yixue was still a woman with desires. Just as Chen Ping had departed, she was already eager to find another man. Thank you, master. I shall not disappoint you. Fan Lan Ou respectfully replied to Su Yixue. Su Yixue nodded. Now, sit cross-legged. This is a sword technique I discovered in a relic long ago. It seems to pertain to the forging of sword bodies. Fan Lan Ou nodded and took the sword technique, settling down cross-legged. Su Yixue also prepared the necessary resources. Soon, countless sword intents enveloped Fan Lan Ou. Her task now was to condense the sword intent and forge her sword body with it. At this moment, Chen Ping walked alone on the path down the mountain. Having lost all his cultivation, he was fortunate that his physical strength remained. Otherwise, by the time he reached the foot of the mountain, he would find everything had gone cold. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Upon exiting the sect, the system had upgraded. It seemed to have bestowed upon him a novice gift package. Chen Ping quickly discovered this new gift package within the system space and opened it without hesitation. Beep. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Spirit Void Great Completion Experience card. Beep. Congratulations to the host for receiving a TNG recovery pill. Given the host's previous experiences, the system has automatically upgraded to the strongest teaching system. The specific functionalities can be viewed by the host. Chen Ping halted, a smile gracing his face. The system's upgrade truly was impressive. The Spirit Void Great Completion Experience card would serve as his ultimate trump card. Possessing it was akin to gaining an extra life, particularly considering that even Su Yixue, the sect leader, was merely at the early stage of Spirit Void. As for the TNG recovery pill, it was a timely boon. After enduring the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Array and forcibly severing the sect's Tao patterns, his foundation had crumbled. Normally, he would never have the opportunity to cultivate again in this lifetime. Yet, the recovery pill could restore his foundation, allowing him to resume his cultivation. Of course, his previous cultivation level would be irretrievable, but with the system, it was only a matter of time. Upon hearing the system's last prompt, Chen Ping did not rush to continue his journey. Instead, he began to explore the latest functions of the system. The system had undergone significant changes following the update. It was now called the strongest teaching system. As long as he continued to recruit disciples, he would receive rewards. However, the system was quite stringent. The greater the talent of the disciples he recruited, the more substantial the rewards he would receive. This was a means for him to cultivate his own power. If he could gather numerous strong individuals under his command within the Qian Yuan Sect, who would dare to impose punishment upon him. Yet, currently, he had no cultivation. Recruiting talented disciples would be no easy task. Come forth. Chen Ping suddenly halted. Li Hai and Zhao Qian approached slowly. Elder Chen Ping, where are you headed? Would you like us to escort you? After all, you can't even fly anymore, can you? Li Hai looked at Gu Feng with mockery. Who invited you over? Chen Ping replied flatly. Elder Chen Ping is jesting. We simply cannot tolerate a villain like you, so we came to eliminate a threat to the people. They could not reveal that Fan Lano Yu was behind this scheme. Although it was certain that Chen Ping would perish today, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Chen Ping's brows knitted together. His consciousness had already connected with the Spirit Void Great Completion experience card in the system space. The strength of these two individuals was at the spirit movement realm, which previously would have been akin to ants to him. Yet now, he had lost his cultivation. It was a pity that the experience card for Spirit Void Great Completion would have to be wasted on these two insignificant foes. Elder Chen Ping, you have lost all your cultivation, and your foundation has been destroyed. It is evident that you will never re-enter the cultivation world in this lifetime. Rather than live like an ant, why not let us grant you a swift end? Li Hai smirked. Though you may have lost your cultivation, your spatial ring must still contain numerous treasures. Those shall serve as our reward for ending your life. Chapter 4. The unexpected choice of another. The two individuals approached Chen Ping, just as he was about to utilize the card for the completion of the Spirit Tranquility Realm. A terrifying aura descended, causing the two to abruptly kneel before him. The sound of their knees shattering echoed, their faces paling in fear. You think you can bully someone like Chen Ping? A voice, ethereal and chilling, resonated. A woman clad in a simple yet elegant white robe appeared. Her attire devoid of embellishments, which only accentuated her serene demeanor. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall down to her waist, swaying gently in the breeze. Ling Xuan? Chen Ping furrowed his brow upon recognizing her. This girl had entered the Qian Yuan Sect alongside him years ago, only to be eliminated at the final juncture, after which they had lost contact. He had not anticipated that this girl, cast aside by the Qian Yuan Sect, would later become a disciple of the Qian Tian Sect, ascending to its leadership. The Qian Tian Sect was a force not to be underestimated, rivaling even the Qian Yuan Sect. Please spare us, senior. We were coerced into confronting Elder Chen Ping. Zhao Qian hastily implored. Oh, by whom? Ling Xuan's voice was as frigid as ice. The two men fell silent. Revealing Fan Lan would only lead to their more gruesome demise. They exchanged a glance, and without a hint of hesitation, they chose to self-destruct. Ling Xuan's brows knitted together as an icy barrier materialized before Chen Ping, shielding him from the shockwave of their explosion. What brings you here? Chen Ping gazed at Ling Xuan. Although the Qian Tian Sect and the Qian Yuan Sect were not adversaries, they were hardly allies. Ling Xuan's presence as the leader of the Qian Tian Sect could easily spark diplomatic tensions. To reclaim your honor, Ling Xuan replied, a faint smile breaking through her icy exterior. It appeared unfamiliar, almost awkward on her face. In this world, only Chen Ping could elicit such a smile from her. She vividly recalled how, during the entrance examination of the Qian Yuan Sect, Chen Ping had shielded her from a ferocious beast with his own flesh. The memory of the creature's sharp teeth piercing his body and the searing blood splattering across her face remained etched in her mind. Alas, her fate had led her to the Qian Tian Sect instead of the Qian Yuan Sect. Upon learning of Chen Ping and Su Yixue's relationship, she had buried her feelings for him deep within. Today, upon hearing of his estrangement from the Qian Yuan Sect, she had rushed over without a second thought. There's no need. I have severed all ties with the Qian Yuan Sect, Chen Ping stated calmly. Ling Xuan shook her head. If they dare to bully you, they must pay the price. With that, she soared into the air, her voice ringing out, Su Yixue, come out. An icy aura enveloped the entirety of the Qian Yuan Sect. At the summit of the Qian Yuan Sect, Fan Lano's face was alight with joy. He sensed he was but a step away from achieving the perfected acquired sword body. Once he accomplished this, his power would multiply. Although the acquired sword body was not on par with the innate sword body, it remained a formidable tool for sword cultivators. Su Yixue nodded in agreement, recognizing Fan Lan's impressive talent. With the completion of his acquired sword body, their sect would gain a new powerhouse, compensating for the loss of Chen Ping's strength. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed, Su Yixue, come out. The powerful energy behind the voice struck Fan Lan, causing him to cough up blood, his complexion turning ashen. He had failed. Just as he was on the verge of success, the sonic impact had shattered his sword body at the last moment. Who dares to disrupt my sword body? Fan Lan's fury surged. Su Yixue's brow furrowed, recognizing that Ling Shuang's voice reverberated throughout the Qian Yuan Sect. Who is so audacious as to insult the sect leader? I do not know. They are likely not from within the sect. Let us investigate who possesses such boldness. The powerful figures of the Qian Yuan Sect darted towards the source of the voice. Su Yixue glanced at Fan Lano. Focus on mending your injuries. Although this attempt has failed, you now possess experience. The next time, you will surely succeed. Fan Lano nodded, feeling a sense of pride as Su Yixue began to show concern for him, drawing him closer to his goal of winning her heart. Su Yixue ascended to the outer perimeter of the sect. Ling Shuang, you owe me an explanation for your recent actions, she demanded, her brow tightly knitted. What brings you here? I demand an explanation from you. Chen Ping has sacrificed so much for the Qian Yuan Sect only to be stripped of his cultivation and cast out. As if that were not enough. You even arranged for an ambush on his path out of the sect. You must provide me with an account of today's events. Su Yixue's expression darkened upon hearing this. Indeed, she could feel the remnants of the energy from the self-detonation. Who was responsible for this? She inquired, directing her gaze at the assembled members of the Qian Yuan Sect. Silence ensued, even if there were individuals within the sect who wished to harm Chen Ping. It was an internal matter. What right did an outsider have to intervene? Xiao Tianhen, elder of the Punishment Peak? Xiao Tianhen nodded. Indeed. His words barely left his lips when Ling Shuang had already approached him, striking him across the face. You are the one who employed the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Array against Chen Ping. Xiao Tianhen's face darkened, an aura of malice emanating from him. Enough. Su Yixue interjected with a huff. Elder Xiao speaks the truth. This is an internal matter of our sect. You, as an outsider, have no right to meddle. Seeing Ling Shuang only intensified her discomfort. Just moments ago, she had quarreled with Chen Ping, and now this woman appeared, surely harboring feelings for him. An outsider? Ling Shuang scoffed. Did you not just claim that Chen Ping has severed ties with your Qian Yuan Sect? Then I, as the leader of the Qian Yuan Sect, hereby invite Chen Ping to become an elder of our sect. At these words, the gathering fell into stunned silence. If Chen Ping had been at his peak, Ling Shuang's desire to recruit him would be understandable. Yet now, Chen Ping was but a mere shell of his former self. Ling Shuang wished to appoint a waste as an elder of the Qian Yuan Sect. Could it be? Many glanced at Chen Ping, realizing that he indeed held an extraordinary allure, maintaining a close relationship with the sect leader, who clearly shared similar sentiments. Chen Ping, do you wish to join the Qian Yuan Sect? Su Yixue inquired, her gaze fixed on him. I do. Chen Ping replied calmly. You. Su Yixue trembled with indignation. This man had chosen another woman. Chapter 5. The Art of Self-Reflection. Su Yixue. It seems that Chen Ping's ultimate choice is me. Long Mingshuang's voice remained icy, yet the keenly observant could detect a subtle hint of joy beneath her frigid exterior. Humph, someone we, the Qian Yuan Sect, have discarded. Yet you treat him like a treasure. Your Qian Yuan Sect has ultimately fallen into decline. Su Yixue retorted, her tone laced with irritation. You need not concern yourself with that. Long Mingshuang dismissed Su Yixue's sarcasm. As long as Chen Ping was by her side, that was sufficient. As for his cultivation, even if Chen Ping were to remain an ordinary man, she would procure heavenly materials and earthly treasures to grant him longevity. You, Qian Yuan Sect, have attempted to assassinate an elder of our Qian Yuan Sect. Now, you must provide me with an explanation. Lung Mingshuang's voice carried a palpable chill. Those who bully Chen Ping shall face consequences. Su Yixue furrowed her brow. Previously, she could evade responsibility by claiming it was an internal matter of the Qian Yuan Sect. But now that Chen Ping had become an elder of the Qian Yuan Sect, that excuse would no longer suffice. You have already killed 2 disciples of our sect and assaulted our Punishment Peak elder. Is that not enough? Su Yixue coldly stated, do not overstep your bounds. Yet, Lung Mingshuang showed no intention of backing down. Compared to Chen Ping, they were worth less than a single hair. Witnessing Lung Mingshuang's deep regard for Chen Ping, the onlookers began to envy him. This fellow, he is truly a born beneficiary. Even Chen Ping was taken aback. He had not anticipated that after such a long absence, Lung Mingshuang would still harbor such profound feelings for him. One party unjustly condemned him based on unfounded accusations, while the other staunchly supported him regardless of the cost. The disparity between the two was indeed remarkable. Moreover, Su Yixue's rise to prominence was entirely due to his clandestine assistance. What do you intend to do? Do you mean to wage war against the Qian Yuan Sect? As the esteemed leader of the Qian Yuan Sect, Su Yixue felt increasingly dissatisfied with her treatment. My demands are quite simple. Surrender the one who orchestrated the assassination attempt on Chen Ping. Those who bully him must pay the price. Enough, Chen Ping stated calmly. Let today's events be put aside. In the future, I, Chen Ping, shall have no further dealings with you. Su Yixue. In 10 years, during the sect competition, I will assist the Qian Yuan Sect in securing victory. Upon hearing this, Su Yixue's heart trembled, though her expression remained impassive. Very well, see yourself out. With a cold snort, Su Yixue vanished without a trace. Lang Ningxuang led Chen Ping away from the Qian Yuan Sect. Atop the Qian Yuan Sect's main peak, Su Yixue appeared momentarily dazed. Sect leader, why do you burden yourself so? Luo Lingo gazed at Su Yixue, concern etched on her face. That scoundrel has committed heinous acts. Expelling him from the sect is merely in accordance with the law. Su Yixue remained obstinate. However, Luo Lingo shook her head. I do not believe senior brother Chen would commit such acts. The evidence is irrefutable. Do you still intend to speak on his behalf? Su Yixue snapped. As an elder, engaging in relations with his own disciples, 7 in total, such a scoundrel has no right to remain in the Qian Yuan Sect. Luo Linger's lips twitched slightly. It seemed that in Su Yixue's eyes, Chen Ping's greatest flaw was his moral conduct. I refuse to believe senior brother Chen would act in such a manner. Luo Lingo remained steadfast in her belief. Those 7 female disciples under his tutelage have now lost their purity. If he is not responsible, then who could be? Which woman would jest with her own reputation? Su Yixue stated coldly. Luo Linger shook her head. Not necessarily. If that is the case, then let us seek out those 7 female disciples. I shall employ the art of self-reflection to inquire, and the truth will soon be revealed. Upon hearing the term art of self-reflection, Su Yixue's eyes brightened. This technique compels those with weaker mental cultivation to answer any question without reservation. Let us proceed. Su Yixue nodded in agreement. The two made their way to the sword-forging peak, where the 7 female disciples were gathered. Sect leader, elder. Upon seeing the two approach, the 7 women's expressions turned serious. I have a question for you. Luo Linger stepped forward and activated the art of self-reflection. Did Elder Chen Ping truly violate you? Su Yixue's breathing quickened. At that moment, she was uncertain of what answer she wished to hear. She hoped it was all a fabrication, yet feared that it might indeed be true. Indeed, Elder Chen Ping lured us with cultivation resources, coercing us into relations with him. Xiaoming nodded in affirmation. Luo Lingo frowned deeply. Yet, Su Yixue felt a sense of relief. As expected, that scoundrel is indeed a wretch. His departure from the Qian Yuan Sect is beneficial for both himself and the sect. Linger, did you see? Chen Ping is no longer the man he once was. Violating disciples, colluding with demons, harming his fellow sect members. Such a person has no right to remain in the Qian Yuan Sect. Su Yixue stated coldly. Luo Linger's brows knitted together. Could this truly be the case? Yet, Chen Ping is not that kind of person. No. Luo Linger's eyes lit up. Since you claim Chen Ping used cultivation resources to entice you, that implies your consent. Why then did you later expose him? A terrifying aura emanated from Luo Linger. If Chen Ping merely sought to share a bed with us, we would not have spoken out. But he is a beast, employing various means to torment us. We truly could not endure it any longer, and thus chose to report him. Upon hearing this, Su Yixue snorted coldly. Well, what a fine Chen Ping. I never witnessed such elaborate tactics when he was with me. Luo Linger, do you now comprehend what kind of person your senior brother Chen truly is? Luo Linger's brow remained furrowed. She sensed something was amiss, yet could not pinpoint it. I used the art of self-reflection. These individuals should not be capable of deceit. Could it be that Chen Ping is indeed that kind of person? No, it cannot be. After entering the sect, Chen Ping had shown great care for his junior disciples. How could he possibly be such a beast? We should return. You need to face the reality that Chen Ping is no longer the man he once was. Luo Linger smiled wryly, saying nothing further. Could it truly be this way? As Su Yixue prepared to leave, she suddenly paused. Wait, something is amiss. Luo Linger exclaimed. She had felt something was off, and now she could finally confirm it. What is it? Su Yixue inquired with curiosity. Their consciousness has been bound. Luo Linger revealed. No wonder my art of self-reflection could not extract the truth from them. I must uncover who dares to harm the disciples of my Qian Yuan Sect. Su Yixue approached the 7 women, her formidable consciousness penetrating their mental seas. Indeed, deep within their minds, she discovered a powerful binding force. This binding could thwart external scrutiny of their mental depths and continuously impose psychological suggestions on the host. This means their words were false. Chen Ping may indeed be innocent. Chapter 6. Merely informing master. Is it possible to lift this restriction? If we can lift it, we shall uncover the truth, exclaimed Luo Linger, her excitement palpable. She had never believed that Chen Ping could be the one to accomplish such a feat, however. Su Yixue shook her head. This restriction is exceedingly complex. Only when I reach the pinnacle of the spirit tranquility realm will I possess the ability to unravel it. If we attempt to forcibly break it now, all of us will suffer immediate destruction of our consciousness. The mention of the pinnacle of the spirit tranquility realm left Luo Linger feeling despondent. The higher one ascends in the path of cultivation, the slower the progress becomes. Presently, Su Yixue was merely at the early stage of the spirit tranquility realm, and reaching its pinnacle would likely require a millennium of dedicated effort. With Chen Ping's foundational essence shattered, he had been reduced to an ordinary person. He simply could not afford to wait that long. Master, since these disciples bear restrictions within their consciousness, it stands to reason that there must be more to Chen Ping's situation, Luo Linger suggested tentatively. This restriction does not necessarily indicate anything definitive. Who knows if Chen Ping said it for some peculiar reason? Su Yixue replied curtly. Moreover, leaving the sect was his own decision. I did not expel him. This matter ends here. Do not bring it up again. The thought of Chen Ping choosing cold in front of her made her chest ache with indignation. Senior sister, Luo Linger remained unconvinced. Yet Cold chose not to respond further, stating, I must attend to the sect's affairs. I shall take my leave. With that, her figure vanished without a trace. Luo Linger sighed. Why was it that within this grand sect, no one was willing to believe in Chen Ping? He had given so much for Su Yixue and for the Qian Yuan Sect. Each time the sect faced a crisis, it was Gu Xiu who stood forth. Many of the sect's treasured cultivation resources had been contributed by Chen Ping. Yet now, due to these unfounded accusations, they seemed to have forgotten all his contributions. High above the Qian Yuan Sect, in the vicinity of the Qian Yuan Sect, Chen Ping addressed the icy woman beside him. Ling Frost. We are still some distance from the Qian Yuan Sect. Why not simply teleport us there? He still could not grasp why this woman, as cold as an iceberg, would go to such lengths for him. You are currently in no condition to endure the tearing of space. It is wiser to proceed with caution, Cold replied coolly. Fool, do you truly not understand why I want to teleport us directly? It is so I can spend more time alone with you. Once we arrive at the Qian Yuan Sect, I shall be its master, and my every action will require scrutiny. However, on our journey back, I am merely a woman accompanying the man I cherish. Such a dense blockhead. Do you not enjoy my company? Why do you keep your distance? Cold said with irritation. Noticing Chen Ping's silence, she promptly took his arm, declaring, no resistance allowed. At that moment, within the main hall of the Qian Yuan Sect, the elders were murmuring among themselves. What could be the reason behind the sudden gathering called by the master? Who knows? The master's thoughts are beyond our comprehension. Just wait. She will likely arrive shortly. This level of sect meeting had not been convened in a long time. Meanwhile, Chen Ping and Cold arrived above the Qian Yuan Sect. We have arrived. Cold released her hold on Chen Ping, her aura becoming even more frigid. They stepped into the main hall. Greetings, master. The elders bowed in unison. In the Qian Yuan Sect, Cold wielded absolute authority. Who is that man? The elders whispered, gazing curiously at the figure beside Cold. Having cultivated in the sect for nearly a century, none had ever seen her in the company of a man. I have summoned you all today to announce a significant decision, Cold declared, commanding the attention of all present. This is Chen Ping, whom I have accepted into our sect as an inter-sect elder. The Taiping Peak, which currently lacks an elder, shall serve as his sanctuary henceforth. The moment Cold's words concluded, unrest swept through the assembly. Master, this individual is merely a mortal. How can he qualify as an inter-sect elder? That is not correct. He is no ordinary mortal. An astute observer noted Chen Ping's unusual state. His foundational essence has shattered, and he has lost all cultivation. Master, this is even more unacceptable. Wu Libo exclaimed fervently. If he were merely a mortal, it would be manageable. We could simply elevate his cultivation with elixirs. However, with his foundation broken, he can never cultivate again. To appoint a waste as an elder in our sect would invite ridicule from outsiders. Indeed, master, please reconsider. The others chimed in. They were baffled by the influence this man held over the master, compelling her to make such an audacious appointment, especially when many elders lacked their own sanctuaries. Listening to the murmurs, Chen Ping felt no emotional disturbance. After the tribulations he faced in the Qian Yuan Sect, such disparaging remarks held no power over him. In due time, he would prove them wrong with his strength. Cold lightly tapped her fingers on the table twice. Elders, I believe there is something you have yet to comprehend. The assembly fell silent, puzzled by her statement. Please, master, enlighten us. They urged. Cold nodded. The purpose of gathering you here is to inform you of my decision, not to seek your counsel on this matter. Chen Ping was taken aback. He had not anticipated this assertive side of her. Su Yixue, as the master of the Qian Yuan Sect, would never have spoken in such a manner. Elder Wu, do you have objections to my decision? Cold's gaze fell upon Wu Libo, whose expression shifted dramatically as he quickly bowed his head. I dare not. Cold nodded slightly. Her icy demeanor unchanged. This matter is settled as stated. Lu, Please escort Chen Ping to Taiping Peak and help him settle in promptly. With that, her gaze softened as it landed on Chen Ping. Lu Mohan stepped forward and nodded. Yes. Elder Chen Ping, please follow me. Despite his confusion regarding the Master's choice to appoint a waste as an elder and grant him a peak, he could not refuse the Master's command. Chapter 7. Squandering Resources. Elder Chen, this is Taiping Peak, the closest peak to the main summit, and you are the first master of Taiping Peak, Lu Mohan remarked, gazing at Chen Ping with admiration. I appreciate your assistance, Steward Lu, Chen Ping replied nonchalantly. He was aware that his sudden elevation to elder status had caused discontent among many. But so what? Elder Chen, please take a look around. I will fetch your daily necessities, Steward Lu said, rising to leave. As Chen Ping surveyed the serene yet unremarkable Taiping Peak, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. After all, he possessed a system. Being too close to others was not advantageous for him. The system had rewarded him with a restoration pill, although a heavenly-grade elixir. It was far more precious than many immortal-grade items. It could heal any injury, essentially granting him an additional lease on life. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Ping consumed the restoration pill. Instantly, a warm current surged through his body, beginning to repair his damaged Dao foundation. In mere moments, the shattered foundation was restored, even appearing more robust than before. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ping realized he could cultivate once more, whether through the system's bestowed realm or his personal efforts. Everything was rooted in his Dao foundation. At that moment, Steward Lu returned, observing Chen Ping with a sense of unease. Something about him seemed different. No way. Lu Mohan's expression shifted dramatically. Chen Ping's Dao foundation had actually been restored. In less than a quarter of an hour, the irreparable damage had been mended. In Lu's experience, a damaged Dao foundation was irreversible. Yet, this individual had accomplished the impossible in such a brief time. Indeed, how could the sect leader possibly appoint a worthless person as an elder of Xuantianzong? Elder Chen was likely extraordinary. Elder Chen, this spatial ring contains some daily necessities. Please accept it. However, Lu Mohan refrained from mentioning the restoration of the Dao Foundation, respecting the secrets each person held. Thank you, Steward Lu. Chen Ping nodded as he accepted the spatial ring. By the way, Elder Chen, there is something you should be aware of, Lu Mohan suddenly spoke. The sect leader's decision to appoint you as an intersect elder will certainly provoke discontent among many established elders. You should be cautious in the coming days and avoid conflicts whenever possible. Chen Ping nodded in acknowledgement. Jealousy is a natural human emotion. I have matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave, Lu Mohan said, bowing slightly before turning to depart. Wait a moment. Chen Ping's voice rang out. Is there something else you wish to inquire about, Elder Chen? Lu Mohan asked. Steward Lu, you have been stuck at the pinnacle of the spirit movement realm for many years, have you not? Lu Mohan's body trembled slightly. Indeed. He had been at the peak for a century without breaking through to the spirit void realm. How could Chen Ping have disowned this? Given that he appeared to be an ordinary person, Chen Ping smiled. Lu Mohan had shown him no malice and had even offered a kind reminder. Naturally, he wished to reciprocate. Steward Lu, sometimes holding on to obsessions too tightly is not beneficial. Releasing a single thought brings boundless freedom. Chen Ping declared. Releasing a single thought brings boundless freedom? Lu Mohan's eyes sparkled with enlightenment. Yes, he realized that his fixation had been excessively strong. Despite diligently cultivating every day for a century, his desire to break through had deepened, becoming a mental demon. Repeating Chen Ping's words, Lu Mohan felt his aura undergo a profound transformation. Soon, his form appeared ethereal, as if he no longer belonged to this world. Moments later, Lu Mohan opened his eyes. He had broken through. He was now in the spirit void realm. After being trapped at the pinnacle of the spirit movement realm for a century, he had achieved a breakthrough due to a single phrase from Chen Ping. Thank you for your guidance, Elder Chen. If you ever require my assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. Lu Mohan bowed deeply to Chen Ping. The grace of his guidance was akin to being reborn. Reflecting on the derisive remarks made about Chen Ping being a waste, Lu Mohan couldn't help but smirk. Restoring a broken Dao foundation in moments and enlightening him to reach the spirit void realm. If Chen Ping were truly a waste, then those who mocked him were nothing but refuse. The sect leader's discernment was truly remarkable. Do not concern yourself, Steward Lu. Please go about your duties. Chen Ping replied calmly. By the way, Elder Chen, tomorrow is the day we recruit disciples at Xuantianzong. If you are interested, you may want to attend. Steward Lu suddenly suggested. Oh. Chen Ping's eyes brightened. To acquire the system, one must continually recruit disciples. He could not miss this grand event. May I also recruit disciples? Chen Ping inquired. In theory, yes, but given your cultivation level. Steward Lu hesitated. Who would be willing to follow an ordinary person as their master? Chen Ping chuckled. I understand. I shall join in the festivities tomorrow. Steward Lu nodded before turning to leave. Just as he departed, a ripple caused by a spatial fluctuation appeared before Chen Ping. Lung Ningxuang gracefully approached him. Chen Ping, these are spiritual herbs I retrieved from the sect's treasury. Although they may not fully heal your Tao foundation, they should aid in your recovery. Rest assured, with my support, you will recover swiftly. With a wave of her hand, a plethora of medicinal bottles and spiritual herbs materialized before Chen Ping. Chen Ping's lips twitched. The items before him were at least of earthly grade, with several being heavenly grade as well. Had Lung Ningxuang brought the entire sect treasury with her? Ningxuang, I cannot accept these. Please take them back, Chen Ping said, genuinely moved. He understood the immense value of these items. Use these for now. I will search for more effective remedies for your Tao foundation. I have heard that a restoration pill will be auctioned in Dongzhou in a year. I will ensure to acquire it for you. Lung Ningxuang declared, her excitement palpable, though her expression remained cold and composed. Over the years, she had grown accustomed to this demeanor. Wait, Lung Ningxuang's expression shifted. Your Tao foundation has been restored? Aside from the heavenly grade restoration pill, she had never heard of any other remedy capable of such a feat yet. Chen Ping's Tao foundation had indeed been repaired. Yes, I fortuitously obtained a restoration pill earlier, Chen Ping confirmed with a nod. That is wonderful news. You must accept these now that your Tao foundation is restored, allowing you to cultivate once more. While these primarily heal, you can absorb their spiritual energy to enhance your cultivation. Chen Ping's lips twitched again. Treating earthly and even heavenly grade spiritual herbs as mere spiritual stones was indeed a flagrant waste. Chapter 8. The Primordial Sword Body. The following morning, Chen Ping arrived early at the entrance of the sect. At this moment, the entrance was already crowded with numerous individuals. The inner gate elders sat solemnly on high platforms, observing the newcomers before them, beginning to select their favored disciples. Isn't that Elder Chen Ping? Have you come to choose a disciple as well? Wu Libo mocked upon seeing Chen Ping. A waste, yet still wishing to take on disciples. What you say may not be entirely accurate. Elder Chen Ping might simply be here to observe the excitement. Surely, he possesses a clear understanding of his own situation. After all, how could a person with a shattered foundation take on disciples? Several elders regarded Chen Ping with expressions of derision. They had toiled diligently for a century within the Xuantianzong to attain their status as inner gate elders. What qualifications did a broken foundation waste possess to stand on equal footing with them? It was perplexing how Lung Ningxuang could think of him so highly. Had this Ice Queen possibly developed feelings? This must be the case. Otherwise, why would she show such favoritism towards him? With this thought, many cast envious glances at Chen Ping, wondering why the one favored by Lung Ningxuang was not themselves. Chen Ping paid no heed to the taunts and found a seat, his gaze roving over the group of newcomers. Although he had lost his cultivation, his insight remained intact. Among this batch of newcomers, there were indeed a few who could be regarded as talents, though none met the system's stringent criteria for accepting disciples. Chen Ping felt a sense of helplessness. The system was exceedingly arrogant, insisting that only those of genius caliber could be accepted as disciples. Where in the world could one find so many geniuses? At that moment, a girl in the corner, covered in dirt, caught Chen Ping's attention. Ding, detected S-class genius, meets disciple acceptance criteria. Name, Qin Jinjia, age, 20, cultivation, Qi refinement level 1, physique, primordial sword body, inactive, talent value, 1000, note, the primordial sword body is born for the sword, possessing an extraordinary affinity and talent for the sword path, making her a natural sword immortal. The primordial sword body? Chen Ping's lips twitched. This seemingly unremarkable girl was actually the primordial sword body. In this world, any special physique provided an extraordinary boost to cultivation. Fan Lanu of the Qian Yuan Sect had spent nearly a century striving to transform into a postnatal sword body. Yet, compared to Qin Jinjia's innate primordial sword body, the postnatal sword body was utterly insignificant. However, Chen Ping remained silent, sitting quietly in his seat. Lu Mohan stepped forward, addressing the crowd. Congratulations to all of you for becoming disciples of our Xuantianzong. Today, some of you will have the honor of being selected by the inner gate elders to become inner disciples. As for the others, you will begin as outer disciples. Do not worry. As long as you cultivate diligently, there will still be opportunities to enter the inner gate in the future. The eyes of the disciples below lit up. Being chosen by an elder was undoubtedly a tremendous opportunity for them. Are you willing to become my disciple? Wu Libo stepped forward, approaching Zhou Quan. Zhou Quan's eyes brightened immediately. Wu Libo, sitting so prominently among the elders, must hold considerable influence. Disciple pays respects to the master. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Quan knelt and bowed. Good. Wu Libo nodded. After the ceremony concludes, come find me. This peak-grade yellow artifact will be your welcome gift. Upon witnessing this scene, the crowd was filled with envy. Zhou Quan was truly about to soar to greatness. Not only had he directly become an inner disciple, but he was also receiving a peak-grade yellow artifact as a gift upon entering. Chen Ping glanced at Zhou Quan. His talent was indeed commendable, having already reached Qi refinement level 5 at such a young age. The methods of Qi refinement were widely known in this world, but subsequent techniques could only be obtained through joining a sect or encountering fortuitous opportunities. However, when compared to Qin Jianjia, this talent paled significantly. Even though Qin Jianjia was currently only at Qi refinement level 1. Soon, several more elders stepped forward to accept disciples. However, compared to the vast number of new disciples, only a handful were chosen, and they now became the focus of everyone's attention. After a moment, no further disciples were accepted by any elder. The expressions of the remaining disciples dimmed. Although they could still enter the Zhuantianzong, there was an undeniable disparity between outer and inner disciples. At this juncture, Qin Jianjia stood up, directly kneeling before the high platform. I beseech any elder to accept me as a disciple. She yearned for revenge and needed to grow swiftly. Becoming an inner disciple was undoubtedly the best option at this moment. At her age, being only at Qi refinement level 1. How could she shamelessly plead for someone to take her as a disciple? They should take a good look at themselves. Which elder would possibly take interest in someone with such poor talent? The disciples behind her began to jeer. Yet, undeterred by the mockery, Qin Jianjia remained resolute. The elders, perched high above, showed no reaction to her actions. The techniques of Qi refinement were widely disseminated. Even an ordinary person could improve through practice, though they would ultimately stagnate at the peak of Qi refinement. But this girl, at 20 years old and still at Qi refinement level 1, must either possess abysmal talent or have shown no commitment to her cultivation. Regardless of the circumstance, it was clear she could not progress far on the path of cultivation. Noticing the lack of response from the crowd, a flicker of disappointment crossed Qin Jianjia's face. Are you willing to be my disciple? A deep voice resonated from the high platform. Qin Jianjia's heart soared with joy. She looked up, momentarily stunned. The elder willing to accept her as a disciple was the very one who had been mocked as a waste. How could someone without cultivation possibly guide her? Elder Chen Ping truly possesses discerning vision to select such an outstanding disciple. Wu Libo laughed exaggeratedly. Elder Wu, one cannot simply dismiss this. It is entirely normal for a waste to take on another waste as a disciple. Someone chimed in. Indeed, it is Chen Ping who has chosen this waste. Otherwise, I would be concerned about him leading others astray. As Lu Mohan had remarked, Chen Ping's sudden arrival left many elders quite dissatisfied. Lu Mohan listened to their words with disdain. Leading others astray? I, at the peak of spirit movement, only needed Elder Chen Ping's casual guidance to break through to the spirit void stage. Is that what you call leading others astray? Yet, he too was perplexed as to why Chen Ping would choose to accept a disciple, particularly one at only Qi refinement level 1. Qin Jianjia observed Chen Ping's calm demeanor in the face of the ridicule, feeling remarkably surprised. Remembering her vendetta, she finally nodded earnestly. I am willing. At that moment, ding, congratulations to the host on successfully accepting a disciple. You have received a disciple acceptance reward. Please check your account. Note, the host will simultaneously gain the cultivation achievements of the disciple. Chen Ping turned to Wu Libo beside him. Elder Wu, do you still maintain that my disciple is a waste? Indeed, at this age, only at Qi refinement level 1, and with average roots. What else could she be but a waste? Wu Libo pointed to Zhou Quan amidst the crowd. Look at him. My disciple possesses exceptional roots and has already reached Qi refinement level 5 at the same age. Chen Ping's lips curled into a smile. Very well, let us wager. If my disciple defeats yours 1 month hence, you shall publicly apologize to her. Chapter 9. The Undying Chaos Body. Upon hearing these words, everyone was momentarily stunned. No one had anticipated that Chen Ping would dare to wager such a bet with Wu Libo. Currently, Zhou Can had already reached the 5th layer of the Qi refinement stage, while Qin Jianxia was merely at the 1st layer. It would be exceedingly difficult for her to break through to the 5th layer within a month. Moreover, during this time, Zhou Can would undoubtedly continue to advance. Elder Chen Ping, are you certain you wish to gamble with me? Wu Libo was perplexed by Chen Ping's intentions. This was clearly a wager destined for defeat. Chen Ping nodded. Wu Libo smirked. Very well. If that girl loses, you will voluntarily leave the Qian Yuan Sect. Elder Chen, Lu Mohan quickly attempted to dissuade Chen Ping. While he was indeed formidable, capable of aiding her breakthrough, a month was hardly sufficient for Qin Jianxia to reach the 5th layer of the Qi refinement stage, even if she were a genius. Not a problem. Chen Ping waved his hand dismissively. It shall be as you say. If Qin Jianxia loses, I will leave the Qian Yuan Sect. If she wins, you shall publicly apologize to her. No one could have anticipated that the disciple recruitment ceremony of the Qian Yuan Sect would conclude with such an unusual wager. On typing peak, Chen Ping gazed at his disheveled disciple and frowned. Go take a bath first. Qin Jinsha quickly nodded and turned to leave. Immersed in the warm spring water, the soothing warmth washed away the grime from her body, allowing her tense nerves to relax considerably. The recruitment process at the Qian Yuan Sect was exceedingly rigorous. She had passed the assessment despite being only at the first layer of qi refinement, a testament to her considerable effort. Master, contemplating Chen Ping. Qin Jiansha felt a swirl of emotions. After hastily cleansing herself, she was about to exit when her expression suddenly changed. She had not brought a change of clothes. It was one thing to wear the filthy attire before, but now that she was clean, she could hardly bear to don those clothes again. Master, I have not brought a change of clothes. Could you kindly fetch a set for me? Qin Jinsha's face flushed crimson. On her very first day as a disciple, she was asking her master to bring her clothes. Chen Ping was momentarily taken aback. He then remembered that Qin Jinsha's clothes were soiled and that she lacked a spatial ring. All right, wait a moment. He took out a set of his own clothes and entered the bathroom. Steam rose from the spring water as Qin Jinsha stood bashfully in the pool. Her damp hair draped over her shoulders, and occasionally, a drop of water would slide down her hair, tracing along her delicate collarbone until it vanished into the depths below. Chen Ping was momentarily stunned. He had not expected Qin Jinsha to possess such beauty. Her previous dirtiness had concealed her allure. I have no women's clothing here. Wear mine for now, he said, placing a set of clothes beside her. Thank you, master. Qin Jinsha expressed her gratitude hurriedly, her face reddening further. She had never bathed in front of a man, especially one who was her master. Yet, thinking of how Chen Ping had boldly wagered with an elder for her dignity warmed her heart. Chen Ping returned to the courtyard, pondering what kind of rewards the first disciple system would offer him. Soon, he discovered a gift box within the system space. Upon opening it, a look of astonishment crossed his face. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the undying chaos body. Please implant it at your convenience. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a trace of true phoenix power. Chen Ping could hardly contain his excitement. He had not anticipated that the first reward following the system's upgrade would be so extraordinary. In this world, various miraculous physiques existed, akin to Qin Jinsha's primordial sword body. Each unique physique bestowed terrifying enhancements to cultivation and combat prowess. According to ancient texts, for legendary physiques existed during the primordial era, each bearer destined to become the pinnacle of existence in this world. They were the profound nether-hell body, the primordial source body, the purple grade Saint Emperor body, and the undying chaos body, the latter reigning supreme among them. It was said that upon reaching full mastery of the undying chaos body, even a cataclysm capable of annihilating the world could not harm a single hair on its bearer. The reason these physiques were deemed legendary was that since the primordial era, none had ever reappeared. They were only recorded in ancient texts, leading many in the current cultivation realm to believe they were merely fabrications of the ancients' aspirations for power. Chen Ping was astonished at how fortuitous the system had proven, granting him the undying chaos body immediately upon upgrading. Previously, he had possessed an ordinary physique, later acquiring the primordial illusory spirit body. In a moment of infatuation, he had sneakily transplanted that body to Su Yixue. Since then, he had not received any further physique rewards. Now, however, he had obtained the foremost among the legendary physiques, the undying chaos body. While the primordial illusory spirit body was formidable in its own right, it paled in comparison to the undying chaos body. Yet, what was this true phoenix power? It was a fragment of the ancient true phoenix's essence, and as he was not a demon cultivator, it held no utility for him. Shaking his head, Chen Ping chose not to dwell on it further. At that moment, Qin Jinsha had changed into the clothes and stood shyly before Chen Ping. Master, the attire, though ill-fitting, exuded an unusual charm on her. From this day forth, you shall be my disciple, Chen Ping declared, looking at Qin Jinsha. As my first disciple, you are entitled to a greeting gift. With that, he began rummaging through his spatial ring. Master, accepting me as a disciple is already a great fortune, Qin Jinsha said respectfully. From the earlier conversations between the elders and Chen Ping, she could discern that he was currently facing hardships. That will not do. Chen Ping shook his head. I shall gift you a red sky sword. Its rank is not exceedingly high, but it will suffice for your current abilities. Upon hearing this, Qin Jinsha became increasingly certain that Chen Ping likely possessed no treasures of great value, just as she was preparing to offer some comforting words. Chen Ping's next statement left her utterly astounded. This red sky sword is only of the peak earth grade. Anything higher, you would be unable to wield at present. Qin Jinsha numbly accepted the red sky sword. The peak earth grade? Not exceedingly high? She distinctly recalled that the weapon Wu Libo had given Zhou Qian was merely a pinnacle yellow-grade artifact. For Chen Ping to present a peak earth-grade weapon was astonishing. Moreover, it seemed that if not for her inadequate strength, he would have even considered giving her a heaven-grade artifact. Master, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Qin Jinsha quickly protested. What I give is yours to keep. Chen Ping replied nonchalantly. Though he had lost his cultivation, he still possessed a significant inventory from before. Moreover, how could a peak earth-grade red sky sword compare to the undying chaos body? You should return to rest. The assessments must have worn you out, Chen Ping said. Having resolved to implant the undying chaos body. Chapter 10. This humble sect cannot accommodate such a deity within the hallowed halls of the primordial origin sect's main peak. Fan Lanu entered with measured steps. Sect leader, he announced. Su Yixue offered a gentle nod. Wait a moment. Your senior sisters will be joining us shortly. Today, we shall ensure the successful forging of your acquired sword physique. As a possessor of a unique constitution herself, Su Yixue understood the profound significance of such an attribute for cultivation. With the loss of Chen Ping, a formidable asset, the primordial origin sect needed to replenish its strength swiftly. Aiding Fan Lanu in establishing his sword physique was the most expedient solution. I am deeply grateful, sect leader. Fan Lanu responded, his voice filled with elation. However, the materials required for forging a sword physique are exceedingly precious. I am reluctant for the sect to incur such expense. After his previous unsuccessful attempt, he had almost abandoned hope. The sheer cost of the necessary materials was daunting. Yet, in such a short time, Su Yixue had already prepared everything once more. It seemed she genuinely cared for him. He would need to seize an opportunity to win her over soon. With such thoughts in mind, Fan Lanu glanced furtively at Su Yixue. Indeed, she was a renowned beauty of the central province. He would claim her as his own eventually. Su Yixue noticed his movements, but she merely attributed them to his excitement. Your advancement is also a boon for the sect, she stated simply. Had she known the depths of his thoughts, she might have been inclined to end his life then and there. Soon, Luo Linger and Jiang Xinwei entered the chamber. Senior sister Jiang, you've emerged from seclusion. Fan Lanu exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Jiang Xinwei, adorned in a simple, loose robe, could not conceal her stunning figure. Fan Lanu swallowed hard. Once he had Su Yixue in his grasp, the entire primordial origin sect would be his for the taking. Jiang Xinwei would be no exception. Nor would Luo Linger. That spiteful woman had defended Chen Ping so fiercely. He would make sure to discipline her thoroughly. Where is Chen Ping? Is he not here to assist in forging Fan Lanu's sword physique? It seems unlike him to be absent, Jiang Xinwei inquired curiously. Chen Ping was known for his helpful nature within the sect. Chen Ping has abandoned the sect. From this day forward, the primordial origin sect will no longer count him among its members. Su Yixue recounted the recent events with a cold tone. Sect leader. Surely senior brother Chen Ping had compelling reasons for his actions, Fan Lanu interjected hastily. I appreciate your kindness, but spare your praise. Chen Ping is not as virtuous as you believe, Jiang Xinwei retorted sharply. Luo Linger was taken aback. Chen Ping and Jiang Xinwei had always been on good terms. Why would she speak of him this way now? Xinwei, is there a misunderstanding between you and Chen Ping? She asked, perplexed. Jiang Xinwei's brow furrowed slightly. A misunderstanding? No. I am not surprised by his actions. You were simply deceived by his facade. With that, she turned away, seemingly unwilling to discuss Chen Ping further. Luo Linger, though puzzled, refrained from pressing the matter. Fan Lanu, prepare yourself. Today, we will forge your sword physique, no matter the cost, Su Yixue declared. Fan Lanu nodded eagerly. With his previous experience, he felt confident in his success this time. Once he had achieved his sword physique, even a Chen Ping who had not been crippled would be no match for him. After all, Chen Ping possessed only an ordinary constitution. Chen Ping, I will surpass you in cultivation and claim your woman as my own. Fan Lanu sat in a meditative posture, surrounded by a wealth of rare and precious materials. Watching this scene, Luo Linger felt a pang of sadness. No one had ever provided such protection for Chen Ping. With his previous experience, Fan Lanu proceeded with practiced ease. Soon, a sword formed entirely of Taoist runes materialized above his head, the nascent form of the acquired sword physique. Now, he simply needed to merge this embryonic sword with his body to succeed. Is this the acquired sword physique? Its aura is indeed formidable. Lanu's future achievements are boundless. Indeed, the sword is the king of weapons, embodying the essence of combat. This is a perfect match for him. Before long, his strength will surpass even Chen Ping in his prime, Su Yixue remarked. Luo Linger felt a twinge of discomfort upon hearing this, but she remained silent. Senior brother Chen Ping, rest assured, I will uncover the evidence of your innocence and clear your name. At that moment, the sword above Fan Lanu's head began to resonate and harmonize with his Tao foundation. Success at last. Su Yixue exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of energy erupted, so potent that it could be felt even from thousands of miles away. This is a divine physique manifesting. Su Yixue uttered in shock. Her words caused Jiang Xinwei and Luo Lingao to gasp. Among unique constitutions, only the most exceptional are deemed divine physiques. Sect leader. Could it be a physique comparable to your own primordial illusory spirit physique? Luo Lingao asked, gazing at Su Yixue. Su Yixue's ability to reach the spirit-severing realm at the age of 100, becoming the sect leader, was due to her divine primordial illusory spirit physique. Su Yixue's expression was grave. Comparable? My primordial illusory spirit physique is insignificant in comparison. Sensing the tremors within her own body, she added. This energy signature resembles the imperishable chaos physique, one of the 4 legendary physiques. Upon hearing this, the others, except for Fan Lanu, who was focused on forging his sword physique, were stunned. The 4 legendary physiques had reappeared in the world. The world was about to plunge into chaos. Envy filled their hearts. Why could they not be the possessors of the imperishable chaos physique? Sect leader, can you pinpoint its location? If we could invite the possessor to join our sect, the primordial origin sect would soar to unprecedented heights. The 4 legendary physiques, once fully developed, could become towering figures. Su Yixue shook her head. Its location is concealed by the heavens. I cannot sense it. Besides, our humble primordial origin sect is unlikely to accommodate such a deity. This was a supreme constitution that had vanished since the ancient era. Just then, the sword that was merging with Fan Lanu's Tao foundation detached from his body. It then turned toward the source of the energy and bowed in reverence. The sword, formed of Taoist runes, trembled incessantly. Its emotions, a mixture of awe and fear, were palpable. In the next instant, the sword shattered into countless fragments of Taoist runes, vanishing into nothingness. Fan Lanu coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 11. Obsession at the Qian Yuan Sect. As Chen Ping began to implant the indestructible chaos body into the cold condensation frost, he sensed something amiss. He promptly activated the mountain protection formation to conceal the heavenly secrets. However, the overwhelming power of the indestructible chaos body was simply too terrifying, even with this precaution. The potent fluctuations still surged into the heavens. Fortunately, under the protection of the formation, no one could discern Chen Ping's exact location. At this moment, standing atop Taiping Peak and gazing at Chen Ping, who sat cross-legged like a divine being, cold condensation frost's face radiated excitement. This was the man she adored. Su Yixue could perceive the fluctuations emanating from the indestructible chaos body, and cold condensation frost was no exception. This was the indestructible chaos body, a formidable constitution that had not appeared since the ancient times. Once the Qian Yuan Sect learned that the master of this indestructible chaos body was Chen Ping, they would surely regret their actions deeply. Chen Ping was currently attuned to the changes within his body. With the integration of the indestructible chaos body and his foundation of Tao, his physical form underwent a revolutionary transformation. The first and foremost change was, naturally, the strength of his flesh. According to Chen Ping's estimations, even an Earth-grade artifact would be incapable of breaching his body. After all, the indestructible chaos body was reputed to remain unscathed even during the great calamity of the primordial era. The transformation extended beyond mere physical fortitude. The Dantian's Qi is the foundation for a cultivator. The larger the Qi, the greater the capacity for true Qi. If an ordinary cultivator's Dantian was akin to a pond, and a gifted individual was like a small river, then now, Chen Ping's Dantian was an expansive, boundless ocean. Following the implantation of the indestructible chaos body, his form experienced earth-shattering changes. Moreover, these transformations would intensify as Chen Ping's cultivation level rose. At long last, the indestructible chaos body fully merged with Chen Ping's being. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a radius of 10,000 miles surged towards him like a tidal wave. Such terrifying spiritual energy. Was this the true terror of the indestructible chaos body? Observing this scene, cold condensation frost murmured to herself. In this moment, Chen Ping resembled a pump, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy to enrich his Dantian's Qi. This process lasted a full hour. During this time, many cultivators who were in seclusion emerged from their retreats. Finding that their bodies could scarcely absorb even a trace of the spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Finally, Chen Ping slowly opened his eyes. His Dantian's Qi was now brimming, and naturally, his strength had ascended to the foundation establishment stage. In just an hour, Chen Ping had traversed the entire Qi refinement stage to become a foundation establishment cultivator. Such speed of advancement would be met with disbelief if spoken aloud. Moreover, The capacity of Gu Feng's dantian to contain spiritual energy was likely unparalleled, even among early-stage spirit movement cultivators. Coupled with his formidable physique, he could effortlessly vanquish early-stage spirit movement cultivators. Cold condensation Frost stepped forward. Upon seeing her at the doorway, Chen Ping offered a faint smile. Congratulations on stepping back into the realm of cultivation. I believe it won't be long before your name resonates throughout the central continent once again. The Qian Yuan Sect and Su Yixue will surely come to regret their actions. Cold condensation Frost spoke passionately. That foolish woman had actually relinquished such an outstanding Chen Ping to her. Should she express her gratitude to her? Keep the matters surrounding the indestructible chaos body confidential, Chen Ping declared. In the past, he had forcibly transplanted the Taichu illusory spirit body into Su Yixue. Others surely had the capacity to seize his indestructible chaos body as well. His current strength remained insufficiently weak. He needed to accept disciples swiftly. Only by continuously taking in disciples could he rapidly enhance his own power. Rest assured, I have already concealed your aura. No one will discover it. Cold condensation Frost replied. She seemed to envision Chen Ping standing atop the world. It is getting late. You should return to rest, Chen Ping said, gently caressing cold condensation Frost's delicate face. If this scene were witnessed by the members of the Qian Yuan Sect, they would undoubtedly be dumbfounded. Cold condensation Frost was renowned as the Ice Queen. No man dared to treat her with such familiarity. Yet at this moment, her cheeks flushed red. Why don't I stay here tonight? She had not seen Chen Ping for a long time and longed to remain by his side. Chen Ping was momentarily taken aback. Master, what just happened? At that moment, Qin Jinjia rushed over, having sensed the terrifying energy fluctuations. Cold condensation Frost instantly reverted to her former icy demeanor, leaving Chen Ping astounded by the rapid transformation. Greetings, Sectmaster. Qin Jinjia bowed respectfully upon seeing cold condensation Frost. To be accepted as a disciple by Elder Chen Ping is a great honor. You must cultivate diligently. Observing the young girl before her, cold condensation Frost felt a twinge of envy. She could rightfully spend every day by Chen Ping's side. Sectmaster, I understand. Qin Jinjia nodded. The earlier gift of the Qishao sword, coupled with the terrifying display, made it clear even to the most naive that her master was exceptional. However, she was still too inexperienced to grasp the full implications of the commotion. Chen Ping, I have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. Cold condensation Frost announced before her figure vanished. Jinjia, do you know why I chose to take you as my disciple? Chen Ping inquired, gazing at Qin Jinjia. Qin Jinjia paused for a moment. It must be because Master feels pity for me. Chen Ping shook his head. While others may not see it, I can. Your constitution is extraordinarily rare. In comparison, Wu Libo is nothing but a waste. Hearing Chen Ping compare her to Elder Wu Libo left Qin Jinjia stunned. Did her master truly hold her in such high regard? You possess a 1 in a million primordial sword body, but for certain reasons. Your sword body has yet to merge with your foundation of Tao. Primordial sword body. Qin Jinjia was taken aback. Indeed, the primordial sword body is born for the sword. A natural sword immortal. Do you harbor any obsessions? The primordial sword body's heart is transparent. If the obsession is too strong, it will remain concealed. This was also why no one had recognized Qin Jinjia's constitution. Even Chen Ping would have remained unaware if not for the system's reminder. Upon hearing this, Qin Jinjia knelt before Chen Ping, tears streaming down her cheeks. Master, I wish to avenge my family and the people of Qingyuan village. The memories of witnessing her family perish before her eyes and the bloodshed in Qingyuan village caused her body to tremble uncontrollably. A massacre? Chen Ping's eyes narrowed. How could such heinous acts occur beneath the very feet of the Qian Yuan Sect? If the disciple had any obsession, it would be for vengeance. 2 streams of tears fell silently. Chapter 12. The 9 transformations of the sword heart return and rest for now. Tomorrow, my master shall accompany you to exact your vengeance. Chen Ping addressed Qin Jinjia, recognizing that to fully awaken her primordial sword body, he must assist her in dispelling this lingering thought. Master, Qin Jinjia exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with excitement as she impulsively embraced Chen Ping. Feeling the softness against his chest, Chen Ping was instantly enveloped in embarrassment. Realizing her excessive enthusiasm, Qin Jinjia blushed and quickly released him, saying, Master, I was too excited just now. For years, she had dreamed of revenge but lacked the ability to pursue it. Now, her master was going to help her achieve it. At the break of dawn the next day, Qin Jinjia stood eagerly at Chen Ping's door. Master, when shall we depart? Her eyes bore dark circles, a clear indication of a restless night. Let us go now, Chen Ping declared, waving his hand nonchalantly. Accompanied by Qin Jinjia, he strode toward the gates of Qian Yuan Sect. At present, he was merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment and was incapable of flight. Master, shall we not take a few companions with us? Chen Ping, despite his benevolent nature, was still an ordinary individual. The Wong family boasted a pinnacle foundation establishment presence. Are you afraid that I lack the ability to avenge you? A smirk graced Chen Ping's lips. Qin Jianjia hastily shook her head. Let us proceed. Those who dare to harm my disciple shall pay the price. A glint of coldness flickered in Chen Ping's eyes. The Wong family shall be annihilated today, not merely for Qin Jianjia's vendetta, but also due to their heinous acts of slaughtering entire villages. Such scum do not deserve to exist. In the main hall, Sect Master, Elder Chen Ping has taken his new disciple and departed the sect. It seems he intends to seek vengeance for that Qin Jianjia, Lu Mohan reported, lowering her head. A frown creased Lang Ningxuang's brow, though it soon relaxed. Follow them discreetly. Chen Ping must not encounter any danger. Lu Mohan nodded in affirmation. Clearly, the sect master held Elder Chen Ping in high regard. Chen Ping and Qin Jianjia boarded a carriage heading to Zhongwu County. Chen Ping closed his eyes to rejuvenate, having entered the system space. Previously, he had not pursued the path of a sword cultivator. Although he possessed some sword techniques, he felt they were unworthy of Qin Jianjia, who bore the primordial sword body. Upon accepting a disciple, Chen Ping could acquire their talent points, which could be exchanged for anything in the system marketplace. Soon, he discovered a cultivation technique perfectly suited for Qin Jianjia, the 9 transformations of the sword heart, a heavenly tribulation technique. The 9 transformations focus on the essence of the sword. With each layer of cultivation, one's comprehension of the sword way deepens, complementing Qin Jianjia's primordial sword body splendidly. However, upon glancing at the price, Chen Ping felt a pang of regret. After accepting Qin Jianjia as his disciple, he had gained 1,000 talent points, yet this technique cost 600. Nevertheless, he proceeded to exchange for it. Qin Jianjia's cultivation progress would also synchronize with his own. The stronger the technique, the faster her cultivation would progress, which would ultimately benefit him as well. Accept this initial grade, heavenly 9 transformations of the sword heart and comprehended on the way. Chen Ping offered the technique to Qin Jianjia. Upon receiving it, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Heavenly grade. Although she had just begun her cultivation journey, she was not entirely naive. She understood the significance of a heavenly tribulation technique. It was no exaggeration to claim that if the 9 transformations of the sword heart were to be made public, it would undoubtedly incite a bloodbath in Zhongzhou. Just who is my master? Master, this is far too precious. Qin Jianjia's voice trembled. I do not know how to repay you. She had heard that even the sect master, Lang Ningxuang, practiced only a heavenly grade technique, and that it was the sole heavenly technique in Qian Yuan Sect. A heavenly technique. One's life could scarcely compare. Your earnest dedication to cultivation is the greatest repayment you can offer me, Chen Ping replied with a gentle smile. Qin Jianjia nodded vigorously. Rest assured, master, I will not disappoint you. I shall defeat Shouken within a month. Chen Ping shook his head. Your true opponent is never that person. Qin Jianjia paused briefly but soon grasped Chen Ping's meaning. For now, delve into the technique. Chen Ping instructed before closing his eyes once more. Uncertain if it was merely an illusion, he sensed something different in the way Qin Jianjia regarded him. Nodding affirmatively, Qin Jianjia began to comprehend the 9 transformations of the sword heart. Soon, strands of sword intent began to swirl around her. Chen Ping was momentarily taken aback. The primordial sword body was indeed formidable. She had reached the threshold of understanding with her initial attempt. He believed that once she entered the realm of comprehension, her strength would see considerable enhancement. Chen Ping resumed his meditation. Not far behind them, Lu Mohan observed the scene in astonishment. The girl's talent was truly terrifying. She had entered the realm of understanding at merely the first layer of qi cultivation. Elder Chen Ping's discernment was indeed extraordinary. Of course, she was unaware that just moments ago, Chen Ping had casually gifted a heavenly grade technique. Otherwise, she might have knelt in reverence. At last, as they approached Zhongwu County, Qin Jianjia opened her eyes. Her aura transformed, becoming as sharp and unyielding as a drawn sword. Master, I have broken through, Qin Jianjia exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Excellent. Remember, diligence in cultivation must not wane. Chen Ping nodded. Now let us confront the Wong family. Chen Ping acknowledged that the girl had ascended directly to the 3rd layer of qi cultivation after her breakthrough, and he too felt a significant enhancement in his own strength. It seemed that he ought to accept more disciples. Chen Ping mused. Observing her rise by 2 levels, he only offered a commendation, leaving Qin Jianjia feeling somewhat disheartened. Yet, she quickly resolved to train diligently and vowed never to disappoint her master. Before long, they arrived at the Wong family estate in Zhongwu County. Gazing upon the grand courtyard, Chen Ping squinted. You are here to broaden your horizons, I presume? The Wong family is the foremost clan in Zhongwu County. It is said that their ancestor stands at the pinnacle of foundation establishment. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached them with a smile. However, heed my advice. Take a look and swiftly depart. The Wong family is exceedingly arrogant. Should you provoke their guards, you may find it impossible to leave Zhongwu County. As he spoke, a flicker of fear entered the man's eyes, as if recalling some past incident. Arrogance. Chen Ping's lips curled upward. Indeed, the Wong family reigns as the local sovereign. Even the county magistrate must treat them with deference. The man nodded in agreement. Chen Ping raised his gaze to the plaque inscribed with Wong Mansion, a smile playing on his lips. I wish to witness just how arrogant they truly are. With a wave of his hand, a surge of spiritual energy erupted, shattering the plaque, which fell to the ground with a resounding crash. Chapter 13. Damned at the peak of Tianqin at the Qian Yuan Sect, Elder Luo. The disciples at the entrance quickly bowed to Luo Linger upon seeing her. With a slight nod, she proceeded towards the grand hall at the summit. She was perplexed. She wished to persuade Jiang Xinwei to accompany her in pleading for Su Yixue, hoping for Chen Ping's return. Elder Luo, master is not here. As soon as she entered the hall, Jiang Xinwei's senior disciple, Li Hengchang, approached. Where has she gone? Luo Linger inquired curiously. Master said that Elder Fan is about to take charge of the sword-forging peak, and she has gone to demolish Chen Ping's residence to erect a grand hall for Elder Fan. Li Hengchang replied, lowering his head. What? Luo Linger's aura uncontrollably radiated. Chen Ping had just left the Qian Yuan Sect, and they were already so eager to dismantle the hall he had occupied. Previously, Jiang Xinwei and Chen Ping had shared a good relationship. Why act so ruthlessly? If Chen Ping were to return and see his residence destroyed, would that not plunge him into deeper despair regarding the Qian Yuan Sect? Elder Luo. Li Hengchang's face flushed crimson, nearly spitting blood. Only then did Luo Lingo notice. Hastily retracting her aura, she soared into the air, flying towards the sword-forging peak. At this moment on the sword-forging peak, Jiang Xinwei was commanding workers to dismantle the grand hall. Sister, what brings you here? Seeing Luo Linger, Jiang Xinwei asked curiously. This is Chen Ping's residence. If you tear it down, how will he feel upon his return? Luo Lingo exclaimed with agitation. Return? Jiang Xinwei shook her head. Sister, what qualifications does someone like him, who has sullied his morality and consorted with demons, have to return to the Qian Yuan Sect? The sect master has already prepared materials for our junior brother Lan O to forge his sword body. He cannot be allowed to inhabit a residence once occupied by another. When mentioning Chen Ping, a trace of indescribable hatred flickered in Jiang Xinwei's eyes. He was our senior brother. We cultivated and grew together. Have you forgotten all this? Luo Linger retorted, unwilling to back down. Have you forgotten how much he has helped us, how many contributions he made to the Qian Yuan Sect? Sister, one must look forward. There is no need to dwell on the past. The Chen Ping of now is not the same as before. Would the former Chen Ping have engaged in consorting with demons? Would he have harmed his fellow disciples? Would he have committed such despicable acts? He has changed. He is no longer the Chen Ping we once knew. As if recalling their past interactions, an unnatural expression crossed Jiang Xinwei's face, though she quickly regained her composure. I refuse to believe he would do such things. Luo Linger shook her head. Chen Ping is a person of great righteousness. How could he commit such acts? Someone must be slandering him, seeking to sever his ties with the Qian Yuan Sect. Sister, I understand your emotional ties, but the truth is evident. He is no longer the Chen Ping of old. Now, he is a person consumed by desire, consorting with demons, and envious of his junior brother. Luo Linger shook her head vehemently, refusing to accept that Chen Ping could act in such a manner. Master, something is amiss. Suddenly, a disciple shouted loudly. What is it? Luo Linger rushed over. There is a hidden chamber beneath this house. The disciple responded promptly. A hidden chamber? Beneath Chen Ping's residence? Sister, did you see that? What kind of good person would hide a secret chamber beneath their dwelling? I must see what secrets lie within. Jiang Xinwei said coldly. Luo Linger furrowed her brow, following closely behind. The two soon entered the space beneath Chen Ping's residence. As they stepped inside, they were enveloped by an overwhelming aura of demonic energy. Sister, you cannot possibly be oblivious to this overwhelming demonic aura. Beneath Chen Ping's residence lies such a potent source of demonic energy. Do you still believe he has not consorted with demons? Jiang Xinwei remarked with annoyance. Luo Linger's brows knitted together. Indeed, the demonic energy was excessively dense. Why would such a strong demonic presence exist beneath Chen Ping's residence? They pressed on, and soon a cacophony of howls echoed before them. Heart-eating demons. And they are of the spirit void realm. Jiang Xinwei glared at Luo Linger. Sister, is the evidence not irrefutable now? Chen Ping is actually harboring heart-eating demons in his residence. Is this the conduct of a righteous person? Luo Linger fell silent. Why? Why would heart-eating demons appear in Chen Ping's residence? Could it be that he truly consorted with demons and strayed from the righteous path? This cannot be. Chen Ping should not be like this. Humph. He is fortunate to have left the Qian Yuan Sect of his own accord. Otherwise, with these heart-eating demons, he would surely meet his demise. Wait, I understand now. Chen Ping must have raised these heart-eating demons to contend with junior brother Lan O. This man fears that Lan O will surpass him. Previously, he poisoned and harmed Lan O, and now he prepares such a backup. Such a person deserves death. Jiang Xinwei declared, striking her sword, causing the heart-eating demon to perish instantly. I will now report everything that has transpired here to the sect master. With that, Jiang Xinwei prepared to leave. Wait, Luo Lingo suddenly interjected. Sister, do you not find this strange? Why is the spirit void realm heart-eating demon so weak? Moreover, if senior brother Chen Ping truly had dealings with the demon clan, why would the heart-eating demon remain here instead of fleeing? This heart-eating demon is too weak. It was slain with a single strike. After all, it is a spirit void realm demon. What is so strange about that? I am at the pinnacle of the spirit void realm. Dealing with an early-stage heart-eating demon is a trivial task. As for why it stayed here, perhaps it was unaware that its collusion with Chen Ping had been exposed. Sister, you should abandon your fantasies. Chen Ping is no longer the Chen Ping of old. Or perhaps the former Chen Ping was merely a disguise. With that, Jiang Xinwei attempted to leave. Wait, Luo Linger called out loudly. Sister, how long will you continue this? The situation is abundantly clear. Chen Ping's collusion with the demon clan is an undeniable fact. Jiang Xinwei said impatiently. This heart-eating demon is not raised by Chen Ping. Look, this space is a massive array. It is the 7-star demon refining formation. Senior brother Chen Ping is refining this heart-eating demon. Luo Lingo exclaimed, nearly in tears. Indeed. Senior brother Chen Ping cannot be such a person. How could someone so righteous collude with the demon clan? Chapter 14. A fatal misunderstanding. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xinwei was taken aback. Could it be that they had all misjudged Chen Ping? However, recalling the events of several years prior, Jiang Xinwei's expression hardened once more. So what if it's the 7 stars demon refining formation? What can that possibly prove? Perhaps this very formation is evidence of Chen Ping's collusion with the demonic forces. The demons provide their kin for his cultivation, while he serves as their mole within our Qian Yuan Sect, ready to defect when the demons launch their full-scale invasion. Jiang Xinwei declared, her face devoid of emotion. But these are all just your conjectures. Luo Lingo exclaimed, bewildered by the intensity of Jiang Xinwei's animosity toward Chen Ping. Conjectures? Chen Ping's collusion with the demons was adjudicated by the sect, Jiang Xinwei retorted, pausing for emphasis. On the contrary, it is you, senior sister, who is engaging in conjecture. You believe Chen Ping has been framed, wrongly accused. But where is your evidence? Luo Linger fell silent, her expression thoughtful. Very well. I must hasten to urge the disciples to dismantle this grand hall. It will soon become quite filthy here. If senior sister has nothing further, I suggest you return. Jiang Xinwei waved her hand dismissively. Xinwei, why? Why have you become so averse to Chen Ping, when we were once such close-knit siblings? Recalling the shared moments of the past, Luo Lingo struggled to comprehend Jiang Xinwei's transformation. Do you not remember how Chen Ping would prepare gifts for you and me on our birthdays each year? And how he would selflessly safeguard us during our breakthroughs? Have you forgotten all of this? Luo Linger pleaded, her voice filled with emotion. Do not speak of safeguarding. The mere mention of the word safeguard caused Jiang Xinwei's face to contort in anguish. Do you wish to know why I harbor such animosity toward Chen Ping? 5 years ago, I sensed an opportunity for a breakthrough and entered secluded cultivation. That two-faced scoundrel, Chen Ping, under the guise of protecting me, came to Heavenly Heart Peak. Just as I was on the verge of breaking through, he intervened and disrupted my cultivation. For a century, I had sought that elusive opportunity, only to have it shattered by him. Moreover, my foundation was damaged in the aftermath, although my cultivation level did not regress. I am now forever barred from reaching the spirit-severing realm. You say I am averse to him? No, I detest him. I wish to tear him limb from limb. As Jiang Xinwei spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. This was a lifelong torment for her, to be ruined by the senior brother she had once admired. That is impossible. Chen Ping could never commit such an act. Luo Lingo exclaimed in disbelief. Does senior sister imply that I would ruin my own future to defame Chen Ping? Jiang Xinwei's voice grew increasingly frigid. That is not what I meant. Luo Lingo quickly retorted, shaking her head. He has always been a man consumed by jealousy, merely concealing it well. Unable to achieve a breakthrough himself, he resented the prospect of his junior sister surpassing him, and thus sought to destroy me. Jiang Xinwei continued. The same occurred with junior brother Fan Langu. He envied the attention Fan Langu received from us, and thus attempted to poison him, seeking to ruin him as well. With that, Jiang Xinwei turned and departed. Since senior sister wishes to remain here, then by all means, stay. Impossible. This cannot be. How could Chen Ping do such things? Luo Linger desperately shook her head, refusing to believe it. It seems we must await the Grand Elder's emergence from seclusion to uncover the truth. The Qian Yuan Sect's Grand Elder followed the path of celestial secrets and possessed a mystic karma mirror capable of peering into the past and future. However, the Grand Elder was currently in seclusion, and it was uncertain when she would emerge. Senior Brother Chen Ping, rest assured, I will restore your innocence. Zhongwu commandery passers-by gazed in astonishment at the shattered plaque of the prince's mansion, their eyes wide with disbelief. That lad is far too audacious. To dare destroy the Wong family's plaque is a blatant affront. A newborn calf fears no tiger. He will soon pay the price for his actions. Let us depart quickly, lest the Wong family vent their wrath upon us. The once bustling streets swiftly emptied, leaving only a handful of onlookers to witness the spectacle. Frowning, Chen Ping surveyed the scene. What heinous deeds has the Wong family committed to incite such widespread resentment? A middle-aged man emerged, his face contorted with rage. Who dares to act with such impudence on Wong family grounds? Wang Bueling bellowed, his eyes fixed on Chen Ping. In Zhongwu commandery, it was unheard of for anyone to challenge the Wong family's authority. Chen Ping, elder of the Profound Heaven Sect, your Wong family has perpetrated countless atrocities. Today, I shall level your estate, Chen Ping declared, his voice unwavering. Upon hearing the title elder of the Profound Heaven Sect, Wang Bueling's countenance shifted. However, he quickly regained his composure and erupted in laughter. You are truly audacious, boy. To dare impersonate an elder of the Profound Heaven Sect, a mere foundation establishment cultivator? Do you take me for a fool? The Profound Heaven Sect is a colossus. It would never allow a foundation establishment whelp to serve as an elder. Jinjia. Do you recognize him? Chen Ping inquired, turning to Qin Jinjia. Qin Jinjia trembled, her voice barely a whisper. He is the one who slaughtered my family and razed my village. He is one of them. Wang Bueling sneered at Qin Jinjia. So, you are the Qin family's escapee. Having fled, would it not have been wiser to live in peace? Why return? But no matter, you have saved me the trouble of searching for you. Chen Ping's gaze hardened as he turned to Wang Bueling. Why has your Wong family committed such heinous acts? The extermination of clans and the slaughter of villages are unspeakable atrocities. Moreover, Chen Ping harbored a suspicion that the Wong family's massacre of the Qin family and the entire Qing Yuan village was somehow related to Qin Jinjia's chaotic origin sword physique. Humph. Since when has the Wong family been obliged to answer to a foundation establishment and I am a formidable foundation establishment cultivator myself. How dare a mere fledgling question me? The clan was extinguished by the Wong family, and the village was razed by the Wong family. What can you do about it? Even the prefect of the commandery bows before me. What is a mere foundation establishment and? Once I have severed your head and displayed it upon the gates of Zhongwu commandery, all shall know the price of defiance against the Wong family. The Wong family's actions are truly barbaric. So what if they are? In this world, strength reigns supreme. The weak must be prepared to be trampled upon. The same applies to that little girl. She believes that befriending a foundation establishment cultivator is enough to avenge her clan. How naive. As the uncrowned emperor of Zhongwu commandery, the Wong family is protected by a foundation establishment peak expert. These two are doomed. Chapter 15, the overwhelming demonic aura with a disdainful snort. Chen Ping unleashed a surge of spiritual power, causing Wang Bueling's body to explode into a cloud of blood mist. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Chen Ping, a mere cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment, had effortlessly slain one at the late stage. Wasn't it said that the chasm between each realm was insurmountable? Qin Jinjia, witnessing the scene, felt equally astonished. As a cultivator, she understood all too well the terrifying combat prowess Chen Ping had just displayed. However, reflecting on her master's casual wielding of a peak-grade earth weapon and a heavenly technique, she felt a sense of relief. After all, he was her master. Chen Ping stepped forward, just as the experts from the Wong family arrived en masse. Jinjia, do you wish to take action yourself, or shall I eradicate the Wong family? Chen Ping inquired nonchalantly. Qin Jinjia looked at him resolutely. I defer to my master's judgment. Chen Ping nodded in satisfaction. Who is the head of the Wong family? Moments later, a man approached. His hair was entirely white, yet he emanated an imposing aura, having reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Nearby, Lu Mohan furrowed her brow, sensing the ominous energy. Remembering how Chen Ping had just dispatched Wang Bueling, she suppressed her urge to intervene. Their sect leader had instructed her to keep her presence hidden from Chen Ping. Why did you kill my brother? Wang Taihang glared at Chen Ping, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Humph, your family routinely engages in slaughtering villages and exterminating clans. Yet, I merely took a single life from the Wong family. And you can't contain yourself? Chen Ping retorted mockingly. The Wong family had indeed grown accustomed to bullying others. Wang Taiheng narrowed his eyes. Although Wang Bulang was not his equal, he had still reached the late stage of foundation establishment. Chen Ping was a formidable opponent. Suddenly, Wang Taiheng burst into exaggerated laughter. What just transpired was a misunderstanding. My brother has been arrogant since childhood. Offending this esteemed friend and meeting his demise is only to be expected. As for the village slaughters, those were his deeds, and the Wong family bears no responsibility. Can we consider today as events finished? My family wishes to befriend you. The crowd was astonished to see the usually domineering Wang Taiheng capitulate. Master, he was present at the time. Qin Jianjia pointed at Wang Taiheng. Unable to forget the scene where he had crushed her father, Chen Ping nodded. You deserve death. Wang Taiheng's expression darkened as he realized Chen Ping was unwilling to show him any mercy. You're ungrateful. You killed my brother, and I let this slide. Then let us fight. Though he feared the potential forces behind Chen Ping, he saw no avenue for reconciliation now. This is the Wong family's ancestral treasure. The peak-grade earth weapon, the sky-breaking sword. To die beneath its edge is an honor. Peak-grade earth weapon? Qin Jinjia's lips twitched. Such a weapon hardly deserved a place in her master's storage ring. Yet, she understood how difficult it was for small sects to acquire weapons. Had she not encountered her master, she might never have had a chance to obtain even an earth-grade weapon in her lifetime. Die! Wang Taiheng slashed at Chen Ping with his sword. However, Chen Ping stood unmoved in the face of Wang Taiheng's assault. Master! Qin Jinjia exclaimed in alarm. Yet, what unfolded next left her speechless. The peak-grade earth weapon struck Chen Ping but caused no harm. Instead, it emitted a sound reminiscent of metal clashing. To her astonishment, the sword cracked and shattered. How could Master S' physique be so formidable? How is this possible? Wang Taiheng was rendered speechless. With a swift kick, Chen Ping sent Wang Taiheng flying, a terrifying force invading Wang Taiheng's dantian, shattering it completely. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Wang Taiheng's face turned pale. This man had crippled him. In a nearby courtyard, Lu Mohan marveled at the spectacle. Elder Chen Ping is truly defying the heavens. The gap between the initial and pinnacle stages of foundation establishment is almost like crossing a vast chasm. No wonder even the sect leader is enamored with him. Historically, those capable of fighting across realms are deemed geniuses, but clearly, Chen Ping transcends mere talent. Yet, recalling how Chen Ping had helped her break through to the spirit void realm, she felt a sense of understanding. Anything could happen in the presence of Elder Chen. Jinjia, it's time for you to take action, Chen Ping urged. Only by killing him and eliminating the Wong family can your obsession dissipate, allowing the true awakening of the primordial sword body. He recognized that Qin Jinjia sought personal vengeance. Thank you, Master. Qin Jinjia knelt, her voice trembling with excitement. Get up. There is no need for such formalities. Chen Ping helped her to her feet. Qin Jinjia approached Wang Taiheng, her heart racing. For years, she had dreamed of this moment. Father, mother, villagers of Qingyuan, I shall avenge you now. The Qi Shao sword appeared in her grasp, its energy resonating with an awe-inspiring power. This is a peak-grade earth weapon. Despite having lost his cultivation, Wang Taiheng still recognized its significance. How could a disciple at Foundation establishment wield such a weapon? Which force did she belong to? How had he provoked such a person? Miss Qin, please spare me. I am willing to give you all my family's assets. Just grant me my life. He was desperate to survive. Can your family's wealth bring back my parents? Can it resurrect the elders of Qingyuan village? You must die, Qin Jinjia replied coldly. At that moment, she sensed subtle changes within herself. So, there is no room for negotiation? Wang Taiheng laughed exaggeratedly. Do you truly believe you can destroy my Wang family? Are you not curious why my family was annihilated? Qin Jinjia trembled. She had often wondered. Their family was merely a common farming household, without any exceptional traits. Let me speak plainly. Our Wang family is but a dog. But even a dog must heed its master. Wang Taiheng sneered at Qin Jinjia. I initially intended to avoid disturbing that great figure, but it seems unavoidable now. Sword Demon, I beseech you to intervene and eliminate this scoundrel. As his voice faded, a terrifying wave of energy erupted from the Wang family, a dense demonic aura darkening the skies and sending chills down spines. Chapter 16. The tremor of Zhangzhou to Chen Ping's astonishment, the Wang family had conspired with the demonic cultivators. His eyes narrowed as he sensed a horrifying aura. The sword demoness power had likely reached the realm of spirit tranquility. In the adjacent courtyard, Lu Mohan, feeling an overwhelming surge of demonic energy, rushed forward. Chen Ping must not come to harm. He understood that he was no match for such a formidable demon. Yet he had vowed to ensure Chen Ping's safety at all costs, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. He would seize any opportunity for Chen Ping to escape. A swirling mass of black smoke coalesced before Chen Ping, revealing a man clad in black robes. Strangely, there were no pupils in his eyes, only an abyssal darkness. You shall perish. The sword demon's voice was chilling and spine-tingling. Sword demon, you must eliminate this wretch. Wang Taihang exclaimed fervently. If he survived, it would mean his own demise. Silence. With a casual wave, the sword demon sent Wang Taihang hurtling away. As Wang Taihang felt the rapid depletion of his life force, his face turned deathly pale. Sword demon, why do you wish to kill me? Yet the sword demon did not spare him a glance. You, boy, I require a dog to do my bidding, and you shall suffice. The sword demon remarked, his gaze fixating on Chen Ping. A mere wretch, barely clinging to life, dares to think himself worthy? Chen Ping replied coolly. He instantly discerned the sword demon's hidden injuries. The overwhelming aura was merely a forced manifestation. The sword demon was taken aback. How could an initial stage foundation establishment perceive his weaknesses? You possess some merit. At that moment, the sword demon's attention shifted to Qin Yuan, his breath quickening. It's you. The demonic energy surrounding him surged violently. Years ago, I ordered the Wong family to slaughter Qingyuan village for you, only to have you escape. I never anticipated you would present yourself today. The primordial sword body. It seems the heavens conspire to aid my ascension. The sword demon's breath grew more frantic. His cultivation art allowed him to devour various physiques to enhance his strength. He had sensed the aura of the primordial sword body in Qingyuan village, but the incompetent Wong family had failed even in this trivial task. Qin Yuan realized that this demon was the very architect of her family's massacre. She understood that her loved ones had perished because of her, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Elder Chen Ping, run. I will hold him off. Lu Mohan arrived, resolutely placing herself before Chen Ping. Your guidance is akin to a rebirth, the sword demon remarked, turning to Chen Ping. As you said, I am indeed gravely injured, which is why I remain in this humble Zhongwu County. Yet, even diminished, I can still reach the pinnacle of spirit void. Once I devour this girl, I shall regain my peak strength. To lay a hand on Elder Chen Ping, you must first pass through me. Lu Mohan soared into the air, launching an attack against the sword demon. An ant attempting to shake a tree. How foolish. The sword demon waved his hand, sending Lu Mohan crashing to the ground. You would have done well to prolong your existence. At least you could have preserved your life. Chen Ping approached, helping Lu Mohan to her feet. What do you mean? The sword demon was momentarily stunned. Chen Ping smirked. What I mean is, I intend to kill you. Upon hearing this, the sword demon erupted into exaggerated laughter. Kill me? An initial stage foundation establishment ant dares to entertain such thoughts. However, his laughter ceased abruptly as an overwhelming energy pulsated from Chen Ping. Spirit tranquility pinnacle. How is this possible? You are at the pinnacle of spirit tranquility? Panic flickered across the sword demon's face. With a sigh, Chen Ping mused that he had not expected to utilize the experience card for the pinnacle of spirit tranquility so soon. Die. With a casual gesture, terrifying spiritual energy coalesced into a colossal blade, cleaving the sword demon in two. Impossible. How could Zhongzhou harbor a pinnacle of spirit tranquility? The sword demon collapsed, breathless. At that moment, the Wong family courtyard fell into a deathly silence. Lu Mohan and Qin Jinjia gazed at Chen Ping, their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief. Chen Ping was truly at the pinnacle of spirit tranquility. Elder Chen Ping, you. Lu Mohan began, but Chen Ping anticipated her question. During my prior training, I acquired a relic left by a predecessor of the pinnacle of spirit tranquility. It contained the full force of their strike, but alas, it is a one-time use. He could not simply declare that with the system in hand. He was invincible. Elder Chen Ping is truly blessed to have turned peril into safety in such dire circumstances. Lu Mohan marveled. Meanwhile, Qin Jinjia looked at Chen Ping, her beautiful eyes filled with admiration. This was her master. Simultaneously, the sword demon's lingering demonic aura unsettled the entirety of Zhongzhou. With the emergence of a demonic cultivator at the pinnacle of spirit tranquility, would chaos ensue once more? In the hall of the Qian Yuan Sect, Long Mingshuang lounged in her seat, sensing the aura and rising to her feet. This presence. It is the location Chen Ping is headed to. A terrifying killing intent radiated from her. If you dare harm Chen Ping, I would willingly trade my life to vanquish you. As Long Mingshuang prepared to utilize spatial displacement, another piercing aura erupted. This is the pinnacle of spirit tranquility. Who has come to Zhongzhou? Though perplexed, she felt a sense of relief as the aura of the pinnacle of spirit tranquility emerged and swiftly overwhelmed the demonic energy, evidently vanquished by that formidable predecessor. On the sword-forging peak of Qian Yuan Sect, Su Yixue, Jiang Xinwei, and Luo Linger stood atop the mountain. They soon sensed the terrifying demonic energy. When did a demonic cultivator of the pinnacle of spirit tranquility appear in Zhongzhou? Luo Linger's expression grew grave. Perhaps this demon is the one Chen Ping has colluded with. Jiang Xinwei retorted sharply. Hearing this, both Su Yixue and Luo Ling frowned. Soon, the aura of the pinnacle of spirit tranquility manifested. It seems a powerful entity from outside is pursuing that demon, passing through Zhangzhou, Su Yixue mused. Pinnacle of spirit tranquility, when will I reach such a realm? Then I could truly dominate Zhangzhou. Master, once junior brother Fan's sword body is perfected and he matures, our Qian Yuan Sect shall undoubtedly rise as the foremost sect in Zhangzhou. Jiang Xinwei smiled. If Chen Ping had not encountered this incident, given his talent, he might have reached the pinnacle of spirit tranquility. Luo Ling sighed. Humph, sister, you are too naive. Chen Ping is merely a mortal body. How can he compare to junior brother Fan, who is on the verge of becoming a postnatal sword body? Jiang Xinwei retorted, unimpressed. Though a postnatal sword body cannot be compared to the sect master's primordial illusory spirit body, it is not something a mere mortal can contend with. Chapter 17. When the sugar beans crack, Elder Chen Ping, now that the grievances of my disciples have been avenged, shall we return to the Qian Yuan Sect at once? Lu Mohan inquired, gazing at the ashes that were once the Wong family. However, Chen Ping shook his head. Deacon Lu, you may return first. I intend to lead Qian back to the Qian Yuan Sect from the Jiuhuan mountain range. The path of cultivation cannot rely solely on seclusion. Only through continuous experience can one enhance their strength more swiftly. Everything is as the master commands. Qian interjected. Jiuhuan mountain range? Lu Mohan's brow furrowed at the mention. The Jiuhuan mountain range, located near the Qian Yuan Sect, was notorious for its rampant magical beasts. It indeed served as a training ground for many sections. Yet, with Qian at the first level of Qi refinement and Chen Ping only at the initial level of foundation establishment, venturing into the Jiuhuan mountain range seemed ill-advised. Elder Chen Ping, may I accompany you on your journey? Lu Mohan proposed, considering Chen Ping's safety. This concern stemmed not only from the sect leader's regard for him, but also from his gratitude for Chen Ping's guidance. You are a sect deacon. It would not be appropriate for you to linger outdoors for long, Chen Ping replied with a hint of annoyance. Even the sword demon could not harm me. Do you truly believe I would be in danger? We shall merely be passing through the outskirts. At last, Lu Mohan nodded. Then I shall await Elder Chen Ping's return at the Qian Yuan Sect. Indeed, as a deacon, his responsibilities were substantial. If Chen Ping was only traversing the periphery, it would not pose significant danger. Chen Ping and Qian boarded the carriage and journeyed to the Jiuhuan mountain range. Qian, now that your obsessions have been dispelled, do you sense any changes within your body? Chen Ping inquired, observing Qian. Qian nodded, then shook her head. I cannot quite articulate it. Chen Ping nodded slightly. Do not rush. Many physiques require one to reach the foundation establishment stage to fully activate. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as a spatial ring appeared in his hand, obtained from the sword demon. A demon of the spirit tranquility realm should possess a considerable amount of treasures. As his consciousness swept over the contents, a smile crept upon Chen Ping's lips. The sword demon was indeed affluent. Although its wealth paled in comparison to his own system-enhanced fortune, it would likely surpass even Su Yixue's collection. He retrieved a plethora of elixirs from the spatial ring and handed them to Qian. As a Qi refinement practitioner, there is little foundation to speak of. Simply focus on enhancing your Dantian's energy. See, these are all initial-grade elixirs. Consume them like sugar beans and return to me once they are finished. Consume them like sugar beans? Qian's lips twitched. These were initial-grade elixirs. Upon entering the Qian Yuan Sect, she had diligently studied the sect's regulations. Ordinary outer disciples were allotted only 10 mid-grade yellow elixirs per month, and to obtain more, one had to complete tasks for exchange. It would take an outer disciple several arduous months to acquire a single initial-grade elixir. Yet here was her master, casually bestowing upon her a copious amount to be consumed as if they were mere sweets. Cradling the heap of initial-grade elixirs, Qian trembled slightly with excitement. She gazed at Chen Ping with profound gratitude. This very man had granted her the opportunity to join the Qian Yuan Sect, aided her in avenging her family, provided her with a pinnacle-grade artifact, a heavenly-grade cultivation technique, and this veritable treasure trove of elixirs. Qian was acutely aware that any single item Chen Ping had given her was priceless. How could she ever repay her master's kindness? Do not overthink it. Your diligent cultivation is the best way to repay your master, Chen Ping remarked with a smile. Rest assured, master, I shall not disappoint you. Qian nodded vigorously, wasting no time as she began consuming her sugar beans. Ding. Congratulations, host. Qian's loyalty to the host has increased by 80%. Note, when loyalty reaches 100%, Qian will obey any command from the host. Hearing the system's notification, Chen Ping felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This system seemed somewhat unorthodox. What did it mean by any command? Were there no boundaries? He opened Qin Qian's profile. Name: Qin Qian. Age: 20 years. Cultivation: first level of Qi refinement. Physique: primal sword body, activation imminent. Talent value: 1000. Loyalty: 80. Note: the primal sword body is born of the sword. Possessing an innate affinity and exceptional talent for the sword path, destined to become a sword immortal. Chen Ping closed his eyes, attuning himself to the fluctuations of Qin Qian's aura. The primal sword body was indeed formidable, even before she fully activated it. Her capacity to absorb spiritual energy far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. Previously, Chen Ping had worried that allowing a first-level Qi refinement practitioner to consume initial-grade elixirs would be wasteful. It now seemed he had been overly cautious. Over 5 days, through battles and the consumption of elixirs, Qin Qian's Dantian energy expanded continuously, her aura growing increasingly powerful. Upon their arrival at the Juhuan mountain range, her strength had already ascended to the 4th level of Qi refinement. While the elixirs played a significant role, her inherent physique was equally noteworthy. Master, I have reached the 4th level of Qi refinement, Qin Qian exclaimed, excitement radiating from her. She was close to surpassing the Zhou Chuan. When the time came, she would prove to him that she was no waste, and that her master was far from insignificant. Well done. Chen Ping nodded, gently ruffling Qin Qian's hair. Her fair face flushed with embarrassment. I will not disappoint, master. Let us proceed. Mere enhancement of strength is insufficient. True combat prowess is the measure of one's genuine ability. For the next few days, unless you encounter life-threatening peril, I shall not intervene. Chen Ping gazed ahead, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Years ago, upon entering the Qian Yuan Sect, his master had treated him similarly. Alas, he had since severed ties with the Qian Yuan Sect. Qin nodded. I understand, master. The Jiuhuan mountain range was fraught with peril. Gripping the Qishao sword, Qin Qian's spirit reached its zenith. Chen Ping nodded slightly. It was indeed commendable for her to remain so vigilant with him by her side. Yet, he felt a pang of sorrow. How many years had Qin endured such a trepidatious existence? Before long, they encountered numerous magical beasts. However, the outskirts of the Jiuhuan mountain range were home to merely low-tier magical beasts, their strength comparable to that of the 3rd or 4th level of Qi refinement. Initially, Qin Qian was slightly unaccustomed, sustaining a few superficial wounds, but she quickly acclimated to combat. The 9-turn sword heart technique not only encompassed a cultivation method, but also included a corresponding sword technique. Although Qin Qian could not unleash its full power, it was, after all, a heavenly grade technique. At that moment, Chen Ping's brows furrowed. Chapter 18. Truly a great sect. What happened, master? Qin Jinjia noticed the change in Chen Ping's expression and curiously inquired. Nothing, just encountered a few old acquaintances, Chen Ping replied, shaking his head. Although he had lost his cultivation, his perception remained intact. Soon enough, 2 men and a woman approached slowly. Isn't this our elder Chen Ping? Zhao Kong mocked. The esteemed elder Chen Ping now finds himself struggling at the periphery of the 9-ring mountains. Indeed, without the support of Qian Yuan Sect, Chen Ping was reduced to a mere shell of his former self. Zhao Kong, how can you be so disrespectful to elder Chen Ping? He is a formidable being at the pinnacle of the spirit void realm. Xiao Mei chimed in with a smile. How easily we forget. Elder Chen Ping's Dao foundation has shattered, leaving him a mere waste. The trio burst into laughter. The elder, once viewed as untouchable, now seemed as insignificant as an ant before them. Do not speak of my master in such a manner. Qin Jinjia interjected, glaring at the 3 with hostility. Chen Ping observed this scene with amusement. The young girl fiercely defended him, demonstrating her loyalty. Master? Zhao Kong chuckled. Little girl, you must be unaware that your master is nothing but a waste now. However, he found himself captivated by Qin Jinjia's beauty. Why not consider me as your master instead? As an inner disciple of Qian Yuan Sect, I can offer you endless treasures and elixirs. Elixirs and treasures? My master can provide those for me. Qin Jinjia replied nonchalantly. With her master Chen Ping by her side, she had no shortage of cultivation resources. What can this waste offer you? His spatial ring was obliterated in the 9 heavens divine thunder array. Zhao Kang sneered. Chen Ping smiled faintly. Indeed, his spatial ring had been destroyed, but his possessions were not solely contained within it. Zhao Kong then produced a Xian-grade elixir, the Peiyuan Dan. Do you know what this is? A Xian-grade Peiyuan Dan. Consuming it can swiftly enhance your cultivation. He boasted. Even among the inner disciples of Qian Yuan Sect, the Peiyuan Dan was a rare treasure. This elixir seems familiar. Qin Jinjia remarked, momentarily stunned. Familiar? It seems you have had the fortune of encountering the Peiyuan Dan before. Zhao Kong laughed. Xiao Mei joined in, teasing, oh, Elder Chen Ping, Just look at what you've become since leaving Qian Yuan Sect. Your disciple has only ever seen the Pei Yuan Dan. At that moment, Qin Jinjia took out a Pei Yuan Dan and popped it into her mouth. Hey, what are you eating? Zhao Kong exclaimed irritably. The Pei Yuan Dan, granted to me by my master. Qin Jinjia replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. She had just realized that the elixirs Chen Ping provided her were indeed Pei Yuan Dan. Zhao Kong was taken aback. Even he had to find a quiet place to cultivate and absorb the Pei Yuan Dan, to avoid disturbances and minimize the loss of its potency. This girl simply consumed it as if it were candy? Keep pretending. Where would Chen Ping get Pei Yuan Dan to give you? You will go to great lengths to uphold your master's ridiculous dignity, Zhao Kong retorted. Just then, Qin Jinjia revealed several elixir bottles, opening them to release a rich medicinal fragrance. To Zhao Kang's astonishment, the aroma was indeed that of the Pei Yuan Dan. Qin Jinjia then took 2 more Pei Yuan Dan and consumed them. My master says this worthless elixir is just like candy. The 4 of them were left speechless. As inner disciples of Qian Yuan Sect, they had to complete tasks to earn a Pei Yuan Dan, yet this girl treated them like mere sweets. Humph, eating so many at once. Aren't you afraid of bursting your body? Zhao Kong remarked sarcastically. Indeed, the spiritual energy contained in the Pei Yuan Dan is formidable. Be cautious, or your body might explode. Xiaomei added, though their tone was tinged with envy. Master, could that really happen? Qin Jinjia asked, a hint of dread creeping in. It shouldn't. My master wouldn't harm me. Chen Ping nodded. Under normal circumstances, yes, if they consumed Pei Yuan Dan like you, they would have likely exploded by now, though they wouldn't be able to handle it either. Hearing Chen Ping's words, Zhao Kong and his companions flushed with embarrassment but found themselves unable to retort. Chen Ping, once an elder of Qian Yuan Sect, was well aware of its resources. But you are different from these fools. No matter how many you consume, you will be fine. Chen Ping explained. The strength of her unique physique was beyond ordinary comprehension, with the Han Yuan sword body being a prime example. Her body absorbed spiritual energy at an astonishing speed and efficiency. As Chen Ping labeled the trio as fools, their expressions darkened. Suddenly, Qin Jinjia's demeanor shifted. See? I told you that eating like that would cause issues. Your useless master must want to harm you. Zhao Kong sneered. As his words fell, Qin Jinjia's aura began to swell dramatically. Moments later, she composed herself. Master, it seems I've broken through again. Witnessing this, Zhao Kong and the others looked even more dismayed. This girl was truly extraordinary. Not only had she consumed an incredible amount of Pei Yuan Dan without harm, but she had also achieved a breakthrough. Very good, keep it up. Chen Ping nodded indifferently. Let us be on our way. However, Qin Jinjia halted and turned to Chen Ping and the others. You are all geniuses of Qian Yuan Sect. Your artifacts must be impressive, right? Naturally, Qian Yuan Sect is the backbone of the central continent. Zhao Kong declared proudly, producing a dark blade that glimmered ominously. Xian grade, mid-tier. The destruction blade. Zhao Kong beamed with satisfaction, knowing this was the reward he had earned after 3 years of arduous tasks. Wow, Qian Yuan Sect truly lives up to its name. Qin Jinjia exclaimed in awe, which only fueled Zhao Kang's pride further. Clearly, the Pei Yuan Dan must have been given to Chen Ping by the Qian Yuan Sect, as he knew he could no longer cultivate, and thus generously bestowed them upon Qin Jinjia. However, it was evident that she lacked high-tier artifacts. While inner disciples of Qian Yuan Sect wielded mid-tier Xin-grade artifacts, she, a mere newcomer, was left with only a subpar peak-tier Earth-grade artifact. With a casual flourish, Qin Jinjia summoned her Qi Shao sword, its sharp, murderous aura soaring into the heavens. Chapter 19. The Spirit Sealing Array Master. Do you have any grievances with the Qian Yuan Sect? Qin Jinjia asked Chen Ping, her voice tinged with apprehension, fearing that her inquiry might provoke his displeasure. With a gentle smile, Chen Ping recounted the misfortunes he had faced at the hands of the Qian Yuan Sect. Qin Jinjia trembled with indignation, exclaiming, Are the people of the Qian Yuan Sect fools? You have sacrificed so much for them, and they treat you this way. Rest assured, one day I will ensure they regret their actions. She shook her little fist passionately. Seeing her righteous fury, Chen Ping chuckled. If you wish to stand up for me, you must diligently cultivate. Qin Jinjia nodded vigorously. After avenging her family's destruction, she had finally rediscovered her motivation to train, to defend her master and make those who had harmed and mocked him pay dearly. How can we endure the disdain of those few individuals? Qin Jinjia questioned, unwilling to accept the situation, though their strength was at the foundation establishment stage. And she was not their match. Chen Ping's prowess was undeniable. He had slain those at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment realm. I am not letting them off. Rather, I am granting them an opportunity. Chen Ping shook his head. Now, stop overthinking and continue your training. Having just broken through to the 5th level of Qi refinement, Qin Jinjia sought to familiarize herself with her newfound strength through combat. Observing her effortlessly dispatch a 4th-level magical beast, Chen Ping felt immense satisfaction. Although the mixed Yuan sword body had yet to reach its full potential, its might was already evident. Given that magical beasts generally possessed greater physical strength than humans, her ability to slay a 4th-level beast indicated that she had no rivals among her peers. Once the mixed Yuan sword body was activated, even facing a 7th-level cultivator would pose no challenge. Meanwhile, Chen Ping was also enhancing his own strength through Qin Jinjia's training. However, the vastness of his dantian made progress appear sluggish. He mused that perhaps it was time to take on more disciples. Not far behind them, Zhao Kong observed the two with a serious expression. Are you really willing to forego the peak-grade earth artifact and an unknown quantity of cultivation pills? Gu Yong, who had remained largely inactive, shook his head. But that is Elder Chen Ping. After all, he has ties to our Qian Yuan Sect. Humph, how foolishly sentimental. Did Chen Ping consider our ties when he severed them with us? Zhao Kong scoffed. That peak-grade earth artifact, along with an absurd number of cultivation pills, will be ours once we eliminate them, after being in the inner sect for so long. Don't you understand how long it would take to obtain such treasures through hunting magical beasts? We might never get the chance. Zhao Kong continued. The peak-grade earth artifact was merely a step away from the heavenly grade, and only the sect master and a select few elders possess such treasures in the Qian Yuan Sect. You truly are naive, Gu Yong. Xiaomei interjected with disdain. The path of cultivation is one of survival of the fittest. One of them is a waste, and the other is merely at the 5th level of qi refinement. Better we take them than let someone else seize them. Her face glowed with excitement. Are you in or out? If not, my companion and I will take action, and by then, the pills and peak-grade artifact will be out of your reach. Xiaomei's impatience was palpable. You may proceed. Elder Chen Ping has contributed greatly to the Qian Yuan Sect, and I owe him a debt of gratitude. I cannot partake in this. This was why Gu Yong had remained silent while they had mocked Chen Ping earlier. Fool, Xiaomei retorted. Zhao Kong, however, looked thrilled. This works in our favor. With 2 of us, we can easily divide the spoils. The 2 approached Chen Ping's location. Chen Ping sighed. Why must it come to this? Previously, he had chosen to overlook their disrespect, considering their ties to the Qian Yuan Sect, but now it seemed inevitable that matters would reach this conclusion. Despite his diminished cultivation, Chen Ping's consciousness remained intact, allowing him to hear their every word clearly. Elder Chen Ping, what a coincidence that we meet again. Zhao Kong smirked, his lips curling. This useless elder still has some value. Surely, the treasures he possesses were bestowed by the sect master of the Qian Yuan Sect, but now they will fall into our hands. Master, Qin Jinjia rushed over, having cleaved a magical beast in 2. Elder Chen Ping, considering you were once an elder of the Qian Yuan Sect, surrender your spatial rings, and I will allow you to leave. A glimmer of malice flashed in Zhao Kang's eyes. Otherwise, you shall perish in these 9-ring mountains. Qin Jinjia's lips twitched at this scene. Her master chose not to retaliate, yet these 2 still sought to kill for treasure. It seemed her earlier display had provoked them. Jinjia, you have yet to engage in real combat. Leave these 2 to you. Chen Ping said calmly. Qin Jinjia hesitated briefly, but soon nodded. Rest assured, master. Zhao Kong laughed mockingly. Elder Chen Ping, you dare not face us and send your disciple to her doom instead. It seems you have lost not only your cultivation, but also your dignity. Xiaomei nodded in agreement. I wonder what the sect master of the Qian Yuan Sect saw in you. As their taunts faded, Chen Ping formed a hand seal, and intricate patterns coalesced into a formation before him. The Spirit Sealing Array. This is the pattern of the Spirit Sealing Array. Xiaomei frowned at the sight. The Spirit Sealing Array could suppress the cultivation levels of those within it. Panic struck them both. They had not anticipated that Chen Ping could still employ such formations after his foundation was shattered. Jinjia, I have suppressed their levels to the 2nd stage of qi refinement. They will serve as your first sharpening stone. Do not disappoint your master. Chen Ping spoke with serene confidence. Rest assured, master. Qin Jinjia affirmed. Facing opponents of her own level, she felt no fear. You mocked my master. Now is the time for you to pay the price. With the Qishao sword in her grasp, Qin Jinjia felt as though she and the sword were one. The terrifying sharpness emanated from her, akin to a blade poised to strike. Humph, you just broke through half an hour ago, yet you dare to boast. Zhao Kang's expression darkened. I shall slay you first. Then send your master to join you. Chapter 20. I have become Qin Jinjia remained unperturbed. She had only just begun to cultivate the first transition of the 9 transformation sword heart technique. However, bolstered by the primordial sword body, her comprehension of the sword path had ascended to a newfound pinnacle. The Qishao sword in her grasp seemed to possess a soul of its own, each swing infused with strands of sword intent. Zhao Kong could no longer remain still. Observing the profound astonishment etched on Qin Jinjia's face, he despite being in the late stage of foundation establishment, found himself stifled. Although the spirit sealing array limited him to the strength of a chi refining 5th layer, his years of combat experience should have prevented such an overwhelming suppression. Xiaomei, why are you dawdling? Join me. Zhao Kong felt an immense pressure. As Qin Jinjia engaged in battle, her sword techniques grew increasingly fierce, and her sword intent deepened. He sensed he was nearing his breaking point. With a swift motion, Qin Jinjia thrust her sword, causing the very essence of heaven and earth to resonate. Xiaomei, already inferior in strength to Zhao Kong, was sent flying several dozen meters despite her desperate resistance against that single blow. How is it possible? How can this person be so strong? Xiaomei's hand gripping the sword throbbed with pain. At that moment, Qin Jinjia closed her eyes, transforming into an unparalleled divine sword. Even the Qishao sword in her hand seemed to lose its dazzling brilliance. This is the essence of the sword path. A flash of divine light flickered in her eyes as a long sword, wholly crystalline and composed of intricate Tao patterns, materialized above her head. The sword trembled incessantly, emitting a resonant roar, synchronizing with her very being. The primordial sword body was about to be activated. Chen Ping's eyes brightened. He had initially thought that Qin Jinjia would not be able to activate the primordial sword body until reaching the foundation establishment stage. It seemed today was the day. The primordial sword body, this girl possesses the primordial sword body? Zhao Kong and Xiaomei's expressions changed drastically. The primordial sword body was renowned as one of the divine bodies. Elder Fanlon Ou had expended countless resources in an attempt to condense a postnatal sword body, having failed twice. The postnatal sword body paled in comparison to the primordial sword body. Xiaomei, we must act together. We cannot allow her to successfully activate the primordial sword body, otherwise, we are doomed. Zhao Kong bellowed. Xiaomei recognized the gravity of the situation and charged towards Qin Jinjia once more. It was too late. Slowly, Qin Jinjia opened her eyes, and the long sword above her transformed into a streak of light, piercing directly into her forehead. An imperceptible sword pattern emerged upon her brow. Instantly, a terrifying aura erupted from her, sending the two charging towards her hurtling backward. The divine body is not to be desecrated. A colossal sword of energy coalesced. Soaring into the sky, you too shall perish. Qin Jinjia grasped the Qishao sword, and, infused with the essence of heaven and earth, she ascended directly to the 6th layer of Qi refining. Although this was still a far cry from Chen Ping's indomitable chaos body, it was nonetheless formidable. Stepping forward, she was soon beside Zhao Kong. Do not kill me, Elder Chen. Have you forgotten that I once listened to your teachings? I am still your student. Zhao Kong hastily turned to Chen Ping, knowing he was the only one who could halt Qin Jinjia now. You dare still claim to be my student? Chen Ping shook his head. I have already given you a chance. The Qishao sword in Qin Jinjia's hand emitted a piercing sound, and Zhao Kong was instantly decapitated. Seeing this, Xiaomei attempted to flee, but Qin Jinjia would not grant her that opportunity. Her form transformed into a sharp sword, reaching the pinnacle of speed. And in an instant, she was behind Xiaomei. Die! The Qishao sword pierced through Xiaomei's back, impaling her directly. Master, what about that person? Qin Jinjia inquired, casting her gaze towards Guyong, who was observing from a distance. Let him go, Chen Ping replied indifferently. Guyong had not conspired with the two, and thus she had no reason to slay him. Upon hearing this, Guyong bowed deeply to Chen Ping before turning to leave. The celestial phenomena triggered by Qin Jinjia's activation of the primordial sword body reverberated throughout the entire central state. In the Qingxian Holy Land, several ancient figures awakened from their slumber deep within. Investigate. We must locate the primordial sword body and bring it to our Qingxian Holy Land. In the Qian Yuan Sect, Lung Ningxuang sensed the aura of the primordial sword body, her brows furrowing slightly. First, the indomitable chaos body, now the primordial sword body, two such powerful physiques emerging in succession. Is a tumult about to unfold in Central State? Each time a calamity approaches, countless heroes are born. Yet, the impending disaster will still engulf the entire Central State. At Qian Yuan Sect, on the sword-forging peak, Fan Lan You had fully recovered from her injuries. Gazing at the sword-forging peak, once belonging to Chen Ping but now bearing her name, she could not suppress her elation. Chen Ping, this sword-forging peak is merely the beginning. Soon, whether it be Su Yixue or the Qian Yuan Sect, they shall all belong to me. Today, I shall forge my sword body upon this peak, and I will soon surpass your peak cultivation. Before long, Su Yixue and others arrived. The postnatal sword body of Fan Lan You was of paramount importance to the Qian Yuan Sect. After all, losing Chen Ping meant the loss of a significant combat force, and they needed to replenish it swiftly. Fan Lan You, everything is prepared. Regain your composure. and we shall begin helping you condense your sword body," Su Yixue stated. Fanlon Ou nodded and took a seat. Yet at that moment, she felt a tinge of unease. The previous 2 attempts to forge her sword body had both encountered unexpected setbacks just before success. She felt as if the heavens were conspiring against her. Surely this time would not end in failure, would it? After reciting the clear heart technique several times, Fanlon Ou managed to calm her emotions. The process of forging the sword body was all too familiar, and soon she reached the most critical step. At this moment, not only Fanlon Ou, but also Su Yixue and the others wore expressions of utmost seriousness. In the previous 2 attempts, Fanlon Ou had failed at this very juncture. This time, failure was not an option. To eliminate any unforeseen circumstances, Su Yixue activated the Mountain Protection Great Array, isolating any external presence. The area surrounding the sword forging peak was designated as a forbidden zone. There would be no more accidents. Fanlon Ou directly melded the long sword formed from Dao patterns into her body, noticing no disturbances around her. She let out a sigh of relief and began to fuse her Dao foundation with the sword body. This process lasted a full hour. Finally, Fanlon Ou opened her eyes, 2 beams of divine light erupting forth. "I have succeeded. I have become." Her expression morphed into one of fervent excitement, bordering on ferocity. With the postnatal sword body completed, Fanlon Ou would undoubtedly soar to great heights. "Chen Ping, watch closely. I shall soon surpass you." "No, you are but a mortal. How can you possibly compare to one who possesses a postnatal sword body? We are no longer of the same world." Chapter 21. Massacre. Observing the almost frenzied state of Fanlon Ou, Su Yixue furrowed her brows, yet chose to remain silent. After all, having endured 2 failures, it was only natural for him to feel exhilarated at last for this success. "Congratulations, junior brother Fan, on forging your innate sword body. You shall become the pillar of our Qian Yuan Sect in the days to come," Jiang Xinwei remarked with a smile. Fanlon Ou smiled faintly. "I must also express my gratitude to senior sister and the sect master for safeguarding me. The resources expended to forge my sword body make me feel quite ashamed." Seeing Fanlon Ou revert to his courteous demeanor, Su Yixue nodded in satisfaction. "This is what the sect ought to do. Your completion of the sword body contributes significantly to the strengthening of our Qian Yuan Sect." Lo Linger watched this scene with an inexplicable discomfort in her heart. Chen Ping had contributed so much to the Qian Yuan Sect, yet the members showed him little regard. Now, Fanlon Ou had merely completed his innate sword body and was treated like a benefactor of the sect. "Junior brother Fan, you must strive diligently in your cultivation. At the very least, aim to surpass Chen Ping's previous realm within a century. Senior sister, though Chen Ping possesses exceptional talent, I will certainly do my utmost to surpass him." Fanlon Ou responded earnestly. "Chen Ping, do you see? Those who once surrounded you now flock to my side. Everything you once possessed will soon be mine." "You are mistaken. He is no longer your senior brother," Su Yixue interrupted, her tone icy. Upon hearing this, Fanlon Ou's brow furrowed. "Sect master, I believe senior brother Chen Ping is not that kind of person. We should investigate thoroughly to restore his reputation." "I have said enough." Su Yixue's voice turned cold. "He has left the Qian Yuan Sect and has no further ties with us. The truth of past events is no longer in question." Delighted by Su Yixue's resolute stance, Fanlon Ou felt that the more she despised Chen Ping, the greater his own opportunities would become. "Junior brother Fan, you are too naive. That wretch Chen Ping was envious of you and attempted to poison you, nearly leading to your demise. Yet you still speak on his behalf." Jiang Xinwei looked at Fanlon Ou with pity. Lo Linger sighed, ultimately choosing not to voice her thoughts. With her hands forming seals, Su Yixue swiftly began to dissolve the protective mountain array. With Fanlon Ou's sword body complete, the array was no longer necessary. At that moment, a terrifying aura surged into the sky, sharp enough for those within the Qian Yuan Sect to feel its cutting edge. What is happening? Could it be that a divine body has manifested once more? Su Yixue's brow knitted in concern. The energy fluctuations from this physique were not far removed from her own primordial illusion spirit body. Suddenly, Fanlon Ou's body began to tremble. Soon, a sword forged from Dao patterns erupted from within him, flying towards the source of the energy disturbance as if bowing in reverence. Could this be a physique related to the sword? Fanlon Ou's brow furrowed. Just as he had completed his sword body, another sword-related physique had emerged. "I see." Lo Ling exclaimed, "This is the Han Yuan sword body. It is a pinnacle physique in the sword path. I wonder which prodigy has awakened it." Lo Linger had previously encountered descriptions of the Han Yuan sword body in ancient texts, and it matched the energy fluctuations perfectly. First, the indestructible chaos body. And now the Han Yuan sword body. Why are divine bodies appearing so frequently of late? Su Yixue's brow furrowed further. Immediately arrange for someone to investigate the individual who activated the Qian Yuan sword body. If he is a wandering cultivator, we must spare no expense to bring him into our Qian Yuan Sect. While we can dismiss the indestructible chaos body, we must strive to claim the Qian Yuan sword body. The chasm between Fan Lanoyu's innate sword body and the indestructible chaos body was akin to the difference between a divine axe and a mere woodcutter's axe. Sectmaster. The energy fluctuations from the indestructible sword body seemed to emanate from the Nine-Ring mountain range. Jiang Xinwei spoke up. I recall a few of my disciples went there to train. I shall inquire at once. Damn it. Fan Lanoyu's brow tightened. He, who had just forged his innate sword body, should have been the center of attention at this moment. Yet suddenly, a Qian Yuan sword body emerged. Jiang Xinwei took out a communication jade pendant to contact Zhao Kong. However, her expression soon turned somber. The spiritual consciousness left by Zhao Kong on the pendant had vanished, indicating he was dead. What happened? Su Yixue swiftly inquired. My disciple has died. Jiang Xinwei's brow furrowed deeply. Now is not the time to dwell on such matters. The priority is the Qian Yuan sword body. Su Yixue insisted, her tone fervent. An inner sect disciple has perished, so what? Jiang Xinwei nodded and began contacting Xiao Mei. Yet the outcome was the same. Finally, she decided to reach out to Gu Yong, holding on to a sliver of hope. Fortunately, this time, she managed to establish contact. Gu Yong, why am I unable to get in touch with Zhao Kong and Xiao Mei? Jiang Xinwei queried. Gu Yong fell silent. Speak. Master, they were killed. Gu Yong replied. Everyone present was taken aback. How could someone dare to slay members of the Qian Yuan Sect? Though they were merely inner sect disciples, they still represented the sect's dignity. Who did this? Jiang Xinwei suppressed her fury, striving to keep her tone as calm as possible. It was Elder Chen Ping. Upon hearing Chen Ping's name, the expressions of those present turned grave. Impossible. Elder Chen Ping is not a bloodthirsty person. Lo Lingo exclaimed urgently. Elder Chen Ping is a man of integrity. He would never indiscriminately kill. Jiang Xinwei's gaze turned icy as she regarded Lo Linger, Sister Luo. Are you suggesting my disciples are lying? Lo Linger was momentarily stunned. I merely meant to propose that there may be extenuating circumstances. Yet Su Yixue scoffed. If Chen Ping truly committed such an act, I will have to visit the Qian Yuan Sect and make him pay the price. Chen Ping. Though you have departed from the Qian Yuan Sect, I have always awaited your return. Have you truly killed disciples of the Qian Yuan Sect, severing our ties? Since you are heartless, do not blame me for being ungrateful. Sectmaster, I believe senior brother Chen Ping must have his reasons. Otherwise, he would not commit such an act. Fan Lanoyu interjected hastily. He understood that the more he defended Chen Ping, the more Su Yixue would loathe him. Enough. Su Yixue exclaimed coldly, no matter his reasons. He has killed members of my Qian Yuan Sect, and that is an unchangeable fact. Once the matter of the Qian Yuan sword body settles, I shall pay a visit to the Qian Yuan Sect. I wish to see what reason he might have. Chapter 22. Unexpected Events. Master Chen Ping. Why did he kill those two individuals? Luo Linger inquired, still unable to accept the notion that Chen Ping could be a perpetrator of such indiscriminate slaughter. What other reason could there be? He was expelled from our Qian Yuan Sect, harboring resentment and seeking to take it out on our disciples. Jiang Xinwei retorted, exasperated. She could not fathom why, despite the clarity of the situation, her senior sister still held on to fantasies regarding that man. However, Gu Yong's words quickly left her in a state of shock. Zhao Kong and Xiao Mei intended to kill Chen Ping and his disciple to seize their elixirs. Elder Chen Ping only acted in self-defense. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. It was indeed those two who sought to kill for treasure, only to be met with their demise at the hands of Chen Ping. Su Yixue's expression darkened. Initially, she believed all blame lay with Chen Ping, but now it seemed the fault was her own. How could disciples of the esteemed Qian Yuan Sect contemplate such heinous acts? Wait a moment. Has Master Chen Ping regained his cultivation? A realization dawned on her. Anyone capable of becoming an inner sect disciple of Qian Yuan Sect must possess at least foundational cultivation. If Chen Ping could slay two individuals, did that not signify his return to the path of cultivation? His shattered foundation had been restored. Yet, Gu Yong's subsequent revelation dashed her hopes once more. No, it was Elder Chen Ping's disciple who struck. Elder Chen Ping utilized a sealing formation to suppress their powers to the 5th level of qi refinement, and his newly accepted disciple dispatched them with ease. Luo Lingo's joy diminished significantly upon hearing that Chen Ping had not indeed recovered. Nevertheless, the fact that he had taken on a disciple was astounding. Elder, there is something I am uncertain whether to speak of or not. Gu Yong hesitated momentarily before continuing. Speak, Jiang Xinwei replied coolly. Taking a deep breath, Gu Yong declared. Elder Chen Ping's disciple has just awakened the primordial sword body. The expressions of the group immediately shifted. That primordial sword body belonged to Chen Ping's disciple. The one most dismayed was undoubtedly Fan Lanyu, who had recently reveled in the establishment of his postnatal sword body, convinced he would surpass Chen Ping's pinnacle achievements in the future. Now, however, Chen Ping's disciple was the one with the primordial sword body. Su Yixue's countenance also darkened. Regret washed over her. Had she not forced Chen Ping out of the Qian Yuan Sect, that disciple with the primordial sword body could have become one of their own. The potential for someone with a divine body was limitless, and now she had driven him away. Jiang Xinwei waved her hand, interrupting the communication. Chen Ping, your fortune truly is remarkable. Even with a shattered foundation, you have managed to take on a disciple with a primordial sword body. It is a pity, though, that you, a failure, are destined to tarnish its brilliance. Master, if we had not driven Chen Ping out of the Qian Yuan Sect, we would have gained another divine body wielder. Perhaps we should seek to bring him back, given your relationship with him. He would surely agree. Luo Linger suggested. Su Yixue furrowed her brows, but shook her head. What does it matter if one possesses a primordial sword body? Even without him, our Qian Yuan Sect can still stand tall atop the central continent. We still have Fan Lanoyu's postnatal sword body, which, given time, may prove equally formidable. Yet deep down, she understood the incomparable nature of the two. But why should she be the one to concede? Setting aside the facts, had Chen Ping truly done nothing wrong? Was it not her who had allowed the 9 heavens' divine thunder to befall him, shattering his foundation? If he simply submitted to her, she would have helped him recover. With that, Su Yixue tore through the void and vanished before the others. I have matters to attend to as well. I shall take my leave. Jiang Xinwei followed suit. Departing from the sword-casting peak, Luo Linger felt a deep sense of loss. She turned to Fan Lanoyu beside her. Junior brother Fan, Chen Ping treated you kindly. Surely you do not believe he would poison you? Fan Lanoyu nodded. I believe brother Chen Ping acted out of goodwill. Do not worry, senior sister. I will plead his case to the sect master given the opportunity. Su Yixue may be dismissive, but what right do you, Luo Linger, have to linger on thoughts of Chen Ping? When I grow stronger, you shall be the first to become mine. Junior brother, you have just forged your sword body. Focus on stabilizing it for now. I shall take my leave. Luo Linger turned to depart, her curvaceous figure swaying slightly, igniting a fervor within Fan Lanoyu. In the 9 Ring Mountains, Qin Jianxia continued her relentless hunt of monsters. 3 days had passed, and they had gradually delved deeper into the mountains. One could not deny her diligence. Her garments were now stained with blood, and her delicate visage bore splatters of crimson. A typical woman might have succumbed to the overwhelming scent of blood, yet Qin Jianxia remained oblivious. Consumed by a singular thought, to cultivate diligently and reclaim the honor her master had lost. However, her internal spiritual energy was finite. After slaying 105th level Qi refinement beasts, her dantian was finally drained. Jianxia, take a moment to rest. Chen Ping observed her condition with concern. Yet Qin Jianxia stubbornly shook her head. Though her spiritual energy had waned, her physical strength remained. Grasping the Qi Shao sword, she continued to practice her combat techniques. Gradually, a transformation occurred within her aura. If she had once embodied the sharpness of an unsheathed sword with her primordial sword body, now she appeared as an ordinary person, albeit with striking beauty. Her swordsmanship began to revert to its primal simplicity, evolving from rigidity to fluidity, as though it stemmed from instinct alone. Boom. Qin Jianxia felt a shackle within her being shatter, and her parched dantian began to fervently absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. In no time, she returned to her peak state, with her dantian's capacity significantly expanded. Chen Ping opened Qin Jianxia's attribute panel. Name: Qin Jianxia. Age: 20. Cultivation: 7th level of Qi refinement. Physique: primordial sword body. Talent value: 1,000. Loyalty: 80. In less than 10 days, she had ascended from the 1st to the 7th level of Qi refinement. Such a rate of advancement would be met with disbelief by many. This was all thanks to the enhancement of her primordial sword body and the continuous infusion of nourishing elixirs from Chen Ping. Well, it seems we have completed our training here. It is time to return. The 7th level of Qi refinement would suffice to handle the surrounding dangers with ease. Master, may I wash in the nearby stream? After taking a moment to rest, Qin Jianxia glanced at her bloodied attire, feeling somewhat self-conscious. Go ahead, I will keep watch here. Chen Ping nodded. It is only natural for a girl to desire cleanliness. Her face flushed as she asked, Master won't peek, will he? Yet the stench of blood left her no room for hesitation as she hurried towards the stream. As Chen Ping turned away, he soon heard the sound of Qin Jianxia entering the water, which reminded him of the time he had brought her clothes. Shaking off such thoughts, he intended to browse the system shop, but was interrupted by Qin Jianxia's startled cry nearby. Chapter 23. The power of the true phoenix Qian Yuan turned her back to Chen Ping and walked towards the babbling brook, just gazing at the shimmering waters before her. She felt the fatigue and the stains of blood on her body dissipate entirely. After ensuring that no one was around, she cautiously removed her garments, revealing her fair skin. Under the sun's radiant embrace, her porcelain complexion appeared dazzling, forming a stark contrast with the bloodstains on her face. As she immersed herself in the cool waters, the refreshing sensation allowed her tense body to relax completely. However, while she was washing herself, a hand unexpectedly snaked around her from behind, resting upon her chest. Ah! Startled, Qian Yuan let out a shriek. Turning around, she came face to face with a girl of similar age but strikingly beautiful features. Little girl, your skin is so delicate. Only a tad inferior to mine, Huang Xiling remarked, taking a whiff of the air. You smell quite pleasant. Rogue. Qian Yuan pushed Huang Xiling away. To encounter a rogue, and a female one at that, was utterly shocking. Hearing the commotion, Chen Ping rushed over, exclaiming, Jianjia, what happened? The sight before him rendered him momentarily speechless. The two girls stood in the stream, their fair skin seemingly glowing. Especially in the prominent areas, Chen Ping felt his cheeks twitch in response. Master, don't come over. Qian Yuan's face flushed crimson. The last time she bathed, Chen Ping had merely caught a glimpse of her shoulder, but now she stood before him completely bare. She felt her ears burning in embarrassment. Chen Ping glanced at Huang Xiling, momentarily taken aback. Huang Xiling wore a phoenix crown, her eyes exuding an air of authority. Yet, in her current state of undress, she was hardly intimidating. Meanwhile, the long silent system finally chimed in. Ding. System detecting SS-level genius, meeting the criteria for apprenticeship. Name, Huang Xiling. Age, 23. Cultivation, Qi refinement level 6. Physique, true phoenix body, incomplete. Talent value, 3,000. Note, in her past life, Huang Xiling was the empress of the Fire Phoenix clan, pursuing the transformation into a true phoenix body, but failed at the last moment during tribulation and was reincarnated. An incomplete true phoenix body? Chen Ping immediately recalled the true phoenix power the system had previously rewarded him. Could it be intended for this girl? Have you seen enough? Would you like to join me in bathing? Huang Xiling's eyes sparkled with mischief. Not sensing any malice from Huang Xiling towards Qian Yuan, Chen Ping turned to leave. Jinjia, call for me if she poses any threat. Insufferable man. Huang Xiling remarked dismissively at Chen Ping's retreating figure. Little sister. What good are men? After saying this, she reached out to embrace Qian Yuan. Do not speak ill of my master. Qian Yuan retorted coldly. Everything she possessed was granted by her master. Anyone who opposed her master was an enemy of hers. How dare you speak to me like that? Huang Xiling's expression twisted into a sly smile. Witness my dragon claw? Who do you think you are, claiming to be an empress? You were just disrespectful to Chen Ping and now seek to provoke me. The two girls clashed. Although Huang Xiling possessed slightly greater talent than Qian Yuan, her current cultivation level fell short. The two engaged in a fierce battle, ultimately reaching a stalemate. Stop. Huang Xiling regarded Qian Yuan as if she were a treasure. I didn't expect your talent to be quite commendable, able to contend with me for so long. Why be a disciple of that useless man when you could come under my tutelage? I will ensure you reach the pinnacle. No need. Qian Yuan declared firmly. If you dare disrespect my master again, I will not let you off easily. She had no intention of continuing the quarrel with Huang Xiling. Hastily washing herself and exiting the water. Wait for me. Huang Xiling hastily donned her clothes and followed. By the way, I have my eye on your disciple. Hand her over to me. Huang Xiling boldly proclaimed to Chen Ping. Seeing Huang Xiling approach, a smile graced Chen Ping's lips. An SS-level genius delivered right to his doorstep. How could he possibly refuse? After all, only by continuously taking on disciples could he enhance his own strength most rapidly. Should you dare to speak like that again, I will tear your mouth apart. Qian Yuan threatened fiercely. Chen Ping chuckled at Huang Xiling. Honestly, I think having you as my disciple might not be a bad idea. Huang Xiling instantly exploded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. You, a mere ant, dare to wish for me to be your disciple? You must be tired of living. In her past life, Huang Xiling had stood at the pinnacle, almost transforming into a true phoenix. How could she possibly take a mere human as her master? You dare call yourself an empress? You're merely boasting. Qian Yuan shot back. Chen Ping was surprised. Realizing that Huang Xiling, who had lived for thousands of years, now seemed to possess the demeanor of a child after her rebirth. She isn't lying. Chen Ping shook his head. Qian Yuan was taken aback, as was Huang Xiling. Could he have seen through her background? This was impossible. After her rebirth, her demon body and human form had merged, making it unlikely for anyone to discern her true identity. Are you certain you do not wish to be my disciple? Chen Ping asked, observing the meaningful smile on Huang Ziling's face. Of course not. I, the Empress, reign supreme across the heavens and the earth. How could I possibly take you as my master? Huang Ziling retorted nonchalantly. Very well, if you choose not to be my disciple. Know that for a mere fire phoenix to transform into a true phoenix is no simple feat. Chen Ping's lips curled into a sly smile. Huang Ziling's body trembled slightly. This fellow had genuinely seen through her background. Should she resort to silencing him? Since you refuse to be my disciple, so be it. Chen Ping turned to Qin Jinjia. Jinjia, we should return to the sect. Let me find a flying artifact. Chen Ping rummaged through his spatial ring. This won't do. This isn't it either. Qin Jinjia observed this scene with confusion. Was it truly so complicated to retrieve items from a spatial ring? Perhaps there were simply too many items within her master's ring. Ah, this isn't it either. Chen Ping exclaimed, shaking his head as a red energy orb appeared in his hand. Unbeknownst to the two girls behind him, Chen Ping's lips curled into a thoughtful smile. Ah, found it. A flying artifact ship materialized before them. Jinjia, hop on. Let us depart. Qin Jinjia quickly leaped aboard, positioning herself closely behind Chen Ping. The flying artifact was not large, and she was so close to Chen Ping that she could hear his breathing. Recalling her earlier state of undress before him, Qin Jinjia felt her face flush with embarrassment, lowering her gaze momentarily before lifting it again. Lost in thought as she gazed at Chen Ping's back. We're leaving now. Chen Ping waved goodbye to Huang Ziling, preparing to ascend into the skies. Huang Ziling, seemingly oblivious to his words, remained entranced by the energy that had made her very blood tremble moments ago. That was the true Phoenix power. Chapter 24, Taking Disciples' Weight. Huang Ziling exclaimed with excitement. Chen Ping turned to her with a hint of confusion. What is it? Is there something you need? Huang Ziling's expression shifted dramatically. Master, I wish to take you as my teacher. How infuriating it was for her, a dignified empress, to seek guidance from a mere ant at the initial stage of foundation establishment. It was a disgrace. Qin Jinjia was taken aback. What was happening? Just moments ago, when Chen Ping expressed a desire to take on a disciple, this girl had been rather arrogant. Why the sudden change? Forget it. You are an empress. I am hardly worthy to instruct you. Chen Ping shook his head. All right, we must be on our way now. How frustrating. Huang Ziling trembled with anger at Chen Ping's rejection. Just moments ago, he had wanted her as a disciple, yet now he turned her away. She truly wished to eliminate him then and there. However, she could not have misjudged the aura she sensed earlier. It was indeed the essence of the true phoenix. This man possessed the true phoenix power, which was essential for her transformation into a true phoenix. In her reincarnation, she had become a human. Yet remnants of her former fire phoenix form remained. Although it was uncertain whether she could metamorphose into a true phoenix again, she could at least attain the form of a true phoenix. The true phoenix form was second only to the 4 legendary physiques. Achieving this form in this lifetime would allow her to ascend to greater heights. Master, do not leave. Huang Ziling suddenly leapt onto the flying artifact, tightly wrapping her arms around Chen Ping's waist. Disciple truly wishes to take you as my master. Please accept me. Qin Jinjia, who had been pushed to the corner, furrowed her brows at this scene, feeling an inexplicable discomfort. Are you certain you want to take me as your master? Chen Ping looked at Huang Ziling, a brilliant smile gracing his face. Huang Ziling suddenly felt as if Chen Ping resembled a mischievous uncle tempting a child with a lollipop. However, she could not resist the allure of the true phoenix power. Indeed, I wish to take you as my master, she declared. What dignity, what integrity. Nothing was more important than the true phoenix power. If necessary, she could simply eliminate him once she grew stronger. At that time, the only blemish on her existence would be erased. Very well, then perform the formalities of taking a disciple. Chen Ping said casually. Formalities? Huang Ziling frowned. This ant dared to ask her, the empress, to kneel and pay respects? In her previous life, with a mere glance, she could have obliterated him. You want me to kneel? I assure you, that is impossible. Huang Ziling retorted angrily. Seems you are still unwilling. Chen Ping sighed. Very well. It appears we are fated to be apart. One cannot force such matters. Thud. Huang Ziling knelt heavily on the ground, bowing her head. Master, please accept this disciple's homage. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully taking a disciple. You have received a reward for taking a disciple. Please check it at your convenience. Upon hearing the system's voice, a smile crept onto Chen Ping's lips. What of her being an empress in a past life? She was still under his control. Name, Huang Ziling. Age, 23 years. Cultivation, Qi refinement level 6. Physique, true phoenix physique, incomplete. Talent value, 3,000. Loyalty. Note, Huang Ziling was the empress of the Fire Phoenix clan in her previous life, pursuing the transformation into a true phoenix form, but ultimately failed during her tribulation and was reincarnated. Seeing the loyalty value of 1 on Huang Xiling's profile, Chen Ping's mouth twitched. Nonetheless, he dismissed it from his mind. Now that she had boarded his ship, there was no escaping. However, this SS-level genius was indeed remarkable. Qin Jianxiao possessed a talent value of only 1,000, while Huang Xiling's had reached 3,000. Yet, in Chen Ping's eyes, the most obedient remained Qin Jianxia. Who wouldn't prefer a disciple who was diligent in training and protective of their master? Master, I have heard that when taking a disciple, the master usually presents a token of appreciation. Huang Xiling gazed at Chen Ping with a wise smile. Indeed, you make a valid point. Chen Ping nodded. Let me see what I have that may suit you. After rummaging through his spatial ring, he finally found a pill. This is a fusion pill of Earth grade. Though you have reincarnated as a human, your original form as a fire phoenix remains. This pill will assist you in resolving the discrepancies between the two. Qin Jianxia was stunned upon hearing this. Huang Xiling was actually a fire phoenix. What did her past life mean? Could the master truly perceive the connections between past and present? However, she was merely astonished, without a hint of doubt. After all, whatever astonishing feat her master accomplished seemed entirely reasonable to her. Upon hearing about the fusion pill, Huang Xiling's eyes lit up. This human indeed possessed some insight. Recognizing her background and understanding her current predicament, she eagerly accepted the fusion pill. Thank you, master. Huang Xiling continued. However, I noticed you took out a red orb earlier. I found it quite beautiful. Could you gift it to me? She tilted her head, exuding a childlike innocence. You mean this orb? The true phoenix power reappeared in Chen Ping's hand. Yes, that one. Huang Xiling's breath quickened. No. Chen Ping shook his head. That is too dangerous. I cannot give it to you. He then withdrew the true phoenix power. What a joke. The only thing keeping this girl tethered to him was the true phoenix power. Should he hand it over, she would undoubtedly flee. Huang Xiling's expression darkened. This man was doing it on purpose. He certainly understood the value of the true phoenix power to her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have staged such a game of cat and mouse earlier. How about this? When your cultivation surpasses mine, I shall bestow this orb upon you. Chen Ping suggested with a smile. Is that true, master? Huang Xiling's eyes brightened. Although her cultivation was merely at Qi refinement level 6, she was still perceptive. Chen Ping was only at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Given her talent, combined with her previous life-s experience, surpassing him would be a simple feat. The true phoenix power was hers for the taking. Indeed, once your cultivation exceeds mine, I will gift you this. Chen Ping nodded. Then I thank you, master. Huang Xiling replied, nodding enthusiastically. Observing the now calm Huang Xiling, Chen Ping smiled. It appeared she genuinely believed surpassing him would be an effortless task. She indeed had her advantages, reincarnated as an empress and possessing the fire phoenix physique. Yet, he held the system in his grasp. Qin Jianxia, merely an S-level genius, had already been granted the undying chaos body and true phoenix power. Huang Xiling was an SS-level genius. System, open the disciple reward, Chen Ping silently commanded within. Chapter 25. What a foolish notion. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the breath concealment technique, enabling you to control the aura of your cultivation realm at will. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the mastery of techniques, allowing you to deduce and refine the cultivation methods of others simply by observing their practice. Congratulations, host, for ascending 1 level in rank. Chen Ping's eyes instantly sparkled with joy. The gifts bestowed by the system were precisely what he needed at this moment. With the system's support, his cultivation speed would undoubtedly reach astonishing heights, drawing the attention of those with ulterior motives. The breath concealment technique would allow him to freely manage the aura he projected, making it exceedingly difficult for even those at the ascendant realm to perceive his true depth. As for the mastery of techniques, it was an invaluable asset for Chen Ping. He could now provide targeted guidance to his disciples, facilitating their swift advancement in strength, which in turn would accelerate his own progress. While these two techniques might not rival the formidable power of the indestructible chaos body, they were nevertheless essential for Chen Ping at this juncture. The elevation of his rank, on the other hand, was of lesser significance to him. Name: Chen Ping. Age: 120 years. Cultivation: mid-stage foundation establishment. Physique: indestructible chaos body. Disciples: Qin Jianxia. Huang Xiling, gazing at his status panel, a subtle smile played upon Chen Ping's lips. Although the system had not revealed his talent level, it was surely not inferior to that of Huang Xiling, an SS-grade genius. At this moment, within the Qian Yuan Sect, Lu Mohan regarded the solemn expression of Lung Ningxuang with gravity. I am aware of this matter. It is a closely guarded secret of our Qian Yuan Sect and must not be leaked. Do you understand? Lang Ningxuang earnestly instructed. Truly. Chen Ping has activated the indestructible chaos body, Any disciple he takes under his wing would inherently possess the primordial sword body. It seems our Qian Yuan Sect is destined for greatness. The thought of Su Yixue's potential reaction upon learning of this filled Lung Ningxuang with a sense of secret delight. You pushed Chen Ping onto me. I cannot be held responsible. Chen Ping had returned to Taiping Peak with Qin Jinjia and Huang Xiling. You both shall commence your cultivation now. I will provide targeted guidance, Chen Ping announced. Thank you, Master. Qin Jinjia immediately settled into a meditative position, beginning her practice of the 9-turn sword heart technique. In contrast, Huang Xiling wore a look of disdain. I cultivate a top-tier technique. Does he truly believe he can instruct me? Such arrogance. However, she was soon taken aback. The technique her junior sister was practicing was also a top-tier method. How could a mere 7th-layer Qi refinement practitioner be cultivating a top-tier technique? When did such techniques become so commonplace? Is the Qian Yuan Sect truly so formidable that even Qi refinement disciples can be granted top-tier methods? Why are you not beginning your cultivation? Chen Ping inquired, directing his gaze at Huang Xiling. The disciple shall start right away, though she felt considerable displeasure at Chen Ping's attitude. The power of the true phoenix in his possession compelled Huang Xiling to sit down and commence her cultivation. In this lifetime, though reincarnated as a human, the pinnacle techniques were inherently devoid of racial boundaries. Before long, Huang Xiling entered a state of comprehension. Chen Ping was momentarily taken aback. Comprehension is a rare and valuable state in cultivation, enhancing one's affinity for the essence of heaven and earth and deepening insights into the Tao. Yet, the fact that Huang Xiling, having just begun her practice, entered this state was remarkable. The ancient phoenix scripture, a pinnacle top-tier cultivation method, can transform into the true phoenix body upon reaching perfection. Through the mastery of techniques, Chen Ping had discerned the intricacies of Huang Xiling's cultivation method. It was undeniably a potent practice. Even with the system's assistance prior, Chen Ping had not encountered such a level of technique. Now, following the system's upgrade, he could effortlessly grasp the principles and nuances of the ancient phoenix scripture. As he delved deeper into his observations, he uncovered numerous flaws within the scripture. Knowing that with slight modifications, he could significantly enhance both the cultivation speed and power, Chen Ping couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Indeed, the products of the system are of exceptional quality. To suggest that one could modify a pinnacle top-tier technique and achieve such results would be met with disbelief. After all, pinnacle techniques stand at the apex of this world, created by individuals of extraordinary talent who themselves are paragons of greatness. After observing Huang Xiling, Chen Ping turned his attention to Qin Jinjia. While Qin Jinjia had not entered the state of comprehension, her practice was nonetheless progressing smoothly. Previously, Chen Ping had only skimmed the 9-turn sword heart technique, as he had no intention of pursuing the path of a sword cultivator. However, through observing Qin Jinjia's practice, he now possessed a comprehensive understanding of the technique. In comparison to the ancient phoenix scripture, the 9-turn sword heart technique indeed paled in comparison. The gap between pinnacle top tier and initial top tier was substantial. Their cultivation session continued for half a day, and by the time the two concluded their practice, night had fallen. Master, upon seeing Chen Ping attentively observing her, Qin Jinjia felt a surge of gratitude. This endeavor was undoubtedly tedious and monotonous, and having such a master left her with no cause for dissatisfaction. It appears you have gained new insights into the 9-turn sword heart technique, Chen Ping acknowledged with a nod. However, there are some flaws in it that I have rectified. You may try the updated version now. He presented a piece of Qian jade slip to her. You have modified an initial top-tier technique in such a short time? Huang Xiling scoffed at Chen Ping's words. Even at the height of her previous life, she would not have dared to boast in such a manner. A mere initial stage foundation establishment cultivator speaking so confidently. Were it not for the allure of the true phoenix's power, she would not have wasted a moment here. Now, practice according to this revised 9-turn sword heart technique, Chen Ping remarked, fully aware of Huang Xiling's disdain. However, he chose to ignore the haughty girl. Qin Jinjia nodded and resumed her seated meditation. Huang Xiling rolled her eyes. What pretentiousness! Even if this fellow possesses the ability to improve top-tier techniques, how could results manifest so quickly? To her astonishment, Qin Jinjia directly entered the state of comprehension, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth at a pace several times faster than before. Huang Xiling furrowed her brow. She had just observed Qin Jinjia's practice for a while. Chen Ping's modifications indeed accelerated the cultivation speed significantly. Yet, Huang Xiling quickly shook her head. What does it matter if the cultivation speed increases? The primary function of a technique is not the speed of cultivation, but the enhancement of one's combat prowess. Furthermore, who can say whether Qin Jinjia's increased speed is due to entering the state of comprehension? A mere foundation establishment ain't claiming to modify a top-tier technique. Such a notion is utterly absurd. Chapter 26. Bowing low soon, Qian Yuan opened her eyes. Rising to her feet, she brought her fingers together and with a swift motion, unleashed a terrifying sword energy that struck down a large tree in the distance. Overcome with joy, Qian Yuan celebrated her newfound strength. After Chen Ping's modifications to her cultivation method, the power of her sword energy had increased significantly. This was merely the beginning of her training. The true effects would only become evident in the future. Nevertheless, it was clear that her abilities would surpass those of the original 9-turn sword heart technique. Her master had indeed succeeded in perfecting the heavenly tier technique, the 9-turn sword heart. Although Qian Yuan had not trained for long, she understood the significance of this achievement. It implied that her master's comprehension of the sword path, and indeed the way, far exceeded that of the technique's original creator. It was evident that a person capable of crafting a heavenly tier technique possessed extraordinary talent and power. And Chen Ping was even more formidable. In a world filled with countless cultivators, they must bow low in my presence. Thank you, master. Kneeling on one knee, Qian Yuan gazed at Chen Ping with eyes filled with admiration. He was not only her master, but also her deity. Rise, Chen Ping said, nodding slightly. In the days to come, strive earnestly to unleash the full potential of the 9-turn sword heart technique in your hands. What master would not cherish a disciple with such remarkable talent and diligence? I shall follow your teachings. Qian Yuan eagerly nodded in response. Chen Ping smiled and turned his attention to Huang Xiling, who wore a frown. Heavenly tier techniques were not something one could easily perfect. Even at the peak of her previous life, who exactly was this seemingly ordinary master? At this moment, she could no longer regard Chen Ping as merely a lowly cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. If I am not mistaken, the cultivation method you practice should be the ancient phoenix scripture, Chen Ping stated casually. Upon hearing this, Huang Xiling trembled slightly, her gaze fixed on Chen Ping with disbelief. If it was true that Chen Ping had improved Qian Yuan's technique due to his familiarity with it, how could he discern her cultivation method at a glance? The ancient phoenix scripture was a legacy exclusive to their Fire Phoenix clan, not to be obtained by outsiders. Indeed, Huang Xiling nodded. Please, master, assist me in refining my technique. At this moment, her previous arrogance had vanished, replaced by a fervent desire for strength. In her past life, she had discovered some flaws in the ancient phoenix scripture, but lacked the power to rectify them. Otherwise, she might have had the opportunity to transform into a true phoenix. Now, however, it seems she had a chance. Ding. Congratulations, host. Huang Xiling's loyalty has increased to 30. Chen Ping was somewhat surprised, but soon felt at ease. In her reborn state, the ancient phoenix scripture was likely her foundation for survival. Witnessing him enhance Qian Yuan's technique, it was impossible for her not to be tempted. Even if there was a mere thread of possibility, she would not let it slip away. If her earlier decision to take Chen Ping as her master was motivated by a desire for a fragment of true phoenix power, now she had an additional reason. A smile graced Chen Ping's lips. He feared not her ulterior motives, but rather her indifference to gain. Rise, for you are my disciple, and I shall not treat you with any less favor. Chen Ping said with a smile. Thank you, master. Huang Xiling produced a Qian Yuan jade slip, imprinting the entire ancient phoenix scripture within it. Here's the complete text of the ancient phoenix scripture. I beg your assistance. Chen Ping shook his head. Huang Xiling was taken aback. Hadn't he just said he would help refine her technique? Was he jesting with her? I have previously studied the ancient phoenix scripture. There is no need to review it again. A profound expression crossed Chen Ping's face, as if he were reminiscing. Upon hearing this, Huang Xiling could no longer remain still. The ancient phoenix scripture was the foundation of their Fire Phoenix clan, not to be shared outside their kin, let alone with outsiders. How had Chen Ping come to study it? In that moment, Chen Ping began to appear grander in her eyes. Could it be that he too had been reborn, once reaching a level so high that even the Fire Phoenix clan could not refuse him access to the ancient phoenix scripture? What level of power must that entail? Even in her previous life, as the empress of the Fire Phoenix clan, she had still been restrained by many ancient elders. Chen Ping smiled. The phoenix is a spiritual bird of heaven and earth, endowed with spiritual flames. To reach the transformation stage, one must cultivate this technique. Referred to as spiritual flame foundation establishment during the process. The hatchling phoenix born in the fiery marsh must draw the surrounding spiritual flames into its body. As Qian Yuan listened, she felt no particular reaction, but Huang Xiling could no longer sit still. If she had merely speculated before, Chen Ping had now confirmed her suspicions. He was undoubtedly more than the foundation establishment cultivator he appeared to be. Otherwise, how could he recite the ancient phoenix scripture from memory? Soon, the first volume of the refined ancient phoenix scripture was imprinted within the jade slip. This is the first volume of the ancient phoenix scripture. Chen Ping announced. Huang Xiling accepted the Qian jade slip, her lips pouting in disappointment. Master, why is there only the first volume? I cultivate quickly, and soon this will not suffice. Though Huang Xiling had lived 2 lives, her noble lineage had placed her at the pinnacle of the Fire Phoenix clan from birth, where she had been carefully nurtured. She possessed great strength, yet her thoughts remained innocent. This ancient Phoenix scripture is a peak heavenly tier technique. Refining it is no simple task. Do you know how much spiritual energy I expended to refine this first volume for you? Furthermore, on the path of cultivation, one must avoid being overly ambitious. Chen Ping replied with mild annoyance. This is merely a hook. If I gave you everything, you might turn and flee, and that would be a tremendous loss. An SS-level genius is essentially a future resource for elevating one's own cultivation. You are right, Master. It was my impatience. Huang Xiling admitted, her face flushing with embarrassment. Indeed. Refining a peak heavenly tier technique was no simple undertaking. She had no idea how much effort her master had exerted behind the scenes. It was laughable that she had previously thought of waiting until she grew stronger to deal with him. How foolish she had been. Huang Xiling touched her nose, feeling a sense of humility. All right, it is getting late. You may return. Chen Ping waved his hand. Today's effort in assisting you both has drained much of my spirit. Upon hearing this, both women were filled with gratitude. Having such a master was indeed their greatest fortune. In a secluded room within the inner sanctum of the free and easy peak, Zhou Quan sat on his bed, cultivating. Before him lay an array of elixirs, all sent by Wu Libo during this period. Zhou Quan slowly opened his eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips. He had now reached the bottleneck of the 6th layer of qi refinement, and he was nearly assured of breaking through to the 7th layer by the appointed date. Oh, Elder Chen Ping, this is all thanks to you. Otherwise, how could Elder Wu have taken such an interest in me, providing such generous resources for my cultivation? As a form of repayment, I shall merely incapacitate your useless disciple, sparing her life. Chapter 27. May I have a hug? The following morning. Not long after Chen Ping had risen, the ethereal Lung Ningxue appeared at Taiping Peak. Clad in a simple robe, her beauty was not diminished. Instead, it exuded an aura of cold elegance. Her long, dark hair was elegantly swept up, accentuating her alabaster neck. In the north, there exists a beauty, unparalleled and independent. A mere glance can topple a city, another can bring a nation to its knees. Ningxue, what brings you here? Chen Ping inquired with curiosity, looking at him. A hint of sorrow flickered in Lung Ningxue's eyes. What brings me here? I exerted immense effort to bring you to Xuantiangong, and in these past weeks, I've scarcely seen you. So how could I not come? Moreover, I heard you have accepted another disciple, which piqued my interest. She had heard that both of Chen Ping's disciples were stunningly beautiful. She was eager to assess whether they were worthy to be his, disciples. Greetings, Sect Master. Qin Jinxia and Huang Xiling had also arrived. Upon seeing Lung Ningxue, Qin Jinxia hastily performed a respectful bow, while Huang Xiling merely clasped her hands in acknowledgement. As the former empress of the Fire Phoenix clan, Huang Xiling regarded the mere sect master of Xuantiangong with little reverence. Chen Ping playfully smacked her on the head. Why don't you show some respect to the sect master? Witnessing this scene, a subtle smile graced Lung Ningxue's lips. She felt an inexplicable sense of amusement, akin to a primary wife observing her husband discipline a disrespectful concubine. Shaking her head, she chided herself for her whimsical thoughts. Greetings, Sect Master. Huang Xiling, irritated, clenched her teeth but recalled the importance of the true Phoenix power and the subsequent teachings of the ancient Phoenix scripture, forcing herself to bow to Lung Ningxue. This is the first time I've met you both. Thus, a gift is in order. With a wave of her hand, a mid-tier Earth-level technique and 2 beginner Earth-level artifacts floated before them. Lung Ningxue envisioned the astonished expressions on their faces, realizing that such treasures were rarely bestowed. Even upon direct disciples, these 2 were merely at the qi refining stage, and yet she offered them such grand gifts. Surely, they would be grateful. Huang Xiling regarded the offerings with disdain. Her cultivated technique was at the pinnacle of the heaven level, and as for artifacts, she believed her own body to be her most formidable weapon. Conversely, Qin Jianxia slightly bowed. Thank you, Sect Master. This scene diverged from her expectations, leaving Lung Ningxue momentarily speechless. Chen Ping twitched his lips. What are you standing around for? Thank the Sect Master. Thank you, Sect Master. Huang Xiling finally bowed in acknowledgement. Now, you may leave. I have matters to discuss with your master. Lung Ningxue instructed the 2. As they departed, she turned to Chen Ping. The time you agreed upon with Wu Libo is approaching. Are you confident? Should I find a reason to expel him from Xuantiangong? Startled, Chen Ping felt a surge of gratitude. Though Lung Ningxue wielded absolute authority in Xuantiangong, should she take such an action, it would severely undermine her reputation. Yet, she had not considered these implications. Rest assured, I have faith in my disciples. Chen Ping replied. Very well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Remember to visit me when you have the time, Lang Ningxue said, her eyes filled with a hint of longing. Chen Ping felt a twinge of guilt. She had sacrificed so much for him, and he had not reciprocated adequately. All right, he nodded. A smile graced Lang Ningxue's face, albeit awkwardly, lending her an unusual charm. May I have a hug? She asked, her cheeks flushed. Only Chen Ping could elicit such shyness from the Ice Queen of the Middle Continent. He nodded and enveloped her in his arms. As he held her close, inhaling her unique fragrance, a wave of relaxation washed over him. All right, I truly must go now. Lang Ningxue reluctantly gazed at Chen Ping before stepping into the rift she had created. With her departure, only Chen Ping and the others remained. Master, what is your relationship with the sect master? As soon as Lang Ningxue left, Huang Xiling sprang forth, her eyes alight with curiosity. Little brat, go focus on your cultivation. If you don't reach the foundation establishment stage within a month, forget about the continuation of the ancient Phoenix scripture. Chen Ping playfully smacked Huang Xiling's head, relishing the feeling of reprimanding the former empress. Though pouting, Huang Xiling dared not retort. Time passed swiftly, and the following day marked the duel between Chen Ping and Wu Libo. Jinxia, tomorrow is your duel with Zhou Quan. With your current strength, defeating him will be effortless. Do not carry any psychological burdens. Chen Ping encouraged as he examined Qin Jinxia's attributes. Name, Qin Jinxia. Age, 20. Cultivation, Qi refining level 8. Physique, primordial sword body. Talent, 1000. Loyalty, 80. Rest assured, master. Tomorrow I will defeat Zhou Quan with the utmost ferocity. Qin Jinxia affirmed, having been insulted as a waste. She was determined to show Wu Libo who the true waste was. Chen Ping nodded. As long as you win, I will ensure he apologizes to you in front of everyone at Xuantiangong. Feeling moved by Chen Ping's commitment to her dignity, Qin Jinxia understood that this wager was merely his way of helping her reclaim her honor. At Xiao Peak, Zhou Quan completed absorbing the last of his elixir and slowly opened his eyes. He had finally broken through to Qi refining level 7. At that moment, a spatial fluctuation occurred, and Wu Libo appeared before Zhou Quan. Disciple pays respects to master. Zhou Quan quickly bowed. Wu Libo nodded approvingly. Good, I did not misjudge you. Zhou Quan felt a swell of pride but remained humble. I must thank you, master, for your guidance and assistance. Tomorrow, I will ensure that pair of teacher and disciple understand that a waste is ultimately a waste. A salted fish cannot flip over, Wu Libo declared, satisfaction evident in his expression. However, he cautioned, there must be no unexpected occurrences tomorrow. As a respected elder of Xuantiangong and a peak master, how could I possibly apologize to a disciple at the Qi refining stage? That would be utterly humiliating. This earth-level beginner artifact, the Broken Lure Sword, is yours if you win. If you lose. Wu Libo's eyes narrowed. Zhou Quan's face turned pale. Rest assured, master, there will be no unexpected events tomorrow. Within 3 moves, that waste will certainly be defeated. With an earth-level beginner artifact in hand, if he could not win against that waste, he might as well end his own life. However, he thought it unnecessary for his master to worry. In a month's time, that person would likely still only be at the Qi refining level 3. Chapter 28. Artifacts are also a part of strength on the martial arts peak of the Qian Yuan Sect. Where there are people, there are conflicts. However, the Qian Yuan Sect forbids private duels among its disciples. Any grievances can be resolved through formal applications for duels at the martial arts peak, where life and death are left to fate. Nevertheless, the atmosphere in the Qian Yuan Sect is relatively harmonious, and the martial arts peak often hosts ordinary contests. Yet today, the usually deserted peak is teeming with spectators. The protagonists of the day are naturally Zhou Quan and Qin Jinxia. These 2 fledgling cultivators in the Qi refinement realm might not warrant such attention. But everyone understands that the overt battle is merely a facade for the true contest between Chen Ping and Wu Libo. Chen Ping, a newly appointed elder, has drawn considerable dissatisfaction from many esteemed elders and disciples, as he is merely an ordinary person with a shattered Dao foundation. Why should he be allowed to become an elder of the Qian Yuan Sect? If Chen Ping loses today, he will be forced to leave the sect, a prospect that many would relish. Conversely, if Wu Libo loses, the outcome would be even more noteworthy. An elder apologizing to a newly initiated Qi refinement disciple is unprecedented in the history of the Qian Yuan Sect. Chen Ping, in his reckless audacity, has set forth such a wager. It seems that the position of Elder Chen Ping in the Qian Yuan Sect may soon be a thing of the past, mused Xie, the peak master. Who could disagree with that? One wonders what he was thinking, as this is clearly a losing battle. Zhou had already reached the 5th level of qi refinement upon entering, while Qin Jianxia was merely at the 1st level. In just 1 month, even with exceptional talent, she could not possibly surpass Zhou Can. Chen Ping approached with Qin Jianxia by his side. Elder Chen Ping, I never expected you to actually show up. I thought you would find a place to hide. Zhou Can remarked, a smirk dancing at the corners of his mouth. Useless. Today I shall ensure you lose all face in the Qian Yuan Sect, and we shall see how you dare to remain. Elder Wu Libo, you jest. It is unlikely one would ever witness an elder from the celestial peak apologizing to a qi refinement disciple. How could I possibly miss such an event? Chen Ping replied with a cheerful demeanor. Humph, I hope your disciple's capabilities can match your silver tongue, Elder Chen Ping. Wu Libo coldly retorted, choosing not to engage further. Qin Jinxiao ascended the stage slowly. To everyone's surprise, the girl was remarkably beautiful. A pretty face tends to attract attention, regardless of the circumstances. Yet what use is beauty? In the world of cultivation, stunning women are as common as clouds, yet many ultimately become mere shadows of their former selves. Zhou Can approached the stage with a steady gait. Qin Junior sister, I never imagined you would dare to step forward. On this stage, the artifacts are merciless. If I inadvertently harm you, do not blame your elder brother. Qin Jinxia shook her head. You cannot harm me. Her tone was calm. Yet this tranquility only served to darken Zhou Can's expression. Well, since everyone is present, let us begin. Lu Mohan, serving as the officiant for the duel, declared. Junior sister Qin, my master once remarked that you are a waste. Perhaps you find that hurtful to your pride. Zhou Can's lips curled into a smirk. But today I shall tell you that while the words may sting, they are nonetheless true. With that, Zhou Can erupted with a terrifying aura. He had advanced to the 7th level of qi refinement in just a month, a feat that surely caught Elder Wu Libo's attention. Such speed is undeniably that of a genius. Emboldened by the murmurs of the crowd, Zhou Can proclaimed, in 3 moves, I shall send you tumbling from the stage. Qin Jianxia must lose, and thoroughly, for otherwise, the earth-grade initial tier of the broken ruined sword would slip from her grasp. Breaking the heaven's fist, Zhou Can stepped forward, launching himself towards Qin Jianxia with a fierce punch. He was determined to send her sprawling from the stage. The punch bore a hint of martial intent. Zhou Can's talent was indeed commendable. Xia Bixing commented on Zhou Can's prowess. Elder Xie, you flatter me. Wu Libo, though feigning humility, could not hide his pride as he glanced at Chen Ping. Prepare to pack your things and leave, Chen Ping. However, to his dismay, Chen Ping did not even spare him a glance, leaving Wu Libo with the sensation of striking cotton. As Qin Jinxiao faced the oncoming Zhou Can, she did not unsheath her sword. She held an advantage in realm. Transforming her palm into a fist, she too struck out. Humph, you wish to clash head-on? I shall see just how hard your fist truly is. With a cold snort, Zhou Can intensified his strike. Yet, the ensuing scene left the spectators dumbfounded. The moment their fists met, Zhou Can was sent reeling back, barely stabilizing himself at the edge of the stage, his complexion paling. What is your cultivation level? Zhou Can stammered, astonished. Qin Jianxia no longer concealed her power, her aura radiating the 8th level of qi refinement. In just a month, she had ascended from the 1st to the 8th level. What an astonishing pace of cultivation. Those privy to the situation were left speechless. Such a rate of progress was nothing short of miraculous. Wu Libo's brow furrowed deeply. Zhou Can, already gifted, had received ample resources for his training yet had only reached the 7th level in the same time frame. This girl had truly surpassed expectations. Elder Wu, I apologize. My disciple seems somewhat lacking, Chen Ping said with a subtle smile. Wu Libo, now tell me, who is truly the waste? Wu Libo's face turned crimson with anger. Chen Ping, cultivation level does not define everything. Battles cannot simply be won through levels alone. With that, Wu Libo turned his attention to Zhou Can's, realizing the implications. Zhou Can nodded slightly, then faced Qin Jianxia. I underestimated you, but today you are still destined to fail. The broken ruined sword appeared in Zhou Can's hand, emanating the aura of an earth-grade initial tier artifact. Elder Wu, you truly spare no expense. Xia Bixing observed this with a twitch of his lips. Bestowing an earth-grade initial tier artifact upon a qi refinement disciple was indeed a formidable gesture from Wu Libo. Both were in the qi refinement realm, yet possessing such an artifact would bridge the gap of a minor level. Elder Wu, is this truly necessary for just a contest? Alas, how could Elder Wu ever accept the notion of apologizing to a disciple? Murmured the onlookers. Regrettably for Elder Chen Ping, victory was within reach. The crowd buzzed with chatter. And Chen Ping quipped, Elder Wu, your actions seem rather ungracious. Is it truly necessary to take this contest so seriously? Elder Chen Ping, you are mistaken. Artifacts are indeed a part of one's strength. Wu Libo replied with a grin. If you wish, do not hesitate to provide your disciple with an artifact. I shall harbor no complaints. Chapter 29. The elegance of the sword. Upon hearing Wu Libo's words, Everyone exchanged glances of disbelief. Chen Ping had only just arrived at Qian Yuan Sect, and there was no way he could bestow any magical artifacts upon his disciple. That is unnecessary. I would never slight my disciple. I have already provided her with a magical weapon. Though I fear you might contest the outcome of this competition on the basis of the disparity in artifacts. Chen Ping shook his head. The difference between an initial level and a pinnacle level Earth-grade artifact is akin to the divide between heaven and earth. Haha. Wu Libo suddenly erupted in laughter. Elder Chen Ping. You jest. Did I not mention that artifacts are part of one's strength? Even if you were to grant your disciple a heaven-grade artifact, I would have no objections. At this, Chen Ping smirked. A heaven-grade artifact? That would be excessive. He indeed possessed a heaven-grade artifact, but such a weapon was already sentient. Even if he were to gift it to Qin Yuan, she would be unable to wield it. The pinnacle of Earth-grade artifacts was the utmost she could handle at present. As the two engaged in their verbal sparring, the onlookers were rendered speechless. Only Lu Mohan felt a pang of sympathy for Wu Libo. Chen Ping was a figure capable of propelling one to the realm of ethereal void with just a single word. Moreover, he had witnessed Qin Yuan wielding that pinnacle-level Earth-grade Qi Shao sword with his own eyes. Magical artifact? Qin Yuan's lips curled into a smile. I possess one as well. This declaration left the spectators in stunned silence. Could it be that Chen Ping had anticipated such an eventuality and had already bestowed a magical artifact upon Qin Yuan? Zhou Quan furrowed his brow, though it soon relaxed. What kind of powerful artifact could a nominal elder with a shattered foundation offer to his disciple? Qin Yuan extended her right hand, and the Qi Shao sword manifested in her grasp. A terrifying surge of energy shot skyward. At that moment, the sharp aura of Zhou Quan's initial-level broken ruin sword appeared markedly diminished. A pinnacle-level Earth-grade artifact. The crowd was taken aback. In Qian Yuan Sect, only the elders possessed pinnacle-level artifacts, yet here was a disciple, barely above the foundational level, wielding one. It seemed Zhou Quan was destined to lose. His cultivation level was already inferior to Qin Yuan's. Indeed, while the broken ruin sword might have helped him bridge the gap in cultivation, he was now utterly outclassed in terms of artifacts. Who would have thought that Elder Chen Ping would be so generous? Bestowing a pinnacle-level Earth-grade artifact upon a newly initiated disciple? The crowd buzzed with conversation. Wu Libo's expression darkened considerably. It appeared he was truly on the verge of defeat. The chasm between initial-level and pinnacle-level Earth-grade artifacts was insurmountable. Beside him, Xie Bixing observed the unfolding scene, a slight smile gracing his lips. This seemingly unassuming elder was indeed more complex than he appeared. After all, how simple could a person be if they could melt the icy demeanor of the sect leader? It was a pity that Wu Libo was blinded by jealousy. He was likely to face great humiliation today. Zhou Quan felt the oppressive aura emanating from Qin Yuan's sword. How could that useless elder afford to give her such a formidable artifact? Today, he was undoubtedly doomed, not just to lose, but to witness Wu Libo publicly apologize to a newly initiated disciple. Wu Libo would not let him off so easily. He feared for his very life. Above the arena, in the clouds, Lang Ningxiang sat in a chair, her gaze fixated on the Qishao sword in Qin Yuan's hand, her lips twitching in realization. She finally comprehended why there had been no excitement when she had gifted them an initial-level artifact. They had possessed something far superior. Realizing this, Long Ningxiang cast a resentful glance at Chen Ping. Sensing her gaze, he looked up, their eyes locking for a brief moment. She quickly averted her gaze. This man, even with his cultivation crippled, remained astutely aware. Qin Yuan examined the Qishao sword and shook her head. Using this artifact seems somewhat unfair to you. Had Qin Yuan uttered such words earlier, Zhou Quan would have dismissed her as boastful. Yet now, he could only feel relief. If she chose not to use the pinnacle-level artifact, he might still have a chance. Searching through her spatial ring, Qin Yuan finally retrieved the artifact bestowed upon her by Long Ningxiang. This artifact is also an initial level 1. I shall use it to defeat you, she declared, gripping the sword firmly and fixing Zhou Quan with a cold stare. Zhou Quan felt the peak of his aura rising. He understood that his strength had fallen short of Qin Yuan's. The very waste he had once scorned had now transformed into a formidable rival. Yet, he was acutely aware that to retreat or to surrender without a fight would yield even graver consequences. Xiantian sword technique. Zhou Quan scoffed, swinging his sword. A terrifying wave of sword energy surged towards Qin Yuan. His talent was indeed remarkable. His sword energy was nearly on par with condensed sword intent. Yet, the gap in strength between him and Qin Yuan remained evident. As the sword energy hurtled towards her, Qin Yuan slowly closed her eyes. The spectators gasped in disbelief. Had she lost her senses at such a crucial moment? The elders observing from their seats began to ponder. Could she possibly be? No, it was inconceivable for a cultivator at the 8th layer of Qi refinement to achieve such a feat. Nevertheless, All eyes remained fixated on Qin Jinjia. Finally, she opened her eyes slowly. First form of the 9 turn sword heart technique, sword 1. At the sound of those words, the disciples present were utterly astonished. What kind of sword technique was this, with such an eccentric name? It seemed likely that Elder Chen Ping had exhausted all his resources to procure a pinnacle-level artifact for her and had nothing left to offer in terms of sword techniques, resorting instead to some trivial name. As Qin Jinjia's voice fell, she swung her sword, shattering Zhou Quan's sword energy. Yet, her own sword energy continued unabated, cutting through his battle armor and halting at his neck. "You have lost," Qin Jinjia stated flatly. Had she possessed even a hint of ruthlessness, Zhou Quan would have already met his demise. Silence enveloped the arena. What had initially seemed a foregone conclusion now unfolded into an unexpected turn of events, with Qin Jinjia emerging as the undeniable victor. "I concede." Zhou Quan slumped to the ground, utterly defeated. He had been thoroughly outmatched, his cultivation surpassed, his artifact eclipsed, and even his sword technique had failed him completely. At that moment, the elders could no longer remain composed. It was indeed true. This girl had accomplished the seemingly impossible. She had mastered the elegance of the sword. Chapter 30. I shall claim this girl. Several elders gazed at Qin Jinjiao, their expressions reflecting profound disbelief. The sword rhythm she exhibited was the culmination of countless sword cultivators' dreams. Only those with a terrifying comprehension of the sword path could grasp the essence of sword intent. Furthermore, one must elevate their understanding of sword intent to an even higher realm to achieve such sword rhythm. In this realm, many individuals have mastered the sword rhythm, but they are all renowned sword cultivators of great repute. Yet, to witness a mere 8th-tier Qi refinement cultivator attain such mastery is nothing short of astonishing. The thought that such a prodigy had become the disciple of Chen Ping, a man rendered utterly incapable of cultivation and reliant on the generosity of others to remain in the Qian Yuan Sect, was utterly infuriating. In the ethereal heights, Lang Ningxuang looked down upon Qin Jinjiao. Indeed, this girl possessed the primordial sword body. Only such a divine sword physique could enable a mere Qi refinement cultivator to reach the realm of sword rhythm. The undying chaos body, the primordial sword body, these would surely elevate our Qian Yuan Sect to greatness. Elder Wu, would you care to announce the results of this written examination? Chen Ping smiled at Wu Libo, who responded with a cold snort. It's merely a written test. Such an obsession with victory and defeat will hinder your path to becoming a formidable warrior. Upon hearing Wu Libo's words, the crowd displayed subtle disdain. He had provided a 7th-tier Qi refinement cultivator with a low-grade magical artifact to secure victory for Zhou Quan. Yet now he admonished others for their fixation on victory and loss. Such blatant double standards were truly remarkable. I hereby declare that the victor of this duel is Qin Jinjiao of Taiping Peak. The announcement was met with resounding applause throughout the venue. This tale of a seemingly useless individual's triumphant rise undoubtedly inspired many disciples. Qin Jinjiao turned to Zhou Quan. Now tell me, who is the real waste? Zhou Quan's face turned ashen, rendered speechless. Indeed, the true waste was himself. Upon entry, his cultivation far surpassed that of Qin Jinjiao. Yet, within a mere month, her prowess in both cultivation and swordsmanship had eclipsed his own. I am the waste. Zhou Quan slumped to the ground, realizing that he had lost not just this match, but potentially his very life. His actions had compelled Wu Libo to apologize to an inner sect disciple. How could the proud Wu Libo ever forgive him for that? Chen Ping also looked at Wu Libo. Elder Wu, do you remember our wager? At this, all eyes turned to Wu Libo. Indeed, today's final was primarily about Chen Ping and Wu Libo. Many disciples regarded Chen Ping with newfound respect for his willingness to risk such a wager for the dignity of his disciple. This feeling of respect could inspire one to sacrifice their life for him. Alas, it was a pity that this elder's strength was still too lacking. Otherwise, many disciples would likely choose to follow Taiping Peak instead. But would Wu Libo truly apologize? You expect this esteemed elder to apologize to a disciple? What do you think that does to the dignity of our Qian Yuan Sect? Wu Libo exuded a chilling aura. How could he possibly lower himself to apologize to a disciple? A fierce glint flashed in Chen Ping's eyes. How could Elder Wu renege on his word? It was utterly disgraceful. Indeed, it was humiliating for a distinguished elder to refuse to honor a bet. The murmurs of the crowd were clearly audible to Wu Libo. Yet he remained resolute in his refusal to apologize to a disciple. Wu Libo, are you certain you wish to break our agreement? Chen Ping's voice resonated with authority. Indeed, what can you do about it? Wu Libo nodded, having cast aside his dignity. A mere waste, emboldened by Lang Ningxuang's favor, dared to speak to him in such a manner. Beside him, Lu Mohan felt a surge of anxiety for Wu Libo. He had witnessed Chen Ping slay a peak spirit void realm demon with a single sword strike. although Chen Ping claimed it was due to a one-time treasure. Who could truly ascertain the veracity of that statement? Enough. A cold voice rang out. Countless auspicious clouds materialized in the sky, forming a heavenly staircase as Lang Ningxuang descended gracefully. In that moment, she resembled a celestial being, breathtaking yet untouchable. Elder Wu. Lacking integrity is the greatest loss to the dignity of our Qian Yuan Sect. A person without trust cannot stand. After speaking, Lang Ningxuang cast a frosty glare at Wu Libo. It was one thing to disregard others, but to renege on a wager with Chen Ping? How audacious! A hint of murderous intent simmered within Lang Ningxuang. Sect leader. Wu Libo attempted to explain himself. Silence. Lang Ningxuang's commanding voice echoed. You shall fulfill the wager, or you have no place remaining in Qian Yuan Sect. At this pronouncement, the crowd fell silent, astonished. They had anticipated Lang Ningxuang demanding Wu Libo apologize, but they did not foresee her taking such a forceful stance. Wu Libo's face fluctuated between shades of blue and purple. Chen Ping, it is because of you that Lang Ningxuang treats me this way. You shall pay for this. Ultimately, Wu Libo chose to relent. He turned to Qin Jinjiao. I apologize for my previous conduct. Witnessing Wu Libo genuinely apologize, Qin Jinjiao beamed with a radiant smile. Glancing at Chen Ping, she understood that this dignity had been won for her by Chen Ping. Elder Wu, your apology should be delivered with such humility. Chen Ping remarked coldly. Do not push your luck. Wu Libo replied darkly. Having already yielded, he felt it was excessive for Chen Ping to demand more. At that moment, an icy aura enveloped him, causing Wu Libo to break into a cold sweat. The pressure from Lang Ningxuang was overwhelming. I acknowledge my previous faults, and I apologize to you. Wu Libo reiterated to Qin Jinjiao. As the chill dissipated, Wu Libo clasped his hands in a gesture of respect to Lang Ningxuang and vanished from sight. Lang Ningxuang cast a glance at Chen Ping before tearing through the void, leaving the scene. Farewell, sect leader. The crowd bowed in reverence. Qin Jinjiao, do you wish to take me as your master? At this moment, Xia Bixing suddenly appeared before Qin Jinjiao, his eyes ablaze with desire. To reach the realm of sword rhythm at the Qi refinement stage foretold an extraordinary future for her as a sword cultivator. This elder's disciple already has a master. Xia Bixing noted, glancing at Chen Ping. Elder Chen, I am aware of the kindness you have shown Qin Jinjiao. Surely, you too desire her to progress further? Your perception is commendable, but your strength and ability to mentor disciples are unfortunately lacking. Only by taking me as your master can Qin Jinjiao truly flourish. Just then, another wave of energy surged forth. Xia Bixing, step aside. Your numerous disciples leave you little time to instruct Jinjiao. With fewer disciples, I shall dedicate myself entirely to your guidance. Hu Yun proclaimed excitedly, eyeing Lang Ningxuang. The crowd looked at Chen Ping, pity etched on their faces. After finally discovering such a prodigious talent, it appeared that this genius might not withstand the pressure. Both elders, being peak spirit void realm cultivators, far surpassed Chen Ping in both status and personal strength. Enough. This girl shall be my disciple. Suddenly, a figure radiating terrifying sword intent emerged, causing the heavens to tremble. Chapter 31. Ascending in one step, respectfully bowing, several elders greeted the arrival of the supreme elder of the Qian Yuan Sect, Ji Liang, who was also the master of Lang Ningxuang, a figure at the pinnacle of the spirit tranquility realm. It was unexpected that this duel had drawn Ji Liang's attention, but considering his identity as a sword cultivator, everyone felt reassured. After all, which sword master could resist the allure of a disciple capable of manifesting sword intent at the Qi refinement stage? Xia Bixing and Hu Yunlai immediately abandoned all hope. With Ji Liang present, the prospect of taking Qin Jinjia as a disciple seemed utterly unattainable. Yet, it was undeniable that Qin Jinjia had truly taken flight. Should she become Ji Liang's disciple, she would ascend to the status of the sect leader's junior sister within the Qian Yuan Sect. Once again, the crowd cast sympathetic glances toward Chen Ping. If previously, Xia Bixing and Hu Yunlai had hoped to vie for a disciple against Chen Ping, Qin Jinjia could have withstood their advances. However, the allure of becoming the disciple of the Supreme Elder was simply irresistible. Many turned their gazes toward Chen Ping, only to find him as calm as ever. His composure surprised everyone, earning him a measure of respect. My dear girl, I am Lu Qishan, renowned as a sword fanatic in the Central Plains. Should you choose to become my disciple, you will undoubtedly stand at the pinnacle of the Central Plains in the future. You are aware of Lang Ningxuang, right? She is a product of my teachings. Ji Liang enticed, convinced that no cultivator could withstand such temptation. He had already prepared a welcome gift for when Qin Jinjia accepted his offer. As for rejection, that was inconceivable. Who, aside from a few ancient beings, could refuse Ji Liang's desire to take a disciple? Come now, dear disciple, do pay your respects. Ji Liang confidently directed his gaze at Qin Jinjia. The onlookers regarded her with envy, realizing she was on the brink of an extraordinary ascent. Apologies, but I already have a master and do not intend to change my allegiance. I must respectfully decline the Supreme Elder's kind offer, Qin Jinjia replied, bowing to Ji Liang. She then turned her gaze toward Chen Ping. Without Chen Ping, she would not be who she was today. It was he who had granted her the chance for vengeance, transforming her life. She could only have one master in her lifetime, and that would be Chen Ping. Ji Liang was stunned, as was everyone present. This girl had audaciously rejected Ji Liang's offer to take her as a disciple, spurning the chance for such a meteoric rise. Following Qin Jinjia's gaze, Ji Liang scrutinized Chen Ping. The foundation of the Tao shattered. When had the Qian Yuan Sect acquired such an elder? Ji Liang was perplexed. However, he had never concerned himself with sect matters, nor did he care for any underlying schemes. You must be this girl's master. You should understand that keeping her by your side is merely leading her astray, Ji Liang asserted. Chen Ping chuckled. If Jinjia wishes to become your disciple, I have no objections. What a jest. A disciple with 80 loyalty is hardly someone you can lure away. Even a peak spirit tranquility cultivator could not perceive the depth of his disguise. This concealing technique was indeed formidable. Ji Liang turned to Qin Jinjia. As long as you are willing to take me as your master, I can offer you top-tier techniques and artifacts. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily paralyzed. Who could resist such enticing offers of top-tier techniques and artifacts? They wished they could substitute themselves in her place. Yet, Qin Jinjia shook her head once more. The top-tier techniques had already been bestowed upon her by Chen Ping, and they had been refined. As for the top-tier artifacts, her master had previously stated that he would provide her with peak Earth-tier treasures, as that was the highest level she could currently wield. Ji Liang's generous terms held no allure for Qin Jinjia. Even if he were to present celestial-grade techniques and artifacts, she would never abandon her master. I must remain by my master's side. I can only express my gratitude for the Supreme Elder's kindness. Qin Jinjia resolutely declined again. Everyone present was left in disbelief. They could not comprehend what extraordinary allure Chen Ping possessed that compelled Qin Jinjia to reject such opulent conditions. Ji Liang fixed a penetrating gaze on Chen Ping. Very well. I shall not force the issue. With that, a token flew before Qin Jinjia. Although you refuse to be my disciple, I cannot bear to see such a talent tarnished. Should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, feel free to seek me on the back mountain, and I shall impart my knowledge. With those words, Ji Liang tore through the void and departed. Having been rejected as a master, he had no face left to linger. However, to relinquish a prodigy like Qin Jinjia was no easy feat. Qin Jinjia returned to stand behind Chen Ping, obediently clasping her hands behind her back, embodying the image of a dutiful disciple. Esteemed elders, I shall take my leave now. Chen Ping bowed to the elders and turned to depart. On Taiping Peak, Chen Ping regarded Qin Jinjia. You must understand what it means to be accepted as a disciple by the Supreme Elder. Why did you refuse him? Qin Jinjia shook her head. I shall only ever have one master, and that is you. Her eyes were filled with unwavering determination and tenderness as she gazed at Chen Ping. Chen Ping smiled. Very well. Whatever that old fellow can offer you, your master can provide as well. Just focus on your cultivation. Qin Jinjia nodded. Then I shall take my leave. At Qian Yuan Sect, at Lingyuan Falls. The Lingyuan Falls was a reward Chen Ping received upon breaking through to the spirit motion realm. The concentration of spiritual energy within the falls was over 10 times that of the outside world. Moreover, cultivating within the falls and being washed by the cascading waters could refine the body and expel impurities. Since Chen Ping had offered the Lingyuan Falls, the disciples of Qian Yuan Sect had seen their strength increase several-fold. Today marked the monthly opening of the Lingyuan Falls, where all disciples could exchange contribution points for a chance to enter. It had been 6 months since the last time he had entered, and he had finally accumulated enough points to return. This time, I must successfully break through, Gusen exclaimed excitedly. Many in attendance shared similar sentiments. The prospect of entering the Lingyuan Falls filled them with exhilaration. As the falls opened, they rushed inside without a moment's hesitation. Each opening lasted only 2 hours, and they were unwilling to squander even a moment. Sitting cross-legged beneath the waterfall, Gusen reveled in the tenfold concentration of spiritual energy he had longed for. No, wait. His brow furrowed. Why does the spiritual energy in the Lingyuan Falls seem to be less dense than before? He was not the only one to notice this change. The atmosphere within the Lingyuan Falls erupted into a frenzy. As the finest cultivation sanctuary of Qian Yuan Sect, the emergence of such an issue was no trivial matter. Chapter 32. No escape. The disciples hurriedly reported the matter to the senior leaders of the Qian Yuan Sect. Soon, Su Yixue and a group of elders arrived. The Lingyuan waterfall was one of the sect's crucial foundations, and its issues were a cause for great concern. Master, the disciples bowed upon seeing Su Yixue. She nodded in acknowledgement. As they stepped into the Lingyuan waterfall, their expression shifted dramatically. With their cultivation levels, they easily sensed something was amiss. Not only had the concentration of spiritual energy significantly diminished, but even the very essence of the waterfall seemed to be dissipating. Their faces grew grave. What on earth is happening? In nearly a century, the Lingyuan waterfall had never faced such a predicament. Su Yixue furrowed her brows. The opportunity presented by the Lingyuan waterfall was no longer significant for those of their caliber, but it was different for the ordinary disciples of the Qian Yuan Sect. As it directly impacted their cultivation, I don't know, Luo Linga replied, her brow knitted. This is the first time such a situation has occurred since Chen Ping handed the Lingyuan waterfall over to the sect. Chen Ping. Upon hearing this name, Su Yixue's expression involuntarily changed slightly. I understand now. Jiang Xinwei suddenly spoke up. What is it? Su Yixue inquired hastily. Jiang Xinwei's face was filled with animosity. The Lingyuan waterfall was contributed by Chen Ping. Now that he has just left the sect, and the waterfall encounters a problem. If I am not mistaken, he must have tampered with it before he left. That despicable fellow, to act so recklessly and disregard so many disciples of the Qian Yuan Sect. Jiang Xinwei glanced at Luo Lingo beside her. It's laughable that Sister Lingo still trusts him so much. I wonder what kind of enchantment he has cast on her. Luo Linger frowned. Everyone knows Chen Ping's character. How could he do such a thing? Jiang Xinwei mocked with a smile. Sister Linger, Chen Ping was indeed good in the past, but he has changed. Or rather, he has grown too lazy to disguise himself. Luo Linger shook her head vehemently. Unwilling to believe that Chen Ping could be such a person. He even poisoned junior brother Lano. What else could he not do? Jiang Xinwei continued her analysis. Last time he committed such a grave error, the sect only gave him a light punishment, allowing him to enter the 9 Heavens Thunder Array. And as you all have seen, for such a trivial punishment, he is willing to sever ties with the sect. This Lingyuan waterfall must be a manifestation of his resentment towards the sect. He has intentionally caused trouble. Everyone fell silent. Indeed, the Lingyuan waterfall was contributed by Chen Ping, and he had the deepest understanding of it within the Qian Yuan Sect. If it were not for him, no one else could have ruined it. At that moment, a woman in a red robe walked over gracefully. Her features were exquisite, and her figure slender, but what was most striking was the fiery red hue of her pupils. Yueying, you have emerged from seclusion? Luo Linger looked at Yu Lingfei with a complex expression. Do you also believe that this is the doing of senior brother Chen Ping? They had once shared a bond akin to that of siblings. Why was it now that they all harbored such doubts about Chen Ping? Had they completely forgotten the moments they had spent together? Yu Lingfei gazed at Luo Linger. Sister, I too do not wish to accept this reality. However, the Lingyuan waterfall is indeed Chen Ping's possession. We have studied it for so many years without any progress. To discreetly cause such anomalies in the Lingyuan waterfall, it could only be him. Luo Linga fell silent. In the vast Qian Yuan sect, she found herself alone in her belief in Chen Ping, while no one else was willing to trust him. Clearly, Chen Ping had contributed so much to the sect and had cared for them deeply in the past. Yingfei, since you have emerged, it would be best for you to investigate the cause of the Lingyuan waterfall's problems. The Lingyuan waterfall is one of our most vital cultivation resources. We must find a way to restore it. Chen Ping, if your heart is filled with resentment towards me, so be it. But these disciples of the Qian Yuan Sect are innocent. After all, the Qian Yuan Sect is where your cultivation began. Could you truly be so heartless? Yu Lingfei specialized in formations and might have a way to help. I will do my best. However, the array patterns of the Lingyuan waterfall are exceedingly profound. Yu Lingfei nodded. Just then, her expression changed. No, wait. Yu Lingfei exclaimed. What is it? Su Yixue asked anxiously. Yu Lingfei carefully sensed the surrounding array patterns. There is a formation within the Lingyuan waterfall that is not meant to enhance the concentration of spiritual energy. She had not noticed anything amiss earlier. But during her recent period of seclusion, her understanding of formations had drastically improved. Some patterns that had previously eluded her now seemed somewhat decipherable. What do you mean? Everyone turned their attention to Yu Lingfei. Yu Lingfei took a deep breath. Within the Lingyuan waterfall, there exists a spirit-transmitting formation. Luo Lingo was the first to ask, what is the spirit-transmitting formation? Yu Lingfei's expression was grave. The spirit-transmitting formation is one that can guide spiritual energy to other locations. If I am not mistaken, the reduction in the Lingyuan waterfall's spiritual energy concentration must be related to this formation. Upon hearing this, everyone's brows furrowed. You see. I told you it must be Chen Ping causing trouble. Sister Linger, do you still not believe it? Who else could inscribe a formation in the Lingyuan waterfall besides him? Jiang Xinwei spoke with righteous indignation. This Chen Ping, after being nurtured by our Qian Yuan sect for over 100 years, would resort to sabotage over such a minor grievance. This is simply outrageous. Jiang Xinwei continued. Such a person should never have been allowed to leave the Qian Yuan Sect alive. She was aware of the relationship between the sect master and Chen Ping. When he had disrupted her breakthrough, he had not reported it to the sect master. She never expected that today, he would again resort to sabotage within the Lingyuan waterfall, the very place nurturing the sect's disciples. Xinwei. We cannot be certain that it was definitely Chen Ping, Luo Linger said, her voice wavering. The Lingyuan waterfall was a gift from Chen Ping to the sect, and he had the most profound understanding of it. His suspicion was indeed the greatest. Yet, she still could not bring herself to believe that it was all Chen Ping's doing. Su Yixue inquired. Lingfei, you just mentioned that this formation is used for transmitting spiritual energy. Is there any way to determine where the energy from the Lingyuan waterfall has been sent? Chen Ping. I sincerely hope this matter does not involve you, for if it does, I will not let you go. The vitality of new blood is crucial for any power. The Lingyuan waterfall is an essential element in the Qian Yuan Sect's cultivation of disciples. If it truly is Chen Ping's doing, she would absolutely not let him off the hook. Chapter 33. Chen Ping is a calamity indeed. Jiang Xinwei's eyes brightened. If the spirit-transferring formation at Lingyuan Falls is related to Chen Ping, then it can substantiate the fact that he has harmed Lingyuan Falls. Yu Lingfei nodded. I will do my best to investigate. With that, she rose and began to move within the confines of Lingyuan Falls. Her steps appeared casual, yet they concealed a certain cosmic principle. Wherever she tread, a formation pattern emerged beneath her feet. Soon, these patterns intertwined, forming a colossal array that nearly encompassed the entirety of Lingyuan Falls. Yu Lingfei formed seals with her hands, and before long, a faint connection materialized. She closed her eyes and began to trace the source. Moments later, she opened her eyes. What did you find, Lingfei? Su Yixue inquired eagerly. The state of Lingyuan Falls is indeed likely the doing of Chen Ping. Yu Lingfei's expression was complex. She was reluctant to accept this reality. Her path in formation was initiated by Chen Ping. Without the array's true understanding he bestowed upon her, she would never have become the esteemed master of formations she was now. The other connection point of this spirit-transferring formation is at the sword-forging peak. Upon hearing this, Su Yixue's complexion drained of color. It really was Chen Ping. She had previously hoped that all of this had nothing to do with him. It appeared she had been overly naive. Chen Ping had truly forgotten their bond and genuinely wished to sever ties with her. As a former elder of Qian Yuan Sect, he could not be unaware of the significance of Lingyuan Falls to the sect. He must also understand his own importance to Qian Yuan Sect. Yet, he proceeded regardless. Was it merely because she forced him to endure the Nine Heavens' divine thunder array? It was unimaginable that Chen Ping would commit such an act. Yu Lingfei sighed. Wait. Luo Linger exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. This spirit-transferring formation may not necessarily indicate that Chen Ping has stolen the spiritual energy from here. Su Yixue quickly turned to Luo Ling. If possible, she too hoped it were not true. Her anger stemmed solely from Chen Ping's indiscretions in romantic entanglements, especially his ultimate choice of cold Ningxiang over her. Sister Linger, what do you mean? Yu Lingfei inquired curiously. Junior Sister Lingfei. We previously discovered a space beneath Brother Chen Ping's dojo. In that space, there are demons at the level of the Lingshu realm. Moreover, there exists a 7 stars refining demon array. Is it possible that this spirit-transferring formation is channeling spiritual energy obtained by refining demons back to Lingyuan Falls to sustain its operation? After a moment of contemplation, Yu Lingfei remarked, that is indeed a possibility. I also believe Chen Ping is not capable of such actions. Su Yixue breathed a sigh of relief. That may not be the case. At this moment, Jiang Xinwei interjected. Since Lingyuan Falls is connected to Chen Ping's sword-forging peak, coupled with his previous collusion with demons, it is plausible that he has been utilizing the spiritual energy of Lingyuan Falls to nourish those demons. Exactly. Regardless of whether he aims to nourish or refine demons, his interference with Lingyuan Falls is undoubtedly malicious. Others chimed in, casting doubt on Luo Linger's analysis. Luo Linger felt dejected. After all, Lingyuan Falls had originally been a gift from Chen Ping to the sect. Why would he need to resort to such underhanded tactics? If he left harboring resentment, he could have easily taken Lingyuan Falls with him. Why did no one believe in Chen Ping? Enough, Su Yixue declared. Chen Ping has departed from the sect. This matter will no longer be pursued. What is paramount now is to swiftly restore Lingyuan Falls. Lingfei, what junior sister Lingo just said has sparked an idea in me. Su Yixue turned to Yu Lingfei. Since Lingyuan Falls is connected to the space beneath Chen Ping's dojo, and that space contains the 7 stars refining demon array, might we, as Lingo suggested, capture demons at the Lingshu realm and refine them through the 7 stars refining demon array to nourish Lingyuan Falls, thus restoring its normal function? Everyone's eyes lit up. Regardless of whether Chen Ping sought to nourish or refine demons, this confirmed the practicality of the proposal. Indeed, this is feasible. Though it will require some time to perfect the formation, Yu Lingfei nodded in agreement. The group gazed at Su Yixue with admiration. Truly, as the sect leader. She swiftly conceived a solution. I have decided that, starting today, all elders of the Qian Yuan Sect at the late Lingshu realm and above must capture one demon of the Lingshu realm each month to sustain the operation of Lingyuan Falls. Upon hearing this, the expressions of several individuals turned grim. Demons are notoriously brutal, and many possess a tendency to congregate. Capturing demons at the Lingshu realm would not be a trivial task and could potentially be life-threatening. What? The sect provides you resources for cultivation. And now that it's your turn to contribute, none of you are willing? Su Yixue spoke coldly. Everything is as the sect leader commands. They hastily replied. At this moment, opposing Su Yixue would only invite trouble upon themselves. Su Yixue nodded and departed, leaving behind several elders. Chen Ping, you may leave. But you have left us with such a significant predicament. Just when we lack time for cultivation, now we must also hunt Lingshu realm demons. If I ever see him again, I will certainly make him pay. Indeed, he is a calamity. His early departure from our Qian Yuan Sect is a blessing. They grumbled amongst themselves. Enough, Luo Linga retorted. In Qian Yuan Sect, aside from Su Yixue, her status was the highest. If my conjectures hold true, then Chen Ping has contributed so much to the sect. Why can't you all do the same? She firmly believed in her hypothesis. After all these years, it must have been Chen Ping who diligently captured demons to maintain the operation of Lingyuan Falls. She was acutely aware of the challenges involved in capturing demons at the Lingshu realm. The fact that Lingyuan Falls had not encountered issues over the decades must be attributed to Chen Ping's efforts, toiling silently for the sect without any reward, only to be met with such scorn. Sister Linger, that is merely speculation without any evidence to support it. The troubles Chen Ping has caused us are tangible. Jiang Xinwei snapped. I truly do not understand what spell Chen Ping has cast on Luo Linger. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't be facing all these troubles today. I maintain that he should have been expelled from the sect long ago. A person like him is a disaster wherever they go. I foresee that once he arrives at Qian Yuan Sect, it won't be long before they too will suffer from his presence. Chapter 34, The Gathering Pool of Yuan. Qian Yuan Sect Chen Ping gazed vacantly at the cultivation resources presented to him by Lang Ning Shuang. During his time at Qian Yuan Sect, he had never truly enjoyed the sect's resources. In fact, he had been utilizing the system to subsidize the sect. Later, when he acquired the Spirit Source Falls, he realized that its operation required an abundance of spiritual energy. Consequently, he devoted much of his cultivation time to capturing demons and maintaining the Spirit Source Falls through the 7 Stars Demon Refining Array. This, of course, drastically reduced his cultivation time. Otherwise, he would have already reached the Spirit Tranquility realm. Yet, what was the point of such sacrifices? The person he cherished most. Now the sect master of Qian Yuan was unjustly accused of baseless crimes, leading him to endure the 9 heavens divine thunder array. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, the image of Lang Ning Shuang's icy demeanor in front of others contrasted sharply with her shy and alluring appearance before him. Perhaps, had he accompanied her to the Qian Yuan Sect back then, such experiences could have been avoided. The cold faces of the Qian Yuan Sect members haunted him, and regret washed over him. No, he shook his head. There were still those who trusted and cared for him in Qian Yuan Sect. At the very least, there was Luo Ling. Shaking his head once more, he dismissed the thoughts and began to encourage Qin Jinxiao and Huang Xiling to cultivate. Master, it's already late at night. Can't you let us rest? Huang Xiling pouted. With her resolute mindset, she believed that once the spiritual energy accumulated, a breakthrough would naturally follow. There was no need for such rigorous training. In contrast, Qin Jinxia immediately began her cultivation upon hearing Chen Ping's words. Look at your senior sister. Chen Ping chided as he playfully tapped Huang Xiling's head. While she possessed greater talent than Qin Jinxia, her diligence was lacking. As a dignified empress, how can I be a junior sister? I want to be a senior sister. Huang Xiling clung to Chen Ping's arm, declaring her desire. No, Jinxia entered first. You can only be a junior sister, Chen Ping replied, ruffling her hair. Huang Xiling froze momentarily, her face flushing crimson. Previously, when Chen Ping had tapped her head, she felt nothing. Yet, now as he ruffled her hair, an unfamiliar sensation coursed through her. In her past life as the Empress of the Fire Phoenix clan, no man had ever dared to touch her in such a manner. I understand now. I will cultivate right away, Huang Xiling said, turning away shyly. Noticing her reddening ears, Chen Ping was momentarily taken aback. Was she truly this sensitive? Huang Xiling took out the revised ancient Phoenix scripture that Chen Ping had modified and began to study it. Soon, her face was marked by profound astonishment. In her previous cultivation, she had sensed numerous deficiencies in the ancient Phoenix scripture. However, given her limited perspective, she had been unable to amend it and was forced to cultivate blindly, ultimately failing to transform into a true Phoenix. The revised ancient Phoenix scripture not only addressed the shortcomings she had perceived, but also contained subtle modifications in several critical areas. Though these changes were minor, they were pivotal. The revised scripture even hinted at surpassing the peak of celestial-grade texts. Huang Xiling covertly glanced at Chen Ping. Who exactly was this seemingly humble master? Despite being merely at the foundation establishment stage, he possessed such remarkable abilities. In the following days, both Huang Xiling and Qian Yuan devoted themselves to their cultivation, revealing the disparity in their talents. While Qian Yuan spent significantly more time cultivating than Huang Xiling, they both simultaneously broke through to the foundation establishment stage. Ding! Congratulations to the host's disciples, Huang Xiling and Qian Yuan, for their breakthroughs to the foundation establishment stage. A system reward has been granted. Please check. Host. The familiar voice of the system echoed in Chen Ping's mind once more. Upon hearing this, a smile spread uncontrollably across his face. It had been quite some time since he had received such a notification from the system. Chen Ping opened the system panel for Qian Yuan and Huang Xiling. Name: Qian Yuan, age, 20, cultivation, early foundation establishment, physique, primordial sword body, talent value, 1000, loyalty, 80. Name: Huang Xiling, age, 23, cultivation, early foundation establishment, physique. Incomplete true phoenix body, talent value, 3000, loyalty, 30. Chen Ping opened the reward package from the system and was instantly elated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a realm gift pack. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a gathering pool of yuan. Excitedly, Chen Ping clicked on the realm gift pack. Ding! Congratulations to the host for elevating his cultivation to the late foundation establishment stage. Please continue to strive, host. This single reward elevated Chen Ping's cultivation from early to late foundation establishment. Indeed, it was his disciples who facilitated his advancement. Was this what it meant to rely on one's disciples? Soon, Chen Ping's gaze fell upon the gathering pool of yuan. This pool shared similar properties with the spirit source falls, both designed to enhance cultivation speed. However, the gathering pool autonomously absorbed the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, negating the need for the arduous task of hunting demons as was required for the spirit source falls. Having learned from the lessons of Qian Yuan Sect, he decided against presenting the gathering pool to Long Ning Shuang. Instead, he chose a secluded corner on Taiping Peak to set it up. Master, what is this? Qian Yuan inquired curiously, eyeing the mist-laden pool before her. Huang Xiling examined it closely, excitement gleaming in her eyes. If I am not mistaken, cultivating in this pool will significantly enhance our cultivation speed. As a former empress of the Fire Phoenix clan, she possessed the discernment to recognize its value. Such treasures were exceedingly rare. Even in her previous life within the Fire Phoenix clan, there were only 2 or 3 such sacred sites. She was astonished that her master could procure something so precious. By the way, master, Huang Xiling suddenly hugged Chen Ping's arm. Seeing this, Qian Yuan glanced over with a hint of envy. She too wished to be close to Chen Ping, but her disposition held her back from such openness. What is it? Chen Ping asked, intrigued. Huang Xiling smirked. I remember you saying that as long as my realm surpasses yours, you would grant me that orb. As my master, you cannot go back on your word, can you? I am now at the early foundation establishment stage, on par with you. Given my innate talent, it won't take long for me to surpass you. Besides, I have never seen you cultivate. Surpassing you should be a piece of cake. The thought of acquiring the true phoenix power stirred her excitement, and she found herself unable to contain it. However, she had since reconsidered. After obtaining the true phoenix power, she decided against harming this seemingly humble master. After all, he still had some utility as long as he continued to refine the ancient phoenix scripture. Unbeknownst to Huang Xiling, her attitude towards Chen Ping had undergone a significant transformation, one she may not have even realized. Chapter 35 must walk with me indeed. I have stated such. Chen Ping nodded affirmatively. Huang Xiling revealed a sly smile. Then prepare yourself. In a few days, you shall fulfill your promise. With the true phoenix power bestowed upon her, her physique was destined for another transformation. The mere thought of soon becoming the true phoenix body stirred an uncontrollable excitement within her. That won't do. Chen Ping shook his head. Huang Xiling's brows furrowed. What do you mean? Are you suggesting you won't keep your word? Chen Ping playfully tapped her on the head. What I meant was, once your cultivation surpasses mine, then we shall speak of it. Until then, we shall wait. Humph. Huang Xiling huffed. I have already reached the early stage of foundation establishment. It won't take me long to surpass you. Before she could finish her sentence, it was abruptly cut off. Chen Ping emanated the aura of the late stage of foundation establishment. How can this be? Huang Xiling exclaimed in disbelief. You were clearly at the early stage of foundation establishment before. How have you suddenly advanced to the late stage? What sorcery is this? Since arriving at Taiping Peak, she had not witnessed Chen Ping engage in any cultivation. She, with the fire phoenix body, and Qin Jinjia, with the mixed element sword body, had both exerted great effort to only reach the early stage of foundation establishment. How could Chen Ping suddenly ascend to the late stage? Qin Jinjia was equally astonished, but soon came to terms with it. After all, this was her master. Even if he claimed to be at the pinnacle of the Lingji realm today, she would not find it implausible. I'm not sure. I just kept watching you two cultivate, and I broke through, Chen Ping said nonchalantly. Huang Xiling immediately wore a look of grievance. Master, you can't be some ancient monster who has cultivated for a millennium, hiding your power just to tease me. Can you? Everything about Chen Ping suggested he could not merely be an ordinary practitioner of the foundation establishment realm. Chen Ping playfully smacked her head. Hurry and cultivate. My breakthrough relies on your contributions. Do not slack off. Huang Xiling pouted, realizing that her hopes of obtaining the true phoenix power today were dashed. Gazing at the alluring pond before them, she smirked. Jinjia, let us go wash up. No, let us go cultivate. With that, she reached out to tug at Qin Jinjia's clothing. Why do you need to undress for cultivation? Qin Jinjia exclaimed in a flustered state, but she quickly began to retaliate. With the gathering yuan pool at their disposal, they couldn't let it go to waste. Would they jump in fully clothed? The two girls frolicked, occasionally revealing glimpses of unrestrained vitality. Chen Ping could only watch in speechless amusement. How his disciples have grown. At the back mountain of Qian Yuan Sect, Ji Liang sat in a chair, a young attendant standing motionless behind him. Xiao Tao, how long have I been back? Ji Liang inquired, opening his eyes languidly. Reporting to the esteemed elder. It has been 10 days since your last departure. Jiang Tao replied promptly. 10 days? Ji Liang's brow furrowed. He had given the token from the back mountain to that little girl. It had been 10 days, and she had yet to seek him out? Just then, Lung Ningxuang approached slowly. Today, she was dressed simply, yet it only made her seem more approachable. Master. Jiang Tao greeted Lung Ningxuang with a bow. Upon seeing her gesture for him to leave, he promptly exited the room. Little Ningxuang, you've come? Ji Liang smiled upon seeing her. Lung Ningxuang walked over and wrapped her arms around his. Master. Ji Liang chuckled. You girl, you are not truly so cold-hearted. Why do you persist in this facade? Isn't it exhausting? Lung Ningxuang shook her head. I have grown accustomed to it. A mere girl attempting to control the vast Qian Yuan Sect is no easy feat. Are you still waiting for that Qin Jinjia to come and seek you out as a disciple? Ling Ningxuang asked with a smile. Besides Chen Ping, she could only shed her pretense in front of her master. Years ago, when Lung Ningxuang failed the entrance examination at Qian Yuan Sect and left dejectedly, it was Ji Liang who discovered her wandering and took her as his disciple, bringing her to Qian Yuan Sect. Under Ji Liang's guidance, her cultivation progressed rapidly, ultimately leading her to become the sect leader. Indeed, that girl certainly declined my offer to take her as a disciple out of embarrassment over Chen Ping's presence. I have given her the back mountain token. A wise person knows what to do. Ji Liang nodded. In this vast Zhongzhou, who could resist the allure of becoming his disciple? Yet, Lung Ningxuang shook her head, not necessarily. Ji Liang was taken aback and turned to his disciple. Lung Ningxuang continued. Because her master is Chen Ping. Upon hearing Chen Ping's name again, Ji Liang could not help but voice his confusion. Little Ningxuang, why did you make him an elder of our Qian Yuan Sect? He is merely a waste with a shattered foundation. Because. Lang Ningxuang's face flushed slightly. But she quickly steeled herself. Because he is the one I love. At this revelation, Ji Liang was momentarily taken aback. His disciple actually had someone she cared for? He knew Lang Ningxuang's character well. He had always thought she would never find a partner in this lifetime. Now, she had confessed to having feelings for someone. How could a mere waste with a shattered foundation be worthy of your affection? Ji Liang questioned, bewildered. Lung Ningxuang shook her head. Is there a reason to love someone? Witnessing the usually stoic Lung Ningxuang utter such Na'vi words caused Ji Liang's lips to twitch. Indeed, a woman in love seems to possess a negative IQ. Lung Ningxuang refrained from mentioning that Chen Ping was the indestructible chaos body. Perhaps in her heart, the indestructible chaos body paled in comparison to Chen Ping. All right, master. I must attend to sect affairs now. Lung Ningxuang clasped her hands in respect before departing the back mountain. Watching his disciple's retreating figure, Ji Liang felt an inexplicable sense of loss, as if his prized cabbage had been devoured by a pig. Who exactly is Chen Ping? I must meet him. With that thought, Ji Liang's figure vanished, reappearing above Taiping Peak. Chen Ping, reclining on a rocking chair under the sun, sensed the probing presence but made no immediate response. This level of aura could only belong to Lung Ningxuang's master, Ji Liang, without a doubt. As for why he had come here, Chen Ping had a reasonable guess. It was undoubtedly related to Qin Jinjia. After all, a mixed-element sword body would be an irresistible temptation for a seasoned sword practitioner. Indeed, Ji Liang soon materialized before Chen Ping. "Greetings, esteemed elder." Chen Ping stood and offered a slight bow. No matter the circumstances, Ji Liang was Lung Ningxuang's master. Lung Ningxuang, an ordinary body, had grown to her current stature, clearly owing much to Ji Liang's guidance. Ji Liang's gaze pierced through Chen Ping like a sword. This fellow, aside from his decent appearance, what could possibly draw his disciple to him so desperately, to the extent that the mixed-element sword body would reject his offer to take her as a disciple? Ji Liang shook his head. No matter what, the mixed-element sword body must accompany him today. Chapter 36. How can I compare? Why would the elder have time to visit me? Chen Ping inquired with a smile. Ji Liang shot a glare at Chen Ping. This fellow had already stolen the heart of his disciple, and now he was acting so nonchalantly in front of him. At this moment, he truly felt as if his prized cabbage had been snatched away. "Let me be frank. I have come to take away that girl, Qin Jinjia. The urgent matter is to bring the Hunyuan sword body back to my side. Following such a careless person, she would inevitably be wasted." Chen Ping shook his head. "I have said that if Jinjia is willing to go with you, I will not stand in her way. However, if she does not wish to, you cannot force her, can you?" Ji Liang retorted. "I know it is difficult for you to part with such a remarkably talented disciple, but allowing Qin Jinjia to follow you would only squander the potential of the Hunyuan sword body, tarnishing her divine physique. Such a sin is one you cannot bear." Chen Ping twitched at the corner of his mouth. "Why does the elder believe I would let Jinjia be tarnished and hinder her cultivation?" Ji Liang replied curtly, "Nonsense. With your current level, in no more than 6 months, the Hunyuan sword body will surpass you. At that time, what will you use to guide Jinjia? If she follows me, I guarantee she will break through to the foundation establishment realm within half a year. Can you do that? I can provide her with the finest techniques and cultivation resources. Can you?" Chen Ping looked at Ji Liang, rendered speechless. "Break through to the foundation establishment realm in half a year?" Ji Liang nodded. "Exactly. I have that confidence, as long as Qin Jinjia comes with me." Chen Ping smiled. This left Ji Liang somewhat perplexed. What does this fellow mean? Chen Ping called out towards the gathering Yuan pool. "Jinjia, please come here for a moment." In the gathering Yuan pool, Qin Jinjia, unclad, floated in the water, the contrast between her fair skin and the pool's surface creating a serene beauty. Upon hearing Chen Ping's call, Qin Jinjia rose without hesitation. After dressing, she approached Chen Ping and Ji Liang. "Master, you called for me. What is it?" Qin Jinjia asked, bowing respectfully to Chen Ping. Her gaze also fell upon Ji Liang, her brows furrowing slightly. "This old fellow. I have already stated that it is impossible for me to become his disciple, yet he continues to pester me. Truly infuriating. If it weren't for my weak cultivation, I would definitely teach him a lesson." If Ji Liang knew that the disciple he longed to take under his wing was currently wishing to chase him away, his heart would surely shatter into countless pieces. "Tell the elder, what is your current level of cultivation?" Chen Ping asked nonchalantly. Ji Liang scoffed at the notion. What progress could Qin Jinjia make in just a few days? Chen Ping is truly unreliable. I need to speak with Lang Ningxuang. This fellow is unworthy of being with my disciple. "Elder, I am currently in the early foundation establishment realm," Qin Jinjia stated calmly. Such a speed of cultivation would be deemed extraordinary by outsiders. However, Qin Jinjia was not satisfied. She needed to avenge her master's grievances and felt far from adequate at the foundation establishment realm. You see what I mean? Letting Qin Jinjia stay with you would only bury her talent. It has taken her this long to reach the foundation establishment realm. Wait, what did you just say? Ji Liang realized. Foundation establishment? How could that be possible? In just a few days, she has broken through to the foundation establishment realm. My current strength is in the early foundation establishment realm. After speaking, a sharp aura emanated from Qin Jinjia. The momentum of the foundation establishment realm was hardly worth mentioning to a peak spirit tranquil realm expert. Yet Ji Liang was profoundly shaken by this aura. The last time they met, Qin Jinjia was merely at the 8th level of qi refining. Just a few days had passed, and she had already broken through to the foundation establishment realm. Chen Ping spoke indifferently. The elder is correct. In terms of guiding disciples, I am indeed lacking compared to you. After all, I cannot guarantee that Jinjia will break through to the foundation establishment realm within 6 months. Upon hearing Chen Ping's sardonic remarks, Ji Liang was immediately enraged, his beard bristling. How infuriating. But how could this be possible? Elder, you may leave now, Chen Ping stated. Under my guidance, Qin Jianjia's cultivation speed is far exceeding your expectations. If you do not depart soon, do not blame me for lacking respect for the elderly. What use is a temporary boost in cultivation? When one reaches the later stages, techniques and resources are indispensable, and those are things you cannot provide. I know you hold a fondness for Jianjia, but for her sake, you should let her come with me. Ji Liang remained adamant. This is the Han Yuan sword body. He was confident he could nurture Qin Jinjia into a true sword immortal. At their level of cultivation and lifespan, many often prioritized cultivating successors. After all, that is a continuation of oneself. Countless elders have fought fiercely over a single outstanding disciple. How could he give up on encountering the Han Yuan sword body? At that moment, a light-hearted voice interjected. Huang Xiling slowly approached. Jianjia is cultivating the supreme technique given to her by my master. Chen Ping gave her a light slap on the head. Do not be disrespectful to the elder. Huang Xiling rubbed her head, pouting. Ji Liang suddenly burst into laughter. Little girl, you likely do not comprehend the significance of a supreme technique, do you? There is only one supreme technique in the entire Qian Yuan Sect, and he has no qualification to even touch it. As his words fell, Qin Jianjia directly sat cross-legged and began to operate the nine-turn sword heart technique. The surrounding spiritual energy from heaven and earth surged towards her as if in a frenzy. If ordinary cultivators absorb spiritual energy from heaven and earth, Qin Jianjia was akin to a high-powered pump, voraciously drawing in the spiritual essence around her. Ji Liang's mouth twitched. The efficiency at which she absorbed spiritual energy was indeed indicative of a supreme technique. Moreover, it seemed to go beyond the initial level of the supreme technique. Ji Liang looked towards Chen Ping. This fellow possesses a supreme technique. A mere insect of the Foundation establishment realm has mastered a technique capable of shaking the entire central continent? Old fellow, do you now believe my words? Huang Xiling said smugly. Ji Liang, despite being addressed in such a casual manner, showed no reaction. He remained lost in astonishment. This Chen Ping is certainly not simple. Wait. A light bulb moment struck Ji Liang. So what if he possesses a technique? You are merely an inner sect elder. And how can you compare to me in terms of resources? Chen Ping, I admit you have truly surprised me. However, I still intend to take Qin Jinjia away. As long as she comes with me, I can provide her with 10 nourishing pills daily for her cultivation. Let us see how you compare with me this time. Chapter 37. Your man 10 Yuan pills a day? Huang Xiling exclaimed dramatically. Indeed, Ji Liang replied with a satisfied smile. You are the junior sister of Qianjia, right? If you can persuade Qin Qianjia to become my disciple, I can grant you 10 Yuan pills daily. Since he couldn't conquer Qin Qianjia, he decided to approach those close to her. Qin Qianjia watched Huang Xiling's exaggerated expression with a twitch of her lips. Ji Liang, however, remained oblivious. A mere inner sect disciple, excited by the prospect of receiving 10 Yuan pills each day, was entirely reasonable. I am the Grand Elder of Qian Yuan Sect, and the resources I command are beyond your imagination, Ji Liang boasted proudly. Afterward, he discreetly glanced at Chen Ping. Boy, you should feel a sense of urgency by now. Shouldn't you? Yet, to his dismay, Chen Ping's expression remained unchanged. Truly, he was the Grand Elder of Qian Yuan Sect. Ji Liang's pride swelled even more. Unlike my master, who can only provide us with some candy beans to satisfy our cravings. Huang Xiling exclaimed dramatically. Candy beans? Ji Liang's lips twitched. Does Chen Ping treat his two disciples like children? Are candy beans even consumed by cultivators? Given such circumstances, it was astonishing that Qin Qianjia could progress so rapidly. The Han Yuan sword body was indeed terrifying. Chen Ping, you must not be so miserly with your disciples. While candy beans are delightful, they ultimately cannot enhance one's cultivation. Ji Liang admonished earnestly. As he spoke, Huang Xiling took a Peiyuan pill and popped it into her mouth. Ji Liang's expression shifted. Is this candy beans? What I said earlier stands. These are the candy beans my master gave to me and my senior sister for us to munch on during idle times. Huang Xiling replied matter-of-factly. Ji Liang swallowed hard. These are Peiyuan pills. For someone of my status, Peiyuan pills are trivial. But I cannot treat them like candy beans every day. Impossible. This must be a lie. Where did Chen Ping acquire so many Peiyuan pills? Huang Xiling must merely be trying to show off for her master. Ji Liang reassured himself, yet soon became restless. Huang Xiling reached out and took another handful of Peiyuan pills, stuffing them into her mouth. These candy beans are not tasty. Ji Liang was flabbergasted. Are you really treating Peiyuan pills like candy beans? In that moment, Ji Liang felt the flow of spiritual energy within him become unsteady. Grand Elder, your aura seems unstable. How can someone at the pinnacle of the Lingji realm fail to control their aura? Chen Ping remarked, shaking his head. It appears your mindset is still not perfected. Upon hearing this, Ji Liang nearly spat blood. Today, he had suffered a complete defeat. Damn it, I have lost to a mere young lad. I suddenly recall I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Ji Liyang turned abruptly and departed. As she watched Ji Liyang's retreating figure, Huang Xiling burst into laughter without restraint. You rascal, Chen Ping said, exasperated. Humph, who told him to look down on you? Huang Xiling retorted indignantly. A mere pinnacle of the Lingji realm dares to underestimate my master. Bah, I am merely acting. Who in this world is qualified to be my master? Once I ascend to the peak of this world, I shall compel Chen Ping to acknowledge me as his master. I shall even playfully tap his head. Indeed, that is the plan. Ji Liyang returned to the back mountain, seething. Master, what troubles you? Long Ningxuang inquired curiously, having never seen Ji Liyang in such a state. What else but that little man of yours? Ji Liyang replied irritably. A hint of blush appeared on Lung Ningxuang's delicate face. Ji Liyang briefly recounted the earlier events. Ningxuang, you truly spoil him. P1 pills are crucial resources for nurturing disciples. You wouldn't have given all the P1 pills from Qian Yuan Sect to him, would you? Lang Ningxuang shook her head. I have never given Chen Ping any P1 pills or cultivation methods. At this, Ji Liyang paused. Not from you, then? You can't possibly think Chen Ping is as simple as he appears? Lang Ningxuang smiled as she replied. Otherwise? He does possess certain secrets. But he is merely at the foundation building stage. Ji Liyang retorted grumpily. Lang Ningxuang waved her hand, casting a barrier around the room. Ji Liyang was taken aback. Why was Lang Ningxuang being so cautious? He's the undying chaos body. Upon hearing this, Ji Liyang stood up abruptly. Previously, when Chen Ping had implanted the undying chaos body, Ji Liyang had been in seclusion. Nonetheless, he had sensed the might of that legendary physique. Yet, he had not anticipated that Chen Ping was indeed the undying chaos body. At this moment, he finally understood why Lang Ningxuang was so serious. If the undying chaos body were to mature, it would undoubtedly become a colossal force. However, nurturing it was exceedingly challenging. His existence would incite fear in many and attract the covetous eyes of numerous sinister cultivators. Lung Ningxuang then recounted the events that transpired at Qian Yuan Sect. Ji Liyang began to chuckle. If that old coot Jiang Qian knew that Qian Yuan Sect willingly delivered the undying chaos body to us at Qian Yuan Sect, it would surely infuriate him. At that moment, Ji Liyang felt a desire to flaunt before Qian Yuan Sect. However, rationality ultimately prevailed. As expected of my excellent disciple. Your vision is commendable, Ji Liyang said with a smile. The undying chaos body was the partner of his disciple, which by extension made him his disciple as well. At Qian Yuan Sect, only Luo Linger and Fan Lanayu remained on the sword-casting peak. Junior brother, Luo Linger spoke softly. Senior sister, I understand what you wish to say. I also believe that senior brother Chen Ping is not that kind of person. He must have his reasons. Rest assured, I will accompany you to persuade the sect master. Striving to bring senior brother Chen Ping back to Qian Yuan Sect. Fan Lanayu replied with a smile. Luo Linger nodded. Thank you, junior brother. After all, in Qian Yuan Sect, apart from herself, there was someone else willing to believe in Chen Ping. Moreover, it was Fan Lanayu, who had once been hurt by Chen Ping. This made it all the more precious. I shall take my leave now, Luo Linger announced. The Grand Elder had exited seclusion, and she needed to visit him at once. The Xuanji causality mirror in her possession was the only means to clear Chen Ping's name. As she watched Luo Linger depart, the clarity in Fan Lanoyu's eyes transformed into a sinister glare. Return? He shall never return to Qian Yuan Sect in this lifetime. Whether it be Su Yixue, or even the entire Qian Yuan Sect, ultimately, it will all belong to me. Chapter 38. The Impossible at the Qian Yuan Sect's Wangsen Peak. Luo Linga softly addressed the disciple before her. Please inform me. I seek the Grand Elder. Please wait a moment, Elder Luo. The disciple quickly returned. A look of reverence etched upon his face. The elder invites you in. Luo Linger nodded and stepped inside. Before her sat an elderly man with a crown of white hair, seated cross-legged upon a mat. His ethereal demeanor exuded an otherworldly aura. He was none other than Jiang Qian, the Grand Elder of the Qian Yuan Sect. Why do you, my dear Linger, seek this old man today? Jiang Qian inquired, though he was not her direct master. He had always shown great care for her and her peers, having watched them grow. Elder, Chen Ping has departed from the Qian Yuan Sect. Luo Lingo's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Let him go. It is only natural for cultivators to venture out for experience, Jiang Qian replied with a smile. Holding a favorable impression of Chen Ping, humble, respectful, and always willing to lend a hand, he had contributed significantly to the sect. No, I must tell you what has transpired. Luo Lingo recounted the recent events. What? Impossible. That child Chen Ping could never commit such acts. Jiang Qian exclaimed in disbelief. To violate a disciple, consort with demons, or harm fellow sect members, such actions are unthinkable for him. Seeing Jiang Qian's reaction, Luo Linga felt a flicker of hope. At least there were those in the Qian Yuan Sect who still believed in Chen Ping. Do you wish for me to persuade that girl Yixue to bring Chen Ping back? Jiang Qian seemed to surmise her intent, yet he continued, however, I have never interfered with sect matters. Yixue is now the sect leader, and opposing her may hinder her future governance of the Qian Yuan Sect. Though he believed Chen Ping was wronged, as a protector of the sect, he had to prioritize the greater good. Luo Linger shook her head. Elder, that is not my intention. I have come to borrow an item from you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qian finally understood her purpose. The causal mirror? Luo Linger nodded. Jiang Qian sighed deeply. Are you certain you want my assistance? Is the Grand Elder unwilling to help me? Luo Lingo asked, her heart racing with urgency. This was her only hope. Not at all. However, activating the causal mirror consumes a significant amount of lifespan. I have little left and must protect the Qian Yuan Sect, he lamented. If a powerful foe were to invade during the time, the sect could face dire peril. Luo Lingo sighed with relief. There is no need for the Grand Elder to act. I will activate the causal mirror myself. Jiang Qian regarded her intently. Is this truly worth it? To expend your lifespan for Chen Ping? Indeed, it is worth it. Luo Linger declared resolutely. Over the years, Chen Ping has treated me as a younger sister, aiding me through both cultivation and life. Regardless of the cost, I must clear his name. Seeing her unwavering conviction, Jiang Qian sighed once more. Very well. I shall entrust you with the causal mirror. But heed my warning, do not force it. Though powerful, recklessly probing the heavens comes at a grave cost. At that time, the price may not merely be your lifespan. With that, Jiang Qian produced a peculiar stone mirror and handed it to Luo Linger, imparting its use to her. Thank you. Grand Elder, once I have cleared Chen Ping's name, I shall return to express my gratitude. Go now. Jiang Qian waved her off. With the causal mirror in hand, Luo Linger made her way to the main hall of the summit. There, Jiang Xinwei, Su Yixue, and Yu Lingfei awaited her. Linger, did you summon us for something specific? Su Yixue, clad in a simple blue robe, emanated an air of elegance and authority. It's likely about Chen Ping again, Jiang Xinwei remarked, annoyance creeping into her tone. Had it not been for their long-standing bond, she would have preferred not to see Luo Linger again. She could not fathom what made Chen Ping worthy of such unwavering trust. Even Su Yixue, once his partner, had become thoroughly disillusioned. Indeed, look at this. Luo Linger revealed the causal mirror, a heavenly artifact bestowed by the Grand Elder. Su Yixue recognized its significance at once. You possess the Grand Elder's causal mirror. Precisely, Luo Linger affirmed. I cannot believe that Brother Chen Ping could ever be that kind of person. Thus, I sought out the Grand Elder for this artifact. Have you lost your senses? Utilizing the causal mirror will cost you dearly in lifespan. Is he truly worth such a sacrifice? Jiang Xinwei exclaimed. Absolutely, Luo Lingo insisted. If those accusations are baseless, then it is worth it to exonerate Chen Ping. If they are true, then understanding his true nature, even at the cost of my lifespan, is still worthwhile. Yet I firmly believe he is not that kind of person. Seeing Luo Linger's steadfastness stirred something within Su Yixue. If even her junior sister held such faith in Chen Ping, why did she falter? Yet, recalling the events after Chen Ping entered the Nine Heavens Thunder Array, she shook her head. If he truly valued their bond, he would not abandon it despite the trials. What was a little thunder? What was public judgment? Now that everyone is gathered, I shall begin. Luo Lingo commenced the activation of the causal mirror. Soon, the stone surface began to shimmer with transparency. Luo Linger could distinctly feel her lifespan being siphoned into the causal mirror, an unsettling sensation that made her uneasy. Yet, she reminded herself that her suffering paled in comparison to Chen Ping's ordeal in the Nine Heavens Thunder Array. She vividly recalled the anger, the resentment, and the disappointment etched on Chen Ping's face as he departed. The disappointment towards the Qian Yuan Sect, and towards them, his sisters. Brother Chen Ping, today I shall vindicate you, and all who have wronged you shall apologize. Chapter 39. A wolf in sheep's clothing. Soon, images began to materialize within the mirror, depicting the sword-forging peak of the Qian Yuan Sect. The weather was fair, and Chen Ping was lounging in a rocking chair, humming a tune. All eyes were fixed on the mirror, each person reacting differently to the sight of Chen Ping. Su Yixue's face bore a trace of nostalgia, overshadowed by profound resentment. Luo Lingo appeared visibly anxious, her faith in Chen Ping wavering with the unfolding revelations. Jiang Xinwei, however, remained steadfast in her expression of hatred and disgust. Within the mirror's reflection, 7 female disciples were engaged in their cultivation. Chen Ping's gaze roamed over them, a peculiar smile playing on his lips. Did you all see that smile? It reeks of lechery. Jiang Xinwei exclaimed, her voice laced with revulsion. A sense of unease crept into Luo Lingo's heart. The smile did indeed possess a sinister quality. Could Chen Ping truly be capable of such actions? Senior Sister Linger, I propose we cease watching this spectacle. It is not worth sacrificing one's lifespan for such a vile individual, Jiang Xinwei suggested. Su Yixue nodded in agreement. Indeed, observe his gaze, fixated on their legs and chests. Who knows what depraved thoughts are swirling in his mind? Chen Ping, you cad. Am I not enough for you that you must prey on these innocent disciples? The mere thought of Chen Ping engaging in detestable acts with these young women filled her with nausea. To think she had harbored affection for such a man for nearly a century, how utterly blind she had been. I refuse to believe that senior brother Chen Ping would stoop to such behavior, Luo Lingo declared, shaking her head. The truth must be revealed, no matter the cost. Xiao Qian, come here for a moment. Chen Ping's voice echoed from the mirror. Su Qian promptly approached him. Master, what is it that you require? Su Qian's attire, a sheer gauze robe, accentuated her curvaceous figure. Chen Ping's eyes burned with increased intensity as he beheld her. Xiao Qian, you have been under my tutelage for some time, yet your cultivation progresses at a snail's pace. Do you know why? Su Qian appeared taken aback. Has this disciple disappointed master? Chen Ping shook his head. Your talent is not the issue. Rather, you lack the necessary resources. With an ample supply of elixirs, your cultivation would undoubtedly advance by leaps and bounds. With a wave of his hand, dozens of vials of pills materialized on the table beside him. Su Qian's breath quickened as she gazed upon the elixirs. Acquiring such a quantity through assigned tasks would take years. If you obediently serve me today, these elixirs shall be yours, Chen Ping said, his eyes lingering on Su Qian's voluptuous form. Su Yixue and the others exchanged horrified glances. Even Luo Linger's expression betrayed her discomfort. Master, you cannot do this. Su Qian cried out, aghast at her master's true nature. You refuse? Chen Ping rose to his feet. If I recall correctly, you and your younger brother entered the Qian Yuan Sect together. Surely, you wouldn't want your brother expelled, would you? Su Qian's face paled at his words. Her brother was her Achilles heel, the sole male heir of their family. What would become of him if he were cast out? You must understand that I possess the power to do so, Chen Ping stated coldly. Disgusting. I never imagined Chen Ping could be so loathsome. Su Yixue spat out in fury. To exploit her inexperience, he even threatened Su Qian's brother. He was nothing more than a beast. The very thought of engaging in intimate acts with such a creature sent shivers down her spine. She vowed to cleanse herself thoroughly upon her return. Senior sisterlinger. Do you now comprehend the true nature of the Chen Ping you so admire? He is nothing but a wolf in sheep's clothing. Jiang Xinwei cast a sympathetic glance at Luo Linga, wondering if this experience would shatter her illusions about Chen Ping. Alas. Master, please, no. As long as Master allows my brother to remain in the Qian Yuan Sect, I will comply with your demands. Su Qian pleaded. Chen Ping nodded, caressing Su Qian's slender thigh. I knew you were an intelligent girl. Now, return to your chambers and await my arrival. Su Qian, her face etched with despair, shuffled towards her room. Having secured Su Qian's compliance, Chen Ping's lust remained unsated. He coerced the remaining 6 female disciples into submission through various forms of intimidation. Tonight, I shall indulge in a grand orgy, Chen Ping declared, his face now devoid of any semblance of kindness or righteousness. It was replaced by a mask of lechery and cruelty. Chen Ping sauntered towards the chambers. Su Yixue snatched the Xuanji Karma mirror, abruptly ending the vision. Sect leader. What are you doing? Luo Linger cried, her voice choked with tears. Her face was now streaked with sorrow. Chen Ping had indeed committed such heinous acts. The esteemed senior brother she had always admired was nothing more than a depraved scoundrel who would stop at nothing to satiate his desires. Luo Linga felt her world crumbling around her. What am I doing? Do you wish to continue watching Chen Ping torment those 7 female disciples? I find it revolting. The thought of the events that were about to unfold filled Su Yixue with nausea. She lamented not leaving this degenerate to rot in Qian Yuan Sect. Jiang Xinwei added, Senior sisterlinger, it is perhaps a blessing in disguise that you now see Chen Ping for who he truly is. He may have taken advantage of your trust and caused you even greater harm. Even Yu Lingfei, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. I never imagined that Chen Ping was capable of such actions. I hesitated to believe it before, but now. Luo Lingo remained oblivious to their words, her eyes red and brimming with tears. Was it all true? Had Chen Ping been wearing a mask all along, concealing a depraved monster beneath? The others, witnessing Luo Lingo's anguish, felt a pang of sympathy. Unable to offer any solace, they simply sighed and turned away. Luo Lingo stared at the Xuanji Karma mirror on the table, her mind flooded with memories of her interactions with Chen Ping. No. Senior brother Chen Ping could never be such a man. How could anyone maintain such a facade for nearly a century? There must be more to this than meets the eye. With renewed determination, Luo Linger reached for the Xuanji Karma mirror. Chapter 40. Lacking strength, however, this time. No matter how she urged the mystical causality mirror, there was not a flicker of response. What could possibly be the reason? The mystical causality mirror pertains to celestial secrets, and each activation requires a month to recuperate. At that moment, the voice of Elder Jiang Qian resonated in her ears. A month? Luo Lingo's countenance instantly darkened to an extreme. How could she endure a month of waiting? Indeed, this was the greatest limitation of the mystical causality mirror. Jiang Qian remarked. Hearing his words, Luo Lingo furrowed her brows but nodded nonetheless. I understand, Master. I shall deliver the mystical causality mirror to you at once. It seems waiting is the only option. No, wait. Luo Linger's eyes brightened. Su Yixue was unable to break the restrictions on the 7 female disciples. But Jiang Qian might not be hindered. With this thought, Luo Linger tore through the void and arrived at Wangstin Peak. Elder, I have an unusual request. She conveyed her intentions to Jiang Qian. He nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. I shall accompany you. They proceeded directly to the group of female disciples. Upon seeing a hint of unease on Luo Linger's face, they were taken aback. Elder, I appreciate your assistance. Luo Lingo said respectfully. Jiang Qian inclined his head slightly and placed a finger on Su Qian's forehead. However, his expression grew increasingly grave. He had initially believed that dispelling a restriction would be a simple task, but he soon realized his error. The restrictions within these disciples' consciousness were exceedingly formidable, even beyond his capabilities to unravel. Should he attempt to forcefully break through, it would undoubtedly result in their demise. Luo Linger's heart sank upon hearing this. If even the elder could not succeed, was she truly destined to wait an entire month? Moreover, who had imposed such powerful restrictions that even the elder could not dissolve? Linger, I shall entrust the mystical causality mirror to your care for the time being. Return it to me when you find it unnecessary. Jiang Qian felt a sense of indebtedness for not being able to assist Luo Linger. Remember, when using the mystical causality mirror, if the backlash is too great, you must cease immediately. Otherwise, it will not merely drain your lifespan. The heavens are unpredictable, and seeking celestial secrets is inherently an act of defiance. I shall heed your teachings. Luo Linger bowed deeply, though her true thoughts remained concealed. Qian Yuan Sect. Chen Ping lay languidly on a recliner, basking in the sun as usual. Qin Jinjia and Huang Xiling were training not far in front of him. At that moment, a figure appeared above Taiping Peak. Zhang Yasen looked down at the languorous Chen Ping, his face contorted with disdain. It was one thing to be a waste, but to lack diligence as well. What right did such a person have to be an elder of Qian Yuan Sect? Was it merely due to the sect leader's favoritism? Zhang Yasen was a senior disciple of Zhou Can, a student of Wu Libo. Last time, Wu Libo had lost face because of Chen Ping, and as his disciple, Zhang Yasen had also borne the brunt of the embarrassment, enduring disdainful looks, all because of this useless individual. Are you Chen Ping? Zhang Yasen asked, soaring on his flying sword. Looking down upon Chen Ping. Who are you, and what brings you to my Qian Yuan Sect? Chen Ping replied indifferently. Qin Jinjia and Huang Xiling noticed Zhang Yasen hovering above them. It was rare for anyone to come to Taiping Peak. I am Zhang Yasen, a disciple of Elder Wu Libo. I have come to inform you of something, Zhang Yasen said coldly. A disciple of Wu Libo? Chen Ping scoffed. No wonder you are so ignorant of etiquette. Zhang Yasen's expression darkened further at Chen Ping's sarcastic tone. Who permitted you to fly above Taiping Peak? Come down at once. Chen Ping stated nonchalantly. Humph. Do not try to assert your status as an elder here. Zhang Yasen retorted dismissively. In Qian Yuan Sect, strength reigns supreme. Although you bear the title of elder, in my eyes, you are nothing. In Qian Yuan Sect, the principle of strength being paramount had led to numerous disciples challenging elders, and the sect even encouraged such behavior. After all, a disciple who dared to challenge an elder must possess extraordinary strength and talent. Yet Chen Ping was an anomaly, a mere waste with a shattered foundation. You think you can compel me to descend? You likely lack the strength to do so. I am at the initial stage of the spirit movement realm. I could crush you with a mere finger. Were it not for my fear of the sect leader, I would have long since ended you. No, if not for my concern over Lungning Shuang, there would be many in Qian Yuan Sect who would wish to kill Chen Ping. A mere initial stage spirit movement garbage dares to provoke my master, Huang Xiling remarked coldly. Even with her experiences from her previous life, she had never encountered someone like Chen Ping. A mere ant at the spirit movement stage dares to be so arrogant. Humph, just an ant at the foundation establishment stage. With that, Zhang Yasen extended his hand, and a terrifying stream of spiritual energy coalesced instantly. I command you to come down. Chen Ping replied, forming a hand seal. The spirit sealing array was instantly activated. Zhang Yasen felt his spiritual energy sealed within, unable to summon even a trace. Stripped of the support of spiritual energy, his body began to plummet. Gravity intensified. Chen Ping formed another hand seal, and yet another array took shape. Though his cultivation was merely at the foundation establishment stage, the spiritual energy within him far surpassed that of his peers. It was sufficient for Chen Ping to activate numerous formidable arrays. In fact, Chen Ping sensed that even without the arrays, his current cultivation was enough to slay Zhang Yasen. However, he did not wish to reveal his true strength. After all, transforming from a waste with a shattered foundation to someone capable of slaying an initial stage spirit movement cultivator in such a short time would be nothing short of astonishing. Having watched countless novels and films in his previous life, he understood the significance of discretion. Zhang Yasen suddenly felt the gravity around him shift dramatically. His body slammed into the ground like a cannonball, kneeling before Chen Ping. Beneath his knees lay a massive crater. The spirit sealing array merely sealed Zhang Yasen's spiritual energy, leaving his physical strength unaffected. Otherwise, he would have been crushed into a pulp by the weight of gravity. Since your master has not taught you how to conduct yourself, allow this elder to educate you. I am certain he will be grateful for my instruction. As Zhang Yasen knelt, his body trembled with rage at Chen Ping's words. Yet, under such immense gravitational pressure, he could not move an inch. Huang Xiling approached Zhang Yasen and spat on the ground. Do you not respect my master? Is your current kneeling posture not quite appropriate? Master, he disrespects you. Shall we kill him? Huang Xiling made a gesture as if to slice his throat. Zhang Yasen's expression changed instantly. Although Qian Yuan Sect forbade internal strife, his act of flying above Taiping Peak was a provocation. If Chen Ping truly killed him, the sect would likely not intervene. Do not kill me. The sect leader sent me to inform you to attend the sect meeting. Zhang Yasen hastily exclaimed. A sect meeting? Chen Ping furrowed his brow. Although he bore the title of elder, he had never involved himself in the matters of Qian Yuan Sect. Why had Lang Ningxuang suddenly summoned him? Chapter 41. Spare his life. Understood. Chen Ping acquiesced, turning to Qin Jinjia beside him. Keep a close watch on this insolent fellow who dares to offend our Taiping Peak, and make sure he kneels here for a full day. Qin Jinjia nodded in affirmation. Rest assured, master. Chen Ping then used his spiritual sense to communicate with Huang Xiling. Find a way to spread the news that Zhang Yasong is kneeling here. Huang Xiling's lips curled into a sly smile upon hearing this. She immediately grasped Chen Ping's intentions. Wu Libo had antagonized Chen Ping on numerous occasions, and now Chen Ping was clearly planning a counterattack. The thought of Wu Libo's disciple kneeling on Chen Ping's Taiping Peak in repentance was deliciously satisfying. All right. Both of you mustn't neglect your cultivation. Remember, only with sufficient diligence can you improve more swiftly, Chen Ping stated nonchalantly. Huang Xiling, standing beside him, twitched her lips. In her view, Chen Ping was the last person who should be saying those words. Since returning to Taiping Peak, she had never once witnessed Chen Ping cultivating. Yet, despite this, his cultivation level continued to rise inexorably. Even she, who had reached an incredibly formidable height in her past life, couldn't fathom such a phenomenon. Qin Jinjia, on the other hand, nodded with utmost sincerity. Master's words are absolute truth. Elder Chen Ping, although Taiping Peak isn't far from the main peak, walking there would likely be time-consuming. Perhaps I could escort you there on my sword? Zhang Yasong offered obsequiously. He had no desire to remain kneeling there any longer than necessary. There's no need. Just obediently kneel here and repent. With that, Chen Ping retrieved his flying artifact, hopped on, and soared towards the main peak. As Chen Ping's figure vanished into the distance, a smug grin crept across Zhang Yasong's face. Arrays are primarily divided into two types, those constructed using various objects as array bases, and those formed using Dao patterns. The former is the most stable. As long as the array base remains intact, the array will continue to function. The latter, however, relies more heavily on the array's creator. Once the creator departs, even if the array continues to operate, its power will diminish significantly. Now that Chen Ping had left, the array was without support, and its potency was sure to wane considerably. Don't waste your efforts. The array my master set up isn't something a mere early-stage spirit convergence cultivator like you can dismantle. Huang Xiling scoffed, seeing through Zhang Yasong's petty scheme. The array patterns Chen Ping had employed were incredibly intricate. Even she couldn't decipher them. Although she hadn't specialized in the Tao of arrays in her past life, her innate strength had reached an extraordinarily high level. She could typically see through ordinary arrays with a single glance. Yet, Chen Ping's array eluded her understanding. Little girl, what do you know? Zhang Yasong retorted derisively. I'll show you how I break Chen Ping's array. Zhang Yasong focused his mind and began to gather the spiritual energy within his body. Sure enough, the spiritual energy began to circulate. A look of elation spread across his face. A good-for-nothing is still a good-for-nothing. To think you could trap me with a mere array, how naive. Zhang Yasong's knees slowly lifted off the ground, and he finally stood up once more. Humph, this array is nothing special, Zhang Yasong declared triumphantly. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he felt an overwhelming force pressing down on him. Like a colossal mountain. With a thud, Zhang Yasong was forced back to his knees. This time, he could distinctly feel his kneecap shattering. How was this possible? Chen Ping has clearly left, so why has the array's power not only not diminished but actually intensified? Zhang Yasong's face was a mask of disbelief. Could it be that Chen Ping has reached the point in the Tao of arrays where he can form arrays with Tao patterns, allowing them to operate at full strength even in his absence? Idiot! Huang Xiling rolled her eyes at Zhang Yasong before retrieving several qi nourishment pills. Are those qi nourishment pills? Zhang Yasong gulped. Even for him, qi nourishment pills were precious treasures. Huang Xiling ignored him, settling into Chen Ping's rocking chair and popping the pills one after another. Zhang Yasong was dumbfounded. These were qi nourishment pills. This girl was consuming them like mere melon seeds. That's right. Huang Xiling suddenly stood up. Jinjia, keep an eye on this fellow. Master just instructed me to take care of something. Although Chen Ping had repeatedly emphasized that Huang Xiling was Qin Jinjia's senior sister, she had never addressed her as such. Qin Jinjia didn't mind, however. In this world, the only person she cared about was her master. Soon, the news that Wu Libo's disciple, Zhang Yasong, was kneeling on Taiping Peak in repentance spread throughout the profound heaven sect, sparking discussions among the disciples. Everyone in the sect knew about the wager between Chen Ping and Wu Libo. Now, with this new development, speculations arose. Do you think Wu Libo's disciple is disappointed in his master and wants to switch to Taiping Peak by kneeling there? It's possible. Wu Libo's actions were quite disgraceful. Meanwhile, within the inner sanctum of Carefree Peak, the atmosphere was charged. Chen Ping is going too far. I don't know what despicable methods he used to make junior brother Zhang Yasong kneel on Taiping Peak, but it's an insult to Carefree Peak. Exactly. This is outrageous. We must resolve this before master returns. Chen Ping must pay the price, or else Carefree Peak will become a laughingstock within the profound heaven sect. The disciples of Carefree Peak were filled with righteous indignation. At that moment, the disciple seated at the head of the table slowly opened his eyes. Senior brother, how should we handle this? Say something. With Wu Libo absent, the eldest disciple, Hua Jianhang, was the backbone of Carefree Peak. Hua Jianhang frowned upon hearing this, but quickly smoothed it out. A mere cripple with a shattered Tao foundation dares to provoke Carefree Peak. Senior brother, are you planning to take action personally? The others looked at Hua Jianhang with awe. Hua Jianhang, the eldest disciple of Carefree Peak, had reached the early stage of the spirit void realm. He was one of the most outstanding members of the younger generation in the profound heaven sect. If I were to take action, wouldn't that give this cheap elder too much credit? Hua Jianhang shook his head, turning to a disciple in the corner. Zhang Gao, I'm entrusting this matter to you. Use whatever means necessary to bring that good-for-nothing Zhang Yasong back to me. Zhang Gao, whose strength had reached the late stage of the spirit convergence realm, was more than capable of dealing with Chen Ping. Zhang Gao nodded upon hearing this. Rest assured, senior brother. I'll make sure Chen Ping and the people of Taiping Peak pay for their actions. Hua Jianhang patted Zhang Gao's shoulder approvingly, but still cautioned, you can discipline him. But remember, do not harm Chen Ping's life. Although the profound heaven sect doesn't prohibit disciples from challenging elders, he is different from the other elders. Chapter 42. The covert scheme. Rest assured, brother, I shall merely teach Elder Chen Ping a lesson. I am well aware of the limits. Zhang Gao nodded vigorously. Very well. You may proceed. Hua Jianhang acknowledged with a nod. Anyone wishing to join in observing the spectacle may do so. Upon hearing this, many from Shaoyao Peak could no longer contain themselves. Witnessing Elder Chen Ping's humiliation would undoubtedly be a significant delight for them. Soon, the group from Shaoyao Peak arrived at Taiping Peak. Brother Zhang Gao, considering this as the main peak of our sect, is it appropriate for us to fly directly over? In Xuantiangong, there exists an unspoken rule that prohibits flying above the main peaks, a gesture of respect towards the elders residing there. What is there to fear? Can Elder Chen really harm us? Zhang Gao scoffed. The prohibition on flying is merely a customary regulation. Before long, they reached Taiping Peak. I must say, there is something exhilarating about soaring above the main peak. We ought to thank Elder Chen Ping, otherwise, we might not have this opportunity to fly above the main peak for quite some time. The crowd erupted in laughter. Just then, an invisible force suddenly sealed their internal spiritual energy. What is happening? Why has my spiritual energy been abruptly sealed? I am experiencing the same. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. At such a height, wouldn't a fall result in severe injuries? Immediately following, sounds akin to dumplings splashing into water echoed as a dozen disciples of Xuantiangong plummeted to the ground. Brother Zhang Gao, what brings you here? Zhang Yasen's lips twitched slightly. Zhang Gao's strength had already reached the late stage of the spirit movement realm. How could he not resist the formation set by Chen Ping? Just how formidable is Chen Ping's mastery of formations? At that moment, Zhang Gao regained his composure. Zhang Yasen, why are you kneeling here? You have utterly disgraced our Qian Yuan Sect. Zhang Gao exclaimed in exasperation. Zhang Yasen's lips quivered. Brother Zhang Gao, You are criticizing us, yet you are in the same predicament. Zhang Gao then realized that he and his fellow brothers had fallen to their knees upon landing, his face turning crimson. What are you all dawdling for? Get up at once. Zhang Gao barked, rising to his feet. However, as soon as he stood, the terrifying gravity doubled, forcing him to kneel again. Before long, a comical scene unfolded atop Taiping Peak. A dozen disciples knelt, attempted to rise, only to kneel down once more. Dear brothers from Xiaoao Peak, you are too polite. We are but junior sisters, unworthy of such grand gestures. Huang Xiling smiled at the approaching disciples from Xiaoao Peak. The disciples flushed with embarrassment. How humiliating. Their resentful glances turned towards Zhang Yason. Were it not for this fellow, they would not be kneeling in such a manner at Taiping Peak. What is going on here? Zhang Gao glared at Zhang Yason in anger. Zhang Yason awkwardly replied. Elder Chen Ping set up a formation before he left. Upon hearing this, Zhang Gao finally understood why they had fallen from the sky in such an undignified manner. Everyone, listen to me. Every formation has a method of being unraveled. Whoever has a high mastery of formations, think of a solution quickly, Zhang Gao urged. The others remained silent. The art of formations requires talent far beyond that of mere cultivation. At that moment, a girl spoke up. I have some knowledge of formations. Though I cannot see through this one, every formation has a limit to its endurance. If our attacks exceed this limit, we can break the formation. Hearing this, Zhang Gao's eyes brightened. Indeed, what prowess could this Chen Ping possess, being a mere waste? Just wait, I shall dismantle this formation. Zhang Gao bit his finger. And with his bloodied fingertip, he began inscribing runes. Soon, the spiritual energy within him began to flow freely again. Qin Jianxiao and Huang Xiling observed this scene without any intent to intervene. The formation laid by our master cannot be easily unraveled. Qian Yuan finger, break for me. A fierce aura surged upwards, creating ripples in the space above. Yet, this was as far as he got. His actions provoked a backlash from the formation. And a more terrifying pressure bore down upon him, forcing him to kneel once more, this time with his forehead pressed firmly to the ground. You see, I told you all not to go to such lengths. Please rise. Huang Xiling teased with a smirk on her exquisite face. Zhang Gao's face flushed crimson. Here he was, a peak practitioner of the spirit movement realm, kneeling before a mere novice girl. This was an utter humiliation for him, and for Xiaoyao Peak as well. At that moment, a hastily arriving disciple from Xiaoyao Peak rushed over, eager to witness Elder Chen Ping's misfortune. However, the sight before him left him utterly dumbfounded. What is happening? Are the disciples from Xiaoyao Peak here for a team-building exercise? You are also from Xiaoyao Peak, aren't you? Huang Xiling regarded Du Xiong with a smile that held a hint of danger. Du Xiong felt an inexplicable chill. No, I am not. He was baffled as to why so many of his brothers were kneeling there. Yet, he clearly understood that Taiping Peak was far more perilous than they had imagined. Though such behavior was disgraceful, it was far better than kneeling alongside them. Humph, do you think I'm a fool? Huang Xiling's smile turned dangerously playful. Go back and tell your fellow disciples from Xiaoyao Peak that Taiping Peak is closed. If you wish to enter, each of you must pay 10 spirit nurturing pills. Du Xiong's lips twitched. 10 spirit nurturing pills are not a trivial sum for ordinary inner disciples. Yet, he also understood that his senior brothers would never allow the disciples of Xiaoyao Peak to remain kneeling here. This was not merely about the disciples kneeling. It was about the dignity of Xiaoyao Peak. This is an overt scheme. Do not go too far. Zhang Gao's face darkened to an extreme. They intend to extort Xiaoyao Peak. Unwilling? Huang Xiling scoffed at Zhang Gao. If you are unwilling, stand up and bite me. Zhang Gao was so furious he could not find words. If you do not wish to leave, you may stay. Huang Xiling said to Du Xiong with a sinister smile. Du Xiong shuddered. I am leaving right now, this very moment. I must return swiftly to inform the senior brother of what has transpired here. As long as he intervenes personally, rescuing them will be a breeze. Chapter 43. Just so, Du Xiong. How have you returned so swiftly? Hua Jianheng gazed at Du Xiong with an indifferent expression. Although he found Du Xiong's demeanor somewhat peculiar, he did not regard the events at Taiping Peak as particularly surprising. After all, Taiping Peak was merely home to a single Broken Foundation establishment elder and 2 newly initiated disciples. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that any disciple from Xiaoyao Peak could easily vanquish the entire Taiping Peak. Du Xiong's lips twitched slightly. Senior brother, Zhang Gao, and the others have encountered difficulties. Hua Jianheng's countenance immediately shifted. Du Xiong dared not withhold any details, recounting the happenings at Taiping Peak in meticulous detail. What? Hua Jianheng furrowed his brow. This Chen Ping truly is insidious, employing formations. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. The people of Xiaoyao Peak cannot remain subjugated by Taiping Peak. This is a disgrace to our sect. If I do not resolve this matter before Master returns, I shall surely face punishment. Meanwhile, at the summit of Taiping Peak, numerous disciples of the Xuantian Gong had gathered. Drawn by the commotion, the Shaoao Peak disciples, accustomed to their domineering ways, now found themselves kneeling in submission, which brought a certain satisfaction to the onlookers. Moreover, it was said that these Shaoao Peak individuals were deserving of their predicament, having brazenly flown on swords over Taiping Peak. An act that could only be seen as a blatant provocation. Their kneeling was indeed a leniency. The crowd buzzed with chatter, while the kneeling disciples of Shaoao Peak felt their faces flush with embarrassment. Just then, a sound of slicing air echoed. Hu Jianheng had arrived. "Here comes Hu Jianheng," someone exclaimed. Hu Jianheng was regarded as a prominent figure among the younger generation of Xuantian Gong. No one anticipated his personal involvement. Surely, this meant that the Shaoyao disciples would not be permitted to linger at Taiping Peak for long. It was rumored that Hu Jianheng had reached the early stage of the spirit void realm, capable of contending with certain outer elders. As the crowd regarded Hu Jianheng, envy and admiration shone in their eyes. Who was the individual accompanying Hu Jianheng? Suddenly, someone noticed a rather unremarkable man walking beside him. The two approached side by side, suggesting that the man held a significant position within Shaoyao Peak. Behind them trailed several other disciples, all eager to witness their senior brother reclaiming their sect's honor. I remember now. That individual is Huang Buxing, the foremost genius in formations of Xuantian Gong. Though he is only in his 30s, his expertise in the art of formations has already reached the level of a senior formation master. The combined strength of a senior formation master can rival that of a spirit void expert. Moreover, given the appropriate time, he could even eliminate a spirit void expert. For the realm of formations is vast and unfathomable. Stop. At that moment, Huang Xiling stepped forward and gestured for the two to halt. Who is this young lady? Someone mused, noticing her beauty. Yet beauty is abundant in the cultivation world. Hu Jianheng regarded Huang Xiling with a cool demeanor. I am Hu Jianheng from Shaoao Peak. We have come to retrieve these junior disciples. Huang Xiling responded with a radiant smile. That feckless individual must have informed you that our Taiping Peak is currently closed. To enter, each of you must pay 10 Puan pills. She lacked for pills but relished the thrill of extortion. Hu Jianheng's brow furrowed at her words. What? Do you still wish to cause trouble at our Taiping Peak? Huang Xiling replied coolly. Very well. Hu Jianheng and Huang Buxing each produced 10 Peiyuan pills and tossed them forth, striding directly inside. The other disciples of Shaoyao Peak attempted to follow, but were halted once more. To enter, you must pay Peiyuan pills. Huang Xiling casually reclined in her chair, crossing her legs as she spoke. The disciples hesitated. 10 Peiyuan pills is rather steep. Could you not lower the price? They were not as affluent as Hu Jianheng and Huang Buxing. Is Shaoyao Peak truly this impoverished? Huang Xiling scoffed. 10 Peiyuan pills is a fair price. Have you all diligently engaged in sect missions over the years? Perhaps you should reflect upon your own circumstances. Upon hearing this, many from Shaoao Peak reluctantly retrieved their Peiyuan pills and made their way inside. Not only disciples from Shaoao Peak, but any disciple of Xuantian Gong could pay Peiyuan pills to enter. Huang Xiling addressed the onlookers. Indeed, many disciples have finally chosen to pay the Peiyuan pills to enter. For such a spectacle is a rarity. As others departed, the disciples of Shaoao Peak remained steadfast, convinced that their senior brother would soon emerge. At Taiping Peak, Hu Jianheng surveyed the kneeling individuals with a cold expression. A bunch of useless fools. To be ensnared by Taiping Peak. The crowd exhibited signs of shame. My master has decreed that they must kneel for a full day. If you wish to take them back, it depends on your capabilities. Huang Xiling remarked as she entered with her chair. Let me handle it. Huang Buxing stepped forward with confidence. He possessed a remarkable talent for formations and believed that while he might struggle with formations set by other elders, Chen Ping, an ordinary person with a shattered foundation establishment, could hardly devise a formidable array. With a wave, Huang Buxing summoned a set of tables and tea utensils before him. Brother, have a cup of tea. Within the span of a single tea session, this formation shall be shattered. Seeing Huang Buxing's confidence, the kneeling disciples of Shaoao Peak felt a surge of excitement. With Brother Huang's intervention, this formation is hardly a challenge. Indeed, once we break this formation, we shall soar through the skies above Taiping Peak for 3 days and nights, ensuring that all of Xuantian Gong recognizes that Taiping Peak ought to be beneath our feet. As the disciples lavished praise upon him, Huang Buxing's lips curled into a slight smile, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes as he began to scrutinize the array's patterns. After a brief moment, he returned to an expression of normalcy. I was expecting a formidable array. However, it is merely the most rudimentary spirit sealing and gravity enhancement formations. A hint of disappointment crossed Huang Buxing's face. It stands to reason. How powerful a formation could an ordinary person with a shattered foundation establishment concoct? With that, he formed hand seals, and intricate patterns manifested in his palms. Break for me. The patterns coalesced into a sharp sword, directly piercing the spirit sealing formation. Instantly, terrifying ripples emerged, and moments later, signs of collapse began to manifest within the array. Humph, just so. Huang Buxing declared proudly, such formations can only ensnare you wretched fools. Chapter 44. The mindless fool. As his voice faded, the collapsed formation unexpectedly transformed into intricate patterns. These patterns coalesced into a new formation. If the previous formation merely served to seal spirits and enhance gravity, the current one had begun to manifest lethal power. Countless formations converged into a sharp divine sword. The sword, formidable and unyielding, though composed solely of patterns, emanated an aura capable of splitting heaven and earth. This is bad. Huang Buxing's complexion shifted dramatically as he hastily retreated. Witnessing this scene, Qian stepped forward, his internal energy surging forth like a tidal wave, creating a protective barrier of energy in front of Huang Buxing. Yet even with this, he remained vigilant. With a swift motion, he positioned himself before Huang Buxing, brandishing a sharp spear. The imminent threat radiating from the sword formed by the patterns was palpable. If he felt this way, one could only imagine the intensity of the danger for Huang Buxing, who specialized in formations. This was undoubtedly beyond his capacity to resist. Boom. The terrifying collision of energies sent ripples through the air, causing numerous onlookers to wince as the dissipating energy waves struck their faces. Qian, at the forefront, was hurled backward, a mouthful of blood escaping his lips. Observing this spectacle, everyone stood frozen in place. Elder Chen Ping was indeed terrifying, even in his absence. A mere arrangement of a formation could injure the esteemed senior brother of Xiao Peak, Qian. Could someone of such prowess truly be deemed a waste? Had Elder Chen Ping presided over the formation directly, would that single blow not have been sufficient to claim Qian's life? Huang Buxing collapsed onto the ground, his gaze vacant. How is this possible? A formation master, Elder Chen Ping, is actually a formation master. Only a formation master could achieve such seamless transitions between formations. After all, each formation is distinct, requiring different patterns. Yet, Elder Chen Ping managed to create two variations from a single set of patterns, and this transformation was entirely spontaneous. The implications of Huang Buxing's words left the crowd in stunned silence. They all understood the significance of the term formation master. Even those who did not practice formations could grasp the weight of those four words. In the entire Qian Yuan Sect, there existed but one formation master. Elder Chen Ping was indeed a formation master. Even if he were incapable of cultivation, reduced to a shattered foundation, his title alone afforded him the right to be an elder of the Qian Yuan Sect. Junior brother Huang, are you all right? Qian steadied himself and hurried over to Huang Buxing. Although he was the senior brother of Xiao Peak, Huang Buxing held an equally esteemed position there. Many secret realms were guarded by formations, requiring the expertise of formation masters for access. Moreover, powerful formation masters could establish formidable protective arrays for the mountain gates. I am no match for Elder Chen Ping. Huang Buxing sighed. No, I am unworthy to be compared to Elder Chen Ping. Once a promising genius in formations, he now felt like a disheartened elder. Let us return. Qian understood that their attempt to take the disciples today would likely be futile. Elder Chen Ping was far more formidable than they had anticipated. Do you think you can leave Taiping Peak so easily? Huang Xiling scoffed. What do you intend to do? Qian's gaze darkened with a hint of menace. Today, Xiao Peak had lost face. If this girl dared to obstruct them again, he would make her understand that the weak ought to maintain a sense of reverence towards the strong, even at the risk of incurring punishment from the sect. As his words lingered, the formation shifted once more, its coverage expanding significantly. Coincidentally, both Huang Buxing and Qian found themselves at the very edge of the formation. Thud. The two men fell to their knees again. The formation exhibited 3 layers of transformation. Elder Chen Ping was truly terrifying. Huang Buxing, who prided himself as a genius in formations, realized that achieving such mastery would require centuries of dedication. Yet, Elder Chen had effortlessly accomplished this feat, even in his absence. Furthermore, this formation had been constructed without any energy from Chen Ping. A sense of dread crept into Huang Buxing's heart. The matter of Chen Ping's foundation restoration was known only to a select few. Those witnessing this scene were left dumbfounded. The senior disciple from Xiao Peak and the most outstanding formation master within the peak were now kneeling at Taiping Peak. This was undoubtedly an unprecedented occurrence in the Qian Yuan Sect in nearly a century. They could only imagine the reaction of Wu Libo upon learning of this event. Meanwhile, in the main hall, Chen Ping entered slowly. Elder Chen Ping. Lu Mohan rushed forward to pay her respects. The other elders, some amiable enough, nodded in acknowledgement, while many chose to ignore his presence altogether. Under the influence of a concealing technique, no one realized that Chen Ping had ascended to the late foundation establishment stage. Sect leader, esteemed elders, Chen Ping greeted with a slight bow. Please, take a seat, Elder Chen Ping. Lang Ningxuang gestured towards the nearest vacant spot beside her. The others looked on with envy. Lang Ningxuang was renowned as an ice-cold beauty, rejecting any advances from males. Until now, she had never allowed anyone, particularly men, to sit beside her. Yet today was an exception. Wu Libo's eyes flashed with jealousy as he witnessed this scene. Why should this waste receive Lang Ningxuang's favor? He had contributed so much to the Qian Yuan Sect, yet she regarded him with indifference. Just last time, she had reprimanded him for Chen Ping's sake. All of this was due to Chen Ping. Once Chen Ping vanished, Lang Ningxuang would inevitably come to accept him. A murderous intent flickered within Wu Libo's heart. Chen Ping, as an elder of the sect, you should endeavor to attend meetings in the future, Lang Ningxuang stated coolly. Chen Ping nodded. What is the topic of this meeting? Lang Ningxuang continued. Several of our disciples at the Foundation establishment stage are undergoing training in the Jiuhuan mountain range, but their soul lamps have shattered. This is likely the work of the Sky Stealer of Jiuhuan Mountain. Our Qian Yuan Sect's dignity cannot be trifled with. So we have decided to dispatch someone to eliminate this thief. The Sky Stealer? A smile tugged at Chen Ping's lips. The name certainly had a certain flair. Sect leader. Such matters have typically been rotated among our peaks. Now that Taiping Peak has a leader, why not let Elder Chen Ping handle the elimination of this thief? Wu Libo suggested. Absolutely not. Lang Ningxuang rejected firmly. The Sky Stealer is a bandit organization, with its strongest member having reached the late spirit movement stage. What are your intentions in sending Chen Ping? Hearing Lang Ningxuang's icy words, Wu Libo frowned. It matters not. I shall take care of this. Chen Ping laughed heartily. They are merely a few bandits. Once I reveal our Qian Yuan Sect's name, they will naturally surrender willingly. At Chen Ping's words, the elders exchanged glances, their lips twitching. These bandits were notorious for their ruthlessness. How could they possibly surrender merely upon hearing the name of the Qian Yuan Sect? If that were the case, those disciples would not have perished. Elder Chen Ping was not only a shattered foundation waste, but also a mindless fool. Chapter 45. No room for compromise truly. Elder Chen Ping is a man of responsibility. Our Qian Yuan Sect needs such elders. Wu Libo remarked, a smile gracing his lips, though his eyes glinted with derision. A fool. May you perish in the Jiuhuan mountain range this time. Lang Ningxuang cast a glance at Wu Libo, her gaze already laden with murderous intent. This man had crossed paths with Chen Ping numerous times, and had it not been for the stability of the Qian Yuan Sect, she would have acted long ago. Nevertheless, she resolved to shadow him discreetly. With her presence, Chen Ping would encounter no peril. Very well, it's settled then, Lang Ningxuang declared. All right, you all may return. Chen Ping, stay behind. The others, upon seeing this, could only rise and take their leave. Come with me. Lang Ningxuang led Chen Ping swiftly to a secluded courtyard. The environment was serene, adorned with rare spiritual herbs. Come here. Lang Ningxuang intertwined her arm with Chen Ping's. As they walked towards the room, Chen Ping was momentarily speechless, feeling the warmth of her touch. It had been long since he had such contact with a woman. He understood her feelings well. She had ventured to the Qian Yuan Sect to establish her own standing, and upon arriving at the Qian Yuan Sect, she had promptly provided him with medicinal pills to aid his recovery. Wait a moment, I shall change into another outfit. Without hesitation, Lang Ningxuang moved aside and began to shed her garments. Her skin, fair as snow, appeared ethereal and captivating. Her slim waist, delicate and graceful, justified her reputation as one of the four beauties of Zhangzhou. After donning a soft, loose-fitting home attire that concealed much of her allure, she exuded a mysterious charm, reminiscent of a lute half hidden in its case. Chen Ping, who do you think is more beautiful, me or Su Yixue? Lang Ningxuang approached him, her exquisitely cold visage betraying a mix of anticipation and anxiety. Before he could respond, she pressed her finger against his lips. Don't say anything. She wished to spare him the dilemma. Regardless, Chen Ping now belonged to her. May I kiss you? Lang Ningxuang looked up at Chen Ping, her eyes brimming with expectation. Their closest contact had merely been linked arms thus far, and she yearned for more. The intimate moments shared between Su Yixue and Chen Ping were experiences she wished to replicate, and even surpass. As Chen Ping lowered his head, a vision of pure whiteness captivated his gaze. With mutual longing, he inclined closer. Their lips met, and in that moment, the room was filled only with the sound of their heartbeats and the increasingly ragged breaths. Embracing Chen Ping, Lang Ningxuang slowly guided him towards her chamber. The man she had yearned for nearly a century was finally hers. Just then, a sudden rumble emanated from a jade pendant on her person, furrowing her brow. Lang Ningxuang pondered, who is so oblivious as to interrupt when I am on the verge of embracing Chen Ping? Let us handle this first. I am not going anywhere. Chen Ping assured her with a smile, stabilizing his emotions. In this world, it seemed only he could elicit such expressions from the icy beauty. Lung Mingshuang nodded, raising her head to plant a gentle kiss on Chen Ping's cheek. Wait for me. At the Xiaoyao Peak, Wu Libo returned and sensed something was amiss. The number of practitioners in the training area had significantly dwindled. Even Hua Jianhang, who was diligent in his cultivation and favored by Wu Libo, was nowhere to be found. Where have all the people gone? Wu Libo inquired tersely. A disciple hurriedly recounted the day's events. This is intolerable. Chen Ping has gone too far. Wu Libo's body radiated a terrifying aura, causing the disciples around him to kneel, afraid to breathe. Wu Libo finally understood why those he encountered on his way back had looked at him strangely. Such events had transpired during his absence. Humph, a bunch of useless fools. To fall so low at Xiaoyao Peak. With a cold snort, Wu Libo vanished from sight. At Taiping Peak, Chen Ping had just returned. What is going on? Why is everyone kneeling here? There are no New Year's gifts to be had, he exclaimed casually. The disciples of Xiaoyao Peak trembled in anger at his words. Do you not know what is happening? Master, you've returned. Qin Jianxiao and Huang Xiling rushed to greet him. Master, I performed admirably, did I not? Huang Xiling said, batting her eyelashes eagerly for praise. Chen Ping nodded, indeed. Elder Chen Ping, I now realize my wrongs. Please allow us to return. Hua Jianhang, with rage boiling within, displayed a facade of humility. Despicable. If not for the protective formation, I could single-handedly overturn your entire Taiping Peak. You should understand that actions have consequences, do you not? Chen Ping replied, scrutinizing Hua Jianhang. At your age, you have only reached the initial stage of Lingxiu. What a disgrace. Hua Jianhang's expression darkened further. Such audacity. Elder Chen Ping, if my master learns of what transpired here, he will undoubtedly be furious. Hua Jianhang warned. Wu Libo was notorious for his tempestuous temper, and the Qian Yuan Sect never prohibited conflicts among elders. Are you threatening me? Chen Ping's eyes narrowed. You may interpret it that way, Hua Jianhang affirmed. Release us now, or my master will certainly come. It won't end well for you. As the eldest disciple spoke, the others chimed in. Indeed, let us go quickly, or face the consequences. A smirk appeared on Chen Ping's lips as he struck Hua Jianhang across the face with a resounding slap. You, an inner disciple. What gives you the audacity to speak to me so? Believe me, even if I were to kill you, the sect would not retaliate. A chilling aura emanated from Chen Ping. Hua Jianhang's complexion turned pale. The overwhelming pressure made him feel as if he were facing an ancient beast. He had no doubt that if he dared to speak again, Chen Ping might indeed take his life. Yet, how could a mere shattered foundation exude such a terrifying presence? I have already stated, you must kneel here for an entire day as penance for your offense against Taiping Peak. Chen Ping said calmly. Elder Chen Ping, does this mean there is no room for negotiation? Wu Libo's imposing presence suddenly filled the space. His aura was unrestrained, casting a shadow that instilled fear. Even Huang Xiling's expression turned grave. While Wu Libo was inconsequential in her past life at the peak of her power, she now had no means to contend with him. All eyes shifted to Chen Ping, awaiting his response to Wu Libo's challenge. Chapter 46. It seemed quite reasonable. Chen Ping nodded, stating, as an inner disciple of the Qian Yuan Sect, disregarding the sect's rules and audaciously causing a ruckus on my Taiping Peak leaves no room for negotiation. Wu Libo's expression darkened to an extreme. Chen Ping, you are courting death. A chilling murderous intent emanated from Wu Libo, causing a shiver to run down the spines of those who had gathered to witness the spectacle. They realized that today's events were unlikely to end well. Unnoticed by anyone, Chen Ping's right hand formed a uniquely intricate seal. As he moved, countless subtle Dao patterns manifested atop the main peak of Taiping. Chen Ping was aware that ever since Lung Ningfang arrived, regardless of what transpired, she would protect him. Yet, he had never been the type to entrust his life to another. Within just a few days of arriving at Taiping Peak, he had set up the God-slaying array using the entire peak as its foundation, an array he had acquired in his previous system. The God-slaying array, one of the ancient great formations, possessed the might to slay immortals and deities. Although Chen Ping's current cultivation was indeed feeble, preventing him from unleashing the full power of the array, its foundation lay in the spirit energy of Taiping Peak itself. While it may not be capable of slaying deities, dealing with a mere peak spirit void realm opponent would be effortless. As long as Wu Libo did not choose to back down, he would not hesitate to activate the God-slaying array. Fine, since reconciliation is impossible, let us speak with strength. A terrifying aura radiated from Wu Libo. His own disciples knelt before others, and if he failed to take them away today, he, Wu Libo of the Xiaoyao Peak, would become a laughingstock within the Qian Yuan Sect. Stop. At that moment, a voice of reprimand rang out. Everyone turned towards the source of the voice. Wu Libo was evidently enraged, and at such a moment, someone dared to provoke him? Lu Mohan, do you wish to stop me? You are not worthy. Wu Libo glared at Lu Mohan. the terrifying aura crashing upon him like a tidal wave. Lu Mohan's complexion turned ashen, although he had broken through to the spirit void realm under Chen Ping's guidance. How could he possibly contend with an established powerhouse like Wu Libo? With a thud, Lu Mohan collapsed to his knees, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Elder Wu, the sect master sent me here, saying your disciples provoked trouble first. They brought this upon themselves. As their master, you cannot simply shield them. Lu Mohan hastily brought up Lung Ningfang. Upon hearing the mention of the sect master, Wu Libo's expression twisted even further. Once again, it was Lung Ningfang. Because of that worthless Chen Ping, Lung Ningfang had targeted him multiple times. Chen Ping, if you are a man, do not rely on a woman. Choose any disciple from my sect, and if they can defeat yours, today's matter will be over. Wu Libo said, taking a deep breath. Chen Ping chuckled at the words. Elder Wu, why would I need to fight your disciples? I have them kneeling here. If you are dissatisfied, go seek the sect master. This elder is indeed living off the soft rice. If you are displeased, you can partake as well. Dare to scorn me? I embrace it. Wu Libo was nearly incensed to the point of vomiting blood at Chen Ping's words. The onlookers stared in disbelief. Chen Ping truly intended to go all the way with this. Though they felt a twinge of disdain, they could not help but feel a hint of envy. Why couldn't this pretty boy be themselves? Very well, very well. Wu Libo repeated the phrase thrice. Let you remain here on your knees. Little did he know, had Lu Mohan not arrived in time, once Chen Ping activated the god-slaying array, he would have met his end. In truth, it was merely luck that he had preserved his life. Who would have thought Elder Wu Libo would relent? It seemed prudent to avoid provoking Elder Chen Ping in the future. He would certainly advise his fellow disciples to refrain from antagonizing those of Taiping Peak. If even Wu Libo had been humbled, provoking Chen Ping would be akin to courting death. The night soon descended, leaving only Chen Ping and his 3 disciples, along with a few kneeling disciples from Shaoyao Peak, at Taiping Peak. Inside the grand hall, Chen Ping, Huang Xiling, and Qin Jinjiao leisurely enjoyed a hot pot meal. Master, what is this? I have never eaten anything like it before. Huang Xiling exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with delight. The spicy, savory flavor was unlike anything she had tasted in her 2 lifetimes. Qin Jinjiao, though more reserved, also had her bowl brimming with food. This is called hot pot. It is a cuisine from my hometown, Chen Ping said, a hint of nostalgia gleaming in his eyes. When he first arrived in this world, he constantly pondered how to return home, despite the wonders and excitement of this realm. Yet, as time passed, he had spent over a century here. The fleeting 20 years of his previous life began to blur, now merely a distant memory. Master, what would you have done today had Lu Mohan not arrived? Huang Xiling inquired curiously, pondering the seemingly deadlocked situation. Setting down his chopsticks, Chen Ping's expression turned serious. Had Lu Mohan not come, Wu Libo likely would not have returned alive. The 2 women exchanged peculiar glances. Did Chen Ping imply that he would have killed Wu Libo? Yet he was merely at the late foundation establishment stage. Qin Jinjiao had witnessed Chen Ping slay a formidable demon, but he had mentioned that it was merely a one-time use artifact. Master, you were just boasting, Huang Xiling said, rolling her eyes as she picked up a green vegetable. Boasting? A smirk played on Chen Ping's lips, while Qin Jinjiao remained fiercely loyal. Huang Xiling seemed more interested in his true phoenix power and the modifications to the ancient Phoenix Sutra. He felt the need to display a sliver of strength to solidify this advantageous master-disciple bond. Once more, Chen Ping formed a single-handed seal, and the myriad Dao patterns filled the air above Taiping Peak. God-slaying array manifest, Chen Ping commanded, and a miniature version of the God-slaying array materialized above the 3 of them. Sweat beaded on Huang Xiling's forehead as she sensed an imminent threat of death emanating from the array. She believed that even at her peak in her past life, escaping this array would have been an arduous endeavor. Her expression grew solemn as she gazed at Chen Ping. What kind of identity did this seemingly unassuming master possess? Harboring such profound secrets? Even she, the reincarnation of an empress, felt a sense of inferiority. In the grand hall of Shaoyao Peak, Wu Libo sat with a face as dark as thunder. Since Chen Ping arrived at the Qian Yuan Sect, he had ingratiated himself with Lung Ningfang, making him a source of embarrassment on 2 occasions. Soon, a shadowy figure appeared at his side. In a few days, Chen Ping will venture to the Jiuhuan mountain range to eliminate bandits. Normally, he would meet his demise there, but I am uneasy. You must follow him and ensure he perishes in the Jiuhuan mountains. Wu Libo instructed grimly. The shadow knelt on one knee, given the sect master's regard for him. It is likely she will covertly accompany him. Wu Libo scoffed. That is of no concern to you. She will not appear by Chen Ping's side when the time comes. Chen Ping, you revel in the spotlight and wish to hunt bandits? It would be only fitting to meet your end at the hands of those rogues. Chapter 47. The sacred spirit purple pill, the spiritual energy of the Ling Yuan Falls, had reached an unprecedented low. Su Yixue once again summoned the elders of Qian Yuan Sect who had attained the Lingshu realm. It was imperative to utilize the Ling Yuan Falls as soon as possible, otherwise, the growth of the disciples would be severely hampered. Su Yixue wore a grave expression. However, in response to her words, the assembly fell into silence. Capturing demons at the Lingshu realm was no simple feat. While killing them might pose little challenge, capturing them alive would undoubtedly require significant sacrifice. Who would willingly undertake such risks? They blamed Chen Ping. Had he not recklessly pursued other endeavors and focused on capturing demons for the Qian Yuan Sect, such troubles would not have arisen. To them, the current predicament was entirely a consequence of Chen Ping's actions. Yet, they never considered that without Chen Ping, the Qian Yuan Sect would never have acquired the Ling Yuan Falls as a sacred cultivation ground. In fact, it was Chen Ping alone who silently bore the burden of ensuring the operation of the Ling Yuan Falls, never once seeking recognition for his efforts. Now, they were merely asked to replace Chen Ping, a task that should have been managed by a single individual, yet they resented it collectively. As Luo Linger observed this scene, a trace of disdain flickered in her eyes. These individuals professed their lifelong dedication to the Qian Yuan Sect, yet when the time came for action, they shied away from responsibility. Compared to Chen Ping, they were nothing more than ineffectual drifters. Regrettably, the Xianjing causality mirror could only be activated once a month. Otherwise, even at the risk of exhausting her lifespan, she would resolve to uncover the truth and expose the shame of the Qian Yuan Sect to all. Witnessing the lack of initiative among the crowd, Su Yixue's disappointment was palpable. Are there really none among you who can step in for Chen Ping? I shall go. At that moment, Fan Lanoyu stepped forward. The willingness of someone to volunteer brought a wave of relief to the gathering. They had no objections to hunting demons. Indeed, they would prefer to be allowed to do so, as their disciples could benefit from the Ling Yuan Falls. No, Su Yixue quickly interjected. You have just begun to solidify your sword body. You must focus on your stability within the sect. Fan Lanoyu felt a rush of warmth at Su Yixue's concern for him. Chen Ping, do you see this? Your woman now only has eyes for me. It seemed he needed to hasten his pursuit of Su Yixue. Regardless, I am a part of the sect. Contributing to its welfare is my duty. Fan Lanoyu declared with righteous indignation. He felt the urge to leave the Qian Yuan Sect. As long as Chen Ping lived, he could not find peace. I said no. Su Yixue chided. Are you not ashamed? You all boast of your commitment to the sect, yet when it is time to act, you become reticent. While the youngest among you, Fan Lanoyu, is the only one willing to step up. Her words evoked a hint of shame among the crowd, yet no one spoke up. I will go. Lanoyu indeed needs to solidify his training. At that moment, Luo Linger stood, eager to experience the efforts Chen Ping exerted while capturing demon cultivators. Observing the still silent elders, Su Yixue sighed in disappointment. Very well, but remember, your safety must come first. Luo Linger nodded. Rest assured, Sect Master. Since using the Xianjing causality mirror, she had sensed a faint premonition of future events. This time, she felt a strong intuition that she might encounter senior brother Chen Ping during this venture. At Qian Yuan Sect, Master, are we truly going to eradicate bandits in the Jihuan Mountains? There are far too many mosquitoes and insects. Who could possibly enjoy that? Huang Xiling clung to Chen Ping's arm, pouting. Chen Ping grimaced, ruffling her hair. You can deceive others, but not me. Do you truly dislike the environment of the Jihuan Mountains? After all, in your past life, you were a fire phoenix. Such a wilderness should be your comfort zone. Huang Xiling pouted but said nothing. Beside them, Qin Jianxia silently held her sword, her resolve unwavering. Whatever master commands, I shall follow. Atop the main peak of Qian Yuan Sect, Lu Mohan hurriedly approached. Sect Master, Elder Chen Ping has left the sect. Cold Ning Shuang nodded. I understand. Wu Libo had schemed to place Chen Ping in peril. Had it not been for the stability of Qian Yuan Sect, she would have dealt with him long ago. At that moment, a ripple of space manifested, and a beautiful woman appeared before her. The woman possessed an alluring figure, dressed in revealing attire that accentuated her curves. She exuded a captivating aura that seemed to awaken primal desires within anyone who gazed upon her. Though she paled in comparison to Chen Ping's previous world, she was undeniably a scandalous presence in this realm. Shao Sect Master, what brings you here? Cold Ning Shuang inquired, her tone tinged with irritation. Shao Yue, the head of the Lingyu Pavilion, though not as powerful as Qian Tian or Qian Yuan sects, commanded respect due to the unique position of her establishment. The Lingyu Pavilion practiced dual cultivation techniques, and many of its disciples had entangled affairs with powerful figures in the region, despite being fleeting encounters. This created a formidable network of connections. Please, leave us, Cold Ning Shuang waved Lu Mohan away. Once Lu Mohan's figure disappeared from view, Shao Yue embraced Cold Ning Shuang. So, Frost, have you missed me during this time? Cold Ning Shuang pushed her away. Xiao Sect Master, please conduct yourself appropriately. Hearing this, Xiao Yue smirked. Back when we stargazed, you called me little sweetheart. Now that there's someone new, I'm addressed as Xiao Sect Master. You are indeed heartless. Cold Ning Shuang rolled her eyes. Enough. Speak of your purpose for visiting. The two had known each other for a long time, and Xiao Yue had long since set her sights on Cold Ning Shuang. However, Cold Ning Shuang was as frigid as her name suggested, impervious to any advances. Yet, as time passed, their relationship had grown closer, hinting at a burgeoning camaraderie. I have news regarding your inquiry. Xiao Yue smiled. In a few days, there will be an auction in the southern wilderness featuring the sacred spirit purple pill. Upon hearing the name of the pill, Cold Ning Shuang's breath quickened. The sacred spirit purple pill was said to be forged from the blood of a sage, capable of mending any injury, whether physical or in cultivation. If she could obtain the sacred spirit purple pill, perhaps Chen Ping could be restored. Observing Cold Ning Shuang's unmasked excitement, Su Yixue's curiosity about Chen Ping grew. What manner of man could evoke such concern from this seemingly unfeeling beauty? Chapter 48. Such a coincidence. The Jiuhuan mountain range marked the second foray of Chen Ping and the two ladies, Qin Jiansha and Huang Xiling, into this mountainous terrain. Unlike their previous visit, Chen Ping had now attained the peak of the foundation establishment stage, and both disciples had reached the initial phase of the same realm. According to Chen Ping's estimations, Qin Jiansha should be capable of holding her ground against an ordinary practitioner at the peak of foundation establishment. As for Huang Xiling, should she exert her full strength, she would likely have no rivals beneath the foundation establishment realm, given her terrifying prowess from her past life. Her battle experience and comprehension of techniques were far beyond that of an ordinary individual. The mission to eradicate the sky-stealing bandit was merely a matter of convenience. The primary objective was to provide the two girls with more experience. Chen Ping stated, during this journey, strive to conceal your identities as disciples of Xuantianzong. This precaution was chiefly for Qin Jiansha's sake. Despite her remarkable talent, she remained inexperienced in the ways of the world. In this realm, the most perilous threats were not necessarily the magical beasts or demonic practitioners, but rather those of the same lineage. Understood. Qin Jiansha nodded vigorously. She had always been obedient to Chen Ping's requests. In this world, aside from her deceased parents, her master was her greatest benefactor, her only support and bond. Throughout the journey, Qin Jiansha diligently practiced her cultivation, while Huang Xiling appeared to be on a leisurely sightseeing trip. Chen Ping held no objections. After all, for Huang Xiling, achieving a certain cultivation level allowed her to unleash her utmost potential without the necessity of constant training like Qin Jiansha. At that moment, the sounds of a fierce battle captured Chen Ping's attention. Not far ahead, a surge of energy erupted, indicating a confrontation at the mid-foundation establishment level. It's a flame leopard at the peak of foundation establishment. Qin Jiansha exclaimed. This was the most formidable magical beast she had encountered on this journey. Before the flame leopard stood a cultivator whose breath had become erratic. Faced with a beast of a higher realm, he was already struggling to cope. However, for a mid-foundation establishment practitioner to inflict such damage on the flame leopard was commendable. I implore my fellow cultivators for assistance. After slaying this beast, its magic core shall belong to you. Jiang Tao had noticed the group trailing behind him and clung to the hope of salvation. Master? Qin Jiansha glanced at Chen Ping. Handle it as you see fit, Chen Ping replied nonchalantly. Qin Jiansha nodded and surged toward the flame leopard. In its prime, the flame leopard would hardly be a match for her, and given its current injuries, inflicted by Jiang Tao, her confidence soared. Seeing Qin Jiansha approach alone, Jiang Tao furrowed his brows. He could discern that she was merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment. He had anticipated that both Qin Jiansha and Huang Xiling would assist him, allowing him to regain the upper hand. Instead, only Qin Jiansha had come forth. With grace akin to that of a celestial being, Qin Jiansha wielded her Qishao sword, which seemed to possess a life of its own. Each strike she delivered targeted the flame leopard's vital points. Jiang Tao watched in astonishment. Her swordsmanship was astonishingly profound. Although the flame leopard had been severely weakened, it remained a formidable creature of the late foundation establishment level. Under Qin Jiansha's relentless assault, the flame leopard soon collapsed to the ground. Thank you for your timely assistance. Jiang Tao bowed to Qin Jiansha. In the heat of battle, he had focused solely on the fight, only now noticing her exceptional beauty. Despite the bloodstains from the battle, her radiant charm was undeniable. Not at all. I merely sought to train during my outing. It was a trivial matter. Qin Jiansha replied coolly. As agreed. The magical core of the flame leopard belongs to you. Jiang Tao pointed to the fallen beast, feeling a pang of regret. The core could fetch a considerable sum. Qin Jiansha shook her head. I have no need for it. With that, She turned to leave. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Tao's brows furrowed. The flame leopard's core might be insignificant to high-tier cultivators, but for someone at the initial foundation establishment stage like Qin Jiansha to disregard it was curious. Her identity must be extraordinary. He glanced at Chen Ping and Huang Xiling. One exuded beauty rivaling Qin Jiansha, while the other appeared ordinary. Jiang Tao's expression began to shift subtly. Wait a moment, fellow cultivators. Jiang Tao hastily pursued her. If Qin Jiansha disregarded the flame leopard's magic core, she must possess something far more valuable. Is there something you need? Qin Jiansha turned to ask, her tone indifferent. At that moment, Chen Ping and Huang Xiling approached. Noticing them, Jiang Tao's face broke into a smile. He retrieved a large pill from his pocket and consumed it, his previously waning energy instantly restored to its peak. During the skirmish with the flame leopard, he had not had the opportunity to take the elixir, otherwise, he would have dispatched the beast long ago. Is everything all right, Jiansha? Huang Xiling inquired, simultaneously swallowing a Yuan cultivation pill. The Yuan cultivation pill? Jiang Tao gulped. If only he could obtain one. He might break through to the peak of foundation establishment. With Huang Xiling showing such disdain for the pill, she must have plenty on her. Perhaps even higher-grade pills and magical artifacts. Your composure is remarkable. The Jiuhuan mountain range is fraught with danger. Might I inquire if you have any family elders accompanying you? Jiang Tao asked. We are merely wandering cultivators. Qin Jiansha recalled Chen Ping's instructions. Upon hearing the term wandering cultivators, Jiang Tao felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, only wandering cultivators would engage in such extravagant consumption of Yuan cultivation pills. They lacked formal training, unaware of how to maximize the efficacy of such elixirs. This was advantageous for him. Wandering cultivators signified a lack of backing. As for their treasures, they likely stumbled upon them by chance. However, now, these would all belong to him. Two initial foundation establishment practitioners were no match for him. What a coincidence. I too am a wandering cultivator. Why not we travel together for mutual support? Jiang Tao suggested, approaching Qin Jiansha with a grin. Qin Jiansha's brows knitted at his words. She disliked engaging with men outside of her master. Just then, Jiang Tao unleashed a sudden attack, an overwhelming wave of energy erupting from his being. Breaking claw. Jiang Tao transformed his fist into a claw, lunging directly at Qin Jiansha's chest. Chapter 49. The assault. Witnessing the scene unfold, Chen Ping exhibited no semblance of surprise. The moment Huang Xiling consumed the Peiyuan Dan, he had already discerned the avarice glimmering in Jiang Tao's eyes. However, he refrained from explicitly cautioning Qin Jiansha. It was imperative for her to internalize the experience through her own encounters. Regardless of how much he articulated, it would scarcely impact her. Moreover, with Qin Jiansha's prowess, addressing Jiang Tao was a trivial matter. Cease. A sharp voice cut through the tension. How can you repay kindness with enmity? Is this how you conduct yourself? A woman clad in tight-fitting attire approached, her tall stature radiating an aura of valor that commanded attention. A caravan slowly advanced behind her. Who are you? Jiang Tao's expression shifted, realizing the formidable presence behind her. Humph, I am the one who will end your life. Chen Jiamin had drawn her long sword. Its tip aimed menacingly at Jiang Tao's throat. People like you deserve to perish. Wait. Chen Ping interjected, momentarily halting Chen Jiamin's advance. She paused, taken aback that he would restrain her while she was attempting to assist him. This matter should be resolved by my disciple herself, Chen Ping stated calmly. Qin Jian nodded in agreement. Are you out of your mind? Your disciple is merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment, while this fellow is at the mid-stage. Chen Jiamin retorted, exasperated. Although she was capable of defeating adversaries beyond her level, how many prodigies like her existed in this world? Chen Ping merely smiled, remaining silent. Qin Jianjia, however, surged forward with her sword drawn. Chen Jiamin stared at the Qishao sword in Qin Jianjia's grasp, momentarily stunned. A pinnacle-grade earth artifact? How could a low-ranking cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment possess such a treasure? Subtly, she retracted her own sword, realizing that her own Wuying sword was only at the initial level of earth grade. Then, her expression morphed into something more perplexed. Despite being at the initial stage of foundation establishment, Qin Jianjia's swordsmanship was profoundly intricate, targeting Jiang Tao's vital points with precision. Such mastery over the battlefield and comprehension of sword techniques was beyond that of an ordinary individual. In merely 3 moves, Jiang Tao's body collapsed to the ground. Disbelief etched on his face. He could hardly fathom that he had met his demise at the hands of a cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Master. Qin Jianjia returned, bowing respectfully to Chen Ping and taking her place behind him. Let us depart. Chen Ping turned to continue deeper into the mountains. Wait, fellow Taoist. You intend to venture further into the Jiuhuan Mountains, correct? Chen Jiamin spoke up, her instincts suggesting that these individuals were extraordinary. If they could forge an alliance, it might prove advantageous for her. I hail from the Qin family of Zhongzhou. Since our goals align, why not journey together for mutual support? Qin Jiamin proposed with a smile. Chen Ping shook his head in response. I appreciate your kindness, but we value our freedom and prefer to avoid constraints. How can you be so ungrateful? The Qin family is extending an invitation for you to accompany us. This is a privilege. At that moment, a girl resembling Qin Jiamin approached. Jiaying, do not be rude, Qin Jiamin admonished. Her instincts had always been sharp. She sensed that Chen Ping and his companions were not to be underestimated. Sister, you were simply too kind, Qin Jiaying retorted. Now look, you extended a warm invitation, and they turned you down coldly. Chen Ping frowned slightly at this, but then relaxed. He recognized the Qin family of Zhongzhou, although they were not as formidable as the likes of Qian Yuan Sect. They were certainly stronger than many smaller sects, ranking among the elite families of Zhongzhou. Your sister has a point. You did extend goodwill, and I should reciprocate. Chen Ping mused. However, it seems you have offended someone. Otherwise, there would be no reason for anyone to poison you. If I were in your position, I would immediately consume an antidote and vacate the Jiuhuan Mountains. With that, Chen Ping turned to leave. He had no desire to entangle himself with any factions. He had sensed that they were being discreetly followed, and if the target were not himself, it was evidently the Qin family members. Sister, look at this guy. He rejects your kind offer to travel together and even dares to threaten us. Qin Jiaing exclaimed in indignation. In Zhongzhou, aside from a few sects, who would dare to lay a hand on the Qin family? And as for poisoning, how could we possibly be unaware of it? Yet I feel he may not be speaking idly, Qin Jiamin interjected. She discerned no hint of deceit in Chen Ping's eyes. Miss, you are overly concerned. An elderly man on horseback approached. Even if someone were trailing us, with our current strength, they would be met with certain demise. As for poisoning, with my presence, no one can administer poison without our knowledge. Qin Jiamin nodded in acknowledgement. Elder Wong had achieved great heights in the field of medicine. It was indeed unlikely that anyone could poison them unnoticed. Nevertheless, she could not shake off Chen Ping's warning from her mind. Was he truly speaking without basis? How could that be? The sword in that girl's hand was a pinnacle-grade earth artifact. The one who bestowed such an artifact upon a disciple could not possibly be an ordinary person. Let us proceed. No matter what, we must secure that treasure, Qin Jiamin declared, glancing at the time. The Wong family had received word that a secret realm had appeared in the Jiuhuan Mountains, prompting their hurried journey. As for her earlier invitation to Chen Ping, it stemmed from her belief that even if he traveled with them, their current strength would ensure that he could not disrupt their plans. The group resumed their journey, yet Qin Jiamin could not shake the lingering thoughts of Chen Ping's words. Sister, worry not. Elder Wong just assured us that nothing will go awry. However, scarcely had his words faded when the ominous sound of arrows slicing through the air resonated around them. Trouble. We are under attack. The caravan erupted into chaos. Soon, a group of assailants appeared before them. Miss Chen, shall we have a word? A chilling voice echoed. Taking a deep breath, Qin Jiamin descended slowly from her position. Surveying the group before her, she furrowed her brow. Thieves of the Jiuhuan Mountains? The Qin family bore no grievances against the thieves. So why would they choose to assault them today? Indeed, you are as astute as they say, the most intelligent young lady of the Qin family, Ruan Jinghan acknowledged. A hint of admiration in her tone. Qin Jiamin's gaze swept across the group, and her apprehension began to dissipate. The strongest among them appeared to be merely at the initial stage of spirit movement, indicating that the most formidable members of the thieves were absent. Although her own strength was limited to the pinnacle of foundation establishment, Elder Wong stood beside her, having already attained the peak of spirit movement. The advantage is ours. You think you can threaten the Wong family? Depart now, and I shall pretend you never existed. Completing the mission was paramount. Chapter 50. Truly good people, what mere bandits are they? If the Qin family were not trying to conceal their intentions this time, a single expert would suffice to obliterate the entire Sky Thief organization. Ha! At this moment, Ruan Jinghan burst into an exaggerated laugh. What are you laughing at? Qin Jiamin furrowed her brow. This audacious fellow would surely be silenced by Wang Lao soon. I laugh at you, Miss Chen, for still being oblivious to the situation. Ruan Jinghan sneered. You may as well try to channel your internal energy now. Upon hearing this, Qin Jiamin's brow furrowed deeper as she hastily attempted to summon her true energy. However, a chilling realization struck her. She was utterly unable to do so. Poison. Qin Jiamin suddenly recalled Chen Ping's words. He had warned them that they had been poisoned and should leave the Jiuhuan Mountains as soon as possible. Yet, at that time, Wang Lao and Qin Jiaying had dismissed his warnings. Wang Lao's expression shifted as well. Although he possessed considerable medical knowledge, he could not fathom when they had been poisoned. Sister, what should we do? Qin Jiaying panicked. She had long heard of the notorious reputation of the Sky Thieves. They were not only robbers but also known for their ruthless desires. If these two sisters, with their unparalleled beauty, fell into the hands of the sky thieves, their fate would be worse than death. The fellow just now warned us. It's my fault for not being resolute enough. Chen Jiamin sighed. Had she heeded Chen Ping's advice and left the Jiuhuan Mountains, they would not have encountered such peril. Bring everyone here except for the two Miss Chens and this old man, and kill them. Ruan Jinghan slowly raised her hand. You must consider the consequences of offending the Chen family. Chen Jiaying threatened. If our ancestor comes, not even your mere leader, nor the entire Sky Thief organization, will escape unscathed. Chen Jiamin sighed. Since they dared to intercept them, they surely did not fear the Chen family's retaliation. The expanse of the Jiuhuan Mountains was vast. Even if their ancestor possessed great strength, he could only locate them within this region. The difficulty of avenging them was immense. Otherwise, how could the Sky Thieves have thrived here for so long without consequence? Indeed, Wang Jing'an disregarded her words. With a wave of her hand, the bandits surged forward. Brothers, don't just kill. Remember to loot their bodies afterward. Space rings must not be overlooked. These families are all quite wealthy. A chorus of anguished screams erupted. Although the Chun family members were formidable, the effects of the poison rendered them unable to summon their energy. They were like lambs led to slaughter before the savage Sky Thieves. As she witnessed the caravan fall into a pool of blood, Chun Jiamin's complexion turned pale. Her body trembled uncontrollably, filled with rage yet overwhelmed with helplessness. They were no different from ordinary mortals, unable to summon their energy. She regretted not heeding Chen Ping's advice. Miss Chun is indeed a beauty, a true gem. Ruan Jinghan approached Chun Jiamin, caressing her face. What a shame. Even if I desire to enjoy her, I must wait until the leader has his turn. Ruan Jinghan languidly licked her fingers after touching Chun Jiamin's face. Don't touch my sister. Chen Jiaying admonished immediately. Don't be so agitated. You can't escape either. In time, you sisters will serve our great leader together, which wouldn't be without its charm. The shameless words of Ruan Jinghan left both women looking utterly horrified, yet more so, they were filled with trepidation. Coming from prestigious families, they had never encountered such a situation. Ruan, the people have been dealt with. At this moment, Lu Xiong approached, eager to take credit. Can we return to the hideout now? Wang Jing'an shook her head. Not yet. They are, after all, from the Chen family. We must not be careless. A glint of severity flashed in her eyes. I noticed two men and a woman interacting with the Chen family. They must die. Otherwise, they pose a risk of exposure. They have nothing to do with us and won't report to the Chen family. Do not harm them. Chen Jiamin implored urgently. Chen Ping had already tried to dissuade them. She could not bear to drag him into this predicament. Miss Chen is too kind. Wang Jing'an smirked. It's a pity. I would rather mistakenly kill 1,000 than let one escape. Take Miss Chen with us. Meanwhile, Chen Ping and his companions continued their leisurely journey. The task of eradicating the Sky Thieves was trivial for him. The primary focus this time was to provide Qin Jianjie with ample practical experience. As they ventured deeper, the ferocity of the beasts they encountered escalated, and Qin Jianjia's swordplay grew increasingly proficient. This was the strength of the Hunyuan sword body. Soon, the sound of galloping hooves echoed. Chen Ping narrowed his brow as Ruan Jing'an's group appeared before them. It's them, Ruan Jinghan stated coolly. Master? Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Jianjia's brow furrowed. Fellow Daoist, run. Chen Jiamin shouted to Chen Ping. Run? Where to? Wang Jing'an struck Chen Jiamin across the face. Those I wish to kill have yet to find a way to escape. She then turned her gaze toward Chen Ping and his companions, a peculiar light glimmering in her eyes. Gems. These two girls are every bit as exquisite as the Chen sisters. That delicate waist would be a delight to hold. I won't report your capture of them, Chen Ping replied indifferently. Upon hearing this, Chen Jiaying frowned. A spineless coward. Oh, you mean to say you want me to spare you? Ruan Jinghan smirked. You may have misunderstood my intentions, Chen Ping replied, shaking his head. What I mean is, if you leave now, I will pretend I have seen nothing. But if you foolishly provoke me, then you shall remain. A trace of killing intent radiated from Chen Ping. Fellow Daoist, run. These people are from the Sky Thieves. Chen Jiamin urged. Sky Thieves? At the mention of this term, a smile curled on Chen Ping's lips. It seems fortune has smiled upon me. The reason the Sky Thieves have yet to be eradicated is that their lair is too well concealed. Even for those adept in the art of divination, I initially thought that locating the Sky Thieves would be my greatest challenge. But it appears they have delivered themselves right to my doorstep. I have changed my mind. Chen Ping grinned. Lead me to your hideout, and I shall grant you a swift end. How considerate of the Sky Thieves. Chapter 51. Paying the price grant me a swift demise? Ruan Jinghan erupted in exaggerated laughter. Yet an intense aura of malice emanated from him. As a key figure among the sky-stealing bandits, he was ruthlessly savage. His followers, witnessing his reaction, understood that someone would suffer gravely. Very well, then. Chen Jiaming scoffed. A mere mortal and 2 foundation establishment neophytes. I shall observe how you orchestrate my demise. She touched her nose, finding his arrogance excessive. Despite the girl's earlier feat of killing Jiang Tao, indicating some prowess, the current adversaries were predominantly in the mid-foundation establishment stage, with Ruan Jinghan himself nearing the core formation realm. While cultivating required indomitable spirit, it shouldn't devolve into blatant self-destruction. Sister, this fellow is far too presumptuous, Chen Jiaying lamented. Shaking her head, such arrogance, unsupported by genuine strength, is but a jest. Jianjia, Xiling, advance. Chen Ping commanded calmly. Qin Jianjia and Huang Xiling stepped forward. Chen Jiaying's expression turned scornful, suspecting he intended to use the girls as a diversion while he fled. Utterly spineless, she muttered. Ah, 2 exquisite beauties. Wang Jing'an's gaze burned with lust. Brothers, he addressed his band. Though we are bandits, we must show some gallantry. The Chen family's daughters are off limits. But these 2 are no less desirable. His words ignited the bandits' fervor. Then let us capture them alive and savor their charms. One exclaimed. I wonder if they can withstand our ministrations? Being foundation establishment cultivators, they'll certainly be more resilient than the village wenches we are accustomed to. Vulgar remarks and lewd laughter filled the air. The women, incensed by these words, exchanged a glance, understanding each other's intent. Little darlings, allow me to enlighten you in the arts of cultivation. A burly bandit, reeking of lechery, approached Qin Jianjia. Such paragons of beauty were rare. While they had no shortage of women, most were from nearby villages and could not compare to these exquisite creatures. However, his words were cut short. A crimson line appearing on his throat. Impossible, he gasped. As a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, he couldn't comprehend being slain with a single strike. Qin Jianjia flicked her longsword, the crimson droplets vanishing from the red cloud sword. Wang Lao, observing this, was stunned. That is sword intent. The Chen sisters, noticing Wang Lao's astonishment, inquired, Wang Lao, what is sword intent? Wang Lao's expression was grave. Only one with profound comprehension of the sword can manifest sword intent. Chen Jiaming, still puzzled, asked, is her manifesting sword intent so extraordinary? Wang Lao shook his head. More than extraordinary. This is the first time I've ever witnessed sword intent in a foundation establishment cultivator. Nay, I've never even heard of such a feat. In all the annals, even the most exceptional sword prodigies only begin to manifest sword intent after reaching the mid-core formation stage. The sisters finally understood the reason for Wang Lao's astonishment. An accomplishment usually achieved in the mid-core formation stage had been manifested by a mere foundation establishment cultivator. Her aptitude for swordsmanship was clearly unparalleled. Qin Jianjia's single strike instilled caution among the bandits. The slain bandit, Jiang Kai, possessed mid-foundation establishment strength, yet he was dispatched with a single blow. Curse you cowards. Wang Jing'an barked, seeing his men wavering. Even if these girls are formidable, we outnumber them. We can exhaust them to death. How much spiritual energy can a foundation establishment cultivator possibly wield? Alas, such a prodigy is doomed to perish here, Wang Lao sighed. No matter how strong she is, she cannot withstand so many sky-stealing bandits. Even a drawn-out battle will drain her. Such a talent, if mentored by a renowned swordmaster, would surely become a legend throughout the central province. But alas, that opportunity was not to be. The bandits nodded in agreement. Surely, they could overcome a mere 2 girls? Though said with bravado, many shifted their attention to Huang Xiling, who seemed easier to handle compared to Qin Jianjia's astonishing prowess. Seeing them approach, Huang Xiling smirked. They saw her as an easy target. Phoenix dance of the 9 heavens. Huang Xiling scoffed, a fearsome phoenix phantom forming behind her. Each of her attacks was imbued with terrifying flames, and cries of agony echoed through the air. Within moments, 7 or 8 corpses littered the ground. Do not panic. These girls cannot sustain their attacks for long without depleting their spiritual energy. Ruan Jinghan, a core formation warrior, quickly assessed the situation. Whoever captures them first shall have the privilege of enjoying them tonight. His words reignited their ardor. Indeed, such powerful attacks were not typical of a foundation establishment cultivator. Ruan Jinghan is, without a doubt, a high-ranking member of the sky-stealing bandits, Wang Lao murmured. Chen Jiaming frowned. Are they truly at their limit? Wang Lao nodded. I can see it. Their spiritual energy is rapidly dwindling. Though the sky-stealing bandits have suffered losses, they still have the numbers. The 2 are nearing exhaustion and will soon be at their mercy. It is tragic for such talents to fall to a band of brigands. If only we weren't poisoned and unable to mobilize our spiritual energy, we could contact the family. Chen Jiaming lamented, feeling responsible for endangering the 3. Wang Lao, is there any way to forcefully mobilize our spiritual energy? Wang Lao was knowledgeable and skilled in medicine. Perhaps he had a solution. Contacting the Chen family. even if their demise was inevitable, would ensure the sky-stealing bandits paid the price. There is a way. I have a pill that can ignite the Chen family's bloodline. Wang Lao sighed. It can dispel any negative condition for a short time, but the cost is life itself. Chen Jiamin could feel the weakening of Qin Jinjia's and Huang Xiling's spiritual energy. Taking a deep breath, she said, "Give it to me, Wang Lao. We are doomed regardless." Her expression hardened. At least I can relay the message to the Chen family and make the sky-stealing bandits pay. Chapter 52. Stopping here quickly. These two girls are running low on spiritual energy. Wang Jinghan exclaimed excitedly. "Old Wang, hurry up, or we'll miss the opportunity," Chen Jiamin urged. Her voice tinged with anticipation. Old Wang took a deep breath and, after some hesitation, nodded, retrieving a pill. Wait. Just as Chen Jiamin was about to take the pill, Old Wang suddenly withdrew it. Old Wang. Chen Jiamin cried out in alarm, realizing that he was reluctant to let her make such a sacrifice. Yet, they had no other options left. Things have changed, Old Wang said, turning his gaze to Qin Jinjia and Huang Xiling. In the midst of the battlefield, both Qin Jinjia and Huang Xiling held a cultivation pill in their hands. Is that a cultivation pill? The faces of the onlookers turned ashen at the sight. The cultivation pill could swiftly restore their inner spiritual energy. With such a pill in hand, the difficulty of defeating them had significantly escalated. What's there to fear? One cultivation pill is not enough to restore them completely. The advantage still lies with us. Wang Jinghan scoffed. To think that a single pill could alter fate. How naive. Huang Xiling smirked at her words. Indeed, one cultivation pill is insufficient to change our destiny. Wang Jinghan laughed. Such beauty must surely accompany intelligence. It would be wise to yield to us early. However, what transpired next left everyone present in utter astonishment. Huang Xiling produced a porcelain bottle, revealing dozens of cultivation pills in her hands. Qin Jinjia mirrored her actions. Seeing this, Wang Jinghan's lips twitched in disbelief. Even as a high-ranking member of the rogue thieves, she had never seen such a reserve of cultivation pills. I forgot to mention, we lack nothing but pills. Huang Xiling and Qin Jinjia exchanged glances before simultaneously swallowing an entire bottle of cultivation pills. Old Wang's expression changed dramatically. This is madness. Consuming so many cultivation pills at once, under such overwhelming spiritual energy, let alone being in the initial stage of foundation establishment, even those at the peak would be overwhelmed. Chen Jiamin's brows furrowed. She had thought the situation had changed, that she would not have to make a sacrifice. But now, it seemed the outcome remained unchanged. Give me the pill, Old Wang, Chen Jiamin demanded. Not so fast. Old Wang's astonishment deepened. After consuming such a multitude of cultivation pills, the two girls displayed no signs of distress. Their breathing remained steady. How is this possible? These girls have absorbed all the properties of the pills. Old Wang marveled. Even a practitioner at the initial stage of the spirit movement realm could not achieve such a feat. Chen Jiamin's complexion paled. As a prodigy of the Chen family, she was well aware of the abundant spiritual energy contained within the pills. If she could not accomplish this, how could these two practitioners at the initial stage of foundation establishment do so effortlessly? Old Wang, are these two girls extraordinary? Chen Jiamin inhaled deeply. Old Wang chuckled wryly. Extraordinary is an understatement. They are simply monstrous. If I am not mistaken, both of them possess special physiques, which would explain their remarkable ability to absorb spiritual energy. Special physiques? Chen Jiamin looked at the two girls. Such physiques were exceedingly rare. Even in the Chen family, only their ancestor possessed one. And now, here were two at once. Moreover, both seemed to be disciples of that seemingly ordinary person standing nearby. At that moment, she understood. Chen Ping was certainly no ordinary individual. His appearance was etched in her memory. She would investigate thoroughly upon returning. To recruit two disciples of special physiques, he could not possibly be an insignificant figure. Yet, they had not anticipated that these girls possessed special physiques that were anything but ordinary. Qin Jinjia had the unparalleled sword body of the primordial sword, while Huang Xiling was a remnant of the true phoenix body. Everyone, withdraw. Wang Jinghan commanded her subordinates, realizing the futility of his underlings against these two. His expression turned grave. Such prodigies must be backed by formidable forces. May I inquire which major sect you belong to? Wang Jinghan regarded the two girls with a serious demeanor. The Chen family members also turned their attention to the girls. With such a terrifying display of power, only top-tier sects like the Qian Yuan Sect or the Qian Yuan Sect could achieve this, surely? We are merely wandering cultivators, Qin Jinjia replied nonchalantly. Wang Jinghan scoffed at her response. Wandering cultivators can casually acquire a handful of cultivation pills like candy? But if you choose to remain silent, I shall not pry. I merely wish to ascertain if there was any connection to your sect. Releasing the aura of the initial stage of the spirit movement realm, Wang Jinghan declared. Regardless of your talents, Once I incapacitate both of you, you shall ultimately become my playthings. Chen Ping stepped forward slowly. You two retreat. While you may be able to defeat this individual together, it will not come without a cost. After all, he is a practitioner of the spirit movement realm. The two girls, recognizing the strength of their opponent, stepped back behind Chen Ping without hesitation. How dare a mere ordinary person step forward? Under the influence of his concealing technique, Wang Jinghan could not discern Chen Ping's cultivation level. Who told you I am an ordinary person? A playful smile graced Chen Ping's lips. Wang Jinghan's brow furrowed. Could it be that this fellow was concealing his true strength? He was well aware that many secret techniques and artifacts could mask one's cultivation level. Given the prowess of the two girls, Chen Ping could not possibly be an ordinary person. Moreover, those two girls seemed to obey him without question. I'm not an ordinary person. I'm a practitioner at the late stage of foundation establishment, Chen Ping proclaimed, releasing the distinctive aura of his level. Upon hearing this, Wang Jinghan's face turned ashen. You dare mock me, you little bastard. The members of the Chen family were equally stunned. After old Wang deduced that the two girls possessed special physiques, they had assumed Chen Ping was a reclusive master. Yet he was merely at the late stage of foundation establishment? When had practitioners at this level begun to take on disciples, especially those with such rare special physiques? Well, a late-stage foundation establishment practitioner. Wang Jinghan exuded a terrifying killing intent. You will likely remain stagnant at the late stage of foundation establishment for the rest of your life. Chapter 53. A more cruel ending. Die. With a swift motion, Wang Jinghan unleashed a terrifying palm strike towards Chen Ping. Merely a late-stage foundation establishment waste. This strike was more than sufficient to annihilate him completely. As the palm print approached, Chen Ping's expression remained remarkably tranquil, as if he felt no threat at all. What a waste. Just a casual move from me has left him utterly dumbfounded. Wang Jinghan sneered. The chasm between the foundation establishment and the spirit-moving realm was akin to that between heaven and earth. At last, Chen Ping made his move. He slowly extended a finger and declared, "Break for me." Instantly, the dreadful palm strike shattered. Impossible. Wang Jinghan's face paled. Although he hadn't exerted his full strength in that attack, it still possessed 80% of his power, far beyond what a mere foundation establishment ant could withstand. Yet, he now understood, this fellow's strength was far from simple. I underestimated you. A massive axe materialized in Wang Jinghan's hand, its blade gleaming ominously, instilling a sense of dread. This was a pinnacle-grade artifact. Elder Wang furrowed his brow as he gazed at the axe. Kid, taste my move, power split of Mount Hua. Wang Jinghan leaped into the air, the axe stirring waves of spiritual energy. Thunderclap fist. Chen Ping remained rooted, launching a punch towards the ominous axe that obscured the sky. His fist crackled with electric patterns, accompanied by the sound of thunder. Is he out of his mind? He dares to confront a pinnacle-grade artifact with his bare body. Chen Jiaying watched in disbelief. The sharp axe struck Chen Ping's fist. However, contrary to expectations, his fist did not split in two. Instead, a spiderweb-like fissure appeared on the terrifying giant axe, which subsequently shattered into a myriad of fragments. The onlookers' faces turned ashen. This man's physical prowess surpassed that of a pinnacle-grade artifact. Elder Wang's eyes nearly bulged out. There were certainly individuals with such formidable physical strength. Yet this fellow was merely at the late foundation establishment stage. If his body was already this powerful at such a level, what would happen as he matured? Could he not withstand a heavenly-grade artifact with his physical form? Chen Ping examined his hand, finding not a single scratch. The indestructible chaos body was indeed formidable. Wang Jinghan regarded Chen Ping with newfound apprehension. This man was simply too sinister. In a flash, Chen Ping appeared before him. The thunderclap fist struck, sending Wang Jinghan hurtling backward, a mouthful of blood spewing forth. He realized he had no means of resistance against a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Now tell me the location of your lair, and I might grant you a swift end. Chen Ping's tone remained calm. Wang Jinghan burst into laughter. Kid, I concede your strength is indeed formidable, but today, you shall still meet your demise. As his voice fell, fear etched the faces of his subordinates. Many turned to flee. The Chen family members exchanged puzzled glances. Devour Essence Massacre Formation, activate. At Wang Jinghan's command, his subordinates' eyes glazed over, their lifespans rapidly dissipating. In mere moments, they were left with tufts of white hair. This is the Devour Essence Massacre Formation. Elder Wang's voice trembled. Chen Jiamin asked curiously, is this formation truly that terrifying? Elder Wang nodded gravely. It is not merely terrifying, it is a nightmare. The Devour Essence Massacre Formation is a sinister array employed by demonic cultivators. It absorbs the life force and spiritual energy of all marked individuals within its reach, channeling it into the formation's core. As the core, Wang Jinghan would gain the full cultivation of these individuals. Given their strength, Wang Jinghan's power could ascend to the late stage or even the peak of the spirit-moving realm. Upon hearing Elder Wang's words, despair washed over Chen Jiamin's face. Just moments ago, when Chen Ping surged forth, she had believed they might escape. But now, her hopes were utterly dashed. Chen Ping's strength was formidable, allowing him to slay foes above his level with ease. Yet if Wang Jing'an reached the pinnacle of the spirit-moving realm, Chen Ping could only face defeat. They were finished. Chen Ping's eyes narrowed, an increasing aura of murderous intent enveloping him. He had not anticipated that the thieves would be so ruthless not only to outsiders but to their own as well. To absorb the cultivation of these people, Wang Jing'an must have inscribed formations on them beforehand. This meant they had merely been expendable resources to him. Complex runes began to coalesce, and soon, the Devour Essence Massacre formation took shape. Wang Jing'an's aura surged uncontrollably. Today, all of you present will perish, men will die, and women will be captured. The rapid increase in power drove Wang Jing'an into madness. Elder Wang, is there a way to dismantle this Devour Essence Massacre formation? Chen Jiamin inquired. Elder Wang, wise and knowledgeable, mused that perhaps there was a solution, but then shook his head. No, this formation has reached the Earth Grade. Unless what? Chen Jiamin asked eagerly. Unless a Grandmaster of Formations appears, or a powerhouse at the Spirit Void Realm arrives to break it by force. But these two scenarios were utterly improbable. Master, Qin Jinjia's face reflected her worry. Though she had faith in Chen Ping, the current situation was exceedingly disadvantageous for them. Chen Ping calmly shook his head and walked steadily towards Wang Jing'an. You kill innocents, bully the weak, and even betray your own. The thieves truly deserve death. A chilling murderous aura radiated from Chen Ping, coalescing into a palpable force that sent shivers down spines. Everyone present was struck with astonishment, especially the Chen family members. They could not comprehend how a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator could exude such terrifying killing intent. Even though they knew they could not regard Chen Ping as an ordinary late-stage Foundation establishment. The path of cultivation is one of the survival of the fittest. The weak must be prepared to be bullied by the strong. Now that the Devour Essence Massacre formation is complete, you have no hope of turning the tide. Wang Jing'an sneered. Chen Ping continued to advance. Is he seeking death? Perhaps so. After all, death is inevitable, and a swift end might be preferable. Chen Jiaying sighed. Seeing Chen Ping remain unperturbed in the face of danger, she felt a modicum of admiration for him. Yet, it did not alter his fate of death. However, it would not only be Chen Ping who faced demise today. Compared to the two sisters, he was indeed the fortunate one. Once Chen Ping fell, they would confront a fate far more gruesome than death itself. Chapter 54. An absolute necessity to avoid calamity. Chen Ping walked over slowly. Each step he took infused with the power of the heavens and earth, as intricate Dao patterns began to materialize beneath his feet. Wang Lao watched this scene, his eyes widening in disbelief. How is this possible? How can this be? Wang Lao, what is the matter? Qin Jiamin asked curiously, noticing Wang Lao's astonished expression. Each step blossoms like a lotus. This is the legendary lotus blooming with every step. Wang Lao's voice trembled with emotion. What does lotus blooming with every step mean? The term was quite unfamiliar to Qin Jiamin. It is a saying passed down among formation masters, indicating that each step encapsulates the ultimate truths of the universe, naturally coalescing into Dao patterns. Achieving this requires an exceptionally profound understanding of formations and Dao patterns. Those who can reach this level invariably evolve into grandmasters of formation. Wang Lao swallowed hard. What he witnessed was astounding. A cultivator at the late Foundation establishment stage had accomplished what countless formation masters could not, lotus blooming with every step. Moreover, this individual possessed terrifying abilities that extended beyond this feat. He had effortlessly displayed the power to slay foes of a higher realm. Ordinary cultivators, whether in their practice or in formations, capable of such prowess, are destined to stand at the pinnacle of this world. And Chen Ping, astonishingly, exhibited remarkable talent in both domains. Qin Jiamin, intrigued, turned her gaze towards Chen Ping. Who exactly is this person? In her eyes, he became increasingly enigmatic. Do you think you are worthy to toy with formations before me? Chen Ping declared, as Dao patterns began to coalesce into a formidable array beneath his feet. Break for me, Chen Ping commanded, and the array formed into a massive grinding disc. The vast disc began to rotate, gradually obliterating the patterns of the Devouring Yuan Annihilation Array. Upon sensing the anomaly in the Devouring Yuan Annihilation Array, the previously frenzied Wang Jing'an turned pale and immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. How can this be? You, a Foundation establishment cultivator, cannot possibly dismantle my Devouring Yuan Annihilation Array. Wang Jing'an clutched his chest, feeling the waning vitality, and shouted in disbelief. Chen Ping slowly approached Wang Jing'an. Tell me where your bandit lair is, and I will grant you a swift end. If previously Chen Ping had merely aimed to fulfill the mission for the Qian Yuan Sect, this encounter with the bandits made him increasingly believe that this faction did not deserve to continue existing. Upon hearing Chen Ping's words, the Chen family members were taken aback. Could it be that he intends to eradicate the bandits? Bah! Wan Jinghan spat on the ground. I admit I underestimated you. I am willing to concede defeat. But to obtain the location of my bandit's lair, you are hopelessly deluded. A smirk crept onto Chen Ping's lips. Trust me, you will regret your words. Wan Jinghan shivered inexplicably but chose to dismiss it. After all, he had witnessed numerous formations before. This person, brimming with righteousness, must be a paragon of virtue. Such individuals feign benevolence. How could they possibly employ torturous methods? Chen Ping extended his hand, and with a single pointed gesture, dense Dao patterns converged into a silver needle. The needle emanated a chilling black smoke. The soul-devouring needle. Who are you? Wan Jinghan's voice quivered. Even after having his devouring Yuan annihilation array dismantled, he had never felt such terror. Wang Lao, what is the soul-devouring needle? Why does Wan Jinghan appear so fearful? Qin Jiaying inquired curiously. Wang Lao swallowed again. The soul-devouring needle is a formation devised by wicked cultivators, capable of directly tormenting the soul. It is said that even powerful beings in the spirit void realm struggle to withstand its agony. Who exactly is Chen Ping? That he can command such a formation created by nefarious practitioners? Moreover, as far as Wang Lao knew, setting up the soul-devouring needle was exceedingly complex and required various materials. Yet, Chen Ping had effortlessly summoned the power of heaven and earth to manifest it. His body began to tremble. I may have misjudged. This person is likely a grandmaster of formations. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Qin family members transformed into one of astonishment. A grandmaster of formations at the late foundation establishment stage was virtually unheard of. Although formation masters do not face stringent requirements regarding cultivation level, many formations necessitate spiritual energy support. Without sufficient realm, one cannot execute them. This individual is indeed a miracle. In that moment, they finally comprehended why Chen Ping exhibited such audacity despite being merely at the late foundation establishment stage. His status as a grandmaster of formations was the foundation of his arrogance. If they were to achieve similar accomplishments, they might surpass even Chen Ping in pride. Wang Lao. Could it be that his ability to wield formations devised by wicked practitioners indicates that he himself is one of them? Qin Jiaying gulped. She had heard tales of many wicked practitioners employing bizarre methods, such as consuming blood or seeking women to forge alchemical furnaces. Would this individual soon attempt to turn himself and his sister into a furnace? With that thought, she glanced at Qin Jianchao and the other two women. Surely, these girls could not be victims, could they? Wang Lao shook his head, addressing Qin Jiaying. Miss, there are no evil formations in this world, only evil individuals. As long as one harbors righteousness, regardless of the means employed, they remain on the path of virtue. After a pause, he continued, moreover, do you not think that when dealing with such scoundrels, one ought to employ some ruthless methods? Upon hearing this, Qin Jiaying was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded. Thank you for your guidance, Wang Lao. As Chen Ping pointed the soul-devouring needle, Wan Jinghan's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Beads of sweat formed densely on his forehead, and piercing screams erupted from his lips. Kill me. I beg you, kill me. Wan Jinghan shouted frantically. The agony inflicted by the soul-devouring needle made him wish for death. Yet, in his current state, he found even death elusive. Previously, he had yearned to master the soul-devouring needle, but now, as its victim, he comprehended the true evil and cruelty of this formation. Answer my earlier question, and I will grant you a swift end. Confronted with Wan Jinghan's frenzied struggles, Chen Ping displayed no trace of pity. The individuals harmed by the bandits had undoubtedly endured suffering not dissimilar to his own. I shall reveal everything to you. The desperate Wan Jinghan now sought only to escape his torment. Having obtained the desired answer, Chen Ping showed no hesitation, activating the soul-devouring needle to obliterate Wan Jinghan's soul. Let us depart. Chen Ping instructed Qin Jianchao and the others. Please wait, esteemed friend. Not far from Chen Ping in the Jiuhuan mountain range, Luo Lingo was pursuing a severely injured heart-devouring demon. Its breath had dwindled to a mere whisper, nearly at the brink of collapse. Soon, she could return to report her success. As she watched the panicked, heart-devouring demon flee, a faint smile graced Luo Linger's lips. Wait, that's the aura of Brother Chen Ping. Suddenly, Luo Lingo stopped in her tracks. Though the aura was faint, it unmistakably belonged to her senior, Chen Ping. Brother Chen Ping has resumed his cultivation. A glimmer of joy appeared on Luo Linger's face. Casting one last glance at the heart-devouring demon, she ultimately decided to abandon the chase and soared towards the direction of Chen Ping's aura. The Jiuhuan mountain range is fraught with peril. Brother Chen Ping must not come to any harm. Chapter 55, The talented ones let us depart. Chen Ping addressed Qin Jianjia and her companion, seemingly disregarding the presence of the Chen family members. He had previously warned them, yet they had dismissed his counsel with disdain. Please wait a moment, fellow cultivator. Chen Jiamin hurried after him. What is it? Chen Ping replied nonchalantly. Noticing his indifference, Chen Jiamin furrowed her brow slightly, but quickly managed to muster a smile. Do you know why our Chen family has come to the Nine Ring Mountain Range? Chen Ping shook his head, expressing his lack of interest. Feeling a bit disheartened, Chen Jiamin pressed on. Our family has received word of a hidden realm within the Nine Ring Mountain Range, accessible only to cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage. I would like to invite you to explore this realm with us. Our family only seeks one item from within, and the rest will belong to you. With the majority of their party decimated, and old Wong unable to enter the hidden realm, the sisters faced immense difficulty in completing their mission. Hidden realm? Chen Ping's interest was piqued. With his system, he did not concern himself with so-called opportunities, but he was inclined to investigate this hidden realm along the way. Very well. I shall accompany you, he agreed, once more employing his concealment technique to assume the guise of an ordinary person. The Chen sisters exchanged glances, their expressions twitching in disbelief. Here was a master of formations deliberately masquerading as a commoner. What peculiar whimsy. Shortly after their departure, Luo Linger appeared, clad in flowing garments. Despite a hint of fatigue gracing her features, her beauty remained untouched, evoking a twinge of sympathy. Her gaze fell upon the corpses scattered across the ground, and her brow knitted in concern. Whoever dares harm my senior brother Chen Ping shall pay the price. Her attention was drawn to Wang Jing'an's lifeless body. Indeed, this is unmistakably the thunder fist created by my senior brother. Sensing the residual thunderous energy emanating from Wang Jing'an, Luo Linger's eyes sparkled with hope. He truly can cultivate again. Yet, alongside her joy, a greater sense of sorrow lingered. She was unaware of how Chen Ping had resumed his path of cultivation, but she knew the price of rebuilding shattered foundations was steep. Nevertheless, the very fact that he could begin to cultivate again was a blessing. With Chen Ping's innate talent, he would surely rise once more in the future. As she reached out to sense Chen Ping's aura again, her brows furrowed once more. Just moments ago, she had perceived his presence, but now it seemed as if it had vanished without a trace. Could it be that my senior brother is in danger? Luo Linger felt a surge of worry. From the lingering energies, it was evident that while Chen Ping had resumed cultivation, his level was still below the spirit movement stage, a precarious position in the perilous Nine Ring Mountain Range. In her concern, she retrieved the mystical causal mirror. Although its ability to trace the past was currently unavailable, it held other uses. From her spatial ring, she produced a lifelike wooden figurine, a gift from Chen Ping on her 18th birthday, meticulously carved by his hand. She had cherished it all along, never anticipating it would prove useful now. This wooden carving bore Chen Ping's essence, and the mystical causal mirror could potentially trace his whereabouts through that essence. However, as Luo Linger activated the mirror, her brow creased once more. The artifact could not detect Chen Ping's presence. Could something truly have happened to him? Her heart raced with anxiety. Suddenly, a faint aura caught her attention. This is my senior brother's essence. Though faint, she discerned it clearly. Yet, the aura flickered intermittently, allowing her only to ascertain a rough direction. Such was the power of the concealment technique. Even a treasure like the mystical causal mirror could barely detect a trace. Meanwhile, Chen Ping abruptly halted his steps, glancing behind him. What is it, master? Qin Jianjia inquired, curiosity evident in her voice. Nothing. Let us continue, he replied, having sensed a subtle probing presence that stirred unease in his heart. Though his cultivation had waned, his perceptive abilities remained largely intact. Who could be spying on him? Are you certain this hidden realm is known only to your Chen family? Chen Ping questioned Qin Jiamin and her companions. Indeed, this realm is exceedingly concealed. Our family stumbled upon it by sheer fortune. Qin Jiamin replied with pride. The Chen family of Zhongzhou is a formidable force, second only to the top sects. Then why are there so many cultivators gathered here? Chen Ping interjected, having sensed a throng of presences even before reaching the location Qin Jiamin mentioned. Brother, we are still several hundred miles from the hidden realm. How could you possibly know so many cultivators are present? Qin Jiaying retorted, irritation evident. You have a nose like a dog. However, upon arriving at the designated location, Qin Jiaying's expression shifted dramatically. It was indeed as Chen Ping had claimed. Numerous cultivators had gathered here. Chen Jiamin regarded Chen Ping with astonishment. This individual is far more enigmatic than we realized. He may appear merely as a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, yet it seems there is nothing beyond his capabilities. Surpassing realms to defeat foes, each step blossoming like a lotus. He is a master of formations. Chen Jiamin, I did not expect to see you and your sister here. A sharp voice interjected, causing Chen Jiaming to frown. This was none other than Xie Wanru of the Xie family, the Chen family's arch-rival. To think your Xie family has also obtained this information. Chen Jiaming's brow furrowed deeply. They had refrained from bringing powerful allies for fear of leaking news. And yet here they were. You Xie family have arrived too late. My cousin is already working to breach the restrictions. The treasures of this hidden realm are destined for the Xie family, Xie Wanru proclaimed, brimming with triumph. She gazed at the man standing before the barrier with a mix of admiration and envy. Xie Guangliang, a top contender among the younger generation of Zhongzhou, had reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage and had previously slain an early-stage spirit movement cultivator, leaving a significant impact. To think the Xie family had deemed it necessary to dispatch Xie Guangliang for this endeavor, they were clearly intent on claiming the hidden realm's treasures. In a realm limited to foundation establishment cultivators, who could possibly rival Xie Guangliang for such opportunities? Chapter 56. The exclusive secret realm. All eyes were fixed upon Xie Guangliang. They had attempted countless times, yet the barrier remained unyielding. The hope of entering rested solely on him. They understood that once inside, Xie Guangliang would possess absolute authority. But there were no other options left. Chen Ping's gaze also fell upon the barrier, which imparted a peculiar sensation. Brother Xie, we must rely on you this time. The crowd complimented Xie Guangliang. Fear not, it is merely a trivial barrier. I shall dismantle it at once. Xie Guangliang replied with a smile, pride radiating from his countenance. Upon finishing his words, a long sword materialized in his hand. This was a mid-grade earth-tier wind sword, truly befitting the talents of our younger generation in Zhongzhou. Indeed. While I still wield a peak yellow-tier artifact at the foundation establishment stage, he brandishes an earth-tier one. The onlookers gazed at Xie Guangliang with envious expressions. With the wind sword in hand, his aura rapidly reached its zenith. Clear wind sword technique. Xie Guangliang thrust the sword towards the barrier. Everyone braced themselves, anticipating the moment the barrier would shatter, so they could rush in and seize the opportunity. Break for me. A terrifying gust of wind surged, and the barrier began to ripple ominously. It's about to break. Yet, at that moment, Xie Guangliang's complexion turned pale. He felt an overwhelming recoil under such immense force. He was propelled backward, blood spewing forth, and his aura significantly waned. I thought Xie Guangliang was formidable. Turns out he is but a mere pretender, Chen Jiaying muttered. The Chen and Xie families were already at odds, and she relished the chance to mock him. Enough, Chen Jiaying. Even if my cousin fails to breach the barrier, must you resort to such sarcasm? The consequences of this barrier's failure affect us all. One must admit, Xie Wanru had a knack for inciting discord. As many gazes turned unfavorably towards Chen Jiaying. Humph, just because your Xie family cannot breach it, does that mean it is impossible? With that, Chen Jiaying turned her attention to Chen Ping. Many began to notice Chen Ping. Are you implying he can open the barrier? Xie Wanru scoffed. My cousin is at the peak of foundation establishment, wielding a mid-grade earth-tier artifact. If he cannot breach the barrier, what can a late foundation establishment cultivator achieve? Chen Ping stroked his chin. This barrier does not require my intervention. My disciple is sufficient. With that, Chen Ping looked towards Qin Jinjia. Xie Guangliang frowned upon hearing this. Was this fellow mocking him? If he himself could not breach it, how could his disciple? He was eager to see if this disciple could indeed open the barrier. Qin Jinjia was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Chen Ping would request her to take action. Nevertheless, she held absolute trust in him. Qin Jinjia slowly stepped forward, closing her eyes as she gazed at the barrier before her. At that moment, she finally comprehended why Chen Ping believed she could breach it. Foolish woman, do you truly think a beginner in foundation establishment can open this barrier? Xie Wanru mocked. If her cousin could not accomplish it, how could she? Indeed, this is absurd. If she succeeds, I shall forfeit my cultivation and never practice again. The audience buzzed with discussion. Yet, Qin Jinjia appeared oblivious. A subtle sword aura began to emanate from her, transforming her into a drawn sword. Finally, Qin Jinjia opened her eyes. Two beams of divine light flickered, and she pointed a finger at the barrier. Boom. The barrier that had obstructed everyone shattered under her touch. She succeeded. A beginner in foundation establishment had truly opened the barrier. Witnessing this scene, all were left agape. It seems your Xie family's genius is not so remarkable. What one beginner can achieve, he cannot. Chen Jiaying scoffed. Xie Wanru's face flushed crimson, yet she could find no words to retort, trembling with rage. That imposing figure had indeed captured the attention of many. Master, it's done, Qin Jinjia remarked to Chen Ping. Chen Ping nodded slightly, and the group slowly made their way inside. Observing their retreating figures, Xie Guangliang smirked. Cousin, how can you smile when someone has stolen your thunder? Xie Wanru said irritably. Have you been rendered foolish by anger? Xie Guangliang smiled faintly, Do you truly believe a beginner in foundation establishment can dismantle the barrier? Xie Wanru paused. What do you mean? Xie Guangliang nodded. That girl must possess some unique technique. However, soon that artifact shall belong to the Xie family. Greed was etched upon Xie Guangliang's face. In all secret realms, contact with the outside world was impossible. Eliminating the few members of the Chen family would leave them none the wiser. Soon, the treasures within the secret realm and the artifact in that girl's possession would be his. Xie Wanru displayed a glimmer of excitement. I have long found those two girls from the Chen family to be eyesores. I shall ensure she suffers greatly in the secret realm before meeting her end. The Xie family had dispatched over a dozen strong cultivators at the foundation establishment stage, with 3 at the peak. With such a formidable lineup, it would be effortless to deal with the Chen family. Moreover, his targets were not limited to the Chen sisters. Everyone in the secret realm must perish. Otherwise, news of their deaths would swiftly spread. Though the Xie and Chen families were evenly matched in strength, their conflicts were usually minor. However, should the Chen family go rogue, even the Xie family would find themselves in a precarious situation. As soon as they stepped into the secret realm, Chen Ping squinted. Ding. Congratulations to the host for discovering an S-grade secret realm. Note, this secret realm has a compatibility rate of 100 with Qin Jinjia. The host will receive a system reward for assisting disciple Qin Jinjia in obtaining ownership of the secret realm. Upon hearing the long-awaited voice of the system, Chen Ping grinned widely. The moment he saw the barrier, he sensed that this secret realm was likely connected to Qin Jinjia. However, he had not anticipated that the compatibility would reach 100. It was as if this realm were tailor-made for her. Chen Ping, based on my understanding of the Xie family, your disciple's opening of the secret realm has surely embarrassed Xie Guangliang. Given his temperament, he will likely harbor resentment. We must remain cautious. Chen Jiaming cautioned. After all, the Xie family boasted many members, while Chen Ping and his 2 disciples were indeed extraordinary, yet they were still outnumbered. Humph, a bunch of worthless fools. Should they dare approach, I shall crush them with a single slap. Huang Xiling declared boldly, waving her fists. Oh, I would like to see you try to slap me dead. A cold laugh echoed as Xie Guangliang approached slowly. Behind him, the Xie family cultivators stood poised, clearly prepared for battle. Chapter 57. Soaring Phoenix Feathers. Chen Jimin furrowed her brows, taken aback by the swiftness of the Xie family's arrival. Currently, her family was preoccupied with dealing with the notorious thief, and their ranks had suffered casualties. The situation was decidedly unfavorable for them. While Chen Ping's previous triumph over the thief had been astonishing, the Xie family was far from a disorganized rabble. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this? Do you intend to declare outright war against the Chen family? Chen Jiaming said coldly. Haha. Xie Guangliang laughed exaggeratedly. If you were to perish here, who would ever know that it was I who ended the lives of you 2 sisters? A chilling aura emanated from him. Little girl, you managed to unlock this restriction just now. You must possess a treasure capable of breaking seals. If you willingly offer it to me, I may spare your life. How does that sound? His gaze lingered on Qin Jinjia, his greed unabashed. Such a treasure could only reveal its true potential in the hands of the renowned prodigies of Central State. Qin Jinjia's brow furrowed. The earlier encounter with Jiang Tao had already unveiled the treachery of human nature, and now Xie Guangliang appeared as yet another threat. Xiling, this fellow is yours to handle. Chen Ping remarked to Huang Xiling. A mere peak foundation establishment cultivator was no match for Huang Xiling's capabilities. Upon hearing this, Huang Xiling's face brightened with a smile. Yes. Master. Listening to the exchange between master and disciple, Xie Guangliang scoffed. A mere initial foundation establishment cultivator dares to challenge me. You must not comprehend the vast disparity between the peak and initial stages of foundation establishment. It was no exaggeration to say that he could dispatch an early foundation establishment cultivator with a single strike. The Chen family members were perplexed. Indeed, both of Chen Ping's disciples were exceptionally gifted, yet there existed a 3-tier gap between the initial and peak stages of foundation establishment. Is that so? To me, you are no different from an ant. Huang Xiling radiated an imposing aura that sent shivers through the crowd. They were astonished, unable to fathom how a mere initial foundation establishment cultivator could exude such an overwhelming presence. With a cold snort, a phoenix apparition materialized behind Huang Xiling, its searing flames distorting the surrounding space. Soaring Phoenix Feathers. The phoenix silhouette unleashed a barrage of densely packed fiery feathers, sending shockwaves through the atmosphere. How is this possible? How can an initial foundation establishment cultivator unleash such a terrifying attack? Xie Guangliang's expression turned to one of disbelief. This energy fluctuation was something he could barely contend with. Was this truly an initial foundation establishment cultivator? The sheer might suggested that this girl must have mastered a celestial-grade cultivation technique. Chen Jiaying gulped. Who were these 3 individuals? This was indeed a celestial-grade technique. The Chen family's clan technique was merely high-grade terrestrial. An initial foundation establishment cultivator had actually cultivated a celestial-grade technique. He glanced at Chen Ping, who now seemed increasingly inscrutable in his eyes. Xie Guangliang brandished his sword against the fiery feathers. Huang Xiling's strength was undeniable, however. She was still merely an initial foundation establishment cultivator. The fiery feathers had roused his temper. Die. A terrifying energy erupted from Xie Guangliang as his eyes glowed with a crimson light. This is their family's inherited technique. Its power is formidable, Chen Jiaying cautioned. What inherited technique? Merely a method to forcibly stimulate one's potential, Chen Ping retorted disdainfully. If I am not mistaken, the CF family will not enjoy a comfortable old age. This technique may allow for rapid advancement in the early stages, but forcibly pushing one's potential is ultimately akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Chen Jiaming's gaze toward Chen Ping grew more curious. Who exactly was this person? Merely by observing Xie Guangliang's technique, he could discern the secrets behind the CF family's martial arts. Such keen insight was truly remarkable. Huang Xiling also noted the shift in Xie Guangliang's demeanor, her eyes reflecting disdain. With a single step, she closed the distance to Xie Guangliang. No, Chen Jiaming rushed to warn. At this stage, Xie Guangliang's attacks have significantly escalated, comparable to an initial spirit realm cultivator. But Chen Ping shook his head. While it would indeed be challenging for Huang Xiling to eliminate Xie Guangliang, the reverse was even more implausible. Having once been the empress of the ancient Phoenix clan in her past life, Huang Xiling's might was beyond the comparison of ordinary individuals. Engaging me in close combat? You were courting death. If Huang Xiling had continued to use her fiery feather attacks, he would have been wary. But now, he was certain that the girl was doomed. Oh really? Huang Xiling's lips curled into a smirk as a layer of phoenix wings enveloped her hands, slashing toward Xie Guangliang. Within mere moments, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. Xie Guangliang's face grew increasingly grim, his breath becoming erratic, while Huang Xiling maintained her composure. Finally, Huang Xiling seized an opening, her hand piercing through Xie Guangliang's body. She had triumphed. An initial foundation establishment cultivator had defeated the renowned prodigy of Central State, Xie Guangliang. Cousin. Xie Wanru's countenance changed dramatically as she rushed over. Cradling Xie Guangliang, he clutched his wound, hastily swallowing a pill to stabilize his rapidly depleting vitality. Who are you? I am unaware of such prodigies in Central State. Xie Guangliang regarded Huang Xiling with a grave expression. Forget it. You are but a dead man. There is no need to know your identity. His expression darkened. This was the first time he had sustained such grave injuries since beginning his cultivation. What are you all standing around for? Attack. They must die. Xie Guangliang bellowed in fury. To be bested by an initial foundation establishment cultivator would be a stain on his life. The only way to cleanse this blemish was to eliminate the source. The members of the CF family quickly converged, murderous intent evident in their eyes as they glared at Chen Ping and his companions. The two members of the Chen family also moved forward. If Chen Ping and his companions were to falter, they too would face dire consequences. Chen Ping stepped forward slowly, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips. Though he was merely in the late stages of foundation establishment, he possessed ample means to deal with these individuals. Cultivation level has never been the absolute measure of a person's combat prowess. Everyone, step back, Chen Ping stated calmly. The Chen sisters were momentarily taken aback. Did Chen Ping intend to confront this throng of adversaries alone? They were vastly outnumbered, and these were not the disorganized thieves they had previously encountered. Chapter 58. The true meaning of swordsmanship. Fellow Daoist, this matter is inextricably linked to our Chen family. How could we allow you to face it alone? Chen Jiaming promptly stepped forward. If this were to spread, would not the Chen family become a laughingstock? Huang Xiling curled her lip. My master has commanded you to withdraw. So withdraw. You are not worthy to pose a threat to my master. Although she was unaware of the extent of Chen Ping's overall strength, she was certain that these lowly cultivators in the foundation establishment stage posed no real danger to him. Upon hearing Huang Xiling's words, Chen Jiaming was taken aback. Could it be that Chen Ping had some hidden means? Otherwise, why would his disciple exude such confidence? Meanwhile, the members of the CF family, upon hearing Huang Xiling's remarks, were infuriated, their faces contorted in rage. How dare a mere foundation establishment late-stage cultivator be so arrogant? Brothers, let this fellow know our might. Instantly, they charged towards Chen Ping. He slowly closed his eyes, his consciousness beginning to unfurl. Soon, intricate Dao patterns manifested throughout the space. Chen Ping had sensed the remnants of countless sword intents upon his arrival. Clearly, they had been left by the master of this secret realm. His task now was to use these sword intents as a foundation to arrange the 9-sword absolute kill formation. Before long, These intricate Tao patterns coalesced into a terrifying grand formation. Formation, activate. Chen Ping opened his eyes, two beams of divine light flickering across his gaze. Suddenly, the sky underwent a transformation. Countless Tao patterns swords rained down like a torrential downpour. What is this? The CF family members' expressions shifted dramatically. They could feel the terrifying sword intent contained within this dense rain of swords. The formation. Chen Jiamin's eyes sparkled with realization. How could she have forgotten? Chen Ping was a grandmaster of formations. The sound of piercing screams echoed as, in mere moments, the members of the CF family fell into pools of blood. The air was thick with the stench of blood, creating a sense of nausea. Huang Xiling remained unfazed. But Qin Jianjia and the two women from the Qin family turned pale at this brutal scene. They had never witnessed such cruelty in the blink of an eye. Dozens of cultivators had perished. Qin Jiamin glanced at Chen Ping, a hint of reverence in her gaze. Although he had slain so many, his expression remained unchanged, as if he had merely crushed a swarm of ants beneath his foot. Such overwhelming strength and decisiveness. Who exactly was this Chen Ping? Huang Xiling, observing Chen Ping, also displayed a trace of astonishment. She realized she had underestimated her seemingly unassuming master. She recognized Chen Ping's earlier technique. The nine-sword absolute kill formation was a pinnacle earth-grade formation. The fact that he could effortlessly manipulate the sword intents of this space to form the array was a feat that even ordinary grandmasters of formations might not achieve. At that moment, only the siblings Xie Guangliang and Xie Wanru remained from the Xie family. Please, don't kill me. I beg you, spare me. Xie Wanru's voice trembled. All that surrounded her was a sea of crimson, and she knew she might soon become part of that bloodied pool. Miss Chen, I realize my mistakes. Spare us. If you kill me, it will surely incite a blood feud between the Qin and Xie families, and you wouldn't want that, would you? Xie Wanru's voice quaked with desperation. Qin Jiamin coldly scoffed. You don't regret your actions. You merely regret facing death. Had you not said that in the secret realm? We could not contact the outside world, and even if we killed you, no one would know it was us. Qin Jiamin was no saint. She stepped forward and ended their lives. Those who kill must be killed. Fellow Taoist, it is rumored that this secret realm contains an earth-grade sword technique. Our Qin family's aim is that technique. We only desire this sword technique from all the treasures within the secret realm, and we shall compensate you at the market price for earth-grade skills. Qin Jiamin felt a bit embarrassed. After all, the primary contribution to this venture was Chen Ping's. It was indeed a bit excessive for them to demand the most precious item outright. Chen Ping shook his head. No need. I have no interest in earth-grade skills. Upon hearing this, Chen Jiamin was momentarily stunned but quickly regained her composure. Chen Ping's disciples were likely cultivating heaven-grade techniques, and naturally, his own skills would not be inferior. Our Chen family owes you a favor. Should you require our assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Qin Jiamin respectfully bowed to Chen Ping. Chen Ping merely replied, let us proceed. His ambitions extended far beyond a mere earth-grade skill. The system had indicated that this secret realm had a compatibility of 100 with Qin Jinjia, implying it was unlikely to be as simple as possessing only one earth-grade skill. Moreover, Chen Ping harbored certain speculations about the master of this secret realm. The group soon arrived at a magnificent palace, where a colossal, exaggerated sword sculpture floated above. Even as a mere sculpture, it radiated an intimidating sword intent. As they gazed at the sword sculpture, Qin Jianjia suddenly halted, her eyes becoming unfocused. What is happening? Chen Jiamin inquired curiously. Comprehending the Tao, Chen Ping murmured. Qin Jianjia, possessing the primordial sword body, was now absorbing the sword intent emanating from the sculpture and had entered a state of enlightenment. You three truly are prodigies. As a cultivator herself, albeit of modest talent, she understood the significance of entering the state of enlightenment. It was said that those who stepped into this realm could instantly ascend to the spirit quiet realm. Yet, such tales were merely legends. Nonetheless, it was widely acknowledged that entering the state of enlightenment could elevate one's cultivation by at least 2 minor realms. The more gifted the individual, the swifter their progression. It was rumored that the current foremost figure in Zhongzhou, Wang Changfeng, had once entered the state of enlightenment during the mid-stage of foundation establishment. When he awoke, he found himself at the early stage of the spirit movement realm. It remained uncertain how much Qin Jinjia would enhance her cultivation through this enlightenment, but it was reasonable to expect an increase of at least 2 minor realms. Where am I? Qin Jinjia discovered herself in a dimly lit space, where a familiar aura beckoned her from the distance. It was the true meaning of swordsmanship. Guided by instinct, she continued toward that alluring energy. She was unaware of how long she had walked, yet the true meaning of swordsmanship receded further away, like a mirage just beyond her grasp. At that moment, a long sword rune appeared on her forehead, releasing a trickle of the primordial sword body's primal power. That radiant sword and tint, akin to a guiding beacon, surged toward Qin Jianjia. The true meaning of swordsmanship flowed directly into her body, beginning to nourish her primordial sword body. Finally, Qin Jianjia slowly opened her eyes, two beams of sword light erupting from her gaze. Chapter 59, Possession Beep. The host's disciple has broken through to the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. Beep, congratulations to the host's disciple for their advancement in strength. You shall receive corresponding cultivation rewards. The system's voice resonated once more. Chen Ping accessed the system panel. Name, Qin Jianjia, age, 20, cultivation, peak of the Foundation establishment realm, physique, primordial sword body, talent value, 1000, loyalty, 80. Chen Ping gazed at Qin Jianjia with a look of satisfaction. During this epiphany, Qin Jianjia had remarkably ascended directly to the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. The enhancement of Qin Jianjia's strength had also propelled Chen Ping's own cultivation to the same pinnacle. Feeling the shifts in his inner energy, Chen Ping could not help but marvel at the fact that taking on disciples was indeed a swift path to elevating one's power. It seemed that having 2 disciples was no longer sufficient. At this moment, Chen Jiamin regarded Qin Jianjia with an expression akin to seeing a ghost. The gains from Qin Jianjia's recent epiphany were, astonishingly, comparable to those of Wang Changfeng, the foremost figure in Zhongzhou. It was well known that Wang Changfeng had been celebrated for his extraordinary talent since his debut, often hailed as the most gifted individual in Zhongzhou in millennia. Furthermore, as per Chen Jiamin's knowledge, Wang Changfeng had once possessed a top-grade Bodhi seed, rumored to have been bestowed with the ability to comprehend the heavenly heart beneath the Bodhi tree by a formidable being from ancient times. Such top-grade Bodhi seeds were rare treasures, not easily encountered. Naturally, Qin Jianjia could not possess such a precious item. Did this imply that her talent surpassed that of Wang Changfeng? Realizing this, Chen Jiamin swallowed hard. Who exactly had she encountered this time? How infuriating that she had been outpaced by Jianjia. Huang Xiling furrowed her brows in displeasure. With her past cultivation experience, she had never expected to be surpassed by an ordinary individual. It appeared that she too needed to diligently practice. Otherwise, how long would it take to obtain the true Phoenix power and the subsequent version of the ancient Phoenix scripture from Chen Ping? Let us proceed inside, Chen Ping declared. The group slowly made their way toward the palace. However, upon reaching the palace entrance, their expressions shifted dramatically. There lay dozens of corpses at the threshold. Pools of crimson blood staining the ground, and the air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. Everyone, be cautious, Chen Jiamin instructed. Her emotions were in turmoil. She felt relief that the news of the Xie family's massacre would not reach the outside world, yet unease crept in. For this secret realm was evidently more perilous than she had anticipated. This is the White Tiger Golden Killing Array, Huang Xiling exclaimed, her brow furrowing deeply as she surveyed the palace entrance. The White Tiger, one of the 4 fearsome beasts, embodies destruction. The White Tiger Golden Killing Array simulates the malevolent energy of the White Tiger to subdue foes. Clearly, the master of this secret realm possessed not only profound swordsmanship, but also considerable expertise in formations. Chen Ping, do you have a way to break this array? Chen Jiamin inquired, looking towards him. Presently, the only hope for dismantling the White Tiger Golden Killing Array lay with Chen Ping, a grandmaster of formations. Chen Ping nodded. Stepping forward, the White Tiger Golden Killing Array revealed itself. Each step he took landed upon a crucial node of the array. In mere moments, the array crumbled away. Observing Chen Ping's leisurely stride, Chen Jiamin came to understand why formation masters were so highly revered. The group finally entered the palace. At the far end stood a throne, empty and unoccupied. Beside the throne rested a stone pedestal, upon which lay a Qian jade slip. Chen Jiamin's breathing grew rapid, clearly indicating that this Qian jade slip was her objective. Casting a glance at Chen Ping and receiving his nod of approval, she hurried to the pedestal. Grasping the Qian jade slip in her hands, she probed her consciousness into it, her breath quickening. A peak-grade earth-level sword technique, the Divine Sword Thunder Command. Practicing the Divine Sword Thunder Command would allow one to harness the power of divine thunder to combat foes. Chen Jiamin looked at Chen Ping, exclaiming, "Friend, this technique has reached the peak of the earth grade." Chen Ping appeared somewhat surprised. Not due to the technique's grade, he regarded such levels with indifference, but rather at the fact that Chen Jiamin had chosen to share the truth with him. No matter. A technique of this caliber does not hold my interest, he replied nonchalantly. Chen Jiamin was rendered speechless. A peak-grade earth-level sword technique would cause a tremendous stir upon its discovery, yet he treated it as trivial. Who exactly was Chen Ping? Her curiosity deepened. Just as Chen Jiamin tucked the Qian jade slip away, a figure suddenly materialized upon the previously empty throne. Clad in resplendent garments, the figure's face was an empty void. After tens of thousands of years, someone has finally arrived here. Though the figure lacked discernible features, The others in attendance felt an unmistakable gaze upon them, a pressure that rendered their expressions grave. "Who are you?" Qin Jianjia inquired, her brow furrowing. She sensed a familiar connection emanating from this being. "What am I?" The figure paused briefly. "I can no longer remember my name, but they all prefer to call me the Indestructible Sword Sovereign." "The Indestructible Sword Sovereign? You are indeed the Indestructible Sword Sovereign," Chen Jiamin exclaimed in astonishment. "Wasn't the Indestructible Sword Sovereign quite renowned?" Huang Xiling touched her nose in contemplation. Chen Jiamin nodded, saying, "Renowned is an understatement. I have encountered records of the Indestructible Sword Sovereign in ancient texts. Born before the ancient times, he possessed the primordial sword body. It is said that his cultivation had reached the sage realm, a formidable existence even in the times of antiquity. Above the spirit tranquility realm lies the sage realm. I never anticipated that someone would still remember me," the Indestructible Sword Sovereign mused. "It seems the time has come for me to re-enter the world." Chen Ping felt an inexplicable chill. "You currently possess only a fragment of consciousness. How can you return to the world? Indeed, my physical body has been destroyed, and I exist merely as a remnant of consciousness," the Indestructible Sword Sovereign admitted. "But what if I could acquire a new physical form?" The Sovereign turned his gaze to Qin Jinjia. "I have awaited you for tens of thousands of years. You have finally arrived. Now, offer your body to me, and I shall once again stand at the pinnacle of this world." After the Indestructible Sword Sovereign's demise, a fragment of his consciousness lingered in this secret realm, awaiting the emergence of another possessing the primordial sword body. Such divine physiques were not easily found, and he had long lost track of how long he had waited. Yet, thankfully, he had finally found her. A layer of perspiration broke out on Qin Jianjia's forehead. This being sought to possess her. The primordial sword body. Qin Jianjia actually possessed the primordial sword body. Chen Jiamin gazed at Qin Jianjia, her face a mask of astonishment. No wonder her talent was so extraordinary. Previously, she had merely suspected that Qin Jianjia was of a special physique, but she had not anticipated that she was a bearer of the primordial sword body. What a pity, however. The residual consciousness of the Indestructible Sword Sovereign clearly sought to seize Qin Jianjia's body. A sage, even if merely a fragment of consciousness, would likely rival the strength of a being at the spirit tranquility realm. How could Qin Jianjia possibly resist? Chapter 60. Life and Death. Why forsake a good man to become a woman? Chen Ping mocked the immortal sword sovereign. It was merely a fragment of consciousness. Had the true saint been present, he would have certainly yielded at once. Alas, that was not the case. The immortal sword sovereign turned his gaze towards Chen Ping. "Humph. As cultivators, we ought not to be constrained by gender. As long as we can resurrect and ascend to the pinnacle of this world once more, these matters are trivial." Having lived for tens of thousands of years, he had seen it all and was unfazed by such concepts. "Wait, something is amiss." The immortal sword sovereign observed as Chen Ping's body trembled slightly. You are the indestructible chaotic body." His voice quivered with astonishment. The indestructible chaotic body, even before the ancient times, was a top-tier physique. "What? He is the indestructible chaotic body." The Chen sisters stared at Chen Ping, their faces reflecting sheer shock. The emergence of the indestructible chaotic body had caused quite a stir, and the Chen family was certainly aware of it. Yet, no one knew the identity of that being. And now he stood before them. This was the indestructible chaotic body, revered even before the ancient times as one of the four supreme physiques. Even Huang Xiling and Qin Jinxiao were taken aback. They knew Chen Ping was extraordinary, but they never anticipated he was the indestructible chaotic body. Huang Xiling furrowed her brows. If he truly was the indestructible chaotic body, surpassing him to obtain the true phoenix power would be no simple feat. As for Qin Jinxia, her face radiated admiration. "Truly, he is my master. Young man, upon reflection, your words do hold merit." Though the face of the immortal sword sovereign remained obscured, everyone could sense his excitement. The indestructible chaotic body was vastly superior to the primordial sword body. With that, the immortal sword sovereign transformed into a streak of light, diving into Chen Ping's sea of consciousness. "The indestructible chaotic body belongs to me now. Comrade, master." The expressions of the others changed dramatically. Clearly, the immortal sword sovereign had altered his intentions, seeking to seize Chen Ping's body. Though merely a fragment of consciousness, its power was at least at the spirit tranquil realm. No matter how monstrous Chen Ping was, he would likely be powerless against a mighty being of that caliber. "Xiling, think of a way to save our master." Qin Jinxia implored Huang Xiling. Through their time together, she had come to understand that Huang Xiling was no ordinary individual. However, Huang Xiling shook her head. "I am powerless in this situation." In her previous life, she would have dismissed a mere fragment of a saint's consciousness, but now she found herself utterly helpless. Qian Yuan collapsed onto the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks. Master, you must not come to harm. Her master was her only anchor in this world. If anything were to happen to him, what meaning would her existence hold? Immortal Sword Sovereign, we are both primordial sword bodies. Seizing me would be your best choice. Qian Yuan cried out desperately, her voice hoarse and heart-wrenching. Chen Jiamin observed the deep bond between the master and disciple, feeling helpless herself. A mere fragment of a saint's consciousness was not something they could contend with. The immortal sword sovereign had entered Chen Ping's sea of consciousness. To his surprise, this fellow's sea of consciousness was vast, showcasing immense potential. My achievements will surely surpass those of the ancient times. He laughed maniacally, feeling that his long wait had not been in vain. At that moment, Chen Ping's figure also appeared within the sea of consciousness. Young man, your body is quite satisfactory. I shall gladly accept it. I will use it to stand atop this world. Consider it an honor. The immortal sword sovereign emanated a dangerous aura. Yet, Chen Ping suddenly shook his head. Do you know where you are now? The immortal sword sovereign was momentarily taken aback, confused by Chen Ping's words. This is my sea of consciousness. Do you believe you can act with such impunity here? Chen Ping's eyes glinted with murderous intent. What arrogance! Wherever I reside is my domain. The immortal sword sovereign scoffed, dismissing Chen Ping as merely a peak foundation establishment cultivator, a mere ant in his eyes. Even if he was the indestructible chaotic body. Chen Ping smiled. In that case, today I shall slay the saint. Ha! The immortal sword sovereign sneered you? His words were cut short as a fiery red orb appeared in Chen Ping's hand. It was the true phoenix power. Upon acquiring the true phoenix power, Chen Ping had comprehended its capabilities. Apart from enabling the ancient phoenix to transform into a true phoenix, it could also refine all forms of energy in the world. Had the true saint been present, Chen Ping would have been powerless. But a mere fragment of consciousness? How could it withstand the refinement of the true phoenix power? With a thought, the true phoenix power transformed into a blazing crimson flame. What is this? The immortal sword sovereign's expression shifted dramatically. He felt an overwhelming sense of threat emanating from the flame. The aura of the true phoenix. How could it be? How could a true phoenix still exist in this era? The immortal sword sovereign's voice trembled with regret. To possess the indestructible chaotic body meant he was the child of destiny. He should have simply taken over that primordial sword body. Why provoke this individual? The immortal sword sovereign attempted to flee, transforming into a streak of light. I have already informed you. This is my domain, Chen Ping stated calmly. You cannot come and go as you please. The true phoenix power enveloped the fleeing light. The searing flames relentlessly scorched the immortal sword sovereign's consciousness, eliciting piercing screams from him. Outside the sea of consciousness, the others watched Chen Ping with heightened anxiety. They could hear those agonizing cries. It seems our friend is in dire straits. Chen Jiamin sighed. No, that is not my master's voice. Qian Jinxia shook her head, rekindling a glimmer of hope within her. The one enduring the torment was not her master. Perhaps he was safe. Chen Jiamin, sensing her distress, approached and gently embraced Qian Jinxia's shoulders. She understood that Qian Jinxia was reluctant to accept the reality of Chen Ping's imminent possession. We should leave. If we stay here any longer, we may all be trapped. Chen Jiamin urged. No, you all should go. Qian Jinxia asserted resolutely. I will wait here for my master. I believe he will be fine. Chen Jiamin sighed, unable to comprehend why Qian Jinxia harbored such deep feelings for Chen Ping. Yet, today's events held a foreboding sense of life and death. Chapter 61. Sage Dao Fruit. At that moment, Chen Ping, whose eyes had been tightly shut, slowly opened them. Two beams of divine light flashed momentarily. Master! Qian Jinxia exclaimed with elation. Master is all right. Do not approach. Chen Jiamin cautioned, firmly restraining Qian Jinxia. Is the current Chen Ping truly Chen Ping? Perhaps he has already been possessed by the undying sword sovereign. Qian Jinxia gazed into Chen Ping's eyes, stubbornly shaking off Chen Jiamin's grasp. This is my master. I can sense it. She turned to Chen Ping, her face filled with concern. Master, are you unharmed? The Chen Jiamin sisters remained wary, unable to discern whether the current Chen Ping was truly himself. If not, today might mark their demise. Rest assured, I am unharmed. Chen Ping reassured, gently patting Qian Jinxia's head. I knew you would be all right. Qian Jinxia embraced Chen Ping tightly, as if fearing he would vanish. Chen Ping, however, felt somewhat awkward. Qian Jinxia's figure was already striking, and their close proximity made him acutely aware of her soft contours. Esteemed friend, what became of the undying sword sovereign? Chen Jiamin inquired, her voice tinged with disbelief. The undying sword sovereign had actually failed in his attempt to possess him. That was a sage, albeit currently only a wisp of consciousness. Yet, Chen Ping was merely a foundation establishment cultivator. What secrets did he conceal? He is here. Chen Ping extended his hand, a sphere of light materializing in his palm. What is this? Several faces registered confusion. However, Huang Xiling, standing nearby, appeared shocked as she gazed at the sphere of light. This is a Dao fruit, the Undying Sword Sovereign's Dao fruit. Chen Ping nodded slowly. Indeed, but to be precise, it is the Dao fruit of that wisp of consciousness. It pales in comparison to the Dao fruit of a true sage. Chen Jiamin swallowed hard, her eyes fixed on the sphere of light in Chen Ping's hand. The most precious opportunity within this secret realm was undoubtedly this Dao fruit. Only sages could condense Dao fruits, which contain their comprehension of the great Dao. By assimilating this fruit, one could gain insight into the sage's understanding of the Dao. Although this was merely the Dao fruit of a wisp of consciousness, it was still immensely valuable. Without exaggeration, its worth surpassed even that of a celestial-grade cultivation technique. Chen Jiamin's face betrayed her envy, yet it was merely that. Had it not been for Chen Ping, they might not have even survived their departure from this secret realm, let alone obtain this Dao fruit. Jinjia refined this Dao fruit. Chen Ping offered the Dao fruit to Qin Jinjia. Everyone was taken aback. Chen Ping had gifted such an extraordinary opportunity to Qin Jinjia without hesitation. Although Qin Jinjia was his disciple, few masters in this world would go to such lengths. For a moment, Chen Jiamin envied Qin Jinjia. If only she were Chen Ping's disciple. Master, perhaps you should refine it instead. The Undying Sword Sovereign's understanding of the Dao would be an invaluable opportunity for anyone. Her master had already transformed her life. She could not be insatiable. Chen Ping smiled. The Undying Sword Sovereign possessed the primordial sword physique, just like you. His Dao fruit can only achieve its full potential when refined by you. Seeing Chen Ping's unwavering demeanor, Qin Jinjia finally nodded. She accepted the Dao fruit and immediately began to absorb it. Instantly, a rich sword intent surged into Qin Jinjia's body like a tidal wave. Qin Jinjia, like a parched sponge, frantically absorbed the Undying Sword Sovereign's understanding of the Sword Dao and the Great Dao. However, even the Dao fruit refined from a mere wisp of the Undying Sword Sovereign's consciousness was not something the current Qin Jinjia could easily refine. Nevertheless, Qin Jinjia possessed the primordial sword physique, which resonated naturally with the Dao fruit. After absorbing a portion, it merged into her body. As her cultivation progressed, she would gradually assimilate the Dao fruit completely. Qin Jinjia was undoubtedly the greatest beneficiary of this secret realm expedition. Ding! Congratulations to host disciple, Qin Jinjia, for advancing to the early stage of the spirit manifestation realm. Host has received a preaching reward. Ding! Congratulations to host for assisting disciple Qin Jinjia in obtaining the ownership of the secret realm. Host has received a system reward. Ding! System rewards have been deposited into the system space. Please check them at your convenience. Hearing the emotionless system prompts, Chen Ping's lips curled into a smile. It had finally arrived. If Qin Jinjia was the greatest beneficiary of the secret realm, then Chen Ping was now. 2 system rewards at once. Although Chen Ping did not yet know what the rewards were, anything from the system was bound to be exceptional. Chen Ping quickly located the 2 reward packages in the system space. Without hesitation, he chose to open them. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining a Sage Realm Experience card. Ding! Congratulations to host for advancing to the early stage of the Spirit Manifestation Realm. Chen Ping's eyes narrowed. The previous Spirit Severing Realm Experience card had helped him overcome a life-threatening crisis. This time, the system had directly rewarded him with a Sage Realm Experience card. With this card, he was invincible in the Central Province. Had he possessed this Sage Realm Experience card earlier, he could have easily annihilated the mere consciousness of the Undying Sword Sovereign. The improvement in his cultivation also filled Chen Ping with excitement. He opened his status panel. Name, Chen Ping. Age, 120 years. Cultivation, early stage of the Spirit Manifestation Realm. Physique, imperishable chaos physique. Disciples, Qin Jinjia, Huang Xiling. It had only been a short time since he left the Qian Yuan Sect. Yet he had risen from an ordinary person with a shattered Dao foundation to the early stage of the Spirit Manifestation Realm once more. With the terrifying power of the imperishable chaos physique and his various methods, Chen Ping was confident that he could defeat even peak Spirit Manifestation Realm cultivators. Thank you for your grace, Master. Qin Jinjia bowed respectfully to Chen Ping. Had Chen Ping not discovered her, she would likely have lived an unremarkable life. Now, her destiny had been rewritten. She had become a genius in the cultivation world. Chen Ping nodded faintly. Xiling, you must strive to cultivate diligently. Your senior sister has left you far behind. Huang Xiling pouted. It's just that Jinjia is too fortunate. Enlightenment, a sage's Dao fruit. If I had such opportunities, I would be far beyond the early stage of the foundation establishment realm. Let us depart. We have already been here for over 10 days, Chen Ping said. Calculating the time. The path of cultivation made time fleeting. Furthermore, the absence of day and night in the secret realm caused time to pass even more imperceptibly. Has it truly been so long? Qin Yuan felt a pang of guilt. She had made her master wait for so long. Congratulations, esteemed friend, on your breakthrough. Our secret realm expedition has concluded. My sister and I shall take our leave first. Chen Jiamin addressed Chen Ping and his companions. Chen Ping inclined his head slightly. Let us go as well. It is time for us to complete our sect mission. The sky-stealing bandit must disappear from the central province. Chapter 62. Rise after the fall on the sword-casting peak of the Qian Yuan Sect. Fan Lana was immersed in her cultivation when a man clad in black robes approached her slowly. Elder, he began. I have just received word that Elder Luo Linger has appeared in the Nine-Ring Mountain Range, and it is suspected that Chen Ping might also be there. Is the news reliable? Fan Lana inquired, her mind racing. She had long wished for Chen Ping to vanish from this world. However, he had been taken away by Lang Ningxuang to the Qian Yuan Sect, beyond her reach. If Chen Ping truly appeared in the Nine-Ring Mountain Range, perhaps she could finally eliminate this thorn in her side. Though rendered a cripple, the world of cultivation was rife with possibilities. As long as Chen Ping lived, she would find no peace. The information is credible. According to my informant at the Qian Yuan Sect, Chen Ping has ventured to the Nine-Ring Mountain Range to eradicate the infamous thief, and he has brought only his 2 disciples. The man continued. Upon hearing this, a glint of excitement illuminated Fan Lanoyu's face. Ah, Chen Ping, you truly have made a name for yourself to have taken on disciples. A fierce glimmer crossed her eyes. You go and pay him a visit. What meaning does a cripple's life hold? Let us assist him on his journey. A chilling intent emanated from Fan Lanoyu. The man knelt on one knee, yes. Meanwhile, in the Nine-Ring Mountain Range, Luo Linger, donned in simple attire, bore a delicate face marked by the traces of wind and hardship, evoking sympathy in those who beheld her. She gazed at the mysterious causality mirror in her hands. Her brow furrowed. For nearly half a month, she had sensed no trace of Chen Ping, as though he had vanished into thin air. Just as Luo Lingo pondered whether to return, the mysterious causality mirror finally registered Chen Ping's aura once more. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Brother, I am coming. Yet, she abruptly halted her steps, glancing at her disheveled self and shaking her head. How could she present herself before Chen Ping in such a state? After changing into a fresh outfit and tidying her appearance, she set forth towards Chen Ping's location. Qin Jianjia, your cultivation has advanced far too rapidly. It may draw unwanted attention. Allow me to impart a concealing technique to you. Practice it diligently. Upon returning to the sect, simply exude the aura of an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. It is prudent to remain cautious, Chen Ping instructed, gently tapping Qin Jianjia's forehead. Instantly, the method of the concealing technique manifested in her mind. I shall adhere to my master's teachings. Qin Jianjia replied eagerly. At that moment, Chen Ping paused. What is it? Master? Qin Jianjia inquired, curiosity evident in her gaze. Come forth, Chen Ping said calmly. Before long, a slender figure appeared before them. It was the meticulously adorned Luo Linger. She appeared ethereal, as though a celestial maiden had descended to the mortal realm. Brother, I have finally found you, Luo Linger exclaimed, rushing towards Chen Ping with the intent to embrace him, only to be sidestepped by Chen Ping. A wave of disappointment washed over her. Yet she bore no grievance toward him. After all, it was the Qian Yuan Sect that had erred. I am no longer a member of the Qian Yuan Sect. You need not refer to me as your brother any longer, Chen Ping stated matter-of-factly. Brother, no matter the circumstances, you will always be my brother. I am aware of the injustices you have suffered at the hands of the Qian Yuan Sect, but I believe you are not that kind of person. I shall uncover the truth and restore your name, even to the extent of having the sect leader come personally to request your return, Luo Linger fervently declared. The sect leader? A hint of self-deprecation flickered across Chen Ping's face. After nearly a century of bond with Su Yixue, he had been cast into the abyss by her due to baseless accusations. Yet, Lang Ningxuang, with whom he had only briefly traveled, had remained unwaveringly devoted to him for nearly a century, willing to sacrifice everything for his sake. Why should I return? I left the Qian Yuan Sect of my own volition. And I shall not return, Chen Ping asserted, his tone unwavering. You should go back. If others discover you are associated with me, the fallen disciple of the Qian Yuan Sect, it may tarnish your reputation, Chen Ping continued, maintaining a calm demeanor. He held a fondness for his sister disciple, as she was the only one from the Qian Yuan Sect who believed in him. Brother, do not say that. Tears welled in Luo Linger's eyes. Have you forgotten our time spent cultivating and living together? I know you harbor grievances against the Qian Yuan Sect for the sacrifices you made only to be met with such an outcome. Trust me, I will ensure you are exonerated. Even if it means you refuse to return to the Qian Yuan Sect. Listening to Luo Linger's heartfelt sincerity, Chen Ping could no longer maintain his stoic facade. Why must you go through so much trouble? Luo Lingo shook her head. It is all worth it for you, brother. Finally, Chen Ping stepped forward and gently embraced Luo Linger. Brother, I clearly saw the remnants of your battle. Why do you still appear as an ordinary person? Luo Linger voiced her confusion. Chen Ping chuckled softly. Indeed, I am capable of cultivating once more. Relief washed over Luo Linger at his words. That is excellent. With your talent, I am confident you will soon regain your previous stature, perhaps even surpass it. Chen Ping nodded, however. Do not disclose this to the Qian Yuan Sect. After pondering for a moment, Luo Linger agreed. Rest assured, I will not reveal it to anyone. Now, you should return, Chen Ping urged. Absolutely not. The 9-ring mountain range is fraught with danger. I must remain here to protect you. Luo Linger insisted, shaking her head. Chen Ping smiled. Fear not. We shall not delve too deep. There is no peril. With that, he unveiled his concealed aura, emanating the presence of an early-stage spirit movement cultivator. Feeling the surge of Chen Ping's energy, Luo Linger was taken aback. Previously, she had been astonished by his recovery, believing it an insurmountable feat to mend a shattered foundation. Now, not only had he restored his foundation, but his strength had also returned to the early stages of spirit movement. Rise after the fall? Luo Linger recalled the phrase. How commendable was her brother, unyielding against the greatest of adversities. Such a pace of cultivation far surpassed that of the foremost cultivator in the central continent today. Well then, I must take my leave. I have tasks to attend to, Luo Linger declared, nodding as she bid farewell to Chen Ping. Though reluctant, she understood the urgency of capturing the ethereal realm's demonic cultivators to prevent further hindrance to the Qian Yuan Sect's disciples' cultivation. At long last, Chen Ping and his companions arrived at the stronghold of the notorious thief. As he surveyed the encampment, which was the size of a village, a cold glint flickered in Chen Ping's eyes. Such a notorious force had no right to exist in this world. Chapter 63. Chen Ping's inevitable demise in the Qingfeng stronghold. The chief of the Sky Thief Bandits gazed at the man in black before him with a face full of flattery. Elder Fan has sent me to inform you that a man named Chen Ping will soon arrive here. Zhao Fan's voice was frigid, regardless of the means. He must remain here forever. Si Tianhua frowned upon hearing this. My lord, I am merely a late-stage spirit movement cultivator. I fear I am not a match for someone the elder of Qian Yuan Sect aims to confront. Does he truly possess the qualifications to ensure someone remains here indefinitely? However, the Sky Thief's survival relied heavily on Fan Lanoyu. Defying her orders would likely lead to a grim fate. Rest assured, Elder Fan would not send you to your demise. That man was indeed formidable before, but his foundation has now crumbled. Elder Fan merely cannot act directly. Zhao Fan's figure was obscured beneath his cloak, rendering his face indistinguishable. Upon hearing this, Si Tianhua felt a wave of relief wash over him. A man whose foundation has shattered is manageable. My lord, I shall open the protective array of our stronghold at once. Otherwise, he may not even enter, Si Tianhua declared with a smile. Their stronghold's protective array was a low-grade formation passed down by Fan Lanoyu. If the array was not deactivated, not even a late-stage spirit void cultivator could breach it, let alone a mere foundationless waste. Go ahead. Zhao Fan nodded in agreement. Yet, scarcely had his voice faded when the entire stronghold shook violently. What is occurring? Zhao Fan's brow furrowed. Si Tianhua was taken aback. The protective array has been breached. Who dares intrude upon our Qingfeng stronghold? Zhao Fan's consciousness began to extend outward. And moments later, a smirk crept across his lips. Indeed, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Si Tianhua grew anxious. The intruder's ability to forcibly breach the protective array suggested that killing him would not be an easy task. Fear not, I have observed him. That man possesses no cultivation at all. As for the array's breach, he must have a treasure capable of countering it. Once you eliminate him, that treasure shall rightfully belong to you, Zhao Fan assured. Si Tianhua nodded, his eyes gleaming with determination. I shall confront this waste at once. Who dares trespass upon my Qifeng stronghold? Do they truly believe the Sky Thieves are without defenders? Si Tianhua had already reached the outskirts of the stronghold, his lips curling into a smile as he beheld the 3 figures approaching. A foundation-less waste and 2 initial-stage foundation establishment ants. How audacious they were to stir trouble here. Many members of the stronghold had gathered, and upon witnessing the intruder's meager strength, they were left dumbfounded. Previously concerned about the array's breach, they now realized they had overthought the situation. Just as Lord Zhao Fan had indicated, the intruder undoubtedly possessed a treasure that countered the formation. Chief, these 2 girls are exceptionally beautiful. We shall have our fun tonight, one remarked, salivating at the sight. Indeed, they are exquisite. Send Ruan Jinghan to capture the Chen sisters. Her absence now creates a perfect opportunity. A group of depraved beasts gazed hungrily at Qin Jinjia and her companion. Jinjia, this one is yours, Chen Ping said calmly. Although Qin Jinjia was merely a beginner in the spirit movement realm, the enhancement from her primordial sword body, combined with the support of the immortal sword sovereign's Dao fruit, rendered defeating him a trivial task. Yes, master, Qin Jinjia nodded. Humph, a mere initial stage foundation establishment ant dares to boast such arrogance. I shall subdue you first, and then teach you a lesson tonight. Tianming mused, pondering who to send against the intruders, only to find Qin Jinjia standing before him. Sword in hand. What astonishing speed. Tianming's expression shifted dramatically. With such swiftness, you cannot be merely foundation establishment initial stage. Could you be a hidden master? When did I claim to be at the initial stage of foundation establishment? Qin Jinjia retorted with a cold huff, her spirit movement aura radiating fiercely. In the depths of the stronghold, Zhao Fan observed the unfolding scene with a hint of derision. The once revered elder Chen Ping of Qian Yuan Sect now relied on a mere initial stage spirit movement disciple to uphold his honor. Humph, what of an initial stage spirit movement? Tianming scoffed. I am a late-stage spirit movement cultivator. The gap between our realms is insurmountable. Ninth turn sword heart technique. Sword 2. Qin Jinjia lunged forward, her sword slicing through the air. A confrontation was inevitable, and while her style seemed soft, it would prove ineffective against him. I shall see if you are as bold in bed. Tianming smirked, reveling in the moment. Yet, in an instant, his expression shifted dramatically. Qin Jinjia's strike pierced straight through his chest. He felt his life force draining rapidly. Impossible. You are merely at the initial stage of spirit movement. Tianming gasped, clutching his wound, his complexion paling. It is you who is too weak. Qin Jinjia stated coolly, extracting her Qishao sword. Chief. The stronghold's members rushed towards Qin Jinjia upon witnessing the scene. Huang Xiling stepped forward, a phoenix apparition emerging behind her. The sky thieves were merely a disorganized rabble, with only a handful of them reaching the spirit movement realm. Under the combined assault of Qin Jinjia and Huang Xiling, the ground soon lay littered with corpses. Zhao Fan's brow furrowed deeply. These two disciples of Chen Ping were astonishingly formidable, rivaling the talents of Qian Yuan Sect, especially Qin Jinjia, who, despite being at the initial stage of spirit movement, could slay a late-stage spirit movement cultivator like Tianming with a single strike. While Tianming's training was lacking, it still attested to Qin Jinjia's prowess. It appeared he must take matters into his own hands. Zhao Fan slowly approached, after a few days' absence. The once mighty elder Chen Ping of Qian Yuan Sect has now fallen to relying on women. His peak spirit movement aura manifested. You are from Qian Yuan Sect? Chen Ping's brow furrowed upon gazing at Zhao Fan. Has Qian Yuan Sect truly sent someone to hunt me down? Su Yixue, have you truly become so heartless? Who sent you to kill me? Chen Ping steadied his emotions. He had severed all ties with Qian Yuan Sect. You toy with female disciples, collude with demonic forces, and harm your fellow cultivators. Any righteous individual would not stand idly by. Today, I shall enact justice on behalf of the heavens and slay you, a treacherous thief. A chilling murderous intent erupted from Zhao Fan. Meanwhile, not far from the stronghold, a shadow sat perched upon a tree branch, muttering to himself. It seems I need not intervene this time. That little girl may have slain the late-stage spirit movement Tianming, but she is certainly no match for that man from Qian Yuan Sect. Though Tianming is late-stage spirit movement, he is but a wandering cultivator, lacking the resources and cultivation techniques to compete with the disciples of Qian Yuan Sect. Should I take action? Chen Ping is doomed. Chapter 64. I know what to do. You aspire to kill me? You are not worthy. A hint of sarcasm graced Chen Ping's features as he regarded Zhao Fan. Humph. Such audacity. Zhao Fan scoffed. Do you truly believe your disciple could slay Tianming and then me? Had it been the earlier Chen Ping, he would indeed have been powerless. However, now, Chen Ping was merely a worthless being with a shattered foundation. It would be a challenge for her to execute you. Chen Ping shook his head. Thus, I have resolved to take matters into my own hands. Humph, just a worthless being with a shattered foundation. Zhao Fan's unfinished words caught in his throat. The Chen Ping before him suddenly emanated a terrifying aura. Impossible. You have resumed your cultivation. Zhao Fan and his shadow stared at Chen Ping, disbelief etched on their faces. Could one truly cultivate after their foundation was broken? And in such a short span, he had already reached the spirit motion realm. This pace of advancement eclipsed even Chen Ping's initial foray into cultivation. Huang Xiling gazed at Chen Ping, a hint of bitterness crossing her delicate features. Previously, she had believed that, with her innate talent, surpassing Chen Ping would be effortless, and she would soon grasp the power of the true phoenix. Yet now, this fellow had somehow broken through to the spirit motion realm. She remained stuck at the early stages of foundation establishment. More importantly, she had never witnessed Chen Ping's cultivation. for the first time since her rebirth. Huang Xiling felt a pang of defeat. Even if you can cultivate, so what? You are merely at the early stages of the spirit motion realm. Killing you will be as easy as breathing. Although surprised, Zhao Fan did not regard this with concern. The chasm between the early and peak stages of the spirit motion realm was insurmountable. Is that so? A smirk danced on Chen Ping's lips as his aura sharpened ominously. A terrifying humanoid shadow manifested behind him, resembling Chen Ping perfectly. The law of heaven and earth. It is indeed the law of heaven and earth. Zhao Fan gazed at Chen Ping, astonished. Though merely a nascent form, it was undoubtedly the law of heaven and earth. Only beings of the spirit tranquil realm could wield such power. Yet Chen Ping, at the early spirit motion realm, had accomplished this feat. It was nothing short of monstrous. A strand of chaotic energy radiated from Chen Ping, illuminating him like a deity. This is chaotic energy. How can you possess such power? Chaotic energy is the most unique force in this world, birthed only at the genesis of existence. No way. Zhao Fan's eyes widened. You are the indestructible chaotic body. The aura of the indestructible chaotic body emanated from you. Zhao Fan's face was a mask of horror. The indestructible chaotic body was revered as the foremost of the four legendary physiques, a fearsome entity even before the ancient era. If the people of Qian Yuan Sect were to discover that the expelled Chen Ping was the fabled indestructible chaotic body, they would surely rue the day. Die. Chen Ping did not employ any magical artifacts, but instead launched a direct punch. The indestructible chaotic body possessed unparalleled physical prowess. His body was his greatest weapon. After all, this was a terrifying physique that could withstand even the great calamity of the primordial age without losing a single hair. One punch. Yet it contained the terrifying might of chaos. Zhao Fan's expression shifted dramatically. Within Chen Ping's strike, he sensed the threat of death. He dared not underestimate it and hastily summoned his Earth-grade battle armor. However, the high-tier Earth-grade armor crumbled under Chen Ping's blow like tofu. Chen Ping's fist shattered the armor and continued unabated, piercing through Zhao Fan's chest. The dreadful chaotic power detonated within Zhao Fan's body, transforming him into a cloud of blood mist. The shadow perched on a distant tree felt a chill run down his spine upon witnessing this scene. The entire Qian Yuan Sect had deemed Chen Ping a worthless being with a shattered foundation, yet he was actually the legendary indestructible chaotic body. To think he could annihilate a peak spirit motion realm opponent with a single strike. It was crucial to note that Zhao Fan was not an ordinary peak spirit motion realm cultivator, but one nurtured by the colossal Qian Yuan Sect. I must swiftly inform Elder Wu of this matter. If I continue opposing Chen Ping, the outcome will be dire. Where do you think you're going? Chen Ping's voice resonated in his ears. Elder Chen Ping, I am from the Qian Yuan Sect, here to protect you. The shadow hastily declared. Although slightly stronger than Zhao Fan, his power was limited. Chen Ping could easily eliminate him as well. He did not wish to perish here. Do you take me for a fool? Chen Ping sneered. He had sensed the murderous intent directed at him from this individual. Speak. Who sent you to kill me? Chen Ping's gaze was as sharp as a sword. The shadow's face turned pale as he looked at Chen Ping, suddenly wearing a smile. Not good. Chen Ping's expression changed drastically, and he quickly retreated. The shadow's body swelled and detonated. The explosion created a terrifying pit in the ground. Chen Ping furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated this individual would resort to self-detonation so readily. Clearly, he was a trained assassin. Chen Ping surmised the shadow's origins, though it remained merely speculation. His momentary lapse had cost him the opportunity to gather evidence. Chen Ping turned his gaze towards the direction of Qian Yuan Sect. Wu Libo, I hope it is not you. Otherwise, not even Qian Yuan Sect will protect you. Retrieve Si Tianming's head. We shall return. Chen Ping commanded. Qin Jinjia nodded, severing Si Tianming's head and placing it within her spatial ring. The trio commenced their journey homeward. Unlike their arrival, the usually lively Huang Xiling appeared rather sullen, continuously consuming medicinal pills. Chen Ping chuckled softly, understanding that Huang Xiling had been deeply shaken. However, this was ultimately a favorable turn of events for him. The faster his disciple's strength ascended, the more rapidly his own would grow. Just as Chen Ping intended to speak, he sensed a shift in Huang Xiling's aura. Her power had reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Chen Ping's lips twitched. This girl was indeed an SS-level genius, with such a speed of cultivation. Had he not possessed the system, Qin Jinjia's continuous encounters with opportunities might not have sufficed to restrain her. Yet, regrettably, her small elevation in realm did not yield enough feedback for him to break through. Deep within the Nine-Ring mountain range, Luo Linger wore a grave expression. Before her stood the heart-eating demon, a mid-stage spirit void realm opponent she had previously pursued. I have neither provoked nor offended you. Why do you persist in chasing me? The heart-eating demon was nearly in tears. It had already transformed into a human form, yet she still pursued him relentlessly. Because you are of use. The spirit source waterfall awaits your transformation into a generator. The heart-eating demon, though formidable, was no match for Luo Linger, who had reached the pinnacle of the spirit void realm. After a fierce battle, the heart-eating demon ultimately collapsed, its aura diminished to the extreme, reverting to its true demonic form. Transformation? Yes, I understand. Upon witnessing the heart-eating demon-esque change, Luo Linger's face lit up with excitement. Senior brother Chen Ping, I now know how to prove your innocence. Chapter 65, The Heart's Desire of Snow at the Forging Sword Peak. Luo Lingo arrived. Senior sister Linger, you have returned. Did you encounter any danger during the hunt for the demon race? Fan Lano Yu hurried over, her face filled with concern. That wretched woman. Eagerly seeking out Chen Ping. One day I will have you kneel before me. Fortunately, it was a safe expedition. A faint smile appeared on Luo Lingo's face. Among her fellow disciples, only Fan Lano Yu and she believed that Chen Ping was wronged. Junior brother Lano Yu is a good person. That's a relief. Fan Lano Yu nodded. I've been worried about you these past few days. Luo Linger chuckled softly. I must first imprison this heart-eating demon within the 7 stars refining demon array to restore the operation of the spirit source waterfall. Fan Lano Yu nodded in agreement. Thank you for your hard work, senior sister. As Luo Lingo activated the array, she felt the energy from the heart-eating demon gradually transform into the purest energy, transmitted to the spirit source waterfall. Brother, this time capturing the heart-eating demon was quite arduous. I can hardly fathom how you have endured these past centuries. For hundreds of years, Chen Ping had never asked the disciples of the sect to share his burdens. If it weren't for the dismantling of the Forging Sword Peak, they might never have realized how silently Chen Ping had contributed to the sect. Yet, he was treated in such a manner by the sect. But I will surely vindicate you, brother. Luo Linger took out the causality mirror, ready to activate it, but paused her actions. The mirror could only be used once a month. Even if she saw the truth this time, others would remain skeptical. With that thought, Luo Lingo sent a message Jade pendant to the main peak. You have worked hard during this hunt for the demon race. Su Yixue sensed the changes in the spirit source waterfall, clearly indicating that Luo Linger had succeeded. Luo Linger smiled. Sect Master, what I have done pales in comparison to Brother Chen Ping's silent dedication to maintaining the spirit source waterfall for hundreds of years. Upon hearing Chen Ping's name, Su Yixue's brow furrowed. It was evident that Luo Lingo had come for Chen Ping's sake. Sect Master, I can now prove Brother Chen Ping's innocence. Luo Lingo spoke up. During the pursuit of the heart-eating demon, it transformed its shape. Could it be that someone disguised themselves as brother to frame him? She could not believe that Brother Chen Ping would commit such acts. Su Yixue's expression was complex. She was uncertain of her own thoughts. Deep down, she did not wish for the man she had cherished for hundreds of years to be such a scoundrel. Yet, if Luo Lingo truly proved Chen Ping's innocence, it would mean she had misunderstood him. Moreover, if she hadn't intervened in the end, perhaps Chen Ping wouldn't have been so resolute in leaving the Qian Yuan Sect. Let us wait for the junior sisters to arrive, Su Yixue sighed. Soon, Yiling Fei and Jiang Xinwei arrived. Upon seeing the causality mirror in Luo Linger's hands, Jiang Xinwei frowned. Senior sister Linger, if this is still about Chen Ping, please remain silent. Luo Lingo shook her head. I believe we should seek the truth regardless. Jiang Xinwei retorted scornfully. Truth? The truth is that Chen Ping exploited his status to violate numerous female disciples and harm fellow students. You wouldn't want us to witness Chen Ping's disgraceful acts again, would you? The memory of that scene made Jiang Xinwei feel nauseated. Previously, her grievances against Chen Ping were merely because he interrupted her breakthrough. But after witnessing that scene, she detested Chen Ping, the beast in human form. From the depths of her heart, such a scoundrel should have been exterminated on the spot. Senior sister Linger, do you have a way to prove Chen Ping's innocence? We all witnessed that scene clearly. Yiling Fei spoke up. If it weren't for the incident involving 1 man and 7 women, she would have had no issues with Chen Ping. After all, he had indeed been a competent senior brother, guiding her in her formations. If Luo Lingo could prove Chen Ping's innocence, she would welcome it. Junior sister Ling Fei, have you considered that what you see may not be the truth? Luo Lingo replied. What do you mean? Su Yixue seemed to grasp something. Luo Lingo did not respond but activated the causality mirror once more. A surge of life energy was consumed by the mirror, causing Luo Linger's complexion to pale. Yet, even in this state, she refused to give up. Finally, under Luo Linger's control, the causality mirror displayed an image once more. It was the day Chen Ping and the 7 female disciples were embroiled in the incident. Chen Ping arrived at the formation beneath the Forging Sword Peak, frowning at the demon race that was barely clinging to life. This thing is too weak. It has withered in just a few days. It seems I need to find a replacement. The spirit source waterfall had its merits. It merely required his continuous energy supply. However, Yixue, as the sect master, must wish for the Qian Yuan Sect to thrive. I don't mind putting in the effort. Chen Ping murmured to himself, gazing at the corpses on the ground. Upon hearing this, Su Yixue's body trembled violently. She recalled the elders' meeting where they discussed the capture of a demon race. Observing their silence, they reveled in the sect's resources yet were unwilling to contribute. Meanwhile, Chen Ping had silently done so much, all because she, Su Yixue, was the sect master. Chen Ping's tireless efforts were all for her. Even Jiang Xinwei's expression grew uncomfortable upon witnessing this. Chen Ping's contributions to the sect were undeniably significant. However, recalling how her path of cultivation had been interrupted, her expression turned cold once more. Regardless of anything, I cannot forgive you, Chen Ping. My sparing your life is merely due to our past brother-sister bond. In the mirror, Chen Ping shook his head. Let us go hunt the demon race. He tore through the void and stepped into the Jiuhuan mountain range. Hovering above the mountain, Chen Ping encountered a solitary demon. A smirk graced his lips with this fellow. The spirit source waterfall can operate for another month. He dived down, unaware that it was a trap. As soon as he landed, 3 demons of the spirit void realm surrounded him. The expressions of the women changed at this sight. Such a lineup would spell disaster for anyone except Su Yixue, who had reached the spirit tranquility realm. Chen Ping's expression grew grave, yet he faced the 4 spirit void realm demons with just a sword in hand. Although he ultimately triumphed, he suffered grievous injuries. A deep gash ran from his shoulder to his abdomen. Had the wound been any deeper, his life would have been in jeopardy. After capturing the remaining demon, Chen Ping finally relaxed his tense body, letting out a pain groan. By this time, darkness had fallen. Despite his injuries, the spirit source waterfall would function without issue for the next month. Chen Ping merely attended to his life-threatening wound before flying back toward the Qian Yuan Sect. Yixue's greatest desire was to see the Qian Yuan Sect stand at the pinnacle of the central continent. I will help her realize this wish. Chapter 66. I have made up my mind, Master. Did you see? Senior brother Chen Ping nearly lost his life just to help you realize your dreams. Luo Lingo gazed at Su Yixue, only to find 2 streams of tears cascading down her cheeks. However, she swiftly regained her composure, discreetly evaporating the tears from her face. As the leader of the Qian Yuan Sect, how could she allow anyone to witness such a vulnerable side of her? Indeed, Chen Ping had earlier devoted himself wholeheartedly to her. But what about later? She had merely tested his feelings for her, and he chose to leave the Qian Yuan Sect. How unbearable could the torment of the 9 heavens divine thunder array be that he could not withstand it for her sake? You all saw it, didn't you? Senior brother Chen Ping set out early this morning to hunt the demon clan for the Lingyuan waterfall. The person who shamelessly flaunted himself at the sword-casting peak could not possibly be senior brother Chen Ping. It must have been someone deliberately disguising themselves as him to frame him, Luo Linger exclaimed passionately. While senior brother Chen Ping fought valiantly for the Qian Yuan Sect, there were those within the sect who conspired against him. Their hearts are treacherous. Master, let us bring senior brother Chen Ping back, Luo Linger implored, turning to Chen Ping. He is your companion. Now that it has been proven he is not at fault, surely the misunderstanding should be resolved. Luo Lingo understood that Su Yixue's fury stemmed primarily from the incident involving Chen Ping and the 7 female disciples. However, she had overlooked one crucial detail. Had there been evidence during Chen Ping's trial, perhaps Su Yixue would have genuinely forgiven him. But now, it was too late. Chen Ping had chosen Lang Ningxuang over her. What did she lack compared to Lang Ningxuang? Was it merely because she had subjected him to the torment of the 9 heavens divine thunder array? Sister Linger. This footage does not prove anything, Jiang Xinwei interjected. Who knows if this is not merely Chen Ping using his external avatar technique? One goes to hunt demons to divert our attention while the other engages in such despicable acts. Luo Linga furrowed her brow tightly. Xinwei, I know you harbor biases against senior brother Chen Ping, but you cannot be this unreasonable. Jiang Xinwei shook her head. You are mistaken. I hold no bias against Chen Ping. I simply wish for his demise. At this, Luo Linger's brow knitted further, though it was more from helplessness. She firmly believed that Chen Ping could never commit an act that would disrupt Jiang Xinwei's breakthrough. Yet, Jiang Xinwei could not possibly fabricate such an accusation against him. There had to be a misunderstanding. Xinwei, there must be some misunderstanding regarding that day. You should know how senior brother Chen Ping treats us. How could he possibly do such a thing? Luo Lingo insisted fervently. Without Chen Ping's guidance, they would never have progressed so swiftly. He had no reason to sabotage Jiang Xinwei's advancement. There is no misunderstanding. I watched him destroy my path to ascension with my own eyes. Every time I close my eyes, I see that scene. Jiang Xinwei shouted frantically. Because of Chen Ping, she would never be able to break into the spirit tranquility realm. Linger, perhaps you should say less, Su Yixue spoke up. Since you, Xinwei, suspect this is Chen Ping's external avatar technique, we need only trace back to the one who shamelessly flaunted himself on sword-casting peak that day. We will surely find the answer. The vitality within Luo Linger surged and ebbed frantically. Linger, enough. This is too taxing on your body, Su Yixue exclaimed anxiously. Yet, Luo Linger shook her head. Images of the near-fatal wounds Chen Ping sustained while hunting demons flooding her mind. What did her fleeting vitality matter in comparison? Under Luo Linger's control, the scene shifted once more. Chen Ping emerged from a room, leaning against his waist, a lewd smile plastered across his face. Witnessing this, Jiang Xinwei's disdain only deepened. Chen Ping surveyed his surroundings and suddenly soared into the air, leaving the Qian Yuan Sect behind. As he exited the sect, a newfound determination flickered across Chen Ping's face. His body began to swell uncontrollably, and to the astonishment of the onlooking women, he self-destructed. Luo Lingo's expression turned ashen. She had intended to follow this impostor Chen Ping to unearth the one who framed her senior brother, yet this wretch had chosen to explode instead. No, I must uncover who he truly is. In a frenzy, Luo Linger directed her vitality into the mystery of cause and effect mirror. Yet even then, the mirror showed no signs of reaction, as if the counterfeit Chen Ping had materialized from thin air. Luo Lingo collapsed to the ground, crying out, "Why? Why can't you all see the immense sacrifices and contributions senior brother Chen Ping has made for the sect? Why do you refuse to believe in him? We once cultivated, dined, and lived together. What has changed?" At the Nine-Ring mountain range, Chen Ping and his companions leisurely made their way towards the Qian Yuan Sect. "You've been following us for quite some time. It's time to reveal yourself," Chen Ping said suddenly. "Someone is tailing us." Qin Jinxia and Huang Xiling's expressions shifted. Particularly Huang Xiling, who had sensed no one's presence. This little one has quite the keen perception. Suddenly, a disheveled old man with white hair appeared before them. Stooped in posture, his face bore an unusual flush, and the air around him reeked of alcohol. "Who are you?" Chen Ping demanded, scrutinizing the old man. The old man's strength had reached the mid-stage of the spirit tranquility realm, surpassing even Su Yixue and Lung Ningxuan. However, Chen Ping felt no concern. After all, he possessed a saint-level experience card. "Just call me the drunken old man." The drunken old man regarded Chen Ping as if he were a rare treasure. "Kid, are you interested in becoming my disciple? With my guidance, you will surely ascend to the pinnacle of this world in no time." He had just witnessed Chen Ping's battle against Si Tianming from a distance. Such talent was truly rare. Upon realizing the drunken old man's intention to take him as a disciple, Qin Jinxia and the others sighed in relief. As long as there was no hostility, all would be well. The drunken old man looked at Chen Ping, expecting him to be overwhelmed with excitement at the prospect of being accepted as a disciple. After all, he had just released the aura of a mid-stage spirit tranquility realm expert, a level that exceeded many sect leaders in the central continent. Not interested. Chen Ping shook his head. "Let's move on. We'll grab a bite to eat in the town ahead." With that, he turned and walked towards the town. The drunken old man stood frozen in place. He had been turned down, a formidable figure in the mid-stage of the spirit tranquility realm, and yet, he had been rejected? "Kid, I refuse to believe it. You will be my disciple." Chapter 67. Unworthy of the shoes in the town of Tianyong. Chen Ping and his companions arrived at an establishment. Once one's cultivation reached the foundation establishment stage, sustenance was no longer necessary for maintaining bodily functions. However, most cultivators retain their eating habits, except during periods of seclusion. "Boss, bring me one of each of your signature dishes." After a moment's thought, Chen Ping added, "Oh, and a pot of your finest wine." It had been quite a while since he had indulged in wine. Before long, the dishes were served. While the flavors did not quite match those of his previous life, they were certainly superior to the pills and roasted meat consumed in the Nine-Ring mountain range. "Good wine. I must sample it." Before they could even pick up their chopsticks, a rich aroma of wine wafted towards them. The old man, known for his love of wine, took a seat without hesitation and poured himself a glass. Throughout his life, he had but one passion: to drink. "Who invited you to join us?" Huang Xiling said with irritation. "I'm drinking my disciple's wine. What concern is it of yours? When your master comes to terms with things, you will have to address me as your ancestor." The old man downed his cup. "What kind of terrible wine is this?" He frowned, having been enticed by the promise of the finest wine, only to be disappointed. The commotion caught the attention of the tavern keeper, who approached. "Elder, you could ask anyone in Tianyong town. Who doesn't know that our osmanthus wine is the best in town?" The osmanthus wine was the tavern's prized possession, and such disparagement was understandably upsetting. "Well, it seems Tianyong town has no good wine then," the old man retorted. The tavern keeper's expression darkened further. "Sir, if you do not provide me with a convincing explanation today, do not blame me for being disrespectful to a customer." Chen Ping, observing the unfolding scene, remained silent. The old man smirked at the keeper's words. "Today, consider yourself fortunate to be in the presence of my disciple. Allow me to show you what true wine is." With that, he unscrewed his wine gourd, and an intoxicating aroma filled the air. He caressed the gourd with an expression akin to that of a lover. "Is that the famed Crane tribute wine?" ranked third in the Central Plains. The tavern keeper, also a connoisseur, twitched his nose, his eyes reddening. The crane tribute wine was crafted from cranes at the spirit movement level, supplemented with sacred herbs. It was indeed heavenly wine. Well, you do have some discerning taste. Now tell me, is your wine truly inferior? The old man beamed. The tavern keeper sighed in resignation. Compared to the third-ranked delicacy from the Central Plains, my osmanthus wine is indeed inferior. Wine is meant to be compared, after all. Elder, might I trouble you for a taste of your crane tribute wine? Consider this meal on me. The keeper's face radiated anticipation. To sample the crane tribute wine, exclusively reserved for the royal family of the Heavenly Holy Dynasty, would be a lifelong dream fulfilled? Very well, I shall grant you a cup. Though the old man felt a pang of regret, he relented, pouring a modest serving. Young one, did you see that? If you become my disciple, I shall ensure you have your fill of crane tribute wine. Even the top-ranked enlightenment wine will be yours to savor. The old man gazed at Chen Ping. In the world of cultivation, one could hardly encounter inferior wine. The enlightenment wine was a privilege reserved for those at the spirit silence level, reputed to offer a chance of attaining the state of enlightenment. Huang Xiling, however, would not indulge him, snatching the gourd and pouring 3 cups. The old man, unperturbed, understood that without tasting, one could not appreciate the crane tribute wine's exquisite flavor. Chen Ping took a gentle sip before placing the cup down. The crane tribute wine was indeed a fine brew, superior to many he had previously tasted. Yet its potency was disappointingly low. He still preferred the robust intensity of Erguo Tu from his past life. Now that was a drink worth savoring. Suddenly, an idea struck Chen Ping. He opened the system marketplace and, to his delight, found Erguo Tu, 1,000 cases for merely a small amount of talent value. Without hesitation, he exchanged for 1,000 cases, storing them in the system space. Ah, the taste of home. Well, young lad, isn't the crane tribute wine as glorious as they say? If only you would take me as your master. The old man's words were abruptly interrupted by Chen Ping. This hardly qualifies as fine wine. It appears you have yet to experience true quality. Chen Ping remarked coolly. The old man's nose turned crimson with frustration. Today, in my good spirits, I shall show you what true wine is. With a flourish, Chen Ping produced a bottle of Erguo Tu. What is this wine? The old man inquired, eyeing the unfamiliar symbols on the bottle with curiosity. This wine is called Erguo Tu. Erguo Tu? What a peculiar name. I must see if this Erguo Tu truly surpasses my crane tribute wine. The old man hastily poured himself a glass, inhaling its aroma with a frown. The scent was distinct, yet it paled in comparison to the crane tribute wine. Nevertheless, he took a sip, and upon tasting, his eyes widened with astonishment. Now this is good wine. Forget the crane tribute wine and the enlightenment wine. They are nothing but nonsense. As the fiery essence coursed down his throat, the old man's eyes glistened with fervor. Now this is wine. He had long felt that the world of wine had lost its way, with many striving to enhance flavors. Indeed, wine had become increasingly palatable, even attracting many female cultivators. Yet, they had strayed from the essence of wine. The essence of wine lies in its ability to intoxicate, to transport one into a state of blissful forgetfulness. If one desires fragrant wine, why not simply steep some spices in water? The crane tribute wine, the enlightenment wine, compared to this, they were utterly worthless. Erguo Tu is the true #1 wine of the Central Plains. The old man raised his glass, gulping it down repeatedly. Gradually, a transformation began to occur within him. A subtle aura of Tao began to swirl around him, radiating an intensity of its own. Moments later, that fierce aura dissipated, and the old man appeared to have returned to a state of unadulterated simplicity, much like Erguo Tu, unadorned yet steadfast in its essence. Has this old fellow entered the state of enlightenment? Huang Xiling's expression shifted dramatically. The higher one's realm, the more challenging it became to attain enlightenment. As they already possessed profound insights into the Tao, this old man had merely taken a few sips of Erguo Tu to reach such heights. Such miraculous effects rendered the so-called enlightenment wine utterly unworthy. Chapter 68. A new servant Chen Ping gazed at the scene before him in astonishment. He could hardly fathom that the lowly wine, once deemed inferior in his past life, could propel a mid-stage Lingji realm cultivator into enlightenment. His attention shifted to the old wine connoisseur, and it did not take long for Chen Ping to decipher the cultivation technique he practiced, the Panqing Holy Imperial Art. This was a method aimed at cultivating one's true essence. The stronger the true essence, the mightier the practitioner. The old man, with no other passion than indulging in wine and vanquishing demons, had, after savoring this Erguo Tu, finally grasped the essence of his true self. There was no denying the old man's formidable talent. At this moment, he remained entranced in his state of enlightenment, seemingly confronting some form of impasse, his aura oscillating between tranquility and tempestuousness. Chen Ping took a sip of the Erguo Tu, relishing the taste of his homeland. and couldn't help but recall a character from a film in his previous life, riding the sword on the wind, vanquishing demons across the realm. With wine, I indulge in carefree joy. Without it, I am but a wanderer. One drink, and I consume rivers and seas. Another, and I swallow the sun and moon. 1,000 cups, yet I remain standing, only I, the wine sword immortal. As Chen Ping muttered these lines, the old wine enthusiast, deep in his contemplation, trembled slightly upon hearing them. Soon, his aura transformed once more. He now resembled a sword drawn from its sheath, sharp and unyielding, yet imbued with a unique essence. Chen Ping understood that this essence was the manifestation of the way of wine, which the old man had seamlessly integrated into his swordsmanship. It dawned on Chen Ping that his unintentional words might indeed lead to his becoming a wine sword immortal in this extraordinary realm. The old man slowly opened his eyes, riding the sword on the wind, vanquishing demons across the realm. If I, the wine enthusiast, were to attain immortality, I shall be the wine sword immortal. His formidable aura surged skyward, causing a tremor throughout Tianyong town. What an overwhelming presence! Which great being has descended upon our Tianyong town? The townsfolk sensed this aura and fell silent in trepidation. Although fleeting, the energy left them in a state of anxiety. Inside the wine house, the wine enthusiast regarded Chen Ping with a complex expression. This man, merely an initial stage Lingdong realm cultivator, had, with a drink and a few words, helped him clarify his true essence. Though his realm remained unchanged, the wine enthusiast was acutely aware that this newfound clarity had elevated his potential to unprecedented heights. Previously, he had deemed any breakthrough in his lifetime impossible, but now, his limits had been infinitely expanded. How does my Erguo compare to your celestial crane tribute wine? Chen Ping smirked. The old man's face flushed with a hint of embarrassment, though his slight inebriation masked it. Breathing deeply, he said, I wish to take you as my master. Chen Ping was undoubtedly extraordinary. During his moment of enlightenment, he had harmonized with the Tao. The old man had observed Chen Ping once before and noticed the profound purple aura surrounding him. Historically, this purple aura was synonymous with sage-like energy. While emperors might also exhibit such an aura, it paled in comparison to that of a true sage. The purple aura emanating from Chen Ping was even more intense. Just after taking a sip of Erguo, Chen Ping sputtered, What did you say? You wish to take me as your master? The wine enthusiast felt immense gratitude that Chen Ping could even consider him, yet he was taken aback by the request to become his disciple. Please, my good sir, you are a master of the Lingji realm. Indeed, if it weren't for your Erguo and guidance, I would never have clarified my heart's path. You have bestowed upon me the gift of enlightenment, the wine enthusiast declared. Beside them, Huang Xiling and Qin Jinjia stood in stunned silence. A being of the Lingji realm wishing to take Chen Ping as his master? Moreover, hadn't this man recently proclaimed his intent to take his own master as a disciple? No, your aptitude is insufficient. Chen Ping shook his head resolutely. The wine enthusiast was dumbfounded. I have reached the Lingji realm in just 500 years, and yet I am told my aptitude is lacking? Then how about being my registered disciple? The old man urged eagerly. Huang Xiling and Qin Jinjia exchanged incredulous glances. Please, you are a Lingji realm master. Could you not exhibit a bit more restraint? Registered disciple is also unacceptable. However, I do need a janitor for Taiping Peak. If you are willing, you may return with me to Qian Yuan Sect as my janitor. Chen Ping suggested. Surely, you will not accept that? After all, not everyone could be Chen Ping's disciple. Huang Xiling couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it. Asking a mid-stage Lingji realm master to serve as a janitor was indeed audacious for Chen Ping. If anyone had dared to utter such a thing to her, she would have slapped them across the face. Yet, Qin Jinjia merely smiled. What of it? To serve as my master's janitor is an honor. Very well, it is settled. The wine enthusiast declared without hesitation. What does it matter if I am but a janitor? In the future, Chen Ping shall undoubtedly rise to become a pinnacle powerhouse in this world. Being by his side can only bring advantages, especially since he possesses the exquisite Erguo. Chen Ping was taken aback. Had he actually agreed? This was beyond his expectations. You certainly are dedicated to that Erguo, he said, his lips twitching. The name wine enthusiast was truly fitting, for he was indeed a wine aficionado. Indeed, such a rare delicacy, apart from you, no one else can produce it. Had I not tasted its myriad flavors, I would have been content with lesser wines. The wine enthusiast responded, his pride evident. Chen Ping found himself at a loss for words, yet having an adept to assist him was ultimately a boon. All right, then, you may stay by my side. I will provide you with 2 bottles of Erguo each month. To think that the most inexpensive liquor from his past life could attract a mid-stage Lingji realm powerhouse as a follower, who would dare believe such a tale? Thank you, my lord. The wine enthusiast's eyes sparkled at the promise of 2 bottles a month. Since you wish to follow me, I must offer you some benefits. Chen Ping continued, sensing the old man's pure character. My lord, that is unnecessary. I am cultivating a heavenly grade technique. The wine enthusiast laughed, his face radiating pride. In this central state, if you could cultivate such a technique. I know, it's the Panqin holy imperial art, Chen Ping nodded. The wine enthusiast was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. How did Chen Ping know the technique he practiced? If it were the old you, the Panqin holy imperial art would indeed be suitable. However, you have now embarked on the path of the wine sword immortal, and this technique may no longer suffice. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Ping remarked, which technique would best complement the Panqin holy imperial art? Let me think. The Ziyang sword chi technique? No, that won't do. The 9-turn sword heart technique? Also unsuitable. I have already given it to Jinjia. Ah, the Yang Lei breaking heaven sword. The Yang Lei breaking heaven sword sounds promising. The wine enthusiast had never heard of it, but he was aware that the 9-turn sword heart technique and the Ziyang sword chi technique were both heavenly grade techniques. Any one of them would incite chaos in the central state. How could a mere initial stage Lingdong realm cultivator possess such a wealth of heavenly grade techniques? Chapter 69. A mere transaction, young master. Could it be that the Sun Thunder breaking sky sword is also a heavenly grade technique? The wine enthusiast swallowed hard. Who exactly is Chen Ping? This is a heavenly grade technique, yet it appears to be as commonplace as cabbage in his possession. Chen Ping nodded. Indeed. I don't possess many heavenly grade techniques. The Sun Thunder breaking sky sword only barely qualifies as a mid-tier heavenly grade. Upon hearing the word barely, the corners of the wine enthusiast's mouth twitched. The Panqin sacred royal art he practiced was merely a low-tier heavenly grade technique. For you, mid-tier heavenly grade might not suffice. Chen Ping murmured to himself. That is more than enough, truly. The wine enthusiast felt he was on the verge of madness. I will merge the Panqin sacred royal art with the Sun Thunder breaking sky sword and create a new technique for you, Chen Ping declared. Merge techniques? The wine enthusiast felt as though his ears had malfunctioned. Every heavenly grade technique is the culmination of a supreme master's lifelong dedication, representing the pinnacle of martial arts in this world. He had never heard of anyone merging techniques. However, considering the overwhelming purple aura emanating from Chen Ping, he began to believe that perhaps Chen Ping could indeed accomplish this feat. I will now present you with the Panqin sacred royal art, the wine enthusiast proclaimed, with one being a low tier and the other a mid-tier heavenly grade technique. If these two could truly be merged, it might yield a high-tier heavenly grade technique. At this thought, the wine enthusiast's breath quickened. No need. I already possess the Panqin sacred royal art, Chen Ping replied nonchalantly. When the wine enthusiast comprehended the significance of Chen Ping having the Panqin sacred royal art, he was struck dumb. He had gone through countless hardships to obtain it from a secret realm, almost sacrificing his life. How could Chen Ping have it? Along with the Sun Thunder breaking sky sword, the 9 transformations sword heart technique, and the Ziyang sword essence technique, that made 4 heavenly grade techniques. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Ping said, however, merging these 2 techniques will require some time. The wine enthusiast nodded in agreement. It was only natural, yet for him, time was not an issue. The prospect of acquiring a more powerful technique made waiting for hundreds of years seem inconsequential. Please enjoy your meal. Chen Ping had already begun to internally merge the 2 techniques. Heavenly grade techniques are indeed formidable, and even with the system's assistance. It took Chen Ping a considerable amount of time, almost the duration of a tea break. As Chen Ping slowly opened his eyes, the wine enthusiast suggested, young master, perhaps we should eat first. I am in no hurry. A hint of flattery graced his face. The techniques have been successfully merged, Chen Ping replied calmly. At this, the wine enthusiast was taken aback. Did you not say it would require some time? Chen Ping nodded earnestly. Hasn't a tea break already passed? A tea break? The wine enthusiast swallowed nervously. Does a mere tea break count as time? This was the merging of 2 heavenly grade techniques. Surely, he must be jesting. As the wine enthusiast pondered, Chen Ping produced a Qian Yuan jade slip. I shall now transcribe the merged technique, he declared, inscribing the words Panqin breaking sky sword upon the slip. Subsequently, he transcribed the entirety of the Panqin breaking sky sword into the jade slip. Here. It barely achieves high-tier heavenly grade. Chen Ping handed the jade slip to the wine enthusiast. As the wine enthusiast held the jade slip, doubt lingered on his face. Could someone truly merge 2 heavenly grade techniques in the span of a tea break? At that moment, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth surged towards the jade slip like a tidal wave. The richness of spiritual energy within the entire tavern reached its zenith. Not only that, but countless strands of resonance began to coalesce above the tavern, forming a dragon and a phoenix that danced in the air, exuding an aura of the great Tao. This phenomenon attracted the attention of the entire Tianyong town and even the surrounding regions. The dragon and phoenix signify auspiciousness. Could there be a heavenly grade technique emerging into the world? Could it be that the predecessor who had previously succeeded in Tianyong Town had forged a new heavenly grade technique? The ability to create a heavenly grade technique indicates the predecessor's terrifying strength. Within the tavern, the wine enthusiast gazed through the roof, witnessing the extraordinary sights above. He swallowed hard. Chen Ping had truly accomplished it. He had indeed merged the two heavenly grade techniques, creating a new technique. The wine enthusiast looked at Chen Ping, now questioning whether he was an ancient being who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, concealing his aura. Otherwise, how could a practitioner at the initial stage of the Lingdong realm merge two heavenly grade techniques? At the very least, a mid-stage Lingji realm practitioner like himself wouldn't even dare to imagine such a feat. It seemed he had genuinely stumbled upon a treasure. A high-tier heavenly grade technique. Along with 2 bottles of erguotum monthly, this servant could remain in his position indefinitely. The wine enthusiast gazed at Chen Ping and knelt on the ground. Thank you, young master, for imparting this profound knowledge. Henceforth, the wine enthusiast shall remain steadfastly by your side. Chen Ping nodded. Rise, it is merely a high-tier heavenly grade technique. To refer to a high-tier heavenly grade technique as merely that would surely invite ridicule from countless individuals. Even the founders of the great sects would not dare to utter such a phrase. After finishing their meal, the group prepared to leave the tavern. At this point, the wine enthusiast had reverted to his previous drunken demeanor, showing no trace of a mid-stage Lingji realm powerhouse. However, just as they were about to exit Tianyong Town, several figures appeared before them. Please, stay a moment. Zhao Kongyong greeted them with a radiant smile. Noticing their gazes, he continued, I am Zhao Kongyong from the Zhao family. Earlier, I observed you possessing some exquisite wine in the tavern. Might I inquire if you would part with a few bottles? The Zhao family's ancestor had once befriended a powerful wine connoisseur. If they could present a few bottles of this superior brew that surpassed even the Xianhe tribute wine to that powerful figure, they would undoubtedly earn immense rewards. With such a figure's stature, even a mere sliver of their offerings would suffice to elevate the Zhao family to great heights. Not for sale. You may leave. Chen Ping replied curtly. Setting aside the fact that Chen Ping had no intention of distributing his wine, what could a mere family from Tianyong Town offer in exchange? Zhao Kongyong's brow furrowed. You may not be aware of our Zhao family's standing in Tianyong Town. We are the very pillars of this place. However, we do not wish to remain confined to this small town forever. This exquisite wine represents our hope of venturing beyond Tianyong Town. Are you threatening me? Chen Ping narrowed his eyes. A mere practitioner at the late stage of the Lingdong realm dared to issue threats? Zhao Kongyong shook his head. That is not my intent. I merely propose a transaction. Either our Zhao family offers you 100,000 spirit stones in exchange for 3 bottles of erguotu, or we provide several grave plots in exchange for all your erguotu. Chapter 70. You brought this upon yourself. Chen Ping narrowed his eyes, emanating a hint of killing intent. Strong-arming? Has the Zhao family grown tired of life? Now, tell me your choice. Zhao Kongyong gazed at Chen Ping, confident in his superiority. A mere initial stage of the spirit movement realm. This world is inherently a survival of the fittest. Offering to exchange spirit stones was already a show of mercy. If it weren't for the circumstances, he wouldn't hesitate to teach this fellow a lesson. With a cold snort, Chen Ping struck Zhao Kongyong's face with a resounding slap. You dare to hit me? Zhao Kongyong gasped in disbelief, clutching his cheek. In Tianyong Town, he was accustomed to wielding power, and it was the first time anyone had the audacity to lay a hand on him. In his fury, he failed to ponder why he couldn't evade the attack from a mere initial stage spirit movement ant. I tell you, you are doomed today. A terrifying murder intent erupted from Zhao Kongyong. Get lost, or you will die. Zhou Qi, observing Zhao Kongyong, spoke with indifference. The name Zhao family seemed vaguely familiar to him. How dare this beggar speak to me in such a manner? He must be seeking death, having just been slapped. This filthy beggar even dared to converse with him in such a tone. Zhou Qi took a step forward, lifting Zhao Kongyong effortlessly. A dreadful killing aura radiated from him. Even the ruler of the celestial dynasty would show him respect. How could a mere Zhao family dare to address him in such a way? Feeling the chilling intent from Zhou Qi, Zhao Kongyong's face turned pale. He realized he had provoked an extraordinary individual. He had not anticipated that besides the one capable of creating top-tier techniques, there would be such a formidable figure in Tianyong Town. You better not act recklessly, our ancestor. Zhao Dingshan has already reached the spirit void realm. If you dare lay a finger on me, my ancestor will not spare you. Zhao Kongyong threatened, his voice trembling. Doubting Shan. Zhou Qi finally understood why the Zhao family sounded somewhat familiar. He had visited Tianyong Town centuries ago, and the so-called head of the Zhao family, Zhao Dingshan, had hosted him for a time. Zhou Qi had gifted him a ground-tier technique. Indeed, knowing my grandfather's illustrious name, you should release me at once. When my grandfather arrives, you will all beg for mercy. Zhao Kongyong exclaimed, exhilarated. Very well, let Zhao Dingshan come now. Jiu Qi retorted, almost amused. I want to see how he makes me kneel and plead for mercy. Witnessing Jiu Qi's confidence, a sliver of unease crept into Zhao Kongyong's heart. Could it be that this fellow truly disregards his grandfather? Impossible. His grandfather was a formidable spirit void realm master, an invincible presence in Tianyong town. Only that inexplicably extraordinary individual who created top-tier techniques could be compared to his grandfather. As for this drunken man, he was not worthy. All right. I will contact my grandfather now. Zhao Kongyong steadied himself, producing a communication jade talisman to send a message. Meanwhile, in the Zhao family hall, Zhao Dingshan sat in the main seat, excitement illuminating his face. The legendary Jiu Qi, a notorious wine aficionado, if he could procure that exceptional erguo for Jiu Qi, surely the Zhao family would reap great rewards. Years ago, Jiu Qi's ground-tier technique had forged the Zhao family's present stature. He couldn't fathom the benefits he would gain from presenting Jiu Qi with erguo, a wine reputed to surpass even the second-ranked Xianhe tribute wine of Zhongzhou. Rest assured, father, Kongyong will return with the erguo. The day we find Jiu Qi will mark the Zhao family's leap into greatness. As Zhao Biwu contemplated the esteemed Jiu Qi, his breath quickened. Although unaware of Jiu Qi's true strength, anyone capable of bestowing a ground-tier technique could not be weak. Just as Zhao Biwu's voice trailed off, his communication jade talisman flickered to life. Zhao Biwu squinted. What is it? Zhao Dingshan inquired. There seems to be a situation with Kongyong. Zhao Biwu glanced at his father and continued. Kongyong encountered a group of people who proposed to buy the erguo he possesses. Not only did they refuse to trade, but they also assaulted Kongyong. Hearing this, a terrifying killing intent erupted from Zhao Dingshan. How dare they? In Tianyong town, we, the Zhao family, do not bully others. Yet we are bullied ourselves. I shall uncover which blind fool dares to disrupt my Zhao family's ascendance. Zhao Biwu trembled under his father's aura. Come with me, Zhao Dingshan declared, soaring into the air. I have already notified my grandfather. You will be here shortly. When he arrives, you will beg for my erguo. Zhao Kongyong's eyes darkened to their utmost depths. Soon, two piercing sounds cut through the air. To insult the Zhao family, do they think we have no one? Either surrender the erguo and kneel in apology, or die. A voice dripping with murderous intent resonated. Zhao Dingshan and Zhao Biwu descended slowly. Grandfather, you must stand up for me. They not only refused to sell me the erguo but also injured me. Zhao Kongyong exclaimed, his eyes filled with malice. You little wretch. Old drunkard, your demise is imminent. Zhao Dingshan nodded. Rest assured, no one in Tianyong town can humiliate the Zhao family. You Zhao family are quite imposing. Jiu Qi coldly remarked at Zhao Dingshan. A useless one, and yet, I bestowed upon you a ground-tier technique. And now you've barely reached the late stage of the spirit void realm. Old drunkard, when my grandfather arrives, will you still dare to be so arrogant? Grandfather, you must not let him off easily. Zhao Kongyong shouted excitedly. How foolish, daring to be so arrogant even when my grandfather arrives. This is simply courting death. However, just as Zhao Dingshan was about to act, he suddenly froze. He stared at Jiu Qi, his body trembling uncontrollably. How can this be? How can it be the esteemed Jiu Qi? Zhao Dingshan, how will you deal with me? Jiu Qi asked coldly. Zhao Dingshan could no longer contain himself and fell to his knees with a thud. This scene caused Zhao Biwu and his father to change expressions drastically. Why is grandfather kneeling to this drunkard? Wait, a drunkard? Zhao Biwu suddenly realized something, his face turning ashen. Esteemed Jiu Qi, spare me. I did not know it was you. Otherwise, not even 10 of me would dare to speak to you in such a manner. Zhao Dingshan repeatedly bowed his head in supplication. I am unworthy of your reverence. I am merely a beggar who has grown weary of life. Jiu Qi replied coldly. Previously, he had granted the technique due to Zhao Dingshan's sincerity. He never anticipated it would come to this. Now, I will strip you of your cultivation to prevent further misdeeds. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dingshan's face drained of color. Enough. At that moment, Zhao Kongyong suddenly stood up, his gaze darkened to the extreme. Old fool, do you truly believe our Zhao family fears you? This is all you're doing. Chapter 71. How did you do it? Upon hearing his words, Chen Ping and the others stared at Zhao Kongyong in astonishment. Was this fellow truly so audacious? Even with his father and grandfather kneeling, he remained so arrogant? They turned their gaze towards Zhao Dingshan, only to find his expression had changed. No, Kongyong, this cannot be. Indeed, Kongyong's defiance left them with no room for retreat. Zhao Biwu's emotions were equally tumultuous. Zhao Kongyong shook his head. Father, grandfather, do you not understand? They have no intention of sparing us. If grandfather's cultivation is truly rendered null, the Zhao family will be doomed. The Zhao family had relied on Zhao Dingshan's formidable cultivation to act with impunity, committing countless misdeeds. If Zhao Dingshan were to be incapacitated, the Zhao family would undoubtedly face annihilation today. Silence enveloped the two. So be it. We shall follow your lead. Zhao Kongyong nodded and began to weave intricate hand seals, a peculiar symbol forming upon his forehead. A surge of overwhelming demonic energy erupted towards the heavens. At last, you comprehend. Merging with me is your only viable choice. A voice, dark and foreboding, resonated, clearly not belonging to Zhao Kongyong. Soon, Zhao Kongyong's own voice emerged. Yes. I have made my decision. We shall merge, but these individuals must die. A chilling aura radiated from Zhao Kongyong. The potent demonic energy surged into his body. I had no desire for this, but you have forced my hand. You will all perish here today. His eyes transformed into blood-red orbs. Years ago, he had encountered the formidable demon Tuoba Kue, who had reached the initial stage of the spirit tranquility realm. Tuoba Kue had claimed Zhao Kongyong possessed a unique constitution and sought to fuse with him. Until now, Zhao Kongyong had resisted. But now it seemed the only path to survival was through this fusion, granting him the power to wield abilities at the spirit tranquility realm. A drunken fool. A few worthless souls. Your demise is inevitable. With Tuoba Kue fused within him, Zhao Kongyong's demeanor twisted into something grotesque. You have forced our hand. The Zhao family never wished to entangle with the demonic clan. Zhao Dingshan addressed Chen Ping and the others. Initial stage of the spirit tranquility realm? The others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Regret was too late now. Zhao Kongyong's smile turned cruel. I must eliminate you swiftly. If I draw the attention of that one capable of creating heavenly-grade techniques, it would spell disaster. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others became increasingly strained. What is this expression? Zhao Kongyong noted the lack of the fear he desired, only to be met with mockery and derision, inciting his fury. Drunken fool, eliminate him. Chen Ping declared with indifference. The drunken fool nodded. Rest assured, my lord. He produced a gourd and took a swig of liquor. I concede. This drunken fool possesses considerable strength. Zhao Kongyong sneered. But before he could finish, a terrifying aura erupted from the drunken fool. One that even the fused Zhao Kongyong felt a tremor of fear. Wine Sage's curse. The drunken fool scoffed, producing a long sword. The sword appeared unremarkable, even rusty. But as the drunken fool infused it with his spiritual energy, it suddenly radiated a blinding brilliance. Ride the wind with the sword, vanquish the demons in this realm. Such a boastful declaration. One wonders how my lord conceived it. The terrifying sword light descended with the might of creation itself. No. Zhao Kongyong screamed in madness. This strike contained an essence of profound truth, causing his newly merged form to split once more. How is this possible? How did you achieve this? A plume of black smoke emanated from Zhao Kongyong. Die. The drunken fool retorted coldly, unleashing a splash of liquor from his gourd, coalescing at the sword's edge. With a single sweep, the black smoke dissipated entirely. The drunken fool's prowess in the mid-stage of the spirit tranquility realm far surpassed any ordinary foe. And with Chen Ping's assistance, he had ascended the path of the wine sword immortal, gaining immense power. A mere initial stage demon was insignificant. Zhao Kongyong and his companions knelt once more, stripped of their earlier bravado. Senior drunken fool, we were wrong. Please spare our lives. They implored, bowing deeply. The drunken fool looked to Chen Ping. My lord, how shall we deal with them? Realizing the true backbone of their group was this seemingly unremarkable young man, they pondered his true identity. Eliminate them. Chen Ping replied nonchalantly. Even if they had not encountered him today, Zhao Kongyong would inevitably succumb to the allure of demonic cultivation. Those who conspired with demons deserve death. Wait. Zhao Dingshan interjected once more. Oh, do you have final words? The drunken fool raised his gourd, intending to take another sip. But recalling his limited supply, he merely inhaled its aroma before capping it. I wish to know whom our Zhao family has offended, he inquired, glancing at Chen Ping. The drunken fool chuckled. Him? That previous scene of auspicious dragons and phoenixes was orchestrated by my lord. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dingshan collapsed in shock. What had he done? He had dared to insult a being capable of crafting heavenly-grade techniques. At that moment, he comprehended why even a powerhouse like the drunken fool would show such deference. With that, the drunken fool raised his hand, reducing the 3 generations of Zhao to ashes. Let us depart. Our business here is concluded. The deaths of these individuals stirred no emotional upheaval within Chen Ping. At Qian Yuan Sect, atop Shaoao Peak, Wu Libo sat across from a middle-aged man, indulging in hearty drinks. Elder Wu appears to be in high spirits. The man remarked, a smirk on his face. Humph. That fool Chen Ping actually dared to lead his disciples into the Juhuan mountain range to hunt bandits. I had initially pondered how to obstruct Lungning Shuang, only to find that the leader of Lingyu Pavilion had summoned me away. Wu Libo exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. This time, I have sent a shadow. He shall not return, Wu Libo declared, This truly is a stroke of divine favor. The man nodded. I said it before. Opposing Elder Wu will not end well for him. Once you have captured Lungning Shuang, do not forget my contributions. Wu Libo raised his cup. Rest assured. Once I secure Lungning Shuang, the Qian Yuan Sect will belong to us both. Chapter 72. The assassination of Qian Yuan Sect on the following morning. Wu Libo had just awakened when his disciple awaited him at the door. Master, Elder Chen Ping has returned. The disciple's expression was filled with trepidation. He was well aware of the enmity between his master and Chen Ping. What did you say? A chilling murderous intent emanated from Wu Libo. To ensure absolute safety. He had already dispatched an operative, yet Chen Ping had returned alive. Did that imply his operative had met with misfortune? However, he had been keeping a close watch on the sect and saw no signs of formidable opponents seeking out Chen Ping. Infuriating, Wu Libo restrained his aura, allowing his disciple to breathe a sigh of relief. So he has returned. Go and cultivate. As long as Chen Ping remains in Qian Yuan Sect, he shall have ample opportunities. In the Grand Hall of Qian Yuan Sect, Lu Mohan awaited Chen Ping's arrival. Elder Chen Ping, you have returned. Was your journey free of peril? He had been greatly concerned. Knowing Chen Ping had taken his 2 disciples to eradicate bandits. Though his status within Qian Yuan Sect was not particularly high, his responsibilities were significant. He was unable to leave the sect to protect Chen Ping. Rest assured, I am unharmed. Chen Ping produced a severed head and presented it to Lu Mohan. This is the head of the notorious bandit leader, Si Tianhua. Lu Mohan's expression was one of astonishment. However, recalling the previous encounter with Chen Ping, he felt it unnecessary to be overly excited. After all, even the most formidable demons had perished at Chen Ping's hands. A mere bandit was nothing. And where is the sect master? Chen Ping inquired. It had been a long time since he had seen Lungning Shuang. He felt a pang of sympathy for the girl who had harbored feelings for him for centuries yet had no outlet for her emotions. Shortly after you left the sect, the master of Lingyu Pavilion sought out the sect master. It seems she went to the southern border for an auction where the sacred spirit purple pill was to be sold. Lu Mohan explained. The sacred spirit purple pill? Upon hearing this name, Chen Ping's heart stirred. The sacred spirit purple pill was a top-tier elixir, and he was well aware of its potent effects. It became clear that Lu Mohan had ventured south to procure this pill for him. Yet, an unsettling feeling crept into Chen Ping's heart. Lungning Shuang's journey to the southern border could be fraught with danger. The higher one's cultivation, the keener their perception of peril. Chen Ping's anxiety deepened. I understand. Chen Ping nodded. I appreciate your assistance. I shall return now. With that, he turned and departed. On Taiping Peak, Jiuqi sat cross-legged, beginning to visualize the Panxin breakthrough sword that Chen Ping had imparted to him. As his understanding of the technique deepened, his astonishment grew. The Panxin breakthrough sword combined the strengths of both the Panxin Holy Royal Art and the Yang Lei breakthrough sword. Its efficacy was not merely a sum of its parts. Most notably, this technique resonated profoundly with his own path as a wine sword immortal. With this technique, Jiuqi felt confident he could ascend to the late stage of Lingji realm within a century. Previously, he had thought he had reached the limits of his cultivation. Before long, Chen Ping's figure appeared before him. Young master, you have returned? Jiuqi approached eagerly. Jiuqi, prepare yourself. I need you to accompany me to the southern border shortly, Chen Ping instructed solemnly. On the journey back, his unease intensified. Although he possessed a flying artifact, it could not match the swiftness of a powerful practitioner as spatial shifting. Understood. Jiuqi did not question the reason, promptly agreeing. He found Qin Jianjia, conveyed a few instructions, and left behind a substantial amount of elixirs. When I return, I hope to see significant improvements in your strength. Especially you, Huang Xiling. If you wish to attain the true phoenix power, practice diligently, and do not fall too far behind Jinjia. If you reach the initial stage of the Lingdong realm by the time I return, I shall grant you the revised 2nd volume of the ancient phoenix scriptures. Upon hearing about the true phoenix power and the ancient phoenix scriptures, Huang Xiling's previously languid expression turned serious. Her efforts to remain beside Chen Ping were motivated by these 2 coveted treasures. Huang Xiling clung to Chen Ping's arm. Master, I will miss you when you leave. She nuzzled against him like a small kitten. Chen Ping was momentarily at a loss for words. Qin Jinjia observed this scene with a calm demeanor, though a flicker of envy danced in her eyes. She too wished to be able to snuggle up to her master in such a manner. However, her personality and upbringing forbade her from engaging in such behavior. Master, please be cautious, Qin Jinjia urged. Chen Ping nodded. During my absence, if anything occurs, seek out Lu Mohan. I trust him implicitly. Lu Mohan had once risked his life to secure Chen Ping a chance at survival. Having conveyed these instructions, Chen Ping and Jiuqi set forth on their journey to the southern border. Even with Jiuqi's mid-stage Lingji strength, it would take several days to reach their destination. At Qian Yuan Sect, Fan Lanu was immersed in meditation when he was suddenly roused. With a thought, a shattered jade pendant appeared in his hand. This was Zhao Fan's soul token. Fan Lanu's brow furrowed deeply. This was clearly unwelcome news. According to the information he received, when Chen Ping ventured to the Jiuhuan mountain range, he was accompanied only by 2 Foundation establishment disciples. Although Zhao Fan was not particularly strong, he was certainly not a match for a mere 2 Foundation establishment cultivators. Could it be that Chen Ping had restored his cultivation? But how was that possible? At that time, Chen Ping's foundation was shattered. While there indeed existed elixirs capable of mending one's foundation, such treasures were beyond the reach of even the current Qian Yuan Sect. Let alone a mere invalid like Chen Ping. Fan Lanu's heart raced. As a former junior of Chen Ping, he was acutely aware of his brother's extraordinary talents. Should Chen Ping have regained his powers, the consequences for him would be dire. Just then, the highest alert in Qian Yuan Sect suddenly blared. Fan Lanu's brow tightened. He had encountered this level of alert only once in his hundreds of years within the sect. The previously tranquil Qian Yuan Sect erupted into chaos. Disciples at the Lingshu realm were mobilized to avoid danger, while all peak-level Lingshu disciples rushed to the mountain gate to fend off the threat. Su Yixue's voice echoed throughout Qian Yuan Sect. An attack was underway, and it was of a large-scale nature. Fan Lanu wasted no time and hurried towards the mountain gate. At this moment, Qian Yuan Sect was engulfed in turmoil, with many disciples wearing expressions of panic. They were acutely aware of their sect's strength, and the alarms ringing indicated the severity of the impending danger. Chapter 73, A Utter Disgrace. Elder Xiao, what on earth is happening? How dare anyone invade our Qian Yuan Sect? Fan Lanu exclaimed incredulously upon seeing Xiao Tianhen racing towards her. The Qian Yuan Sect is a prestigious sect in Zhongzhou, unrivaled except by the 2 great sacred lands. Who would dare offend the might of the Qian Yuan Sect? Elder Fan, it is the people from the 9 Nether Demon Sect who have come here. I cannot fathom what madness has overtaken them to provoke us. Xiao Tianhen, the chief elder of law enforcement at the Qian Yuan Sect, was incensed. Being offended at their mountain gate by a demon sect was a profound dishonor. Fan Lanu furrowed her brow. The strength of the 9 Nether Demon Sect was nearly equal to that of the Qian Yuan Sect. Why would they initiate such a grand invasion? As they conversed, they arrived at the mountain gate of the Qian Yuan Sect. At that moment, in the sky above the Qian Yuan Sect, several figures hovered, their presence suffocating under the oppressive demonic aura. For ordinary people, merely being exposed to this aura could spell their doom. Dressed in splendid attire and adorned with a phoenix crown, Su Yixue radiated an air of authority. Song Juan, are you here today seeking death? A chilling killing intent emanated from her. Su Yixue, it has been 200 years since we last met, and I must say, you have grown even more beautiful. Song Juan gazed at her, his crimson eyes aflame with desire. Su Yixue's brows knitted together, her murderous intent solidified. How dare a defeated foe be so arrogant before me? 2 centuries prior, they had clashed, and Su Yixue had triumphed over Song Juan with the power of her divine body. That battle had solidified her position as the sect leader of the Qian Yuan Sect. Do you think you are the only one with a divine body? Song Juan scoffed. As a terrifying black hole began to take shape behind him, countless stars twinkled within, resembling a multitude of celestial spheres. Could this be the 9 Nether devouring body? Su Yixue's expression tightened. Memories of the infamous 9 Nether Demon Lord, a figure responsible for a bloody upheaval in Zhongzhou, flooded her mind. The 9 Nether Demon Lord was the founding ancestor of the 9 Nether Demon Sect, his legacy etched deeply in the annals of history. It was said that he began as an ordinary cultivator, ridiculed for his mediocre talent. Yet, through sheer determination, he ascended to greatness, creating the legendary devouring demon technique capable of consuming all energies in the world, even those of divine bodies. With this technique, he had vanquished countless prodigies and achieved the formidable 9 Nether devouring body, which surpassed even her own primordial illusory spirit body. In that fateful battle, her narrow victory had relied on the strength of her primordial illusory spirit body. Now, Song Juan possessed a divine body that outclassed her own. It seems the sect leader of the Qian Yuan Sect recognizes my 9 Nether devouring body. Song Juan beamed at Su Yixue. Tell me, if I were to devour your primordial illusory spirit body today, how much stronger would my 9 Nether devouring body become? A grimace crossed Su Yixue's face. You think your 9 Nether demon sect can run rampant in my Qian Yuan Sect? You are sorely mistaken. Song Juan laughed exaggeratedly. If that fellow Chen Ping were still around, we might indeed be at a disadvantage. But I know he has left your sect. A flicker of apprehension crossed Song Juan's eyes at the mention of Chen Ping. Even Su Yixue had merely wounded him in their past encounter, but Chen Ping, a seemingly unremarkable cultivator, had nearly brought him to his end. Upon learning of Chen Ping's departure from the Qian Yuan Sect, he had resolved to attack, even without Chen Ping. Your 9 Nether Demon Sect is not a force to be trifled with. Su Yixue retorted coldly. Song Juan merely smiled. Brothers, today we shall seize the Qian Yuan Sect. Kill all the men, and Su Yixue is mine. As for the other female cultivators, you may divide them among yourselves. At this proclamation, the members of the 9 Nether Demon sect erupted in excitement. They were notorious for their hedonistic ways, and as they cultivated, they purged impurities from their bodies, resulting in a phenomenon where higher-ranked cultivators were often exceptionally handsome or beautiful. Let us level the Qian Yuan sect and take its women. They cheered. Humph. You demon cultivators are nothing but lowly scoundrels. Even with a divine body, you remain beneath me. Su Yixue declared, her aura fierce as she charged at Song Juan. Xiao Tianhen, it has been too long. Let me see how much you have advanced. Luo Linger, today I shall cripple you, strip you bare, and drag you through Zhangzhou for all to witness the Qian Yuan sect's female hero in her nakedness. Many from the 9 Nether Demon sect rushed towards their old adversaries. The only one remaining was a middle-aged man in a black mask. Alas, with Chen Ping absent, I fear I won't have the chance to fully indulge myself. Mo Tianbao lamented. Among the Qian Yuan sect members, only Su Yixue and Chen Ping held his regard. Though Chen Ping is gone, I remain. Fan Lanayu declared coldly. Today was her day to showcase her strength, to prove that she was not inferior to Chen Ping. You are not capable. Mo Tianbao remarked dismissively, his disdain igniting a deep sense of humiliation within Fan Lanayu. Humph. With a cold snort, Fan Lanayu conjured a longsword formed from the essence of Tao, its sharp aura piercing the heavens, as if to cleave the sky in two. How dare he compare her to the likes of the useless Chen Ping, an innate sword body? Mo Tianbao paused, momentarily taken aback. When did the Qian Yuan sect acquire an innate sword body? Upon closer inspection, he sneered. So, merely a counterfeit. You had me startled. A mere acquired sword body dares to flaunt itself before me. In a swift motion, Mo Tianbao appeared before Fan Lanayu. Die, with a single punch. A terrifying force erupted, sending Fan Lanayu hurtling backward, her body shattered. Struggling, she managed to retrieve a pill and swallow it, barely alleviating her injuries. Yet, Mo Tianbao was already upon her, his foot pressing down on her chest. Honestly, you are nothing but trash compared to Chen Ping. Do you dare to compare yourself to him? Chapter 74. I seem to understand the reason upon hearing those words. Fan Lanoyu's expression darkened to an extreme. How dare one suggest she was inferior to that useless Chen Ping? The aura surrounding Fan Lanoyu began to grow increasingly agitated. Humph, I shall have you dead. The colossal sword behind her became even more menacing, and as she bit her tongue, a drop of blood fell onto the sword's surface. Mo Tianbao cast a scornful glance at Fan Lanoyu. Do you truly believe that burning your essence will be of any consequence? Do you know why we dare to confront the Qian Yuan sect? It is precisely because Chen Ping has departed. With your strength, even if you burn your essence, you are but a fraction of Chen Ping. Silence. I will have you dead. Fan Lanoyu charged at Mo Tianbao once more. Yet, regrettably, in the face of overwhelming power, she was once again sent flying. Now, I shall send you to hell. Mo Tianbao lunged forward, his right hand transforming into a lethal claw, enveloped in a dense, sinister aura of death and malevolence. Junior brother Lanoyu. Luo Lingo cried out, rushing to intercept an attack aimed at Fan Lanoyu. Are you all right, Sister Lingo? Fan Lanoyu inquired anxiously. Luo Lingo shook her head. You must leave. This time, our Qian Yuan sect is likely doomed. If senior brother Chen Ping were here, it would not be like this. He would surely turn the tide. Hearing this, the bitterness in Fan Lanayu's heart intensified. In what way was she inferior to Chen Ping? I cannot leave. I must share the fate of the sect, she declared passionately. At that moment, a breathtakingly terrifying aura erupted, drawing everyone's gaze to the skies above the Qian Yuan sect. Sangjuhuan was engulfed in fierce, blazing flames. Yet what was suffocating was that these flames were black and exuded an utterly wicked essence. Be careful, sect master. The hearts of the Qian Yuan sect members raced. The Grand Elder had retreated into seclusion again. If anything happened to the sect master, the Qian Yuan sect would truly face annihilation. Su Yixue, you are no match for me. You might as well let me devour your primordial illusion spirit. Song Juhuan licked his lips, eyeing Su Yixue. He had consumed numerous special physiques, but this divine body was a first for him. You wish. Su Yixue herself was uncertain how she had awakened this primordial illusion spirit. She only remembered waking up one day to find her body transformed beyond recognition. It was thanks to this spirit that she had made remarkable progress in her cultivation and secured her position as the sect master of Qian Yuan. To attempt to devour her primordial illusion spirit was a delusion. She would not grant this demon cultivator even if it meant self-destruction. I admit I have underestimated you. But this is the Qian Yuan sect, our territory. Your Juyo demon sect cannot stir up any real trouble here. After wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, Su Yixue took a step back. Activate the starry locking mountain formation, she commanded. In her mind, Chen Ping's figure involuntarily surfaced. The starry locking mountain formation was a premier defensive array he had dedicated to the sect. It harnessed the power of the stars for protection. When the Qian Demon Sect invaded the Qian Yuan Sect, it was this formation that successfully repelled them. The overall strength of the Jiuyo Demon Sect was still significantly inferior to that of the Qian Demon Sect, thus they could not breach the starry locking mountain formation. Immediately, the myriad stars descended, their celestial power enveloping the Qian Yuan Sect as countless runes appeared, coalescing into the supreme protective array, the starry locking mountain formation. As the formation took shape, everyone sighed in relief. Linger, have you notified the other major sects for assistance? Su Yixue inquired. Although the starry locking mountain formation was formidable, it could only defend passively. If the Jiuyo Demon Sect did not withdraw, they would be forced to remain in their shells indefinitely. Exterminating the demon cultivators was the responsibility of all righteous sects in Zhongzhou, and they would not turn a blind eye. I have already informed the nearest major sects, however. It will take at least half a day for them to arrive. Luo Linga replied hastily. Half a day, good. With the starry locking mountain formation in place, holding out for half a day should be manageable. Su Yixue nodded. If senior brother Chen Ping were here, we would not be so passive. The strength of the Qian Yuan Sect was not vastly different from that of the Jiuyo Demon Sect. They were currently being suppressed solely due to the absence of Chen Ping's high-end combat power. Otherwise, even without the starry locking mountain formation, the Qian Yuan Sect would not fear the Jiuyo Demon Sect. Old Luo, do you mean to say that without Chen Ping, our Qian Yuan Sect cannot survive? Xiao Tianhen retorted. Clutching his chest, still bitter about having been slapped by Su Yixue because of Chen Ping, Luo Linger frowned. Do you not have any self-awareness? The starry locking mountain formation was a gift from senior brother Chen Ping to the sect. If it weren't for senior brother Chen Ping, would you even be alive to stand here and talk to me? However, at this juncture, discussing such matters was futile. Surviving the imminent crisis was of utmost importance. Su Yixue, do you intend for the Qian Yuan Sect to remain a turtle for all eternity? Song Juhuan's voice pierced through the air. Humph. The starry locking mountain formation is originally our Qian Yuan Sect's method. If you have the capability, come and breach it. Su Yixue retorted coldly. As you wish. A sinister smile crept across Song Juhuan's lips as a terrifying black hole materialized behind him. Soon, the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth surged into the black hole like a tidal wave. Su Yixue's expression grew grave. After their earlier confrontation, she understood the formidable nature of the Jiuyo swallowing heaven body. Break for me. A long spear, enveloped in a dense demonic aura, slowly coalesced within the black hole behind Song Juhuan. With his intent, the spear surged toward the starry locking mountain formation. Humph. Even the Qian Demon Sect's Qian Demon Lord couldn't breach the starry locking mountain formation. You are simply deluding yourself, Su Yixue coldly asserted. However, her expression soon changed. The black spear, imbued with an unstoppable momentum, struck fiercely against the starry locking mountain formation. Instantly, terrifying ripples of energy erupted, flattening the Qian Yuan Sect for miles around. The might of a Lingji realm powerhouse was evident. How is this possible? The expressions of the Qian Yuan Sect members shifted. The once impenetrable starry locking mountain formation began to show faint cracks. Though these fissures were minuscule, they undeniably existed. It seems your starry locking mountain formation is not as impressive as you claim. A chilling smile graced Song Juhuan's lips. Tell me, how many of my attacks can this formation withstand? Su Yixue's brow furrowed deeply as she turned to Yu Lingfei. Lingfei, what is happening? Yu Lingfei's brows were similarly knitted. Normally, Song Juhuan should not have been able to breach the starry locking mountain formation. She extended her consciousness, and soon her expression grew complex. I seem to understand the reason. Chapter 75, Not Your Character, What is Happening? Yu Lingfei, a master of formations and the second strongest array master in Qian Yuan Sect after Chen Ping, delved deeply into the intricacies of the starry locking mountain formation. If anyone in Qian Yuan Sect could truly comprehend the formation, it would surely be her. The starry locking mountain formation had previously withstood the assault from the Red Serpent Demon Sect. It should not be so fragile. Yu Lingfei inhaled deeply. It is not that the starry locking mountain formation lacks strength, but rather that we have not yet unleashed its full potential. Her expression became quite peculiar. Lingfei, please, do not keep us in suspense. How can we maximize the starry locking mountain formation's power? Su Yixue urged eagerly. Yu Lingfei nodded. I have just examined the starry locking mountain formation and discovered that to harness its utmost might, a sacrifice of essence blood is essential. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present changed dramatically. Essence blood is not mere blood that can be easily replenished. It is the very foundation of a cultivator. Each drop lost signifies a depletion of one's essence, and recovery is exceedingly arduous. Elder Yu, Surely you must have misjudged. During the last assault by the Red Serpent Demon Sect, no one sacrificed essence blood. Xiao Tianhen interjected. Yu Lingfei shook her head. I cannot be mistaken. I have great confidence in formations. It is quite possible that someone did indeed offer their essence blood last time. Luo Linga suddenly spoke up. After the incident with the Red Serpent Demon Sect, senior brother Chen Ping was gravely injured and his cultivation fell. It took him a full century to recover. He claimed he was injured in battle, and we thought little of it at the time. Now it seems that he must have sacrificed his essence blood to unleash the full potential of the starry locking mountain formation. Luo Linger spoke passionately. Chen Ping, the most knowledgeable about the starry locking mountain formation in all of Qian Yuan Sect, sacrificed his essence blood to protect the sect. The betrayal he faced from his peers must have left him deeply disheartened. If senior brother Chen Ping had not sacrificed his essence blood and had not spent months hunting demonic cultivators to maintain the operation of the spirit source waterfall, he would have likely reached the silent realm by now. With his talent, who in Qian Yuan Sect would have the right to judge him? Perhaps even the sect leader would not. Luo Linga recalled the anguish and resolve etched on Chen Ping's face during their last encounter. Impossible. How could Chen Ping, a man of such integrity, make such sacrifices for the sect? Jiang Xinwei retorted disdainfully. If Chen Ping were truly devoted to Qian Yuan Sect, why would he sabotage his own breakthrough? This is all mere conjecture from Luo Linger. Then how do you explain the current inability of the starry locking mountain formation to exert its full power? Luo Linger sighed. Junior sister, there must be more to your troubles than meets the eye. I will uncover the truth and restore senior brother Chen Ping's honor, thereby dispelling the rift between you two. Perhaps he acted out of anger when he left and tampered with the formation in frustration. After all, with his expertise in formations, he could have done so without us noticing. He understands the significance of the starry locking mountain formation to Qian Yuan Sect better than anyone, Jiang Xinwei asserted. Luo Linga felt a pang of sorrow. Senior brother Chen Ping is not that kind of person. Jiang Xinwei scoffed. One can know a person's face, but not their heart. If he could commit such acts, he is no longer the Chen Ping you once knew. At that moment, the severely injured Fan Lanyu spoke up. Senior brother Chen Ping indeed possesses the capability, but I firmly believe he would not resort to such actions. There must be a misunderstanding. Although Fan Lanyu seemed to be defending Chen Ping, all that others heard was her first statement. Chen Ping indeed has the ability. Elder Fan, you are too kind-hearted. Chen Ping caused you this much harm, and yet you still speak in his favor. Xiao Tianhen sighed. Being too kind can lead to suffering. Fan Lanyu shook her head. Senior brother Chen Ping may have made mistakes, but I trust him. At this moment, Song Juhuan, floating in midair, interjected. Su Yixue, your starry locking mountain formation cannot hold much longer. Another spear struck, and the cracks on the formation intensified. Su Yixue furrowed her brow. Enough of this. Our immediate priority is to address the current crisis. She turned to Yu Lingfei. Lingfei, you must know the precise steps to take, right? Yu Lingfei nodded. I will activate the formation to its maximum potential. As long as we have a peak spirit void realm expert or above to infuse their essence blood, we will be able to proceed. Very well, you will activate the formation, and I will provide the essence blood. The loss of essence blood indeed has a significant impact on the body, yet Su Yixue could not allow Qian Yuan Sect to perish on her watch. Leader, no? Luo Linger exclaimed urgently. You are the only spirit void realm powerhouse in Qian Yuan Sect. If your cultivation falters, it would be a tremendous blow to the sect. Leader, let me handle it. Fan Lanyu chimed in. She understood that with her current cultivation, Su Yixue would not permit her to take the lead. No. The starry locking mountain formation is experiencing anomalies. We must pay the highest price to ensure its effectiveness. Su Yixue shook her head. She was uncertain if the formation had indeed been tampered with by Chen Ping, but it was clear that only she could unleash its full power at this moment. With that, Su Yixue ignited her essence blood, channeling it into the starry locking mountain formation. Feeling the essence blood draining from her body, Su Yixue's expression tightened. Is this what sacrificing essence blood feels like? If Luo Lingo is correct, then at that time, Chen Ping must have borne the weight of Qian Yuan Sect's safety. As Su Yixue's essence blood flowed away, the starry locking mountain formation was finally restored. Unlike before, the formation now radiated a brilliant starlight. What is happening? Song Juhuan's face turned ashen at the sight. Ordinarily, a final assault would have completely shattered the starry locking mountain formation. Yet now it not only remained intact, but was even more formidable than before. Could it be? Song Juhuan pondered a possibility. Ah, you Qian Yuan Sect. Have you spread the rumor of Chen Ping abandoning the sect to lure us into action? In his mind, the image of Chen Ping surfaced. To him, Chen Ping posed an even greater threat than Su Yixue. Chen Ping, I know you're here. Come forth. Hiding is not in your character. Chapter 76. The Emperor Jiang transformational pill Chen Ping has severed all ties with our Qian Yuan Sect. He is no longer here. Su Yixue spoke in a calm tone. Is what you say truly the case? Song Juan was taken aback. Has the Qian Yuan Sect truly gone mad enough to distance themselves from Chen Ping? Would I deceive you? Su Yixue replied coldly. Ha. Song Juan laughed exaggeratedly. What is there to find amusing? Su Yixue's expression was one of utmost displeasure. I find it laughable that you, Su Yixue, are so foolish as to let someone like Chen Ping slip away. Song Juan sighed. It appears your Qian Yuan Sect is not far from its demise. Humph. Without Chen Ping, our Qian Yuan Sect can still stand tall in Zhongzhou. Su Yixue retorted, though her words lacked conviction. After Chen Ping's departure, the cultivation of the vital spirit source waterfall and the defense against external threats through the star-locking mountain formation had both encountered issues. For the first time, Su Yixue realized just how pivotal Chen Ping was to the Qian Yuan Sect. Yet, the image of Chen Ping leaving without a second thought alongside Lang Ningxuang caused her heart to ache. Humph. Even without Chen Ping, I, Su Yixue, can ensure the Qian Yuan Sect remains unyielding in Zhongzhou. The members of the Qian Yuan Sect were equally astonished by the importance Chen Ping held in Song Juan's eyes. Perhaps Song Juan and Chen Ping had colluded before, Jiang Xinwei remarked bluntly. The crowd fell silent for a moment, recognizing the validity in Jiang Xinwei's words. After all, who would hold their enemy in such high regard? Why is it that it is so evident that Chen Ping has contributed so much, yet they perceive it as evidence of his collusion with the demonic forces? Luo Linger lamented helplessly. Master, numerous powerful beings are hastening towards us. At that moment, a scout from the Jiao Demon Sect rushed over. Song Juan cast a deep glance at Su Yixue, saying, Su Yixue, consider yourselves fortunate today. When my Jiao Demon Sect returns in full force, it will be the day your Qian Yuan Sect faces annihilation. Though regret filled his heart, he understood that the Jiao Demon Sect's ambition to confront all the prestigious sects of Zhongzhou was indeed a delusion. All Jiao Demon Sect members, retreat. In mere moments, everyone from the Jiao Demon Sect hastily withdrew from the scene. Not long after they left, numerous cultivators began to arrive in the air. Were it not for the lingering, menacing demonic aura, they might have thought the Qian Yuan Sect was merely playing a game of the wolf is coming. Thank you, fellow cultivators, for your assistance. The Jiao Demon Sect has already retreated. Su Yixue took a deep breath. Should the Qian Yuan Sect ever be in need, do not hesitate to ask. This act of kindness was indeed a significant debt. Master Su, you are too polite. We are all righteous sects. How could we ignore the demonic cultivators? Several sect leaders stated earnestly, their faces adorned with bright smiles. The favor of the Qian Yuan Sect was indeed a valuable asset, though they usually maintained equal standing. They were acutely aware of Su Yixue's potential. It was apparent that one day, the Qian Yuan Sect would become a revered existence to them. Cultivating a good relationship with the Qian Yuan Sect would only bring benefits. Master Su must have many matters to attend to. We shall take our leave. The others, noticing Su Yixue's waning condition, tactfully bid farewell. Then I bid farewell to all fellow friends. Su Yixue nodded, offering a courteous gesture. The Qian Yuan Sect returned to a state of tranquility. Yet at that moment, Su Yixue suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, her complexion turning pale. Master. Several elders' expressions changed drastically upon witnessing this. Su Yixue was the very soul of the Qian Yuan Sect. Do not worry. I merely exhausted too much vital essence and my body is a bit overwhelmed. A short rest will suffice. Su Yixue waved her hand dismissively. Yet deep down, she understood her condition had deteriorated significantly. She had been holding on while outsiders were present, but her body was painfully aware of the substantial loss of vital essence, causing her realm to drop from the spirit tranquility stage. Fortunately, this injury was not irreparable. Given some time to recover, she could restore herself. The image of Chen Ping surfaced in her mind. If this formation had not been tampered with by Chen Ping, then he must have been in a predicament similar to her own back in those days. Everyone, go back and comfort the disciples. I will take some time to recover. Su Yixue's emotions were complicated, and she chose not to say more as she turned to leave. The crowd departed accordingly. Meanwhile, Fan Lenu clutched her chest. Chen Ping, I truly underestimated you. I never anticipated that even after leaving the Qian Yuan Sect, you could stir such a commotion. Once I recover, I will ensure you are thoroughly eliminated from this world. In the void not far from the Qian Sect, the drunken scholar flew alongside Chen Ping through the spatial tunnel. Drunken scholar, how much longer until we reach the southern wilderness? Chen Ping's growing unease intensified, particularly concerning Lang Ningxuang. If it were not for him, she would not have found herself in such peril. Silly girl, why didn't you just inform me sooner? Chen Ping was at a loss for words. With the system at his disposal, he had no need for the sacred spirit purple pill. Young master, we still need at least 3 more days. The drunken scholar replied hastily. 3 days? That is far too slow. Can you expedite the journey? Chen Ping was tormented by the thought of Lung Ningxuang suffering any harm because of him. This girl had already endured hundreds of years of hardship for his sake. Young master, I have already maximized my speed. There is truly no way to go faster. The drunken scholar said helplessly. He was already practicing an advanced movement technique, and his speed had reached the pinnacle of the spirit tranquility stage. Only a sage could surpass his velocity. This won't do. 3 days is too long. Chen Ping shook his head. The drunken scholar was left speechless. He understood Chen Ping's urgency, yet there were no other options at the moment. Chen Ping opened the system space and began searching. Finally, he discovered a pill in the inventory, the Emperor Jiang transformational pill. Crafted from the blood of the primordial ancestor Emperor Jiang, this pill could significantly enhance the speed of spatial traversal. Chen Ping's eyes lit up. This was precisely what he needed at this moment. Upon checking the price, he found that one Emperor Jiang transformational pill required a staggering 500 talent points. Though he felt a pang of regret, he exchanged the points without hesitation. I cannot afford to wait any longer. Take this pill. Chen Ping handed the Emperor Jiang transformational pill to the drunken scholar. The drunken scholar glanced at it skeptically. What is this? It looks like a pill, yet lacks any aura. Will consuming this truly enhance my speed? Are you jesting? Chapter 77. This is the southern border. Enough chatter. Eat up. Chen Ping urged impatiently. Every moment wasted increases the danger for cold condensation frost. This was the first time the wine enthusiast had witnessed Chen Ping in such a state of urgency, and he dared not delay any further. He promptly consumed the Emperor's transformation pill. As soon as the pill entered his mouth, it transformed into a warm current coursing through his body. The wine enthusiast's expression changed dramatically, although he felt no trace of medicinal energy from this pill. Such a phenomenon could only occur with high-grade elixirs. With the absorption of the Emperor's transformation pill, he realized that his speed traversing through the spatial rift had increased by several hundred times compared to before. If his previous speed could be likened to a common horse-drawn carriage, now it rivaled that of riding a supreme divine beast. The astonishment on the wine enthusiast's face was palpable. This seemingly unremarkable pill had elevated his speed to such an extraordinary level. If it had previously taken 3 days to reach the southern border, it could now be accomplished in less than half a day. Such an enhancement suggested that this pill had likely attained heavenly quality. No, he had previously consumed heavenly-grade pills, and none had such terrifying effects. Moreover, heavenly-grade pills were always accompanied by fragrant aromas and extraordinary phenomena upon emergence. The wine enthusiast swallowed hard, a chilling conjecture taking root in his mind. This pill might have reached the legendary status of a sacred-grade elixir. Who exactly was Chen Ping? Capable of effortlessly refining heavenly-grade techniques and aiding him in his enlightenment with a mere word? Now he casually produced a sacred-grade pill. My lord, we shall reach the southern border in less than 2 hours. The wine enthusiast declared confidently. Excellent. Chen Ping nodded in approval. At that moment, in the holy domain city of the southern border, the Qin family auction house stood as the largest in the region. Backed by the most powerful family in the southern border, the Qin family, it was said that a sage once emerged from their lineage. And whether the sage still lived was a mystery to all. The inhabitants of the southern border were well aware that the most dangerous adversary to provoke was the Qin family. Inside the Qin family auction house, Xiao Riyue and Cold Condensation Frost sat side by side. Xiao Riyue toyed with Cold Condensation Frost's delicate white hand. Don't rush. The auction for the sacred spirit purple pill will commence shortly. She understood while the purpose of their visit. Cold Condensation Frost remained silent, her expression grave. After all, this was the southern border, not the central continent. She had come with a singular objective, to secure the sacred spirit purple pill and return it to Chen Ping. All right. I believe many of you have gathered here for our final auction item. Here it comes, the sacred spirit purple pill. I need not elaborate on its efficacy. Shall we start the bidding at 2 heavenly grade pills or equivalent items? The auctioneer's face radiated excitement. As the auctioneer, she would earn 5% of the final sale price as her commission, though it was a mere 5%. The value of the sacred spirit purple pill made it a substantial sum for her. Cold Condensation Frost's breathing grew increasingly rapid. She had come specifically for the sacred spirit purple pill, willing to sacrifice all her private reserves, even the entirety of the Qian Yuan Sect, if necessary. This was the stark difference between her and Su Yixue. Even after hundreds of years as Chen Ping's partner, Su Yixue prioritized the Qian Yuan Sect above all else. For Cold Condensation Frost, however, Chen Ping was her utmost priority. Not even the entire Qian Yuan Sect could compare to him. One heavenly grade technique. Cold Condensation Frost declared without a hint of hesitation. Upon hearing the words heavenly grade technique, the crowd's expression shifted dramatically. Although the sacred spirit purple pill was also a heavenly grade elixir, it paled in comparison to a heavenly grade technique. After all, while elixirs may provide great effects, they are ultimately consumable. Techniques, however, possess the potential to forge a peak power. A silence enveloped the room. At that moment, a young man stood up. One heavenly grade technique and one heavenly grade elixir. The crowd was taken aback. Cold condensation frostbite had already surpassed the value of the sacred spirit purple pill. Now, this new offer far exceeded its worth. Cold condensation frost turned her gaze toward the bidder, a young man who seemed to notice her scrutiny and flashed a radiant smile. I remember now. This is the young master of the Xing Wuzong from the southern border. The presence of the Xing Wuzong at this auction was unexpected. Upon hearing the name, the atmosphere grew tense. Although the Xing Wuzong was not as powerful as the Qin family, rumored to have a sage in residence, it was still a formidable force within the southern border. Those who had intended to compete for the sacred spirit purple pill began to withdraw. Realizing the weight of their opponent, cold condensation frost furrowed her brows tightly. To avoid unnecessary complications, her initial bid had been made with great sincerity. She had not anticipated the sudden emergence of a formidable rival. 1 heavenly grade technique and 3 heavenly grade elixirs. Cold condensation frost's voice was laced with icy determination. This was the utmost price she could bear. My lord, shall we raise the bid further? A man dressed as an elderly servant inquired beside Zhang Kaiga. Cold condensation frost's price was already exceedingly outrageous. Raise the bid? Zhang Kaiga smirked. Why should we raise the bid? The elderly servant paused momentarily before responding. But the sect requires us to bring back the sacred spirit purple pill. A strong figure at the spirit tranquility realm from the Xing Wuzong had suffered a Dao injury. And the only remedy was the sacred spirit purple pill. Zhang Kaiga's smile widened. I ask you, where are we? The elderly servant hesitated but quickly replied. This is the southern border. Zhang Kaiga patted the servant's head. Indeed, this is the southern border. This girl has already reached the spirit tranquility realm. But have you ever heard of such a figure here? The elderly servant's eyes lit up. Since she possessed such capabilities, what harm would it be to grant her the sacred spirit purple pill? After all, it would eventually belong to the Xing Wuzong. Zhang Kaiga toyed with the teacup in his hand, a look of satisfaction on his face. You are quite perceptive, my lord. The elderly servant quickly replied. Zhang Kaiga chuckled. Now go inform the sect to summon all the spirit tranquility realm experts. This time, I desire more than just the sacred spirit purple pill. A female cultivator of the spirit tranquility realm, and a maiden at that. Absorbing her primordial yin will surely propel me into the mid-spirit tranquility realm. Chapter 78. Not unacceptable. After the bidding by Lang Ningxuang, a brief silence enveloped the scene. A celestial-grade martial art and 3 celestial-grade elixirs had significantly surpassed the value of the sacred spirit purple pill. Although the sacred spirit purple pill possessed unique effects, its practical application remained rare. Is there anyone else wishing to place a bid? The auctioneer wore a radiant smile. Initially, she had anticipated that the highest bid would merely be for a celestial-grade martial art, but she had not expected it to reach such heights. Her commission from this auction would undoubtedly be a staggering figure. Seeing no one respond, Lang Ningxuang exhaled in relief. She could not afford to bid any higher. Fortunately, there was no further competition. Congratulations to this esteemed friend for acquiring the sacred spirit purple pill. That concludes today's auction. We hope everyone will continue to support the Qin auction house, as we promise to bring more surprises in the future. With that, the auction finally came to a close. Lang Ningxuang and Xiao Riyue made their way to the auction house's office area. After settling the payment for the martial art and elixirs, they finally obtained the sacred spirit purple pill. With great care, Lang Ningxuang placed the sacred spirit purple pill into her spatial ring, her face alight with excitement. Chen Ping's injuries can finally be healed. Lang Ningxuang, what manner of person is Chen Ping that you would devote yourself so deeply? Xiao Riyue inquired with curiosity. Lang Ningxuang was renowned in Zhangzhou as an ice-cold beauty, yet here she was, making such sacrifices for a man. Xiao Riyue's curiosity about Chen Ping reached its zenith. After all, this was a celestial-grade martial art and 3 celestial-grade elixirs. Was it truly worth it for a man? I warn you, do not entertain any thoughts about Chen Ping. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind. Lang Ningxuang regarded Xiao Riyue with a wary expression. While Xiao Riyue was not one to indulge recklessly, as the head of the Spirit Desire Pavilion, she certainly was not a paragon of virtue. Why would I? We are sisters, after all. How could I possibly covet your man? Xiao Riyue replied with a playful laugh, though her true intentions remained shrouded in mystery. Let us leave quickly. After all, this is not Zhongzhou. Though the southern wilderness was geographically remote, its people were fierce and formidable. The top-tier experts here far surpassed those in Zhangzhou. While they had secured the sacred spirit purple pill, this was merely the beginning. Only by returning alive to Zhongzhou could they consider their mission complete. Lang Ningxuang nodded, preparing to tear open a rift in space. However, Her expression soon shifted. The space before her remained solid, showing no signs of yielding. A wave of unease washed over her. "Fair maiden, where is your haste taking you? Our southern wilderness is known for its hospitality. Might it not be a tad discourteous to deny me the chance to extend my courtesy?" Zhang Kaiga appeared before the two women. While Lang Ningxuang had gone to retrieve the sacred spirit purple pill, he had already used a formation to seal the area completely. Today, both the sacred spirit purple pill and these two enchanting beauties belonged to him, Zhang Kaiga. Zhang Kaiga's heart raced with fervor. Initially, he had only noted the bidding Lung Ningxuang at the auction, overlooking the captivating Xiao Riyue beside her. Both women were stunningly beautiful, yet Xiao Riyue exuded an alluring aura, making her exceptionally enticing. However, Lang Ningxuang remained a virgin, and refining her into a furnace would greatly benefit his cultivation. Lang Ningxuang directed a glacial glare towards Zhang Kaiga. "You seek the sacred spirit purple pill? Let us see if you possess the strength to claim it." Zhang Kaiga shook his head. "I believe you have misunderstood my intentions. I desire not just the sacred spirit purple pill, but both of you." Xiao Riyue smiled sweetly. "Ah, so the gentleman is also a man of passion. However, I only fancy men who are stronger than I. I wonder if you measure up." A chilling aura emanated from Xiao Riyue. "Very well. Soon you shall know whether you measure up." Zhang Kaiga's voice fell, and a terrifying energy erupted around him. 7 cultivators at the spirit tranquility realm appeared at his side. Holy Sun. They regarded Zhang Kaiga with respect. Though his strength was merely in the early stages of the spirit tranquility realm, he held the esteemed title of Holy Son of the Qian Yuan Sect, granting him significant stature. "Subdue these two for me, and remember, this Holy Son is a gentle soul. Do not harm them, especially do not mar their beautiful faces." A radiant smile adorned Zhang Kaiga's face. The expressions of Lang Ningxuang and Xiao Riyue turned grim, with Zhang Kaiga included. There were 8 formidable cultivators at the spirit tranquility realm, a force far superior to that of the Qian Yuan Sect and the Spirit Desire Pavilion. Only a few sacred lands in Zhangzhou could rival such strength. Lang Ningxuang pressed the sacred spirit purple pill into Xiao Riyue's hands. "I will create an opportunity for you to escape. You must deliver the sacred spirit purple pill to Chen Ping. You are quite interested in Chen Ping, are you not? If I fall here, please take care of him." Determination shone on Lang Ningxuang's face. Xiao Riyue smiled slyly. "I think it would be better if we both escape together." Akin to the companionship of a Huang and Nuying, supporting Chen Ping side by side. Hearing this, Lang Ningxuang's lips twitched. This flirtatious woman still had the energy for jest at such a perilous moment. Yet, Xiao Riyue's unwillingness to abandon her touched Lang Ningxuang's heart. After all, they were facing an overwhelming force that could spell their doom. Upon reflection, if they could survive and return, perhaps Xiao Riyue's suggestion was not without merit. "Rest assured, neither of you shall leave today." Zhang Kaiga's voice echoed, and a terrifying aura surged forth. The 7 spirit tranquility realm cultivators, as if signaled, began their assault. The overwhelming energy fluctuation shot skyward, drawing the attention of numerous cultivators from the southern wilderness. However, upon seeing the unfazed Zhang Kaiga, they hastily retreated. The Holy Son of the Qian Yuan Sect was not to be trifled with. Soon, the auras of Lang Ningxuang and Xiao Riyue began to waver. Faced with 7 formidable cultivators of the spirit tranquility realm, they found themselves at a severe disadvantage. Would they truly meet their end here? In her mind, Lang Ningxuang recalled the moment during the Qian Yuan Sect assessment when Chen Ping had selflessly stood before her without hesitation. "No. I must ensure the sacred spirit purple pill reaches him." A strange determination enveloped Lang Ningxuang. "Do not, Ningxuang," Xiao Riyue urgently admonished. As Lang Ningxuang's closest confidant, she understood what Lang Ningxuang intended to do. Burn her own life essence to forcibly break the spatial seal and deliver the sacred spirit purple pill to Chen Ping. Lang Ningxuang shook her head. "In the past, Chen Ping risked his life to protect me. Now it is my turn to make a sacrifice for him." Chapter 79. The Will of the Sage. Is this the demeanor of the cultivation realm in the southern wilderness? At this moment, a mocking voice resonated. Chen Ping and the wine enthusiast slowly emerged before a few individuals. However, the aura surrounding both men had changed, their faces concealed by masks. Upon arriving in the southern wilderness, Chen Ping sensed the disturbances concerning Lang Ningxuang and hastily altered his appearance to avoid revealing his identity. Lang Ningxuang had sacrificed much for the sacred spirit purple pill, and he did not wish for her to feel disheartened upon discovering that he had no need for it. "Who are you to meddle in the affairs of our Qian Yuan Sect?" Zhang Kaiga glared coldly at Chen Ping. Meanwhile, Lang Ningxuang and the others regarded Chen Ping with curiosity, especially Lang Ningxuang, who felt an uncanny familiarity with his figure. "I am from the central continent, and I shall not allow you to bully us from the southern wilderness." Chen Ping's peripheral vision caught sight of the injuries on Lang Ningxuang, his killing intent unmistakable. "From the central continent? Humph. Then let me see if you possess the ability to interfere. Zhang Kaigu scoffed. I want this fellow to be utterly annihilated. The wine enthusiast furrowed his brow and transmitted his thoughts to Chen Ping. My lord, I fear I am no match for all 8 of them. In a one-on-one duel, the wine enthusiast could effortlessly defeat any of them, but they were 8 in total, with 2 possessing mid-stage spirit tranquility realm strength. Without uttering a word, Chen Ping activated the Sage Experience card. Humph. He let out a cold snort, and suddenly a colossal hand, formed of energy, materialized from thin air, enveloped an overwhelming Tao rhythm, reminiscent of an ancient deity. With a single strike, 7 practitioners at the Spirit Tranquility Realm were reduced to ashes. Lung Ning Shuang and Xiao Ruyu gazed at Chen Ping, their faces painted with astonishment. To obliterate 7 Spirit Tranquility Realm cultivators with a mere hand. This elder's power must surely be at the pinnacle of the Spirit Tranquility Realm. When did such a figure emerge from the central continent? Chen Ping turned his gaze towards Zhang Kaigu. Kneel now. His voice, though not loud, instilled a tremor that resonated from the depths of the soul. I, the holy son of the esteemed Qian Yuan Sect, am to kneel before you? Zhang Kaigu roared in fury. As his words fell, a terrifying pressure descended upon him like a mountain. Crack. The sound of bones grinding echoed from Zhang Kaiji's body. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground. His knees shattered, creating a vast pit in the earth. The wine enthusiast regarded Chen Ping with a complex expression. Others may not perceive it, but he could sense that Chen Ping's strength had reached the sage realm. Yet, he was merely a foundation-building cultivator. How could he exhibit the might of a sage? My lord, I recognize my error. I shall apologize at once. Please grant me mercy, Zhang Kaigu exclaimed, feeling the deathly aura emanating from Chen Ping, who truly intended to slay him. Recognizing your error? Chen Ping's expression turned disdainful. Indeed, you recognize your error, but only because you know you are about to die. Chen Ping slowly extended his hand, an aura of terror coalescing as if embodying divine might. You have forced my hand. Seeing Chen Ping's unwillingness to relent, Zhang Kaiji's eyes turned crimson. If so, then meet your demise. A piece of proclamation paper flew from Zhang Kaiji's being. This is the will of the sage? The wine enthusiast observed the paper, his face etched with apprehension. The will of the sage represents the intent of a sage. That Zhang Kaigu bore this will was astonishing. Zhang Kaiji's expression was fierce. I had no intention of invoking the will of the sage. But since you were so aggressive, do not blame me. The proclamation paper hovered above his head, emanating an oppressive sage aura. This was the terror of a sage. Even a mere piece of paper could suppress all. Lung Ning Shuang and Xiao Ruyu's faces turned pale, their bodies trembling. The vastness of the sage's might was not to be trifled with. They were on the verge of prostrating themselves. My lord, you must flee. The sage cannot be offended. Lung Ning Shuang urgently implored. This great kindness, I, Lung Ning Shuang, will remember. Please do not take risks, my lord. It is too late. Once the will of the sage is activated, it cannot be quelled. You shall all perish. Zhang Kaiji's expression was monstrous, like a wild beast. The aura of the will of the sage intensified above his head. Humph. Chen Ping scoffed. Do not think that a mere piece of paper can intimidate me. Even if your sage were present, you would still meet your end. With that, Chen Ping soared into the air, striking the will of the sage with a fist. This is the end. Lung Ning Shuang's face drained of color. The sage cannot be offended. This elder has ultimately been implicated by me. Humph. He dares to confront the will of the sage with his bare hands. This fellow is truly audacious. Beneath the sage, all are but ants. It was evident that this individual would be no exception. Due to the experience card, Chen Ping's cultivation had temporarily risen to the peak of the sage realm. However, due to the concealment technique, the others could not clearly perceive Chen Ping's level. To them, he appeared to be merely at the pinnacle of the spirit tranquility realm. After all, he was exceptionally young. A little over 100 years is considerable for an ordinary person, yet for a cultivator, it is merely the beginning. Chen Ping smirked, the primordial chi enveloping his fist. Such grandiosity from the will of the sage. Without hesitation, Chen Ping struck the will of the sage with his fist. Crack. A sound reverberated through the heavens. A fissure appeared upon the will of the sage. How is this possible? The onlookers gasped, jaws agape, witnessing the imminent destruction of the will of the sage. The will of the sage embodies the intent of a sage. While it cannot compare to the presence of a sage, it wields a fraction of their power. Yet now, this man had shattered it with a single blow. Boom. The will of the sage transformed into pure energy, dissipating into the cosmos. Zhang Kaigu trembled, terror consuming his features as he beheld Chen Ping. What manner of being have I provoked? My lord, spare my life. If you grant me mercy, I shall serve you as a loyal servant. Zhang Kaigu repeatedly bowed his head. With the will of the sage shattered, he was no longer capable of maintaining his bravado. Die, Chen Ping declared. Having taken advantage of the woman he cherished, yet still hoping for mercy, such fortune is unfathomable. I am the holy son of the Xingwu sect. Our sect has a sage among us. You cannot kill me. Zhang Kaigu was utterly terrified. The Xingwu sect? Chen Ping's lips curled into a smile. Then I shall extinguish the Xingwu sect now. Chapter 80. All are ants with a disdainful snort. Chen Ping obliterated Zhang Kaiga. Daring to bully my woman? The Xingwu sect has forfeited its right to exist. Zhang Kaiga was imbued with a sage's decree, suggesting the presence of a sage within the Xingwu sect. But what did that matter? Chen Ping had already achieved the pinnacle of the sage realm. I am deeply indebted to you for your assistance, senior. However, the Xingwu sect is likely fortified by a sage, making it a perilous and treacherous place. It would be prudent for you to reconsider venturing there rashly, Long Ning said. Bowing respectfully to Chen Ping, she couldn't shake the feeling that this man was strangely familiar. His height and build bore a striking resemblance to Chen Ping. Yet, this man was, at the very least, at the apex of the spirit-severing realm, making it improbable that he was indeed Chen Ping. We cultivators of the central continent will not suffer the insolence of these southern border denizens. This matter is not your concern. Return to the central continent, Chen Ping declared, his eyes flashing with a fierce glint as he tore through the void with the drunken immortal in tow. Watching their receding figures, Long Ning inhaled deeply and followed suit. Tearing through the void. This senior was avenging her. She couldn't simply abandon him. Should peril arise at the Xingwu sect, she would offer her life to secure his escape. Upon arriving in the southern border, she had taken note of the local powers. Indeed, a sage might reside within the Xingwu sect. But that sage had remained secluded for centuries, presumably having sealed himself due to his impending mortality. Xiao Ryu sighed and followed, remarking, "This girl is a constant source of worry." Meanwhile, within the Xingwu sect, Sect Master Xing Wuji was in the throes of cultivation when his chi suddenly turned chaotic, causing him to spew a mouthful of blood. A Taoist acolyte rushed in, exclaiming, "Sect Master, are you all right?" Xing Wuji's countenance was grim. In his hand, a jade pendant appeared, now riddled with cracks, shattering into fragments in mere moments. The acolyte paled, recognizing the pendant as the Holy Sun's soul tablet. The tablet housed a wisp of the Holy Sun's soul, and its destruction could only mean one thing. The Holy Sun had been murdered. The Holy Sun, a prodigy, was hailed as the Xingwu sect's most promising candidate for the sage realm. Now he was dead. To dare harm my Xingwu sect's Holy Sun is an act of utter defiance. Xing Wuji roared, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy that instantly obliterated the unfortunate acolyte. Without so much as a glance at the acolyte's remains, Xing Wuji issued a sect master's decree, summoning all to the Xingwu sect's main hall. Moments later, the hall teemed with elders. "Sect master, what matter compels this convocation?" they inquired, their gazes fixed on Xing Wuji. The sect master's decree was reserved for dire emergencies. Yet the Xingwu sect seemed to be weathering no crisis. "The Holy Sun has been slain," Xing Wuji announced, igniting a firestorm of indignation among those present. "Outrageous. To dare harm our Xingwu sect's Holy Sun is an act that cannot go unpunished. Indeed, sect master, issue the order. The wretch must be put to death. The Holy Sun was the future of the Xingwu sect. Do not be impetuous." The Holy Sun was accompanied by 7 spirit-severing realm experts, all of whose soul tablets have also shattered, Xing Wuji cautioned, casting a pall of gravity over the assembly. With 8 spirit-severing realm cultivators, the adversary must be formidable. Even so, to dare harm our Xingwu sect's Holy Sun is to invite retribution. Xing Wuji shook his head, stating, "Are you overlooking something?" The Holy Sun carried the ancestors' decree. Silence descended upon the hall. To be slain while bearing a sage's decree suggested an enemy of terrifying power. Therefore, I have decided to awaken the ancestor, Xing Wuji declared. After a moment of contemplation, the elders nodded in agreement. The Holy Sun's murder warranted the ancestor's intervention. 8 centuries prior, sensing his impending demise, the ancestor of the Xingwu sect had sealed himself away, intending to emerge only in the sect's darkest hour. "There's no need to summon me." A voice echoed through the hall as an overwhelming sage's aura filled the air. An aged figure materialized. His frail appearance belied the chilling sage's might that emanated from him. The assembly prostrated themselves, exclaiming, "Greetings, ancestor. To dare harm the Xingwu sect invites death." The ancestor's murderous intent surged skyward, drawing the attention of cultivators across the southern border. That's a sage's aura. Has the ancestor of the Xingwu sect emerged? The Xingwu sect's ancestor is their ultimate trump card. Why has he emerged? Has the Xingwu sect encountered some calamity? I heard that the Xingwu sect's Holy Sun was murdered. The ancestor must have been roused by this event. To dare slay the Xingwu sect's Holy Sun is a death wish. Many ancient beings in the southern border opened their eyes, their piercing gazes cutting through the void, focusing on the Xingwu sect. Above the Xingwu sect, Chen Ping and the drunken immortal stood side by side, soon joined by Lang Ning and Su Yixue, gazing at the vast sect. Chen Ping's eyes flashed with a fierce glint. Who goes there? To dare fly above the Xingwu sect is to court death. The sect's gatekeepers shouted, their voices laced with hostility. I have come to extinguish your Xingwu sect, Chen Ping declared calmly. An ignorant whelp, daring to cause trouble at the Xingwu sect. Before the gatekeeper could finish, a terrifying blast of energy erupted, turning him into a bloody mist. Under Chen Ping's deliberate control, the blood splattered across the Xingwu sect's gate plaque. This was an act of blatant provocation. Before I could seek you out, you have delivered yourself to my doorstep. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. A terrifying sage's aura erupted as Song Qingfeng descended a staircase of energy, his every step resonating with profound Tao. He stood as an immortal descending to the mortal realm. Was it you who murdered my Xingwu sect's holy son? Song Qifeng inquired, his aged eyes gleaming with formidable light. Indeed, the fellow provoked me, so I dispatched him, Chen Ping affirmed. His words stunned the Xingwu sect and the distant observers alike. How audacious! To be so insolent before a sage. Lang Ning's anxiety deepened, while Su Yixue, observing Chen Ping, blushed with admiration. What a domineering man! Humph! To be bullied by the Xingwu sect is an honor. Since you are so ungrateful, I will show you that all beneath the sage are but ants. Chapter 81. The fiery body of the world. Humph! An old man on the verge of exhaustion dares to boast before me. Chen Ping scoffed. The crowd fell silent, taken aback by his venomous words. Those nearing the end of their lifespan are particularly sensitive to such provocations. Was he not deliberately inciting Song Qingfeng, hastening his own demise? Very well, embrace death. Song Qifeng extended a finger, and immediately, a terrifying aura coalesced into a chain of order, hurtling directly toward Chen Ping. Is this the unique technique of a sage, the chain of divine order? The intoxicated observer gained a fleeting insight, yet his concern for Chen Ping lingered. Although he sensed Chen Ping's strength had reached the sage realm, the adversary before him was a genuine sage. Humph! Dare to provoke our Xingwu sect? Death is your only destination. Xingwuji snarled, his expression twisted in rage. Although eliminating this individual was a possibility, it would not restore their sage. Moreover, their ancestor was already nearing the end of his days. This confrontation would surely diminish his lifespan further. This damned wretch did not deserve such an easy demise. As the chain of divine order radiated an overwhelming aura, Chen Ping's lips curled in a smirk. Is this the manifestation of a sage's power? Slowly, he extended his fist. The indestructible chaotic body, his flesh was the finest weapon. Surely, this individual does not intend to withstand the chain of divine order with mere flesh? The onlookers gaped in disbelief. This was the chain of divine order, imbued with boundless sage might. Not even fellow sages dared to confront it with their physical forms. This man must be insane. Even Song Qingfeng regarded Chen Ping with a hint of disdain. Previously, his sage decree had been shattered by this individual, and he had worried if Chen Ping could truly stand among sages. It seemed he had overestimated the situation. Some exceptionally gifted cultivators might barely shatter a sage's decree at the pinnacle of the spirit tranquility realm, especially when one was nearing their end. Remaining at the lowest tier of the sage realm, Chen Ping's punch, seemingly mundane, was akin to a street brawl. Yet, this unremarkable strike shattered the chain of divine order with a resounding crash. How could this be? A mortal body breaking the chain of order? At this moment, not only those present, but even those covertly observing were engulfed in disbelief. Was this man truly defying the heavens? With a single step, Chen Ping stood before Song Qingfeng. With half a foot in the grave, why not find a place to seal yourself instead of strutting about? I shall grant you that, Chen Ping proclaimed, slapping forth, causing Song Qingfeng's body to crash into the ground like a cannonball. Who is this person? So young yet having reached the sage realm, his physique formidable. Akin to a divine beast, such a character could not possibly remain nameless. Slowly, Song Qifeng rose from the massive pit, his aura disordered. A trace of blood staining his lips. Clearly, Chen Ping's earlier strike had dealt him a severe blow. As expected of a sage, your skin is thick. A single slap did not take your life, Chen Ping remarked, shaking his hand. The crowd fell silent in astonishment. This was a sage, standing at the pinnacle of humanity in an era devoid of emperors. Had anyone ever dared to describe a sage in such terms? Yet, they found themselves unable to refute him. Chen Ping indeed possessed such strength. Song Qifeng gazed at Chen Ping, his face contorted with despair. His lifespan was already dwindling. And after this battle, he likely had no more than a century left. Esteemed friend, today's events stemmed from the offenses of my Xingwu sect. You have not suffered any substantial harm. Why not let this matter rest? Song Qifeng implored. The sage had actually yielded. Everyone felt an absurdity wash over them. This was a sage, a paragon among men, now acknowledging defeat. So now he wishes to reason? Chen Ping scoffed. What happened to your earlier arrogance? Did you not declare that all beneath the sage are but ants? Alas, it is too late. Those who offend my woman must pay the price. Moreover, your sect sought to eradicate me without cause. I shall not let this go easily. I do not wish to reason anymore. An intense chill emanated from Chen Ping, enveloping those present in a frigid grip, causing them to kneel in submission. System detected SS-level genius, meeting the criteria for apprenticeship. Name: Lin Xiao. Age: 10. Cultivation: Qi refinement level 2. Physique: fiery body of the world. Talent value: 3,000. Note: fiery body of the world. An innate fire path holy body, capable of enhancing its strength through the absorption of extraordinary flames from the heavens and earth, achieving great mastery to scorch the heavens and incinerate the earth with every movement. Chen Ping's eyes sparkled with excitement. This expedition to the southern frontier had unexpectedly introduced him to another genius recognized by the system. He turned to the thicket surrounding the Qian Yuan Sect, where a little girl gazed up at him, her clear eyes brimming with admiration and gratitude. This is promising. Chen Ping understood that his quest to take on an apprentice this time would not be as convoluted as with Huang Xiling. However, now was not the time for such considerations. The most pressing matter was to annihilate the Qian Yuan Sect. Do you truly wish to see my Qian Yuan Sect perish alongside you? Song Qingfeng's face darkened, almost dripping with malice. As a sage, he had lowered himself. Yet his adversary remained relentless. Song Qingfeng had built his reputation in the southern frontier for millennia. He had never endured such humiliation. A sage being cornered to this extent was unacceptable. The Qian Yuan Sect, relying on its sage heritage, had committed countless atrocities. Now, they were facing retribution. Yet, who on earth was this man? I have never heard of such a figure before. The curiosity regarding Chen Ping's identity reached a fever pitch among the crowd. Yet none could provide answers. That is not the case. Chen Ping shook his head. Song Qingfeng immediately breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for the possibility of negotiation. However, Chen Ping's next words twisted his expression back into a snarl. You are not worthy of a mutual demise with me. Very well, this is all you're doing. Song Qingfeng suddenly erupted into exaggerated laughter. Initially, he had hoped to find a conciliatory path, to spare his life and grant the Qian Yuan Sect a chance to breathe. Now, it seemed unnecessary. Song Qingfeng's aura began to shift. The once dense sage might receded, but an astonishingly bizarre energy surged into his being from beneath the Qian Yuan Sect. As this energy flowed in, Song Qingfeng's hunched form grew imposing, the wrinkles on his face gradually fading as he regained his youthful appearance. In a remarkable display of ascendance, Song Qingfeng had exhausted the resources of the Qian Yuan Sect to restore himself to peak condition. Clearly, he had been pushed to his limits. After this ascendance, his lifespan would be entirely consumed. Unless he found an elixir of immortality, there would be no turning back. All the major factions in the southern frontier watched this scene with trepidation. Song Qingfeng was already known to be a madman. Now, having reclaimed his peak state through such extreme measures, who could predict whether he would go on a rampage to slaughter the factions and seize resources after eliminating this individual? After all, the foundational resources of the Qian Yuan Sect had been entirely drained. It is hardly surprising what actions a person, fully aware of their inevitable demise, might undertake. Chapter 82. Unconscionable bullying. It appears this old codger has genuinely lost his senses. After the utmost sublimation, his sole destiny is demise. Esteemed guest, wine connoisseur cautioned. Perhaps we should retreat for the time being. At that instant, Song Qingfeng stood loftily in midair, his boundless saintly aura oppressing the surrounding expanse. Limitless Taoist resonances surged, as if reverently welcoming the advent of a sage. Attempting to flee? Song Qingfeng scoffed, executing a hand seal. Instantly, an intangible barrier enveloped the area within hundreds of miles of the Qian Yuan Sect. Today, none of you shall escape. You shall all meet your end. With a swift motion, Song Qingfeng's hand pierced through the void, materializing before Chen Ping. Having undergone the utmost sublimation, his lifespan neared its terminus. He was compelled to swiftly exterminate all those before him and subsequently plunder several sects to replenish the Qian Yuan Sect's depleted resources. What shall we do? Lung Ning murmured, her countenance etched with trepidation. Even wine connoisseur grew apprehensive. He could perceive that Chen Ping's strength had attained the saint realm. However, Song Qingfeng, having reverted to his prime through the utmost sublimation, was naturally not comparable to Chen Ping, who had momentarily acquired power through some expedient means. Having shattered the chains of divine order with your bare hands, allow me to ascertain the extent of your fortitude. Song Qingfeng uttered menacingly. Chen Ping's lips curled into a smile. I assure you, you shall be thoroughly satisfied with my resilience. Having spoken, Chen Ping launched a punch towards Song Qingfeng. Immediately, Boundless energy undulated and diffused outwards. Had Chen Ping and Song Qingfeng not deliberately contained it, the surrounding 100 miles would have been reduced to utter nothingness. How formidable! This youth is actually holding his own against Song Qingfeng in his prime. Indeed, when did such a prodigy emerge? The onlookers exclaimed, aghast. Chen Ping's lifeblood was excessively vigorous. Certainly not befitting a decrepit cultivator. Bang! Song Qingfeng's physique was instantly propelled backward, his complexion turning pallid. Despite having undergone the utmost sublimation, he was no match for this individual. Not good. Song Qingfeng's expression underwent a drastic transformation. At that moment, Chen Ping had already materialized behind him. Song Qingfeng immediately felt immense pressure. Perish! Chen Ping stomped on Song Qingfeng's face, plummeting like a meteor and smashing into the ground. As the smoke dissipated, the onlookers gazed upon the scene before them, each rendered speechless. A saint was actually lying prostrate on the ground, his face trampled upon. Such a spectacle was unprecedented, unheard of. In an era devoid of emperors, a saint was already standing at the apex of this world. It seems your resilience is insufficient. Chen Ping lowered his gaze, a smile playing on his lips. Today, I shall commit the act of slaying a saint. Upon the utterance of slaying a saint, a terrifying killing intent surged outwards like a tide. The bodies of all present trembled. They knew that Chen Ping was not jesting. He truly possessed the capability to slay a saint. Song Qingfeng was filled with humiliation, struggling desperately. However, Chen Ping, who was trampling upon him, was akin to a Mount Tai, pressing down upon him and rendering him utterly immobile. Fellow cultivator, one should show leniency where possible. Song Qingfeng is, after all, a saint. With the great calamity imminent, the loss of a saint is hardly beneficial to this world. At that moment, a figure appeared. It was none other than the head of the Qin family. Gazing upon the man before them, all present revealed expressions of awe. The Qin family, the foremost power in the southern border. Indeed, fellow cultivator, why not have the Xingwu sect offer some compensation and let the matter rest? Another figure materialized within the audience's sight. The city lord of Holy Domain City, Situ Wu. Situ Wu addressed Chen Ping. Regardless, the Xingwu sect was also a power within the southern border, and the incident had transpired within Holy Domain City. It would be inappropriate for him not to intervene. Moral coercion? Chen Ping revealed a hint of disdain. To invoke the great calamity to pressure him, a naive individual might actually be swayed. However, Chen Ping was a keyboard warrior in his previous life. How could he be easily manipulated? To dare bully my woman, one must pay the price. He snorted. He has already undergone the utmost sublimation and will not survive until the advent of the great calamity. A saint, even if merely regulating their breathing to sustain life, consumes a vast amount of the world's spiritual energy. By eliminating him now, I am also acting in the interest of this world, minimizing the waste of spiritual energy, which might lead to the birth of several more prodigies. Upon hearing his words, the onlookers were dumbfounded. What he said seemed logical, but something felt amiss. Song Qingfeng, as a saint, you must concur with my perspective. By eliminating you now, I believe the people of this world will remember your contribution. There's no need for gratitude. Upon hearing this, Song Qingfeng directly coughed up a mouthful of blood. How could this individual be so shameless? He intended to eliminate him and yet expected him to be grateful. Qin Shaosong and Situ Wu's expressions also turned unsightly. Fellow cultivator, are you determined to eliminate Song Qingfeng? Their gazes, like sharp swords, pierced directly towards Chen Ping. Chen Ping nodded. Indeed, this individual must perish. If you intend to obstruct me, then come and battle. A terrifying aura emanated from Chen Ping's physique. Apart from wine connoisseur and a few others, all those present knelt on the ground, their heads pressed tightly against the ground, their bodies trembling like sieves. Xiaoryu gazed at Chen Ping, her eyes gleaming. How domineering. If I could become this senior's woman, even if merely a concubine, my life would be worthwhile. Having spoken, Chen Ping's foot descended once more, and Song Qingfeng's physique directly exploded. Boundless saintly blood splattered, carrying with it towering Taoist resonances. The once clear sky was suddenly overcast with dark clouds, lightning flashing and thunder rumbling. Soon, black rain poured down. The heavens and earth were filled with an atmosphere of sorrow. The heavens and earth grieved at the fall of a saint. Gazing upon this phenomenon, all knew that Song Qingfeng was truly finished. Qin Shaosong's expression was exceedingly unsightly. As the head of the foremost power in the southern border, he had now been openly defied. Chen Ping slowly rose, the aura emanating from his physique growing increasingly terrifying. Soon, a gigantic energy palm materialized above the Xingwu sect, obscuring the sky and carrying with it terrifying Taoist resonances. The palm slowly descended. The members of the Xingwu sect all sensed the threat of death. They frantically attempted to flee. However, the restriction previously established by Song Qingfeng remained. and they were unable to break through. They could only watch helplessly as the gigantic palm drew ever closer. Finally, the Xingwu sect, a power that was considered formidable even within the southern border, vanished into thin air. In place of the sect, there was only a gigantic palm print. Lung Ning gazed at Chen Ping with a complex expression. She had a nagging feeling that this senior had sought revenge on her behalf. However, she did not recall ever having met this senior. Unconscionable bullying. At that moment, Qin Shaosong finally reached his limit. He addressed Chen Ping, fellow cultivator, to engage in such indiscriminate slaughter within my southern border is a blatant disregard for my Qin family. Chapter 83. A reckoning. The relationship between Xing Wuzong and the Qin family is rather tenuous. At this moment, however, the entire southern frontier is riveted on this battlefield. The Qin family prides itself on being the foremost clan in the south, thus, inaction would undoubtedly invite scorn. While this individual possesses formidable strength, the Qin family boasts a peak-level sage. A peak sage is akin to a great sage. Well then, let us engage in battle. Chen Ping stated indifferently. After all, the experience card has yet to expire. Each additional kill is a profit. At that moment, a ripple in space materialized, and an elderly figure soon appeared before the crowd. It was the great sage of the Qin family, indicating that they were indeed serious this time. As the foremost clan in the south, how could the Qin family refrain from intervening when an external force has obliterated a local faction? The onlookers turned their gazes towards Chen Ping, anticipating the onset of yet another holy war. For them, this was undoubtedly a fortuitous event, as witnessing such high-level combat would greatly enhance their understanding of the Tao. Ancestor, you have arrived, Qin Shaosong exclaimed, bowing deeply upon seeing the elder. This venerable figure is not only the ancestor of the Qin family but also its steadfast anchor. As long as the ancestor remains, the Qin family will eternally stand atop the southern pinnacle. Qin Shaosong had been preparing to contact the ancestor, only to find the elder had come of his own accord. If the ancestor could vanquish this individual, the prestige of the Qin family would reach new heights. Without warning, the ancestor raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across Qin Shaosong's face. Stunned, Qin Shaosong found himself at a loss. What was happening? Why had the ancestor struck him upon their first meeting? You fool. Did you even inquire about the circumstances before resorting to violence? I have already investigated. This was initiated by Xing Wuzong, who sought to kill and seize treasures, and he has brought this fate upon himself. The ancestor chastised. Everyone stood in shock. The anticipated holy war had not materialized. Instead, the head of the Qin family was treated like a child. No, perhaps he was more akin to a great-grandchild. All eyes covertly turned towards Chen Ping. They were not naive. When has the cultivation world ever adhered to reason? Could it be that the ancestor recognized his own inadequacy against this individual? Yet, the ancestor was a great sage. The ancestor continued to berate Qin Shaosong, kicking him relentlessly. You imbecile. Are you intent on leading the Qin family to ruin? He had been observing the battle between Chen Ping and Song Qingfeng, noting that Chen Ping's aura was significantly stronger than his own. If that were all, as a dignified great sage, he would not feel this way. After all, even if one were stronger, defeating him would be the utmost limit. Killing him was out of the question. What truly unsettled him was the youthfulness of this contender. He could discern that Chen Ping's bone age was scarcely a century. At such a tender age, possessing such formidable cultivation, he must be backed by an extraordinary force. To nurture such a prodigy was far beyond the reach of the Qin family. While the Qin family boasted of being the first clan in the south, the elder was acutely aware that many terrifying powers in the world surpassed the Qin family by hundreds of times. They simply disdained the pursuit of such hollow fame. Should they truly provoke those entities, annihilating the Qin family would be no more challenging than the current endeavor of vanquishing Xing Wuzong. Ancestor, I understand my mistakes. Qin Shaosong called out hastily. Humph. The ancestor delivered another kick, then turned to Chen Ping. Esteemed friend, this was my descendant's folly. I have reprimanded him. Let us consider this matter resolved, shall we? The ancestor regarded Chen Ping with a warm smile. Resolved? A smirk crept across Chen Ping's lips. The ancestor's expression twitched. He had anticipated that this individual would not be easily swayed. The spectators were left dumbfounded. Was he attempting to extort a great sage? Such an event was unprecedented in their experience. Meanwhile, Xiao Yue gazed at Chen Ping with admiration. This elder was evidently not a dullard. Perhaps she too had an opportunity. This matter is indeed a misstep on the part of my Qin family. I am willing to bestow upon you a heavenly grade elixir as a token of apology. The ancestor felt his heart bleed at the thought. Heavenly grade elixirs were a rarity, with the Qin family possessing merely two. With that, a vial of potion flew from his hand towards Chen Ping. Upon opening it, an extraordinary fragrance wafted forth. All eyes were drawn to the elixir, filled with envy. Yet none dared to entertain thoughts of seizing it. Very well, Let us consider this matter concluded. This was a heavenly-grade breakthrough elixir, capable of aiding pinnacle-level practitioners in the Lingshu realm to advance to the Lingji realm. The image of Jiang Xinwei surfaced in Chen Ping's mind. Though he had interrupted her breakthrough with good intentions, he could not deny that his actions had rendered her unable to progress further. With this breakthrough elixir, she could finally transcend her current limitations. Yet, recalling Jiang Xinwei's expression of enmity towards him at Qian Yuan Sect, Chen Ping shook his head. He would address that when the time came. Now, I shall take this waste back home and properly educate him. With that, the ancestor of the Qin family grasped Qin Shaosong and vanished from sight. Are you all not preparing to disperse? Chen Ping scanned the crowd, and no one dared to meet his gaze. I take my leave. The crowd bolted, each fleeing faster than the last, fearful of incurring Chen Ping's wrath and meeting a grim fate. Am I truly that frightening? Chen Ping mused, touching his nose. Thank you for your immense kindness, esteemed elder. I am yet unfamiliar with your esteemed name, but I assure you, I will repay this favor in the future. Coldning Shuang and Xiao Riyue bowed respectfully to Chen Ping. Chen Ping shook his head. A name is merely a designation. If fate permits, we shall meet again. You may return to Zhangzhou. Though reluctant, the two women nodded and departed. My precious disciple, master has arrived. Chen Ping's consciousness began to search, and he finally located Lin Xiao, who possessed the burning world body. Upon seeing the young girl, Chen Ping's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having experienced sage-level combat, his desire to enhance his own cultivation had grown increasingly urgent. Qin Jinjia and Huang Xiling were no longer sufficient to satisfy him. With a swift movement, Chen Ping and Zhou appeared before the young girl. Upon their sudden arrival, Lin Zhao's body tensed. As she recognized them, her delicate face flushed crimson. It was the esteemed elder. Although she had been unable to witness the previous holy battle, she had clearly seen Chen Ping obliterate Xing Wuzong with a single blow. I have met the esteemed elder. Lin Xiao hurriedly bowed. Chen Ping nodded. Young girl, would you like to take me as your master and become my disciple? Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? The elder wished to take her as his disciple? She found herself at a loss for words. What's the matter? Do you not wish to? Chen Ping frowned slightly. He had clearly observed the reverence on her face when she looked at him. And no, I do wish to. I wish to. Lin Xiao knelt down, exclaiming, Disciple Lin Xiao pays respects to master. Chen Ping nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, excellent. Ding. Congratulations to the host on successfully accepting a disciple and receiving a disciple reward. Please check it yourself. Chapter 84. Effective yet limited. What rewards might be bestowed this time? Chen Ping eagerly opened the system rewards. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a strand of primordial qi. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a fire-repelling pearl. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your level has increased by 1. A smile crept across Chen Ping's lips. Indeed, the rewards for accepting disciples were the most generous. Primordial qi is the essential force of a realm. And to attain the holy realm, one must comprehend the essence of the world. With this strand of primordial qi, Chen Ping could effortlessly enable a peak spiritual quietude realm cultivator to attain the status of a sage. The fire-repelling pearl, however, had a more singular effect. It granted immunity to all fire damage. It might not seem extraordinary at first glance, yet its power could be terrifying in critical moments. After all, even the legendary flame of annihilation, said to burn worlds, is a type of fire. With this pearl, Chen Ping would be invincible against anyone practicing fire-based techniques. Chen Ping opened his attribute panel. Name, Chen Ping. Age, 120 years. Cultivation, mid-spiritual movement realm. Physique, indestructible chaotic body. Disciples, Qin Jinxia, Huang Xiling, Lin Xiao. It had only been a little over a month since his foundation was shattered. Chen Ping had transformed from a mere waste into a budding master at the mid-spiritual movement level. Such a pace of cultivation was indeed astonishing, surpassing even his prior speed before the system upgrade. Master. Lin Xiao gazed at Chen Ping, her large, sparkling eyes gleaming with excitement. From now on, you will be my master, and I shall behold your true visage. Chen Ping removed his mask. Master is so handsome, Lin Xiao exclaimed, embracing his arm, her eyes shining even brighter. Will you accompany me back to the central prefecture? Do you have any ties in the southern wilderness? Chen Ping inquired. Lin Xiao shook her head. I have been an orphan since childhood, with no attachments. A hint of bitterness flickered in her gaze. Gently, Chen Ping patted Lin Xiao's head. Then let us return. Remember, today's events must not be mentioned to anyone. Lin Xiao nodded earnestly. Rest assured, master. The intoxicated spirit cleaved through the void, transporting Chen Ping and Lin Xiao back to the Qian Yuan Sect. This is your little junior sister. Please take care of her. Chen Ping instructed Qin Jinxia and the others. Do not worry, master. Qin Jinxia replied, her eyes lighting up as she looked at Lin Xiao. What an adorable little one. Lin Xiao, here is a spatial ring for you. It contains some elixirs. Rest today, and I shall teach you techniques tomorrow, Chen Ping said, stroking a communication jade talisman. All right, I shall listen to master. Lin Xiao responded obediently. I need to visit the main peak for a moment. Jin Xiao, please show Lin Xiao around, Chen Ping said before soaring towards the main peak. He had just received a message from Lung Ningxuang, summoning him. Though unspoken, Chen Ping understood that she intended to present him with the sacred spirit purple pill. Ningxuang. Chen Ping gazed at Lung Ningxuang, his eyes softening. He also noticed Xiao Riyue standing nearby. If Lung Ningxuang were a lily, then Xiao Riyue would be a vibrant red rose. Compared to the conservatively dressed Ningxuang, Riyue appeared far more alluring. Her attire was so minimal that it seemed to defy convention. Aside from the crucial areas, the rest of her body was shrouded in a layer of red gauze, accentuating her figure exquisitely. Moreover, Riyue emanated an enchanting aura that could captivate anyone, even while standing still. Who is this? Chen Ping asked curiously. The head of the Spirit Desire Pavilion, Xiao Riyue. Lung Ningxuang replied. Ningxuang, is this your little admirer? Quite handsome indeed. Xiao Riyue approached Chen Ping, extending her delicate hand. However, as she drew closer, a hint of disbelief crossed her face. Ningxuang, have you considered what we discussed? Shall we share this fellow between us? Riyue teased, lightly caressing Chen Ping's face with a mischievous smile. Rogue, remove your hand. Lung Ningxuang retorted sharply. Oh my, still protective, are we? Riyue laughed, her bosom undulating enticingly. Chen Ping, this is the sacred spirit purple pill. Consume it quickly so you may restore your previous cultivation. Lung Ningxuang urged eagerly. Chen Ping nodded, aware of the heartfelt intentions behind her actions. He could not let her down. He had witnessed the dangers she faced to procure the sacred spirit purple pill for him. Chen Ping swallowed the pill. As he expected, the sacred spirit purple pill had little effect on him. How was it? Lung Ningxuang asked, her face filled with anticipation. Chen Ping shook his head. It had some effect, but not significantly so. He then released his aura. Mid-spiritual movement realm? The sacred spirit purple pill only restored you to the mid-spiritual movement level? Lung Ningxuang's expression darkened with dissatisfaction. This is indeed the sacred spirit purple pill. She lamented, having exerted herself for this remedy, only for it to yield such a modest result. Perhaps my Dantian's qi is simply too vast. The effects of the sacred spirit purple pill are insufficient to restore me to my peak state, Chen Ping offered as an excuse. Your Dantian's qi, no matter how expansive, should not limit you to merely the mid-spiritual movement realm, Lung Ningxuang insisted, still discontented. Chen Ping chuckled, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. You may examine it for yourself. Ningxuang nodded, intrigued. I wish to see just how extensive your Dantian's qi is, to render the sacred spirit purple pill ineffective. With that, a strand of her consciousness entered Chen Ping's body. Soon, she was astonished by the boundless expanse of his Dantian's qi. This? How is this possible? She murmured in disbelief. Chen Ping was merely at the mid-spiritual movement realm, yet his Dantian's qi appeared more expansive than her own, which was at the initial spiritual quietude realm. No, it was more than just a comparison. If her Dantian's qi resembled a river, then Chen Ping's was akin to an ocean. A Dantian of such magnitude was beyond her comprehension. No wonder the sacred spirit purple pill could not restore Chen Ping to his peak state. Lang Ningxuang felt increasingly fortunate to have encountered such a treasure. With such a vast Dantian, how formidable would Chen Ping become when he reaches the spiritual quietude realm, or even the holy realm? How foolish was Su Yixue to have relinquished Chen Ping to her. After sharing a meal with the two women, Chen Ping returned to Taiping Peak. As he entered his room, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Chapter 85. Identity revealed. How did you end up here? Chen Ping furrowed his brows. To his astonishment, a woman sat on his bed, none other than Xiao Riyue. With her legs crossed elegantly, her long and alluring limbs beckoned exploration. The attire she wore was already quite revealing, and Chen Ping found himself inadvertently captivated by her beauty. What's wrong? Is your little lover, Ningxuang, not welcoming? She teased, her red lips gently biting into her pale, delicate teeth, creating a mesmerizing combination. Noticing Chen Ping's silence, she let out a playful giggle. Do not worry, my lord. I have already discussed with Ningxuang. The two of us shall serve you together, granting you the delight of multiple joys. As she stood up slowly, a fragrant aroma enveloped him. Speak, what brings you here? Chen Ping retorted, his tone lacking warmth. This enchantress had certainly earned her title as the head of the Lingyu Pavilion. We encountered danger in the southern wilderness, and we were fortunate to receive aid from a senior. He mentioned that we would meet again, and now it seems he was indeed accurate. With a slight frown, Chen Ping processed her words. This girl had discerned his identity, yet Ning Shuang had not recognized him. How had she accomplished that? Should I address you as young Master Chen Ping or Senior Chen Ping? Xiao Riyue inquired with a silvery laugh. How did you figure it out? Chen Ping acknowledged his identity with a reluctant admission. I possess a unique ability to sense the essence of one's soul, although your aura has shifted. The essence of your soul remains unchanged. Chen Ping was taken aback. This was the first time he had heard that souls could possess a scent. Yet, the fact that she could identify him as the enigmatic figure from the southern wilderness was evidently truthful. I presume you would prefer Ning Shuang to remain unaware of your identity? A sly smile graced Xiao Riyue's lips, her beauty strikingly vivid. She could not fathom Chen Ping's motivations, but it was clear he was concealing his true power. Are you threatening me? Chen Ping's eyes narrowed. A chill ran through Xiao Riyue, yet she maintained a charming smile. You misunderstand, my lord. I could never bear to threaten you. I merely wish to be your woman. Thus, your secret will become our shared secret, one I shall guard diligently. Her alluring presence enveloped him, but Chen Ping remained unfazed. I have no interest. Leave now, he stated flatly. While Xiao Riyue was indeed stunning, he was not the type to be easily swayed by female charms. Is the esteemed senior truly so heartless? She feigned sorrow, her expression reminiscent of a damsel on the verge of tears. However, having witnessed countless dramas in his past life, Chen Ping was not deceived by such amateur theatrics. Very well, I shall take my leave. Should you ever reconsider, my door will always be open to you. With a playful laugh, Xiao Riyue vanished into thin air, confident that given time, she would eventually win Chen Ping's heart. The following morning, Chen Ping surveyed the three disciples before him with satisfaction. Each was a paragon of talent, destined for greatness in any sect they joined. Although Huang Xiling had yet to reach the initial stage of the Lingdong realm, Chen Ping entrusted her with the second volume of the ancient Phoenix scripture. Overjoyed, she rushed forward to plant a kiss on his cheek. Qin Jinxia, witnessing this, felt a twinge of envy. Lin Xiao, however, was not to be outdone. I want to kiss my master too. I want to kiss my master. Chen Ping felt a shiver run down his spine. Something about his disciples seemed off. Above Taiping Peak, Ji Liang appeared, initially intending to land directly, but changed his mind and approached the entrance instead. Chen Ping, a bearer of the indestructible chaotic body, was destined to reach the pinnacle of this world. Although he was the man of his disciple, he could be considered a son-in-law by extension. Soon, a drunken old man appeared before Ji Liang, disheveled and reeking of alcohol. Ji Liang frowned. While the Zuantiangong did not prohibit drinking, this was rather unbecoming. The inebriate, wielding a broom, noticed Ji Liang. To enter Taiping Peak, one must announce themselves. What is your name? Wait here while I inform the young master, he said nonchalantly. Ji Liang's lips twitched. As a high elder of Zuantiangong, his own sect master was his disciple. To meet a disciple now required an announcement? Chen Ping was certainly acting with excessive pride. Had it not been for Chen Ping's unique status, Ji Liang would have dismissed him outright. I, Ji Liang, do not require such announcements, he replied curtly. Without an announcement, entry is forbidden. Otherwise, anyone could wander into Taiping Peak. The old man retorted without hesitation. Ji Liang's expression hardened. How dare a mere cleaner attempt to block his path? I will enter regardless, he declared, striding forward. Then do not blame me for being impolite. The inebriate drew his sword, his aura shifting dramatically. Mid-stage of the Lingji realm, Ji Liang was taken aback. Chen Ping had actually employed a mid-stage cultivator to guard the entrance. No wonder he dared to obstruct him. He possessed some measure of strength. Ji Liang felt compelled to test this individual, and soon, the two engaged in a sparring match, each holding back their full power, focusing instead on their comprehension of the Tao. Listen, Ji Liang observed the inebriate. Your Tao seems peculiar. The old man's Tao rhythm was oddly unique. Ji Liang sensed it leaned toward the sword path, yet it was not purely so. I tread the path of the wine sword immortal, the old man replied nonchalantly. Having deduced Ji Liang's identity as the peak Lingji elder of Zhantiangong, the path of the wine sword immortal, Ji Liang was taken aback. This was a term he had never encountered before. Is it your own creation? The old man shook his head. It cannot be solely credited to me. I have grasped this path with the young master's assistance. The young master? Ji Liang's mind raced. Could it be Chen Ping? This fellow had the ability to assist others in forging a new cultivation path? While the wine sword immortal's path still centered on swordsmanship, it was undeniably remarkable. Typically, only those who had attained the saint realm could create new cultivation paths. Chapter 86. No reliable ones. Chen Ping sensed the presence of Ji Liang and his companion, and hurried over. Wine enthusiast, this is the esteemed elder of our sect. Do not be disrespectful, Chen Ping promptly stated. After all, Ji Liang was the mentor of Ning Shuang, and due respect was paramount. Moreover, Lung Ningxuang had repeatedly mentioned that Ji Liang regarded her as a daughter. One could say that he was, in a sense, her father-in-law. Chen Ping, did he say that the path of the Wine Sword Immortal was aided by you? Ji Liang gazed at Chen Ping, his expression still tinged with skepticism. With the indestructible chaos body, Chen Ping's innate talent was undoubtedly exceptional. However, assisting someone in forging a new path was not merely a matter of talent. Chen Ping smiled. It is still the wine enthusiast who possesses keen insight. Ji Liang's lips twitched slightly. This fellow has indeed acknowledged it. He looked at Chen Ping and realized that the latter was becoming increasingly enigmatic, undoubtedly concealing significant secrets. Elder, what brings you here this time? Chen Ping inquired. Ji Liang chuckled. I heard you have taken on a new disciple, so I came to lend a hand. Chen Ping smiled and led Ji Liang over. Upon seeing the 10-year-old Lin Xiao, Ji Liang breathed a sigh of relief. With his previous two disciples being beauties, he was genuinely concerned that Chen Ping might have a peculiar preference. However, seeing Lin Xiao alleviated his worries. Lin Xiao, come and greet the esteemed elder, Chen Ping said with a smile. Ji Liang's eyes reddened as he looked at Lin Xiao. With the burning world flame physique, Chen Ping's fortune was truly remarkable. The previous disciple possessed the primordial sword physique, and now, only a short time later, he had brought back another with the burning world flame physique. This physique was no less formidable than the primordial sword physique. Chen Ping, this little girl's physique is not suited for cultivating your 9 transformations sword heart technique. Why not let her come to me? I have a top-tier 9 yang melting fire skill, and I believe it would greatly benefit her. Ji Liang's face was filled with excitement. With one Lung Ningxuang and one Lin Xiao under his wing, he would have both ice and fire covered. Chen Ping shot Ji Liang an exasperated glance. This old fellow was always eyeing his disciples. There's no need for the esteemed elder to worry. I can handle Lin Xiao's cultivation matters. Chen Ping retorted. Do you know how crucial the foundational technique is for a cultivator? The 9 transformation sword heart technique is indeed a heavenly grade skill, but it is not suitable for Lin Xiao. Even if she were to practice it, her efforts would be in vain, wasting her innate gifts. Ji Liang exclaimed passionately. Having a single heavenly grade technique is already remarkable, and it is unlikely that Chen Ping possesses another. Moreover, it just so happens to be suitable for Lin Xiao. Who said I was going to give Lin Xiao the 9 transformation sword heart technique? Chen Ping countered. Are you suggesting I should randomly find a fire attribute technique for Lin Xiao to cultivate? That would be even more wasteful. Chen Ping's lips twitched as he thought for a moment. With a flick of his mind, a Qian Yuan jade slip appeared in his hand. Lin Xiao. This is the mid-tier heavenly grade red flame burning heaven technique. You shall cultivate this from now on. Mid-tier heavenly grade? Ji Liang's eyes nearly bulged out. After thousands of years of cultivation, he had only mastered one heavenly grade technique. Yet, Chen Ping casually produced another? Ji Liang snatched the Qian Yuan jade slip from Chen Ping, examining it closely, and was left dumbfounded. This truly was a heavenly grade technique. Chen Ping was not boasting. Just how many heavenly grade techniques did this fellow possess? Qin Jianxia's 9 transformation sword heart technique, and now this red flame burning heaven technique gifted to a disciple. As a mentor, it was impossible for his own cultivation technique to be inferior to that of his disciples, right? By this reckoning, he must have at least 3 heavenly grade techniques. Furthermore, it was unlikely that he was simply lucky enough to possess heavenly grade techniques that perfectly suited his disciples. Thus, it was reasonable to assume that Chen Ping possessed more than 3 heavenly grade techniques. Such a collection of techniques far surpassed even their Qian Yuan Sect. Perhaps only a few sacred lands could rival Chen Ping. After all, he had previously been just a minor elder of the Qian Yuan Sect. Elder, could you refrain from fixating on my disciples? Is it so easy for me to take on a disciple? Chen Ping said to Ji Liang, his tone laced with irritation. Disciples were the foundation of his existence. If it were not for Lang Ningxuang, he would have considered ways to deal with Ji Liang. Chen Ping, you do not understand. At my level of cultivation, seclusion for training has lost its efficacy. With my innate talent, it is impossible for me to reach the Saint Realm. With such a long lifespan, I must find something to occupy myself. Ji Liang's face bore a hint of bitterness. To reach the Saint Realm, one must attain profound comprehension of the heavenly path to seek the primordial energy left from the dawn of creation. Ji Liang knew that with his talent, it was virtually impossible. His eagerness to find disciples was also a means to alleviate the tedium of his long life. Otherwise, he would surely perish of boredom. Chen Ping was taken aback, but soon a smile crept onto his lips. Very well, I shall indulge this old fellow. After all, the mentor of Lung Ningxuang is not exactly a stranger. Moreover, my own aspirations to reach the Saint Realm do not necessitate this. Consider it a filial act towards Lang Ningxuang. If I grant you the opportunity to break into the Saint Realm, can you ensure that you won't covet my disciples in the future? You wish to help me break into the Saint Realm? Ji Liyang regarded Chen Ping as though he were a fool. A mid-stage Lingdong realm cultivator dared to claim he could assist him in reaching the Saint Realm. Was he jesting? Humph. If you can help me break into the Saint Realm, not only will I refrain from competing with you for disciples, I would even be willing to become your disciple. There were many peak-level Lingji realm cultivators, but those who could ascend to the Saint Realm were truly rare. 1 in 10,000. You must remember what you said. You will have to call me senior sister when the time comes. Huang Xiling teased. She too did not believe Chen Ping could achieve such a feat with her experience from a previous life. She was well aware of the difficulties involved in breaking into the Saint Realm. Once a prodigy of the ancient Phoenix clan, she had remained at the peak of the Lingji realm for 200 years. No matter how extraordinary Chen Ping was, it was inconceivable that he could help others ascend to the Saint Realm. However, she would not miss the chance to take advantage of the situation. Xiling, you must be respectful, Chen Ping admonished. You are the mentor of Ningxuang. How can you become my disciple? That would disrupt the order of seniority. As long as you promise not to keep an eye on my disciples in the future, Chen Ping concluded. Otherwise, he would be driven mad by this old fellow's tendency to poach his disciples every time he took one on. Ji Liyang's lips twitched. The two of them, mentor and disciple, could not seriously believe that they could assist him in breaking into the Saint Realm, could they? Indeed, a mentor's character often reflected in their disciples. It seemed there were no reliable ones. It was merely unfortunate for Lin Xiao and Qin Jinxia to have such a mentor. They probably thought that being the indestructible chaos body, a legendary physique, entitled them to boundless capabilities. Chapter 87. Turning raw rice into cooked rice. Chen Ping observed the corners of Ji Liyang's mouth curve upwards. Even with the presence of primordial energy, it would still require a considerable amount of time for him to break through to the Saint Realm. During this period, he would no longer trouble himself. Of course, the most crucial aspect was that Ji Liyang was the master of Lung Ningxuang and treated her exceptionally well. Otherwise, Chen Ping would never have granted him such an opportunity. Extending his hand, the primordial energy rewarded by the system manifested within Chen Ping's grasp. What is this? Ji Liyang and the wine enthusiast's eyes widened in astonishment. As powerful beings at the spirit tranquility realm, they were acutely sensitive to the essence of primordial energy and recognized it immediately. Indeed, this was primordial energy. Chen Ping spoke nonchalantly. Ji Liyang swallowed hard. The most challenging aspect of ascending to the Saint Realm was acquiring primordial energy. If he possessed primordial energy, he was confident he could ascend to the Saint Realm within a few years. He had already accumulated sufficient foundation at the peak of the spirit tranquility realm, more than enough to support his breakthrough. Great Elder, do you think I can help you break through to the Saint Realm now? Chen Ping teased. Ji Liyang rubbed his nose. The secrets surrounding Chen Ping were truly numerous. His collection of techniques rivaled that of holy grounds. And now he casually presented primordial energy capable of enabling a breakthrough to the Saint Realm. It was no exaggeration to say that if news of Chen Ping possessing primordial energy spread, the Qian Yuan Sect would become the center of the entire central continent. Even the world. Chen Ping, I cannot accept this primordial energy. Ji Liyang's eyes betrayed his uncontainable hope, yet he still spoke. How could he not desire primordial energy and aspire to reach the Saint Realm? However, using the primordial energy on Chen Ping would be of greater benefit to the Qian Yuan Sect. After all, Chen Ping was an indestructible chaotic body. An indestructible chaotic body entering the Saint Realm would undoubtedly become a peak powerhouse of that realm. Chen Ping was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated Ji Liyang would refuse him, which considerably increased his fondness for him. A mere strand of primordial energy is of little consequence to me, Chen Ping stated. As long as you refrain from harboring intentions towards my disciple, that suffices. To Chen Ping, primordial energy was trivial compared to the significance of his disciples. As long as he continued to accept disciples, he would receive endless rewards and talent points from the system. Upon hearing this, Ji Liyang's lips twitched. Countless peak-level spirit tranquility realm elders would spend their entire lives striving to obtain a wisp of primordial energy. Yet, in Chen Ping's hands, it was merely referred to as trivial. Moreover, you have painstakingly cared for Ningxuang over the years. This can be considered a token of gratitude. Chen Ping remarked. Very well. Since that's the case, I shall accept this primordial energy. Ji Liyang pointed, and the primordial energy entered his body. I shall now retreat into seclusion. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, I shall take care of them, Ji Liyang declared excitedly. The wine enthusiast nearby nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this. Did Chen Ping require assistance to take revenge? He had personally witnessed that great saint from the southern wilderness being taken advantage of by Chen Ping. Wait, Chen Ping suddenly interjected. Since the primordial energy has been given, why not assist him further? What do you mean? Ji Liyang asked curiously. First, circulate the technique you have been practicing, Chen Ping instructed. by perfecting Ji Liyang's technique, he would possess a greater chance of refining the primordial energy and descending to the saint realm. Although Ji Liyang was puzzled, he nodded and sat cross-legged to begin circulating his technique, recalling the primordial energy Chen Ping had just bestowed upon him. A glimmer of divine light flashed in Chen Ping's eyes as a Qian Yuan jade slip appeared in his hand. The technique Ji Liyang practiced was the initial stage of the heavenly grade Tai Xian creation technique, the only heavenly grade technique of the Qian Yuan Sect. Soon, Chen Ping engraved the perfected Tai Xian creation technique onto the Qian Yuan jade slip. Here, take this. Familiarize yourself with it before refining the primordial energy. Chen Ping handed the Qian Yuan jade slip to Ji Liyang. Very well, I shall take my leave. Ji Liyang accepted the jade slip and returned directly to his residence. Just as he was about to refine the primordial energy, he suddenly recalled Chen Ping's words. Entering his consciousness into the Qian Yuan jade slip, Ji Liyang's brows furrowed. Wasn't this the Tai Xian creation technique he practiced? How could Chen Ping possess it? No, wait. Ji Liyang's expression changed drastically. This was indeed the Tai Xian creation technique, but it differed in several aspects from the one he practiced. Ji Liyang briefly attempted to deduce the Tai Xian creation technique Chen Ping had given him. How could this be possible? Ji Liyang's body trembled. The Tai Xian creation technique Chen Ping provided had significantly enhanced both his comprehension of the great Tao and his ability to absorb spiritual energy from the heavens and earth by over double. This was a modified version of the Tai Xian creation technique. If his original version was considered the initial stage of heavenly grade, then the one Chen Ping had given him had already reached the intermediate stage. Chen Ping had actually improved a heavenly grade technique. Even at the peak of the spirit tranquility realm, Ji Liyang could hardly fathom such an occurrence. A spark ignited in Ji Liyang's eyes as he recalled that moment on Taiping Peak when Chen Ping had instructed him to circulate his technique. Could it be that he merely observed him once and was able to replicate and enhance his technique? What an extraordinary genius! In his excitement, Ji Liyang uncontrollably exuded a fierce aura. Lung Ningxuang sensed Ji Liyang's presence and furrowed her brows, tearing through the void to appear beside him. Master, what has happened to you? Seeing Lung Ningxuang, Ji Liyang instantly brightened. Ningxuang, to what extent has your relationship with Chen Ping developed? Upon hearing this, Lang Ningxuang's delicate face flushed with a rare blush. Well, our relationship is quite stable. Hearing the word stable, Ji Liyang's brows knitted. Ningxuang, you must expedite your progress. Otherwise, if Chen Ping is snatched away by someone else, it will be too late for regrets. Chen Ping was nothing short of a treasure. He must be firmly secured within the Qian Yuan Sect. Given time, the sect would undoubtedly stand tall atop the central continent because of him. Lung Ningxuang stared at Ji Liyang in astonishment. It was the first time he had shown such concern for her private life. Ningxuang, heed your master's words. Ji Liyang gazed earnestly at Lung Ningxuang. Chen Ping is rather dense. You should take the initiative and secure him sooner rather than later. Consider how to proceed. Seize the opportunity to turn raw rice into cooked rice. With your current strength, Chen Ping will not be able to resist. Turning raw rice into cooked rice? Lung Ningxuang's face reddened further. Was Master suggesting she should take the initiative with Chen Ping? Chapter 88. The Impossibility of Existence. Master, what do you mean? Cold Condensation's face flushed crimson. The last time she visited the Qian Yuan Sect, it had taken her a long time to muster the courage to make that decision. Now, her master was suggesting she take such a bold step herself. How could she possibly accept it? Though she truly loved Chen Ping. Condensation, trust your master. If you do not take the initiative, one day, if Chen Ping truly leaves you, you will find yourself unable to shed a single tear. Her master warned. Chen Ping is destined to become a pinnacle powerhouse in this world. His brilliance has yet to unfold, but in the future, countless talented women will be vying for his attention. At that time, you may find yourself in peril. Cold Condensation furrowed her brow. That won't happen. Chen Ping would never do that. Yet, despite her words, a thread of concern began to weave through her heart. Do you know what just happened at Taiping Peak? Ji Liyang recounted the recent events in detail. Cold Condensation's expression shifted to one of shock. A single undying chaotic body was enough to attract countless talented women, and yet he possessed such extraordinary abilities. No wonder she was smitten with him. Her master was right. It was time for her to accelerate her pursuit. Perhaps she should seek out Xiao Yue, who understood better how to captivate a man. Ugh, what do you mean by captivating a man? Chen Ping and I already share mutual feelings. I merely wish to advance our relationship. With that thought in mind, Cold Condensation tore through the fabric of reality and stepped into the void. During this time, Chen Ping lived leisurely, guiding Qin Jianjia and Lin Xiao in their cultivation. As for Huang Xiling, he need not worry, for she had already reached considerable heights in her past life and had her own cultivation methods. Moreover, Huang Xiling was fully committed to mastering the second volume of the ancient Phoenix scripture, quickly reaching the foundation establishment stage. However, the feedback Chen Ping received was insufficient for his own breakthrough. He remained patient, knowing that his cultivation speed was already remarkable. That evening, as Chen Ping prepared for sleep, a ripple of space appeared in his room. Condensation, what brings you here? Chen Ping's eyes brightened at the sight of cold condensation. Dressed boldly, she showcased her captivating figure, though not quite as audacious as Su Yixue. Feeling Chen Ping's intense gaze, her face turned beet red, yet she felt deeply pleased. The outfit Su Yixue had prepared for her, though somewhat embarrassing to wear, yielded evident results. Previously, while Chen Ping's gaze was filled with affection, it had never been as fervent as it was today. Am I beautiful? Cold Condensation's cheeks flushed, her heart racing with every beat. Indeed. Chen Ping nodded earnestly. Cold Condensation's lips twitched slightly. Is that the response I seek? Shouldn't you just embrace me and kiss me passionately? What a blockhead. Shaking her head, she pulled Chen Ping close. No more words. Kiss me. Chen Ping's heart raced as he gazed at the bashful Cold Condensation, slowly lowering his head. Their lips met, and they savored each other, their hearts pounding in unison. Cold Condensation seized Chen Ping's hand and placed it around her waist. Tonight, I wish to be your woman, she whispered in his ear. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping could no longer suppress his feelings, sweeping Cold Condensation into his arms and onto the bed. Soon, the room was filled with their fervent breaths and occasional moans. After what felt like an eternity, they finally settled into silence. Cold Condensation nestled against Chen Ping's chest. Her face flushed. Who knew the intimacy between a man and a woman could be so blissful? Suddenly, her expression shifted. Following their passionate encounter, Cold Condensation realized that the bottleneck that had hindered her for so long was beginning to loosen. Could such an experience possess this effect? She remembered Su Yixue mentioning that the techniques from the Spirit Desire Pavilion could enhance one's strength through dual cultivation. But Chen Ping had never practiced such methods. What is it? Chen Ping inquired, intrigued. Cold Condensation, blushing, recounted the changes occurring within her body. Chen Ping was equally astonished. Could it be due to the undying chaotic body? If so, let us try again and see if we can help you break through completely. A mischievous smile crept across his face, causing Cold Condensation's cheeks to redden further. Yet, she nodded vigorously. The night passed in a flurry of shared moments, and neither realized how many times they had intertwined before drifting into a deep slumber. Though Cold Condensation had not fully broken through, the bottleneck had become even more pliable. She was confident that a breakthrough would come soon. The next morning, upon awakening, Chen Ping noticed the absence of the enchanting figure beside him. A smile crept onto his lips as he recalled their passionate night. Master, you weren't awake all night, were you? You have dark circles under your eyes, Qin Jianjia observed with curiosity. Chen Ping's face flushed with embarrassment. However, Huang Xiling chimed in, her nose twitching with a playful grin. Master must have been cultivating all night. He must be exhausted. Chen Ping playfully slapped her head. Focus on your cultivation and speak less. Otherwise, you can forget about the remaining volumes of the ancient Phoenix scripture. Does this girl have a dog-s nose? Huang Xiling pouted but refrained from further comments. At Qian Yuan Sect, Luo Lingo returned to Tianqing Peak. Among them, Jiang Xinwei harbored the greatest animosity towards Chen Ping, for he had interrupted her breakthrough. Yet, Luo Lingo could not believe Chen Ping would act in such a manner. With the Xuanji causal mirror now available for use again, she was determined to clarify the events of that day. Senior Sister Lingo, if you're here for Chen Ping, I suggest you leave. I will never forgive him, Jiang Xinwei declared resolutely. Luo Linger felt a pang of sorrow upon hearing this. They had once been as close as siblings. How had it come to this? I understand that you harbor resentment towards Chen Ping for disrupting your breakthrough. However, I steadfastly believe he would never do such a thing. Grant me one last chance. If there is no misunderstanding, I will never mention Chen Ping again, Luo Linger implored. Jiang Xinwei regarded her deeply. Senior Sister Linger, this is your promise. If there is no misunderstanding, do not bring up Chen Ping again. She respected Luo Linger and hoped that recognizing Chen Ping's true nature would prevent further disturbances in their sisterly bond. As for misunderstandings, that was an impossibility. Luo Linger recalled the scene of Chen Ping forcefully interrupting her breakthrough, an involuntary aura of killing intent emanating from her. Chapter 89. It's truly real. Luo Lingo activated the mystical causality mirror, and a surge of lifespan began to flood in. Soon, fatigue appeared on her face. Ah, Senior Sister Linger, is it truly worth it for Chen Ping? The images on the mystical causality mirror began to slowly materialize, revealing the scene of Tianqing Peak. Xinwei, this breakthrough is crucial for you. You must seize it well. I will stand by to protect you, Chen Ping said to Jiang Xinwei. His junior sister had been trapped at a bottleneck for so many years, and she finally encountered the opportunity for a breakthrough. He must safeguard her meticulously. Jiang Xinwei looked at Chen Ping and beamed a radiant smile. Thank you, senior brother. With your protection, this breakthrough is surely secure. Observing the gentle gaze Jiang Xinwei directed at Chen Ping, Luo Lingo felt a profound stirring within her heart. At that moment, Jiang Xinwei held great admiration for Chen Ping. Yet, Jiang Xinwei's expression soon turned to one of animosity. She had once trusted Chen Ping wholeheartedly, only to be betrayed. Had it not been for him, she would have already attained the realm of Lingji. Now, however, the possibility of any further breakthroughs had vanished for her. How could she have been so blind to trust him, believing he would safeguard her with such joy? Jiang Xinwei cast a deep glance at Chen Ping before sitting cross-legged to cultivate. The surging spiritual energy of heaven and earth flowed into her like a tidal wave. The Tao rhythm around her grew increasingly intense. Chen Ping quietly observed everything. Luo Linger fixed her gaze on the scene, unable to believe that Chen Ping could commit such an act. After a prolonged stillness, Chen Ping suddenly moved. Luo Linger's expression changed dramatically. Did he truly intend to sabotage Jiang Xinwei's breakthrough? However, she quickly realized her fears were unfounded. As Jiang Xinwei's aura intensified, the external spiritual energy was insufficient to support her breakthrough. With a wave of his hand, Chen Ping summoned a multitude of spirit stones to Jiang Xinwei's side. He began to refine these spirit stones, allowing a rich spiritual energy to flow back into Jiang Xinwei. This is still not enough. Chen Ping furrowed his brows. The opportunity for a breakthrough was exceedingly rare. Should Jiang Xinwei fail now, future attempts would be nearly impossible. He had to assist her. Taking a deep breath, he produced a peculiar stone. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, but upon its emergence, it began to emanate strands of Tao rhythm. This divine source, although rare, paled in comparison to Jiang Xinwei's breakthrough. Without hesitation, Chen Ping tossed the stone into the pile of spirit stones. Instantly, an energy far purer than the spirit stones radiated forth. This is the divine source. Luo Lingo gasped. The divine source was formed from the most pristine energy at the dawn of creation. While it shared some similarities with spirit stones, its rarity was unparalleled. Many ancient emperors would seal their offspring with the divine source, only to awaken them when the time was right, underscoring its preciousness. Normally, only saints could possess a divine source. Qian Yuan Sect was a first-rate power in Zhongzhou, lacking even a single divine source. If Chen Ping truly intended to sabotage Jiang Xinwei's breakthrough, why would he go to such lengths? Xinwei, do you see? To assist your breakthrough, senior brother Chen Ping is willing to offer the divine source. How could he possibly destroy your chance? Luo Linger exclaimed with excitement. Jiang Xinwei's expression was equally complex. She was engrossed in her cultivation and unaware of the external events unfolding. Chen Ping had actually presented the divine source, a treasure, for her breakthrough. But what was his motive? Ultimately, he still ruined her chance, rendering the divine source useless. Xinwei, you must now believe that there is a misunderstanding. Luo Linger sensed Jiang Xinwei's emotional turmoil. Jiang Xinwei shook her head. Let us continue watching. Luo Linger complied with a nod, and the images on the mystical causality mirror shifted once more. Chen Ping observed Jiang Xinwei's aura stabilizing and sat down heavily. This time, there should be no unexpected incidents. Soon, Qian Yuan Sect will gain another powerhouse at the Lingji level. He anticipated his junior sister to forge ahead so swiftly. It seemed he too needed to focus on his own cultivation. Chen Ping murmured to himself. The scene approached a stillness, and after a considerable time, Jiang Xinwei's aura began to change. Simultaneously, a Tao rhythm manifested above her head. If Jiang Xinwei could harness this rhythm, she would successfully break through to the Lingji realm. Jiang Xinwei's brow furrowed tightly. Clearly, Chen Ping was about to act. The upcoming scenes had haunted her dreams countless times and were now poised to materialize before her eyes. Undoubtedly, this was a blade poised to reopen her still healing wounds. Both women recognized this truth, their gazes fixed upon the mystical causality mirror. Suddenly, the previously calm Chen Ping stood up. His expression morphed into one of extreme complexity, concern, anger, and deep apprehension. No, I cannot allow her to break through. Absolutely not. Chen Ping shouted vehemently. Looking at Jiang Xinwei, who was so near, Chen Ping took a deep breath. Junior sister, I'm sorry, but I cannot permit your breakthrough. Dire consequences await us. Having made his decision, he gathered spiritual energy in his palm and struck directly at Jiang Xinwei. Caught off guard, Jiang Xinwei was knocked to the ground, awakening from her meditative state. She gazed at Chen Ping in disbelief. Senior brother Chen Ping, why would you do this to me? Do you know what this strike means? I will never be able to break through to the Lingji realm. Chen Ping inhaled deeply. Junior sister, I am truly sorry, but I cannot allow your breakthrough. The repercussions are beyond our capacity to bear. Jiang Xinwei coughed up a mouthful of blood, her face turning pale. How ridiculous. I have always regarded you as a dear brother. How could you treat me this way? Leave now. From this day forth, our bond is severed. Jiang Xinwei coughed up another mouthful of blood and fainted on the ground. The scene came to an abrupt halt, and tears streamed down Jiang Xinwei's face. Senior sisterling, now you see, Chen Ping destroyed me. I did not kill him. I merely severed our ties, which is already a gesture of our past friendship. Remember your words. Do not mention Chen Ping to me again. Jiang Xinwei's face was ashen as she waved her hand. It is getting late. I shall not see you out. Luo Ling, her brow furrowed, replied, Junior sister, I am sorry. Seeing Jiang Xinwei's silence, Luo Linger could only rise to leave. At this moment, her expression was exceedingly complex. Senior brother Chen Ping had indeed extinguished Jiang Xinwei's hopes for a breakthrough. Chapter 90. Assist me in breaking the bottleneck. No. Luo Linger shook her head. There were too many uncertainties surrounding this matter. If senior brother Chen Ping truly wished to prevent Jiang Xinwei from breaking through, why would he present such a rare treasure as the divine source to assist her? Furthermore, what were the consequences that he claimed they could not bear? There must be another reason behind this. With these thoughts in mind, Luo Linger made her way to Wangxian Peak. Linger, why have you come again? Have you resolved the matter regarding Chen Ping? Jiang Qian inquired curiously upon seeing her. He too could not believe that Chen Ping would act in such a manner. However, he was currently unable to personally employ the mystical causality mirror, as his lifespan was limited, and he needed to reserve it to protect the Qian Yuan Sect. He had not intervened during the last attack by the demon sect. Luo Linga shook her head. Elder, I am perplexed and unable to comprehend. She recounted the events of the day. Jiang Qian furrowed his brow. Indeed, if Chen Ping truly wished to thwart Jiang Xinwei's breakthrough, there would be no need to offer so many spirit stones and that divine source. Without Chen Ping's assistance, there was a significant chance that Jiang Xinwei would fail in her breakthrough, resulting in waste of both resources and the precious divine source. Elder, what do you think would happen if Jiang Xinwei manages to break through? Jiang Qian, with his extensive experience, might have insights to share. He shook his head. I too cannot fathom. However, if you are determined to uncover the truth, I do have a method, but it will further deplete your lifespan. Without hesitation, Luo Linger declared. Elder, please share. I am willing to expend as much lifespan as necessary to clarify this matter. In her heart, Chen Ping was akin to an elder brother. Had he not aided her during that great battle years ago, she would have long since become a mere skeleton. The mystical causality mirror possesses a remarkable function known as Inquire the Heart. By sacrificing a significant amount of lifespan, one can pose a question to the mirror and receive a correct answer. I must reiterate. The lifespan consumed for Inquire the Heart is incomparable to that of merely revisiting the past. You must consider this carefully. Jiang Qian cautioned once more. I have made my decision. The next time the mystical causality mirror is available, I will use Inquire the Heart to clear senior brother Chen Ping's name. With that, Luo Linga stood and took her leave. Senior brother, wait for me. I will ensure that the truth becomes clear. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Qian Yuan Sect, the higher-ups gathered. What has happened that compelled us all to convene here? Xia Bixing looked at Lung Ningxuang. Everyone turned their gaze towards her. Wu Libo's brow furrowed as he observed that, after a few days apart, Lung Ningxuang appeared even more captivating than before. A hint of affection in her demeanor was something she had never displayed before, marking a stark contrast to her previous icy persona. Has this woman lost her primordial essence? Could it be him? Wu Libo glared at Chen Ping, jealousy intensifying in his eyes. After years of diligent service to Lung Ningxuang within the Qian Yuan Sect, it seemed this man had stolen a march on him. Infuriating. A rare fire has descended upon the Spirit Herb Peak. This is a tremendous opportunity for our Qian Yuan Sect. Upon hearing the phrase rare fire, many displayed astonishment. Numerous extraordinary flames exist within the world, possessing various peculiar abilities and unparalleled strength compared to ordinary flames. If one with a fire attribute physique or who practiced fire-related techniques were to refine it, their future cultivation would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. However, such rare fires are sentient. If they detect the presence of cultivators at the Lingshu realm or above, they will flee at once. This means only cultivators below the Lingshu realm stand a chance of capturing these rare fires. The arrival of a rare fire heralds our Qian Yuan Sect's rise. Indeed, without great fortune, it would be impossible to attract such a fire. Our sect is destined to ascend. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Lung Ningxuang nodded. Perhaps. Return and tally your disciples. Tomorrow afternoon. All those practicing fire-related techniques or possessing a fire attribute physique who wish to attempt capturing the rare fire should gather at the Spirit Herb Peak. Capturing a rare fire indeed presents an opportunity, but such opportunities are always fraught with risk. One must confine the rare fire within their body and gradually refine it. However, the terrifying heat of the rare fire is unimaginable for ordinary individuals to withstand. Even those with a fire attribute physique, who possess greater resistance, will find it a formidable challenge. Historically, numerous renowned talents have attempted to capture and refine rare fires, only to be reduced to ashes. Very well. We shall return to tally the disciples. The crowd responded in unison. Then we shall disperse. Lang Ningxuang cast a glance at Chen Ping. Chen Ping, you stay behind. I have matters to discuss with you. Although Lang Ningxuang made a deliberate effort to appear icy, a hint of warmth in her gaze was noticed by several onlookers. Wu Libo's suspicions were further solidified by this scene. How dare you steal my woman? Chen Ping, you shall pay for this. Once the others departed, Lang Ningxuang's cold demeanor dissipated. I missed you. Ever since you arrived at the Qian Yuan Sect, you have not come to see me even once, she said, a hint of melancholy in her voice. Chen Ping awkwardly smiled, gently embracing Lang Ningxuang, caressing her delicate skin, his expression filled with tenderness. I was wrong. How would you like to punish me? He replied with a faint smile. Lang Ningxuang cupped Chen Ping's face. Then I shall punish you by having you assist me in breaking through my bottleneck. Reflecting on that night of intimacy, her cheeks flushed crimson. Despite her reluctance to admit it, she recognized that she had developed a taste for such pleasures. You are at the pinnacle of the initial stage of the Lingji realm. How can I, a mere cultivator of the Lingdong realm, assist you in breaking through? Chen Ping smirked slightly, just like last time. Lang Ningxuang raised her head to see the mischievous grin on Chen Ping's face and instantly understood, grasping his waist and twisting it playfully. I was wrong. I will help you break through right now. Chen Ping swept Lang Ningxuang into his arms and headed toward the side chamber. Time passed unmeasured as they lay entwined on the bed. Lang Ningxuang's face was flushed, and her allure was so intoxicating that Chen Ping could hardly resist the temptation to indulge once more. Chen Ping, although you do not possess a fire attribute physique, with the strength of the indestructible chaos body, capturing the rare fire should pose no problem. I originally intended to secretly bring you to seize it, but the news leaked. You must be the first to act tomorrow. Lang Ningxuang instructed earnestly. Capturing the rare fire would undoubtedly enhance Chen Ping's strength significantly. Chapter 91. Which one exactly? Wu Libo has a disciple with the holy flame spirit body. We absolutely cannot allow him to seize it first. Lung Ning exhorted. This strange fire is of no utility to me. However, my disciple could venture to subdue it. Chen Ping suspected that the descent of this strange fire was due to Lin Zhao's world-exterminating flame body attracting it. Your disciple? Isn't your disciple the primordial sword body? Although the primordial sword body is formidable, it isn't a fire-attributed physique. Can they truly subdue this strange fire? Lung Ning inquired with curiosity. Chen Ping gently kissed Lung Ning's face. I recently accepted a new disciple who happens to possess a fire-attributed physique. The world-exterminating flame body is no ordinary fire-attributed constitution. Oh, you've taken another disciple? Lung Ning's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Chen Ping's previous two disciples were rare beauties. Could this be another female disciple? With this thought, Lung Ning promptly turned over and straddled Chen Ping. Chen Ping, you are mine. An interlude of intimate revelry ensued. Serenity Peak Wu Libo's expression grew increasingly unsightly upon learning that Lung Ning had surrendered her virginity to Chen Ping. That harlot. I've made my intentions clear, both overtly and covertly, countless times, yet she remained unmoved. Chen Ping has only been at the Profound Heaven Sect for a few days, and she's already offered herself to him. Disgusting. Summon Xiao Tianhua. Wu Libo instructed the Taoist acolyte beside him. Lang Ning's private audience with Chen Ping was likely about the strange fire. Who knows if she has a method for Chen Ping to absorb the strange fire, but regardless, he would not allow them to succeed. Soon, a man of unremarkable appearance entered. Greetings, master, Xiao Tianhua said with utmost respect. Tianhua, I summoned you because there is a significant opportunity one want you to seize. Upon hearing the word significant opportunity, Xiao Tianhua's eyes lit up instantly. Rapid advancement in cultivation requires more than just practice. It hinges on opportunities. Now, it was finally Xiao Tianhua's turn. Please enlighten me, master, Xiao Tianhua said hastily. After listening to Wu Libo's account, Xiao Tianhua's eyes gleamed. He possessed the holy flame spirit body, and his cultivation techniques were fire-attributed, making this strange fire perfect for him. I didn't want to expose you so soon, but tomorrow, you must subdue the strange fire. Under no circumstances can it fall into Chen Ping's hands. Xiao Tianhua had always been his secret weapon, possessing a unique constitution with limitless potential. Wu Libo had kept him hidden, fearing premature fame would hinder his cultivation. Now is the time for him to act. Rest assured, master, with the holy flame spirit body, I will subdue this strange fire. Xiao Tianhua nodded vigorously. He was well aware of the feud between his master and Chen Ping, despite his seclusion. Good, you may withdraw and prepare. Wu Libo waved his hand, and Xiao Tianhua respectfully departed. Chen Ping, after this strange fire incident, I will ensure you vanish from this world. Chen Ping and Lung Ning lingered affectionately before he returned to Tranquility Peak. He summoned his disciples. Lin Xiao, a strange fire has descended upon the profound heaven sect, presenting you with a tremendous opportunity. Tomorrow, accompany me to Tranquility Peak to subdue it. Lin Xiao had begun cultivating and had reached the peak of the Qi refining realm. Subduing the strange fire would allow him to break through to the foundation establishment realm, granting Chen Ping another system reward. Strange fire, master? Strange fire contains terrifying energy. Lin Xiao is only at the Qi refining realm. Subduing it seems impossible. Strange fire was extraordinary flame born from nature. Even the lowest ranked strange fire was beyond the reach of a Qi refining realm cultivator, even with the world-exterminating flame body, having attained considerable heights in her past life. Possessed knowledge beyond Qin Jinjia's. Xiling, is subduing strange fire exceedingly dangerous? Qin Jinjia asked with curiosity. More than dangerous, it's a near-death experience. Said, there are two ways to subdue strange fire. Either the fire willingly acknowledges its master, or it is forcibly subdued. Forcible subdual requires enduring the fire's searing heat. Even renowned prodigies prepare thoroughly before attempting it, or they risk being reduced to ashes. Hearing this, Qin Jinjia grew anxious. Is there a safer method? Safer? Smiled. There is. But even a sage would struggle to achieve it. Legend speaks of a primordial treasure called the fire-repelling pearl, which grants immunity to all fire-attributed damage. However, primordial treasures are no ordinary artifacts. Even sages rarely possess one. S face was filled with longing. In her past life, she had once witnessed the fire-repelling pearl. It was possessed by a spirit-severing realm expert, and a half-sage in her clan was helpless against him. Master, should we reconsider? The risk is too great, Qin Jinjia suggested. Chen Ping smiled. Lin Xiao, what do you think? Lin Xiao said without hesitation. Master must have given it careful consideration in asking me to go. I trust Master. His master dared to fleece even a great sage. Chen Ping nodded approvingly. Xiling, you're right. The fire-repelling pearl is the only way to subdue the strange fire unscathed. Was stunned. Master, you're not thinking of finding the fire-repelling pearl now, are you? Such a primordial treasure is not easily found. Chen Ping had many secrets, but he was still too young. Chen Ping smiled. Lin Xiao, I bestow this upon you as a gift. Go forth and subdue the strange fire tomorrow. Chen Ping produced the fire-repelling pearl casually. Master, could this be? Connecting Chen Ping and's conversation, Lin Xiao made a bold guess. Before Chen Ping could respond, S eyes widened. The fire-repelling pearl. This is the fire-repelling pearl. She couldn't be mistaken. She still remembered the great battle from that year. The pearl in Chen Ping's hand was indeed the fire-repelling pearl. Indeed, Chen Ping said nonchalantly. A glimmer of hope appeared on his face. Master, may I examine the fire-repelling pearl? Even as a great sage in her past life, she never had the chance to see it again. Now, it was right before her. What was the origin of her master, who could obtain the fire-repelling pearl, which even sages struggled to acquire, and give it away so casually? Was her master the spirit-severing realm expert from her past life? Yes. Examine it and return it to Lin Xiao. Chen Ping nodded. I wonder which strange fire it is. Chapter 92. Witnessing the birth early the next morning. A considerable crowd gathered at the foot of Lingyao Peak. However, most of these individuals were merely spectators, as the peril of subduing the strange fire was exceedingly high. Not everyone was willing to embrace such risks. Chen Ping arrived with Lin Xiao and a few others. Qin Jinjia and the other girl, concerned for Lin Xiao, accompanied them as well. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, Chen Ping sensed a hint of hostility. Turning around, he indeed found Wu Libo glaring at him with palpable animosity. Senior Chen Ping, you have come as well. Lu Mohan greeted Chen Ping eagerly, drawing the attention of many onlookers. How did he arrive here? His disciple possesses the Hun Yuan sword body. Does he intend to subdue this? Speculations buzzed among the crowd. Although the Hun Yuan sword body was formidable, it seemed less advantageous for taming. Chen Ping's acceptance of Qin Jinjia as a disciple had stirred envy among the elders of Qian Yuan Sect. I have a disciple with a fire attribute physique. I shall let her give it a try. Chen Ping pointed to Lin Xiao. All eyes turned toward her. A girl who had not yet reached the foundation establishment stage. Chen Ping aimed to let her attempt to subdue the doubts arose among the crowd, with some even questioning whether Lin Xiao had offended Chen Ping, leading him to send her to her doom. Wu Libo cast a scornful glance at Lin Xiao. Previously, He had thought that Lang Ningxuang wished to test Chen Ping. Regardless, both Chen Ping and the girl seemed poised for failure that was destined to belong to Xiao Tianhua. Senior Chen Ping, has your disciple offended you, that you would send her to face such peril? Wu Libo taunted, voicing the sentiments of many. Our affairs at Taiping Peak do not require Elder Wu's concern, Chen Ping replied calmly. He was determined to acquire the. Not to mention, it was likely that Lin Xiao, with her burning world flame body, had attracted the fire-avoiding pearl he had bestowed upon Lin Xiao would guarantee her safety. Elder Wu, it seems you are brimming with confidence today, Chen Ping remarked lightly. Wu Libo nodded, my precious disciple, it is time for the sect's elders to recognize your capabilities. Xiao Tianhua stepped forward. Xiao Tianhua greets the esteemed elders. Wu Libo smiled, to not conceal the truth from you. My disciple possesses the innate sacred flame spirit body. This is destined to be hers. You need not squander your time here. Upon hearing the words sacred flame spirit body, the expressions of several elders shifted dramatically. This was a rare and powerful fire attribute physique. While they had a few disciples with fire attributes hoping for a stroke of luck, none could compete with the presence of a sacred flame spirit body. Many had already resigned themselves to defeat. Could it be that was drawn here by the sacred flame spirit body? Hu Yun speculated, and numerous voices echoed in agreement. The cultivation world highly revered the principle of cause and effect. They could not have chosen Qian Yuan Sect without reason. You have a point. Wu Libo beamed. I initially did not wish for my disciple to reveal herself, but with the arriving unbidden, it would be unwise to let such an opportunity slip away. With these words, Wu Libo provocatively glanced at Chen Ping. What are you compared to me in this contest? Congratulations, Elder Wu. Your disciple is about to subdue thee and will undoubtedly become a paragon among her peers. Indeed, Elder Wu's disciple is destined to become a cornerstone of Qian Yuan Sect and even the entire human race. In the realm, anyone who successfully subdued the wood, upon their growth, become a formidable figure. You flatter me. While my disciple's success in subduing the seems promising, whether she can grow from it remains uncertain. Although he spoke modestly, Wu Libo's face radiated pride. At that moment, a ripple in space appeared, and Lang Ningxuang gracefully emerged. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her exquisite visage resembled that of a celestial being, captivating yet too respectable to provoke inappropriate thoughts. Greetings, sect leader. The crowd bowed in unison. Wu Libo lowered his head, his face betraying his intentions. He had been secretly cultivating a dual cultivation technique, initially planning to leverage Lang Ningxuang's unique physique to propel his own breakthrough. Yet, the audacious woman had given herself away. Lang Ningxuang nodded slowly, her gaze scanning the crowd, pausing briefly on Lin Xiao, a mere girl, devoid of any threat, that was on the verge of materializing. Let us see what form it takes. Her eyes shifted toward the peak of Lingyao. As they made its descent, its divine radiance subdued, resembling an ordinary flame. Within a day, it would reveal its true form. Soon, the peak emanated a terrifying energy wave accompanied by an overwhelming heat. A verdant flame materialized before the crowd. It was the 10th ranked, the Emerald Life Flame. Lang Ningxuang's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Strange Fire Ranking was a list compiled by ancient powerhouses based on the unique attributes and capabilities of, featuring a total of 81 flames, symbolizing the return to the essence of 9. To be ranked 10th was already formidable. Moreover, the effects of the were astonishing. Once subdued, it would continuously refine the body of its possessor and had the terrifying ability to heal injuries. The 10th ranked has appeared. It seems our Qian Yuan Sect is truly on the rise. Indeed, the arrival of signifies a prosperous era for Qian Yuan Sect. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Xiao Tianhua, limited by his own strength, could not perceive yet he reveled in the powerful aura it exuded. If he could subdue thee, he would undoubtedly stand atop the pinnacle of the central continent. Xiao Tianhua is indeed fortunate. Indeed, with the sacred flame spirit body alongside thee, he is destined to become a powerful figure. The crowd expressed their envy. Huang Xiling scoffed disdainfully. If it were so easy to subdue, it would not be worthy of the name. The members of Qian Yuan Sect had gravely underestimated the might of the Tianhua. Go forth and claim your. Wu Libo commanded Xiao Tianhua. Nodding, Xiao Tianhua replied, I shall heed your command. With that, he dashed toward the mountain peak. I am coming for you. Lang Ningxuang observed Wu Libo with a frown, but seeing Chen Ping's composed demeanor, she chose to remain silent. Let us witness the birth of a fire path master. Wu Libo waved his hand, conjuring a celestial dome above the crowd. Today, he would ensure that Chen Ping witnessed firsthand how his disciple subdued the. Chapter 93, The Dawn of Ascendancy. Xiao Tianhua swiftly ascended to the peak, where a vibrant emerald flame materialized before him. Gazing at the fiery spectacle, an uncontrollable excitement surged within him. Today marked the inception of his rise. The flame, a brilliant green, radiated intense heat while simultaneously exuding a sense of vitality. This stark contrast evoked an oddly harmonious sensation. This was none other than the 10th ranked flame on the Emerald Vitality Flame. Xiao Tianhua approached the Emerald Vitality Flame and settled into a meditative posture, beginning to harmonize his spiritual energy with the flame. He was poised to subdue the Emerald Vitality Flame. How enviable it was. If he succeeded, his future would undoubtedly be boundless. The onlookers gazed up at the celestial canvas, their faces brimming with envy. Such an opportunity was not afforded to everyone. Amidst the murmurs, Wu Libo cast a smug glance at Elder Chen Ping, saying, "Elder Chen, fret not. My disciple may not necessarily subdue the. Should he falter, your disciple may have a chance to attempt it." The crowd was well aware of the rivalry between Wu Libo and Chen Ping. "Senior Wu, you are being overly modest," someone interjected. "If your disciple, the sacred flame physique, cannot tame the, what hope does that young girl, who has yet to reach the foundation establishment stage, possess?" Indeed, Xiao Tianhua, a sacred flame physique, seemed destined for the. As Wu Libo absorbed the flattery, his satisfaction grew. In the celestial realm, Xiao Tianhua had already resonated with the Emerald Vitality Flame. Yet, his expression began to harden. This was merely the preliminary step. The true challenge and peril lay ahead. He slowly guided the flame into his body, and instantly, his face flushed crimson, overwhelmed by an excruciating burning sensation. What was happening? Xiao Tianhua's condition appeared dire. Many noticed the shift and turned their gazes toward Wu Libo. Despite being a sacred flame physique, Xiao Tianhua had been kept under Wu Libo's careful watch, signifying the latter's immense regard for him. "Rest assured, I have adequately prepared my disciple. Just observe," Wu Libo declared confidently. The crowd redirected their attention to the celestial display. Meanwhile, Huang Xiling sneered at the implications. If the 10th ranked could be so easily subdued, its worth would be diminished. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Tianhua conjured a massive image of a golden bell, emanating an oppressive aura capable of subduing all. This was the protective golden bell, a top-tier artifact that Wu Libo had entrusted to him. It was evident that Wu Libo held Xiao Tianhua in high esteem. Cold Ning Shuang furrowed her brow. The golden bell could mitigate external and internal injuries. With such a safeguard, Xiao Tianhua might indeed succeed. Yet, Huang Xiling remained dismissive, asserting that even a top-tier protective artifact could hardly withstand the might of. Activating the golden bell, Xiao Tianhua finally felt the searing pain diminish slightly. "Emerald Vitality Flame, cease your resistance. To be absorbed by me is your honor. Submit to me, and together we shall ascend to the pinnacle of this world," Xiao Tianhua proclaimed, filled with ambition. However, in that moment, his expression shifted. The once tranquil Emerald Vitality Flame began to surge with agitation, and the burning sensation intensified exponentially. In mere moments, the image of the golden bell on him was riddled with cracks, shattering into pieces. Xiao Tianhua spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling. What was happening? "Xiao Tianhua, retreat." Wu Libo's face turned ashen. At that moment, the raging flames engulfed Xiao Tianhua, and a piercing scream echoed. Xiao Tianhua had perished. Wu Libo sank to the ground, devastated that his most cherished disciple had met such a fate. Had he known, he would never have allowed him to contend for them. At least he would have retained a disciple with a unique physique. The onlookers of the Qian Yuan Sect expressed their sorrow at this tragic turn of events. Who dares to show themselves? Cold Ning Shuang suddenly directed her gaze skyward, her voice icy. Soon, a ripple in space materialized, revealing an elder and a man who gradually stepped into view, both exuding an imposing presence, accompanied by extraordinary mounts resembling a giant deer with dragon horns. Reminiscent of mythical creatures. "People of the Qian Yuan Sect, why have you graced us with your presence?" The elder's expressions turned grave. The Qian Yuan Sect was merely a first-rate power in the central continent, overshadowed by the major sacred lands. With descending, the appearance of individuals from the Xuanji Sacred Land indicated their intentions. Xuanji Sacred Land, Jiang Wujiao. Xuanji Sacred Land, Li Yifei. The name sent shockwaves through the crowd. Jiang Wujiao was a long-respected sage in the central continent, untouchable. Li Yifei, ranked 7th on the central continent's talents list, was now at the pinnacle of the spirit movement realm. Rumors suggested he possessed the unique fire attribute physique, the melting flame sacred body. His presence here only confirmed suspicions. He was indeed here for the Emerald Vitality Flame. "Esteemed elder from the Xuanji Sacred Land, may I inquire about your purpose in visiting our Qian Yuan Sect?" Cold Ning Shuang addressed them with measured respect. "We have come for the Emerald Vitality Flame," Jiang Wujiao declared without hesitation. Cold Ning Shuang's expression shifted. "Elder, that has chosen our Qian Yuan Sect. Such actions may be inappropriate." Jiang Wujiao laughed heartily. "That has descended upon your Qian Yuan Sect, but can any of you subdue it?" The lad who just perished was a sacred flame physique, turned to ash by the flame. Who else dares to try? Rare treasures belong to those capable of claiming them. If your Qian sect cannot, we of the Xuanji sacred land will remove this threat, Jiang Wujiao stated matter-of-factly. Upon hearing this, cold Ning Shuang fell silent. Indeed, Xiao Tianhua was the most likely candidate to subdue the, and he had failed. Yet, would they simply allow the Xuanji sacred land to benefit from this? Esteemed elders of the Xuanji sacred land, we appreciate your intentions, Chen Ping interjected, stepping forward. But who says my Qian sect has no one capable of subduing the emerald vitality flame? Chapter 94. How long will this take? Who are you? I am speaking with the master of the Qian sect. When did it become your turn to interrupt? Jiang Wujiao glanced at Chen Ping and let out a cold snort. A terrifying pressure descended upon Chen Ping like an immense mountain. How dare a mere ant speak to me in such a manner? The Qian sect truly lacks discipline. Although Jiang Wujiao's oppressive aura was directed at Chen Ping, the might of a saint was overwhelmingly terrifying, causing many disciples of the Qian sect to kneel in submission. Yet, Chen Ping remained proudly standing, as if the pressure had no effect on him whatsoever. Though he was merely at the spirit movement realm, he had previously experienced the peak of the saint realm. Moreover, he possessed the legendary undying chaos body. Such a physique was not to be underestimated. Elder Chen Ping of the Qian sect. Chen Ping clasped his hands together, speaking with an air of nonchalance. Oh, how intriguing. Li Yifei observed Chen Ping with keen interest. To remain unfazed in the presence of a saint was indeed no ordinary feat, but what of it? An extraordinary ant remains an ant. Oh, the Qian sect has truly fallen. Even an ordinary person can become an elder in your sect, Jiang Wujiao mocked. Who said I am an ordinary person? Chen Ping's lips curled into a smile as he no longer concealed his aura. Mid-spirit movement realm? The disciples of the Qian sect were visibly astonished. When Chen Ping first joined the sect, he was merely a discarded waste with a shattered foundation. In such a short time, he had not only repaired his foundation but had also reached the mid-spirit movement realm. Such a pace of cultivation was something even the current number one in Zhongzhou could hardly achieve in his youth. It was at this moment that they understood why Lung Ningxuang insisted on making Chen Ping an elder of the Qian sect despite the opposition. Wu Libo's face darkened to an extreme. If his previous wariness of Chen Ping was merely due to Lung Ningxuang, now Chen Ping himself instilled a sense of crisis within him. At this rate of cultivation, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed Wu Libo. This cannot stand. I must not allow him to grow stronger. How surprising. I thought you were a hidden powerhouse. Li Yifei remarked, not concealing his disdain. Turns out you are just a waste of the spirit movement realm. Although Li Yifei was only at the peak of the spirit movement realm, his words did not evoke any discomfort among the others. After all, he was a prodigy on the genius list. Do you intend to subdue this exotic flame? Li Yifei inquired, looking at Chen Ping. Chen Ping shook his head. I have no interest in this flame, but it seems quite suitable for my disciple. Lin Xiao, come here. Lin Xiao hurried over. You want to peak Qi refinement realm and to collect an exotic flame? Are you trying to get her killed? Li Yifei's lips twitched. This level of cultivation could hardly withstand even a trace of the exotic flame's aura. This fellow must be jesting. I firmly believe my disciple can succeed. Chen Ping maintained his calm expression. Upon arriving, he had sensed the exotic flame atop the spirit herb peak emanating a ripple of emotion. Clearly, his previous conjecture was correct. This flame was drawn to Lin Xiao. With the fire-breaking pearl, Lin Xiao would undoubtedly be able to subdue the exotic flame safely. Elder, stop wasting time with them. I will go collect the verdant vitality flame now. Li Yifei felt that continuing the conversation with this fool would only bring him disgrace. This fellow surely sought to boast about their previous dialogue in the future. Jiang Wujiao frowned slightly upon hearing this. Although the Qian Yuan sacred land was far stronger than the Qian sect, the exotic flame had descended within their territory. If he forcibly subdued it, it would tarnish the reputation of the Qian Yuan sacred land. However, he did not wish to waste more time here. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Wujiao finally spoke. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures belong to those capable of obtaining them. However, since this exotic flame has appeared in your Qian sect, we of the Qian Yuan sacred land are not unreasonable. If anyone from your sect wishes to attempt to subdue the flame, they may accompany Yifei up the mountain. In the end, who can subdue the flame shall depend on their own abilities. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Qian sect were filled with indignation, yet felt powerless to voice their displeasure. Jiang Wujiao truly wished to have his cake and eat it too. Li Yifei, at the peak of the spirit movement realm, was indeed capable of subduing the exotic flame. Moreover, he was a melting flame body. Who among the Qian sect could compete with him? Nonetheless, their feelings were more of helplessness. The disparity in strength between the Qian sect and the Qian Yuan sacred land was simply too vast. Even if they were dissatisfied, they could only harbor their grievances in silence. Lung Ningxuang looked toward Chen Ping, noticing his calm demeanor, and finally nodded. In that case, we shall follow the arrangements of the elder. The anger within Lung Ningxuang reached its peak. Yet at this moment, she had no other recourse but to compromise. She understood that Jiang Wujiu was now considering the reputation of the Qian Yuan sacred land. Otherwise, the Qian sect would have no room to negotiate. Most importantly, she saw confidence in Chen Ping's eyes. Perhaps he truly had a way to create miracles. As the leader of a faction, her decision might seem a bit rash. Yet, she was willing to place her trust in Chen Ping. Regardless of the fate of the Qian sect, what mattered more to her was Chen Ping. Even if the Qian sect were to perish, as long as Chen Ping remained by her side, she would be content. Upon hearing Lung Ningxuang's words, the faces of the Qian sect disciples changed dramatically. Was this not tantamount to handing over the verdant vitality flame? Yet, they could find no words to express their discontent. After all, even Xiao Tianhua had failed. Sending someone else to attempt it would be akin to courting death. I knew it. Sect Master Lung is indeed a wise individual. Jiang Wujiu nodded. In that case, let Yifei and those from your Qian sect who wish to try ascend the mountain together. Lin Xiao stepped forward and depart from her. No one else from the Qian sect appeared. Li Yifei's lips twitched. He had never before competed with a cultivator who had not even reached the foundation establishment realm. You are quite loyal to your master, knowing full well the danger yet showing no reluctance. Li Yifei remarked to Lin Xiao. A peak Qi refinement realm practitioner attempting to subdue an exotic flame was a fool's errand. Lin Xiao smiled. My master has said that though you are well known, you are not worth mentioning. Upon hearing this, Li Yifei's expression darkened to an extreme. Very well. I can't remember the last time someone dared to speak to me in such a manner. Let us see who can subdue this verdant vitality flame. Li Yifei snorted coldly and soared towards the mountaintop. Lin Xiao's lips twitched. She was merely at the peak of the Qi refinement realm. Looking up at the summit of the Spirit Herb Peak, she wondered how long it would take to reach the top. Chapter 95. A new reward. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Wujiu conjured the scene at the peak of Lingyao Peak above him. At this moment, Li Yifei had already reached the summit. Gazing at the searing emerald flames before him, Li Yifei's face radiated excitement. If he could subdue this verdant vitality fire, his strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights, and his rank on the talented list would advance by 1 or 2 positions. Li Yifei took a deep breath, and a crimson orb materialized above his head. Is this the fire spirit pearl? Cold Ningxuang's expression shifted. Indeed, the Qian sect had come prepared. The fire spirit pearl, a treasure of heavenly grade, possesses the ability to attract flames and resonate with them. It is frequently employed by the elite of powerful factions to tame exotic fires. Originally, Li Yifei, as a sacred flame spirit body, had a natural affinity for exotic flames. Now, with the addition of the fire spirit pearl, the verdant vitality fire would likely become his to command. As anticipated, upon the emergence of the fire spirit pearl, the verdant vitality fire began to exhibit signs of eagerness. Come, let us ascend to the pinnacle of this world together, Li Yifei declared. The verdant vitality fire gradually moved closer to him. It seems there is a fated connection between Li Yifei and the verdant vitality fire, Jiang Wujiu remarked with a smile. The others, however, wore expressions of humiliation, unable to voice their discontent. By the way, where is that little fellow from your Qian sect? Surely, he isn't still climbing. The others' faces darkened further. At last, the verdant vitality fire stood before Li Yifei, who commenced an attempt to establish a connection. Look, Elder Chen Ping's disciple has reached the summit. The crowd turned to see Lin Xiao at the peak. It's futile. Li Yifei has already connected with the exotic fire. What purpose does her ascent serve now? She will merely witness Li Yifei subduing the verdant vitality fire. Indeed, she should not have been allowed to come up. This truly tarnishes the reputation of our Qian sect. The members of Qian sect voiced their grievances. How could a mere ant at the pinnacle of the Qi cultivation realm compete with a prodigy at the peak of the spirit realm? Jiang Wujiu stroked his beard as he observed Li Yifei. Yifei has established resonance with the verdant vitality fire. He is on the verge of subduing it. What qualifications does a mere Qian sect have to compete with the Qian Holy Land for opportunities? Li Yifei began to form hand seals, intending to leave his mark upon the exotic fire, thus claiming it as his own. Yet, at that moment, the verdant vitality fire suddenly erupted, and a mouthful of blood spewed from Li Yifei's lips. What is happening? I had clearly reached resonance with it, and it acknowledged me. Why has there been such a sudden disturbance? Li Yifei's face was one of disbelief. The verdant vitality fire unexpectedly soared from his body, shattering the connection he had established. Chen Ping observed this scene, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. His conjecture had proven correct. The verdant vitality fire had come to the Qian sect for Lin Xiao. Although Li Yifei had successfully attracted the fire with the fire spirit pearl, The moment the verdant vitality fire sensed Lin Xiao's presence, it made the appropriate choice. The verdant vitality fire shot straight towards Lin Xiao. What is happening? It seems the verdant vitality fire has chosen Elder Chen Ping's disciple over Li Yifei. The crowd gasped in disbelief. It cannot be. Li Yifei is a sacred flame spirit body, and he possesses the fire spirit pearl. There is no reason for this. Li Yifei's expression darkened to the extreme. It felt akin to painstakingly wooing a woman for years, only to have her run off with a stranger at the crucial moment. He was a genius ranked on the talented list. Did he truly pale in comparison to this ant at the pinnacle of the Qi cultivation realm? I never expected your Qian Yuan Sect to harbor such a talent, Jiang Wujiu remarked, astonished. This situation could only arise if the girl possessed a unique fire attribute constitution, perhaps even more formidable than Li Yifei's sacred flame spirit body. The elder mentioned that it is based on merit. Surely, that holds true? Cold Ning Shuang regarded Jiang Wujiu with a hint of apprehension. This was a saint. If he tore off the facade and harmed Lin Xiao, the Qian Yuan Sect would be powerless to intervene. Though this exotic fire has chosen this girl, she must be able to withstand its searing heat. Jiang Wujiu scoffed. An ant at the pinnacle of the Qi cultivation realm attempting to subdue an exotic fire was nothing short of a fool's dream. As the exotic fire approached her, Lin Xiao felt a wave of unease. Yet, as the fire reached her, it unexpectedly became docile, leaping around her like a playful puppy. Lin Xiao was taken aback. She sensed a hint of dependence from the verdant vitality fire. What was happening? Instinctively, she slowly extended her hand and gently touched the exotic fire. In the next moment, the fire surged into her body. How daring. She actually dares to absorb the exotic fire into her body. In mere moments, she will be reduced to ashes. Jiang Wujiu remarked coldly. What a pity for such a talent. Had she been born in our Xuanzhen Holy Land, she would surely have become a formidable figure in the future. Even the prodigies of the Holy Land had to prepare thoroughly before attempting to absorb an exotic fire. This girl was surely doomed. The members of the Xuanzhen sect were filled with indignation at such disparagement. Yet, they ultimately refrained from expressing it. Not necessarily. Chen Ping replied calmly. If there is still hope, let us witness the outcome. The crowd turned their gaze skyward once more. Lin Xiao's eyes slowly opened, and a symbol of emerald flames flickered within them. Then, she gently extended her hand, and a swirl of verdant fire materialized in her palm. How is this possible? She actually absorbed the verdant vitality fire? Jiang Wujiu stared in disbelief. After millennia of cultivation, this was the first time he had witnessed someone at the pinnacle of the Qi cultivation realm subduing an exotic fire. Li Yifei's countenance darkened to the utmost. The verdant vitality fire, which rightfully belonged to him, had been taken by a mere disciple of the Qian Yuan Sect, a humiliation of the highest order. At that moment, Chen Ping's lips curled into a slight smile. The familiar, emotionless voice echoed once more. Ding! Congratulations to the host's disciple Lin Xiao for successfully breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Ding! System rewards have been dispatched to the system space. Please check at your convenience. Chapter 96. Notice of Death. No, this extraordinary flame belongs to me. You are unworthy to possess it. Li Yifei gazed at Lin Xiao, whose face betrayed an unmistakable jealousy. A trace of murderous intent emanated from him. Although the extraordinary flame had been subdued by Lin Xiao, should he eliminate her, the flame would become a formless entity, ripe for him to claim at his leisure. Stop! Cold Ning Xuan's expression changed dramatically as she sensed Li Yifei's malice and rushed forward, only to be intercepted by Jiang Wujiu. Senior, we previously agreed to rely on our own abilities. Now that the verdant flame of vitality has been subdued by a disciple of my Qian Yuan Sect, Li Yifei's actions are inappropriate. Cold Ning Xuan remarked, looking at Jiang Wujiu. Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner? Jiang Wujiu sneered coldly, causing Cold Ning Xuan to spit a mouthful of blood. This exemplified the terrifying power of a saint. A mere aura was sufficient to injure a formidable being at the spirit tranquility realm. Chen Ping narrowed his eyes as he regarded Jiang Wujiu. Daring to harm Cold Ning Xuan, you shall pay. Since you believe I am bullying others, I offer you a chance. Jiang Wujiu mocked Cold Ning Xuan. Any disciple below the elders of Qian Yuan Sect may attempt to stop Li Yifei. If you possess the ability to kill him, I shall hold no grudge against you. What say you? Who among the Qian Yuan Sect would dare to confront Li Yifei? Cold Ning Xuan inquired. The disciples of Qian Yuan Sect fell into a profound silence. Li Yifei was a prodigy nurtured by the Qian Yuan Holy Land, ranking among the elite. Who among them could stand against him? Engaging him would be tantamount to courting death. Though they felt the indignation of their sect being oppressed, none wished to embrace their own demise. Observing the lack of response, Cold Ning Xuan's expression turned colder still. I shall take responsibility for my disciple, Chen Ping declared, stepping forward with a firm resolve. First, I shall deal with this young man. And then I will teach that elder a lesson. How could I allow this elder and youth to bully my disciple and woman without intervening? Everyone was taken aback. Chen Ping's breakthrough to the mid-stage of the spirit motion realm was unexpected. However, Li Yifei was at the pinnacle of the spirit motion realm, a level far surpassing Chen Ping's. Moreover, those who ranked among the elite possessed the capability to defeat opponents of higher realms. Chen Ping's decision to stand forth seemed somewhat lacking in self-awareness. Yet, even in the face of insurmountable odds, his unwavering determination to seek justice for his disciple garnered the respect of many. A mere mid-stage spirit motion cultivator exhibiting such courage, Jiang Wujiu derided. Even if you kill Li Yifei today, it would merely reflect his lack of skill. I shall not hold you accountable. This statement elicited disdain within many hearts. Jiang Wujiu knew full well that Chen Ping could not possibly rival Li Yifei, thus he spoke so confidently. Well, remember your words. A mere elder of the Qian Yuan Holy Land, a saint no less, would not speak empty threats. Chen Ping replied, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Humph. Jiang Wujiu coldly snorted, ignoring him. Chen Ping. Cold Ning Shuang's face displayed a hint of worry. Chen Ping was an indomitable chaotic body, and his fighting prowess was not something an ordinary mid-stage spirit motion cultivator could match. Yet, Li Yifei was no ordinary peak spirit motion cultivator. Do not worry. I will be fine, Chen Ping assured her calmly. Seeing his composure, the crowd was perplexed, unable to fathom the source of his confidence. Meanwhile, Wu Libo's eyes gleamed with excitement. Previously, he had been troubled by how to find an opportunity to eliminate Chen Ping. Now it seemed Chen Ping was willingly walking into his demise. Li Yifei was a renowned prodigy of the central continent, said to have once defied the odds to slay a cultivator at the initial stage of the spirit void realm. This spared Wu Libo the need to act himself. Chen Ping soared towards the peak of the Lingyao mountain. All eyes turned skyward, though they did not truly believe he could defeat Li Yifei. Yet, what if a miracle were to occur? At the summit of Lingyao mountain, Li Yifei approached Lin Xiao, his murderous aura unabashedly displayed. The verdant flame of vitality is mine alone. As for this little girl, she may as well perish. Li Yifei's hand stretched forth, crackling with strands of lightning. Stop. Chen Ping positioned himself protectively in front of Lin Xiao. His figure appeared frail, yet to many, he embodied a mountain, providing a sense of security. Do you intend to obstruct me? Li Yifei's eyes were filled with murderous intent. I do not plan to obstruct you, Chen Ping replied coolly. Li Yifei's disdain deepened at these words. You are clever. Once I obtain the verdant flame of vitality from your disciple, I will remember this connection to your Qian Yuan Sect. Even a power like the Qian Yuan Holy Land expected submission from lesser sections. The disciples of Qian Yuan Sect furrowed their brows. Had Chen Ping's earlier righteous stance merely been a pretext to pledge loyalty to them? Those who had once admired Chen Ping now regarded him with scorn. Had his earlier declarations merely served to enhance the satisfaction of the Qian Yuan Holy Land? Impossible. Cold Ning Shuang shook her head, refusing to believe Chen Ping could be such a person. Yet, in the current situation, she found herself at a loss for words. Sacrificing a disciple to ensure Chen Ping's safety was something she would welcome. Yet, she could not fathom Chen Ping making such a compromise. Leave now, and I shall pretend not to have seen you. Li Yifei jeered at Chen Ping. Mere ants. Yet you possess some sense of timing. Otherwise, I would crush you. Hearing this, the disciples of Qian Yuan Sect were filled with indignation, but more so with resignation. If their positions were reversed, they would likely make the same choice. Suddenly, Chen Ping erupted into exaggerated laughter. What are you laughing at? Li Yifei frowned. I laugh because you have misunderstood my intentions. Chen Ping replied coolly. Li Yifei's brow furrowed deeper, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Yet, what could a mere Qian Yuan Sect do against the heavens? To the average person, Qian Yuan Sect appeared as celestial beings. However, in the eyes of the Qian Yuan Holy Land, the Qian Yuan Sect barely differed from a mortal power. What do you mean? Despite a flicker of unease, Li Yifei dismissed it. After all, why would a deity concern themselves with the thoughts of mere insects? Chen Ping regarded Li Yifei's air of arrogance and coldly sneered. What I mean is, if you dare to run rampant in my Qian Yuan Sect, you will pay the price. A chilling murderous intent radiated from Chen Ping. What sacred ground? What prodigy? In his eyes, they were utterly inconsequential. Since you dared to harm my woman and disciple, you must be prepared to bear the consequences. From the moment Li Yifei harbored murderous thoughts towards Lin Xiao and Jiang Wujiu's coercion of cold Ning Shuang, the Qian Yuan Holy Land had already received their death sentence from Chen Ping. Chapter 97. The unarmed shattering of heaven with an arrogant declaration. Go to your death. Li Yifei coldly snorted and unleashed a powerful punch towards Chen Ping. A terrifying force of thunder coiled around him, reminiscent of an ancient thunder god descending to the mortal realm. Indeed, he understood the principle that even a falcon must exhaust its energy to catch a rabbit. His future achievements would be boundless. Jiang Wuji stroked his beard thoughtfully. Many prodigies had perished due to carelessness. Possessing such a mindset would greatly benefit one's future growth. Truly, he was a worthy disciple. As Li Yifei charged forward with ferocity, a subtle smile crept upon Chen Ping's lips. It was evident that Li Yifei's position on the prodigy rankings was well-deserved. Yet, it was unfortunate that he was facing Chen Ping, without any ostentatious movements. Chen Ping threw a simple punch in response. To dare act so brazenly in the face of Li Yifei, Chen Ping was truly unaware of the peril he faced. Wu Libo scoffed internally. Chen Ping's punch bore no trace of spiritual energy. Was he courting death? Cold Ning Shuang furrowed her brows. She recognized Chen Ping's exceptional talent. Yet he still faced a significant gap in realm compared to Li Yifei. Jiang Wuji chuckled at the unfolding scene. It seems this elder from the Zuaniangong has a clear understanding of his own limitations. Acknowledging he is no match for Yifei, he has chosen to embrace his fate and seeks a swift demise. The members of Zuaniangong frowned, uncertain of how to counter such remarks. Naturally, they dared not retort. The speaker was a sage. You dare underestimate me, little brat? Prepare to die. Ethereal rhythms coalesced around Li Yifei. Since you obstruct me, I shall first eliminate you before seizing from that little girl. The two fists collided, unleashing a cataclysmic energy that reverberated through the air. Elder Chen Ping surprisingly matched Li Yifei blow for blow. Spectators stared in awe. After all, Li Yifei was at the pinnacle of the Lingdong realm, while Chen Ping was merely in the mid-stages. This was a leap across multiple smaller realms. Indeed, Elder Chen Ping was extraordinary. However, it was not a fair match. Cold Ning Shuang shook her head. Confusion rippled through the crowd. The two were clearly still locked in confrontation. How could this not be considered evenly matched? Then someone discerned. I see. The sect master implies that Li Yifei has employed combat techniques, while Elder Chen Ping relies solely on his physical strength. In that case, it indeed seems that Elder Chen Ping has the upper hand. Yet Jiang Wuji's brow furrowed in concern. Get lost. Chen Ping shouted, sending Li Yifei hurtling backward. Crimson blood spewing from his mouth. How is this possible? You're merely in the mid-stages of Lingdong. Li Yifei clutched his chest, disbelief etched across his face. A mid-stage Lingdong practitioner had actually repelled him with a single punch and inflicted injury. At that moment, the members of Zuaniangong finally understood why Cold Ning Shuang had asserted it was not an even match. Chen Ping clearly held the advantage. A mid-stage Lingdong practitioner besting a top-tier prodigy on the rankings was a testament to Chen Ping's formidable strength. It was evident that as long as he did not fall midway, he would undoubtedly rise to become a significant figure in the future, easily stepping into the realm of sages. Wu Libo's frown deepened. The more exceptional Chen Ping proved to be, the stronger his unease grew. Yifei, be cautious. This fellow is not to be trifled with. We must end this quickly, Jiang Wuji advised. If I am not mistaken, his physique is extraordinary, with immense physical strength. Do not waste any more time. Li Yifei nodded, turning to Chen Ping. You are Chen Ping, correct? You have earned the right for me to remember your name. Yet, alas, it is your time to die. With those words, a broad blade manifested in his grasp, adorned with intricate dragon patterns. As if a divine dragon coiled around its body. The moment the blade appeared, a potent aura surged forth, resonating with a chilling battle cry. A heavenly-grade artifact? Cold Ning Shuang murmured, recognizing the significance. Indeed, Elder Jiang, this broad blade is the high-tier heavenly-grade artifact, Long Wan Bada. Jiang Wuji remarked nonchalantly. Elder, isn't it a tad unfair for Li Yifei, who is already at a higher realm, to wield an artifact against Chen Ping? Cold Ning Shuang's lips parted. Elder Ning, an artifact is part of one's strength. Surely your Zuaniangong does not lack heavenly-grade artifacts? Jiang Wuji retorted mockingly. What right does a mere first-rate sect have to compare with the Qian Yuan sacred land? Cold Ning Shuang trembled with indignation. To perish beneath the Long Yuan Bada is an honor, Li Yifei declared, directing a powerful slash towards Chen Ping. The air erupted with the roar of a dragon as a vivid dragon silhouette surged forth, hurtling towards Chen Ping as if an ancient deity had descended. All eyes turned upward, eager to witness Chen Ping's response. Though he had previously held a slight advantage, Li Yifei now wielded a high-tier heavenly-grade artifact, erasing any disparity. Chen Ping gazed at the oncoming blade, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. Indestructible chaos body. Let me witness your true strength. A chilling aura emanated from Chen Ping, and a terrifying giant phantom emerged behind him, its features obscured yet radiating an overwhelming pressure. Reminiscent of a creator god who had shaped the very world. Endless starlight flickered in Chen Ping's eyes as his aura surged violently. Break for me, he bellowed, launching another punch. Unlike before, this strike carried the weight of creation itself, tearing through the void and producing a series of explosive sounds. Such formidable might. An assault of this caliber could scarcely be matched even by an early-stage Lingshu practitioner. Jiang Wuji squinted, astonished. A humble Zuanian Gong had birthed such a prodigy. In comparison to Chen Ping, even the prodigies of the Qian Yuan sacred land paled. Likely only the saints could rival him. Chen Ping's fist hurtled toward the Long Yuan Bada, daring to confront a high-tier heavenly-grade artifact with bare hands. Li Yifei, awed by Chen Ping's might, instinctively elevated his energy to its peak. The broad blade erupted with a dragon-esque roar once more. Boom. Crack. A faint sound resonated, though subtle. The keen senses of the gathered cultivators picked up on it quickly. To their astonishment, a crack had appeared on the surface of the high-tier heavenly-grade Long Yuan Bada. The fissure widened, swiftly engulfing the entire blade, and with a sigh-like sound, the artifact shattered into countless fragments, raining down. As the life-bound artifact was destroyed, Li Yifei coughed up blood, his vitality waning severely. He gazed at Chen Ping in disbelief. As a prodigy ranked among the elite, wielding a heavenly-grade artifact, how could he be overpowered by another? Chapter 98. To kill at sight. At this very moment, Chen Ping had already approached him, placing his foot firmly upon his chest. Do not act recklessly, or the Su New Jersey sacred land will not spare you. Li Yifei struggled desperately, yet Chen Ping's foot bore down upon him with unbearable force, rendering him immobile despite his frantic efforts. Chen Ping looked down at Li Yifei with disdain, a master ranked among the celestial talents. Yet you resort to threats from your sect against one of lesser cultivation. Do you not feel ashamed? Hearing Chen Ping's words, Li Yifei's face flushed crimson. This was indeed a humiliation for him, yet he did not wish to perish. Chen Ping, do not act impulsively. Cold Ning Frost interjected hastily. If you kill Li Yifei, it will truly sever ties with the Su New Jersey sacred land. Humph, release Li Yifei now, or you shall die. Jiang Wuji could no longer maintain his composure. Li Yifei was his most valued disciple. If he were to die before him, what face would Jiang Wuji have left? The terrifying aura of the saint swept over them, causing all cultivators below the spirit tranquility realm from the Su Yixue sect to kneel upon the ground. The might of the saint was indeed overwhelming. If I recall correctly, Elder Zhang once mentioned that if Li Yifei were to die at my hands, it would be due to his lack of skill, and you would not hold me accountable. Chen Ping taunted Jiang Wuji. Jiang Wuji's brow furrowed. As a saint, to be untrustworthy would bring ridicule upon him. Yet, could he truly watch his disciple be slain? You are still too young. The only truth in this world is strength. Release Li Yifei now, or you shall die. A chilling killing intent radiated from Jiang Wuji. The disciples of the Su Yixue sect trembled even more violently, as if they were but chaff in the wind. Do you believe it will be I who dies first, or he? Chen Ping pressed his foot down slightly on Li Yifei's body, causing him to spew blood once more. You seek death. Jiang Wuji had arrived at the peak of the Spirit Herb Mountain. Is that so? A smirk crept across Chen Ping's face as he applied more pressure. Li Yifei's chest caved in, extinguishing all signs of life. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Everyone's faces were etched with disbelief. They had not anticipated that Chen Ping would actually kill Li Yifei. You seek death. A storm of murderous intent emanated from Jiang Wuji, and the once clear sky darkened with ominous clouds and flashes of lightning. The wrath of a saint could indeed alter the heavens. He had not expected that. Even after he had spoken, Chen Ping would dare to kill Li Yifei. This was a direct affront to him. Today, I shall have the Su Yixue sect accompany Li Yifei in death. A dreadful killing intent loomed like dark clouds over the entire Su Yixue sect. The disciples felt as though the sky itself had collapsed. The mightiest among them was merely at the pinnacle of the spirit tranquility realm. How could they withstand the fury of a saint? Please, Elder Jiang, show mercy. A melodious voice rang out. A stunning woman clad in a flowing purple robe descended gracefully from the heavens. It was Xiao Ryue, the sect master of the Spirit Desire Pavilion. Jiang Wuji's brow furrowed. While the Spirit Desire Pavilion was also a first-rate power, its circumstances were unique. I have met Elder Jiang. Xiao Ryue's every movement exuded charm. The disciples, previously intimidated by Jiang Wuji's presence, were now captivated by her grace. The Su Yixue sect and my Spirit Desire Pavilion share a close relationship. I wonder if Elder Jiang might overlook this matter for the sake of our association. She recalled that several of her disciples had once enjoyed intimate relations with saints. However, she could not comprehend why Chen Ping, who dismissed even the great saints, would tolerate Jiang Wuji's tyrannical behavior. Yet, since Chen Ping preferred to remain concealed, she would extend a gesture of goodwill. The disciples of the Su Yixue sect breathed a sigh of relief. Given the unique position of the Spirit Desire Pavilion in Zhongzhou, Xiao Ryue's intervention might just avert disaster. Jiang Wuji's frown deepened but soon relaxed. My disciple was killed by a member of the Su Yixue sect. If I do not avenge him today, what face will I have left? Jiang Wuji turned to Xiao Ryue. I ask you to leave, sect master, unless you wish for me to be impolite. An icy murderous intent manifested, causing Xiao Ryue's complexion to pale. She had not anticipated Jiang Wuji's overwhelming assertiveness. Xiao Ryue glanced at Chen Ping. Are you not prepared to act? Will you allow this man to trample upon you? Ryue, do not involve yourself in today's affairs. Cold Ning Frost sighed. This was, after all, a saint. Typically, these powerful figures might grant Xiao Ryue some leeway, but now, Cold Ning Frost cast a determined glance at Chen Ping, instantly teleporting to his side. Since Elder Jiang has torn the facade, let all your means be unleashed. She stood resolutely before Chen Ping. If you wish to slay him, you shall have to step over my corpse. Seeing Cold Ning Frost stand before him unwaveringly warmed Chen Ping's heart. Even if his actions might bring calamity upon the Su Yixue sect, Cold Ning Frost still stood resolutely in front of him without a hint of hesitation. Reflecting on the previous actions of the Qian Yuan Sect, Chen Ping realized how foolish he had been. Very well, I shall grant you your wish. Jiang Wuji declared with a murderous glare. A terrifyingly large hand appeared above Cold Ning Frost, poised to crush her into a pulp at any moment. Cold Ning Frost felt as though she were ensnared in a quagmire, utterly unable to move. At that moment, she fully grasped the chasm that lay between her and a saint. To the other party, her life was but a fleeting thought. Cold Ning Frost slowly turned to face Chen Ping. However, she thought that perhaps dying alongside Chen Ping was not such a bad outcome. In the next life, she would be able to meet Chen Ping even sooner than Su Yixue. Enough. A cold voice echoed through the air. From deep within the Su Yixue sect, a figure soared forth. The Grand Elder has emerged from seclusion. Excitement surged among the disciples of the Su Yixue sect, but their expressions soon darkened. What good was the Grand Elder's emergence against the saint? At that moment, a saintly aura radiated from Ji Liang. Break. Ji Liang gazed at the massive hand above him and struck it with a punch, shattering it to pieces. Could it be that the Grand Elder has stepped into the saint realm? The disciples of the Su Yixue sect erupted in exhilaration. Ji Liang glanced at Jiang Wuji across from him. Elder Jiang, you stated that everyone relies on their own abilities. Li Yifei's death was due to his insufficient skill. Can we not let this matter pass today? Ji Liang spoke calmly. With the aid of the primordial energy and the modified techniques by Chen Ping, he had already won foot in the saint realm. At present, he aimed to project an air of strength to help the Su Yixue sect navigate this crisis. Humph, a disciple of the Su Yixue sect shall not die in vain. Jiang Wuji declared. The Su Yixue sect actually possesses a saint. Today, Chen Ping must die. Ji Liang nodded at this remark. If that is the case, then you may proceed. Jiang Wuji and the disciples of the Su Yixue sect were taken aback. Was he conceding? Yet the next statement shifted their perspective entirely. I have just stepped into the saint realm, and while I may not match your seasoned powers, it will not be easy for you to kill me. If you slay Chen Ping today, it would be best for the young talents from your Su Yixue sacred land to be accompanied by a saint in their future endeavors. Ji Liang's eyes glinted with a hint of murderous intent. Otherwise, I shall kill at sight. Chapter 99. Today, I shall slay the saint. A chilling aura of murderous intent radiated from Ji Liang, causing the expressions of everyone within the Qian Yuan Sect to shift dramatically. They were taken aback by Ji Liang's unwavering defense of Chen Ping. Only Lung Ningxuan understood the underlying reasons for this fervor. Chen Ping had facilitated their master's breakthrough to the realm of the saints, a monumental favor indeed. Jiang Wuji furrowed his brow deeply upon hearing this. As an elder of the Xuanji sacred land, he harbored disdain for the mere Qian Yuan Sect. However, he was astonished to discover that the Qian Yuan Sect had produced a saint. The presence of a saint could drastically alter the power dynamics of a faction. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that a Qian Yuan Sect under the protection of a saint could now contend robustly with the great sacred lands. Yet, despite this newfound strength, defeat still loomed on the horizon. What truly unsettled him was the threat posed by Ji Liang. While defeating a saint might not be insurmountable, slaying one was an altogether different challenge. If Ji Liang truly intended to engage in a life or death struggle, the Xuanji sacred land would find itself in a precarious predicament. The events of the day undeniably stemmed from Li Yifei's initial transgressions. His demise was a consequence of his own misdeeds, and thus, it should be laid to rest. Jiang Wuji let out a cold snort, finally conceding in fear. The members of the Qian Yuan Sect collectively sighed in relief. With the Grand Elder stepping into the realm of saints, they had averted a significant crisis. Just as Jiang Wuji turned to leave, Chen Ping interjected suddenly. Jiang Wuji cast a lethal glare at Chen Ping, incredulous that this insignificant creature dared to persist. You just assaulted our sect leader. This matter cannot simply be overlooked. Chen Ping stated calmly. He was fiercely protective of his own, and though Li Yifei had sought to kill Lin Xiao and had met his end, Jiang Wuzhou's actions had caused Lung Ningxuang to bleed. Such an affront could not go unaddressed. The atmosphere shifted palpably as everyone present exchanged troubled glances. They believed Jiang Wuzhou's willingness to relent was a stroke of fortune for the Qian Yuan Sect, and the priority should now be to expeditiously dispatch this harbinger of doom. Yet, Chen Ping seemed intent on pursuing the matter regarding Lung Ningxuang's injury. Was he courting death? Jiang Wuzhou's murderous intent coalesced into a palpable force. You seek your own demise. His wrath was palpable. Who dared to speak thus to his saint? And yet, the audacity of a mid-level spirit movement cultivator to challenge him was utterly unfathomable. Chen Ping shook his head. I do not wish to die. Rather, I desire your death. His tone remained dispassionate, yet this very calmness left the onlookers dumbfounded. Did he truly intend to slay a saint? Such arrogance was astonishing, though previously, Chen Ping's talent and his willingness to defy authority for his disciples had garnered him some admiration. That regard dissipated swiftly. You are courting disaster. Do not drag us down with you. Despite the Grand Elder's ascension to the saintly realm, his opponent was a seasoned saint backed by the Xuanji sacred land. Lung Ningxuang gazed at Chen Ping, her eyes shimmering with affection. He had chastised a saint for her sake. Although she recognized the recklessness of his actions, it did not diminish her admiration. What woman does not long for a man who would stand unyielding against authority for her? Ji Liang's lips twitched. This man was insufferably arrogant. Presently, he had not yet truly entered the saintly realm, merely simulating its essence through the primordial purple energy and his understanding of the saintly domain. Should Jiang Wuzhou unleash his fury, Ji Liang would be powerless to intervene. In his heart, he had always viewed Chen Ping as a calculated individual. Why had he become so impulsive today? Yet, recognizing that Chen Ping's fury was in defense of his disciple brought him some solace. But why seek vengeance now? Possessing an indomitable chaotic body, Chen Ping's future achievements would far surpass those of Jiang Wuzhou. Why not wait until he had fully matured before seeking revenge? Yet, given the current circumstances, it seemed unlikely that this matter would resolve amicably. Ji Liang glanced at Chen Ping, then at Lung Ningxuang, before approaching her. I will ignite the primordial purple energy shortly, temporarily trapping Jiang Wuzhou. You and Chen Ping must flee to the borderlands immediately. The borderlands were a lawless expanse in the central state, home to countless outcasts from the demon and monster clans, including some saints who had willingly succumbed to darkness. Even the great sacred lands hesitated to tread there. Only in such a place could Chen Ping and Lung Ningxuang hope to survive. Lung Ningxuang's brow furrowed. Jiang Liang was already beginning to refine the primordial purple energy. Should he ignite it, the only outcome for him would be annihilation. Master, she wanted to protest, but then her gaze fell upon Chen Ping. As Chen Ping slowly ascended into the air, he declared, Today, I shall slay the saint. Such audacity. All present watched in disbelief as Chen Ping, a mid-level spirit movement cultivator, proclaimed his intent to slay a saint. Had he lost his sanity? Very well, I shall witness how you intend to achieve this. Jiang Wuzhou's eyes glimmered with murderous intent. This mere insect dared to claim he would devour an elephant. He was utterly oblivious to his own mortality. Chen Ping formed hand seals, his aura beginning to dissipate. So he was an array master. Yet, alas, such tricks would crumble before overwhelming strength. As his voice faded, profound runes began to materialize above the peaks of the Qian Yuan Sect. The intricate symbols were mesmerizing, sending shivers through the souls of those who beheld them. In no time, a terrifying grand array took shape. The spiritual energy of the Qian Yuan Sect surged like a tidal wave into the formation. Witnessing this, the members of the sect exchanged bewildered glances. Chen Ping had inscribed the array throughout the entire Qian Yuan Sect, and they had been utterly oblivious. This is the Dragon Slaughter Saint Array. How is this possible? You are merely a mid-level spirit movement cultivator capable of deploying such a formation. Jiang Wuzhou's expression shifted dramatically. The Dragon Slaughter Saint Array was a revered artifact of great power, capable of annihilating saints at its peak. However, the potency of such an array demanded an extraordinary mastery of the soul. Historical records indicated that those who successfully enacted the Dragon Slaughter Saint Array were always at the pinnacle of the spirit tranquility realm. For Chen Ping, a mid-level spirit movement cultivator, to achieve this was nothing short of miraculous. What is the Dragon Slaughter Saint Array? It sounds formidable. Some were unaware that it was a legendary saint-grade formation capable of slaying saints, and they marveled at Chen Ping's ability to deploy such a powerful array. As whispers of astonishment rippled through the crowd, their expressions towards Chen Ping grew increasingly complex. This elder appeared to harbor an abundance of secrets. Even if you have managed to set up the Dragon Slaughter Saint Array, What of it? The dragon veins of this land have long since succumbed to slumber. Bereft of the dragon veins' power, the array is merely a jest. Since that cataclysmic event, all the dragon veins of this world had fallen into a deep sleep, and even saints were powerless to awaken them. Chapter 100. The Fall of the Saint Who Told You That the Power of the Dragon Vein Could Not Be Awakened? A faint smile appeared at the corner of Chen Ping's mouth. During his time at the Qian Yuan Sect, he recognized that Su Yixue was an exceptionally strong-willed woman. When selecting system rewards, he often chose those that had little impact on his realm but possessed various subtle uses. Looking back now, he realized he had been overly infatuated. With the help of the system, stepping into the saint realm should not have been a significant challenge. Upon entering the Qian Yuan Sect, Chen Ping sensed the presence of a dragon vein beneath it. The dragon vein, a manifestation of the Earth's energy, wielded an incomprehensible and terrifying power. Quietly, Chen Ping inscribed the Dragon Slaughter Saint Array within Qian Yuan Sect. However, he never anticipated that he would actually need to use it now. What a farce. He had once been particularly intrigued by dragon veins and had researched numerous texts. Contrary to popular belief, dragon veins could indeed be awakened. It was rumored that a secret technique known as the dragon summoning art could activate the dragon veins. Yet, countless powerful saints had scoured the world in vain, unable to find this technique. Ultimately, it was unanimously agreed among the saints that the dragon summoning art had long been lost to the annals of history. With a cold shout, an unusual aura radiated from Chen Ping. At that moment, he entered a state of unity with the Tao. Suddenly, a dragon's roar resonated through the air. How could this be a dragon's roar? Had Elder Chen Ping truly awakened the slumbering dragon vein after countless years? A flicker of unease surged within Jiang Wujiao. Could it be that he was destined to perish here today? Immediately, a vividly lifelike golden dragon soared into the sky from a mountain within Qian Yuan Sect. The overwhelming dragon might obscure the sun, and every scale and claw emanated an intense sense of oppression. Impossible. Jiang Wujiao's expression changed dramatically. Who on earth was this person? Not only did he command the Dragon Slaughter Saint Array capable of slaying saints, but he also possessed the dragon summoning art, which was deemed non-existent by the saints. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Wujiao tore through the fabric of space to escape. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were left dumbfounded. What were they witnessing? A saint. At this moment, fleeing in panic like a terrified mouse. Even with their own eyes, they could scarcely believe the spectacle, especially when the one causing all this chaos was merely a mid-stage practitioner of the spirit movement realm. Thinking to flee, did he believe I would allow it? Chen Ping leaped and stood atop the dragon's head, appearing as an ancient deity that commanded respect. Lung Ning Shuang gazed at Chen Ping with stars in her eyes. This was her man. Meanwhile, Wilibo regarded Chen Ping with growing trepidation. The dragon raised its head, letting out a mighty roar. As its massive claw broke through the spatial rift created by Jiang Wujiao, seizing him, Jiang Wujiao's complexion turned ashen. After entering the saint realm, he had never before felt the threat of death. The Dragon Slaughter Saint Array, a legendary formation that existed only in texts, had materialized to confront him. Do not kill me. I am an elder of the Xiankong Holy Land. If you slay me, the Xiankong Holy Land will not spare you. Jiang Wujiao's face flushed crimson. Whether from the pressure of the Dragon Slaughter Saint Array or the humiliation of a saint having to invoke his sect to threaten a mere mid-stage spirit movement, do not act impulsively, Lung Ning Shuang urged. Chen Ping had already killed one prodigy from the Xiankong Holy Land. If he killed another elder, the consequences would be dire. If you spare me, I promise that the Xiankong Holy Land will not pursue the matter regarding Li Yifei's death, Jiang Wujiao exclaimed, his voice filled with desperation. Even a saint could not escape the grip of fear in the face of death. Chen Ping turned to Lung Ning Shuang and declared, he harmed you. He must die? His unwavering tone left the onlookers astounded. When Chen Ping had previously spoken of slaying saints, they had thought him mad. But now, he had demonstrated his capability through his actions. Die. Chen Ping scoffed as the enormous dragon claw tightened relentlessly. Jiang Wujiao desperately struggled against it. Yet his efforts were futile in the face of the Dragon Slaughter Saint Array's characteristics and the Earth's energy of the dragon vein. Ultimately, Jiang Wujiao's body shattered completely. The once clear sky darkened, filled with ominous clouds, thunder, and lightning. Red blood rained down from the heavens, as if mourning the fall of a saint. The blood rain of saints had re-emerged. Within such a short span, 2 saints had perished. Was the calamity truly upon them? This place of the saints' demise was Qian Yuan Sect, which had demonstrated the power to slay saints. Inform the disciples to avoid conflict with Qian Yuan Sect as much as possible. The powerful figures of Zhengzhou were shaken by the blood rain of saints. At that moment, within the Xiankong Holy Land, the Holy Master Chen Qingying, seated within the Great Hall, slowly opened his eyes. The fall of a saint had occurred once more. However, he did not yet know which Holy Land saint had perished. Only those with a saint to oversee them could be deemed a Holy Land, regardless of which Holy Land saint had been slain. It was a horrifying blow to their sect. Li Quan, an elder of the Xiankong Holy Land, was tasked with guarding the soul tablets of their disciples. When will this cursed day come to an end? Li Quan grumbled. His duty was to guard the soul tablets, yet in the vast Zhangzhou, few dared to kill members of the Xiankong Holy Land. This had rendered his days exceedingly dull. Suddenly, a soul tablet behind him shattered with a resounding crack. Dare someone kill a disciple of the Xiankong Holy Land? Li Quan hurried over, but with each step, his expression grew increasingly grave. Li Yifei, a prodigy of the Xiankong Holy Land, had been murdered. Who had the audacity to commit such an act? Li Quan hastily gathered Li Yifei's soul tablet, preparing to report to the Holy Master. However, before he could leave the room, another soul tablet shattered nearby. Li Quan's brow furrowed deeply as he turned to face the source of the sound. His expression grew ever more serious as he quickened his pace. Soon discovering that the soul tablet inscribed with Zhang Wujiao's name lay in ruins, Li Quan swallowed hard. Elder Zhang Wujiao had also been killed. In a single day, the Xiankong Holy Land had lost both a prodigy and an elder, an unprecedented occurrence. In an instant, he appeared before Chen Ping. Holy Master, trouble arises. The soul tablets of Li Yifei and Elder Zhang Wujiao have shattered. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping sprang to his feet. Moments ago, he had pondered which Holy Land saint had fallen, only to discover it was their own Zhang Wujiao. A terrifying killing intent coalesced into a palpable force. Soaring into the sky, all saints not in seclusion, gather in the main hall. Chen Ping's voice resonated throughout the Xiankong Holy Land. Chapter 101. Quelling the Fury. 7 saints materialized in the main hall of the Xuanji Sacred Land, their overwhelming presence reverberating throughout the central continent. The sudden assembly of saints, brimming with murderous intent, raised questions. Had the recent demise of a saint claimed the life of one from the Xuanji Sacred Land? In an era where emperors were absent, the consecutive fall of 2 saints could herald the arrival of calamity. In the Qian Yuan Sect, the atmosphere was heavy with foreboding. Jiang Qian's expression was grave. Each calamity brought about a near-total upheaval of the world, affecting even the practitioners of their sect. The aura of the recent saint had emanated from the Qian sect. Could it be that Ji Liang had ascended to the realm of saints? Jiang Qian furrowed his brow, realizing that despite a lifelong rivalry, Ji Liang had outpaced him. The members of the Qian Yuan sect fell into silence. Previously, their strength had been on par with the Qian sect, if not slightly superior. However, the emergence of a saint from the Qian sect changed the dynamics considerably. With a saint to anchor them, their rivals would now include the major sacred lands. Luo Linger, upon hearing this, knitted her brows, a terrifying speculation taking root in her mind. Yet, she quickly dismissed it. Such a notion was implausible. She was determined to uncover what had transpired within the Qian sect that could have led Ji Liang to achieve sainthood. Jiang Qian's eyes shimmered with starlight as he resolved to employ the heavenly mechanism technique to probe into the happenings at the Qian sect. The others in the Qian Yuan sect regarded him with curiosity, eager to glean insights from his revelations. As Jiang Qian's essence grew ethereal, he exuded an aura that made it seem as though he was standing before them, yet remained intangible. Moments later, 2 streams of blood tears cascaded from his eyes, a backlash from the heavenly mechanism. Jiang Qian's energy waned, disbelief etched across his features. Even if Zhang Liang had unexpectedly reached sainthood, he was but a novice. Given his own peak strength at the Lingji realm, he should not have faced such a repercussion. Are you all right, elder? The others inquired urgently. Jiang Qian shook his head. It was merely a slight backlash, nothing serious. Su Yixue interjected. Elder, have you discerned anything? Her tenacious spirit would not allow her to tolerate a sect previously inferior surpassing the Qian Yuan sect, especially as the Qian sect's leader was Lung Ningxuan, the one who had taken her beloved. Jiang Qian replied, I could not ascertain specific details. However, I did observe a sudden surge in the Qian sect's fortune recently. Ji Liang's ascension may be related to this. A surge in fortune? Luo Linger's breath quickened. If there had been any recent developments in the Qian sect, it undoubtedly linked to Chen Ping's joining. Could it be that Chen Ping was the catalyst for this surge in fortune? Fortune is an elusive concept, yet it is undeniable that every formidable sect and renowned powerhouse possesses profound blessings. Perhaps the emergence of a saint in the Qian sect was indeed due to Chen Ping. Had Chen Ping not departed from the Qian Yuan sect, it could very well have been Jiang Qian himself who achieved this newfound status. Do you think the surge in fortune is because of brother Chen Ping? After all, it seems too coincidental that he just joined the Qian sect. Luo Linger voiced her conjecture. Sister, Do not attribute such significance to Chen Ping. How could he possibly cause the Qian Yuan Sect's fortune to soar? If that were the case, our Qian Yuan Sect should have already soared during his long tenure with us. Jiang Xinwei retorted. Yet, since Chen Ping joined us, the Qian Yuan Sect has indeed been experiencing a continuous rise. Luo Linger countered. Humph, sister, our sect's ascent is the result of the collective efforts of all members. Your words diminish everyone's contributions. Luo Linger fell silent. At this juncture, she found herself at a loss for words. Just then, a flash of light heralded the arrival of a disciple before them. Elder, sect master, and esteemed elders. I have just received news that several saints from the Xuanji sacred land are en route to the Qian Yuan Sect. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the gathered individuals shifted dramatically. Could it be that the fallen saint was from the Xuanji sacred land? The audacity of the Qian Yuan Sect to provoke them so soon after producing a saint was astonishing. The disciple nodded. The Xuanji sacred land has openly declared that they intend to expunge the Qian Yuan Sect from the central continent today. The faces of Su Yixue and Luo Linger paled. Chen Ping was still in the Qian Yuan Sect. Su Yixue inhaled deeply. Forget it. If you do not cherish me, then let you fend for yourself. We cannot afford to offend the Xuanji sacred land. Though her heart ached, she recognized the necessity of maintaining composure. Brother Chen Ping, Luo Linger exclaimed, tearing through the void to enter. Linger, do not act recklessly. Do not let our Qian Yuan Sect incur the wrath of the Xuanji sacred land on account of Chen Ping. Su Yixue cried out, but Luo Linger had already vanished into the spatial rift, her ears deaf to reason. In that instant, she hoped to reach Chen Ping before the Xuanji sacred land arrived. Luo Linger propelled herself toward the Qian Yuan Sect at breakneck speed. Meanwhile, in the void, several saints from the Xuanji sacred land traversed the skies, opting not for spatial displacement, but to glide slowly. Their mission was not solely to avenge Li Yifei and Jiang Wuji. They aimed to demonstrate the might of the Xuanji sacred land, ensuring that all in the central continent recognized the dire consequences of offending them. Their endeavor bore fruit as countless factions covertly trailed them, eager to witness the fall of another saint. In the Qian Yuan Sect, panic gripped the members. Sect Master, the 7 saints from the Xuanji sacred land are on their way, threatening to annihilate us. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on the Qian Yuan Sect. Chen Ping had indeed displayed the ability to slay a saint. However, they were acutely aware that after vanquishing Jiang Wuji, the dragon vein underlying the Qian Yuan Sect had run dry. This meant Chen Ping could not activate the dragon slaughtering array once more. Furthermore, even if he could, they were facing 7 saints this time. It seemed the Qian Yuan Sect was on the brink of obliteration. Sect Master, Chen Ping's actions have brought calamity upon us. I propose we surrender him to the Xuanji sacred land to quell their wrath and secure a glimmer of hope for the Qian Yuan Sect. Wu Libo stepped forward, his voice resonant. His words prompted numerous elders to concur. Sect Master, this is indeed our only option. Please, surrender Chen Ping to extinguish the fury of the Xuanji sacred land. Chapter 102. Torment. The Xuanji sacred land approached with an overwhelming force. If things went awry, the Qian Yuan Sect might very well be erased from central continent. They had no desire to meet an untimely demise. The chill emanating from Lung Ningxuang intensified. No, I cannot consent. In her heart, even the entire Qian Yuan Sect paled in importance compared to Chen Ping. Sect Master, I know you hold Chen Ping in high regard, but we must prioritize the greater good. The crowd began to voice their concerns. Chen Ping, you are also a part of our Qian Yuan Sect. Can you bear to witness our entire sect's destruction because of you? Wu Libo cast a glance at Chen Ping. Chen Ping's lips curled into a slight smile, but the Xuanji sacred land has yet to arrive. Perhaps en route, they will realize their misstep and offer us an apology. The Xuanji sacred land was indeed fearsome, yet Chen Ping was no fool. If he had no means to counter them, how could he have possibly slain Jiang Wuji? Just moments ago, as Lin Xiao broke through, Chen Ping had received a reward from the system. This reward consisted of 2 items. The first was a severed arm encased within a coffin, crafted from blood-weeping phoenix gold. This metal was a celestial-grade divine gold, utilized by ancient emperors to forge imperial weapons. The severed arm within the coffin belonged to an ancient emperor. Although merely an arm, it still exuded the aura of a bygone sovereign. An emperor stood at the pinnacle of this world. Even a great sage was akin to an ant in their presence. With this severed arm in his possession, Chen Ping had no reason to fear a mere Xuanji sacred land. The second reward was equally enticing, a seed of the Tao of time. To advance to the spirit void realm, one must comprehend the Tao and cultivate this seed within. The training in the spirit void realm revolves around nurturing this seed, allowing it to grow. Tao seeds vary in rank, depending on the strength of their corresponding Tao laws. They are classified as spirit grade, saint grade, or the legendary celestial grade. The reward Chen Ping received was a celestial grade Dao seed of time. It was said that ancient emperors were capable of condensing celestial grade Dao seeds. How naive. Do you think the Xuanji Sacred Land will reason with you? Wu Libo coldly remarked. The Xuanji Sacred Land has issued a declaration to expunge our Qian Yuan Sect from Central Continent. All because of you. He continued with disdain. You expect them to reason with you after you've slain one of their prodigies and an elder? How laughable. Enough. Regardless, Chen Ping acted to protect our Qian Yuan Sect. I will never surrender him, Lung Mingxuang asserted. Consider this. If one day you offend other powers for the sect, and the sect lacks the courage to protect you, is it still worth your loyalty? The crowd felt a pang of guilt, yet the desire to live prevailed, especially when facing a death they believed to be inevitable. Very well, anyone wishing to leave the sect may do so now. Those unwilling to depart should stay and confront the Xuanji Sacred Land with us, Long Ningxuang declared. This was a carefully considered decision. Even if they relocated, it would not alter their fate of annihilation. However, as long as she and Chen Ping remained, those unwilling to stay would likely escape the wrath of the Xuanji Sacred Land before its arrival. As for her, Lung Mingxuang gazed at Chen Ping. The thought of facing death alongside him made it seem less daunting. Leave? Where would you go? Today, none from the Xuanji Sacred Land shall depart. A voice filled with authority resonated, as the master of the Xuanji Sacred Land appeared above the Qian Yuan Sect. Those who have slain members of my Xuanji Sacred Land shall see your entire sect buried alongside them. The overwhelming sanctity overshadowed the sky, leaving the Qian Yuan Sect members feeling as if the very heavens had collapsed upon them. It's all Chen Ping's fault. Had it not been for him, the Qian Yuan Sect would not be facing such peril. Despair lingered in the hearts of the Qian Yuan disciples. Indeed, we should never have allowed him to join the sect. Now we may all perish here. The atmosphere was thick with hopelessness, as 7 saints loomed over the Qian Yuan Sect, gazing down upon them as if they were mere insects. This time, it seemed the Qian Yuan Sect was truly doomed. The birth of a saint could have granted them the chance to enter the sacred land. They brought this upon themselves, failing to exercise restraint. How could they dare offend the Xuanji Sacred Land? The onlookers concluded that the Qian Yuan Sect was destined for annihilation. Do you Xuanji Sacred Land not adhere to any principles? Chen Ping raised his chin defiantly, unperturbed by the 7 saints. You came to my Qian Yuan Sect to seize opportunities, and your deaths are merely the consequence of your own actions. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Chen Qingying of the Xuanji Sacred Land scoffed, as a massive hand materialized above the Qian Yuan Sect. Dare to show disrespect to the Xuanji Sacred Land, and today shall mark the end of your sect. The colossal hand blotted out the sun, emanating terrifying Dao rhythms. For the members of the Qian Yuan Sect, this scene was akin to the apocalypse. Chen Ping's consciousness ventured into the system space, observing the coffin beneath him. Taking a deep breath, he realized he had no choice but to utilize the severed arm. He exerted force to push the coffin lid, only to find it impossibly heavy. Even as an indestructible chaotic body, he struggled to budge it. Chen Ping came to the grim realization that he might have miscalculated this time. If he could not retrieve the severed arm, the Qian Yuan Sect might genuinely be erased from Central Continent. Frustrated, Chen Ping summoned the power of his indestructible chaotic body, enveloped in a dense aura of chaos. At last, the coffin lid, forged from blood-weeping phoenix gold, began to reveal a narrow gap, allowing the supreme imperial might of an ancient emperor to seep through. Yet, in a fleeting moment, the lid returned to its original position. Above the Qian Yuan Sect, the faces of the 7 saints turned pale in an instant. Particularly, Chen Qingying. A great sage felt the imperial might acutely. The enormous hand above them slowly dissipated, his body trembling imperceptibly. Imperial might, though momentary, was undeniably real. Could it be that the Qian Yuan Sect concealed an ancient emperor? Rationality told him it was impossible, yet that imperial aura was unmistakable. Even if no emperor resided within the Qian Yuan Sect, they must possess imperial artifacts for protection. Such artifacts possess a spirit and can be considered extensions of an emperor. Even without an emperor to wield them, the Qian Yuan Sect was not something he, a mere great sage, could contend with. Regardless of the possibility, the Qian Yuan Sect was not to be trifled with. The fleeting imperial might seem to target only the 7 saints above the Qian Yuan Sect, leaving the others unaware of any anomaly. They merely pondered the dissipated hand. Was it possible that Chen Qingying did not intend to swiftly annihilate the Qian Yuan Sect, but rather sought to torment them slowly, allowing them to languish in despair amidst the dread of death? Chapter 103, Concern remains. Chen Qingying turned to Chen Ping. What did you just say, young friend? Are the disciples of our Su New Jersey Sacred Land here to plunder opportunities from your Su Yixue Sect? Everyone was taken aback. Just moments ago, Chen Qingying had been shouting threats, and now he had shifted his tone to one of camaraderie. Chen Ping nodded, observing a hint of amusement on Chen Qingying's face. It was evident that he had sensed the trace of supreme imperial might moments earlier. How could the esteemed leader of a sacred land possibly lower himself before such an insignificant being? Indeed, Li Yifei and Zhang Wuji attempted to seize the ant. In their frustration, sought to harm the disciples of Su Yixue sect, thus inviting their own demise, Chen Ping affirmed. Chen Qingying glanced at those behind him. Why was I not informed of this matter? Our Su New Jersey sacred land is renowned in Central Continent. And for the elders and disciples within our ranks to act in such a manner is a disgrace to our esteemed reputation. The Saint Zhao Bin, standing behind him, twitched at the corners of his mouth. He too had sensed that trace of imperial might. How could one not understand the leader's current thoughts? Leader, I am unaware of the details, but I will verify this with the sect immediately. Zhao Bin hurriedly replied. Young friend, allow me to confirm this. If it is indeed as you say, I shall certainly provide you with an explanation. Chen Qingying asserted with utmost sincerity. Everyone present was left in astonishment. What was happening? Wasn't Su New Jersey sacred land here to eradicate Su Yixue sect? Why were they suddenly engaging in reasoned discourse? Is this the conduct one would expect from a sacred land? Lang Ningxuang and Ji Liyong exchanged glances with Chen Ping. Earlier, he had mentioned that the arrival of Su New Jersey sacred land's representatives did not necessarily indicate an intent to destroy Su Yixue sect. Could Chen Qingying's current demeanor be influenced by Chen Ping? Yet how had he managed such a feat? This was Su New Jersey sacred land, after all. After a brief pause, Chen Qingying revealed a warm smile. Young friend, I have just confirmed that what you said is indeed true. I never anticipated that our Su New Jersey sacred land would harbor such miscreants. Rest assured, upon my return, I shall impose strict measures on our disciples to prevent such occurrences in the future. Chen Qingying's smile radiated warmth. It was evident that Su Yixue sect, suspected of harboring a great emperor or at the very least possessing imperial weapons, was not to be trifled with. The unexpected concession from Su New Jersey sacred land left everyone in disbelief. They had assumed the grand mobilization of 7 saints was solely to annihilate Su Yixue sect and establish their dominance. Yet here they were, retreating. Thank you, esteemed senior, Lang Ningxuang said with a smile. Regardless of the circumstances, this situation had reached a satisfactory conclusion. Chen Ping was spared, and Su Yixue sect avoided impending doom. Not at all. Today it was merely my Su New Jersey sacred land's failure to manage its subordinates, causing trouble for you. Esteemed leader, Chen Qingying replied with a smile. If there is nothing further, we shall take our leave. He was eager to depart, not wishing to linger in a place where hidden dangers might suddenly strike. Are you leaving so soon, esteemed senior? Chen Ping inquired, his face lighting up with a bright smile. Everyone turned their gaze to Chen Ping. Was he truly prepared to let this matter rest? Chen Qingying felt a surge of indignation. As the leader of Su New Jersey sacred land, he had never been treated in such a manner by a junior. Suddenly, a radiant smile graced Chen Qingying's face as a small tower adorned with intricate runes appeared in his hands. This is the pinnacle of the heaven-grade demon suppression tower. Consider it a token of goodwill from our Su New Jersey sacred land. The small tower floated gently before Lang Ningxuang. Her lips twitched slightly. When Chen Ping had uttered his earlier statement, she had felt a surge of anxiety. To her astonishment, Chen Qingying had indeed shown such grace and offered compensation. Leader, since the esteemed master of Su New Jersey sacred land has presented this, we should graciously accept it. Chen Ping suggested. Indeed, our Su New Jersey sacred land has caused quite a stir for Su Yixue sect today. Let this be a small gesture of our sincerity. Chen Qingying concurred. Then I shall not refuse. Lang Ningxuang accepted the demon suppression tower, feeling an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Su New Jersey sacred land had come with grand intentions. Yet not only did they refrain from attacking Su Yixue sect, but they also offered compensation. Who would dare believe such a twist of fate? While Su New Jersey sacred land was not known for erratic behavior, they were far from benevolent. Well then, we shall take our leave. Chen Qingying exhaled a sigh of relief. Finally, they were nearing their departure. Luo Linger, observing the Su Yixue sect ahead, quickened her pace. She hoped to arrive in time. However, as she drew closer, her expression grew increasingly grave. Above Su Yixue sect, 7 saints hovered in midair. Though they did not deliberately exude pressure, their presence was still enough to instill fear. Ultimately, she had arrived too late. Chen Ping, my master, I will strive to cultivate diligently and seek vengeance when my power allows. At that moment, she was astonished to witness the saints of Su New Jersey sacred land departing. Moreover, she could sense that Chen Ping's aura remained stable, without any signs of turmoil. Had Su New Jersey sacred land truly spared Chen Ping? Confirming that Chen Ping was safe, Luo Linger refrained from revealing herself. understanding that her status did not permit her to intrude upon Su Yixue sect. I must relay this news. Luo Linger tore through the void once more. She knew that although Su Yixue claimed to sever ties with Chen Ping, they had once been companions on the path. It was impossible for her not to worry for him. At Qian Yuan Sect, leader, we should hasten to bring Sister Linger back. Otherwise, if she inadvertently provokes Su New Jersey's sacred land, it could lead to dire consequences. Fan Lanoyu remarked to Su Yixue with concern. Su Yixue sect is truly foolish, daring to offend even the likes of Su New Jersey's sacred land. This will surely lead to their expulsion from Central Continent. Chen Ping, as an elder of Su Yixue sect, was no exception. Although he could not personally eliminate Chen Ping, his demise would still serve his interests. Once that happened, both Su Yixue and Qian Yuan Sect would fall under Fan Lanoyu's influence. Very well. Su Yixue nodded, preparing to depart when suddenly a ripple in space materialized within the Grand Hall. It was Luo Linger arriving. Sister Linger, has Chen Ping been rescued? Fan Lanoyu inquired, worry etched across his face. Though Chen Ping has severed ties with our Qian Yuan Sect, he was once our brother. Seeing Fan Lanoyu express such concern for Chen Ping warmed Luo Linger's heart. There were still those within Qian Yuan Sect who cared for him. Rest assured, junior brother Lanoyu, Chen Ping is unharmed. Su New Jersey's sacred land did not take action against Su Yixue Sect. Luo Linger replied with a smile. Chapter 104. It is time for you to repay me what? Chen Ping is not dead? Upon hearing this news, Fan Lanoyu's expression immediately shifted. This fellow is so fortunate. How could he have escaped unharmed? Luo Linger looked at Fan Lanoyu with confusion. Just moments ago, Fan Lanoyu had been concerned about Chen Ping. Now she appeared almost displeased at his survival. I know my senior brother Chen Ping is fine. I'm just too overwhelmed with excitement. Fan Lanoyu hastily explained. Luo Linger nodded in understanding. Jiang Xinwei furrowed her brows. She shared Fan Lanoyu's sentiments. She felt a profound sense of dissatisfaction at Chen Ping's survival. Yet, she chose to remain silent. On the other hand, Su Yixue let out a sigh of relief. Though she had spoken harshly before, she had still harbored concerns for Chen Ping. However, reflecting on how he had left Qian Yuan Sect without hesitation alongside Lang Ningxuang, her expression turned cold again. What does it matter to her whether he lives or dies? Linger, please recount the details of the events. Jiang Qian instructed, looking at Luo Linger. Nodding. Luo Linger began to share the information she had gathered. Everyone was astounded to learn that the Xuanji sacred land had refrained from taking action against the Qian Yuan Sect. After all, the commotion caused by the Xuanji sacred land was anything but trivial. How could such a significant uproar result in nothing? It must be due to the issue of the Qian Yuan Sect's fortune, Jiang Qian remarked. Perhaps what Linger mentioned earlier holds merit. It could indeed be related to Chen Ping. The others turned to Jiang Qian, puzzled by his words. Our Qian Yuan Sect has encountered numerous events of late, as you are all aware. I've noticed a significant decline in the sect's fortune, and these incidents occurred right after Chen Ping departed. The crowd fell silent. Could it be that the troubles plaguing the sect were a result of Chen Ping's departure, leading to the loss of its fortune? Elder, fortune is an elusive concept. This is likely just a coincidence. Su Yixue replied coolly. The path of cultivation is inherently against the heavens. Why should we be troubled by such matters? Besides, how could Chen Ping possibly influence the fortunes of two major sects? It must surely be mere happenstance. Perhaps, Jiang Qian nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. At the Qian Yuan Sect's main peak, Lang Ningxuang nestled beside Chen Ping. Chen Ping, what exactly happened today? She had prepared herself for a tragic end alongside him. Yet the Xuanji sacred land had behaved in such a manner. Did not their leader assert that the situation was indeed their fault? Chen Ping gently caressed Lang Ningxuang's face, speaking softly. At this moment, she had changed into a white robe, appearing less frigid. How could this be? We killed one of their elders and a prodigious disciple. Lang Ningxuang shot Chen Ping a look of disbelief. If a small sect had slain an elder of the Qian Yuan Sect, even if they were in the wrong, she would never stand idly by. To be honest, a great emperor resides within me, Chen Ping said, his expression earnest. The Xuanji sacred land retreated because they sensed the aura of the emperor within me. An emperor, at the pinnacle of humanity. Lang Ningxuang scoffed. Do you realize how long it has been since this world has birthed an emperor? Chen Ping merely shrugged. Sometimes, the truth is even less credible. If you claim that an emperor dwells within you, then let me see just how formidable you truly are. With that, Lang Ningxuang flipped over, straddling Chen Ping. A blush crept onto her exquisite face. Even though they had shared countless intimate moments, uttering such words still caused her to feel a rush of embarrassment. Very well. Today I shall engage you in a battle of 300 rounds. Chen Ping embraced Lang Ningxuang and leaned in for a kiss. Everything unfolded without severity. At Xiao Peak, Wu Libo seethed with anger at the events of the day. Not only had Chen Ping survived, but he had also emerged as a hero defending the Qian Yuan Sect. Moreover, Lang Ningxuang had chosen to keep him by her side. It was clear that she was indulging in unsavory activities with him. How infuriating. The thought of Chen Ping crossing several minor realms to slay the prodigy dispatched by the Xuanji sacred land filled Wu Libo with a profound sense of peril. If he did not act swiftly to eliminate him, Wu Libo feared he would soon find himself under Chen Ping's heel. He could not allow such a fate to unfold. At that moment, a figure entered the room. "Master, what troubles you?" It was Hu Jianhang. "Jianhang, have you broken through to the mid-stage of the Lingxi realm?" Wu Libo's face displayed a hint of satisfaction as he regarded Hu Jianhang. While Hu Jianhang's talent was not as exceptional as Lin Zhao's, it was still commendable. Achieving mid-stage Lingxiu at such a young age could be deemed as genius. Yet, as he thought of genius, Wu Libo's expression turned bitter. Regrettably, no matter how brilliant a talent, they paled in comparison to that monstrous Chen Ping. This cannot stand. He must not be allowed to grow stronger. Wu Libo sighed. "I am troubled by the matter concerning your junior brother, Xiao Tianhua. Had I known it would come to this, I would have prevented him from seeking the..." He lamented. "And that Chen Ping is truly narrow-minded. It is merely a minor grievance between our Xiao Peak and him." Yet he watched as Tianhua was burned to death by the without extending a hand to help. Had Lin Xiao acted promptly to collect the Tianhua would not have perished. Wu Libo sighed again. This Chen Ping is intolerable. Hu Jianhang was instantly engulfed in fury. To think he could watch Tianhua perish because of our minor grievances. This will not do. Master, we must seek justice. Hu Jianhang had a close bond with Xiao Tianhua. And upon learning that Chen Ping was the cause of his cousin's demise, he was consumed by rage. Wu Libo shook his head. Chen Ping is favored by the sect leader. Even if we have grave grievances, the leader will not punish him. Master, I shall go to Taiping Peak now and slay Chen Ping to avenge Tianhua. A chilling killing intent radiated from Hu Jianhang. If he did not eliminate Chen Ping, how could he return to face his aunt? No, Wu Libo reprimanded. I understand your deep bond with Tianhua, but you must not act impulsively. This matter ends here. You are not to mention it again. With that, he waved his hand, signaling the end of the conversation. Disciple takes his leave. Hu Jianhang bowed respectfully before turning to exit. Jianhang, I have nurtured you for so many years, treating you as my own. Now it is time for you to repay me. Wu Libo knew Hu Jianhang well. He was a man of extreme impulse. Having grown up in the household of his aunt, who was also Xiao Tianhua's mother, their bond was deeper than that of many brothers. The more he tried to deter Hu Jianhang from pursuing Chen Ping, the more enraged he would become. While Chen Ping had slain Li Yifei, a peak Lingdong realm cultivator, Hu Jianhang had now reached the mid-stage of the Lingxi realm. Chen Ping was destined to die. Chapter 105. The Turtle Dove at the entrance of Taiping Peak. A wine enthusiast grasped a broom in one hand and a wine flask in the other. Today, with wine in hand, I shall indulge. After taking a hearty swig of Erguo II, a satisfied smile graced the wine enthusiast's face. Such exquisite brew could only be procured by young Master Chen Ping. At that moment, a sound of slicing air pierced the silence as Hu Jianhang materialized before the wine enthusiast. Who are you, and what business do you have at Taiping Peak? The wine enthusiast furrowed his brow, sensing a hint of hostility emanating from Hu Jianhang. Humph, a mere servant wielding a broom dares to question me. Hu Jianhang scoffed, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. He was a disciple of the inner sect of Zhuantiangong, and his mentor was Wu Libo. The wine enthusiast's gaze darkened with a glint of murderous intent. However, realizing this was Zhuantiangong, he repressed his killing intent. Taiping Peak is not open to the public. You should leave. With that, the wine enthusiast resumed sweeping the fallen leaves. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? I am determined to enter Taiping Peak today. Truly, such a master begets such a servant. He had come today to apologize to Xiao Tianhua. Indeed, Chen Ping's astonishing act yesterday, slaying a saint using formations, was remarkable. Yet, so what? Everyone knew Chen Ping merely utilized the dragon vein hidden beneath Zhuantiangong. After such an incident, the dragon vein had fallen into silence, and Chen Ping could not summon it again. As for the formation he had displayed at Taiping Peak last time, he held it in contempt. His purpose today was to audaciously challenge Chen Ping, compelling him to fight based solely on his own strength. No matter how extraordinary Chen Ping's abilities were, could he truly transcend an entire realm in battle? He was merely in the mid-stage of the Lingong realm, while Hu Jianhang had already reached the Lingxi realm. The disparity between them was not comparable to that between him and Li Yifei, a mere menial servant. Ignorant of his place, would pay dearly today as Hu Jianhang raised his hand, unleashing a terrifying palm strike toward the wine enthusiast. One must consider the master when striking the dog, yet today he intended to strike the dog for his master to see. The corners of the wine enthusiast's mouth twitched. At that moment, he felt like a dragon trapped in shallow waters, mocked by shrimp. How could a dignified mid-stage Lingji realm powerhouse be so belittled by a mid-stage Lingshu realm cultivator? As the massive palm strike approached, the wine enthusiast snorted disdainfully. To his astonishment, the colossal palm strike abruptly reversed direction, striking Hua Jianheng squarely in the face. The powerful impact sent Hua Jianheng tumbling to the ground. Clutching his face, Hua Jianheng stood up, utterly shocked. What had just occurred? This menial servant was even stronger than he? How was that possible? How could such a formidable individual exist at Taiping Peak? I do not know which senior is present, but I mean no offense, Hua Jianheng hastily declared. He must have mistakenly assumed his actions were provocative. Yet, no response came from the silence. Thank you for your mercy, senior. Hua Jianheng breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to the wine enthusiast. Old man, today you are doomed. The chilling intent surged once more. If that senior had wished to intervene, they would have reprimanded him earlier. Clearly, his earlier speculation was correct. This senior had merely misconstrued his actions as provocation. As for the wine enthusiast before him, that senior would hardly take him seriously. Die. Hua Jianheng advanced toward the wine enthusiast. At that moment, a terrifying aura of murderous intent erupted from the wine enthusiast. Lingji realm? You are a powerhouse of the Lingji realm? Hua Jianheng swallowed hard. The overwhelming killing intent caused his spiritual energy to feel constricted. I am but a wine-imbibing servant. The wine enthusiast replied coldly. Hua Jianheng's face turned pale. That slap just now had indeed been delivered by the wine enthusiast. When had such a strong figure emerged at Taiping Peak? With a wave of his hand, a formidable palm imprint materialized above Hua Jianheng's head. You seem to enjoy slapping faces, do you not? The massive palm struck down directly, leaving Hua Jianheng sprawled on the ground, a terrifying palm imprint surrounding him. The commotion attracted considerable attention, and soon a crowd gathered near Taiping Peak. However, given Chen Ping's previous extraordinary display, few dared to recklessly intrude upon the peak, opting instead to observe from a distance. As they beheld Hua Jianheng lying on the ground, they were taken aback. Isn't that Hua Jianheng, the eldest disciple of Shaoao Peak? How did he end up here? For Shi Xiang, this is not a place for napping. Shaoao Peak was notoriously domineering within Zuaniangang, and many harbored grievances. Now witnessing a disciple from Taiping Peak besting one from Shaoyao Peak, they felt a surge of satisfaction. However, the peculiar habits of Shaoyao Peak's disciples were indeed noteworthy. They had previously knelt at Taiping Peak's entrance and now appeared to be napping at its gates. As these words were spoken, laughter erupted. Hua Jianheng's face flushed crimson. Rising from the palm imprint, he shouted, "Silence!" At this command, many fell quiet. Hua Jianheng still possessed some strength. Senior, I mean no provocation. I have come to challenge Elder Chen Ping of Taiping Peak. I kindly ask you to convey my message. Hua Jianheng bowed deeply to the wine enthusiast. Clearly, the wine enthusiast had no desire to kill him. Otherwise, that slap would have reduced him to mere pulp. To challenge young Master Chen Ping? The wine enthusiast was taken aback. Where does this fellow find the audacity to challenge Chen Ping? He already has the lives of 2 saints on his conscience. I am no senior. I am merely a wine-imbibing servant, the wine enthusiast said, sipping his drink nonchalantly. Hua Jianheng's face turned beet red. If a powerhouse in the Lingji realm was merely a servant, what did that make him? This fellow was mocking him. I previously failed to recognize your greatness and inadvertently offended you. I implore you to forgive me. Hua Jianheng lowered himself to the utmost humility. He must avenge Xiao Tianhua. Chen Ping must die today. Begone. Do you think young Master Chen Ping is someone you can simply meet at will? The wine enthusiast retorted coldly. Hearing himself compared to a mere cat or dog, Hua Jianheng's face turned even redder. The onlookers could not help but laugh. The last time the disciples of Shaoyao Peak faced humiliation, it had also been at Taiping Peak. Clearly, Taiping Peak held a particular dominance over Shaoyao Peak. Hua Jianheng of Shaoyao Peak challenges Elder Chen Ping of Taiping Peak. Life and death are at stake. Should Elder Chen Ping dare not engage, he may forever remain a turtle dove. Hua Jianheng's voice, bolstered by spiritual energy, echoed throughout Zuantiangang. Chapter 106, just fine previously. Only a few disciples had been paying attention to these matters. Upon hearing this statement, many elders of the Qian Yuan Sect were taken aback. It had been many years since a disciple challenged an elder. Although Chen Ping's strength was not particularly formidable, following the incident at the Xuanji sacred land, many had begun to view him with newfound respect. Today, however, someone dared to challenge Chen Ping. Yet, when they realized the challenger was a disciple of Wu Libo, their concerns eased. After all, everyone within the Qian Yuan Sect was aware of the long-standing rivalry between Taiping Peak and Shaoyao Peak. Chen Ping, who was currently instructing Lin Xiao and Qin Jinxia in their cultivation, naturally heard the commotion. Master, someone wishes to challenge you. Huang Xiling remarked with a playful smile. She was inherently one to revel in the excitement of drama. After all, watching a challenge was far more entertaining than the monotony of cultivation. The audacity to challenge Master. That fellow likely has no idea how perilous his situation is. Lin Xiao scoffed. She had witnessed Chen Ping's prowess firsthand in the southern wilderness, where he had vanquished a saint and even extorted a mighty saint's bamboo pole. If only you all were a bit more diligent. Such trivial matters could easily be addressed by you. Chen Ping retorted with a hint of annoyance. Now, I must handle everything myself. Lin Xiao and Qin Jinxia, lacking deep understanding of cultivation, felt a wave of shame wash over them after Chen Ping's reprimand. Indeed, their progress had been too slow, rendering them incapable of assisting their master. This was utterly unacceptable. They needed to strive harder in their cultivation. Observing the situation, Huang Xiling couldn't help but twitch her lips in amusement. The innate talent and cultivation speed of Qin Jinxia and Lin Xiao would have made them paragons even in their previous lives, belonging to the ancient Phoenix clan. However, considering Chen Ping's extraordinary abilities, she felt a sense of understanding. Continue your cultivation. I will attend to this matter, Chen Ping stated tersely. I wish to join in the excitement as well, Huang Xiling exclaimed, clinging to Chen Ping's arm. The fragrance of the girl caused Chen Ping to furrow his brow slightly. Very well, if you both wish to come, then join me. A balance of work and leisure is essential. Observing a battle can indeed enhance one's combat awareness. Master, I shall not accompany you. I must cultivate diligently to assist you in the future, Qin Jinxia expressed, glancing enviously at Huang Xiling, who was unabashedly holding on to Chen Ping's arm. When will I have the opportunity to be so carefree with my affection for Master? Indeed, I, too, must accelerate my cultivation. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. As the latest to embark on her journey, she understood that without earnest effort, the gap between her and her two seniors would only widen. Look at them, Chen Ping lamented, lightly tapping Huang Xiling's head in frustration. Huang Xiling merely pouted, choosing not to respond further. At the entrance of Taiping Peak, Hui Jianheng furrowed his brow in concern upon receiving no reply. If Chen Ping truly intended to ignore him, how would he exact his revenge? Challenges against elders were acceptable, but they must adhere to protocol. If he clandestinely infiltrated Taiping Peak, he would undoubtedly face punishment once discovered. Furthermore, the memory of Chen Ping's formation still sent shivers down his spine. Forcing Chen Ping to accept his challenge was indeed the most prudent choice. Surely Elder Chen Ping would not shy away from a mere disciple's challenge? Wu Jianheng taunted. In reality, it was entirely reasonable for Elder Chen Ping to decline the challenge, given that he was merely in the mid-stage of the spirit movement realm. Indeed, I have heard that Elder Chen Ping once reached the pinnacle of the spirit void realm, but due to unforeseen circumstances, his foundation was shattered. Since arriving at Qian Yuan Sect, he has only recently regained mid-stage spirit movement realm. Such talent is truly astonishing. Perhaps it is this very talent that has stirred feelings of threat within Elder Wu Libo. Silence. Do not speak recklessly. The atmosphere fell silent once more. Soon, the sound of footsteps reached everyone's ears. Chen Ping and Huang Xiling slowly emerged. Elder Chen Ping has appeared. Could he be preparing for battle? All eyes turned to Chen Ping. Young Master Chen, the wine enthusiast, stepped forward to pay his respects. Had it not been for Chen Ping's previous instructions to avoid trouble within the Qian Yuan Sect, Wu Jianheng would have long since been a corpse. You wish to challenge me? Chen Ping regarded Wu Jianheng. Within the Qian Yuan Sect, elders were permitted to refuse challenges from disciples. However, doing so would undoubtedly invite ridicule, as no elder in the sect's history had ever declined a disciple's challenge, nor had many disciples dared to challenge their elders. Hui Jianheng nodded. You are responsible for my cousin's death. Today, I shall challenge you to avenge him. Of course, if Elder Chen Ping is too frightened to accept, I cannot force you. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping's lips twitched in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Xiao Tianhua was Hui Jianheng's cousin, nor did he expect Hui Jianheng to place the blame for Xiao Tianhua's demise squarely upon him. Xiao Tianhua had insisted on capturing thee and had perished due to his own recklessness. How could that possibly be Chen Ping's fault? Hui Jianheng coldly replied. Your disciple was able to subdue the. Had you assisted my cousin at that moment, he would not have perished. At this, the onlookers were left dumbfounded. What kind of logic was this? If one did not rescue another, they were to blame for their death? Absurd. Chen Ping snapped back in irritation. Very well. Since you wish to challenge me, I shall accept. Wait. Hui Jianheng interrupted suddenly. What is it? Hui Jianheng coldly stated, I wish to challenge you fairly. I hope you will not resort to formations or other underhanded tactics. Should Chen Ping employ his formations, Hui Jianheng knew he would be doomed. Chen Ping's lips twitched again. And your dignity? You are an entire realm above me, and yet you demand I refrain from using formations? Are you not aware that formations are an integral part of a cultivator's strength? The crowd exchanged glances, utterly bemused. How could he say such things? According to his reasoning, should those who specialize in formations be condemned to death? You are an elder of the Qian Yuan Sect. Is it not laughable to require formations to deal with a mere disciple? Hu Jianheng paid no heed to the scrutiny of those around him. His sole purpose was to eliminate Chen Ping and avenge Xiao Tianhua. Very well, as you wish. I shall refrain from using formations. Chen Ping replied nonchalantly. Is it truly impossible to cross a single realm? I think not. Everyone was taken aback, not expecting Chen Ping to agree to such a stipulation. Let us proceed to the training grounds. Hu Jianheng nodded, somewhat surprised by Chen Ping's willingness. He had concocted countless arguments to compel Chen Ping to forego formations. But this ultimately worked in his favor. As long as Chen Ping did not utilize the power of formations, he would remain unbeatable. The training grounds? I believe that is unnecessary. Chen Ping shook his head. The crowd looked at him quizzically, uncertain of what he meant. Dealing with you will not require much time. There is no need to go to the training grounds. We can settle this right here. Chapter 107. A disgrace to my master. Chen Ping turned his gaze towards Hu Jianheng. I have just slain Li Yifei. Do you dare to challenge me? Believing yourself to be stronger than him? All eyes were fixed upon Hu Jianheng, a sentiment shared among them. Hu Jianheng was merely at the early stage of the spirit void realm, while Li Yifei possessed the capability to contend with early-stage practitioners. Previously, I had indeed held some trepidation. Hu Jianheng nodded. However, with that, he unleashed a powerful aura without the slightest concealment. He had surprisingly broken through to the mid-stage of the spirit void realm. No wonder he had the audacity to confront Elder Chen Ping. It was revealed that he had advanced to the mid-stage of the spirit void realm. This significant leap in strength placed him a whole realm above Elder Chen Ping. And it seemed at this time, Elder Chen Ping was in peril. Above the main hall of Qian Yuan Sect, Lang Ningxuang's eyes shimmered with divine light. A whole realm difference was indeed not easily overcome. Rest assured, Chen Ping will be fine. At that moment, a fragrant breeze swept in, and a figure embraced Lang Ningxuang, planting a kiss on her cheek. You have become increasingly enchanting. How does it feel to be with Chen Ping? Xiao Riyue teased her. Worried about Chen Ping? What an international joke. Chen Ping is capable of slaying saints. Be serious. Lang Ningxuang recalled the intimate nights spent with Chen Ping, her cheeks flushing crimson. And the two women began to bicker. Chen Ping sighed as he observed Hu Jianheng's confidence. In truth, even now, you fall considerably short compared to Li Yifei. His ascent to the talent ranking is beyond doubt. Even with your breakthrough, you cannot hope to rival Li Yifei. Humph. We shall see once we fight. Hu Jianheng snorted, his aura reaching its zenith as he faced Chen Ping, unleashing a terrifying gust of wind with a casual wave of his hand. Indeed, as a mid-stage spirit void practitioner, he was formidable. The crowd sighed in unison, sensing that Chen Ping might truly be in danger this time. Yet, Chen Ping remained expressionless. As the fierce wind surged towards him, he merely waved his hand, dissipating it effortlessly. You are still overly confident. With a single step, Chen Ping appeared before Hu Jianheng. How could he be so fast? Hu Jianheng's complexion paled, unease creeping in as he felt Chen Ping's speed. Get lost. Chen Ping struck with a punch, his veins bulging. There was not the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy, only pure, unadulterated physical strength. The indestructible chaos body was unparalleled. Yet Chen Ping could only exert a fraction of its might at this moment. Once he attained the spirit void realm, he could further unlock the powers of the indestructible chaos body. This supreme physique was born at the dawn of creation, inherently aligned with the laws of this world. Hu Jianheng was sent flying, crashing violently against the mountain wall. The expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Having already been astonished by Chen Ping's strength upon defeating Li Yifei, they were now left in awe, as he had effortlessly vanquished Hu Jianheng, who was an entire realm above him. Such talent was not inferior to those on the talent ranking, perhaps even surpassing them. After a long while, Hu Jianheng slowly slid down the mountainside, his aura at its peak. One punch decides the outcome. Disciples of Xiao Peak, please take your senior brother back. Chen Ping spoke nonchalantly. Soon, the disciples of Xiao Peak hastily carried Hu Jianheng away. Our young master is too kind. Had it been me, he would have lost his life by now, the wine enthusiast remarked. Chen Ping shook his head. Patience is a virtue. I aim to catch a bigger fish. He had already formed suspicions regarding those who had ambushed him previously. Hu Jianheng's actions had nearly confirmed his conjectures. Now, he awaited Wu Libo's emergence. Huang Xiling, witnessing the swift conclusion, could not help but pout. Boring. I should have known better than to come. All right, no more spectating. Chen Ping waved his hand, prompting the crowd to disperse. Initially, The reverence towards Chen Ping stemmed from his status as an elder and his willingness to protect his disciples against tyranny. However, the dynamic had shifted. Now, with the ability to slay mid-stage spirit void practitioners, Chen Ping's prowess was comparable to that of certain elders. Moreover, his current cultivation was merely at the mid-stage of the spirit movement realm. If in time, he could undoubtedly become a pillar of the Qian Yuan Sect, perhaps even surpassing the sect master. The disciples of Xiaoao Peak brought Huijian Hang to Wu Libo's courtyard. Senior brother is gravely injured. Wu Libo regarded Huijian Hang. His brow furrowed. Chen Ping's talent had exceeded his expectations, capable of defeating an opponent a whole realm above. Such a person was truly a prodigy. The chasm between the spirit void and spirit movement realms was qualitatively significant. To reach the spirit void realm, one must comprehend the great Tao and condense the Tao seed within. With a Tao seed, one could harness the power of the great Tao in battle. Yet, Chen Ping, merely at the mid-stage of the spirit movement realm, had triumphed over Huijian Hang of the mid-stage spirit void realm. It would not be long before Wu Libo found himself outmatched. Master, I have shamed you. Wu Libo lamented as he looked at Huijian Hang, his face filled with shame. After meticulously nurturing him for so many years, he had been defeated by someone at a higher level. I have warned you not to seek out Chen Ping. Why did you not heed my words? Wu Libo sighed. What a useless wretch. Master, I only wish to avenge my cousin. Huijian Hang's expression was fierce. Do you truly wish to avenge Xiao Tianhua? Wu Libo's lips curled slightly. Indeed, as long as I can avenge Tianhua, I would gladly sacrifice my life. Huijian Hang nodded. Very well, I can assist you. Wu Libo placed his hand upon Huijian Hang. Suddenly, Huijian Hang felt his vitality swiftly draining away. Master, what are you doing? Huijian Hang's face changed dramatically. Did you not say that as long as you could avenge Xiao Tianhua, you would be willing to die? Wu Libo revealed a cruel smile. No, Master. Huijian Hang hastily exclaimed. I do not wish to die. Although he shared a deep bond with Xiao Tianhua, he was not prepared to sacrifice himself for revenge. Wu Libo shook his head. You have no choice now. Only by your death can I have just cause to confront Chen Ping. The malice behind Wu Libo grew stronger. And soon Huijian Hang's vitality was extinguished, leaving him a lifeless corpse. Jian Hang, my disciple. Wu Libo's furious voice echoed. For so many years, I have treated you as my own son, yet you have been brutally slain. Fear not, I shall avenge you. His sorrowful and wrathful declaration reverberated throughout the entire Qian Yuan Sect. Chen Ping, for killing my disciple, I shall not rest until I have settled the score with you. Chapter 108. Step forward and meet your fate in an instant. A terrifying aura surged into the sky. Wu Libo soared directly towards Taiping Peak. Chen Ping, you have slain my disciple. Now, I demand your life. The atmosphere was thick with murderous intent. Despite witnessing that Huijian Hang was gravely wounded yet still alive, Wu Libo felt justified in his pursuit of vengeance. Even if Huijian Hang had perished, he had willingly challenged Chen Ping, and any demise would be a testament to his lack of skill. Regardless, the loss of his disciple demanded retribution. Otherwise, the loyalty of his remaining disciples would surely wane. After all, Chen Ping had once risked incurring the wrath of the Xuanji sacred land to protect his own disciples. However, Wu Libo had not anticipated the sheer power of Elder Chen Ping, who had obliterated Huijian Hang with a single punch. Many watched from a distance, murmuring among themselves. Elder Wu, challenges carry inherent risks, and Huijian Hang was of a significantly higher realm than Chen Ping. He was bound to exert himself fully. At that moment, Xie Bixing arrived on the scene. Indeed, Huijian Hang brought this upon himself by challenging an elder with insufficient strength. Several elders gathered around, their expressions somber. Being challenged by a disciple was, after all, a source of shame. I care not for such matters. Wu Libo retorted coldly. Huijian Hang has been like a son to me since childhood. I must avenge him. Wu Libo's killing intent intensified as he landed at the gates of Taiping Peak. Meanwhile, the drunken scholar, still clutching a gourd in one hand and sweeping the ground with the other, emitted a potent aroma of alcohol that caused the elders to frown in disapproval. Taiping Peak is not a place for the uninvited, the drunken scholar stated nonchalantly. Do you know who I am? Wu Libo's countenance darkened further, feeling insulted by the rebuke of a mere servant. No one enters without proper announcement. The drunken scholar replied coolly. Within the entirety of the Xuanji sect, the only one who posed a threat to him was Ji Liang. Very well, Wu Libo sneered. Even a dog from Taiping Peak dares to look down upon me. Today, I shall first teach you a lesson on behalf of Chen Ping, and then I will hunt him down. With that, Wu Libo lunged at the drunken scholar. The drunken scholar's eyes narrowed, and an enigmatic aura emanated from him. To teach me a lesson? You are not worthy. A sword materialized in the drunken scholar's hand, radiating a terrifying energy that soared into the heavens. At that moment, the sword seemed to merge with the drunken scholar himself, and the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. They gaped in astonishment. The aura surrounding this seemingly unassuming servant instilled fear within them, even greater than that felt in the presence of Lung Ningxuang. He was at the very least a formidable being of the Lingji realm. To offend Taiping Peak is to court death, the drunken scholar proclaimed. Fixing his gaze upon Wu Libo, his grand display of power was not to be overlooked, especially with Wu Libo's threats looming. A single sweep of his sword unleashed a tangible wave of terrifying sword energy accompanied by a symphony of ringing blades directed straight at Wu Libo. It appeared Wu Libo was in grave peril, having underestimated the might of Taiping Peak's guardian. Wu Libo's hair stood on end as he felt the imminent threat of death. What manner of person was Chen Ping that a being of such caliber would willingly serve as a mere janitor? Wu Libo attempted to flee, only to discover that his surroundings had been ensnared in a spatial confinement that rendered his efforts futile. It was over. Wu Libo relinquished his resistance. Regretting his decision to offend Chen Ping, especially knowing he was accompanied by such a powerful protector. You have been playing the fool all along. Stop. An ancient voice rang out, causing the menacing sword energy to dissipate. An elder soon appeared before the crowd. Greetings, Supreme Elder. The assembly bowed in respect as they recognized Zhang Jinghua, another Supreme Elder of the Xuanji sect, whose prowess, while not quite on par with Ji Liyang, still reached the late stages of the Lingji realm. Most crucially, Zhang Jinghua was Wu Libo's master. Why have you emerged from seclusion? Wu Libo inquired hastily, as he had heard that Zhang Jinghua had been in closed-door training for decades. What is happening here? Zhang Jinghua demanded, having just emerged from his long retreat only to discover an attempt on his disciple's life. Is this an affront to me, Zhang Jinghua? I implore you, master, to avenge my disciple and your grand-disciple. Wu Libo knelt, desperation evident in his tone. Zhang Jinghua's brow furrowed. Chen Ping of Taiping Peak has killed your disciple, and I came here to exact vengeance, only to find myself nearly slain. The elder radiated an aura of terrifying wrath, causing those present to instinctively retreat several paces. So, you dare to take advantage of my absence to eliminate my lineage? Are you Chen Ping? Zhang Jinghua directed his inquiry at the drunken scholar. He is not. Wu Libo interjected. Zhang Jinghua nodded. Chen Ping, step forward and face me. If you do not provide an explanation for today's events, I shall not show you mercy. Everyone held their breath. Supreme Elder, this situation stems from Wu Libo's own actions. You cannot be so biased. At that moment, a ripple of space materialized, and Lung Ningxuang emerged gracefully. Perhaps due to the hurried nature of events, she was dressed in a more casual manner than usual, which softened her imposing presence. Cold girl, my disciple was nearly killed, and my grand-disciple has been slain. I seek only vengeance, and you dare accuse me of bias. Zhang Jinghua's expression darkened as he regarded Lang Ningxuang. Master, the sect leader shares a close relationship with Chen Ping. We should let this matter be, Wu Libo interjected, aware of his master's fiery temperament. The more he spoke, the angrier Zhang Jinghua became. Cold girl, it seems that since you have become sect leader, you no longer regard me with any respect. Zhang Jinghua's voice turned icy as he glared at Lang Ningxuang. Even if Ji Liyang himself intercedes, I shall still slay this Chen Ping. Chen Ping, come forth and meet your demise. A palpable wave of murderous intent enveloped Taiping Peak. Chapter 109. How to explain seeing Zhang Jinghua treat her with such disdain. Lung Ningxuang's delicate brows furrowed tightly. If it were not for her master being in seclusion, he would certainly have made this arrogant old man pay for his insolence. You wish to kill me? You are not worthy. At that moment, Chen Ping's voice rang out, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. This was a formidable late-stage practitioner of the spirit tranquility realm. Chen Ping was being utterly disrespectful. Indeed, upon hearing Chen Ping's words, Zhang Jinghua's face darkened to the point of almost dripping with anger. This was the first time he had been treated so in the Qian Yuan Sect. Drunken man, I'll leave this old fool to you. Chen Ping's voice echoed again. Zhang Jinghua trembled with rage. This fellow was so arrogant as to not even show his face. Very well, I shall see just how formidable you, a mere servant, truly are. Just a mid-stage spirit tranquility practitioner. Rest assured, I shall teach this old man a lesson right away. Drunken man nodded, taking out his wine gourd and gulping down a mouthful. His face flushed crimson. For disrespecting my master, he shall be punished. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jinghua sneered. That remains to be seen, does it not? With that, Zhang Jinghua charged at drunken man. The clash of their energies sent shockwaves through the crowd, leaving them in awe. This servant was actually able to contend evenly with elder Zhang Jinghua. Zhang Jinghua's expression grew grave. This man's methods were indeed peculiar. Although he appeared to follow the path of a sword cultivator, his aura was markedly different. Drunken man, if you cannot handle this fellow, You need not follow me any longer. Chen Ping's voice came forth once more. The onlookers had grown accustomed to Chen Ping's audacious demeanor. However, with such a master by their side, his arrogance seemed justified. If they were in his position, they would likely be even more audacious. Drunken Man quickly replied, "Rest assured, my master." He then turned to Zhang Jinghua. "I had intended to stretch my limbs alongside you, but my master has withdrawn his consent." With that, a sharp sword appeared in Drunken Man's hand. The blade's fierce aura shot towards the heavens, as if it sought to cleave the very sky. "How can this be? You are merely a mid-stage practitioner of the spirit tranquility realm. How can you possess such might?" Zhang Jinghua's face was etched with disbelief. The gleaming sword unleashed a radiant sword light, reminiscent of an ancient deity descending upon the world. Zhang Jinghua hastily defended himself, his energy surging to its peak. Yet, this single sword strike scattered his spiritual energy, leaving a terrifying scar upon his chest. "Impossible!" Zhang Jinghua clutched his chest, the pain serving as a reminder of the reality he could scarcely believe. Had he truly been defeated by a mid-stage practitioner of the spirit tranquility realm? How can you be so powerful when you are merely at the mid-stage of the spirit tranquility realm? Zhang Jinghua glared at Drunken Man. "This is all thanks to my master. Without his guidance, my strength would never have reached such heights," Drunken Man remarked, casting a gaze filled with reverence toward Chen Ping's direction. This young man was shrouded in mystery, possessing countless secrets that left one in awe. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Drunken Man's strength was attributed to Chen Ping? Was Chen Ping not merely a mid-stage practitioner of the spirit movement realm? Although he had already proven his might by defeating a beginner of the spirit void realm, how could he possibly guide a master of the spirit tranquility realm? Zhang Jinghua's brow was furrowed. "Do you still wish to kill me, Zhang Jinghua?" Chen Ping slowly stepped forward. Zhang Jinghua regarded Chen Ping with a complex expression. "Regardless, the fact that you killed my disciple cannot be overlooked." Zhang Jinghua finally spoke. He was exceedingly protective of his own. "I killed your disciple?" Chen Ping scoffed. "In consideration of his status as a disciple of the Qian Yuan Sect, I merely left him severely injured. How could I have killed him?" Zhang Jinghua's expression darkened as he turned to Wu Libo. Wu Libo hastily interjected. "You speak nonsense. After returning to the carefree peak, Hu Jinheng died, and his corpse still lies there, unburied. How do you explain that?" "Humph." He challenged Chen Ping and declared that life and death were inconsequential. Even if Chen Ping did kill him, it would be his own doing, Lung Ningxuang remarked coolly. Zhang Jinghua paused, but still stubbornly retorted, "Even so, must one resort to killing against a fellow member of the Qian Yuan Sect?" Wu Libo chimed in. "Chen Ping has repeatedly opposed us at the Carefree Peak. He certainly harbors personal grievances and deliberately killed Hu Jianhang." Chen Ping looked at Wu Libo with a smirk. "What if I possess evidence that Hu Jianhang was not killed by me?" Chen Ping said, his smile radiant. Wu Libo felt a shiver run down his spine, but quickly shook his head. He had meticulously set up restrictions in the room when he killed Hu Jianhang. There was no way Chen Ping could know about it. If Chen Ping can prove that Hu Jianhang was not slain by him, would Elder Zhang and your disciple apologize to Chen Ping? Lung Ningxuang proposed. As the leader of the Qian Yuan Sect, she valued Chen Ping far more than Zhang Jinghua and Wu Libo. However, if possible, she wished to mitigate some losses for the sect, especially with impending tribulations approaching. "Of course, if he can prove that my disciple was not killed by him, I shall apologize," Zhang Jinghua said without hesitation. Though Wu Libo felt a twinge of anxiety, he nodded in agreement. He had prepared for this when he killed Hu Jianhang. He had merely siphoned off his life force slowly, making it indistinguishable from severe injury leading to death. Everyone turned their gaze toward Chen Ping, curious about how he would prove that Hu Jianhang did not die by his hand. With a wave of his hand, an immense pile of spiritual stones appeared before the crowd. Everyone stared, dumbfounded. Chen Ping was merely a mid-stage practitioner of the spirit movement realm, yet he possessed such a vast wealth of spiritual stones. Yet at this moment, what was his intention in displaying them? Did he intend to use these stones to seek Zhang Jinghua's forgiveness? That seemed unlikely. Just moments ago, Chen Ping had claimed he would present evidence that he did not kill Hu Jianhang. "Humph. My disciple's life cannot simply be exchanged for spiritual stones," Wu Libo replied coldly. What on earth was this fellow trying to accomplish? Chapter 110. Astonishment. At this moment, Chen Ping's aura began to undergo a transformation. Elder Chen Ping is absorbing these spirit stones? Everyone was taken aback. Was he trying to prove that Hu Jianhang was not his own murderer? What purpose could cultivation serve at this juncture? The crowd was utterly perplexed. How could he absorb spiritual energy at such an astonishing rate? Just then, Xie Bixing spoke up. The rate of absorbing spiritual energy determines a person's cultivation speed, and only two factors influence this absorption rate: one's physique and the cultivation technique employed. His cultivation technique was of a high order, yet his absorption speed paled in comparison to Chen Ping's. If his absorption was akin to drinking from a cup, then Chen Ping's was more like a whale gulping down the ocean. The dense spiritual energy surged into Chen Ping's body like a tidal wave. Only then did the crowd notice that 1/3 of the previously towering pile of spirit stones had already transformed into mere rocks. Clearly, the spiritual energy had been entirely absorbed. Cold Ning Shuang, however, was not surprised. After all, Chen Ping was an indestructible chaotic body. Although she was unaware of the specific technique he practiced, she knew that he imparted celestial-grade techniques to his disciples. Thus, his own cultivation method would undoubtedly be exceptional. Could it be that after consuming so many spirit stones, Elder Chen Ping had not yet achieved a breakthrough? Suddenly, someone gasped. Such a quantity of spirit stones could suffice for someone in the mid-stage of the spirit movement realm to ascend to its pinnacle. Yet Chen Ping's own realm showed no signs of fluctuation. This situation could only imply one possibility. Chen Ping's Dantian of Qi must far exceed that of an ordinary cultivator. No wonder his strength was so formidable, enabling him to easily defeat opponents of higher ranks. With a wave of his hand, another mountain of spirit stones appeared. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Just how many spirit stones did Chen Ping possess? Though the spectators were left to ponder, Chen Ping's sole focus was to break through to the void spirit realm. As an indestructible chaotic body, he faced no cultivation bottlenecks. As long as he had ample spiritual energy, he could continuously advance. Fortuitously, Chen Ping lacked for neither spirit stones nor elixirs. Mountains of spirit stones continued to materialize before him, rapidly absorbed in a mesmerizing display. The sight left everyone utterly speechless. How vast must Chen Ping's Dantian of Qi be? Finally, Chen Ping gently opened his eyes. Two beams of divine light shot forth, piercing the heavens. Late-stage spirit movement realm. He clenched his fists, feeling the surge of spiritual energy within, a faint smile gracing his lips. He was now confident that even against Wu Libo, he could stand invincible. Congratulations, Elder Chen Ping, on your breakthrough. Many exclaimed. Chen Ping was nothing short of a prodigy. The spiritual stones consumed for his ascent from mid to late-stage spirit movement realm could have allowed an ordinary person to directly reach the spirit movement realm. Chen Ping nodded slightly. Not enough. The crowd fell silent. Could it be that he aimed to push through to the pinnacle of the spirit movement realm in one go? Once more, piles of spirit stones appeared before him. Unlike before, these stones bore unique shapes. It was evident that they were not mere spirit stones. Yet they harbored an energy far more potent. These were divine sources. Zhang Jinghua gazed at the stones in shock. Even as a late-stage spirit void realm cultivator, he had never possessed even a single divine source. Yet here, they lay like mere pebbles at Chen Ping's feet. The onlookers were well aware of the terror associated with divine sources, and they couldn't help but feel that Elder Chen Ping was shrouded in mystery. Chen Ping resumed his whale-like absorption, but even after consuming all the divine sources and spirit stones, he still could not break through to the pinnacle of the spirit movement realm. Sighing, he realized that to elevate his realm, he would need his disciples' assistance. After all, the sheer magnitude of his Dantian of Qi required an extraordinary amount of resources to fill. He would need to take on more disciples. With another sigh, Chen Ping waved his hand, summoning a plethora of spirit herbs exuding rich spiritual energy. These were all holy medicines. The crowd swallowed hard. Chen Ping was truly a treasure trove. Even in the Qian Yuan Sect's treasury, there were only a few dozen holy medicines, reserved solely for the severely injured elders. Yet here, they were carelessly strewn about like cabbages. At last, after absorbing all of them, Chen Ping finally ascended to the pinnacle of the spirit movement realm. The expressions of everyone present were incredibly complex. For an ordinary person, achieving a breakthrough to the next minor realm could take years of diligent effort. Yet there stood Chen Ping, having effortlessly transitioned from mid to late-stage spirit movement realm in front of them. However, all recognized that Chen Ping's extraordinary feat was not replicable. Setting aside the question of whether anyone could amass such a vast reserve of spirit stones, even if one could, absorbing them at this rate would have long since overwhelmed a typical cultivator. Only a prodigy like Chen Ping could accomplish such a feat. Congratulations once again, Elder Chen Ping, on your breakthrough. Many approached to offer their congratulations. However, after doing so, they found themselves momentarily speechless. For an ordinary person, achieving a single breakthrough would require years of accumulation, yet Chen Ping had done so twice in less than half a day. Truly, a prodigy. Such a tale would be met with disbelief. After all, each breakthrough entails not just the accumulation of spiritual energy, but also profound insights into the Tao. Chen Ping had seemingly performed a miracle. Wu Libo's expression darkened further. His instincts told him that he was no longer a match for Chen Ping. The prospect of taking Chen Ping's life in the future seemed increasingly daunting. How could this individual be so defiant against fate? Chen Ping nodded slightly to the crowd before once again sitting cross-legged. The pinnacle of the spirit movement realm was still insufficient. Surely he did not intend to challenge the void spirit realm? Everyone was stunned as they observed Chen Ping. It was inconceivable. To break through to the void spirit realm required an understanding of the grand Tao and the condensation of Tao seeds within. How could one who had just achieved the pinnacle of the spirit movement realm possess the capacity to condense Tao seeds? Indeed, while Elder Chen Ping was undeniably extraordinary, it was utterly improbable that he could condense Tao seeds immediately after reaching the pinnacle of the spirit movement realm. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Zhang Jinghua remarked, Chen Ping harbors quite the ambition, daring to aim for a breakthrough in one go. However, that is nothing but a daydream. A hint of nostalgia crossed Zhang Jinghua's face. When I reached the pinnacle of the spirit movement realm, I spent 5 whole years comprehending the Tao before I could condense my Tao seed. Cold Ning Shuang nodded in agreement. Indeed, I recall that I also took 3 years to comprehend the Tao when I broke through to the void spirit realm. Chen Ping was certainly a prodigy, but it was utterly implausible that he could condense Tao seeds immediately after such a breakthrough. After all, understanding the Tao could not be hurried. Chapter 111. A stroke of luck unbeknownst to Chen Ping. The thoughts of the onlookers were far from his mind as he focused on the task ahead. At this moment, he had arrived at his Dantian Qi Si, preparing to implant the time Tao seed. Suddenly, an unexpected transformation occurred. Within his Dantian Qi Si, a nascent form of a Tao seed gradually materialized. Could this be the Tao seed I condensed upon reaching the spirit void realm? This Tao seed, radiating a brilliant platinum hue, was the result of Chen Ping's comprehension of the path of slaughter. Previously, after the shattering of his Tao foundation, Chen Ping had believed that the Tao seed had perished alongside it. To his astonishment, upon once again attaining the spirit void realm, this Tao seed had revived. As the slaughter Tao seed slowly took shape, an unparalleled aura of slaughter erupted from Chen Ping's being. Above the Qian Yuan Sect, the phantom of a majestic white tiger appeared, exuding an overwhelming divine presence. The fierce aura of slaughter sent chills down the spines of all present. Chen Ping had indeed conjured a Tao seed, and the white tiger manifestation above him suggested that it had reached the celestial grade. Lung Mingshuang trembled at the sight. She was aware of Chen Ping's extraordinary talent, but had not anticipated his ability to condense a slaughter Tao seed. Even among celestial grade Tao seeds, the slaughter Tao seed was among the most formidable, signifying unmatched combat prowess. How could this be? Chen Ping had just reached the pinnacle of the spirit movement realm, yet he was capable of forming a celestial grade Tao seed. Zhang Jinghua's face was etched with shock. The Tao seed he had condensed in his youth was merely of the saint grade. This young man had effortlessly formed a celestial grade Tao seed. Such talent might even allow him to step into the realm of the once unreachable emperors. Wu Libo's expression darkened, as if he could drip water from it. The manifestation of the Tao seed indicated that Chen Ping had now attained the spirit void realm. With his monstrous combat ability and the enhancement of a celestial grade Tao seed, even he might not stand a chance against him. This fellow was truly remarkable. Finally, as the slaughter aura dissipated from Chen Ping's form, the white tiger phantom slowly faded away, returning the world to tranquility. All eyes turned toward Chen Ping, only to discover that he had condensed the Tao seed, yet remained in the realm of martial arts. Impossible? Lung Mingshuang swallowed hard, yet she quickly shook her head. It was inconceivable. Throughout the history of the central continent, no one had ever achieved such a feat. After all, a Tao seed was a projection of the great Tao. How could one person possibly condense 2 Tao seeds simultaneously? As he sensed his return to the spirit void realm, a faint smile appeared on Chen Ping's lips. This day had arrived sooner than he had anticipated. However, uncertainty lingered. A glimmer of hope shone on Chen Ping's face. Normally, a single person could only condense 1 Tao seed, as the various great Taos were inherently different and could even exhibit repulsion. Yet Chen Ping was eager to test if the time Tao seed, granted by the system, could be implanted. His earlier confidence in proving that he had not killed Hui Jianheng stemmed from the time Tao seed. With the time Tao seed, he could grasp a fragment of the laws of time, allowing him to trace back to the moment of Hui Jianheng's demise. In truth, Chen Ping had already formed a hypothesis regarding the truth, but he needed verification. The revival of the slaughter Tao seed had taken him by surprise. Yet he was determined to attempt the implantation of the time Tao seed. If successful, it would prove that the system within him was even more formidable than the great Tao. Chen Ping produced the time Tao seed awarded by the system and chose to implant it directly. Success. A bright light illuminated Chen Ping's eyes as another Tao seed began to take shape in his Dantian Qi Si. Indeed, it was the time Tao seed. With the system support, it took mere moments for the time Tao seed to fully coalesce. Is Elder Chen Ping experiencing any unexpected developments? The onlookers exchanged glances, noticing Chen Ping still immersed in his Tao comprehension. Ordinarily, upon successful condensation of a Tao seed, one would awaken immediately. Concern creased Lung Ningxuang's brow. Indeed, Chen Ping's state seemed somewhat amiss. However, would awakening him suddenly cause harm? At that moment, an enigmatic aura emanated from Chen Ping. Within a radius of several miles surrounding him, time itself appeared to come to a standstill. Chen Ping slowly opened his eyes, and two beams of divine light flickered and vanished. The onlookers recovered from their temporal stasis, their gazes fixed on Chen Ping, filled with astonishment. They, too, were powerful individuals, capable of sensing the extraordinary occurrence that had just transpired. Yet, they were unwilling to accept it. How could one person possibly condense two Tao seeds? Such an event had never been chronicled in history. Suddenly, an ancient beast with a human face and serpent body, radiating a crimson hue, materialized above the Qian Yuan Sect. It was Zhu Jiuyin, the ancestral deity of time. Zhang Jinghua swallowed hard. Could it be that the Tao seed Chen Ping had just condensed was the time Tao seed? Only the time Tao seed could invoke such a manifestation. Zhu Jiuyin, the ancestral deity of time. This time Tao seed was among the top 3 even within celestial grade Tao seeds. Lang Ningxuang's fair face was filled with shock. Chen Ping had entered the spirit void realm and condensed 2 Tao seeds, both celestial grade, one of which was the highly esteemed time Tao seed. This was simply extraordinary. Such an unprecedented event, even for those who witnessed it firsthand, was difficult to believe. If condensing a single celestial grade Tao seed signified the potential of an emperor, what could be said of Chen Ping, who had simultaneously condensed 2 celestial grade Tao seeds? Lung Ningxuang gazed at Chen Ping, her eyes filled with affection that could almost spill over. This was the man she had chosen. The image of Su Yixue flashed in her mind. Su Yixue. Oh, Su Yixue, well, what'd you think if you witnessed this scene? I must thank you. Without you, I might never have had a chance with Chen Ping in this lifetime. Meanwhile, at Qian Yuan Sect, Su Yixue and her companions were discussing sect affairs when they suddenly fell silent. Who could it be that had condensed a celestial grade Tao seed? Xiao Tinin's face was a mask of shock. The Tao seed he had once condensed was merely of the initial saint grade. To condense a celestial grade Tao seed indicated the potential of an emperor. This Tao seed's aura feels so familiar, Su Yixue murmured. The slaughter Tao seed. Chen Ping, my senior brother, had condensed the slaughter Tao seed. Luo Linger sprang to her feet. Moreover, this aura emanates from the Qian Yuan Sect. Do you think it could be senior brother Chen Ping? She was well aware that Chen Ping had resumed his cultivation, though she thought it improbable that he could reach the spirit void realm in such a short time. She also recognized that he had once condensed the slaughter Tao seed. Impossible. How long has it been since Chen Ping crippled his foundation? Whether he could even resume cultivation is in question. Even if he had restored his Tao foundation, it would be unimaginable to reach the spirit void realm so quickly. Su Yixue shook her head. Nonetheless, the Qian Yuan Sect has indeed been fortunate lately. She did not attempt to conceal her jealousy. First, they produced a primordial sword body. And now, another genius had emerged, one who had condensed a celestial grade Tao seed. Chapter 112. Congratulations, no. At that moment, Su Yixue's expression shifted. The aura of the killing path had just dissipated when another equally terrifying presence erupted. Moreover, this aura emanated from the Qian Yuan Sect. Could it be that the Qian Yuan Sect had produced another genius capable of condensing an immortal grade Tao seed? Su Yixue swallowed hard, suddenly doubting the existence of the fortune mentioned by the elder. Otherwise, how could the Qian Yuan Sect be so rife with prodigies? If that were the case, was allowing Chen Ping to leave the Qian Yuan Sect the gravest mistake of her life? Surely not. Luo Linger shook her head. How could it be so coincidental that 2 individuals broke through to the spirit void realm and both condensed immortal grade Tao seeds? Everyone fell silent. The likelihood of such an occurrence was indeed minuscule. Yet, if it were not that, it would be even more astonishing. They had never heard of a single individual managing to condense 2 Tao seeds, let alone 2 immortal grade Tao seeds. To condense even 1 immortal grade Tao seed is to possess the potential of a great emperor. Thus, what heights could one who condenses 2 reach in the future? The Qian Yuan Sect would likely rise to prominence. At the Qianshi sacred land, the master questioned, are we to let the deaths of Li Yifei and the others pass without consequence? The group observed the unwillingness etched on Chen Qingying's face. Although they had fabricated a grand reason for their departure, it was evident to all that the Qianshi sacred land had bowed to pressure. Pressure from merely a first-rate sect. Undoubtedly, the prestige of the Qianshi sacred land would be significantly impacted. What else could they do? Did you not sense the imperial aura? Though it was impossible to ascertain whether it belonged to an ancient emperor or an imperial weapon, neither was something the Qianshi sacred land could withstand. All were silent, having sensed the imperial-level aura as well. Yet, Master, the Qian Yuan Sect is merely a first-rate sect. How could it possess such depth? They still dared not believe it. If an imperial presence truly resided there, how could the Qian Yuan Sect remain a mere first-rate sect? Furthermore, ancient emperors had made notable contributions in resisting calamities. Each of them was a figure immortalized in history. Yet, none had ever heard of an emperor hailing from the Qian Yuan Sect. Chen Qingying's expression was equally complex. He harbored similar concerns, yet he dared not gamble. Should he lose, the Qianshi sacred land could very well be uprooted. At that moment, the arguing crowd suddenly ceased. That aura, it was the aura of an immortal-grade Dao seed. Shock swept across their faces. An immortal-grade Dao seed is often deemed a precursor to becoming an emperor. Even within the Qianshi sacred land, only the current Holy Sun had barely managed to condense an immortal-grade Dao seed. This aura emanated from the Qian Yuan Sect. Chen Qingying looked at the others. Do you still believe my speculation to be mere paranoia? You should understand how arduous it is to cultivate a disciple capable of condensing an immortal-grade Dao seed. The crowd fell silent. Without sufficient talent and foundation, it was impossible to nurture such a prodigy. No, Chen Qingying's lips twitched. This individual had actually condensed 2 Dao seeds, both of which were immortal grade. Such a situation had never been recorded in history. He was now certain that the Qian Yuan Sect must possess an emperor. Otherwise, how could they nurture such a genius? Chen Qingying's mind conjured the image of Chen Ping. He had sensed something unusual about Chen Ping, merely a mid-level spirit realm cultivator. Yet he remained unfazed in the face of his holy might. This prodigy who had condensed 2 Dao seeds must surely be him. Perhaps that ancient emperor did not originate from the Qian Yuan Sect, but rather from Chen Ping himself. I must personally visit the Qian Yuan Sect. With that declaration, Chen Qingying's figure vanished before the others. At the Qian Yuan Sect, everyone gazed at Chen Ping, each lost in astonishment. A prodigy who had condensed 2 immortal-grade Dao seeds would undoubtedly stand at the pinnacle of this world. It was likely that even the current foremost figure of Zhongzhou, Wang Chanfeng, would not rival Chen Ping in the future, despite Wang being heralded as the most likely candidate to reach the Holy Realm. Why have the Qianshi sacred land returned? At that moment, Lang Ningxuang furrowed her brow. Had the Qianshi sacred land changed its mind? The members of the Qian Yuan Sect felt their bodies tense. At that moment, Chen Ping slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the heavens where Chen Qingying stood. Chen Qingying's gaze was sharp, fixed upon Chen Ping. Previously, Chen Ping had only been at the mid-level of the spirit realm. Yet he had now reached the initial phase of the spirit void realm. It was evident that his speculation had been correct. Chen Ping was indeed the prodigy who had condensed 2 immortal-grade Dao seeds. Rest assured, I have come to congratulate my young friend Chen Ping on breaking through to the spirit void realm. Chen Qingying hastily proclaimed, Young friend, we share the same surname. Perhaps we have ancestral ties. The crowd's lips twitched. Was the master of the Qianshi sacred land attempting to ingratiate himself? Yet, considering the terrifying talent Chen Ping had just displayed, it was understandable. Such talent warranted the establishment of amicable relations. Young friend, I present to you a sacred sword, the Yixue sword, as a token of congratulations for your breakthrough to the spirit void realm. Chen Qingying waved his hand, and a long sword radiating a sacred aura appeared before him. The sword appeared plain and unremarkable, akin to an ordinary blacksmith's trial piece. Yet, the chilling holy might it exuded indicated its extraordinary nature. The sacred sword. The members of the Qian Yuan Sect swallowed hard. Their entire sect possessed no such sacred artifacts. And yet it was being gifted to a newly ascended spirit void cultivator. Thank you, Holy Master. Chen Ping clasped his hands in gratitude. Just then, however, the Yixue sword suddenly lunged toward Chen Ping with ferocity, as though it intended to slay him on the spot. Senior, what is the meaning of this? Cold Ningxuang's killing intent erupted, her cold gaze piercing Chen Qingying. Could it be that Chen Qingying feared Chen Ping's growth would threaten the Qianshi sacred land? Seeking to eliminate him in his infancy? Chen Qingying's face paled. How could I have overlooked this? The sacred artifact possesses spirit and would surely resist submission to a mere spirit void cultivator. Cold Master, do not panic. I will seal the spirit of the Yixue sword immediately. When Chen Ping matures, the seal can be undone. With that, Chen Qingying stepped forward to stand before Chen Ping. Although it was merely a sacred artifact, it was not something a newly ascended spirit void cultivator could resist, even one who had condensed 2 immortal-grade Dao seeds. Chapter 113. The submissive sacred artifact, however, when he stood before Chen Ping, he was momentarily taken aback. The Yixue sword surged forward with great momentum towards Chen Ping, but halted abruptly upon reaching him. It then levitated before Chen Ping, oscillating gently, as if in reverence. With a mere gesture, Chen Ping summoned the Yixue sword into his grasp, which emitted a resounding sword cry, seemingly filled with joy. All present were left in stunned silence at this spectacle. Wasn't it said that sacred artifacts possessed spirits and were exceedingly proud? Yet, before Chen Ping, it behaved like a humble pup, wagging its tail. Chen Ping, however, was not surprised. As an indestructible, chaotic body, he embodied the most primordial essence of this world. It was entirely natural for the Yixue sword to take a liking to him. After all, the perception of such a weapon spirit far surpassed that of a mere human. Chen Ping gently caressed the Yixue sword, affirming its quality. Regrettably, I have no need for it. My indestructible, chaotic body is unparalleled. My physical form serves as my finest weapon. Moreover, I relish the exhilarating sensation of combat at close quarters. He turned his attention to the side, where Qin Jianjia stood. Upon being called, she hesitated for a moment before stepping forward, uncertain of her master's intentions but never one to defy Chen Ping's requests. You are a sword cultivator. This Yixue sword is now yours. I believe that with the Qishao sword in hand, your power will ascend to new heights. Even if you cannot yet unleash its full potential, Chen Ping stated calmly. At this, everyone present was taken aback. This was a sacred artifact, a rarity that did not even exist within the entire Qian Yuan Sect. Chen Ping had casually bestowed it upon his disciple. Even the elders felt a twinge of regret for not being Chen Ping's disciple. To have such a master was indeed a stroke of fortune for any cultivator. Master, this is too precious. I cannot accept it. Qin Jianjia exclaimed, hastily protesting. The Yixue sword would find greater efficacy in your hands. She felt overwhelmed by Chen Ping's generosity and could not fathom how to repay him for such a treasure. Even Chen Qingying's lips twitched at the thought. Parting with a sacred artifact caused him considerable pain, yet Chen Ping had so nonchalantly gifted it to his disciple. Did he not understand the value of such artifacts? It was no exaggeration to say that if the Yixue sword were to circulate, it would undoubtedly incite bloodshed even in the central states. Even those from various sacred grounds would be tempted. However, considering the possibility of a great emperor backing Chen Ping, it began to make sense. If that were true, then a sacred artifact would indeed hold little significance for him. Chen Ping, this sacred artifact possesses a spirit. It is unlikely to lower itself to follow a cultivator in the early stages of the spirit movement realm, Chen Qingying remarked with a smile. The pride of the artifact spirit would certainly not accept such a fate. Is Qin Jianjia already at the early stages of the spirit movement realm? Chen Qingying's words prompted a shift in the expressions of everyone present. Under Chen Ping's influence, Qin Jianjia and others had concealed their cultivation levels. Yet, being a sage, Chen Qingying saw through her strength at a glance. This revelation left them even more astonished. After all, it had not been long since Qin Jianjia commenced her training, and she had already reached the early stages of the spirit movement realm. Such a pace of advancement, while not on par with Chen Ping's prodigious talents, was still far beyond any other disciple of the Qian Yuan Sect. Indeed, my master is a prodigy, and so is his disciple. Not necessarily. Chen Ping chuckled, stroking the Yixue sword in his hand. How about you accompany my disciple from now on? The Yixue sword began to tremble, seemingly resisting Chen Ping's decision. He shook his head and directly placed the Yixue sword into Qin Jianjia's hands. The sword trembled even more violently, as if it might escape her grasp at any moment. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were not surprised. After all, this was a sacred artifact, inherently proud. However, soon their expressions shifted. The previously struggling Yixue sword suddenly grew tranquil, and its sharp blade began to nuzzle against Qin Jianjia's hand, resembling a playful kitten. Chen Ping smiled, declaring, from henceforth, the Yixue sword is yours. Though Qin Jianjia was merely at the early stages of the spirit movement realm, she was a mixed element sword body by nature, predisposed to be favored by various sword-type artifacts. Thank you, master. Qin Jianjia respectfully expressed her gratitude to Chen Ping. Chen Qingying regarded Qin Jianjia for a moment before his expression changed. The mixed element sword body, no wonder the Yixue sword had acknowledged her. He marveled at the fact that such a small sect as Qian Yuan had produced both Chen Ping and Qin Jianjia, two prodigies. He felt increasingly convinced that a great emperor resided behind Chen Ping. It seemed imperative to cultivate a closer relationship with him. With impending calamities, having the protection of a great emperor would significantly enhance their chances of survival. The gift has been presented. I shall not linger. Qian Yuan Sect and my Xuanji sacred land must foster more connections in the future, Chen Qingying said, glancing at the nearby Lung Ningxuang. He could discern the tender affection in her gaze directed at Chen Ping, indicating their relationship was indeed special. Then I must thank you, senior, for your kindness. Lung Ningxuang replied, taken aback. Strengthening ties with the Xuanji sacred land would undoubtedly benefit the Qian Yuan Sect. Chen Qingying nodded before vanishing from sight. Zhang Jinghua, Wulibo, do you still wish to kill Chen Ping? Lang Ningxuang addressed the two men, clearly aware that the favor from the Xuanji sacred land stemmed from Chen Ping. Given that Chen Ping had simultaneously condensed 2 celestial-grade Dao seeds, it was evident to anyone with sense what he meant to the Qian Yuan Sect. The matter of Chen Ping killing my disciple shall henceforth be overlooked. Zhang Jinghua took a deep breath. Realizing that pursuing such an endeavor would recklessly endanger the future of the Qian Yuan Sect, to which he still harbored affection, Wu Libo felt a deep reluctance. Yet he too understood that Chen Ping had grown beyond his reach. The notion of killing Chen Ping had become a mere fantasy. Wait, Chen Ping suddenly interjected, drawing everyone's attention. Was he dissatisfied with this outcome? However, considering the terrifying talents he had displayed, it was understandable if he felt a bit haughty. Your intention to kill me was due to my slaying your disciple, correct? I have already stated that I will prove that Hu Jianhang was not killed by me. A glimmer of determination flashed in Chen Ping's eyes. Today, he would settle the score with Wu Libo. Chapter 114. Half-step spirit tranquility. Everyone turned their gaze towards Chen Ping. Perplexed by his intention to prove that Hu Jianhang was not murdered by him, Wu Libo's brow furrowed, his inner unease intensifying. However, recalling the methods he employed to kill Hu Jianhang, he sighed in relief. Even divine beings could not prove that Hu Jianhang did not die because of Chen Ping. How do you intend to demonstrate this? Asked Langning Shuang. Where is Hu Jianhang's corpse? Chen Ping inquired. It is still in my room, Wu Libo replied. This matter cannot be concealed, Chen Ping nodded. Let us go and examine Hu Jianhang's remains. The truth will undoubtedly be revealed. Seeing Chen Ping's confidence, Zhang Jinghua's brow knitted in concern. Could it be that Hu Jianhang was truly not killed by Chen Ping? Otherwise, how could he be so assured? Soon, the group arrived at Wu Libo's chamber. Observing Hu Jianhang's body lying on the bed, Zhang Jinghua frowned. Indeed, he died from severe injuries. His life force has ebbed away. Such wounds could not be hidden from anyone present. Zhang Jinghua sighed, pondering the futility of their knowledge. Despite this revelation, what difference would it make? Given Chen Ping's exhibited potential, Qian Yuan Sect would not hold him accountable for the actions of a mere disciple. This loss, he would have to swallow. All eyes turned to Chen Ping, eager to discern his intentions. With a smile, Chen Ping proclaimed, the body may deceive, but time is ever truthful. The crowd fell silent, bewildered by his words. What could he possibly mean? Do not keep us guessing, Chen Ping, Lung Mingshuang retorted. Meanwhile, Zhang Jinghua pondered momentarily. Time. Could it be that Chen Ping intended to harness the power of the Tao of Time? He had heard that those who condensed the Tao of Time could wield aspects of temporal laws. Chen Ping addressed the assembly. I shall now reverse the past, allowing you all to witness how Hu Jianhang met his end. He did not exert his full strength. Hu Jianhang was gravely wounded, but certainly not fatal. However, once he reached Wu Libo, he perished immediately. Everything seems too coincidental. There must be foul play involved. Yes, Elder Chen Ping has indeed condensed the Tao of Time and can manipulate certain temporal laws. Is it possible that Hu Jianhang did not die at Elder Chen Ping's hands? With a wave of his hand, a river of time manifested before them. As the temporal laws rippled, Chen Ping gestured again, and the river began to flow swiftly. Orbs of light emerged within the time stream, and Chen Ping seized one, which transformed into a vivid scroll before the audience. The scene depicted within the scroll mirrored the room where they currently stood. Wu Libo's complexion turned ashen. He realized he was truly finished. Seated in his chamber, Wu Libo had suddenly received Hu Jianhang, whose injuries appeared non-fatal upon reflection. Why then did he die later? The time scroll continued to unfold, revealing a dialogue between the two. As they listened, the expressions of the onlookers shifted to one of incredulity, particularly when they witnessed Wu Libo siphoning Hu Jianhang's life force, clarifying the cause of death. Did you not claim that avenging Xiao Tianhu was worth any sacrifice, even your life? Please, master, I do not wish to die. It is no longer your choice. Only with your death can I have a legitimate reason to confront Chen Ping. At that moment, the truth was laid bare. All eyes turned to Wu Libo. You are the one who killed Hu Jianhang. Wu Libo, what further justification do you have? Lung Mingshuang's icy demeanor radiated an air of menace. Even Zhang Jinghua's expression darkened. To think that the disciple he had nurtured would turn out to be such a wretch. Unbelievably, my misdeeds have been exposed. Chen Ping, I concede defeat. Wu Libo stated coldly. I do not recall offending you. Why then have you sought my demise time and again? Was it not your disciple who attempted to assassinate me in the Jiuhuan mountain range? Chen Ping probed. Is your grudge merely due to our previous competition? Wu Libo's eyes darkened, filled with resentment. That is but one reason. I am unwilling to accept that I have devoted so much to Qian Yuan Sect, only to ascend to the rank of elder, while you arrive and gain the same status. I am embittered that despite my persistent pursuit of Lung Mingshuang, she remains indifferent, yet shows affection for you. I am aggrieved. Wu Libo nearly shouted in frustration. Lung Ningxuang's brows knitted in response. She was acutely aware of Wu Libo's unspoken affections. However, her heart had long been claimed by Chen Ping during their entrance examination years prior. There was no room for another. So, you sought to kill Chen Ping? Lung Ningxuang retorted coldly. Regardless of your motivations, attempting to end Chen Ping's life will bear consequences. Indeed, Wu Libo responded icily. Very well. I now grant you the opportunity to kill me. Chen Ping suddenly interjected. The assembly was taken aback, astonished by Chen Ping's audacious choice. While he had previously managed to defeat a foe of a higher realm, the disparity in levels made such feats increasingly arduous. After all, Wu Libo stood at the pinnacle of the spirit void realm. Chen Ping. Lung Ningxuang attempted to dissuade him. If you wish to eliminate Wu Libo, I shall intervene. Upon witnessing Chen Ping's resolute gaze, Lung Ningxuang ultimately refrained from further protest. Nevertheless, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in her eyes, should Chen Ping find himself in peril. She would not hesitate to strike down Wu Libo. Is it not your lineage that revels in life and death battles? I challenge you now, life and death are fated. A chilling aura emanated from Chen Ping. He was never one to repay malice with kindness. Wu Libo had attempted to take his life thrice, and he would not let him escape unscathed. Zhang Jinghua observed the unfolding scene with a furrowed brow. Although Chen Ping was extraordinary, he harbored doubts about his victory. If danger arose, he would intervene. No matter the circumstances, Chen Ping must not perish. Very well, Elder Chen Ping, you are indeed clear in your grievances. In that case, I welcome your challenge. Wu Libo's eyes glinted with malice. He understood that his ambition to eliminate Chen Ping today was but a fool's errand. Neither Lung Ningxuang nor Zhang Jinghua would allow such a thing to transpire. Yet, given the situation, he felt compelled to take a gamble. Perhaps fortune would favor him. Considering he was already doomed, a long spear materialized before Wu Libo, and he brandished it, exuding a terrifying aura of pressure. No. Wu Libo had actually reached the half-step spirit tranquility realm. Lung Ningxuang's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 115. You misunderstood the spirit of Lung Ningxuang instantly tensed. However, based on her understanding of Chen Ping, she knew that if she attempted to intervene now, he would undoubtedly refuse. Yet, if Chen Ping were truly in danger, she would certainly take action. Meanwhile, Zhang Jinghua beside her wore a complex expression. Naturally, he did not wish for Chen Ping to perish, for he was the future hope of the Qian Yuan Sect. However, Wu Libo was also his own disciple. The break void spear. Wu Libo let out a cold snort, thrusting his long spear directly toward Chen Ping. The terrifying sharpness instilled dread in all present. Indeed, the half-step spirit tranquility realm was far superior to the peak of the spirit void realm. It seemed this time, Elder Chen Ping was in for trouble. Nonetheless, they all understood that neither Lung Ningxuang nor Zhang Jinghua would allow Chen Ping to come to harm. Wu Libo was merely making a desperate counterattack. Chen Ping dared not be careless, elevating his aura to its zenith. The aura of slaughter flickered within his Dantian's qi. The murderous intent surrounding him grew denser. Chen Ping unleashed a punch, exuding a chilling aura of death. Elder Chen Ping intended to confront Wu Libo's break void spear with his bare hands. The spear's grade had already reached the heavenly level. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were utterly bewildered. However, the next moment left them all astounded. When the break void spear collided with Chen Ping's fist, it produced a sound akin to metal striking metal. Chen Ping merely staggered back a few steps. Yet his fist remained unscathed. Clearly, he had suffered no harm from this clash. Just how terrifyingly strong was Chen Ping's physique. Seeing this, Lung Ningxuang breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed she need not worry excessively, as expected of the man she admired. He could withstand a half-step spirit tranquility realm attack despite being in the early stages of the spirit void realm. Wu Libo looked at Chen Ping, his face paling to an extreme. He had long sensed that after Chen Ping's breakthrough to the spirit void realm, he might no longer be his match. However, he never anticipated Chen Ping to be this formidable. The two engaged in battle once more. Wu Libo had already devised a strategy in his mind. Chen Ping's strength was indeed impressive, yet he was still merely in the early stages of the spirit void realm. The reserve of spiritual energy in his Dantian's qi could not possibly compare to his own. However, as time passed, Wu Libo's heart grew increasingly unsettled. The spiritual energy within him had already been depleted by more than half, while Chen Ping appeared utterly untroubled, as if his earlier expenditure was insignificant. You wish to engage me in a war of attrition? Chen Ping cast a disdainful glance at Wu Libo, with his voice echoing. The qi within his Dantian manifested before the crowd. Could this truly be the qi of an early-stage spirit void realm cultivator? Am I seeing things? I am already at the peak of the spirit void realm, yet my qi is not even half the size of Chen Ping's. No. It is less than a tenth. Such an expansive qi. No wonder he required so many spirit stones and treasures during his breakthrough. Is he even human? This is simply monstrous. Some could no longer suppress their astonishment. Gazing at the vast qi sea above Chen Ping's head, everyone was left in shock. Even Zhang Jinghua, who had already reached the late stages of the spirit tranquility realm, was astounded by Chen Ping's qi sea. Indeed, Chen Ping was a prodigy. He understood that the more formidable Chen Ping appeared, the slimmer Wu Libo's chances of survival became. Yet, he felt helpless, for all of this was Wu Libo's own doing. Why must he offend such a monster? Wu Libo's heart sank to the depths. Still, he was unwilling to give up. He sought to buy time, searching for an opportunity to escape the Qian Yuan Sect. Remaining here meant facing only death. Unfortunately for him, Chen Ping had no intention of letting him off the hook. Thank you for allowing me to gain a clearer understanding of my current strength. Chen Ping halted, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. After breaking through to the early stages of the spirit void realm, his strength was now sufficient to stand unafraid against early-stage spirit tranquility realm cultivators. Defeating them might be somewhat challenging, but for an ordinary early-stage spirit tranquility realm cultivator to kill him was nothing short of a fantasy. The crowd was left in stunned silence. Had Chen Ping not been taking this seriously all along, merely using Wu Libo to gauge his actual combat power? How terrifying. A brilliant light flashed in Chen Ping's eyes, and dense chaotic energy coalesced upon his surface. At that moment, to the spectators, Chen Ping resembled a divine being. Akin to the creator of the heavens and the earth, unapproachable. Die. Chen Ping struck out once more. Unlike before. This time his fist was imbued with terrifying chaotic energy and an overwhelming aura of slaughter. This was Chen Ping's first time exerting his full strength. Wu Libo's complexion changed drastically. He turned to flee, only to find his body immobilized, as if ensnared by an unseen force. In that fleeting moment of horror, Chen Ping's fist had already struck him. Wu Libo was sent hurtling backward, spewing a mouthful of blood. His aura diminished to its utmost limits. Chen Ping emerged victorious. Once again, the members of the Qian Yuan Sect bore witness to Chen Ping's ability to defeat an opponent across a significant realm. Such extraordinary combat prowess would surely see him standing at the pinnacle of this world in the future. Chen Ping slowly approached Wu Libo, whose face had turned ashen. Do not kill me, Chen Ping. I realize my mistakes. I beg you, spare my life. I swear on my Tao heart that I will never oppose you again. Chen Ping shook his head. I believe it would be better for you to die, Elder Chen Ping. At that moment, Zhang Jinghua interjected. A calamity is approaching. Our Qian Yuan Sect cannot remain isolated. Under the collapsing nest, how can there be unbroken eggs? Wu Libo has indeed erred. Perhaps it would be better to leave his fate to the sect's laws and allow him to live. After all, he was his own disciple. Zhang Jinghua could not bear to watch Wu Libo meet his end. Grand Elder, Wu Libo sought to kill Chen Ping. Lang Ning Shuang's icy voice pierced through the air, her tone frigid to the core. Zhang Jinghua, at a loss for words, could only gaze at Wu Libo with disappointment. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed through the hall. Suddenly, an overwhelming demonic aura enveloped them. A demon clan had arrived. Everyone's nerves were on edge. Soon, a cloud of black smoke materialized before Wu Libo. A man clad in black with a face obscured by a rusted bronze mask appeared before the crowd. You actually came to rescue me? Wu Libo stared at the man in disbelief. The two had long conspired to seize control of the Qian Yuan Sect. Given Wu Libo's understanding of him, he should not have come to his rescue. You misunderstand. The man in black chuckled coldly. I have not come to save you. With that, he turned his gaze toward Chen Ping, a sinister smile curling upon his lips. I am here for him. Chapter 116. This venerable one shall assist you with a wave of his hand. The black-clad man enveloped Wu Libo in a crimson aura. Wu Libo's vitality swiftly ebbed away. A look of gratification spreading across the man's face. The flesh and blood of a half-step spirit severing realm cultivator is indeed a delicacy. As the man's words faded, Wu Libo's corpse collapsed, reduced to mere bones. Zhang Jinghua watched with palpable trepidation. He sensed an intense pressure emanating from this individual, suggesting a power level at least at the peak of the spirit-severing realm, or even the semi-saint stage. Who exactly are you? Zhang Jinghua demanded. The black-clad man cast a single glance at Zhang Jinghua, yet that was enough to send shivers down his spine, as if he were being targeted by an ancient, ferocious beast. You may address me as Demon Lord Qi Xiong, he stated languidly. You're Demon Lord Qi Xiong? Dismay washed over the faces of the Qian Yuan Sect members. Demon Lord Qi Xiong was a notorious powerhouse of the demon race, his strength having reached the semi-saint realm centuries ago. Whether he had fully ascended to the saint realm in the intervening years remained unknown. But it was certain that he was now invincible beneath the saint realm. An undying chaos body, 2 immortal grade Tao seeds. I never imagined such talent could emerge from your Qian Yuan Sect. Qi Xiong gazed at Chen Ping as if he were an extraordinary treasure. Lung Ning's face paled. Only the major holy lands could contend with Qi Xiong. The Qian Yuan Sect was currently on good terms with the Xuanji Holy Land. But there was no time to notify them. I care not who you are. Leave our Qian Yuan Sect at once, Long Ning declared, positioning herself protectively in front of Chen Ping. Sect leader Lang truly cherishes the geniuses of your Qian Yuan Sect, Qi Xiong scoffed. But can you possibly impede me? With a cold snort, Qi Xiong unleashed his terrifying semi-saint pressure, instantly engulfing the entirety of Peak. Zhang Jinghua and Lung Ning felt their bodies seized. Unable to move an inch, Long Ning desperately attempted to contact Ji Liyang, hoping that he could at least temporarily resist Qi Xiong and buy time to alert the Xuanji Holy Land. However, to her despair, she could not reach him. Ji Liyang had once again entered secluded cultivation, unlikely to be awakened until he had fully attained the Saint Realm. What is to be done? Qi Xiong slowly approached Chen Ping, reaching out to touch him. Such a flawless vessel. Soon, this body will be mine. He licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Acquiring ownership of this body would guarantee his ascension to the Saint Realm within a year, and even the Emperor Realm within a millennium, making him the sole great emperor of this era. After all, the Undying Chaos body was a legendary physique, and 2 immortal grade Dao seeds were unparalleled, 1 in a billion talents. You'd best not act rashly. Our Qian Yuan Sect is allied with the Xuanji Holy Land. If you dare harm Chen Ping, they will not let you off lightly, Lang Ning warned. You think to intimidate me with the Xuanji Holy Land? Qi Xiong retorted, slapping Lang Ning to the ground. Once I seize this body, I will annihilate your Qian Yuan Sect. Let's see how the Xuanji Holy Land avenges you then. Seeing Lung Ning fall, Chen Ping's eyes narrowed. A hint of murderous intent barely concealed. Do not touch her. You desire to seize my body, do you not? Come then, Chen Ping said calmly. These demons were all the same, their eyes filled with covetousness for his body. Oh, you are a clever one, Qi Xiong said with a slight smile. Since you are cooperating, I will extract your soul and fashion it into a demonic puppet after I have seized your body. So you may witness how I ascend to the pinnacle of this world using your very form. With that, Qi Xiong transformed into a wisp of black smoke and plunged into Chen Ping's body. Chen Ping, Lung Ning cried out, tears streaming down her face. Why? After finally being with Chen Ping, must they be separated so soon? She loathed her own weakness, her inability to protect him. For the first time, Lang Ning felt an overwhelming desire to grow stronger. Qi Xiong materialized within Chen Ping's dantian, taking in the boundless expanse of his sea of qi. As expected of the Undying Chaos body, such a vast dantian, he exclaimed. But soon, it will all be mine. Qi Xiong laughed maniacally. He knew that his inability to fully ascend to the Saint Realm was due to his own body. Now, his only weakness was about to be rectified. That remains to be seen. Chen Ping's figure slowly appeared before Qi Xiong. A mere ant in the spirit void realm, Qi Xiong scoffed. But as soon as the words left his mouth, a crimson pearl appeared in Chen Ping's hand. Be refined, Chen Ping roared, as the crimson pearl transformed into a lifelike vermilion phoenix. This is the power of the vermilion phoenix. How can you possess such power? Qi Xiong's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. However, this vermilion phoenix power alone cannot overcome me. A cloud of black smoke rushed towards the vermilion phoenix, temporarily sealing it. Chen Ping frowned. Even the undying sword sovereign could not withstand the refinement of the vermilion phoenix power, yet Qi Xiong was able to seal it. However, Chen Ping soon realized that the undying sword sovereign was merely a consciousness, while this was a genuine semi-saint. Was he truly going to be seized today? Chen Ping furrowed his brow. He had allowed Qi Xiong to enter his body so readily, hoping to replicate the previous scenario with the vermilion phoenix power. Now, it seemed he had been somewhat presumptuous. Qi Xiong slowly approached Chen Ping. Are you now prepared to surrender your body to me? Hearing this, Chen Ping's brow furrowed, and with a thought, a coffin appeared before him. Oh, you are quite self-aware, even preparing your own coffin. Qi Xiong mocked, but his expression soon changed. This coffin is crafted from blood-weeping phoenix gold, he exclaimed. Boy, you possess quite a few secrets. Blood-weeping phoenix gold, a divine material used by ancient great emperors to forge their emperor weapons. Chen Ping ignored him, instead focusing all his power on activating the Undying Chaos body and attempting to push open the coffin lid. Seeing you struggle so, this venerable one shall assist you, Qi Xiong said with a sneer, eager to see what treasures lay within the blood-weeping phoenix gold coffin. Chapter 117, Truly a Good Person. Upon hearing Qi Xiong's words, Chen Ping's lips twitched slightly. You truly are a good person. The last time he had managed to force the coffin lid open, just a crack, it had left him utterly exhausted. Qi Xiong found Chen Ping's assertion peculiar. How could this fellow consider himself a good person? Had he perhaps been kicked in the head by a donkey? Nevertheless, he had no time to ponder such matters. He had contemplated the possibility that the coffin contained some formidable weapon belonging to Chen Ping. Yet, in the face of absolute power, any external force seemed inconsequential unless it contained an imperial artifact. But was that even plausible? The imperial artifacts that still existed were all within those few celestial realms. Moreover, he was merely a first-rate force, a mere ant in the early stages of the spirit void realm. Even if this ant was significantly stronger than an ordinary one, its fate of being crushed underfoot remained unchanged. With a wave of his hand, Qi Xiong sent a plume of black smoke toward the coffin. The blood-crying phoenix gold was indeed extraordinary. It was surprisingly heavy. Qi Xiong was taken aback, yet his curiosity about what lay inside grew. At last, the coffin lid began to shift. Qi Xiong felt a surge of excitement and exerted all his strength once more. Slowly, the coffin was pried open. An arm? Qi Xiong was taken aback. The coffin contained a severed arm? But in the next moment, his expression darkened to an extreme. An unparalleled aura of authority emanated forth, causing Qi Xiong to kneel in submission. This was imperial might. Was that severed arm from an emperor? Qi Xiong's body trembled. This individual had actually collected a severed arm of an emperor. The horrifying imperial power made his bones crackle under immense pressure. He wished to flee. Yet under the terrifying imperial might, he found himself utterly immobilized. At that moment, Qi Xiong's predicament mirrored that of the cold Ning Shuang outside moments ago. Who are you? Why do you possess a severed arm of an emperor? Qi Xiong gazed at Chen Ping, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. An emperor? This world had not seen an emperor-level powerhouse for thousands of years. I ought to thank you, had it not been for you. Opening this coffin would have required tremendous effort. Chen Ping approached slowly. This was his first time observing the severed arm so closely. Although it was merely an arm, it exuded an awe-inspiring imperial might. Was this the strength of the ancient emperors? Qi Xiong's mouth twitched. At this moment, he finally understood why Chen Ping had just referred to himself as a good person. It seemed the one who had been kicked in the head was himself. Suddenly, the severed arm within the coffin seemed to respond to some stimulus and ascended into the air, with a finger slowly pointing towards Qi Xiong. There were no energy fluctuations, as if the finger merely gestured casually. Yet, with that single gesture, Qi Xiong's body exploded, dissipating into black smoke and vanishing into Chen Ping's Dantian Qi Si. With Qi Xiong's demise, the severed arm gently descended back into the coffin, and the lid slowly returned to its original position. Chen Ping wore a pensive expression. It was evident that the severed arm had acted out of instinct, sensing Qi Xiong's demonic lineage. As an ancient emperor, particularly one of the human race, he would naturally harbor an innate aversion to the demonic clan. To be able to annihilate a half-saint with a mere gesture, how formidable must a true emperor be? What troubled Chen Ping the most was the realization that the coffin contained only a severed arm. Did this imply that its owner had perished, or did they still exist? How powerful must one be to sever the arm of an emperor? All of this remained a mystery to Chen Ping, who felt unworthy of pursuing such secrets. With the crisis averted, he withdrew from his Dantian Qi Si. Upon witnessing Chen Ping slowly open his eyes, both Ning Shuang and Zhang Jinghua's expressions grew grave. They found themselves engulfed in the same confusion that had plagued Qin Jinjia earlier. Is it still you, Chen Ping? Ning Shuang was the first to speak, gazing intently at him. Chen Ping nodded. Of course. Upon meeting Chen Ping's clear gaze, Ning Shuang could no longer contain her emotions and rushed forward to embrace him tightly. The softness of her body evoked a flurry of thoughts within Chen Ping. Instantly, Ning Shuang's face flushed crimson as she pushed him away. What on earth is happening? Where's Qi Xiong? Ning Shuang inquired anxiously, and the others turned their gazes toward Chen Ping. After all, Qi Xiong was a half-saint. Rest assured, Qi Xiong is dead. Chen Ping replied calmly. Dead? A half-saint just like that? The crowd's expressions reflected their incredulity, prompting Chen Ping to chuckle. When Chen Qingying, the master of the Xuanji Holy Land, departed, he left me a life-preserving trump card. Only then did the crowd feel reassured. Though formidable, Qi Xiong was merely a half-saint, while Chen Qingying had already attained the realm of the great saint. With his trump card, it was understandable that Qi Xiong was slain. Now that everything is resolved, everyone may disperse. Chen Ping addressed the crowd. They nodded in agreement, ready to leave. However, Zhang Jinghua remained rooted in place, showing no intention of departing. Grand Elder, do you have something to discuss? Chen Ping inquired with curiosity. Did this fellow still hold a grudge over the death of his disciple? The recent events had clearly proven that Wu Libo had colluded with Qi Xiong, and Chen Ping's actions were merely a purging of his ranks. Zhang Jinghua shook his head, his expression complex as he gazed at Chen Ping. Taking a deep breath, he finally bowed deeply and said, Chen Ping, the previous incident was my fault. I should not have blindly protected my own, believing Wu Libo's words, which affected you. Chen Ping was taken aback. Zhang Jinghua had always been an obstinate old man in his mind. He never expected him to humble himself and apologize. This made Chen Ping feel somewhat awkward. "It's no matter. You were deceived by Wu Libo," Chen Ping replied, shaking his head. "My disciple and grand-disciple perished because of me. And I feel a deep sense of regret," Chen Ping admitted. Although both deaths were self-inflicted, it was undeniable that they were indeed connected to him. "Grand Elder, would you allow me to assist you in your cultivation?" Chen Ping suggested. Zhang Jinghua, as the Grand Elder of the Qian Yuan Sect, was somewhat stubborn but fiercely loyal to the sect. Furthermore, during the confrontation with Wu Libo, Zhang Jinghua had been observing closely, clearly intending to intervene at the last moment to protect Chen Ping. Thus, Chen Ping felt he could offer assistance. Zhang Jinghua was taken aback. "Cultivate at this moment?" He did not comprehend Chen Ping's intentions. "I sense that your cultivation method possesses some flaws. I wish to help you refine it," Chen Ping stated plainly. Zhang Jinghua was astonished. He practiced a heavenly-grade cultivation method. How could Chen Ping claim to assist in refining it? Was he jesting? "Chen Ping, should you require my cultivation method, I can provide you with a copy for your review," Zhang Jinghua suggested, assuming that Chen Ping's remark was merely a pretext to study his technique. Chapter 118. I want you to assist me in cultivation. Upon hearing Chen Ping's words, Lung Ningxuang could not help but recall the conversation she had with Ji Liang. "Elder Taishang, since Chen Ping has spoken, you should heed his advice. It will not bring you any harm." Zhang Jinghua furrowed his brow at this, but chose to remain silent, sitting cross-legged to begin his cultivation. The heavenly grade technique. The wild devouring heaven formula? Chen Ping merely glanced at Zhang Jinghua before articulating the name of the technique he was practicing. A foundational heavenly grade technique is already commendable. Lung Ningxuang turned her gaze towards Chen Ping. Previously, she had been somewhat skeptical of Ji Liang's claims regarding Chen Ping. After all, the creators of any heavenly grade technique are typically individuals of exceptional talent. Even so, the creation of such a technique undoubtedly consumed countless hours of effort. It seemed implausible that it could be so easily modified. In fact, refining a technique is often far more challenging than creating one from scratch. However, now that Chen Ping had named Zhang Jinghua's technique, Lang Ningxuang began to believe. After all, this was certainly the first time Chen Ping had encountered Zhang Jinghua, and only a handful of people within the Qian Yuan Sect were privy to the technique Zhang Jinghua practiced. Chen Ping closed his eyes, and with the system's assistance, he swiftly perfected the wild devouring heaven formula. He extracted a Qiankuan jade slip and directly inscribed the modified formula into it. "All done, Elder Taishang. You may cease your practice now," Chen Ping announced. Zhang Jinghua opened his eyes, a complex expression on his face. "Is that it? You said you would assist me in refining the technique, yet you completed it in just a few moments? Surely, that is not enough time even to transcribe a technique." Chen Ping handed the wild devouring heaven formula to Zhang Jinghua, who skeptically probed the jade slip with his consciousness. In an instant, his expression shifted dramatically. The technique recorded within the jade slip was indeed the wild devouring heaven formula. Only he and Wu Libo practiced this technique within the Qian Yuan Sect. Could it be that Chen Ping merely needed a glance at his cultivation to deduce this technique? What extraordinary talent he must possess. Perhaps no ancient emperor ever had such capabilities. But wait, Zhang Jinghua shook his head. This technique had indeed been refined. For some time, he had felt himself stagnating in his cultivation. Through his research into the technique, he discovered certain flaws, yet he was unable to perfect it. Now, however, the discrepancies he identified were precisely the areas that had been addressed in this refined version. Chen Ping had indeed succeeded in enhancing the wild devouring heaven formula. This was a heavenly grade technique. Zhang Jinghua regarded Chen Ping with astonishment in his eyes. To have improved a heavenly grade technique in mere moments was nothing short of miraculous. As Zhang Jinghua's expression registered this realization, the assembled crowd understood that Chen Ping had indeed achieved the impossible. Just as they awaited Zhang Jinghua's response, he unexpectedly sat cross-legged once more. Having just reviewed the refined wild devouring heaven formula, inspiration struck him. Soon, a subtle shift in his aura became apparent. After half an hour, Zhang Jinghua slowly opened his eyes, two beams of divine light flashing momentarily. "I have broken through," he exclaimed in disbelief. He had only practiced Chen Ping's modified technique for half an hour and had managed to advance. It was known that he had been stuck at the late stage of the spirit tranquility realm for decades. The crowd was left utterly astounded by his proclamation. Zhang Jinghua bowed deeply to Chen Ping. "Thank you, Elder Chen Ping, for refining the technique. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. This is a true impartation of wisdom." Chen Ping nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. "Elder Chen Ping, do you think you could refine my technique as well?" "And mine too." The other elders gazed at Chen Ping with eager eyes. Having witnessed Zhang Jinghua's breakthrough after a mere modification of his technique, they were hopeful that their own techniques could be similarly enhanced. making their future cultivation far more seamless. Chen Ping, why not assist everyone? Long Ningxuang suggested. Her eyes fixed on him. The enhancement of the elder's abilities would naturally elevate the strength of the Qian Yuan Sect, and as the sect master, she eagerly anticipated witnessing this transformation. Yet, she did not wish to pressure Chen Ping. Ultimately, it was his choice. Chen Ping glanced at Long Ningxuang and nodded. You all sit down and commence your cultivation. Upon receiving this affirmation, the crowd erupted with joy. From the moment Elder Chen Ping joined, I sensed he was destined for greatness. Indeed. It is our good fortune that he has become part of the Qian Yuan Sect. The others chimed in with their praises. Chen Ping felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. These individuals had previously protested his elevation to elder status. However, he refrained from voicing any complaints. The Qian Yuan Sect belonged to Long Ningxuang, and assisting it in becoming stronger was ultimately beneficial. Moreover, since joining the Qian Yuan Sect, Chen Ping found its atmosphere far more congenial than that of the Qian Yuan Sect. Seeing Chen Ping agree to her proposal without hesitation, Long Ningxuang's typically icy countenance softened into a rare smile. This fleeting smile left the gathered crowd momentarily spellbound. Having known Long Ningxuang for so long, they had never witnessed such warmth on her face. Rumors had circulated about her unusual relationship with Chen Ping, which many had dismissed. However, witnessing this moment, they began to grasp the truth. While they felt envy towards Chen Ping, there was no room for jealousy or resentment. Only someone as exceptional as him was worthy of their sect master's affection. Chen Ping swiftly refined the techniques of the others, and they departed with beaming smiles. After instructing Qin Jinxia and the others to return, Chen Ping accompanied Long Ningxuang back to her courtyard. Chen Ping, you have certainly made quite an impression. All the elders now owe you a favor, securing your position within the Qian Yuan Sect. Long Ningxuang exclaimed, embracing him with a dreamy smile in her eyes. The sect master of the Qian Yuan Sect is my woman. How could my position not be secure? Chen Ping replied, cradling Lang Ningxuang's delicate face and leaning down to kiss her. Lang Ningxuang waved her hand, and the door closed gently behind them. Why are you closing the door? Chen Ping teased as he looked at her. Lang Ningxuang's cheeks flushed but quickly returned to normal. She placed her finger on Chen Ping's lips and said, Chen Ping, I feel as though I am on the brink of a breakthrough. I want you to assist me in my cultivation. Chapter 119, The Heavenly Demon Divine Pond. Su Yixue Holy Land. Master, did you summon me for something? Lu Qingyan inquired curiously, gazing at Chen Qingyin. It had been quite some time since the Holy Lord had last seen her. Qingyin, I indeed have a matter to discuss with you. Chen Qingyin replied. Lu Qingyin. The saintess of Su Yixue Holy Land had reached the spirit void realm by the tender age of 50. Although she paled in comparison to the prodigious Chen Ping, she was nonetheless a renowned genius in Central State, holding the third position on the genius rankings, the only female among them, a paragon of beauty and talent. Adored by countless young aspirants. Please, master, give your instructions. Lu Qingyan promptly responded. In a few days, the heavenly demon divine pond will open, and I wish for you to attend. There is a genius named Chen Ping from Qian Yuan Sect. You must find a way to befriend him, Chen Qingyin stated. If we can secure Chen Ping as the son-in-law of Su Yixue Holy Land, he will undoubtedly become a significant ally in the future. Lu Qingyan furrowed her brow. Although Chen Qingyin merely suggested fostering a friendship, she understood the implication behind the words. Was Chen Ping truly so extraordinary that the Holy Lord felt compelled to cultivate such a relationship? Chen Qingyin nodded. Certainly, it is worth the effort. After all, he is destined to step into the realm of emperors. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyan's expression shifted. Step into the realm of emperors? As a cultivator. She fully comprehended the gravity of those words. Yet, if Chen Ping were indeed so remarkable, why was he not more widely recognized? Rest assured, becoming his woman will not diminish your worth. Chen Qingyin reassured her. Lu Qingyan nodded. I understand. I shall comply with the Holy Lord's arrangements. Chen Ping. What manner of person are you? Chen Qingyin murmured, watching Lu Qingyan's retreating figure. Qingyan, the future of Su Yixue Holy Land rests upon your shoulders. As one of the revered holy lands of Central State, Su Yixue held a prestigious position. However, when calamity descends, they would be among the first to face the repercussions. Aligning with Chen Ping would significantly mitigate potential losses. As for Lang Ningxuang, Chen Qingyin sighed. A future emperor must inevitably be surrounded by women. The title of saintess of Su Yixue is indeed formidable, yet it pales in comparison to that of an empress. In Lang Ningxuang's chamber within Qian Yuan Sect, she lay in Chen Ping's embrace, flushed and breathless. Suddenly, she stood up, her alluring figure revealed before him. Despite their recent encounter, Chen Ping felt a fiery warmth in his abdomen. I have broken through. Long Ningxuang exclaimed with excitement. I have finally reached the mid-stage of the spirit tranquility realm. Looking at Chen Ping, She felt increasingly fortunate. Had it not been for him, her methodical cultivation would have taken years to achieve this breakthrough. How do you intend to repay me? Chen Ping smirked, admiring her exquisite form. Realizing her state, Lung Ningxuang's cheeks flushed deeply. What do you want me to do? I have already given myself to you. She shot him a playful glance. By the way, since you've improved their techniques, would you also enhance mine? Chen Ping shook his head. Surprised, Lang Ningxuang recognized that this was the first time he had declined her request. Your technique needs to be changed. Although the technique she practiced was already of high quality, Chen Ping deemed it insufficient. How can my woman settle for merely a high-tier technique? Change it. She protested, shaking her head. This technique suits me well, and finding a higher-level one is exceedingly difficult. With a smile, Chen Ping opened the system marketplace interface, quickly identifying several suitable techniques for her. Cold prison cracking sky technique, sacred grade technique, transforms oneself into a cold prison, suppressing all. Xianming ice soul, true resolution. Sacred grade technique, forges an innate ice soul body through the laws of cold. Grand cold ice marrow sacred cannon, sacred grade technique. Allegedly created by the ancient immortal Grand Cold True Immortal. Upon seeing the Grand Cold Ice Marrow Sacred Cannon, Chen Ping's eyes lit up. It reminded him of the tale of Chang'e, the moon goddess. He wondered whether there was a genuine connection between the Grand Cold True Immortal and Chang'e, or if it were merely a coincidence. Nevertheless, this technique was indeed the most suitable for Lung Ningxuang, both in attributes and in temperament. The value of the Grand Cold Ice Marrow Sacred Cannon was 1,000 talent points. Although Chen Ping currently possessed only 7,000 talent points, he did not hesitate to redeem it. After all, Lang Ningxuang had waited nearly a century for him, willing to sacrifice everything for him. What were a few talent points in comparison? With a thought, an ancient-looking jade book radiating a chilling aura appeared in his hand. Even Chen Ping, an indestructible chaotic body, could feel its coldness. What is this? Lung Ningxuang asked curiously, eyeing the jade book in Chen Ping's grasp. She felt a profound connection to it, sensing her body yearning for its essence. Take a look for yourself. Chen Ping handed the jade book to her. As she grasped it, a tremor coursed through her body upon her first glance. A sacred grade technique, she exclaimed. This is a sacred grade technique, perfectly suited to my constitution. You must understand that sacred grade techniques are exceedingly rare, with only one found in each major holy land, reserved for saints and those who have made significant contributions. The emergence of any sacred grade technique could incite a storm in Central State, or even the entire realm of cultivation. How do you find this technique? Chen Ping inquired with a smirk, his hands exploring her delicate skin. Perfect, Lang Ningxuang exclaimed, pulling him into a kiss. I shall repay you well. At Taiping Peak, Chen Ping slowly entered his chamber. He rubbed his aching back. After presenting the Grand Cold Ice Marrow Sacred Cannon to Lung Ningxuang, she had certainly rewarded him handsomely, though it was unclear who had truly received the reward. Despite being a formidable spirit void realm cultivator and an indestructible chaotic body, he still felt exhausted after a day of exertions. Perhaps I should check the system marketplace for some rejuvenating pills? Chen Ping pondered, shaking his head at the thought of the dancing fire. Chapter 120. A Reckoning is Su Yixue, with her legs crossed, reclined on Chen Ping's bed. Her slender, alabaster legs were a dazzling sight, much to Chen Ping's consternation. Xiao Ryue's attire bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Mai Shiranui, a character from a game he had played in his previous life. The garment, however, was rendered in a shade of pink, which only amplified her allure. Vast expanses of her fair skin were exposed, and the profound cleavage was a mesmerizing sight. What brings you here? Chen Ping inquired, his tone laced with exasperation. Is Chen Ping so displeased to see me? Xiao Ryue rose languidly, nibbling on her lip, her expression conveying a sense of wounded sentiment. Let's get straight to the point, Chen Ping retorted, his patience wearing thin. He couldn't deny that Xiao Ryue's ensemble was, to a degree, stirring. You ought to express your gratitude, Chen Ping, Xiao Ryue said, smoothing a stray lock of hair. Thank you for coming here dressed like that. If I hadn't whispered a few words into Ningxuang's ear, would you have experienced such bliss these past few days? Xiao Ryue giggled coquettishly. Chen Ping was taken aback. He recalled his first encounter with Lung Ningxuang. It was indeed uncharacteristic of her. He had been puzzled at the time, but the atmosphere had been so conducive that he had dismissed his doubts. It turned out that Xiao Ryue was the orchestrator. Truly, Xiao Ryue lived up to her title as the mistress of the Spirit and Desire Pavilion. Having done so much for you, don't you think I deserve a reward? Xiao Ryue murmured, leaning against Chen Ping's shoulder. Her warm breath caressed his ear, sending a shiver down his spine. What kind of reward do you have in mind? Chen Ping asked, gently pushing her away. I've been stuck in a rut for quite some time, unable to break through. Would you be willing to help me? Xiao Ryue's eyes sparkled with longing. Chen Ping's lips twitched. Was she always trying to seduce him? Was it because she had witnessed his ability to slay a sage in the southern border? Is master present? A crisp voice called out. Xiao Riyue's brow furrowed, her ample bosom quivering involuntarily. That girl has no sense of timing. She could sense that Chen Ping's resolve had been wavering. If she had been granted a little more time, she was certain she could have won him over. Yet, at this pivotal moment, they had been interrupted. I'll come looking for you again. Xiao Riyue planted a kiss on Chen Ping's lips before vanishing. Chen Ping touched his lips, speechless. He had just been kissed against his will. Come in. Soon, Qin Jianjia entered. Did you need something, master? Chen Ping asked, looking at Qin Jianjia. Why does your room suddenly smell so fragrant, master? Qin Jianjia asked suspiciously. She was the one who cleaned Chen Ping's room, so why this sudden change in scent? Could it be that her master was concealing a beauty? Qin Jianjia's eyes darted around, but she couldn't find a place where someone could hide. Master, you haven't eaten yet. Have you? Let's go have a meal. Qin Jianjia said with a smile. Eat? Chen Ping's lips twitched, but he followed Qin Jianjia out. In the days that followed, Chen Ping lived a carefree existence, simply overseeing his disciples' cultivation. Lin Zhao's talent was truly remarkable, with the added benefit of he had reached the late stage of foundation establishment in less than half a month. Chen Ping's cultivation had also improved, albeit slightly. Once one reached the spirit void realm, rapid breakthroughs became more difficult. It seems I need to recruit more disciples. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. However, the system's requirements for disciples are too stringent. Recruiting disciples is no easy feat. Most talented individuals have already been discovered. Finding Qin Jianjia and the others was a stroke of luck. Lying on the rocking chair, Chen Ping drifted off to sleep. The Qian Yuan Sect looking at the in her hand, Luo Lingo's eyes gleamed with a peculiar light. After all this time, I can finally use the again. Luo Linger revisited. Jiang Xinwei frowned at the sight of Luo Linger, but she still said, what brings you to my senior sister Ling? However, she quickly noticed the in Luo Lingo's hand, and her expression changed. I remember you said that you wouldn't come to me again because of Chen Ping. Senior sister Lingo? Jiang Xinwei's discontent was unconcealed. Xinwei, listen to me, Luo Lingo said anxiously. What else is there to say? You saw it last time. Chen Ping personally disrupted my breakthrough. Leave now. Don't force me to issue an expulsion order. Jiang Xinwei's tone had become extremely cold. Luo Linger's brow furrowed. Xinwei, we did see Chen Ping disrupt your breakthrough last time. But aren't you curious as to why Chen Ping did that? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xinwei paused. Yes. Why did Chen Ping do that? Before, Jiang Xinwei had always believed that Chen Ping was jealous and afraid that her cultivation would surpass his. So he had disrupted her breakthrough. But upon reflection, that explanation seemed untenable. After all, the joy on Chen Ping's face when he learned that she was about to break through couldn't have been faked. Seeing that Jiang Xinwei seemed to be wavering, Luo Linger pressed her advantage. That has an ability called questioning the heart. We can use it to question Chen Ping and ask him why he did what he did. If he really did it out of jealousy or simply to disrupt your breakthrough, I promise I will never mention Chen Ping's name in front of you again. Jiang Xinwei finally nodded slowly. All right, remember what you said, senior sister. Luo Linger activated the again and directly initiated the ability to question the heart. Her face instantly turned deathly pale. Even though Jiang Qian had warned her that using questioning the heart would consume a terrifying amount of lifespan, and she had prepared herself for it, she was still terrified by the frantic loss of vitality within her. In just a few moments, Luo Linger's hair began to turn white, and the number of white strands increased rapidly. The skin on her face also began to wrinkle, giving her an aged appearance. Senior sister, what's happening? Jiang Xinwei's expression changed drastically at this sight. It's nothing. It's just the price one must pay to use questioning the heart. Luo Lingo shook her head, her voice already becoming hoarse. Is Chen Ping worth it? Jiang Xinwei's eyes began to moisten. Yes. Luo Linger nodded vigorously. I believe he's not that kind of person. They shone brightly, and both of them looked over. This was a reckoning that had to be made. Chapter 121. The soul-restraining chain of bone corrosion soon. The scene shifted to the moment of Jiang Xinwei's breakthrough. Watching this familiar sight, Jiang Xinwei felt her heart bleed. Once, she had considered Chen Ping to be an admirable senior. It was only on that fateful day that she realized how naive she had been. Today, she intended to uncover the true reason behind Chen Ping's interference with her breakthrough. Utilizing her introspective ability, all of Chen Ping's inner thoughts would be revealed as a narration. Luo Linger spoke up. Observing the elderly Luo Linger, a pang of sorrow struck Jiang Xinwei. Was it truly worth it for her to pay such a hefty price for Chen Ping? Her gaze shifted to the mirror of cause and effect. Chen Ping entered, his expression brightening. Wonderful. My junior sister is about to break through. This means our Qian Yuan Sect will gain another cultivator at the Spirit Silence realm. However, the breakthrough is crucial. I must protect her and ensure nothing goes awry. Jiang Xinwei was taken aback. She understood the power of the mirror of cause and effect, meaning Chen Ping's narration was a reflection of his true feelings. But if that were the case, why would he act in this manner? Time passed, and Jiang Xinwei's aura began to shift. This signaled the onset of her entry into the spirit silence realm. As long as the Tao seed within her took root, she would successfully step into that realm. Just then, Chen Ping, who had been vigilantly guarding her, suddenly changed his expression. This is bad. How could there be demonic energy in Qian Yuan Sect? If my junior sister absorbs it, she will fall into the path of darkness. This demonic energy was of the spirit silence realm caliber. Panic was evident on Chen Ping's face. That was demonic energy of the demon sovereign level. Jiang Xinwei was stunned. Chen Ping's interference in her breakthrough stemmed from this. As a cultivator, she was well aware of the consequences of absorbing demonic energy. Do you see? Senior brother Chen Ping is only looking out for you. After a breakthrough, your body will uncontrollably absorb any surrounding energy. If you absorb this demonic energy, the repercussions would be beyond our capacity to bear. Luo Linger, observing the mirror of cause and effect, felt her tense nerves finally relax. She knew that senior brother Chen Ping was not the type to harm others. All of this was a misunderstanding. Senior brother Chen Ping was solely acting for Jiang Xinwei's benefit. Yet, all these years, Jiang Xinwei had regarded Chen Ping as an enemy. One could only imagine the torment he must have endured. Jiang Xinwei furrowed her brows. She had indeed misjudged Chen Ping. The scene continued. Chen Ping's expression grew grave, as if he were making a difficult decision. At last, he slowly rose to his feet. It seems this is the only way, though it carries some danger. As long as my junior sister can safely break through, it's worth it. My constitution is rather unique, and with my consciousness intact, I can actively absorb and gradually refine this demonic energy without falling into darkness. A flicker of resolve flashed in Chen Ping's eyes. Hearing this, Luo Linger felt a jolt of trepidation. Senior brother Chen Ping was willing to actively absorb the demonic energy for Jiang Xinwei's successful breakthrough. The risks involved were well understood by any cultivator. Senior brother Chen Ping had always been this way, willing to sacrifice everything for his junior brothers and sisters. Luo Linger turned to Jiang Xinwei, noticing tears cascading down her cheeks. Junior sister, do you now comprehend what senior brother Chen Ping has done for you? Luo Linger inquired. Such a good senior brother, and yet they had driven him away. Jiang Xinwei remained silent, her emotions tumultuous. It felt as if her long-held beliefs had crumbled. She had always perceived Chen Ping as an adversary. Yet, unbeknownst to her, he had selflessly given so much for her. And it was not an exaggeration to say that she had repaid kindness with enmity. Chen Ping began to actively absorb the demonic energy. However, this was demonic energy of the spirit silence realm's demon sovereign level, and he was merely at the peak of the spirit void realm. It took only a short while for him to reach his limit. No, I can hold on a bit longer, regardless of the outcome. I must not let this demonic energy affect my junior sister. Just a little more, just a final push. No, my body can no longer refine this demonic energy in time. Damn it, had I known, I would have trained harder. If I were at the spirit silence realm, handling this demonic energy would be a trivial task. Chen Ping's aura began to shift. Previously, the two women had noticed something amiss, but they had not given it much thought. Now, it was evident that he had reached his limit. This is not good. I truly cannot hold on any longer. A glimmer of despair crossed Chen Ping's face. He had indeed reached his breaking point. At that moment, the remaining demonic energy surged violently towards Jiang Xinwei. This is my only option. Junior sister, I am sorry. I must interrupt your breakthrough. Only by halting your breakthrough can we stop the absorption of demonic energy. Otherwise, you will be consumed by it. Chen Ping, gazing at Jiang Xinwei, made his decision. Gathering spiritual energy in his hand, he struck down. Junior sister. Luo Linger turned to Jiang Xinwei. Tears had already breached the dam in Jiang Xinwei's eyes. Why didn't he tell me about all of this? She cried. If he had explained it clearly, I would have certainly understood. After all, even if I successfully break through but am consumed by demonic energy, it would be a loss. But why didn't he explain? Senior brother Chen Ping had absorbed so much demonic energy, his condition must be dire. Let us continue watching. Luo Linger sighed. She understood that Jiang Xinwei was undoubtedly suffering. What followed was the dialogue between Chen Ping and Jiang Xinwei. Initially, it had seemed inconsequential, but now, connecting it with Chen Ping's recent absorption of massive amounts of demonic energy, it was evident that something was amiss with him. He seemed to be struggling against something. Indeed. No. The demonic energy is starting to corrode my consciousness. I must leave this place quickly, or I might endanger my junior sister. Chen Ping hastily fled, returning to the sword-forging peak. Once there, he rushed into the underground space. The corruption from the demonic energy was intensifying. He had underestimated it. If he did not devise a plan soon, he would be in grave danger. Yet, thankfully, he had successfully prevented the demonic energy from invading his junior sister. With a wave of his hand, a chain covered in rust appeared before him. This time, the odds are dire. Even if I fail, I must ensure no harm comes to Qian Yuan Sect. The rusted chain ensnared Chen Ping tightly. Soon after, anguished groans escaped his lips. This chain is the sole restraining chain of bone corrosion. Luo Lingo exclaimed in astonishment at the sight of the chain. Chapter 122. Why? Upon seeing the bone-eroding soul-lock chain, Luo Lingo was filled with shock and heartache. She never anticipated that Chen Ping would resort to using the bone-eroding soul-lock chain to suppress the encroaching demonic energy within him. Senior sister, what exactly is this bone-eroding soul-lock chain? It sounds like a tool used by demonic cultivators, Jiang Xinwei inquired, wiping tears from her face. Taking a deep breath, Luo Linger replied, you are correct. It is indeed an artifact employed by demonic cultivators. The bone-eroding soul-lock chain is a device intended for tormenting others. Once ensnared by it, a person will be subjected to relentless suffering, a torment that even the most heinous torture devices in Zhangzhou's history cannot compare to. Jiang Xinwei furrowed her brow. Then why would senior brother choose to bind himself with the bone-eroding soul-lock chain? Luo Lingo sighed. Although the bone-eroding soul-lock chain is a means of torture, it possesses a unique ability. It ensures that the bound individual's mind remains lucid. For it is this clarity that amplifies the torment. Senior brother Chen Ping did this to maintain his mental clarity, fearing complete subjugation by the demonic energy. This is all for you. Those last words remained unspoken. Luo Lingo could discern that Jiang Xinwei's perception of Chen Ping had shifted. She had referred to him as senior brother rather than by his name. Jiang Xinwei felt a lump in her throat. Senior brother Chen Ping has endured such suffering for my sake. I have been so ungrateful. This bone-eroding soul-lock chain should be used as a punishment for me. Why has he sacrificed so much without informing me? Her body trembled. What have I done all these years? Was it really Chen Ping who failed to tell you? Luo Lingo gazed at Jiang Xinwei. Jiang Xinwei was momentarily stunned. Soon, tears flowed anew. Indeed, it was not Chen Ping who withheld the truth. I never afforded him the chance to explain. Since that day, he has sought me out multiple times, yet I either scolded him for disrupting my breakthrough or avoided him entirely. How could he have had the opportunity to clarify? Luo Linger withdrew the mysterious causal mirror. Junior sister, do you still believe that senior brother Chen Ping is a hypocritical person with a heart of a beast? Luo Linger looked at Jiang Xinwei. Jiang Xinwei shook her head and slapped her own face in realization. I have misunderstood senior brother Chen Ping all along. I am the real beast. She collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. After a moment, Jiang Xinwei stood up. Senior sister, let us go find the sect leader and persuade her to bring senior brother Chen Ping back. Upon witnessing this scene, Luo Linger revealed a hint of relief. All her sacrifices had not been in vain. Jiang Xinwei had finally awakened. Let us go at once. At the peak of Qian Yuan Sect, Su Yixue, dressed in casual attire, did not conceal her striking figure. What brings you both here? Xinwei, why are you crying? Who has bullied you? A hint of murderous intent emanated from Su Yixue. Leader, no one has bullied me. Jiang Xinwei shook her head. Leader, let us bring senior brother Chen Ping back. Su Yixue was taken aback. What was happening? Hadn't Jiang Xinwei always harbored animosity towards Chen Ping? Why was she now so eager to have him return? Leader, I have misunderstood senior brother Chen Ping. Jiang Xinwei recounted the recent events. Su Yixue's brows knitted tightly upon hearing this. Senior brother Chen Ping has contributed so much to our Qian Yuan Sect. We should not treat him this way, Jiang Xinwei cried. Luo Lingo also turned to Su Yixue, hoping she would change her stance. After all, they had once been partners. It was impossible for them to have harbored no feelings for one another. Now that everything had proven to be a misunderstanding, bringing Chen Ping back seemed only natural. Bring him back? Su Yixue scoffed. On what ground should we do that? Did we drive him away? It was he who chose to leave Qian Yuan Sect of his own volition. Recalling how Chen Ping had left without hesitation with Lang Ningxuang, she thought. If you wish to depart, then do not return. Did I not merely subject you to the 9 heavens' divine thunder formation? After all these years, could our bond not withstand such a trial? Leader, both Luo Linger and Jiang Xinwei exclaimed simultaneously. Do not bring this matter up again. He chose to leave Qian Yuan Sect. Su Yixue declared coldly. This matter is non-negotiable. Su Yixue was indeed surprised by Chen Ping's actions. But so what? If she were to bring him back now, it would merely signify her capitulation, her submission to him. If he realizes his mistakes and returns one day, perhaps I will overlook past grievances and allow him to rejoin Qian Yuan Sect. Bring him back? Dream on. By the way, the Celestial Demon Pond will soon be opening. You two should prepare to go together. Su Yixue changed the topic. The two girls could only temporarily relent. Understood. On Tianqing Peak, Jiang Xinwei looked at Luo Linger. Senior sister, how do you think we can persuade the leader to change her mind? Luo Linger shook her head. Alas, you know the leader's temperament. Once she makes a decision, it is unlikely to change. Then are we to simply give up? Jiang Xinwei protested. Actually, there is still one matter, Luo Ling sighed. Even if we convince the leader, it is not certain that senior brother Chen Ping would wish to return. Luo Linga recounted her last meeting with Chen Ping. Upon learning that Chen Ping could cultivate again, Jiang Xinwei's face lit up with joy. However, upon hearing that Chen Ping would not return to Qian Yuan Sect, her expression turned pale. Regardless of whether senior brother returns or not, he is still our senior brother. What we must do now is clear his name, Luo Linger asserted. The 3 charges for which senior brother Chen Ping was punished, endangering disciples and colluding with demons, have been proven unfounded. We must clarify the matter of empoisoning junior brother Fan Lanio. At the very least, we must restore senior brother Chen Ping's innocence. Jiang Xinwei nodded emphatically. Chen Ping has sacrificed so much for me. How could he possibly harm Fan Lanio? There must be some misunderstanding. Luo Linger looked at Jiang Xinwei. Junior sister, I am sorry. You have fought this battle alone for a while now. It must have been exhausting. Jiang Xinwei shook her head. As long as I can help clear senior brother Chen Ping's name, it will be worth it. Luo Linger nodded. It will be done. You mentioned that senior brother Chen Ping can cultivate again. Is there a possibility we might encounter him in the celestial demon pond? Jiang Xinwei suddenly asked. Luo Linger shook her head. How could that be possible? The minimum requirement to enter the celestial demon pond is the spirit void realm. Although senior brother can cultivate again, it is improbable that he could reach the spirit void realm in such a short time. Chapter 123, Enhancement of Loyalty. Did you summon me for something? Chen Ping inquired. Casting a glance at the cold, condensing frost. Nodding, condensing frost beckoned Chen Ping to sit beside her. The Tianma divine pool is about to open, and I wish for you to represent the Qian Yuan Sect, she announced. It is said that the Tianma divine pool is the relic of an ancient battlefield of gods and demons, brimming with countless opportunities. However, entry into the pool is strictly limited to cultivators below the Lingji realm. I shall pass, as I have several disciples to instruct. Please arrange for someone else to enter. Chen Ping replied, his indifference evident. To him, the greatest opportunity lay within his own system. Accelerating his disciples' advancement and recruiting several exceptional students was of paramount importance. Condensing frost shot him a disapproving glance. No, you must go. This time, the Tianma divine pool is said to differ from previous occasions, potentially harboring the emergence of the Emperor Scripture. Acquiring it would yield boundless benefits for both you and our Qian Yuan Sect. If it were not for the restrictions of the Tianma divine pool, she would have yearned to participate herself. That was the Emperor Scripture. In an era devoid of emperors, a single scripture could forge an emperor. Moreover, condensing frost harbored a vague suspicion that the anomalies surrounding this Tianma divine pool might be intertwined with the impending calamity. The Great Tao encompasses 50 principles, with 49 manifestations. One must elude them. As the saying goes, there is always a way out. And although each calamity brings forth terrifying disasters, it also unveils immeasurable opportunities. Perhaps this Tianma divine pool is one such opportunity. Emperor Scripture? Chen Ping's brow furrowed. An emperor, a being of legendary status and the pinnacle of humanity. He recalled the coffin in his possession. As if sensing his thoughts, the coffin, or more precisely, the severed arm, quivered slightly. The motion was subtle, yet Chen Ping perceived it clearly. Very well, I shall attend the Tianma divine pool's opening. He conceded with a nod. Upon hearing this, condensing frost planted a kiss on his cheek. Chen Ping, regardless of whether you can obtain the Emperor Scripture, please prioritize your safety. Chen Ping nodded slightly, rest assured. Having reached the initial stage of the Lingshu realm and condensed 2 celestial-grade Tao seeds, he felt confident that, aside from a few carefully nurtured prodigies from the Holy Lands, he was unmatched within the Lingshu realm. The restrictions of the Tianma divine pool seemed tailor-made for him. He began to ponder whether he might be the variable in this impending calamity. With a month remaining before the Tianma divine pool's opening, Chen Ping sought ways to enhance his strength. However, his method of improvement lay not in personal cultivation but in the rigorous training of his disciples. Master, may we take a break now? Huang Xiling gazed at him with pleading eyes. During this period, they had devoted all their time to training, save for brief moments of sleep. As for meals, they had subsisted solely on spiritual spring water and various medicinal pills, neglecting food entirely. It would not be an exaggeration to claim that in less than a month, the resources Chen Ping consumed rivaled that of a first-rate power. The results were remarkably significant. Name, Qin Jinjia. Age, 20. Cultivation, late stage of Lingdong. Physique, primordial sword body. Talent value, 1,000. Loyalty 90. Name, Huang Xiling. Age, 23. Cultivation, initial stage of Lingxiu. Physique, true phoenix body, incomplete. Talent value, 3,000. Loyalty, 70. Note, in her past life, Huang Xiling was the empress of the Fire Phoenix clan, striving to transform into a true phoenix body, but failed during her tribulation and was reborn. Name, Lin Xiao. Age, 10. Cultivation, mid-stage of foundation building. Physique, world-burning flame body. Talent value, 3,000. Loyalty, 80. Note, the world-burning flame body is an innate fire path sacred body that can absorb extraordinary flames from the world to enhance its prowess, achieving great mastery to incinerate heaven and earth at will. The strength of his 3 disciples had seen remarkable enhancement, particularly Huang Xiling. With her reincarnation and renewed cultivation, she faced no bottleneck, able to progress as long as spiritual energy was sufficient. With Chen Ping's assistance, she had directly advanced to the initial stage of Lingxiu. Thanks to the contributions of his disciples, Chen Ping's own strength had also reached the mid-stage of Lingxiu, earning him further rewards from the system. The astonishing pace of their cultivation would likely be met with disbelief if revealed, yet it was undeniably true. All right, everyone, take a rest. Xiling, you shall accompany me to the Tianma Divine Pool in a few days, Chen Ping announced. Although Huang Xiling was merely at the initial stage of Lingxiu, her unique physique and past combat experience rendered her a formidable presence among her peers. Moreover, Chen Ping had a premonition that she might encounter fortuitous opportunities within the Tianma Divine Pool. Upon hearing that they could finally rest, the trio exhaled in relief. The intense training had yielded extraordinary results, but had also been exceedingly exhausting. By the way, Xiling, Chen Ping turned to Huang Xiling, retrieving a Qian Yuan jade slip. This is the continuation of the ancient phoenix scripture. Huang Xiling's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, she quickly clung to Chen Ping's arm, saying, Master, since you are allowing me to accompany you to the Tianma Divine Pool, why not grant me the true phoenix power as well? The enhancement of my strength would significantly increase our chances. Chen Ping regarded her with a knowing smile. Huang Xiling pouted. If you refuse, then so be it. Chuckling, Chen Ping produced the true phoenix power. Here you go. Huang Xiling was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Chen Ping would genuinely bestow the true phoenix power upon her. Since meeting him, her foremost desire had been to acquire the true phoenix power to teach him a lesson. Yet now, with the power in her possession, she felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. With Chen Ping's intellect, he surely recognized her intent to pursue the true phoenix power. Was he not concerned that she might seize the power and abandon him, or even turn against him? All right, everyone, return to your quarters and rest, Chen Ping said nonchalantly. He could easily decipher Huang Xiling's thoughts. Had it been in the past, he would never have so readily relinquished the true phoenix power. However, her loyalty had now risen to 70, a significantly high figure. According to the system's guidance, loyalty above 50 generally prevents betrayal under normal circumstances. Furthermore, he believed that Huang Xiling was an astute individual. The capabilities he had displayed recently far surpassed the allure of the true phoenix power. Upon returning to his chamber, a glimmer of determination shone in Chen Ping's eyes. Let me unveil the rewards from the system this time. Chapter 124, Imminent Departure. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the divine power, master-disciple bond. When the host and disciple are present together, both the host and disciple's combat prowess will increase by a minor realm. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the pet, Tao Tai. A smile graced Chen Ping's lips as he listened to the mechanical system notifications. As expected of a system product, the master-disciple bond directly augmented combat strength. As for the Tao Tai, it was an ancient divine beast. Reputedly, it was one of the 3,000 divine demons formed from the origin of the great Tao at the dawn of time, possessing the terrifying power to devour everything and enhance its own strength. Chen Ping never imagined that this system reward would be a Tao Tai. If it was truly what he envisioned, then this Tao Tai would be even more formidable than an ancient great emperor. After all, the 3,000 divine demons could be considered the personification of the great Tao's origin. Soon, a fluffy little lamb materialized before him. The lamb approached Chen Ping and nuzzled against his trouser leg. This was the legendary Tao Tai, one of the 3,000 divine demons? The corners of Chen Ping's mouth twitched. This was too adorable, wasn't it? Are you Tao Tai? Chen Ping tentatively inquired, gazing at the Tao Tai. The lamb vigorously nodded its head and resumed rubbing against Chen Ping's trouser leg. Chen Ping was rendered speechless. Had he not possessed unwavering faith in the system, he would have doubted the authenticity of this Tao Tai. You're all fluffy, so I'll call you Xiao Mao. Thus, Tao Tai, one of the 3,000 divine demons, received its new name, Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao bleated at Chen Ping. Hungry? Chen Ping waved his hand, and a spirit fruit appeared before Xiao Mao. A look of elation instantly dawned on Xiao Mao's face. It devoured the spirit fruit in one gulp. Chen Ping was dumbfounded by this sight. Even a foundation establishment stage cultivator would need to refine such a spirit fruit. Yet, this little fellow had directly swallowed it. Recalling the Tao Ye's abilities, Chen Ping took a deep breath and produced a sacred herb. Xiao Mao, without any hesitation, consumed it as well. Chen Ping was at a loss for words. At this moment, he finally realized the terrifying potential of this Tao Tai. Although it appeared ordinary now, as long as it could continuously devour, the Tao Ye's future achievements would be limitless. Chen Ping suddenly recalled the coffin within the system space. He wondered if the Tao Tai could devour it. However, he quickly shook his head. That contained the remains of an ancient great emperor. Every great emperor had made significant contributions to the human race. He couldn't bring himself to commit such sacrilege. The next morning, Chen Ping arose and went to eat. Xiao Mao followed closely behind him. Master, where did you get a little lamb? It's so adorable. Qin Jianjia exclaimed as she rushed over to embrace Xiao Mao. Senior sister, I want to hold it too. Lin Xiao also hurried over. No girl could resist such a fluffy, cute creature. However, Huang Xiling, standing beside them, began to tremble uncontrollably as she gazed at Xiao Mao. The 3,000 divine demons exerted a pressure from the depths of their bloodlines upon divine beasts. She instantly recognized the terrifying existence lurking within this seemingly harmless lamb. One of the 3,000 divine demons. And only one matched the characteristics of the lamb before her. Tao Tai, the embodiment of the devouring law's origin. Even among the 3,000 divine demons, Tao Tai ranked among the top. Huang Xiling gulped. She turned her gaze toward Chen Ping. Just who was this cheap master of hers? This was one of the 3,000 divine demons, the incarnation of the great Tao's origin. Yet, it was following him? Master, this. Huang Xiling managed to utter with difficulty. Yes, it's Tao Tai. Quite adorable, isn't it? Chen Ping casually remarked. Quite adorable. Quite adorable. Huang Xiling swore that this was the first time in her life, no, in both her lives, that she had heard someone describe one of the 3,000 divine demons as adorable. Even ancient great emperors were weaker than the 3,000 divine demons. What are you afraid of? You're my disciple, which makes you its little master. It wouldn't dare to eat you. Chen Ping said, looking at Huang Xiling's trembling body. I'm its little master? Huang Xiling's mouth twitched incessantly. Even the ancient ancestors of their ancient Phoenix clan would have to prostrate themselves before the 3,000 divine demons. If the fear from the depths of her bloodline weren't undeniable, she would never have believed that she had become the little master of a divine demon. Xiao Mao, come here. Chen Ping called out, and Xiao Mao scurried over. Xiao Mao? Huang Xiling felt like she was going insane. To think that Tao Tai, a top-ranking divine demon among the 3,000, was being called Xiao Mao? Although it was true that the Tao Tai had quite a lot of fur. From now on, these three will be your little masters. Understand? Chen Ping said, stroking Xiao Mao's head. Xiao Mao vigorously nodded and walked over to Huang Xiling, actually rubbing its head against her trouser leg. Huang Xiling was on the verge of madness. This feeling was akin to an old ancestor kneeling before their descendant, giving them a shoulder massage. It was simply too surreal. All right, pack up. We're departing for the heavenly demon god pool. A glint flashed in Chen Ping's eyes. If the heavenly demon god pool truly contained an emperor scripture, then he would obtain it. After Lung Ning told him this information, he searched the system shop for emperor scriptures. Emperor scriptures did exist, but the destiny values required for exchange were in the hundreds of thousands. There was no way he could even dream of it with his meager destiny values. Moreover, it was said that the heavenly demon god pool was the site of the divine demon war. According to legend, in the primordial era, the 3,000 divine demons engaged in internal strife, the specific reasons unknown. But it was clear that the heavenly demon god pool should contain many divine demon relics. These would undoubtedly be the best food for Tao Tai. A mask appeared in Chen Ping's hand, and he directly put it on. The people from the Qian Yuan Sect would certainly be heading to the heavenly demon god pool this time. Chen Ping didn't want to meet them, so altering his appearance was the most suitable method. Master, why are you changing your appearance? Huang Xiling curiously asked. Seeing that Chen Ping could actually take a divine demon as his disciple, Huang Xiling's loyalty toward him had skyrocketed, reaching 90. It was even higher than Qin Jianjia's. I don't want to meet some people, Chen Ping casually replied. Huang Xiling recalled Chen Ping's past and said with a smile, don't worry, master. Once we reach the heavenly demon god pool, I'll definitely avenge you. Chen Ping smiled and said nothing. He took Huang Xiling and Tao Tai and set off directly. At the same time, within the Xuanji Holy Land, Qingyan, remember what I told you, Chen Qingying said. If Chen Ping could be made the son-in-law of the Xuanji Holy Land, then it would be equivalent to the Xuanji Holy Land having a great emperor guarding it. Holy Lord, rest assured, I will definitely make that Chen Ping infatuated with me, Lu Qingyan said confidently. With her talent and beauty, what man could she not capture? Chapter 125, Innate Double Pupils. The periphery of the Divine Devil Pool, the once desolate ruins, were now teeming with people. The Divine Devil Pool, which opened only once a century, was to open today. Furthermore, rumors suggested that anomalies had arisen within the Divine Devil Pool, hinting at the emergence of an Emperor Scripture. This was an immense enticement for the cultivators of the Central Continent, as an Emperor Scripture could potentially forge a transcendent power far surpassing even the sacred grounds. Is this the Divine Devil Pool? Huang Xiling asked, her face etched with a hint of doubt as she gazed upon the ruins before her. Even with her discerning eyes, she could not perceive any discernible mystique within the Divine Devil Pool. Chen Ping remained silent. He had not been qualified to enter the last time the Divine Devil Pool opened. His knowledge of the Divine Devil Pool was limited to the fact that it was the battlefield remains of the ancient war between gods and devils. At that moment, Chen Ping's gaze fell upon a nearby corner, where two men and a woman arrived together. What caught the eye was that the hair of one of the girls was mostly white, although her skin remained delicate. She exuded a sense of having experienced the vicissitudes of life. It was none other than Luo Linger. Chen Ping's brow furrowed. Why had Luo Linger become like this? He could clearly sense that Luo Linger's lifespan was less than a century. Normally, a cultivator at the peak of the spirit void realm could live for around 500 years. Luo Linger was even younger than him. So why would she only have a century left to live? Something must have happened that he was unaware of. However, Chen Ping was unable to inquire about it at the moment, as he had long since changed his appearance, and Luo Linger would not recognize him. Moreover, standing beside Luo Linger were none other than Jiang Xinwei and Fan Lanu. Chen Ping's feelings towards Jiang Xinwei were complex. He knew that Jiang Xinwei resented him, but at the time he had been left with no choice. Upon seeing Fan Lanu beside her, a flash of sternness crossed Chen Ping's eyes. Although he had no concrete evidence, Chen Ping was almost certain that Fan Lanu had orchestrated the 3 trumped-up charges against him. What's wrong, master? Huang Xiling asked curiously, noticing Chen Ping's expression. The little beast in Chen Ping's arms also wore a pensive look. Nothing, Chen Ping replied, shaking his head. Huang Xiling followed his gaze and saw the trio. They must be from the Qian Yuan Sect. 2 at the peak of the Spirit Void Realm and 1 at the late stage of the Spirit Void Realm. A hint of killing intent flashed in Huang Xiling's eyes. She was already aware of Chen Ping's past experiences. Since she had encountered these individuals, she would not mind dealing with them on Chen Ping's behalf, or even eliminating them. Don't act rashly, Chen Ping cautioned, shaking his head. Just then, Luo Linger suddenly turned around and looked in Chen Ping's direction. After using the Xuanji Karma mirror multiple times, Luo Linger's intuition had become much sharper than before. Chen Ping smiled slightly and turned his head away. Strange, Luo Linger murmured, her delicate eyebrows furrowed. What's wrong, senior sister? Jiang Xinwei asked. Just now, I felt a strange sense of familiarity from someone, but I'm certain that I don't know him, Luo Linger replied. Jiang Xinwei smiled. It might just be your imagination. At that moment, the crowd suddenly stirred. Look, the holy maiden of the Xuanji Holy Land has arrived. Lu Qingyan, clad in a green robe, descended upon a divine and extraordinary mount, appearing dignified and imposing. That's the holy maiden of the Xuanji Holy Land. She truly possesses both talent and beauty. She's like a celestial being descended from the heavens. If only I could marry into the Xuanji Holy Land. Indeed, I wonder what kind of man can win her over. As they gazed upon Lu Qingyan, who seemed like a celestial being descended from the heavens, many began to discuss her. Silence. A cold shout rang out. A man clad in golden armor descended from the sky. He exuded a captivating aura, and what was most astonishing was that the man possessed double pupils. In ancient legends, double pupils were a sign of a sage. In the Yuan-Tian continent, double pupils were an extremely powerful special physique, capable of joining the ranks of divine bodies. It's Li Kehan, the holy son of the Wuxiang Holy Land, someone exclaimed in surprise. Li Kehan slowly walked forward, his double pupils seeming to possess magical power. Wherever his gaze fell, people lowered their heads. Li Kehan's gaze landed on Chen Ping and his companions, and his brow furrowed slightly. A person at the early stage of the Spirit Void Realm and one at the middle stage of the Spirit Void Realm dared to look directly at him. However, Li Kehan did not say anything, but simply memorized their faces. Were you two just gossiping? Li Kehan's gaze landed on the men in the crowd who had been indulging in idle chatter. Holy Son, please spare us. We were just joking. Yes, Holy Son. We won't dare to do it again. Although their strength had reached the late stage of the Spirit Void Realm, they were no match for the Holy Son cultivated by the Wuxiang Holy Land. Moreover, even if they could defeat Li Kehan, the Wuxiang Holy Land stood behind him. Joking? Li Kehan smirked. I also enjoy joking. As the words fell, Li Kehan struck out with his palm, and the bodies of the 2 men who had spoken exploded, turning into 2 clouds of blood mist. The once noisy crowd immediately fell silent. The crowd looked at Li Qian with a hint of fear in their eyes. Is this the power of the top talents cultivated by the Holy Lands? Truly formidable. The strength of those two had already reached the late stage of the Spirit Void realm, which was comparable to Li Qian's realm. Yet, Li Qian killed them with a single move. As expected of the second-ranked talent on the Prodigy rankings, Li Qian snorted coldly and slowly walked towards Lu Qingyan. Qingyan. It's been a while, Li Qian said, his eyes not concealing his admiration for Lu Qingyan. From the first moment he saw Lu Qingyan, he had been captivated by her. When he learned that Lu Qingyan was the holy maiden of the Xuanji Holy Land, he was even more excited. Only a heavenly daughter like her was worthy of being his woman, Li Qian's woman. The Wuxiang Holy Land naturally supported Li Qian's decision. If the two Holy Lands could form a marital alliance, it would definitely be more beneficial than harmful. However, Lu Qingyan had always been indifferent to Li Qian's displays of affection. If it were an ordinary woman, Li Qian would have forcibly taken her away long ago. However, this only fueled Li Qian's desire to conquer her. Wherever Li Qian passed, everyone voluntarily made way for him. Li Qian was very satisfied with these fearful gazes. Qingyan, the divine devil pool is fraught with danger, but don't worry, with me here, I won't let anyone harm you, Li Qian said confidently. However, Lu Qingyan ignored Li Qian's good intentions and instead looked elsewhere. The crowd snickered inwardly but dared not laugh out loud. Li Qian's brow furrowed. Then, his expression became even more unsightly. Lu Qingyan actually bypassed him and walked towards a man beside him. The frigid aura emanating from Li Qian was palpable. Lu Qingyan was advancing towards the very spot where those two insignificant beings had dared to gaze upon her. She approached with haste, her eyes gleaming at the sight of the small lamb in Chen Ping's grasp. What an exquisite little lamb, she exclaimed. May I hold it? Her gaze was filled with anticipation. I must decline, Chen Ping responded coolly. My pet is rather temperamental. After all, the gluttonous god of the 3,000 was not to be handled by just anyone. However, his composure soon shifted. Ding! An S-rank prodigy has been detected, meeting the criteria for discipleship. Name, Lu Qingyan, age, 30, cultivation, mid-stage of the Spirit Void realm, physique, Spirit Origin Body, talent value, 3,000. Note, the Spirit Origin Body is a unique constitution formed at the genesis of spiritual energy, possessing an extraordinary affinity for it, enabling the wielder to autonomously absorb spiritual energy to enhance their strength. Chen Ping's countenance underwent a transformation. Lu Qingyan was, in fact, an SS-rank genius. From the preceding conversation, he had already surmised her identity, the holy maiden of the profound mystery Holy Land. Such a prodigy must already have a mentor. But who said one couldn't seek another? That old codger Ji Liang was always casting covetous glances at his disciples. Humph. It is an honor for you that Qingyan desires to hold your pet, Li Qian retorted icily. Do not be unappreciative. His homicidal intent had somewhat dissipated. Upon witnessing Lu Qingyan's direct approach towards Chen Ping, he had been consumed by the urge to kill. Now that he realized her interest lay solely with the pet, he felt relieved. And what makes you worthy of addressing me in such a manner? Chen Ping countered, his gaze piercing. A hush fell over the scene. All eyes were fixed on Chen Ping as if he were a dead man walking. Did he not recognize the individual before him? The holy son of the immeasurable Holy Land. To offend him was akin to courting death. Moreover, with their mere cultivation levels of the early and mid-stages of the Spirit Void realm, they were already pushing their luck by venturing into the demonic abyss pool. To dare to reprimand the holy son of the immeasurable Holy Land was simply suicidal. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyan's gaze turned curious. Given Li Qian's earlier display, Chen Ping should have been aware of his identity. Yet, he still dared to rebuke him so defiantly, which was indeed surprising. Li Qian's expression darkened considerably. Since ascending to the position of Holy Son of the immeasurable Holy Land, even the elders of the Holy Land had shown him deference. Now, a mere cultivator in the mid-stage of the Spirit Void realm dared to speak to him in such a way. You are seeking your demise, he hissed, his body radiating a chilling aura. Everyone held their breath for Chen Ping. At that moment, a derisive voice cut through the tension. Li Qian, why so petty? The man merely inquired as to your worth. Simply inform him of your identity, unless, of course, you are of no consequence. A man strolled over leisurely, his face etched with amusement. This remark elicited suppressed laughter from those present. It was Chu Guangxiang, the holy son of the flowing cloud Holy Land. No wonder he dared to mock Li Qian so brazenly. It seemed the demonic abyss pool was indeed different this time, as all three major holy lands had dispatched their holy sons. Li Qian, others may fear you, but I do not. Chu Guangxiang scoffed. Turning to Chen Ping, he added, Well done, brother. There is no need to humor such trash. Should he cause you trouble within the demonic abyss pool, I shall deal with him. He held a favorable impression of this man who had shown no deference to Li Qian. The two had been locked in rivalry for years, yet neither had managed to gain the upper hand. Naturally, he relished the opportunity to see Li Qian humiliated in public. Chu Guangxiang, you were playing with fire. Li Qian's eyes burned with fury. He could sense the subtle shift in the gazes of those around him. If you wish to fight, then come. As long as I am here, I shall not allow you to lay a finger on this brother. Chu Guangxiang retorted, unfazed by Li Qian's threat. May I interject? Chen Ping asked, his lips twitching as he observed the escalating tension. It seemed neither of them regarded him as a significant presence. Young man, you are astute. Realizing that Chu Guangxiang cannot protect you, Li Qian taunted, his gaze fixed on Chu Guangxiang. Chu Guangxiang remained silent. His willingness to stand up for Chen Ping stemmed partly from Chen Ping's earlier humiliation of Li Qian and partly from his admiration for Chen Ping's defiance of authority. However, if Chen Ping sought to defuse the situation, he would not interfere further. As for Li Qian, he would settle the score with him within the demonic abyss pool. Chen Ping's lips curled into a smile as he turned to Chu Guangxiang. Brother Chu, I appreciate your kindness. Upon hearing this, Li Qian grew more confident in his assumptions, while Chu Guangxiang's eyes reflected a hint of disappointment. However, such a waste is of no concern to me. The tone of this sentence wasn't loud, but it struck the ears of everyone present like a thunderclap. This man dared to call the holy son of the immeasurable Holy Land, the second-rank prodigy on the prodigy list, a waste? Each holy son was hailed as having the potential to become a great emperor. Li Qian's face was ashen. He was born with the rare double pupils, and from birth, he had been hailed as a genius. Even the elders of the Holy Land envied his talent. Yet today, someone dared to call him a waste. Very well, you are right. A waste is not worth dwelling on. I, Chu Guangxiang, acknowledge you as my brother. What is your name? Chu Guangxiang asked, turning to Chen Ping. The more he looked at Chen Ping, the more pleased he became. Chen Fan, Chen Ping replied. He had no desire to be recognized by the people of the Qian Yuan Sect at this time. Good, brother Chen Fan, Chu Guangxiang exclaimed, his laughter filled with satisfaction. Seeking death. An overwhelming surge of killing intent erupted from Li Qian, his bizarre double pupils glowing with a dangerous light. To dare to offend him was an act punishable by death. Just then, the ruins before them suddenly exploded with a dazzling light. The demonic abyss pool had opened. Everyone erupted in excitement. The demonic abyss pool was a treasure trove of opportunities. Only the restrictions of the law prevented those above the spirit-severing realm from entering. Otherwise, they would have no chance. Li Qian glanced at the ruins before him, then at Chen Ping. Boy, consider yourself fortunate to live a few more days. You had better pray you do not encounter me within the demonic abyss pool. With the demonic abyss pool now open and Chu Guangxiang present, he could not kill Chen Ping immediately. Rather than waste time here, he would enter the demonic abyss pool first. Chapter 127. Survival of the fittest. The air here is thick with spiritual energy. Could this be the heavenly demon pond? Chen Ping and Huang Xiling slowly ventured inside. The richness of the spiritual essence within the heavenly demon pond surpassed that of the outside world by several folds. Indeed, even the essence of our ancient Phoenix clan's Wudong nest pales in comparison. Huang Xiling exclaimed. The heavenly demon pond truly lives up to its reputation as a relic of the divine demon war. Despite the passage of countless years, its formidable aura remains undiminished. At that moment, the little creature in Chen Ping's arms stirred unexpectedly. Its black and white eyes radiated a divine light, filled with a profound nostalgia. Chen Ping instantly sensed the creature's unusual behavior. Could it be that the little one had been present during that ancient war, or perhaps even participated in it? Yet, it seemed that the little creature bore no memories of those events, or perhaps those memories had yet to awaken. The little creature chirped excitedly. Are you suggesting we head in that direction? Chen Ping inquired, pointing to where the creature was gazing. The little creature nodded vigorously. Very well. Chen Ping and Huang Xiling exchanged glances and proceeded onward. Not long after, Li Qian approached. Just moments ago, he had felt the presence of that young man. How could he have vanished so suddenly? Li Qian's expression darkened to an extreme. This was the first time he had encountered such a profound insult since his birth. Nevertheless, the opportunities within the heavenly demon pond were of greater importance. Shaking his head, he muttered, As for that fellow, I am certain we shall cross paths again soon. When that time comes, I shall ensure he meets a most tragic end. Unbeknownst to Chen Ping, the trio continued their journey deeper into the pond. Under Chen Ping's influence, Huang Xiling's initial awe towards the little creature, stemming from her bloodline, gradually dissipated, and she even occasionally indulged in petting it, cradling the little creature. A peculiar sparkle danced in her captivating eyes. If the elders of our clan were to discover that I could treat a divine demon as a pet, they would surely drop their jaws in disbelief. As the group delved further, Huang Xiling remarked in disbelief. Did they not say that the heavenly demon pond is fraught with peril? Yet, it seems we have encountered no dangers thus far. Chen Ping nodded in agreement. It must be due to the little creature's influence. It is uncertain whether it led us away from perilous paths, or if the beings within the pond sensed its presence and dared not provoke us. Regardless, this is undoubtedly a fortunate circumstance for us. Soon, an expansive medicinal herb field came into view. The intoxicating aroma of the herbs enveloped them, and even a single breath seemed to promise longevity. Is this truly a medicinal field of the divine demon clan? Even Chen Ping, well-versed in the ways of the world, was astounded by the sight. In this field, the lowest grade spiritual herbs had already reached the heavenly tier, with many having attained the sacred tier. The little creature gazed at Chen Ping, its eyes sparkling with anticipation. You wish to devour these? Chen Ping asked curiously. The little creature nodded fervently. Do not touch those sacred herbs. The rest are yours to consume. Chen Ping pointed at several sacred herbs radiating vibrant life force. He was perplexed by Luo Linger's current condition and the rapid depletion of her lifespan. Yet, he had a faint intuition that her transformation might be connected to him. Regardless of their past relationship or his suspicions, Chen Ping could not stand idly by. The sacred herbs he permitted the little creature to consume were intended to enhance lifespan. These few sacred herbs should suffice to replenish Luo Linger's waning vitality and even extend her life. Upon hearing Chen Ping's response, the little creature joyfully chirped and leaped from Chen Ping's arms, racing towards the medicinal field. Chen Ping carefully collected the sacred herbs and stored them in his system space. Master, shall we allow the little creature to consume all these spiritual herbs? Huang Xiling expressed concern. The lowest grade spiritual herbs here are of heavenly quality. Even our ancient Phoenix clan does not possess such an astonishing collection. Let it be. Do you not yearn to witness the true majesty of the 3,000 divine demons? Having a divine demon as a companion is worth any sacrifice. After all, the 3,000 divine demons are manifestations of the great Tao. Typically, the strength of the 3,000 divine demons at birth equates to imperial-level power. The little creature's situation is somewhat unique. Chen Ping currently had no better means to help it regain its former prowess. He could only allow it to enhance its strength through continuous consumption. If it were not for his reverence for the ancient emperors, Chen Ping would have considered retrieving that coffin to allow the little creature to consume the severed arm. This little one is quite picky, I assentee it, Huang Xiling observed, her lips twitching in disbelief. Wherever the little creature roamed, it devoured only the most refined parts of the spiritual herbs, leaving the rest untouched. Consequently, after its indulgence, these herbs were reduced to mere remnants of their potency. Yet, even so, they remained remarkably potent. After all, even the most exquisite portions devoured by the little creature were still heavenly or sacred tier spiritual herbs. Before long, the little creature returned to Chen Ping's side, letting out a hearty burp. Chen Ping's mouth twitched in response. Having consumed so many heavenly and sacred tier spiritual herbs, the little creature's cultivation had merely returned to the peak of the foundation establishment stage. The 3,000 divine demons are indeed extraordinary. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed nearby. What a rich fragrance of medicinal herbs. This must be the medicinal field of the divine demons. My goodness. The spiritual herbs here are at least heavenly tier, with even sacred ones present. Two men and a woman gazed at the medicinal field before them, swallowing hard. The heavenly demon pond truly brims with boundless opportunities. There are people here. Du Lingshan pointed at Chen Ping and Huang Xiling. The expressions of the three shifted to solemnity. They hailed from the true martial sect and had entered the heavenly demon pond to explore together. All three possessed late-stage cultivation in the spirit void realm, and they had encountered little danger thus far. With so many spiritual herbs here, let us each rely on our own skills. Zhan Wuming proposed. There are hundreds of spiritual herbs in this field. Even with Chen Ping and Huang Xiling included, each person could still claim a substantial share. Fool. Wu Sanyang shot Zhan Wuming a disdainful glance. They are but two individuals, one in the early and the other in the mid-spirit void realm. What gives them the right to compete fairly with us? A glint of ruthlessness appeared in Wu Sanyang's eyes. Why not eliminate the two of them first? And then we can gather the spiritual herbs to share among ourselves? This way, each of us could obtain dozens more spiritual herbs. What Sanyang suggests is quite reasonable. Du Lingshan nodded. The law of the jungle is the unyielding truth of this world. The weak must always be prepared to be bullied or even slain. Engrossed in contemplation, Zhan Wuming listened to their discourse, yet a sense of unease lingered. In his view, peaceful coexistence remained the ideal. Hold. Wu Sanyang's countenance shifted, a spark of excitement igniting as she gazed upon Chen Ping. These two must meet their end. Both turned their attention to Wu Sanyang, who, with exasperation, admonished. Observe him closely. Do you not recognize him? Prompted, they scrutinized Chen Ping, their expressions undergoing a swift transformation. This is the one who affronted Li Kehan. The holy son of the immeasurable sacred ground. Zhan Wuming exclaimed in astonishment. Precisely. By eliminating him and presenting his corpse to the holy sun as a token of our loyalty, we shall undoubtedly be handsomely rewarded, Wu Sanyang declared, her voice laced with anticipation. The holy sun's favors are beyond our wildest dreams. This expedition to the heavenly demon pool has proven fortuitous indeed. Not only shall we acquire a bounty of sacred herbs, but we shall also earn the esteem of the immeasurable sacred ground's holy son. Zhan Wuming, previously hesitant, now hardened his resolve. The esteem of a holy son was an invaluable asset. The trio advanced towards Chen Ping. What is your intent? Huang Xiling inquired, her brow furrowed in concern. What is our intent? Wu Sanyang responded with theatrical laughter. Having arrived before us, you must have gathered a considerable collection of spiritual herbs. Surrender them now, and then take your own lives. Huang Xiling's lips twitched in response. Demand that we commit suicide? Zhan Wuming affirmed, indeed, by ending your own lives. You shall spare yourselves further suffering and save us the trouble of intervening. This shall serve as recompense for the spiritual herbs you have relinquished and the esteem of the immeasurable sacred ground's holy son that you have bestowed upon us. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping discerned their intentions, a blatant act of murder and plunder, coupled with an attempt to curry favor with Li Kehan. Xiling, these three are yours to handle, Chen Ping declared, settling upon a nearby stone to stroke the Tao Dai. Although the trio possessed the strength of the spirit void realm's later stages, Huang Xiling's true combat prowess was at least on par with them. With his presence as a safeguard, vanquishing these three posed no significant challenge. The trio's countenances shifted upon hearing Chen Ping's words. Does this whelp believe that this little girl can contend with us? Wu Sanyang scoffed. If that is the case, then we shall dispatch her first. Act swiftly, Wu Sanyang urged. The heavenly demon pool is teeming with formidable individuals. Should others arrive, our situation shall become precarious. The two nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in Wu Sanyang's words. Unleashing their formidable auras, they charged towards Huang Xiling. Despite Huang Xiling's cultivation in the spirit void realm's initial stages, the trio launched their assault with unrestrained force. Observing the approaching trio, Huang Xiling wore an expression of disdain. Ancient Phoenix true form. A vivid illusion of an ancient phoenix materialized behind Huang Xiling, merging with her form. A chilling aura permeated the air. How can this girl's aura be so formidable? The trio's expressions shifted in disbelief. Huang Xiling was merely a cultivator in the spirit void realm's initial stages, yet her aura rivaled their own. However, Huang Xiling afforded them no respite for contemplation. A barrage of fiery feathers erupted towards the trio, who scrambled to defend themselves, already showing signs of exhaustion. Regret began to gnaw at their hearts. How could they have underestimated one who dared to offend Li Kehan? It was preposterous that they sought to slay Chen Ping to curry favor with Li Kehan. Zhan Wuming, dueling Shan. Assist me in holding them back while I gather my strength, Wu Sanyang exclaimed. Do you intend to employ that technique? Zhan Wuming inquired, seemingly anticipating her intentions. Indeed. I require time, Wu Sanyang affirmed. Zhan Wuming and Du Longshan exchanged glances, positioning themselves to shield Wu Sanyang. We can only hold them for half an incense stick's worth of time. That shall suffice, Wu Sanyang responded promptly. Wu Sanyang possessed a trump card, a technique capable of temporarily elevating her strength by a significant margin. Their task was to buy her the necessary time. Wu Sanyang cast a scornful glance at the two before abruptly turning to flee. Wu Sanyang, you are despicable. The two realized they had been deceived by Wu Sanyang. However, Wu Sanyang disregarded their curses. Huang Xiling was already a formidable adversary, let alone the one who dared to publicly berate Li Kehan. These two were not the soft targets they had imagined, but rather ravenous fiends. Did I grant you leave? A mocking voice echoed. Wu Sanyang's countenance shifted in alarm. Chen Ping had materialized before her. Fellow cultivator, it was all a misunderstanding. We shall depart immediately, and the spiritual herbs within this medicinal field shall be yours, Wu Sanyang pleaded hastily. However, before her words could fully escape her lips, a spear formed entirely from murderous intent pierced her body. Wu Sanyang collapsed. Disbelief etched upon her face. She knew Chen Ping possessed immense strength, but she had not anticipated such overwhelming power. Merely a cultivator in the spirit void realm's middle stages, yet capable of instantly slaying her. Hurry, we must press onward, Chen Ping urged Huang Xiling. Since Master has spoken, I shall cease toying with them, Huang Xiling responded. Phoenix claws faintly materialized upon her hands. Die. With a single palm strike, Huang Xiling pierced the bodies of the two. Truly, they brought this upon themselves. Huang Xiling remarked as they continued their journey, while the spiritual herbs within the medicinal field still held value. Neither she nor Chen Ping would stoop to gather what the Tauta had already consumed the essence of. Yet, the trio had persisted in their aggression, meeting a deserved end. Not long after their departure, Luo Linger and her companions arrived. Such a potent medicinal fragrance. Senior Sister Linger, perhaps there are herbs here that can extend one's lifespan. Jiang Sunwei exclaimed with excitement. Do not be rash, Luo Lingo cautioned. The three corpses on the ground are those of cultivators in the spirit void realm's later stages. Only then did Jiang Sunwei and Fan Lanu notice the bodies. They are from the true martial sect. I wonder who could have slain them. Fan Lanu remarked, examining the corpses. These two were slain with a single blow, and the remaining corpse met the same fate. The assailant must possess strength at least at the spirit void realm's peak. Luo Lingo observed. Regardless, let us gather these spiritual herbs, Fan Lanu suggested. Junior brother Lanu. Gather the herbs. They are of little use to us, Luo Linger instructed. She had already ascertained that there were no herbs capable of extending lifespan within the field. Fan Lanu's excitement surged. There are hundreds of spiritual herbs, and even several sacred herbs. Now they all belong to me. Even knowing the truth, he could scarcely believe his fortune. Chapter 129. Red Lotus Flame Fan Lano Yu hurriedly dashed into the medicinal field to gather spiritual herbs. However, he noticed something amiss. A piece of the high-grade spiritual herb he held was missing. Frowning, he dismissed the thought, considering it might have been gnawed on by the entities in the heavenly demon god pool. Although the potency had diminished somewhat, it remained a high-grade spiritual herb. Yet, as he collected more herbs, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. All the herbs in the field exhibited this peculiar deficiency. It seemed that whatever transpired in the heavenly demon god pool was not surprising. Even with the slight loss in potency, the sheer quantity was sufficient to compensate. Soon, Fan Lano Yu had stashed all the spiritual herbs into his spatial ring, hundreds of them, all of which were high grade. Today's harvest was extraordinarily bountiful. A vision of Chen Ping flickered in his mind. With these spiritual herbs to aid him, surpassing Chen Ping was merely a matter of time. After all, he did not wish to be so fortunate as to acquire such an abundance of spiritual herbs. As the group continued onward, Luo Lingo was plagued by a strange sensation, as if she had overlooked something of great significance. Suddenly, a terrifying energy fluctuation erupted, causing Chen Ping and Huang Xiling to furrow their brows tightly. The magnitude of this energy was astonishing, likely emanating from a being at the pinnacle of the spirit void realm. The heavenly demon god pool imposed a law of suppression, signifying that the source of this energy was indeed at the peak of the spirit void realm. But this was not the aura of a human. It seemed to be the presence of exotic fire. Chen Ping's eyes sparkled with realization. While held little value for him, it was a crucial resource for Lin Zhao's cultivation. If they could capture this for Lin Zhao to consume, his strength could ascend to the spirit motion realm. In that event, he would once again be eligible for the rewards of the system. Huang Xiling evidently grasped Chen Ping's thoughts. Master, let us investigate. Chen Ping nodded slightly and proceeded toward the source of the energy explosion. Most individuals entering the heavenly demon god pool were at the late stage or pinnacle of the spirit void realm. Many recognized this as the birth of. Li Qihan gazed into the distance, his enchanting heterochromatic eyes shimmering with an otherworldly glow. This held great significance for him as well. His unique eyes not only perceived the essence of all things, but could also absorb any energy attribute. Should he manage to absorb this, his power would undoubtedly surge dramatically, rendering Chu Guangxiang no longer a threat. The sudden emergence of rekindled the once tranquil atmosphere of the heavenly demon god pool, drawing countless fire attribute cultivators toward the source of the energy. This is the Fire Lotus Flame, ranked 7th on the exotic fire ranking. Chen Ping observed the purple flames engulfing a nearby peak, his gaze deepening with contemplation. The Fire Lotus Flame was said to incinerate all impurities and malevolence in the world. Chen Fan, my young friend, I did not see you at the entrance and feared you had fallen victim to Li Qihan. A familiar voice rang out. It was none other than Chu Guangxiang, the saintly offspring of the flowing cloud's sacred land. Brother Chu, with Li Qihan alone, he cannot kill me. Chen Ping replied boldly. Indeed, we cultivators should embody such indomitable spirit. Chu Guangxiang chuckled. Before long, the foot of the mountain was thronged with people. The number of individuals entering the heavenly demon god pool was staggering. Even if the only posed a deadly allure to fire attribute cultivators, nearly 100 had arrived. The Fire Lotus Flame, surprisingly, was the 7th ranked on the list. Who would have thought that such an opportunity would present itself upon entering the heavenly demon god pool? At that moment, Li Qihan stepped forth before the crowd, causing many who had just been elated to fall silent. The scion of the Wuxiang sacred land also displayed interest in this, and they likely had no chance now. Xinyan, you have come as well? Li Qian's gaze fell upon the figure approaching. A ripple in space heralded the arrival of Lu Qinyan, who emerged gracefully. Ignoring Li Qian's pleasantries, Lu Qinyan spoke. The red lotus flame is unlike other. Its presence could herald danger. I advise everyone to act within their means. She continued, according to ancient texts. The red lotus flame is generally employed to suppress and refine exceedingly dangerous and malevolent entities. Humph. Do not presume that your status as saintly offspring grants you the authority to intimidate us. A cold laugh echoed, and a man stepped forward, exuding a commanding presence. Heavenly treasures belong to those capable enough to seize them. I care not about your sacred backgrounds. Is he not the top-tier rogue who rose to prominence a decade ago? A murmur rippled through the crowd. Indeed, it must be him, the infamous Cui Hao. Awe flickered in the eyes of the onlookers as they regarded him. Cui Hao, a mere rogue, possessed strength rivaling that of the saintly offspring nurtured by various sacred lands. At a young age, he had already reached the late stage of the spirit void realm. Moreover, being a rogue afforded him a unique freedom to act without restraint. After all, those without shoes fear not the barefoot. Cui Hao, I am merely stating a fact, not issuing a threat. Lu Qinyan replied coolly. Indeed, she speaks true. Chen Ping interjected, his gaze fixed on the mountain peak, where something formidable appeared to be suppressed beneath the red lotus flame. In Chen Ping's embrace, Xiao Mao radiated excitement. It's you. Lu Qingyan's expression tightened upon seeing Chen Ping. She had merely wished to touch the little lamb he cradled, but was met with rejection. It was her first experience of being turned down, and she found it rather disconcerting. Li Qian's attention shifted to Chen Ping, a hint of murderous intent rising within him. However, he refrained from acting hastily. The red lotus flame remained the priority. As a saintly offspring, he was well aware that both parties spoke the truth. Yet, he was determined to possess the red lotus flame. Before he acted, it would be advantageous for someone else to probe the waters first. Humph, a bunch of inept individuals. Opportunities are seized through competition. A hint of potential danger has you faltering. How can you possibly attain the grand path in the future? Cui Hao sneered at the apprehensive crowd. With a decisive step, he descended to the foot of the mountain, climbing upward without a moment's hesitation. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Witnessing Cui Hao encounter no peril, many present expressed regret. Had they known, they would have ascended the mountain earlier. Seizing the initiative was indeed their rightful claim. As Cui Hao had stated, opportunities were meant to be grasped. Chapter 130, Pathfinding Brothers, let us advance. What of the Holy Sun? With our numbers, could that sacred land truly dare to eliminate us all? Indeed, we are merely vying for opportunities. Even the sacred land cannot be so tyrannical. Many were stirred by this notion. The seventh ranked on the, if we could refine it, it would elevate our strength tremendously. Fools. Chu Guangxiang scoffed disdainfully at the scene before him. He held no lofty sense of superiority as a holy son. Otherwise, he could not have called Chen Ping a brother. Yet, Lu Qinyan had made it abundantly clear that beneath the fire lotus lies a terrifying force. How could these individuals dare to charge forth unprepared? It was akin to courting death. Soon, they reached the mountain summit. The crowd at the foot of the mountain was also struggling to contain their impulses. Just then, a sound of something piercing the air echoed. Everyone's expression shifted. Cui Hao, who had just ascended, unexpectedly tumbled down from the peak. Fear gripped the crowd as they noticed the countless sword wounds covering Cui Hao's body. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately after, those who had just rushed to the summit also fell to the ground, their bodies similarly marred by dense sword scars. Though they had not witnessed the events firsthand, it was evident that these individuals had endured unimaginable agony in their final moments. At that moment, the foot of the mountain fell into a profound silence. Those who had been eager to act now began to feel relieved that they had restrained their impulsive hearts. Otherwise, they too might have found themselves among those corpses. It seems the red lotus fire is truly difficult to obtain. Even Cui Hao perished. Perhaps we ought to leave. Yet, to enter the treasure mountain only to return empty-handed would be most regrettable. The crowd murmured amongst themselves. Chen Ping furrowed his brow as he gazed at the lifeless forms below. This is the pinnacle of the heavenly grade formation. The 10,000 swords returning to the origin array. Everyone, please be silent. At that moment, Li Qian stepped forward. All eyes turned to him. Clearing his throat, Li Qian asked, "Are you truly willing to abandon this opportunity?" Upon hearing this, the crowd regarded Li Qian as the holy son of the Wuxiang sacred land. His perspective undoubtedly surpassed theirs. Li Qian continued, "To be frank, I am a master of formations. Based on these corpses, I deduce that there is indeed a formation at the mountain's peak. Why not join forces to ascend? If we work together, I have a method to break the formation. As for let us each rely on our own abilities." Li Qian smiled brightly. The crowd's expressions contorted into frowns. Having cultivated to the high levels of the spiritual void realm, they were far from foolish. They understood that Li Kehan merely sought to find fodder for his plans. However, they were unwilling to leave empty-handed. Very well, let us heed the Holy Sun's words. We shall break the formation first, and then discuss the ownership of the... Finally, the crowd resolved to proceed. Although the chances of winning against Li Kehan were slim, it was certainly better than having no hope at all. That fellow is certainly relishing the spotlight, Chu Guangxiang remarked with irritation. Chen Ping chuckled. Fear not. This formation is not so easily broken. Would you care to join me for some excitement? At this, Chu Guangxiang was momentarily taken aback. He could not comprehend Chen Ping's confidence. However, being someone who relished the spectacle, he would not refuse. Most importantly, he had no desire for the, at worst, he could retreat at the last moment. The group swiftly arrived at the mountain summit. The red lotus fire emitted an otherworldly glow, instilling a sense of dread deep within their souls. It was said that the red lotus fire could directly incinerate souls, especially those burdened by sins, who would suffer dreadfully when confronted by it. Holy Sun! It is now your turn. The crowd turned their gazes toward Li Kehan. He nodded and slowly stepped forward. His radiated an eerie light. This was another wondrous application of the capable of perceiving all illusions in the world. If he could locate the foundation of the formation, he could dismantle it. However, Li Kehan's expression began to falter. He was certain that a formation lay before him, yet even with this enhancement, he could not discern the true nature of the formation. How is it, Holy Sun? Someone inquired. After all, the allure of the was difficult for many to resist. Li Kehan's brow knitted tightly. He could imagine that if he confessed his inability to them, he would undoubtedly be met with hostility. Instinctively, he glanced at Lu Qingyan, only to find her captivating gaze fixed upon Chen Ping. His face darkened instantly. Eureka! An idea sparked in Li Kehan's mind. I do have a solution. But we need someone to enter the formation first to help us gauge its essence. Upon these words, the crowd fell silent. The situation of the formation remained unclear. To gauge its essence was undoubtedly to send someone to their doom, who would willingly assume the role of the pawn. The crowd's reaction was anticipated by Li Kehan, who smirked slightly. In fact, I already have a candidate in mind. He turned his gaze to Chen Ping. As you all know, I possess the, which allows me to perceive many things that ordinary individuals cannot. Among those present, there is one whose aura resonates harmoniously with this formation. If he were to enter and provide us with insight, I believe I could unravel the formation. Hearing this, everyone turned their eyes toward Chen Ping, their expressions laden with implication. It was evident that the individual Li Kehan referred to was none other than Chen Ping. The crowd was well aware of the enmity between Chen Ping and Li Kehan. Though Li Kehan spoke with righteous fervor, they understood he was merely seeking vengeance. This fellow's strength was merely at the early stage of the spiritual void realm. Even Shui Hao, at the late stage, had perished beneath this formation. What chance did he have? Yet, no one dared to expose Li Kehan's intentions. After all, it was better for a friend to perish than for oneself. No one would offend the holy son of the Wuxiang sacred land for a stranger. Moreover, if Li Kehan's words held truth, sacrificing Chen Ping for the opportunity to seize them might prove advantageous. You want me to scout the way? Chen Ping regarded Li Kehan with a smirk. Li Kehan nodded. I have observed with my. You are the most suitable. This esteemed friend, since the Holy Sun has deemed you the most suitable, you shall surely be safe. Indeed, we shall remember your sacrifice. Once the formation is broken, you shall be the first to attempt to subdue the. Absolutely. We will all owe you a favor. If you require assistance in the future, none of us shall refuse. The crowd chimed in unison. Chapter 131. A good disciple enough. Do you still have any shame? At that moment, Huang Xiling stepped forward, coldly addressing the assembly. Do you not comprehend the peril involved in venturing inside to explore? Since each of you considers yourselves so noble, why not take the initiative and enter? Her words left the crowd momentarily speechless. However, it was not long before they responded. Do you think we do not wish to? The Holy Sun has already stated that he has observed with his heavy pupil, and Qin Fan will not face any danger. Indeed, even if there were danger, I would not hesitate to sacrifice myself for the opportunity of those present to obtain the. After all, with the calamity approaching, every additional strong warrior among humanity is a tremendous boon for our race. Precisely, sending him in is not merely for our own sake, but for the future of all humankind. In no time, the assembly had conflated Chen Ping's exploration with the destiny of humanity itself. Moral coercion? Chen Ping revealed a trace of disdain upon hearing this. He had encountered such situations countless times in his previous life online. Nevertheless, he harbored no resistance to exploring. After all, it was just a mere heavenly-grade Wanjian Guizhong array. Silence. At that moment, Chu Guangxiang stepped forward, declaring, Chen Fan is my brother. Anyone who wishes to send him to explore must first seek my permission. A chilling aura emanated from Chu Guangxiang. Chen Ping was quite to his taste. Seeing so many people targeting him, Chu Guangxiang could not bear it. With his proclamation, the crowd fell silent. After all, Chu Guangxiang was backed by the Luoyuan sacred land, renowned for its protective nature towards its own. Chu, your argument is unfounded. I have used my heavy pupil to observe. Taoist Chen Fan will not encounter danger upon entering the formation. I am merely offering him an opportunity to contribute to humanity. Listening to Li Qihan's grandiloquent justification, Chu Guangxiang displayed a hint of disdain. Anyone not a fool would recognize that he simply desired Chen Ping's demise. After all, the enmity between the two was well known to all present. No worries, brother Chen Ping. At this moment, Chen Ping stepped forward, declaring, if that is the case, I shall venture to explore. With that, he and Huang Xiling strode forth. Seeing Chen Ping take a stand, the crowd collectively sighed in relief. They all understood that had Chen Ping not stepped forward, one among them would have been compelled to do so. Brother Chen Fan, you need not fear them with me around, Chu Guangxiang boldly asserted. Chen Ping smiled and turned to Huang Xiling beside him. Let us proceed. With that, Chen Ping and Huang Xiling walked directly towards the interior. Wait, brother Chen Fan, I shall accompany you. Chu Guangxiang hastily followed. He possessed a secret treasure that could ensure their safety within the formation, even if it could not unravel the array. Chen Ping felt a stir of surprise. He had not anticipated Chu Guangxiang's willingness to do so, and his fondness for him deepened considerably. Wait, I shall go as well. At that moment, a melodious voice rang out. Lu Qingyan also slowly emerged. She was acutely aware that Chen Ping's targeting by Li Qihan was due to herself. If Chen Ping were to perish, her Dao heart would undoubtedly falter. Seeing Lu Qingyan follow suit, Li Qihan's expression darkened to an extreme. Damn it, holy son, what shall we do? An elder beside Li Qihan inquired. Fear not, Lu Qingyan is the saintess of the Xuanji sacred land, and surely possesses protective treasures. She will not perish inside. Li Qihan murmured. As for that fellow, even if this formation cannot kill him, I will deal with him after I obtain the group had already entered the formation. Brother Chen Fan, you are still too impulsive. The situation within this formation is unclear, but it has already proven capable of killing Cui Hao. It is likely at least a heavenly grade formation. Chu Guangxiang sighed, but rest assured, I possess a treasure sufficient to protect us from harm. Chen Ping smiled. This is no ordinary heavenly grade formation. It is the Wanjin Guizhong Array that has reached its peak level. Upon hearing Wanjin Guizhong Array, Chu Guangxiang's brows furrowed immediately. If it were indeed the Wanjin Guizhong Array, his treasure might not suffice to safeguard everyone's safety. Since you know this is the peak level Wanjin Guizhong Array, why voluntarily enter? Lu Qingyan regarded Chen Ping with confusion. Clearly, with Chu Guangxiang present, he need not be coerced. Huang Xiling smiled. Entering the formation is akin to returning home for my master. You may rest assured. Chen Ping chuckled at her words. Huang Xiling truly had a knack for boasting on his behalf. However, her statement was not entirely unfounded. Previously at Qian Yuan Sect, he recognized that Su Yixue was a formidable woman. To maintain her standing, Chen Ping had always kept his cultivation just below hers. Yet, with the assistance of the system, his training speed was unfathomable to ordinary individuals. To suppress his rate of advancement, Chen Ping had to devote his time to other pursuits, such as formations and alchemy. And formations were indeed Chen Ping's forte. As long as he did not encounter a saint-grade formation, it felt to Chen Ping much like returning home. You are overly confident in your master. Lu Qingyan shook her head. A peak-level formation, even our formation masters from Xuanji sacred land would find it exceedingly difficult to decipher. However, the relationship between this master and disciple was indeed peculiar. The master was merely at the mid-stage of the Lingshu realm, while the disciple had already reached the early stage. Furthermore, this disciple appeared to harbor a level of respect towards her master that was not ordinary. Oh, how about we make a bet? Huang Xiling's lips curled into a smile as she regarded Lu Qingyan. Your sacred land's lord has already been outwitted by Chen Ping. What grounds do you have to be proud? Lu Qingyan retorted, exasperated. Boring. Are you afraid? Would I, the saintess of Xuanji sacred land, be afraid? Lu Qingyan's lips twitched slightly. Then let us wager. Huang Xiling proposed. If my master can lead us out of the Wanjian Guizhong Array unscathed, you shall take my master as your teacher. Chen Ping nearly spat blood in disbelief. A good disciple, truly a good disciple. He had been contemplating how to persuade Lu Qingyan to take him as her teacher when Huang Xiling delivered such a delightful surprise. Humph, let the wager stand. Lu Qingyan scoffed, however, should he fail, I want that pet of his. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Lu Qingyan's eyes. The moment she laid eyes on the little lamb in Chen Ping's arms, she sensed its extraordinary nature. It radiated a terrifying Dao rhythm. a phenomenon typically associated with supreme divine beasts. Otherwise, how could she, the illustrious saintess of Xuanji sacred land, be genuinely captivated by a mere plush toy? Chapter 132. Taking disciples very well, it is settled. Huang Xiling declared without a trace of hesitation. Do you agree? Lu Qingyan turned her gaze towards Chen Ping. He nodded. Since my disciple has already made the commitment on my behalf, I cannot possibly go against her wishes. His tone was remarkably calm, as if he were discussing an inconsequential matter. Rest assured, Brother Chen Fan, I will do my utmost to help you win this wager. Chu Guangxiang's face was alight with excitement. The saintess of the Xuanji Holy Land becoming someone's disciple. What an intriguing prospect. Lu Qingyan shot him a disapproving glance. I am curious to see how you will guide us safely out of this 10,000 swords returning to the sect formation. Even the formation masters of our Xuanji Holy Land might struggle to achieve that. After all, Chen Ping is merely a mid-stage Lingshu realm cultivator. How could he possibly manage it? Chen Ping smiled. Just pay attention to where I place my feet and follow my lead. With that, he strolled forward with casual ease. The others were momentarily taken aback by his nonchalant manner, which revealed no sign of meticulous consideration. This is a pinnacle-grade formation. Nevertheless, they cautiously followed in his wake. Although both of them had their own trump cards to protect themselves if the formation activated, they were eager to discern whether Chen Ping truly possessed the ability or was simply seeking to impress. Yet, after only a few steps, the expressions of Chu Guangxiang and the others shifted. As they followed Chen Ping, they found themselves merely halfway to the, and remarkably, no formation had been triggered throughout their journey. Could he truly accomplish this? Their gazes towards Chen Ping were now imbued with contemplation, particularly Lu Qingyan. Should they fail? According to the wager, she would have to become his disciple. After a brief moment, Chen Ping led them successfully out of the 10,000 swords returning to the sect formation. Gazing at the now within arm's reach, they still felt a sense of unreality. Had they truly emerged unscathed from the formation? You may now pay your respects to your master, Chen Ping said to Lu Qingyan with a calm demeanor. Upon seeing her, the system had already indicated that her talent met its requirements. With Lu Qingyan's acceptance of him as her master, Chen Ping would receive further rewards from the system. The thought ignited a fervor within him. Lu Qingyan furrowed her brows. If she pledged herself as a disciple, the saintess of the Xuanji Holy Land would become a subject of ridicule. Yet, they had already established a wager. Such covenants among cultivators were witnessed by the heavenly principles. To go back on her word would undoubtedly invite retribution from the heavens. How could one so effortlessly walk out of a pinnacle-grade formation? I suspect there is no formation at all. This is simply your attempt to create a spectacle. Lu Qingyan was not entirely unwilling to acknowledge the wager, but the simplicity of their exit was simply too incredulous. Lu Qingyan, you wouldn't be reluctant to honor the wager, would you? You are the saintess of the Xuanji Holy Land, representing its dignity. Chu Guangxiang interjected, sensing the abnormality in the situation. Yet, he had already come to regard Chen Ping as a brother, and thus felt compelled to defend him. Lu Qingyan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. You will soon discover whether or not there is a formation. Chen Ping addressed the onlookers beyond the formation. From the outside, the 10,000 swords returning to the sect formation exhibited no signs of activation, and those on the opposite side could clearly see them emerge unscathed. It was only a matter of time before an action would be taken from that side. At that moment, on the other side of the formation, those watching Chen Ping and his companions exit with such ease were unable to remain seated. I see now, there is no formation. The deaths of Cui Hao and the others were mere coincidences. Indeed, if such a terrifying formation existed, their movements would have triggered it without fail. Anger surged among the crowd as they realized they had been deceived. Lu Qingyan shared their sentiments. There was certainly no formation. It was all a ruse crafted by Lu Qingyan and Chen Ping. Unable to suppress their desire for they surged forward. Yet, just as they took a few steps, the 10,000 swords returning to the sect formation was activated. Countless energy blades enveloped the entire area. Piercing screams and the sound of blades penetrating flesh echoed throughout. In mere moments, the ground was stained crimson with blood, and the gruesome fates of these individuals mirrored that of Cui Hao. Soon, an eerie force emerged, causing the bodies to levitate and cascade down the cliffside. Silence fell as the remaining individuals breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for their timely hesitation. Had they acted a moment sooner, they would have met the same grim fate. Do you still believe there is no formation? Chen Ping turned to Lu Qingyan. The astonishment in her eyes was palpable. The man before her was indeed a master of formations. Chu Guangxiang approached with a broad grin, placing an arm around Chen Ping's shoulder. Brother, you are truly remarkable. Initially drawn to Chen Ping for his audacity against Li Kehan, he now regarded Chen Ping as an equal, a friend worthy of respect. The ease with which Chen Ping unraveled the 10,000 swords returning to the sect formation indicated his mastery had reached the level of a grandmaster. In terms of status, a formation grandmaster stood on par with a cultivator of the Lingji realm. Given Chen Ping's youth, he might one day ascend to the ranks of a holy formation master, at which point even saints would yield to him. Lu Qingyan's expression darkened to an extreme. The esteemed saintess of the Xuanji Holy Land could not possibly be one to break her word. Huang Xiling taunted, "Surely, you won't be the one to retract your promise." Lu Qingyan's face flushed with indignation. "However, if you are unwilling, so be it. Just know that wagers among cultivators are witnessed by the heavenly principles. Such blatant dishonesty may very well affect your resolve," Chen Ping stated dispassionately, striking at Lu Qingyan's heart. This was the crux of her dilemma. When she had made the wager, she had never anticipated that Chen Ping would truly succeed. "Very well," Lu Qingyan sighed. "Given the Holy Lord's instructions, I am destined to relinquish my identity as saintess and become another's wife. Having an additional master is hardly of great consequence." With this thought, a flicker of uncertainty crossed her mind. The Holy Lord had stated that Chen Ping would undoubtedly arrive. Yet, upon her arrival, she had surveyed the crowd and found no sign of him. Could it be that he had not come to the Tianma Divine Pool after all? Disciple Lu Qingyan pays her respects to Master. As her voice rang out, a familiar notification echoed in Chen Ping's mind. "Congratulations, host, on successfully accepting a disciple. You have received a system reward. Please check it at your convenience." Chapter 133. "You are not worthy of my attention." Chen Ping's lips curved into a smile. This time, Ziling had performed a remarkable feat, and he would have to reward her handsomely upon their return. Ding. "Congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine power. Forced growth. Using this on a disciple will elevate their cultivation by a minor realm without any adverse effects. This can be used once per major realm. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine power. Universal education. Disciples of any race can be accepted. Ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling up." Chen Ping accessed his attribute panel. Name: Chen Ping. Age: 120 years old. Cultivation: late stage of the spirit void realm. Physique: imperishable chaos body. Disciples: Qinjia, Ziling, Lin Xiao. Lu Qingyan, a resplendent smile graced Chen Ping's face. He was on the verge of restoring his previous cultivation level. Moreover, he was now undeniably more formidable than before. He was also immensely gratified with the system's rewards, especially the forced growth ability, which was simply heaven-defying. In the cultivation world, any method of forcibly enhancing one's strength came with severe repercussions. However, the divine power he had acquired was exempt from such concerns. Furthermore, it could be used once per major realm for each disciple, which would be of immense assistance in elevating his disciple's strength. As for universal education, Chen Ping's mind conjured up an image of a character from his past life's dramas, the Grandmaster of Tantian. In the primordial world, the saints held the beast race in disdain. However, the Grandmaster of Tantian was different. He advocated for universal education, imparting knowledge to all, regardless of whether they were scaled, armored, or born from eggs. Let us proceed to subdue the Red Lotus karmic fire. Chen Ping's eyes gleamed with a sharp light as he gazed upon the Red Lotus karmic fire before him. Once Lin Xiao had refined the Red Lotus karmic fire, his strength should ascend to the early stages of the spirit convergence realm, allowing him to once again receive rewards from the system. Meanwhile, before the myriad swords returned to origin formation, Li Qihan's eyes narrowed. That fellow Chen Ping had actually breached the formation so effortlessly. "Holy Son, what should we do?" The elder beside Li Qihan inquired. "It matters not. Although that fellow has taken the lead, taming a strange fire is no easy feat with the sacrifices of those individuals. I have gained a certain understanding of this formation. Breaking through the formation is merely a matter of time." A chilling glint flickered in Li Qihan's eyes. "I have deciphered this formation. Those who wish to contend for the strange fire, follow me into the formation." With that, Li Qihan stepped directly inside. Upon witnessing this, the remaining individuals pondered for a moment before following suit. Sensing the crowd behind him, Li Qihan's lips curled into an odd smile. The myriad swords' return to origin formation was triggered once more. A torrential rain of swords raged. "Holy Son, didn't you decipher the formation? What should we do?" Casualties had already begun to occur again. "Indeed, I have found a way to break the formation." Li Qihan's lips curled up as he waved his hand, seizing the person who had spoken and dragging him before him. A short sword pierced directly through his chest. This was his method of breaking the formation. The formation's level was simply too high, and he was incapable of breaking it. What he needed to do now was to use these imbeciles' bodies to shield himself from the energy swords. The commotion attracted the attention of many, and everyone became vigilant. Originally, they only needed to resist the formation, but now they had to constantly be wary of Li Qihan. Unfortunately, their vigilance was in vain. The elder before Li Qian had already reached the peak of the spirit void realm. The two of them continued to use the bodies of these cultivators as shields, slowly advancing forward. Finally, after everyone present had perished, Li Qian and the elder emerged from the myriad swords returned to origin formation. However, even with the resistance of those individuals, many wounds had appeared on Li Qian and the elder. Holy Son, that fellow has gone to retrieve the red lotus karmic fire. The elder's eyes flashed with a hint of gloom as he looked at Li Qian. So what? The red lotus karmic fire ranks 7th on the strange fire chart. Subduing it will be extremely difficult. Li Qian said dismissively. How could a mere mid-stage spirit void realm cultivator dare to compete with him for the red lotus karmic fire? Brother Chen Fan, I don't believe you're a fire attribute cultivator. Are you certain you wish to collect the strange fire? Chu Guangxiang asked Chen Ping. Strange fires were simply too domineering, and he did not want his newly acquainted friend to die in the process of subduing it. It matters not. A mere strange fire is incapable of harming me, Chen Ping said calmly. He was indeed not a fire attribute physique, but the imperishable chaos body was the strongest physique in the world. With that, Chen Ping reached out to touch the red lotus karmic fire. Idiot. Does he really think that the red lotus karmic fire is so easily subdued? If not for my dual pupils possessing special abilities, coupled with the numerous treasures on my person, I would not dare to collect the red lotus karmic fire so easily. Li Qian's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain as he looked at Chen Ping. To collect a strange fire without any preparation was no different from courting death. However, Lu Qingyan's eyes gleamed with a sharp light upon witnessing this. If Chen Ping were to be devoured by the strange fire while absorbing it, she would no longer have to be his disciple. Ziling looked at Lu Qingyan's excited face with a hint of pity. There was a time when she had harbored similar thoughts. However, this was Chen Ping. As Chen Ping's hand touched the strange fire, the terrifying heat caused him to frown slightly, as expected of a being ranked 7th on the strange fire chart. However, this heat was not enough to cause him harm. The imperishable chaos body was the most primordial physique in this world. The red lotus karmic fire directly entered his body through his hand. Everyone present was stunned by this sight. He had subdued the red lotus karmic fire just like that? Who said that collecting a strange fire was fraught with peril? Why did it feel as if Chen Ping had casually picked up a piece of trash from the ground? Audacious! How dare you seize my red lotus karmic fire? You are courting death. The composure on Li Qian's face finally vanished. The red lotus karmic fire was of paramount importance to him. Now that it had been taken by another, it was simply a disgrace. A chilling killing intent emanated from his body. Natural treasures are obtained based on one's abilities. If Brother Chen Fan can collect the strange fire, then it proves that this strange fire was destined to belong to Brother Chen Fan. Chu Guangxiang looked at Li Qian coldly and said, if you wish to harm my brother Chen Fan, you will have to get past me first. Li Qian looked at Chu Guangxiang and said murderously, Chu Guangxiang, I advise you not to meddle in other people's affairs. Chen Ping must die. Once Chen Ping was dead, the strange fire would be unowned, and he would still have a chance to collect it. Brother Chu, I appreciate your concern, but with just him, Li Qian, he cannot pose a threat to me. Chen Ping looked at Li Qian indifferently, as if he were looking at an ant. So what if he was a holy son? Even if you are a favored son of destiny, you will have to kneel before me, who is cheats. Chu Guangxiang, you are really being more anxious than the emperor. You are rushing to curry favor with him, but it seems that he doesn't appreciate it. Li Qian mocked, boy, are you saying that you want to fight me? A nameless nobody dares to declare war on the holy son of the phaseless Holy Land. How laughable. Chen Ping shook his head. You misunderstand my meaning. To deal with you, my disciples are enough. You are not worthy of my attention. Chapter 134, Cleansing the Shame upon hearing those words. Li Qian's expression darkened to an extreme. Since his birth, who had ever dared to underestimate him in such a manner? Now, a mere mid-stage cultivator of the Lingshu realm had not only humiliated him several times, but audaciously claimed not to be worthy of battling him. What did you say? A palpable aura of murderous intent radiated from Li Qian. Are you deaf or simply incapable of understanding human speech? Huang Xiling looked at Li Qian as if he were a fool. My master says you are unworthy to engage with him. I am sufficient to deal with you. At that moment, even Chu Guangxiang and Lu Qingyan, standing nearby, felt their lips twitch. Huang Xiling's strength was merely at the initial stage of the Lingshu realm. Li Qian was at the late stage of the Lingshu realm, possessing innate dual pupils, and had been nurtured by the Wuxiang sacred land. He could easily retreat even when facing formidable opponents at the initial stage of the Lingji realm. Where did this master-disciple duo find the audacity to speak so boldly? Very well, very well. Li Qian laughed exaggeratedly. It has been quite some time since I encountered someone so arrogant. With that, he stepped forward, unleashing a terrifying gust of wind. Dare to offend this holy son? You shall pay with your life. Huang Xiling, however, showed no sign of fear. In her past life, she had been the empress of the ancient Phoenix clan, having attained the sacred realm. Although she had reincarnated and was now recultivating, she retained the innate talent from her previous existence. With the improved ancient Phoenix scripture bestowed by Chen Ping, her power had increased significantly compared to her former self at the same level. In the late stage of the Lingxiu realm, she was not without the means to fight back. Yet, Huang Xiling was unaware that as long as Chen Ping was present, under the influence of the bond between master and disciple, her strength had been elevated by an entire minor realm, placing her at the mid-stage of the Lingxiu realm. This was also the reason Chen Ping dared to send Huang Xiling into battle. Li Kehan struck with unparalleled ferocity, intent on dispatching this ignorant girl with a single blow to establish his authority. Chen Fan, you are simply being reckless. How could she possibly be Li Kehan's opponent? Lu Qingyan exclaimed, observing Chen Ping. The disparity between the initial and late stages of the Lingxiu realm was akin to an insurmountable chasm. Furthermore, Li Kehan was a being of Holy Sun caliber, and his combat prowess could not be measured by an ordinary late-stage Lingxiu cultivator. Call me master, showing such impertinence. Chen Ping retorted sharply. Humph. Lu Qingyan scoffed, but chose not to pursue the matter further. Wait, how can she be so strong despite being merely at the initial stage of the Lingxiu realm? Chu Guangxiang interjected suddenly. His expression one of disbelief as he observed Huang Xiling and Li Kehan engage in combat for several exchanges. By all accounts, given Li Kehan's overwhelming strength, this battle should have concluded long ago. Li Kehan's expression soured as well. As the holy son of the Wuxiang sacred land, he had never failed to subdue an opponent at a lower realm within such a brief period. He had always excelled against stronger foes, and now he found himself being challenged by one weaker than himself. I underestimated you. I did not expect you to push me to this extent. Li Kehan inhaled deeply, his eyes beginning to emit a terrifying glow. This is bad. Chu Guangxiang's face changed dramatically. Li Kehan is likely about to employ that technique. It seems this girl has truly forced him to a critical point. Lu Qingyan took a deep breath. The Annihilation Divine Eye. This is Li Kehan's innate eye technique, capable of stripping away the very life force of his opponents. Oh, this is quite interesting, Chen Ping remarked indifferently. Lu Qingyan and Chu Guangxiang could no longer remain passive. Just a bit interesting? If Li Kehan were to unleash the Annihilation Divine Eye, even they would tread cautiously. Yet, Huang Xiling was merely an initial stage cultivator of the Lingxiu realm. In that moment, Li Kehan's pupils vanished, replaced by pure blackness. Annihilation Divine Eye. A terrifying surge of energy surged toward Huang Xiling. To force me to utilize the Annihilation Divine Eye, you have indeed shown great pride. Alas, this will not alter your fate of dying here today. Huang Xiling felt as though she were plunging into an abyss, her life force being gradually siphoned away. Quite interesting, she replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Chu Guangxiang and Lu Qingyan fell silent once more. Truly, these two were worthy of being master and disciple. However, the next moment, their expressions shifted dramatically. Huang Xiling emanated a fierce blaze of flames. This fire was not an exotic flame, yet it was far more potent than ordinary fire. A hint of confusion flickered in Lu Qingyan's eyes. This was a sight she had never encountered before. This is indeed not an exotic flame, Chen Ping stated calmly. But it is not inferior to one. These flames were the accompanying flames of the ancient Phoenix clan. After her rebirth, although Huang Xiling had transformed into a human, she inexplicably inherited her former physique and accompanying flames. Moreover, due to her integration with humanity, her body underwent remarkable changes. Break from me. The searing flames coalesced into the form of an ancient phoenix, exuding a divine might that instilled terror. Boom. A cataclysmic explosion erupted as Li Kehan's Annihilation Divine Eye, embodying a hellish void, was obliterated. Puff. Li Kehan spat out a mouthful of blood. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Huang Xiling. This was the first time he had witnessed the Annihilation Divine Eye being countered by someone of lesser cultivation. Observing this scene, Chu Guangxiang and Lu Qingyan furrowed their brows. Their strength was comparable to Li Kehan's. Did this mean Huang Xiling's power was not inferior to theirs? Yet she was merely an initial stage cultivator of the Lingxiu realm. The two turned their gazes toward Chen Ping, pondering whether Huang Xiling's exceptional prowess stemmed from her innate talent or the guidance of her master. They marveled at the emergence of such a genius in the central continent. Li Kehan wiped the corner of his mouth, speaking in a subdued tone. To injure me at the initial stage of the Lingxiu realm, you are indeed a prodigy. But unfortunately, you must die today. His voice dripped with malice. Soon, his aura began to escalate, rapidly reaching the pinnacle of the Lingxiu realm. That must have been your strongest attack, right? Li Kehan regarded Huang Xiling with a chilling gaze. What a pity. I have now attained the peak of the Lingxiu realm. Had you been at the mid-stage of the Lingxiu realm, perhaps you could have posed a threat. But alas, you are not. Thus, today, it is destined that you will perish here. Li Kehan's expression grew increasingly sinister. He had always been at the late stage of the Lingshu realm, having refrained from breaking through to accumulate strength. Now, to eliminate this girl. He felt it was a necessity. As a prestigious holy son, being forced to such an extent by someone of inferior cultivation was nothing short of a humiliation. Now, he was determined to cleanse that shame. Chapter 135. The true sacred artifact. As Chen Ping gazed upon Li Kehan, a twinge of pity surged within him. He suddenly felt that the system reward he had recently received was intended for Li Kehan. If that were the case, then assisting her in breaking through would suffice. Chen Ping spoke with an air of nonchalance. Li Kehan, observing Chen Ping's composed demeanor, scoffed derisively. Do you understand how arduous it is to help someone achieve a breakthrough? My own ability to advance stems from my previous accumulation. She has merely just entered the early stages of the spirit void realm. Even if you could force her breakthrough, it would result in an unstable foundation, significantly impacting her future path. Nearby, Lu Qingyan and Chu Guangxiang nodded in agreement. After all, the path of cultivation emphasized practicality above all else. However, Huang Xiling dismissed their concerns with a scoff. If it were an ordinary person being forcibly elevated, it would undoubtedly lead to instability. Yet, I have reached higher realms in my past life, so I have no such worries. Moreover, I sense that Chen Ping's method of assisting me is not fraught with risks. Without uttering a word, Chen Ping gradually approached Huang Xiling. He raised his hand and gently pressed his finger against her forehead. A mysterious energy emanated from his fingertip. Huang Xiling raised her brows in surprise. Just like that, she had achieved a breakthrough. As she had anticipated, Chen Ping's assistance bore no adverse effects. The outcome mirrored her own cultivation efforts perfectly. The change in Huang Xiling's aura was palpable to all present, eliciting expressions of astonishment. Chen Ping's ability to facilitate breakthroughs with such ease was truly extraordinary. He turned to Li Kehan, stating, as you wished, she is now at the mid-stage of the spirit void realm. Chen Ping touched his nose, reflecting on how this girl now possessed strength equal to his own. He recalled their earlier agreement, and with the true power of the phoenix already bestowed upon her, he felt no need for concern. Moreover, Huang Xiling's loyalty had reached commendable heights, far surpassing that of Lu Qingyan. Li Kehan regarded Chen Ping as though he were a monster. His own breakthrough was a result of prior accumulation, yet Chen Ping had casually facilitated Huang Xiling's advancement? At this rate, he feared he would not stand a chance against her. After all, he had just utilized his most powerful technique, the Annihilation Divine Eye. Proceed, Chen Ping said indifferently. A mere holy son, my disciple is more than capable of handling him. Enough. An elder behind Li Kehan stepped forward with a cold snort, his expression shrouded in darkness. Continuing the battle would surely lead to Li Kehan's defeat, a circumstance he would not permit. The holy son of the illustrious Wuxiang sacred ground being bested by an unknown individual of lesser cultivation was not only a disgrace to Li Kehan but to their entire sacred ground. Holy son, step back. The elder's aura sharpened, rising swiftly to the pinnacle of the spirit void realm. The holy maiden of Xuanji sacred ground and the holy son of Lu Yun sacred ground, today's events do not concern you. It would be wise to depart now. I wish to avoid damaging the harmony between our sacred grounds, Gu Wushuang coldly declared. The pinnacle of the spirit void realm, Chu Guangxiang and Lu Qingyan furrowed their brows. While they were not intimidated by typical pinnacle cultivators, this elder from the Wuxiang sacred ground was undoubtedly formidable. Chen Fan is my brother. If I abandon him now, I would only become a laughingstock. Chu Guangxiang resolutely positioned himself beside Chen Ping. Chen Ping felt a surge of appreciation for him. Lu Qingyan, though silent, stood beside Chen Ping, subtly indicating her stance. Despite her reservations regarding this teacher she had acquired through a wager, he remained her master nonetheless. Witnessing this scene, Li Kehan's face darkened to an extreme. Lu Qingyan, you wretched girl. I treated you so well, yet you stand against me for someone you barely know. And you, Chu Guangxiang, mark my words, once I succeed in my ambitions within the Wuxiang sacred ground, both of you will kneel before me in submission. You both withdraw. A mere pinnacle of the spirit void realm is no match for Xiling. Chen Ping addressed the two calmly. With Huang Xiling's strength now at the mid-stage of the spirit void realm, and with his presence bolstering her through their master-disciple bond, she could potentially reach the late stage. Her innate talent rivaled that of the holy sons and daughters cultivated by the major sacred grounds. She was more than capable of contending with a pinnacle spirit void cultivator. Chu Guangxiang and Lu Qingyan were momentarily taken aback. This was indeed a pinnacle of the spirit void realm. They had managed to defeat such an opponent only after employing their hidden cards. Yet, Huang Xiling had just recently achieved the mid-stage of the spirit void realm and lacked the resources of their sacred grounds. How could she confront a formidable adversary at the pinnacle level? Gu Lao, cease your prattle. Eliminate this girl first, then deal with that boy. All the humiliation I have endured today is due to Chen Ping. Regardless of the cost, he must die? Rest assured, Holy Son. Gu Wushuang cast a sympathetic glance at Huang Xiling. Under normal circumstances, he would have sought to recruit such a talented individual into the Wuxiang sacred ground. However, the situation was dire. She had to perish. Otherwise, how could the Holy Son maintain his dignity or the sacred ground preserve its honor? Given Huang Xiling's recent display, Gu Wushuang showed no hesitation in retrieving a long spear. The spear was adorned in a dark crimson hue, resembling dried blood congealed upon its surface. The Sacred Heart Spear. Chu Guangxiang furrowed his brow at the sight of the weapon. It was no surprise that the Holy Son of Luyun's sacred ground recognized this formidable artifact. As Gu Wushuang caressed the spear, an expression of endless affection graced his features, as if it were not merely a weapon but a beloved companion. The Sacred Heart Spear was said to have once pierced the heart of a saint, thus earning its name. Its rank had reached the mid-tier of divine artifacts. To die beneath the Sacred Heart Spear is indeed your honor. Gu Wushuang coldly scoffed as the spear transformed into a striking serpent, lunging towards Huang Xiling. Upon witnessing this, Huang Xiling's brows knitted tightly. The spear's formidable aura instilled a sense of peril within her. Taking a deep breath, an ethereal image of an ancient phoenix gradually manifested around her. The apparition coalesced into a short blade, its entirety a vivid red adorned with orderly phoenix feather patterns. As the blade emerged, it resonated with a piercing phoenix cry. This was the short blade that had materialized from Huang Xiling's past life as Phoenix Bone, a rare opportunity that had manifested after her reincarnation. In other words, this was a genuine sacred artifact formed from the remains of a saint. Chapter 136. Realm of Spiritual Tranquility. As the weapons clashed, a terrifying energy surged forth. What manner of weapon is this girl wielding, that it can withstand the Sacred Heart Spear? Chu Guangxiang exclaimed in shock. The Sacred Heart Spear had pierced a saint's heart and was nourished by the saint's blood. Yet, the short blade in Huang Xiling's hand, which appeared more ornamental than functional, managed to withstand the spear. Lu Qingyin's expression mirrored his astonishment. The Sacred Heart Spear, even for her, was an extraordinary artifact. It was perplexing how Chun Fan and Huang Xiling could possess such formidable combat prowess and such a powerful artifact without the backing of a mighty sacred ground. Chen Ping remained silent, likely having surmised the origin of the short blade. No, Chu Guangxiang exclaimed loudly. What is it? Before Lu Qingyin could finish her question, her expression shifted dramatically. Cracks began to appear on the Sacred Heart Spear. Soon, the cracks spread across the entire shaft, and the spear, which had pierced the heart of a saint, shattered into worthless debris. Chu Guangxiang and Lu Qingyin's mouths twitched in disbelief. They had already given high praise to the short blade in Huang Xiling's hands, but now it seemed far more potent than they had imagined. Lu Qingyin swallowed hard. This short blade must have reached the level of a sacred artifact. Chu Guangxiang nodded. Indeed, a sacred artifact is a treasure of great significance, even among the most esteemed sacred grounds. At this moment, both began to doubt the origins of Chen Ping and his companion. Gu Wushuang gazed at the shattered Sacred Heart Spear, his face a portrait of shock. How is this possible? How did you accomplish this? The grade of the Sacred Heart Spear was already quite high, yet it was so easily destroyed. This Sacred Heart Spear is truly wasted on you. Huang Xiling replied coolly. So what if it has been tainted by divine blood? This phoenix blade is a manifestation of her past life, a true sacred artifact. Without uttering another word, Huang Xiling charged once more at Gu Wushuang. The phoenix blade danced in her hands, making her appear as graceful as a butterfly. Yet, this exquisite scene sent chills down Gu Wushuang's spine. He could discern that the girl was quite young, certainly under 100 years. Nevertheless, her combat awareness was terrifyingly acute, each attack targeting his weakest points. In mere moments, Gu Wushuang's breathing became erratic. Old Gu, stop wasting time, Li Kehan urged urgently. The others paused, taken aback. Could it be that Gu Wushuang had yet to unleash his full power? Gu Wushuang nodded grimly, casting a dark look at Chen Ping and his companions. You have forced my hand. With that, Gu Wushuang began to form seals with his hands. Soon, a complex rune emerged from his forehead. This is the Spirit Sealing Rune. Chen Ping frowned. This Spirit Sealing Rune, akin to the Spirit Sealing Array he had previously employed, was designed to suppress one's cultivation. This meant that his peak state of the Spirit Void realm was not his true cultivation level. He had likely reached the realm of spiritual tranquility. The Tianma Divine Pool, imbued with the power of loss, forbids the entry of those at the realm of spiritual tranquility or above. The Wuxiang Sacred Ground had arranged for Gu Wushuang to seal his cultivation before entering the Tianma Divine Pool, all to protect Li Kehan during the most perilous of times. You've lost your mind. If you elevate your realm to spiritual tranquility now, a terrifying crisis will surely arise in the Tianma Divine Pool. Chu Guangxiang admonished Gu Wushuang. Others had attempted such reckless actions before, and the results were catastrophic. The danger level of the Tianma divine pool would escalate exponentially upon the appearance of any cultivator exceeding the peak of the spirit void realm. The Wuxiang sacred ground had faced dire consequences for such folly before, leading to extensive casualties among those who entered the Tianma divine pool. Yet Gu Wuxiang scoffed, "So what? I do not know what turmoil will unfold in the Tianma divine pool or how many lives will be lost. But I do know that if I do not restore my cultivation, both I and the Holy Sun will likely perish here today." Gu Wuxiang glanced at Chen Ping. If his disciple was so formidable, then as his master, he could not possibly be weaker. Moreover, he sensed that Chen Ping was the type to seek revenge fiercely. Having thwarted Chen Ping multiple times along their journey, there was no way Chen Ping would let them off the hook. Today, it would be a fight to the death. Once he had slain these two, he would burn his essence to forcibly open a spatial passage and escape the Tianma divine pool with the Kahan. As for the others' fates, they were of no concern to him. Once all had perished within the Tianma divine pool, their deeds would remain unknown to the outside world. Gu Wuxiang's aura began to swell, radiating an overwhelming pressure that made the others furrow their brows. Although they were all top-tier prodigies of Zhongzhou, boasting the ability to defeat foes of higher ranks, the realm of spiritual tranquility and the spirit void realm were entirely different levels. Moreover, they were merely at the late stage of the spirit void realm. If their strength could reach the peak of the spirit void realm, perhaps they could evade the threats posed by a cultivator at the realm of spiritual tranquility. But the current situation seemed insurmountable. A mere ant dares to offend our Wuxiang sacred ground. It truly does not understand the peril it invites. A chilling killing intent emanated from Gu Wuxiang. Sensing this familiar sensation, a smirk tugged at the corners of Gu Wuxiang's mouth. Rest assured, Holy Sun, I shall crush these two insignificant ants at once. As for the Xuanzang sacred ground and the Luoyuan sacred ground, they too will fall victim to the turmoil of the Tianma divine pool. What are we to do? Lu Qingyan and the others felt a knot tighten in their chests. Following the previous incident, the major sacred grounds had jointly declared a ban on cultivators at the realm of spiritual tranquility, suppressing their cultivation within the Tianma divine pool. All factions had adhered to this regulation, leaving them without any contingency plans. If you wish to kill my brother Chen Fan, you must first seek my permission. Chu Guangxiang stepped forward, his gaze fixed firmly on Chen Ping. Chen Ping was precisely to his liking. If they banded together, perhaps they could defeat Li Kahan. For they were all prodigies of the Holy Sun caliber. The Holy Sun of the Luoyuan sacred ground had initially contemplated allowing you to live a while longer, only to die amidst the turmoil of the Tianma divine pool. Since you seek death yourself, do not blame me. Gu Wuxiang regarded Chen Ping and his companions with disdain, as if they were mere insects. His strength had reached the initial peak of the realm of spiritual tranquility, making it effortless to deal with them. The realm of spiritual tranquility, such great authority. At that moment, Chen Ping slowly stepped forward. Chu, I appreciate your good intentions, but he is no match for me. A slight smile played upon Chen Ping's lips as he regarded Gu Wuxiang. Ignorant of his own limitations, he shall perish here, sparing me the trouble of gaining an additional master. Lu Qingyan, witnessing Chen Ping's audacity, felt a surge of irritation. How arrogant. Meanwhile, Chu Guangxiang observed the confident Chen Ping with a furrowed brow. Could it be that he had some hidden trump card? Chapter 137, The Secret of the Emperor Humph. Merely a mid-stage and of the spirit void realm dares to spout such arrogance before me. Gu Wuxiang regarded Chen Ping with the disdain reserved for a mere insect. The chasm between the spirit void realm and the spirit tranquility realm was akin to that between heaven and earth. Even a prodigy of the Holy Sun caliber could never hope to defeat a formidable being of the spirit tranquility realm at mid-stage. Is that so? I shall witness just how powerful you truly are in the spirit tranquility realm. Chen Ping scoffed, a terrifying aura of chaotic energy radiating around him. This is chaotic energy. Gu Wuxiang gazed at Chen Ping, her expression filled with astonishment. Could it be that he is the indomitable chaotic body that emerged not long ago? Chu Guangxiang swallowed hard. The emergence of the indomitable chaotic body had stirred great commotion in the central state, sparking rampant speculation about which prodigy had awakened such an extraordinary physique. The indomitable chaotic body was a legendary constitution, a true embodiment of the world's primal essence. Lu Qingyan observed Chen Ping, a flicker of intrigue crossing her beautiful eyes. She recalled the words imparted by the Holy Sun before their departure. If that genius from the Qian Yuan Sect possessed the demeanor of an emperor, then the indomitable chaotic body, should it not fall, was destined to evolve into an emperor-class powerhouse. Now that she had chosen to be his disciple for various reasons, perhaps she need not continue to demean herself under the so-called genius of the Qian Yuan Sect. You are indeed the indomitable chaotic body. Gu Wuxiang's face twisted with jealousy. Were she to possess such a physique, she would undoubtedly be at least at the saint level by now, and would assuredly step into the realm of emperors in the future. Chu Guangxiang, however, wore a radiant smile. While he envied Chen Ping's physique, he felt no jealousy. What suited oneself was ultimately the best. Moreover, having forged a friendship with Chen Ping meant aligning oneself with a future emperor. Humph, what of the indomitable chaotic body? In the face of absolute power, it remains utterly insignificant. A shadow crossed Gu Wushuang's eyes. A genius that cannot cultivate is no different from a fool. Today, she would be the one to extinguish this talent. The very thought of slaying a prodigy with a constitution spoken of only in legends thrilled her immensely. Die. The might of a spirit tranquility realm powerhouse is formidable indeed. As Gu Wushuang struck, boundless principles accompanied her. The terrifying chains of order surged towards Chen Ping. Even knowing Chen Ping was the indomitable chaotic body, Chu Guangxiang felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow at this sight. The power of a spirit tranquility realm attack was simply too overwhelming. Even he would suffer grievous injury in the face of such an assault. Observing the approaching chains of order, Chen Ping's lips curled into a slight smirk. The peak of the early spirit tranquility realm seems to be nothing extraordinary. This attack posed no threat to him whatsoever. With a single punch, terrifying chaotic energy enveloped him, accompanied by an unparalleled killing force. In that moment, Chen Ping resembled an ancient war god descending to the mortal realm. The phrase "one's strength can break myriad laws" was fully embodied in him. The razor-sharp chains of order were shattered by his punch, and the dense principles dissipated instantly. Gu Wushuang's expression shifted dramatically. Although her previous attack was not her strongest, it had certainly showcased the strength of the early spirit tranquility realm. To think it was so easily countered by this individual. Lu Qingyan and Chu Guangxiang also wore grave expressions. They had been stunned by Huang Ziling's earlier display, but upon witnessing Chen Ping's action, they realized he surpassed Huang Ziling in terms of defiance against fate. The spirit tranquility realm was indeed nothing remarkable. In an instant, Chen Ping had appeared before Gu Wushuang. Launching another punch, the killing principles within him began to emanate an overwhelming source of power. Gu Wushuang's countenance paled. This punch brought forth a profound sense of crisis. She hurriedly attempted to block it, but how could she withstand Chen Ping's relentless assault? Chen Ping's fist shattered both of Gu Wushuang's arms. Yet the force did not wane. It struck her chest with a resounding impact. Gu Wushuang was propelled away like a cannonball. This terrifying killing force, could it be that Chen Ping had condensed a killing principle of celestial quality? Chu Guangxiang stared at Chen Ping, astonished. The killing principle was indeed a form of celestial-grade existence. With the indomitable chaotic body combined with the celestial-grade killing principle, what heights could Chen Ping reach in the future? For both the indomitable chaotic body and the celestial-grade killing principle were destined to lead one to attain the status of an emperor. Gu Wushuang steadied herself, but blood erupted from her mouth. She caught a glimpse of Li Kehan, now stricken with fear. Holy Son, forgive me. It seems I cannot protect you today. Gu Wushuang began to burn her vital essence, attempting to force open a spatial passage to escape. As for Li Kehan, with Chen Ping present, taking him away would not be so simple. Better for one to escape than for both to perish here. At that moment, time abruptly froze. Gu Wushuang's movements were halted. Chen Ping stood before her, the chaotic energy and killing force within him reaching their zenith, a punch descending upon her head. Chen Ping's cultivation was still too weak. The effect of time freezing lasted but a moment. Yet, in such a battle, even a moment was sufficient to determine victory or defeat. Gu Wushuang gazed at the colossal fist before her, fear etched upon her face. At this moment, it was too late for her to flee or resist. She could only watch helplessly as the massive fist shattered her skull. Gu Wushuang fell. Silence enveloped the scene. A mid-stage spirit void realm cultivator had slain a peak early spirit tranquility realm powerhouse in merely 2 blows. Even those who witnessed it could hardly believe their eyes. Not only they, but perhaps the entire central state, even the whole Qian Yuan realm, could not fathom such a reality. Li Kehan observed this scene, his eerie dual pupils quaking. A profound terror engulfed his mind. Regret surged within him. He should never have crossed Chen Ping. But alas, there are no remedies for regrets in this world. Chen Ping turned his gaze slowly towards Li Kehan. He bore no personal grievances against him. Their conflict stemmed from Li Kehan's resentment due to his earlier glance and subsequent interactions with Lu Qingyan. Chen Ping was not an evil man. Yet neither was he the type to repay kindness with kindness. Chen Ping's footsteps were light, yet to Li Kehan, they resounded like thunderclaps. Do not kill me. I beg you, do not kill me. Li Kehan knelt, casting aside all dignity as the Holy Son. All he desired was to survive. Death would mean losing everything. As he gazed at Chen Ping's impassive face, Li Kehan trembled violently. If you spare my life, I can reveal a secret about our Wuxiang Holy Land. A secret concerning the Emperor. Chapter 138. Sudden changes regarding the secret of the Emperor in Chen Ping's mind. The image of the severed arm of the Emperor, awarded by the system, resurfaced. He pondered whether the secret about the Emperor that Li Qian spoke of was connected to this very arm in his possession. Indeed, if you spare my life, I shall divulge everything, Li Qian hastily declared. This was his only bargaining chip for survival. He was convinced that no one could resist the allure of information regarding the Emperor, for transcending to Emperor status was the ultimate aspiration of every cultivator. The onlookers exhibited curious expressions, aware that this was indeed information about the Emperor. However, they also understood that the power to decide lay in Chen Ping's hands. Moreover, should Li Qian be permitted to leave the heavenly demon divine pool alive, the Wuxiang Holy Land would undoubtedly seek retribution against Chen Ping in the future. It remained uncertain whether Chen Ping would acquiesce to Li Qian's terms. Very well, if you disclose all that you know, I shall spare your life. But do not let me cross paths with you again, or I shall still be compelled to eliminate you, Chen Ping replied coolly. Upon hearing this, Li Qian sighed in relief. We, the Wuxiang Holy Land, have discovered a bronze palace in the Nine Nether Sea. This palace is suspected to be the sanctum of an emperor. Our sovereign once attempted to forcefully breach its defenses, but to no avail. At this revelation, Chen Ping and the others could ascertain that the bronze palace indeed served as the sanctum of an emperor. After all, if even a sage could not breach its restrictions, who else could? Let us withdraw for the moment, Chu Guangxiang suggested. The fewer people privy to such secrets, the better. Although their relationship was relatively amicable, this matter pertained to the emperor's hidden affairs. There's no harm in everyone listening, Chen Ping stated nonchalantly, as a plan began to formulate in his mind. He was not particularly concerned about the emperor's information. With the system at his disposal, he was destined to ascend to the emperor realm. However, should he disseminate this information, the Nine Nether Sea would soon be filled with prodigious talents, significantly increasing his chances of taking on disciples. After all, acquiring disciples was the foundation of his strength and existence. Upon hearing Chen Ping's words, Lu Qingyan and Chu Guangxiang were left in astonishment. This was, after all, information about the emperor. They introspected, realizing that had they been in his position, they would have been reluctant to share such a secret with anyone. We at the Wuxiang Holy Land have been devising ways to conquer the Bronze Palace. At the current pace, we estimate that within a year, we will breach its gates. Li Qian's breath quickened. This was the sanctum of an emperor. Setting aside the potential presence of imperial weapons or the emperor's remains within, the spiritual herbs and divine materials in the sanctum alone would be enough to attract countless seekers. I have shared all I know. May I depart now? Li Qian cautiously inquired, gazing at Chen Ping. Chen Ping nodded. Li Qian immediately felt a wave of relief and turned to leave. However, after taking only a few steps, he found Chen Ping inexplicably reappearing before him. A chilling smile crept across Chen Ping's face. What a coincidence, we meet again. With that, he delivered a fatal blow to Li Qian's heart. You shameless wretch, Li Qian managed to utter in his final moments, as he collapsed to the ground. Chu Guangxiang and Lu Qingyan's expressions twitched in disbelief. This fellow was indeed insidious. It was best not to provoke him unless absolutely necessary. On the other hand, Huang Xiling regarded Chen Ping with admiration. As expected of my master, acting with such unrestrained audacity. Qingyan, now that you have joined my ranks, a welcoming gift is in order. Chen Ping mused thoughtfully. After all, Lu Qingyan was the saintess of the Xianzhu Holy Land, possessing an abundance of techniques, elixirs, and artifacts. What should he bestow upon her? If I am not mistaken, you practice the Xianzhu Heavenly Gang art, Chen Ping remarked casually. With his growing prowess, he could now accurately extract and refine the techniques of those around him, even without direct observation. Though this ability was limited to his disciples, to refine techniques of others, he still needed to observe them. Lu Qingyan nodded. The Xianzhu Heavenly Gang art was a supreme technique only cultivable by the saints of the Xianzhu Holy Land, forming the very foundation of their teachings. Chen Ping nodded, and a Qian Yuan jade slip appeared in his hand. Let this technique serve as a welcoming gift from your master. He extended the jade slip to Lu Qingyan. Lu Qingyan paused. Realizing that since Chen Ping was aware of her cultivation of the Xianzhu Heavenly Gang art, he must also recognize its caliber. Could he possibly present something more powerful than a peak heavenly grade technique? Such a notion seemed implausible. Accept it. Your master has given it to you. Huang Xiling interjected calmly, embodying the role of an elder sister, which elicited a quiet chuckle from Chen Ping. Lu Qingyan's mouth twitched. Yet she extended her hand to accept the Qian Yuan jade slip. However, as her consciousness probed within, her expression shifted dramatically. The jade slip contained the Xianzhu Heavenly Gang art. No, this is not the Xianzhu Heavenly Gang art. While the two techniques bore similarities, Chen Ping's version was clearly more harmonious with the Tao and suited to her constitution. This implied that within mere moments, Chen Ping had managed to refine a heavenly grade technique tailored to her physical attributes. Was it truly feasible for a mid-stage Lingxu realm cultivator to achieve such a feat? Unbeknownst to Lu Qingyan, Chen Ping had already reached the late stage of the Lingxu realm. Nevertheless, even if she were aware, it would not diminish her astonishment. After all, heavenly grade techniques were the result of countless insights by sages, far beyond the reach of an ordinary Lingxu realm cultivator. Yet, Chen Ping had accomplished it. Lu Qingyan's body trembled. As she thoroughly absorbed the refined Xianzhu heavenly gang art, she increasingly recognized Chen Ping's formidable nature. The simple modifications had exponentially increased the speed at which the technique absorbed the world's spiritual energy, making it far more compatible with her physique. In that moment, she felt that her decision to become Chen Ping's disciple might be the wisest choice of her life. Thank you, Master. Lu Qingyan bowed deeply to Chen Ping. Beep. Congratulations to the host. Lu Qingyan's loyalty has increased. Name: Lu Qingyan. Age: 30. Cultivation: mid-stage Lingxu realm. Physique: spiritual rhythm source. Body: talent value 3,000. Loyalty: 30. Note: spiritual rhythm source. Body: a unique constitution formed at the inception of the world's spiritual energy, possesses a terrifying affinity for spiritual energy, enabling self-absorption of the world's spiritual energy to enhance strength. At that moment, a terrifying aura erupted from beneath the group. The once tranquil mountains began to tremble violently. Chapter 139. The mountain-moving ape. What is happening? The expressions of the group shifted dramatically. This is bad. We must leave at once. Chen Ping exclaimed loudly. As his words echoed, the tremors beneath them intensified. The others swiftly took to the air. Suspended in mid-air, they finally grasped the gravity of the situation. The towering mountain was, in fact, the colossal body of a divine ape. The battle they had just witnessed must have roused it from slumber. A terrifying primal aura emanated from the divine ape's massive form. It struck its chest with great force, producing a bone-chilling roar. This was the ancient ferocious beast known as the mountain-moving ape. Chu Guangxiang gazed at the creature in palpable fear. The mountain-moving ape was a mythical species, endowed with immense strength. Possessing the cultivation level of the spirit void realm from birth, its power was directly proportional to its size. And this particular ape's might had likely reached the spirit tranquility realm. The group couldn't help but remember Li Kehan and his companion, who had just been slain. Surely, Gu Wushuang had broken the seal, causing some anomaly in the heavenly demon divine pool. How dare these lowly bipeds tread upon my domain? The mountain-moving ape's voice was thunderous, sending shivers down their spines. Even though Chen Ping had just vanquished Gu Wushuang, none believed he could contend with this ancient beast. The mountain-moving ape was a legendary creature. Among the human race at the same level, only the most exceptional talents stood a chance against it. Huang Xiling regarded the mountain-moving ape, her eyes flickering with the flames of the ancient phoenix. As a member of the beast clan, she sensed the ape's overwhelming power. Within the beast lineage, the mountain-moving ape held a status that rivaled their ancient phoenix clan. We must flee, Lu Qingyan urged. Despite being the pinnacle talents of the central continent, they had no hope against a creature of the spirit tranquility realm. To disturb my domain and then think to escape? How naive. The mountain-moving ape bellowed. Your flesh and blood shall serve as my breakfast. With a single stride, the ground trembled violently. What should we do? The group found themselves enveloped in despair at this sight. At that moment, Chen Ping slowly ascended into the air. Wretched beast, kneel before me. His voice resonated like a mighty bell, commanding attention. The expressions of the others shifted once more. Surely, Chen Ping had lost his mind. In such dire circumstances, the wisest choice was to escape this perilous place. Taunting the mountain-moving ape now seemed a fool's errand. As anticipated, upon Chen Ping's declaration, the mountain-moving ape slammed its fist into the ground, creating a horrifying crater beneath it. The sheer power of its physical might instilled terror in the hearts of all present. You insignificant biped, are you courting death? In the eyes of these ancient beasts, humans were merely prey. Now, the audacity of its food to label it as a wretched creature and demand it kneel was utterly outrageous. Yet, as the ape's voice faded, its gaze fell upon Chen Ping's arms, causing its body to tremble. Impossible. How can this be? The mountain-moving ape muttered to itself. Beside it, Huang Xiling's eyes lit up at this revelation. In Chen Ping's embrace lay the gluttonous beast from the 3,000 demon gods. The 3,000 demon gods exerted a primal pressure over the beast clan. Even the unripe offspring could not be trifled with by ordinary ancient beasts. Shall I repeat myself? Chen Ping's voice rang out again, and the little creature in his arms began to thrash playfully. The mountain-moving ape collapsed to its knees with a resounding thud. Its forehead pressed firmly against the ground, too fearful to lift its head. Lu Qingyan and the others watched in wide-eyed astonishment. What is happening? The mighty ancient beast now knelt before Chen Ping. Who exactly is this Chen Ping? What transpired here in the past that led to the 3,000 demons engaging in a fierce battle? Chen Ping regarded the mountain-moving ape and inquired, what happened? The ape slowly raised its head, but its gaze remained fixed on the little creature in Chen Ping's arms, filled with reverence. It understood why the gluttonous one would associate with a human. It recognized that this biped was an envoy of the gluttonous one. Your Excellency. There were internal conflicts among the 3,000 demon gods back then. They split into two factions. One advocated for peaceful coexistence with humanity, while the other insisted that humans were mere livestock for the demons. Neither side could persuade the other, leading to an internecine war. The mountain-moving ape spoke somewhat awkwardly. Although it had reached the pinnacle of the spirit tranquility realm and was a formidable force in the central continent, it felt like an ant compared to the innate demon gods born of the heavens. Chen Ping nodded. I have heard rumors that the imperial scriptures may emerge from the heavenly demon divine pool. Do you know anything about this? Upon hearing imperial scriptures, the mountain-moving ape's brow furrowed deeply. The human emperors were terrifying figures even ancient beasts had to acknowledge. I am not entirely certain, but it is said that during the internecine conflict, the human emperor who intervened was named Haotian. Haotian Emperor? The expressions of Chen Ping and the others shifted dramatically. The Haotian Emperor was a legendary figure in human history. At the dawn of creation, when the 3,000 demon gods emerged and countless ancient beasts roamed free, humanity was seen as nothing but livestock. It was the Haotian Emperor who harnessed the fortunes of humanity to ascend to the throne. By his own strength, he suppressed the ancient beasts, preventing them from raising their heads. It was from that time onwards that humanity began to establish its foothold and ceased to be bullied by the alien races. Undoubtedly, the Haotian Emperor played an indelible role in the history of humanity's development. Chen Ping recalled the coffin in his system space. He wondered if the severed arm was somehow connected to the Haotian Emperor. Very well, I understand everything now. For the foreseeable future, you shall be my steed. Chen Ping stated nonchalantly. The mountain-moving ape furrowed its brow. How could this proud ancient beast serve as a mount for a mere biped? Even Chu Guangxiang and the others felt that Chen Ping was overstepping his bounds. The pride of an ancient beast would never allow such a thing. What? You refuse? Chen Ping shot the ape a glance. Just as the mountain-moving ape was about to protest, it noticed the little creature in Chen Ping's arms had opened its eyes. I wouldn't dare. It would be an honor to serve as your steed. The mountain-moving ape quickly replied. The little creature then closed its eyes once more. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch a gift for you. The mountain-moving ape displayed a servile smile towards Chen Ping, then struck the ground with its fist. Instantly, a vast crater appeared before them, from which an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy began to surge forth, leaving them feeling awestruck. Chapter 140. The burden of possession. With a mere wave of his hand, the mountain-moving ape summoned numerous fragrant sacred herbs from the depths of the pit. Chu Guangxiang and his companions swallowed hard, for they had never witnessed such a spectacle. Sacred herbs, even in their respective holy lands, were rare treasures. Now, over 100 of these divine plants floated before them, but the marvel did not end there. As the sacred herbs ceased to appear, an array of sacred artifacts followed suit, emanating a terrifying sharpness that sent shivers down their spines. Although these artifacts were merely of the initial sacred grade, their presence was overwhelmingly formidable. Esteemed sir, these are but a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will graciously accept them. The mountain-moving ape's furry face was adorned with a deep sense of flattery. In Chen Ping's arms, the little creature slowly opened its eyes. Upon seeing the floating sacred herbs, its nostrils twitched, and its eyes sparkled with excitement. The mountain-moving ape sighed in relief at this sight. Chen Ping waved his hand, and the sacred herbs and artifacts were gathered into his embrace. Chu Guangxiang and his companion watched this unfold, their eyes tinged with envy. It was likely that even the saints of their holy lands did not possess such a collection. Chen Ping casually handed a few sacred herbs to the little creature, which instantly brightened up. Turning to Chu Guangxiang, Chen Ping waved again, and a large blade radiating a rich aura of sanctity appeared before him. What is the meaning of this, Brother Chen Fan? Chu Guangxiang swallowed hard. Brother Chu has stood up for me on numerous occasions. This is merely a small token of my gratitude, Chen Ping replied nonchalantly. To him, this artifact was of little consequence. After all, Chu Guangxiang had not abandoned him even in the face of a powerful opponent from the spirit tranquility realm. It was a pity, though, that their relationship had developed to this point, making it somewhat inappropriate to take him as a disciple. What a waste it would be to let an SS-grade talent slip away. Brother Chen, this is too precious. I cannot accept it. Chu Guangxiang quickly protested. Chen Ping smiled. Brother Chu, please accept it. I have a matter to request of you, and if you refuse, I would find it difficult to broach the subject. Upon hearing this, Chu Guangxiang treasured the large blade as if it were a prized possession. Brother Chu, I enjoy forming friendships. As the son of the flowing cloud Holy Land, you must know many prodigies. I hope you can introduce me to a few. Chen Ping's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Those who befriended Chu Guangxiang must be exceptionally gifted. If he could take a few as disciples, this single sacred artifact would pale in comparison. Relieved, Chu Guangxiang assured him, rest assured, Brother Chen Fan. Once we exit the Demon God Marsh, I will make arrangements. Excellent. Let us continue our exploration of the Demon God Marsh. Chen Ping leaped onto the shoulder of the mountain-moving ape, followed by the others, who took deep breaths and jumped out as well. To have an ancient beast of the spirit tranquility realm as a mount was a boast they would cherish for years to come. Thanks to junior brother Lano, we would have been utterly exhausted if we had to rely on flying or walking. In midair, Fan Lano and the others stood atop a long sword radiating a profound aura. Due to the restrictions of the Demon God Marsh, they could not use flying tools. However, Lan O's sword manifested into a solid form, allowing them to soar through the air with ease, saving them considerable energy. Senior sister, you flatter me. My ability to solidify this sword is thanks to the support of the sect and my senior sisters. Lano replied with a smile, though a glimmer of pride shone in his eyes. Within the Qian Yuan Sect, he had completely supplanted Chen Ping's status. With the sect's resources backing him, he was certain to break through to the spirit tranquility realm in no time. What could Chen Ping possibly compare to him? Junior brother Lano, do not be modest. With your talent, you are bound to become a pillar of the sect, and it is only natural for the sect to invest resources in you. Jiang Xinwei chimed in with a smile. I will not disappoint you, senior sister. Lano vowed, feeling increasingly pleased with the favorable attitude of Jiang Xinwei and her companion. He was confident that, with time spent together in the Demon God Marsh, he would win their hearts. After all, few could enjoy such leisure in this perilous place. Not even the sons and daughters of the Holy Lands. At that moment, the ground suddenly trembled violently. What is happening? Luo Linger furrowed her brow in concern. Soon, an overwhelming aura approached them, causing their faces to change dramatically. A colossal divine ape, towering like a mountain, charged toward them. How is this possible? How could there be a spirit tranquility realm being within the Demon God Marsh? Jiang Xinwei's expression turned grave. The restrictions of the marsh should have prevented such a formidable creature from existing here. Suddenly, Luo Lingo exclaimed, look, there are people on that divine ape's shoulder. The others quickly turned to see 4 figures seated atop the ape. Who are they? How could they tame such an ancient beast? Luo Lingo swallowed hard. This was a creature of the spirit tranquility realm. Lano's face was filled with envy and jealousy. As the mountain-moving ape neared, the terrifying tremors finally disrupted their ability to maintain their flight, causing their sword to dissipate and sending them plummeting to the ground. Chen Ping's gaze fell upon Luo Linger and the others, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Just then, the mountain-moving ape halted its advance. Esteemed sir, I can only take you this far. Beyond lies the domain of a slumbering deity. My presence may awaken it. Chen Ping nodded in understanding. Very well. You may leave now. The group leaped from the mountain-moving ape's back. It's him. Luo Linger and her companions finally recognized Chen Ping's group. Their faces etched with shock. Earlier, at the outskirts of the Demon God Marsh, she had felt an inexplicable familiarity with him. Little did she expect to encounter him again here, riding atop a spirit tranquility realm beast. No wonder he had dared to confront the son of the Wuxiang Holy Land. Tension gripped Luo Linger and her companions. The Demon God Marsh was fraught with peril, and the greatest threat was not the creatures within, but rather the human beings who ventured into its depths. Everyone was aware of the countless opportunities that lay within the marsh, and some individuals, emboldened by their strength, dared to plunder their own kin for fortune. After all, it was often said that an innocent man might suffer for possessing something precious. Chapter 141. Who is Chen Ping? At this moment, Fan Lanu was exceedingly vigilant. He had just acquired nearly 100 celestial-grade spiritual herbs. If this were to become known, it would undoubtedly incite avarice. How could he possibly withstand a holy son from the flowing cloud Holy Land and a holy daughter from the Xuanji Holy Land? Yet, gazing upon the unparalleled beauty of Lu Qingyan and Huang Xiling, his envy only intensified. Though Jiang Xinwei and her companion harbored affection for him and were no less comely than Lu Qingyan, the latter was, after all, the holy daughter of the Xuanji Holy Land. As for Huang Xiling, while her identity remained a mystery, her association with the others suggested she was of no ordinary status. Esteemed fellow cultivators, there is no need for apprehension. We are merely passing through, Chen Ping stated. Observing the entirety of Luo Lingo's raven tresses transformed into silver strands, Chen Ping felt a pang of heartache. What had befallen this maiden? Despite Chen Ping's words, they remained wary, especially Fan Lanu. Should his possession of such a vast quantity of celestial-grade spiritual herbs be discovered, he feared not only the loss of his fortune but also his very life. It was, after all, nearly 100 celestial-grade spiritual herbs. Just then, a sound of mastication echoed. Luo Linger and the others turned their gazes toward the source of the sound. Little Mao, nestled in Chen Ping's arms, was clutching a spiritual herb exuding a rich medicinal fragrance. This aura, it's a sacred herb. The sight caused the corners of Luo Linger's lips to twitch. A sacred herb, even within their Qian Yuan Sect, would be deemed a treasure of utmost importance. Yet here it was, being gnawed upon as a mere snack by a pet. And what followed only compounded their distress. It was one thing for a pet to consume a sacred herb. But this creature was only taking a single bite of the most vital part of each herb before discarding the rest as if it were refuse. It was an utter waste. These were sacred herbs, after all. Even without their most potent parts, their efficacy would still surpass that of celestial-grade herbs by hundreds of times. Wait. Luo Linger furrowed her brow as she examined the discarded remnants of the sacred herb on the ground. Why did the bite marks on this sacred herb seem so familiar? Jiang Xinwei also turned to Fan Lenu, evidently realizing the same thing. Observing their attitude toward the sacred herbs, Fan Lenu understood that they could not possibly covet his meager collection of celestial-grade herbs. He retrieved a spiritual herb from his spatial ring, examined it, and his complexion began to shift. The marks on the herbs he had gathered were identical to those left by the pet. In other words, the greatest opportunity he thought he had found in the abyssal demon pool was nothing more than discarded refuse. Oh, it seems you've been to that medicinal field. Chen Ping remarked casually. Your harvest of those herbs is a stroke of luck in itself. Chen Ping could barely contain his amusement. Connecting Fan Lenu's wariness toward him with the current situation, he could easily imagine the turmoil in Fan Lenu's mind. Fan Lenu's expression grew even more unnatural. He was now tempted to discard these herbs gnawed on by a pet, but ultimately, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Damn it. Seeing Fan Lenu's expression as if he had swallowed fly droppings, Chen Ping felt a surge of delight. Judging by your attire, you are from the Qian Yuan Sect? Chen Ping inquired, looking at the group. Your perception is keen, fellow cultivator. We are indeed from the Qian Yuan Sect, Luo Linger replied. Chen Ping nodded. I share a deep bond with Elder Chen Ping of your Qian Yuan Sect. Since we've encountered each other, let us journey together. Upon hearing Chen Ping's name, the wariness in Luo Linger's eyes diminished considerably. To be frank, senior brother Chen Ping has already departed from our Qian Yuan Sect, Luo Linger revealed. She couldn't explain why she was divulging so much to someone she had only met twice. That is a pity, with his extraordinary talent. The departure of fellow cultivator Chen Ping is a great loss to your Qian Yuan Sect, Chen Ping said with a smile. Huang Xiling, standing beside him, nearly burst into laughter. Her nominal master possessed an exceptionally thick skin. In truth, although senior brother Chen Ping has left our Qian Yuan Sect, I have now advanced to the late stage of the spirit void realm and have manifested a sword physique, effectively filling the void left by senior brother. Fan Lenu interjected, clearly displeased by the effusive praise for Chen Ping. He was nothing more than a cripple with a broken foundation. Why do you all hold him in such high regard? You? Chen Ping regarded Fan Lenu with a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Though he lacked concrete evidence to prove that Fan Lenu was responsible for the trumped-up charges against him, he was almost certain of it. Compared to fellow cultivator Chen Ping, you are but a firefly before the radiant moon, utterly incomparable, Chen Ping stated flatly. Fan Lenu's brow furrowed at these words. What, are you unconvinced? Chen Ping glanced at Huang Xiling beside him. This is my disciple. If you can defeat her, I will retract my previous statement. Today, he would teach Fan Lenu a lesson. After saying this, Chen Ping transmitted his instructions to Huang Xiling. Huang Xiling's lips curled into a subtle smile. If you cannot even defeat my disciple, yet dare to claim you can replace fellow cultivator Chen Ping's position, then you are merely seeking attention. Fan Lenu's brow furrowed deeply. He couldn't understand why this mysterious man harbored such hostility toward him. Was it simply because he was a friend of Chen Ping? Huang Xiling slowly stepped forward. Someone like you dares to compare yourself to my martial uncle Chen Ping. Luo Linger and Jiang Xinwei, seeing this, quickly intervened. Fellow cultivator. My junior brother is merely being reckless with his words. Please do not take it to heart. Chen Ping shook his head. It's nothing, just a friendly exchange. A glint of malice flashed in Fan Lenu's eyes. How could he possibly be defeated by someone in the mid-stage of the spirit void realm? Then, let us have a match. With that, Fan Lenu launched his attack, intending to swiftly defeat this girl and prove his worth. Soon, cries of agony echoed one after another. Fan Lenu, despite being in the late stage of the spirit void realm, was no match for Huang Xiling. Huang Xiling held no affection for the Qian Yuan Sect, and her attacks were far from merciful. Though she didn't kill Fan Lenu, she inflicted considerable pain upon him, deliberately targeting his face. By the time Huang Xiling ceased her assault, Fan Lenu's face had swollen into a grotesque visage. Moreover, Huang Xiling had employed a secret technique. ensuring that Fan Lanu's face would remain disfigured for at least half a month, unable to defeat even my disciple. Yet you dare to boast of replacing fellow cultivator Chen Ping. Chen Ping scoffed. Fan Lanu's expression was exceedingly unsightly, realizing he couldn't even defeat the disciple of Chen Ping's friend. However, with his face swollen beyond recognition, no one could discern his true emotions. Luo Linger and Jiang Xinwei frowned at the scene, but remained silent. It was a fair exchange, and his skills were inferior. Furthermore, they felt somewhat displeased by Fan Lanu's earlier claim of having replaced Chen Ping's position. Wait a moment. Who is this Chen Ping you speak of? Lu Qingyan suddenly inquired. Chapter 142. As good as a person previously, the Holy Lord advised me to befriend Chen Ping, claiming he possessed the bearing of a great emperor. However, is not Chen Ping a member of the Qian Yuan Sect? Could they be the same person? Chen Ping, my senior brother, was indeed from our Qian Yuan Sect. But due to certain misunderstandings, he left to join the Qian Yuan Sect. Luo Ling-er's face was filled with sorrow. Lu Qingyan was already convinced that this Chen Ping was indeed the one spoken of by the Holy Lord. How is it possible? Does the saintess know senior brother Chen Ping? Luo Ling-er inquired with curiosity. After all, there was no interaction between the Qian Yuan Sect and the Xuanji Holy Land back then. Indeed, Lu Qingyan nodded slightly. Our Holy Lord once mentioned Chen Ping. Recalling her conversation with the Holy Lord, a subtle blush appeared on Lu Qingyan's face. The Holy Lord stated that Chen Ping, my fellow cultivator, possesses the bearing of a great emperor. Upon hearing the phrase bearing of a great emperor, the expressions of Luo Ling-er and the others shifted. Chen Ping's talent is undoubtedly remarkable. Had it not been for his desire to assist his junior brothers and sisters during his time in the Qian Yuan Sect, he would have already reached the level of a powerful being in the spirit tranquility realm. Yet, could the claim of possessing the bearing of a great emperor not be an exaggeration? After all, it has been nearly 10 millennia since anyone in the Qian Yuan continent achieved the status of emperor. Nevertheless, the one making this assertion is the Holy Lord of a sacred land. It is inconceivable that such a statement could be baseless. There must be some misunderstanding. At this moment, Fan Lan Ao, who had been beaten into a state resembling a pig's head, spoke up. Senior brother Chen Ping indeed possesses extraordinary talent. However, when he left the Qian Yuan Sect, his foundation was shattered, and he may never have the opportunity to break through again. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyan's brow furrowed slightly. When the Holy Lord spoke to her about this matter, he had mentioned that Chen Ping was a member of the Qian Yuan Sect. By the way, Ling, fellow cultivator, Chen Ping turned to Luo Ling-er. What is the meaning of your hair color? Such a hue is truly rare. Luo Ling-er smiled faintly. It is merely a result of an accident, nothing worth mentioning. As her words fell, Jiang Xinwei interjected, it is all for senior brother Chen Ping. When senior brother left the Qian Yuan Sect, many misunderstandings arose. Senior sister forcibly activated the mystical causality mirror several times to clarify these misunderstandings, expending a significant amount of her lifespan. As she spoke, a look of shame colored Jiang Xinwei's face. Chen Ping had treated her with such kindness, yet she had regarded him as an enemy. Meanwhile, senior sister Ling willingly consumed her lifespan for him. Lifespan is of utmost importance to a cultivator. As long as one has lifespan remaining, one can continually break through. Moreover, in the Qian Yuan continent, the elixirs that restore lifespan are exceedingly precious. Even within the Qian Yuan Sect, only a few heavenly-grade elixirs can restore lifespan. These heavenly-grade elixirs are not to be used lightly, reserved only for critical moments. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping gazed at Luo Ling-er with tenderness in his eyes. He had not anticipated that she would silently sacrifice so much for him. Furthermore, Jiang Xinwei's words astonished him. He was well aware of the misunderstandings between himself and Jiang Xinwei. She had never given him the chance to explain, viewing him as an enemy. Yet today, her words indicated that she no longer harbored animosity towards him and even referred to him as senior brother, a title he had not heard from her lips in quite some time. As long as I can help senior brother clear his name, anything I do is worthwhile, Luo Ling-er declared. However, she felt as though the man before her looked at her with a hint of pity, yet they were clearly strangers to one another. I never imagined that junior sister Ling-er would have sacrificed so much for fellow cultivator Chen Ping. Chen Ping sighed. If not for his desire to keep his current state hidden from the Qian Yuan Sect, he would have wished to acknowledge Luo Ling-er right then and there. Upon hearing the words junior sister Ling-er, Luo Ling-er trembled. She had only heard those 4 words from Chen Ping. In that instant, she wished fervently that the man standing before her was her senior brother. Take these herbs. Chen Ping waved his hand, and 10 heavenly-grade elixirs appeared in his grasp. These elixirs were taken from Xiao Mao and possessed the ability to restore lifespan. Although they did not compare to the legendary elixirs said to extend one's life by 1,000 years, they should suffice to compensate for Luo Ling-er's losses. Fellow cultivator, I appreciate your kindness, but I cannot accept such a precious gift. The elixirs that restore lifespan are far more valuable than other elixirs of the same grade. It is no exaggeration to say that many elderly individuals in the outside world seek to purchase lifespan-restoring elixirs to extend their lives. Selling to them not only brings terrifying profit, but can also earn one the goodwill of those aged beings. It is of no consequence. I will certainly retrieve these elixirs from fellow cultivator Chen Ping. Chen Ping replied. Upon hearing this, Luo Ling found it increasingly unacceptable. No. Senior brother Chen Ping has already lost all his cultivation. How could he possibly repay such a favor? She could not allow Chen Ping to owe such a significant debt because of her. It is of no concern. I share a close bond with fellow cultivator Chen Ping. We are as good as one person. Chen Ping pushed the elixirs forward once more, saying, if you refuse to accept them, they might just end up in the possession of this little creature. He pointed to the small mound in his arms. Upon hearing this, Huang Xiling's mouth twitched. Her master's choice of words was indeed precise. It was as if they were one person. Luo Ling recalled the scene of Chen Ping's pet gnawing on the elixirs and finally nodded in agreement. Fellow cultivator, these 10 elixirs will be considered my debt to you. I shall repay you in the future, Luo Ling said earnestly. Chen Ping nodded, as you wish. Afterward, Chen Ping looked at the two women solemnly and said, by the way, the heavenly demon pond is now experiencing anomalies. It is likely far more dangerous than before. Given your strength, it would be best to leave the heavenly demon pond as soon as possible. Otherwise, you may encounter peril. Gu Wushuang forcibly restored her cultivation to the spirit tranquility realm, adding considerable uncertainty to the heavenly demon pond. Otherwise, the mountain-moving ape might not have awakened. Let us depart. Ultimately, Chen Ping chose not to accompany Luo Ling. He feared that lingering too long would reveal some flaw. He did not wish to become entangled with the Qian Yuan Sect any further. Let us go, Chen Ping urged as he looked at Lu Qingyin and the others, continuing forward. Watching Chen Ping and the others' retreating figures, Luo Ling murmured, Sinwei, do you not think that the fellow cultivator named Chun Fan resembles senior brother Chen Ping greatly? Do you think they could be the same person? Jiang Sinwei shook her head. Senior sister, I know you have always missed senior brother Chen Ping, but that is impossible. This Chen Fan is capable of riding ancient beasts at the spirit tranquility realm, and his companions are the sons and daughters of major sacred lands. How could he possibly be senior brother Chen Ping? Fan Lan Ao also chimed in. What senior sister Sinwei said is correct. Even if that waste Chen Ping could cultivate again, how could he achieve such a terrifying level in such a short time? He would be a god, not a human. Chapter 143. The butcher, shall we depart now? Jiang Sinwei inquired, her gaze fixed upon Luo Ling. The heavenly demon pond indeed appeared altered from its former state. Ordinarily, it would be inconceivable for an ancient beast of the spirit tranquility realm to manifest here. The extraordinary mountain-moving ape still lingered vividly in their memories. Fan Lan Ou shook his head. I believe we ought not to leave. A glimmer of determination shone in his eyes. This heavenly demon pond has undergone a transformation. It may have become perilously more dangerous, yet the opportunities it harbors are undeniably more formidable. Fortune favors the bold. Luo Ling nodded in agreement. Let us observe further. She too was reluctant to depart. Brother Chen Ping could now resume his cultivation, yet he surely lacked a variety of cultivation resources, especially since his storage ring had turned to ashes in the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Array. She aimed to gather as many resources as possible to aid Brother Chen Ping in his swift ascendance. Moreover, she needed to grow stronger to safeguard him. Very well. Let us proceed with caution, prioritizing our safety above all else. The group ultimately reached a consensus. Meanwhile, Chen Ping and his companions continued onward. Huang Xiling, intrigued, transmitted to Chen Ping, Master, why do you not reveal your identity to the 3 of them? Chen Ping shook his head. The time is not yet ripe. He recognized that he lacked sufficient strength. He intended to grow powerful enough that the Qian Yuan Sect would regard him with reverence and regret their past actions. Is it just me, or does this place seem excessively silent? At that moment, Chu Guangxiang suddenly spoke. Chen Ping nodded. He had just observed the eerie quietude. It was so profound that it induced unease. Was it, as the mountain-moving ape had suggested? The gravity of its words weighed heavily upon them. For an entity that instilled fear in a peak ancient beast of the spirit tranquility realm was undoubtedly formidable. Surely not. Chen Ping shook his head. Just then, a radiant glow ascended, revealing a palace exuding profound Taoist essence before them. The palace shimmered with ethereal light, enveloped in a mystical aura reminiscent of a legendary paradise. A mere glance ignited a yearning within the soul. Do you believe there truly exist immortals in this world? Lu Qingyin mused, her enchanting eyes shimmering with an unusual brilliance. The legends of immortals had circulated throughout Xianyuan continent since ancient times. They were beings who transcended the mortal realm, capable of existing through the ages. Even the cataclysmic calamities could not harm them. It was said that even the lifespan of an emperor was but a fleeting 10,000 years, extendable only through legendary elixirs, albeit with numerous restrictions. Yet, whether such immortals truly existed remained shrouded in mystery. Perhaps immortals do exist, Chen Ping asserted. The scripture he gifted to Long Ningxuang, the sacred text of the glacial ice essence, was indeed crafted by the ancient immortal, the true immortal of glacial cold. Of course, it might have merely been a casual creation, for it was merely a sacred-level technique. Nonetheless, there was no doubt that immortals indeed existed. This phenomenon captivated all present in the heavenly demon pond. Heavens, the aura of immortality surrounds us. This must be the immortal palace. Prior rumors of a potential imperial scripture emerging from the heavenly demon pond had already sparked considerable excitement. But now, the prospect of traces of immortals only intensified the fervor. The entire assembly of cultivators in the heavenly demon pond erupted with enthusiasm, realizing that this could be their greatest opportunity. Countless prodigies began to rush toward the palace. Shall we also venture forth? Chen Ping and his companions made their way towards the immortal palace. Though they moved swiftly, upon arrival, they found numerous individuals already gathered, anxiously awaiting their turn. The holy maiden of the Xuanji sacred land has arrived. That is Chu Guangxiang from the Luyun sacred land. As Chen Ping's group was observed, envious glances were cast their way, yet the desire for the immortal palace remained undiminished. Such an opportunity was too precious to forego, regardless of the cost. Chen Ping regarded the palace before him, his brow furrowing slightly. The palace exuded a serene warmth, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. However, beneath this tranquility, he sensed an almost imperceptible air of hostility. Though faint, it sent a shiver through him. Moreover, as he stood before the palace's entrance, he felt a stirring within the coffin that resided within him. It was the first indication of movement from the severed arm. Who dares to intrude? The likes of which do not even approach the holy sons and holy maidens. A cold voice echoed as a burly man approached. His bare torso revealed a formidable physique, and an axe hung at his waist. Though seemingly unremarkable, the axe exuded an air of concealed Taoist essence, unmistakably not an ordinary artifact. The butcher. It is indeed the butcher, someone exclaimed in alarm. Instantly, a tinge of fear colored the gazes directed towards him. The butcher of Zhengzhou, though merely a rogue cultivator, had ascended to the ranks of prodigies equivalent to the holy sons, renowned for his prodigious talent. Rumor had it that he had once bested a holy son from a sacred land, though the identity of that holy son remained undisclosed. His prowess was acknowledged by numerous cultivators in Zhengzhou. No one anticipated that at this moment, the butcher would step forth and chastise Chen Ping for his perceived transgression. After all, the butcher had always displayed indifference towards the various sacred lands. Chen Ping turned to face the butcher. The seemingly simple man bore a glimmer of shrewdness in his eyes, revealing that he was not as naive as he appeared. "Oh, do you have an issue?" Chen Ping replied coolly. He was uncertain of the butcher's thoughts, yet he would not indulge such provocations. After all, he had slain prodigies equivalent to holy sons before. A cruel smile crept across the butcher's face as he regarded Chen Ping. The current peace in Zhengzhou is a result of the efforts of the sacred lands. Yet you disregard the holy sons and holy maidens entirely. While they may tolerate it, I cannot. The butcher slowly unsheathed the axe at his waist, not out of a desire to defend the holy sons and holy maidens, but to seize the initiative for himself. He surmised that the immortal palace would soon open, and the first to enter would undoubtedly gain a significant advantage. Regardless of whether the palace contained imperial scriptures or secrets of immortality, he intended to seize the opportunity. He was oblivious to the thoughts of Lu Qingyin and Chu Guangxiang beside him, yet he was resolute in his determination to be the first to enter the immortal palace. Chapter 144. Why not become my disciple today? I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of all the holy sons and daughters. The butcher raised his axe and swung it towards Chen Ping. The terrifying essence of the Tao swirled around, and at that moment, the axe possessed a might akin to that of creation itself. This unfortunate lad had no idea that the butcher would strike. How could he not? A first-tier rogue cultivator like the butcher could rival the holy sons nurtured by the great sacred lands. He was certainly not someone of insignificant stature that could withstand such an assault. The crowd murmured amongst themselves. Those on the periphery who witnessed the clash between Chen Ping and Li Kehan squinted their eyes. Chen Ping's disregard for Li Kehan indicated that he possessed some degree of strength. However, it remained uncertain how far the two could battle. As Chen Ping gazed at the axe descending upon his face, a flicker of disdain appeared in his eyes. To the astonishment of the onlookers, he unleashed a punch. The spectators were left dumbfounded. The axe in the butcher's hand was at least a heavenly-grade magical weapon, and yet, Chen Ping dared to confront it with mere flesh. Was this not akin to courting death? But soon, their expressions shifted. Chen Ping's fist radiated an overwhelming aura of slaughter. The butcher's axe was shattered by Chen Ping's punch. The crowd gasped in shock. Just how formidable was this fellow's physical strength? This was a heavenly-grade magical weapon, shattered by a single blow? The butcher's face turned ashen. His mind was intertwined with the weapon. Hence, when it was destroyed, he felt the repercussions. Instantly, he coughed up blood. Who exactly are you? The butcher questioned, clutching his chest. Do I need to explain who I am to you? Chen Ping retorted coldly. Since you wish to kill me, then prepare to die. With those words, Chen Ping had already appeared behind the butcher. The terrifying speed left the witnesses aghast. An incredibly powerful physique coupled with such extreme swiftness. No wonder he dared to challenge Li Kehan. Indeed, he had the strength to back it up. You are still not enough to kill me. The butcher snorted disdainfully. As a suit of armor slowly materialized upon him. My exquisite armor cannot be breached by those beneath the spirit tranquility realm. Let us see how you intend to slay me. Next to him, Chu Guangxiang and others looked at the butcher with a hint of pity. This was simply too coincidental. Chen Ping had just slain a formidable adversary of the spirit tranquility realm. Chen Ping's fist pierced through the butcher's armor, blood gushing forth. How is this possible? The butcher's vitality began to wane rapidly. He could not comprehend why he, who had been capable of rivaling the holy sons from the sacred lands, was so easily vanquished by an unknown individual. From the moment he provoked Chen Ping until his demise. Chen Ping had unleashed but 2 punches, one that shattered his magical weapon, and another that extinguished his life. Such terrifying strength evidently surpassed that of many holy sons. Now, who still harbors objections against me? Chen Ping surveyed the crowd, yet none dared to meet his gaze. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed. A man approached, clapping slowly. I never expected such a terrifying genius to emerge from Zhongzhou. All eyes turned to the speaker. The man's attire was vastly different from those present. A strong foreign aura caused the crowd to frown. The demon god pool had always been within Zhongzhou, and never had an outsider ventured here before. Now, a man from the southern wilderness had appeared. Although Zhongzhou prided itself as the center of the world, it could not deny that, in terms of combat prowess. The southern wilderness was a cut above. After all, the southern wilderness was martial in nature, and its people possessed a fierce spirit. Moreover, it was said that the blood of ancient beasts coursed through the veins of the southern wilderness people, bestowing them with exceptional physical strength. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qi Wudi from the southern wilderness's Tiangang sacred land. Qi Wudi regarded Chen Ping with intense interest. He paid little heed to the strength of Zhongzhou's holy sons, yet Chen Ping surprised him. An unknown individual possessed combat prowess that exceeded that of the holy sons. This fellow was likely a prodigy secretly nurtured by a major power. Tiangang sacred land? The representatives of Zhongzhou furrowed their brows. The Tiangang sacred land ranked highly among the sacred lands of the Qian Yuan continent, and its cultivation technique, the Tiangang golden body technique, was exceptionally fierce. Qi Wudi was recognized as a holy son nurtured by the Tiangang sacred land and was known as the Little Invincible in the southern wilderness. Qi Wudi. This demon god pool is a treasure of Zhongzhou. As a southerner, your presence here is somewhat inappropriate, Chu Guangxiang remarked. That is a misjudgment, Qi Wudi chuckled. It is said that an imperial scripture may emerge from this demon god pool. The emperor is a precious asset for all of humanity. How can it be claimed solely as Zhongzhou's opportunity? Let us rely on our own abilities. I believe the emperor would not wish for his painstaking achievements to fall into the hands of the mediocre. Chu Guangxiang and Lu Qingyan furrowed their brows. As representatives of Zhongzhou's sacred lands, they naturally represented Zhongzhou at this moment. However, they found themselves unable to refute Qi Wudi's words. For the emperor was a revered existence for all of humanity across the Qian Yuan continent. Qi Wudi spoke true. The emperor is revered by all of humanity. Who could obtain the emperor's legacy? It is better to rely on one's own abilities and not tarnish the emperor's name. At that moment, a melodious laugh resonated. A woman approached gracefully. Dressed in black, her style was bold. Her fair skin was mostly exposed, contrasting sharply with her dark attire. Her hair, elegantly styled in a bond, danced with the wind, particularly accentuating her majestic figure, which made many female cultivators present feel a sense of inferiority. I am Umo Yin from the Jiuyo sacred land. Umo Yin walked forward slowly. Her movements were not frivolous, yet her physical charm still drew countless gazes. She approached Chen Ping, esteemed brother. Your combat style is exceedingly fierce, so out of place in Zhongzhou. Why not join our Jiuyo sacred land? Umo Yin licked her lips gently. In that case, the sacred land will surely proclaim you as a holy son. Together, we holy sons and daughters shall create a legendary tale. Many looked at Chen Ping with envy. How could one refuse such a stunning beauty's advances? Apologies, but I have no interest in becoming a holy son, Chen Ping replied, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. However, I find you quite intriguing. Umo Yin smiled sweetly. That could be problematic. Our Jiuyo sacred land's holy daughters can only marry holy sons. If you are unwilling to become a holy son of our Jiuyo sacred land, I fear we may be fated to be apart. Chen Ping shook his head. You misunderstand my meaning. I meant to say, given your talent, why not become my disciple? Chapter 145. The imperial weapon stands alone. Upon hearing Chen Ping's words, the gazes of those present shifted significantly. Yu Mo Yin, the saintess of the Nine Nether Sacred Land, possessed extraordinary talent and had access to the formidable cultivation resources of her sect. Moreover, Chen Ping was merely in the mid-stage of the spirit void realm, while Yu Mo Yin had already reached the late stage. How could he utter such statements? Yu Mo Yin paused for a moment, then quickly smiled gracefully, saying, becoming someone's master is not a simple affair. At that moment, Qi Wuti, standing nearby, suddenly burst into laughter. Yu Mo Yin, I think you should take him as your master. This kid has just slain a late-stage spirit void cultivator. His strength is formidable enough to be your teacher. The rivalry between the Nine Nether Sacred Land and the Heavenly Gang's Sacred Land was well known, and he was eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Beside them, Lu Qinyan furrowed her brows. She suddenly realized that she had inexplicably become Chen Ping's disciple. Could it be that this fellow had a penchant for taking in saintly disciples? Chen Ping then turned his attention towards Qi Wuti, who immediately felt a surge of foreboding. Indeed, Chen Ping continued, though your talent is slightly inferior to hers, you still barely qualify to be my disciple. What do you say, consider it? Upon seeing the two, Chen Ping had already received a system alert. Name, Qi Wuti, age, 38, cultivation, late-stage spirit void realm, physique, white tiger breaking army body, talent value, 3,000. Note, the white tiger breaking army body inherits part of the bloodline of the divine beast white tiger, related to the war star breaking army, adept at fighting against many foes and sweeping through armies. Name, Yu Mo Yin, age, 39, cultivation, late-stage spirit void realm, physique, 9 nether devouring heaven body, talent value, 3,000. Note, the 9 nether devouring heaven body can continuously devour various items to enhance its own strength. Both were SS-level geniuses. Interestingly, Yu Mo Yin's physique bore similarities to that of the gluttonous little monster. If he could take both as disciples, he would receive 2 system rewards. Just the thought of it thrilled Chen Ping. The crowd fell silent. This fellow was truly audacious. If word of this reached the ears of the Nine Nether Sacred Land and the Heavenly Gang Sacred Land, they would undoubtedly seek retribution. After all, the saints' sons and daughters represented the dignity of their sects. Qi Wuti clearly had no intention of allowing Yu Mo Yin to accept Chen Ping as a master. He snorted coldly, if you wish to be my disciple, you must demonstrate your capability. With that, a terrifying aura radiated from him. The cultivators of the southern wilderness were known for their fiery tempers, and Qi Wuti was no exception. Just as he was about to strike, however, he suddenly halted. Everyone turned to face the celestial palace before them. The ethereal aura that had enveloped the palace began to dissipate. The celestial palace has opened, someone exclaimed. Instantly, excitement surged through the crowd. Regardless of whether the palace concealed imperial scriptures or celestial secrets, it was an irresistible temptation for them. After this celestial palace affair, I will settle the score with you. Qi Wuti sneered and dashed towards the palace. Let us enter as well. Chen Ping remarked nonchalantly. What secrets lay hidden within this celestial palace? A throng of people surged forward. From the outside, the celestial palace did not appear particularly grand, yet within, it possessed its own spatial integrity. Despite the multitude entering, it did not feel crowded in the least. Upon stepping into the celestial palace, Chen Ping's expression grew serious. The sensation from the severed arm intensified. Clearly, the great human emperor who had once appeared here, as mentioned by the mountain-moving ape, was indeed closely related to the severed arm he held. However, Chen Ping felt no excitement. Instead, a sense of unease crept over him. His instincts warned him that the celestial palace was certainly fraught with peril. Nonetheless, he was not worried. With the system by his side, he could easily extricate himself from danger. Divine metal. This is the material required by ancient emperors to forge imperial weapons. Suddenly, someone shouted. A block of divine gold, exuding a captivating blood-red sheen, floated in midair. Blood cry phoenix gold. Chen Ping murmured. The coffin containing the severed arm was made from this very material. Clearly, this celestial palace had a profound connection to the severed arm. This divine gold is mine. Qi Wuti's eyes sparkled with excitement. With his imperial potential, he would undoubtedly refine his own imperial weapon in the future. Such divine gold was a rare treasure. We shall see if you possess the capability. Yet, Qi Wuti was not the only one who coveted the divine gold. Though his identity as the saint son of the Heavenly Gang, Sacred Land commanded respect, No one was willing to relinquish their interests in the face of immense temptation. Indeed, Qi Wuti, if you desire this divine gold, you must prove your worth. Umo Yin also rushed forward. Divine gold was exceedingly rare, even within the 9 nether sacred land. Chen Fan, will you not compete for it? Chu Guangxiang inquired curiously. Glancing at Chen Ping, this was genuine top-tier divine gold. Even if it could not be utilized immediately, it could be refined into a holy artifact upon entering the holy realm, surpassing ordinary holy artifacts. Furthermore, once the possessor stepped into the imperial realm, the holy artifact would evolve into an imperial weapon. Chen Ping shook his head. No need. A faint smile graced his lips. Divine gold possesses spirit. It will naturally choose its rightful owner. Moreover, I sense a connection with this blood cry phoenix gold. Upon hearing Chen Ping's words, Lu Qingyan and the others couldn't help but twitch their lips. This fellow was truly unabashedly narcissistic. Meanwhile, Huang Xiling gazed up at Chen Ping, contemplating what scheme he might be concocting. Through her interactions with Chen Ping, Huang Xiling had already accepted him as her unconventional master. She recognized that, despite his seemingly unimpressive cultivation level, he harbored numerous secrets. Of course, his modest cultivation was merely a superficial illusion. She vividly recalled that when she first met him, he was merely at the foundation establishment stage. Yet, in such a short span, he had already reached the mid-stage of the spirit void realm. Furthermore, her own cultivation speed was astonishingly rapid. Huang Xiling understood that, aside from her reincarnation and recultivation, Chen Ping's assistance played a significant role. Everyone stepped back. Qi Wuti coldly declared, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that sent the surrounding cultivators flying. The might of the white tiger breaking army body was evident. I think it is you who should step back. Umo Yin charged forward as well. However, Qi Wuti's white tiger devouring heaven body was ruthless in its offensive, and she was ultimately forced back several dozen steps. At that moment, Qi Wuti stood before the blood cry phoenix gold. This blood cry phoenix gold is mine. He wore an expression of exhilaration. Once he obtained this divine gold, he would be able to refine his own personal holy artifact upon reaching the holy realm. When he ascended to the imperial realm, an imperial weapon would naturally follow. Chapter 146. A worthy devotion, do not allow him to shatter that talisman. It is a teleportation charm prepared for him by the celestial sanctuary. Once crushed, it can transcend any laws and transport him back to the celestial sanctuary. Umo Yin exclaimed upon seeing the talisman in Qi Wuti's grasp. Too late. Qi Wuti sneered disdainfully at Umo Yin, and without hesitation, he crushed the talisman in his hand. Instantly, a ripple of space emerged. Did I permit you to depart? Chen Ping remarked with a cold chuckle, as a faint ripple of time emanated from the seed of time. The spatial ripple vanished, and the recently shattered teleportation talisman reappeared in his hand. What is happening? Qi Wuti's expression changed drastically. Although Chen Ping's manipulation of the seed of time momentarily reversed the flow of time in the vicinity, the skilled individuals present remained aware of the anomaly, especially Qi Wuti, who was certain he had just shattered the teleportation charm. Could it be? Qi Wuti's brow furrowed. The time law? This was the only conceivable possibility. Yet, the time law is the most profound among the great laws. Even many emperors struggle to grasp it. How could Chen Ping possibly master the time law? In that fleeting moment of doubt, Chen Ping had already materialized before him. Who told you I possess only one seed? With that, Chen Ping's fist, radiating a fierce aura of slaughter, pierced through Qi Wuti's very soul. You have actually condensed 2 seeds of immortal grade simultaneously? Qi Wuti slowly collapsed to the ground, his essence extinguished. The onlookers, including Lu Qingyan, swallowed hard as they gazed at Chen Ping. With Qi Wuti's prior words, they understood that the disquiet they felt was indeed due to Chen Ping's utilization of the time law to condense 2 immortal grade seeds at once, both of which ranked among the finest, was beyond human capability. It was nothing short of monstrous. One could hardly imagine that even the ancient emperors would possess such terrifying potential at this stage. I shall claim this blood-weeping phoenix gold. Does anyone have any objections? Chen Ping spoke nonchalantly. Instantly, everyone lowered their heads. They could hardly voice objections, for in the face of absolute power, they had no chance of competition whatsoever. Moreover, the Divine Palace undoubtedly held far more opportunities. Why risk everything on a single, crooked tree? The crowd dispersed, leaving only Chen Ping and a few others. Brother Chen Fan, you are truly defying the heavens. To condense 2 immortal grade seeds simultaneously. Chu Guangxiang gazed at Chen Ping with envy. However, he took solace in the fact that such a prodigy was his brother. You flatter me, Brother Chu. Chen Ping smiled before turning to Umo Yin. So, what do you think? Care to consider becoming my disciple? Umo Yin regarded Chen Ping, her beautiful eyes reflecting a complex array of thoughts. His talent was indeed terrifying. To have condensed 2 immortal grade seeds before reaching the spirit quietude realm meant that, should he not fall, he would undoubtedly have the opportunity to become an emperor in the future. In light of this, becoming his disciple seemed like an incredible gain. Yet, the path of cultivation is fraught with countless dangers. Who could guarantee how long one might survive? I noticed you were quite eager for this blood-weeping phoenix gold. Were you not? Chen Ping toyed with the piece of blood-weeping phoenix gold he had just acquired. To him, divine metals held little value. Even when he attained the status of emperor, his most formidable weapon would still be his own fists. Furthermore, the coffin within him was crafted entirely from blood-weeping phoenix gold, vastly larger than this piece. To exchange such a trinket, which was practically useless to him, for a disciple was exceedingly worthwhile. Yuan fell silent. Indeed, she craved the blood-weeping phoenix gold, but such divine metals could hardly be given away. As for a trade, she felt she had nothing of value to match it. Why are you being so foolish? At that moment, Huang Xiling stepped forward, speaking bluntly. Yuan's lips twitched. As the saintess of the 9 sacred land, she had always been recognized for her exceptional talent. It was the first time someone had called her foolish. Huang Xiling, with a look of exasperation, explained. What my master means is, once you accept him as your teacher, this blood-weeping phoenix gold will be yours. She was perplexed as to why Chen Ping was so eager to take on disciples, especially those with such monstrous talent. However, since her master had such an inclination, she was happy to assist. After all, no matter how prodigious one might be, entering Chen Ping's lineage would make them her junior. Yuan looked towards Chen Ping. Her eyes filled with uncertainty. Divine metals required for forging emperor weapons were incredibly precious, even to saints. It was unlikely that a father would willingly give such a treasure to his own son, let alone a tenuous teacher-student relationship. She could not bring herself to believe Huang Xiling's words. Chen Ping chuckled, understanding her doubts, and tossed the blood-weeping phoenix gold to Yuan. Witnessing this scene, the others were left utterly astounded. This was a rare divine metal capable of forging emperor weapons. Many ancient emperors faced great difficulty in gathering enough divine metals for their creations. Yet here was Chen Ping, casually tossing it away as if it were a mere sandbag. Yuan hurriedly caught the blood-weeping phoenix gold, her senses overwhelmed by its warmth. This was indeed real. Chen Ping had truly given it to her. Despite the tangible sensation, she struggled to accept this reality. Why are you still dawdling? Kneel and pay your respects. Huang Xiling playfully slapped Yuan's head. The sensation was rather pleasant. No wonder Chen Ping had done the same to her earlier. Taking a deep breath, Yuan finally knelt before Chen Ping. Disciple Yuan respectfully greets the master. Though she already had a master, it was quite common for cultivators to have multiple masters. Moreover, the welcoming gift from Chen Ping was the blood-weeping phoenix gold. Not even her own master, let alone the lord of the 9 sacred land, would likely part with such a treasure. This was indeed a worthy devotion. Rise. These 2 are your senior sisters. Once we leave the heavenly demon divine pool, I will introduce you to your other 2 senior sisters. Chen Ping said with satisfaction. His decision to visit the heavenly demon divine pool stemmed not only from curiosity about the severed arm he possessed, but primarily from the desire to take on disciples. The opening of the heavenly demon divine pool would undoubtedly attract countless talented individuals. By taking the initiative, he deemed it far superior to relying on luck. His instincts proved correct. Beat. Congratulations, host, on successfully taking on a disciple. A system reward has been granted. Please check it at your convenience. The mechanical voice of the system resonated once more. Chapter 147. An Omen of Engagement? Chen Ping's eyes suddenly gleamed with excitement. This time, the journey to the heavenly demon pond proved to be worthwhile. However, the glances from Huang Xiling and the others towards Chen Ping sent shivers down their spines. As if they were being regarded as prey, Chen Ping, indifferent to their thoughts, opened the system rewards. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a celestial grade Dao seed of space. Ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Chen Ping's eyes narrowed in surprise. He had not anticipated that the system reward would again be a celestial grade Dao seed. Could it be that the system intended for him to gather all 9 fundamental laws of the Dao? Observing Lu Qingyan and Yumoyan beside him, a smirk crept onto Chen Ping's lips. These 2 had only recently begun their journeys. It was time to demonstrate just how exceptional his master truly was. Without any hesitation, Chen Ping directly utilized the space Dao seed. Instantly, a terrifying wave of spatial law emanated from him. What is happening? The others noticed the change in Chen Ping. This aura resembled that of spatial law. Huang Xiling remarked. Having reached the pinnacle of the holy realm in her previous life, her experiences far surpassed those of the others. The spatial law, could it be that Chen Ping had mastered it? The expressions of the group shifted dramatically. The spatial law, akin to the temporal law, represented one of the most formidable powers in this realm. No, wait. Chu Guangxiang interjected. It seems his aura is condensing a Dao seed. Upon hearing this, shock registered on their faces. Chen Ping had already exhibited the Dao seeds of slaughter and time, and now he was to condense another Dao seed. If that were the case, he would possess 3 Dao seeds. Yet, the aura surrounding Chen Ping indeed resonated with the essence of a condensing Dao seed. The question lingered, what type of Dao seed would he manifest this time? The recently dissipated spatial law led them to harbor a suspicion they were reluctant to accept. After all, it was nearly unheard of for one individual to condense 3 celestial-grade Dao seeds. Even the ancient emperors would have struggled to achieve such a feat. At this moment, within Chen Ping's dantian, an unremarkable Dao seed slowly took shape. Soon after, a rich power of space began to emanate. Before long, a hollow willow tree appeared above Chen Ping's head. This was the embodiment of the space master, Yangmei Daxian. Among the 3,000 deities and demons, Chen Ping had indeed condensed a space Dao seed. Lu Qingyan inhaled sharply, her curvaceous form trembling in astonishment. She had never witnessed such a scene even in ancient texts. To possess 3 celestial-grade Dao seeds was truly defying the heavens. The expressions of the group were exceedingly complex. As scions of various holy lands, they prided themselves on their exceptional talents, believing themselves to be among the elite in Zhongzhou and even the entire Qian Yuan continent. However, today they realized just how naive they had been. The hollow willow above their heads swayed gently, leaving trails of spatial rifts with every movement. Subsequently, the entire tree merged into Chen Ping's body, while they too could tear through the void. The restrictions of the heavenly demon pond rendered such actions trivial in the presence of a celestial-grade Dao seed. Finally, Chen Ping slowly opened his eyes, the eerie aura dissipating. Brother Chen Ping, you truly are a prodigy. Chu Guangxiang sighed as he gazed at Chen Ping. Fortunately, he was of a broad-minded disposition. Had he been petty, his Dao heart might have been thrown into turmoil at this moment. Brother Chu, you flatter me. I merely experienced a moment of enlightenment, Chen Ping responded humbly. However, his words elicited incredulous expressions from the others. To condense a celestial-grade Dao seed after a mere moment of insight, was that even something a person could claim? To manifest a holy-grade Dao seed would already mark one as a genius, yet here he was, achieving 3 celestial-grade Dao seeds, an unfathomable notion. At that moment, Lu Qingyan clung to Chen Ping's arm, her soft touch prompting a slight furrow in his brow. Master, there is something I wish to request of you. Lu Qingyan's face was filled with an unusually flattering expression, one that had never graced her features before. As the saintess of the Qian Yuan Holy Land, she was accustomed to others seeking her favor. It was rare for her to seek favor from someone else. Speak freely, Chen Ping replied nonchalantly, curious about what his disciple might wish to pursue. Our holy master has arranged a marriage for me, but I am unwilling. I would like to request that you accompany me back to the Qian Yuan Holy Land to persuade the holy master to annul this engagement. Lu Qingyan pleaded, shaking Chen Ping's arm. What engagement? Chen Ping inquired, intrigued. Rest assured, as long as you are unwilling. No one in this world can force my disciple to be a pawn in a marriage alliance. He mused that he could simply pay a visit to Chen Qingyan himself. Upon hearing Chen Ping's unwavering stance, Lu Qingyan felt a surge of appreciation for him. Ding, congratulations to the host's disciple Lu Qingyan for increasing her favorability to 30. The system chimed in. Chen Ping smiled at this unexpected delight. That person is a disciple of the Qian Yuan Sect named Chen Ping. Lu Qingyan quickly explained. Huang Xiling, who had been sipping water, spouted out at this revelation. You say his name is Chen Ping? Huang Xiling gazed at Chen Ping, a playful smirk dancing on her lips. Indeed, his name is Chen Ping, Lu Qingyan affirmed. The Holy Master claims he possesses the potential of an emperor and wishes for me to cultivate a connection with him. But how could I possibly agree to marry someone I do not know? I just heard you mention a connection with that Chen Ping. Please inform him that I refuse to accept this engagement. Given the talent you have displayed, Master, your future accomplishments will surely surpass that so-called emperor potential of Chen Ping. With you by my side, when tribulations arise, you will naturally protect the Qian Yuan Holy Land, rendering it unnecessary for me to endure such humiliation. As for the relationship between Chen Fan and Chen Ping, even if it were to deepen, could he truly compel his disciple to sacrifice her own will? At this statement, Chen Ping's lips twitched in surprise. He had never anticipated that he would share such a connection with Lu Qingyan. Chen Qingyan, truly, what era are we in for you to still be arranging marriages? Lu Qingyan's beauty was undeniably exquisite, yet she was already his disciple. How could he, as her master, permit such impropriety? However, it seemed he had seen numerous tales in past lives where masters and disciples became intertwined. Chen Ping shook his head vigorously, chastising himself for such thoughts. Master, Lu Qingyan tightened her grip on Chen Ping's arm, seemingly apprehensive about his potential refusal. Master, since junior sister Qingyan has made this request, You should agree. Although you share a good relationship with that Chen Ping, she is still your disciple. Huang Xiling teased with a sly smile. Chen Ping shot her a glare. Very well. Once we leave the heavenly demon pond, I shall take you to the Qian Yuan Sect. Chapter 148. A Feast of Teeth. Senior sister. Do you sense that the atmosphere here feels somewhat amiss? Jiang Xinwei observed a hint of wariness in Luo Linger's eyes. Upon entering the celestial palace, they had encountered the blood-weeping phoenix gold, yet they were acutely aware that, given their current abilities, acquiring it was beyond their reach. Instead of wasting time there, delving deeper might yield other treasures. However, as they progressed, they found not a single weed in sight. Instead, an eerie silence enveloped them, evoking a sense of unease in their hearts. Rest assured, my esteemed sisters, with me here, I will fight tooth and nail to protect you should danger arise. Fan Lanoyu declared, thumping her chest confidently. Did you hear something? Luo Linger inquired, her expression shifting as both of her companions' faces mirrored her concern. Indeed, a roar echoed through the air, primal and beastly, yet imbued with an uncanny intelligence. All three wore somber expressions. In the demon goddess pool, ordinary beasts were inconceivable. The sound likely heralded an ancient beast of formidable power. They couldn't help but recall the mountain-moving ape that Chen Fan had once ridden, their trepidation reaching a fever pitch. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps drew closer, and before them appeared a monstrous hound with 9 heads, advancing slowly. This is the 9-nether demon hound. Luo Linger inhaled sharply. The 9-nether demon hound, a legendary creature, possessed immense strength, reputed to be born with the prowess of the spirit void realm. Given its considerable size, this one was likely at least at the spirit tranquility realm. We should have heeded the warnings from Chen Fan. Jiang Xinwei's brows knitted tightly. Such an ancient beast was far beyond their means to confront. Yet, it was too late for regrets now. The hound's 9 eyes fixated hungrily on Jiang Xinwei and her companions, brimming with a ravenous desire for flesh. It had not tasted fresh blood in ages. And these 3 would serve as a delightful feast. A terrifying roar erupted from the beast, foul saliva dripping from its maw. Run. We stand no chance against it. Luo Lingo shouted urgently. Though both she and Jiang Xinwei had attained the pinnacle of the spirit void realm, and Fan Lanoyu was a formidable figure of the later stages, they were no match for an ancient beast of the spirit tranquility realm. Attempt to flee? Have I granted you permission? The 9-nether demon hound scoffed, unleashing a wave of spatial power. No matter how desperately they tried, the distance between them and the beast remained unchanged. Submit and become my blood feast. The essence of humanity is ever so delectable. It taunted, extending a claw that emitted a terrifying pull. The distance between the trio and the hound began to diminish ominously. Luo Lingo exchanged a glance with Jiang Xinwei, both recognizing an unspoken plan. They being at the apex of the spirit void realm, could buy time for Fan Lanoyu to escape. As senior sisters, it was their duty to protect their junior brother. Furthermore, as a postnatal sword body, no one in the Qian Yuan Sect, save for Su Yixue, could surpass his potential. However, at that moment, Fan Lanoyu, standing behind them, struck out with a palm. Their spiritual energy dissipated, hurtling towards the 9-nether demon hound. Junior brother Lanoyu, why would you do this? Luo Lingo gazed at Fan Lanoyu in bewilderment. They had been prepared to sacrifice themselves to afford him a chance. Why would he act against them? Esteemed sisters, do not blame me. You see the dire situation we are in. It is impossible for all 3 of us to escape unscathed. Rather than perish together, it is wiser for one to survive. As a postnatal sword body, my survival is the most responsible course for our sect. I must bid you both farewell, Fan Lanoyu replied coldly. At this critical juncture, he cared little for pretense or the guise of a compassionate junior brother. Survival was paramount. Jiang Xinwei and Luo Linger turned pale at his words. Fan Lanoyu had always been a kind-hearted junior in their eyes, and this betrayal shattered their trust. Wait, a heart of a beast in a human guise. Luo Linger suddenly recalled a troubling possibility. Fan Lanoyu, were you behind the slander against senior brother Chen Ping? She demanded icily. She had sensed something off about him before, but his prior intercessions on Chen Ping's behalf had quelled her suspicions. Now, it seemed that his treachery knew no bounds. Indeed, you are as astute as ever. Sister Linger, Fan Lanoyu nodded. The slander against our sect's female disciples and the poisoning of fellow disciples were all my machinations. With you two now doomed, there is no reason to conceal the truth any longer. Jiang Xinwei's face drained of color. While Luo Lingo had steadfastly believed in Chen Ping's innocence, Jiang Xinwei had been swayed by the fabricated evidence, her perception of him deteriorating. Now, to learn that all of it was a ruse crafted by Fan Lanoyu to undermine Chen Ping was a blow she could hardly bear, her guilt reaching an unbearable peak. Why? Senior brother Chen treated you so well. Why would you do this? Luo Linger questioned. Why should the entire Qian Yuan Sect revolve around him? I am consumed by jealousy. Only when he departs can I find my own path to greatness. Fan Lana Yu retorted coldly. Sisters, you may rest easy in your demise. Truth be told, it pains me to send you off to death. After all, you both are exquisite beauties. To perish before I could savor your charms is truly a waste. The two women could hardly believe their ears. In their eyes, Fan Lana Yu had always been a refined and gentle gentleman, yet his heart was as foul as it was treacherous. It was laughable that they, so perceptive, had never doubted him. Thank you both for buying me time. I must take my leave now, or it will be too late. With the two women nearing the Nine-Nether Demon Hound, Fan Lana Yu ceased his words. His primary objective was to escape. With Luo Linger and Jiang Xinwei out of the way, he would undoubtedly gain greater favor in the Qian Yuan Sect. Capturing Su Yixue, that wretched woman, was merely a matter of time. Chapter 149. Did I let you go? As the terrifying Nine-Nether Demon Dog loomed closer, despair etched itself on the faces of Luo Linger and her companion. They never anticipated that the little junior brother they had cared for so deeply would be the one to usher them into hell. Sisters, farewell. Fan Lana Yu's feet summoned a long sword, propelling her into the air. How infuriating! Jiang Xinwei exclaimed in anger, finally understanding the meaning of knowing a person's face but not their heart. Luo Linga remained silent, her thoughts drifting to Chen Ping. If he were here, surely he would stand before her, shielding her from harm. Just then, the sound of something piercing the air broke through her reverie, followed by a figure crashing to the ground with a groan. The two women's expressions shifted. It was Fan Lana Yu who had fallen. In an instant, another figure appeared before them. Chen Ping? Luo Lingo exclaimed in surprise, not expecting to encounter him again. At that moment, the Nine-Nether Demon Dog opened its jaws, preparing to devour both women. Stop right there, you wretched beast. Chen Ping stepped forward, delivering a powerful blow to the creature's abdomen, causing it to emit a piercing howl. The two women, finally freed from their restraints, regained their composure. I told you to leave, Chen Ping said, exasperation evident in his voice. The emergence of anomalies in the heavenly demon divine pool posed significant risks for the two women. Had he not fortuitously passed by, he might never have seen them again. The two women fell into a thoughtful silence, unsure of what to say. Meanwhile, Fan Lana Yu's gaze turned ominous as it fell upon Chen Ping. This detestable man had already humiliated her once. Now he was thwarting her escape. How infuriating. Oh, what a lively day at the heavenly demon divine pool. The Nine-Nether Demon Dog spoke with all 9 of its heads. It appears I will have a delightful feast today. Be careful, fellow Taoist. This is the ancient beast. The Nine-Nether Demon Dog. Luo Linga warned hastily. Chen Ping nodded, casting a steely gaze at the beast, a flicker of murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. Regardless of his affiliations with Qian Yuan Sect, he felt deeply moved by Luo Linga's willingness to sacrifice her lifespan for him. Anyone daring to harm her would have to face the consequences. You two-legged sheep. You possess some ability to inflict pain on me. The Nine-Nether Demon Dog sneered. If you bring me more humans, I shall spare your life and grant you great fortune. The creature understood humanity well. They were inherently selfish, just like the one who had abandoned his companions moments ago. As long as it offered something of value, it was confident they would comply. Bound by the laws of this realm, it could not escape, but Chen Ping's presence sparked a glimmer of hope for a sumptuous meal. At that moment, Huang Xiling and her companions arrived, their expressions tinged with apprehension at the sight of the Nine-Nether Demon Dog. Although they were all prodigies, facing an ancient beast at the Spirit Tranquility realm left them feeling powerless. A smirk curled at the corners of Chen Ping's mouth. I have a proposal, he began, garnering the attention of the Nine-Nether Demon Dog. Without responding, the beast listened as Chen Ping continued, I need a steed. If you serve as my mount, I shall spare your life. The Nine-Nether Demon Dog radiated an aura of intense hostility. Humans had always been its prey, and now a mere morsel dared to suggest such an indignity. As Huang Xiling recalled the earlier encounter with the mountain-moving ape, she glanced at the little furry creature in Chen Ping's arms. With the presence of the gluttonous beast, the Nine-Nether Demon Dog would likely refrain from retaliation. However, she was unaware that Chen Ping would never allow harm to come to Luo Linger. You seek death. A terrifying beam shot from the Nine-Nether Demon Dog's eyes, intent on annihilating the audacious two-legged creature. With a casual gesture, Chen Ping dissipated the destructive energy. In a flash, he vanished and reappeared before the beast, launching a fist imbued with overwhelming murderous intent. One of the Demon Dog's heads exploded in a shower of black blood, eliciting a horrific howl of pain. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. Previously, when Chen Ping had slain Gu Wuxuan, it had not been so effortless. Only a short time had passed. Yet his power had escalated to such an alarming degree. Although he had just coalesced an immortal-grade Dao seed, they could see that he had not employed any spatial laws in that moment. You pitiful two-legged sheep, you are courting death. The 9 nether demon dog's eyes turned crimson. Its dark aura surging. Indeed, you are the one seeking death. Chen Ping approached the beast, releasing an aura of terrifying, murderous intent that intertwined with the chaotic energy surrounding him, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Die! He struck once more, this time amplifying the potency of his killing intent and the power of his indestructible chaotic body to their zenith. As his fist connected, the very fabric of space shattered, and the 9 nether demon dog collapsed to the ground. The creature's presence had been utterly diminished. It gazed at Chen Ping, its remaining 8 eyes filled with dread. A mere 2-legged creature had achieved such terrifying strength. It was an ancient beast, born with innate gifts. Human, I underestimated you. Our next encounter will mark your end. The 9 nether demon dog exuded powerful spatial fluctuations, a natural ability of its kind. When faced with defeat, it would flee. That was its survival instinct. Did I permit you to leave? Chen Ping waved his hand, activating the spatial Dao seed. The space before him shattered like glass. The 9 nether demon dog tumbled through the rift, its body marred by the jagged edges of the dimensional tear. How is this possible? The beast's expression shifted dramatically. Spatial power was its inherent racial ability. Even if a human cultivator mastered spatial energy, they should not surpass its own capabilities. Chen Ping, unwilling to engage in further discourse, heightened his aura to its pinnacle. He unleashed another punch, obliterating the beast's form entirely. In just 3 strikes, an ancient beast of the spirit tranquility realm was reduced to ashes before Chen Ping. The onlookers remained frozen, their minds grappling with the spectacle. They had previously regarded Chen Ping as exceptional, believing their prowess to be comparable. Now, the vast chasm between them and Chen Ping became painfully evident. Chen Ping slowly approached Fan Lanoyu, who had sacrificed Luo Linger and her companion in her desperate bid for survival. After being kicked over by Chen Ping and severely injured, she trembled at the sight of him. Do not kill me. I beg you, spare my life. Chen Ping looked down at Fan Lanoyu from his elevated stance. Fan Junior sister, it has been a long time since we last met. Chapter 150, The Great Emperor of Humanity, who are you? As Chen Ping's voice resonated, Fan Lanoyu's face turned ashen. Do you truly not recognize me? Chen Ping smiled faintly, his visage reverting to its original form. Chen Ping? How could it possibly be you? Fan Lanoyu trembled as he regarded Chen Ping, who had evidently shattered his Dao foundation. Even with the Qian Yuan Sect's efforts to procure a rare herb to restore his foundation, he would need to start his cultivation anew. How could he have, in such a short time, attained the ability to annihilate ancient beasts of the spirit tranquility realm? Did you not foresee this? Chen Ping's lips curled into a smirk. Initially, he had intended to spare Fan Lanoyu for a later reckoning upon his return to the Qian Yuan Sect. However, Fan Lanoyu's recent actions had stripped him of the patience to wait. Brother, I truly did not expect you to recover. This is indeed a cause for celebration. Fan Lanoyu managed a strained smile. Have you considered the consequences of your scheming against me? Chen Ping replied coldly. Brother, this is all a misunderstanding. The sweat soaked Fan Lanoyu's back. Indeed, a misunderstanding. With that, Chen Ping delivered a powerful punch, shattering Fan Lanoyu's skull into fragments. Restoring his appearance and dissolving the independent space he had conjured, Chen Ping slowly turned around. Chen Fan, I owe you my life today. Without you, we would have perished. Luo Linger gazed at Chen Ping, her beautiful eyes reflecting an unusual light. I hear that you and my senior brother Chen Ping share a close bond. Have you seen him recently? Chen Ping furrowed his brow. It has been quite some time since we last met. Upon hearing this, Luo Linger remarked meaningfully, is that so? How unfortunate. Her brother's reluctance to acknowledge her must surely stem from Jiang Xinwei's presence. After all, their previous misunderstandings had been substantial. Though Jiang Xinwei had come to understand the situation and repented for her actions, the damage inflicted upon Chen Ping was irreparable. Despite the drastic changes in his aura and appearance, the habitual gestures of a person remain unmistakable. The so-called Chen Fan before her exhibited subtle movements identical to those of her senior brother Chen Ping. While others might overlook it, she could not. At that moment, a terrifying aura erupted. In the center of the celestial palace, a stone pedestal suddenly radiated a brilliant light. This was the aura of an emperor. Chen Ping narrowed his eyes. The crowd around him continued to swell, and the emperor's aura evidently signaled the presence of the greatest opportunity within the celestial palace. The imposing stone pedestal might very well be the location of the emperor's scripture. This must be the emperor's scripture. Someone shouted as they rushed toward the pedestal. Don't go. Chen Ping's expression shifted. The aura emanating from the pedestal was indeed that of an emperor, yet he sensed an overwhelming sense of peril. Clearly, obtaining the emperor's scripture would be no simple task. Humph, the emperor's scripture lies before me. You shall not hinder me. Once I inherit its power, I shall establish my name across Zhongzhou, nay, throughout the entire Qian Yuan continent. Unfortunately, this individual had succumbed to the allure of the emperor's scripture, perceiving Chen Ping's intervention as mere competition. However, as he approached within a meter of the pedestal, he suddenly collapsed to his knees, and his body disintegrated into a cloud of blood mist. Strangely, this mist began to drift backward, settling into a stone cauldron. The once excited crowd fell silent. The earlier cultivator, who had reached the pinnacle of the spirit void realm, had perished without warning. To their astonishment, a multitude of human prodigies had gathered here today. Then, a voice laced with mockery rang out. A shadowy figure materialized before the crowd, exuding an oppressive aura that caused the less resilient to kneel in submission. Most terrifyingly, this presence was not human but a beast. Soon, the true form of the beast became visible, a colossal bull with only one leg, its body crackling with arcs of lightning. With each movement, thunderous booms erupted from its joints. Qian Yuan exclaimed. This is one of the 3,000 divine demons, Qian. It wields the power of thunder and is heralded as the embodiment of lightning. Run. We stand no chance against the 3,000 demon gods. Panic erupted among the crowd as they scattered like headless flies toward the celestial palace's exit. Chen Ping shook his head. Clearly, this was a trap laid by Qian, designed to prevent their escape so easily. Humph. I have waited long for this opportunity. I shall not let you leave. As his voice echoed, those who had reached the palace's periphery exploded in a spray of blood mist that wafted toward the stone cauldron. I can scarcely recall how long I have been trapped in this heavenly demon divine pool. Qian spoke slowly. However, once I refine all of you, I should be able to break free from the shackles imposed by Qian. Qian's voice thundered in the ears of the onlookers. Qian. Indeed, it was the Qian emperor. Chen Ping gazed at Qian, his expression contemplative. Previously, the mountain-moving ape had mentioned that the emperor imprisoned within the heavenly demon divine pool was none other than Qian. This revelation solidified his suspicions. But could this severed arm belong to the Qian emperor? The quality of the human prodigies present is impressive, far exceeding my expectations. Qian's gaze swept over Chen Ping and his companions. I believe you must be the current elites of humanity. Once I consume you, the resistance I face when the 3,000 divine demons reclaim this world will be significantly diminished. As Qian rambled on, a formidable imperial aura manifested. Humph. While I am present, I shall not allow you to harm my kin. A golden radiance erupted from the stone pedestal. This light swiftly coalesced into the figure of a human, adorned with a golden crown, tall and regal, donned in an ornate robe adorned with simple yet profound patterns of unmatched significance. His features were deep and commanding, radiating an air of supremacy. With eyes that sparkled with divine brilliance, as if capable of piercing through the illusions of the world. The Emperor. It is the Qian Emperor. We are saved. It is the Qian Emperor. The multitude fell to their knees in reverence. Among humanity, the Emperor represented both the spiritual and practical leader of their kind. Chapter 151. The Fall of Qian. You have overestimated yourself. Qian gazed at the great Emperor Qian, a hint of complexity flickering in his eyes. As one of the 3,000 divine demons, he embodied the essence of the Tao. Yet, this human had ascended to the same heights as he had, even altering the very fabric of this world through sheer will. In every regard, he held great admiration for Qian. However, their paths diverged irreparably. The 3,000 divine demons were manifestations of the Tao's essence, destined to govern this realm. I concede that you were indeed formidable in the past, having slain many of my kin. In fact, there was a time when we could contend in a life-and-death struggle. But now, you are merely a remnant of your former self. How can you hope to challenge me? With a wave of his hand, Qian released a dense mist of blood from the stone cauldron, which seeped directly into his body. The ethereal quality of Qian's form began to solidify. A mere remnant of consciousness stands no chance against my might. For years, he had plotted for this day, and now that it had arrived, even Qian could not thwart him. Upon hearing this exchange, the onlookers were engulfed in despair. Qian's strength was already on par with the Emperor's, and now he had regained some of his power. Meanwhile, Qian was reduced to a mere echo of his former self. How could he withstand such odds? Though the Emperor was revered as supreme among the human race, it was undeniable that today, Qian possessed no advantage and could not protect humanity as he once did. Are you so certain that I am but a shadow of my former self? A slight smirk graced the lips of the great Emperor Qian. Qian's expression shifted. Do you intend to devour these humans to achieve your utmost ascendance? This group entering the celestial demon pool contains many prodigies. If Qian were to proceed with such a plan, he might very well be subdued once more. Chen Ping shook his head. The great emperor would never resort to such actions. Even if it could indeed suppress Qian, doing so would shatter his pride as an emperor. At that moment, Qian's gaze fell upon Chen Ping, causing his body to tense involuntarily. The emperor's gaze carried an extraordinary power. Chen Ping felt utterly exposed before him. Do you think I'm like you divine demons, willing to devour my own kind for power? The great Emperor Hao Tian scoffed coldly. Qian Yuan was perplexed. What was Hao Tian's plan? The great emperor replied with indifference. Who told you that I am merely a remnant? Upon hearing this, Chen Ping's heart stirred. He recalled the severed arm within him. It now seemed clear. That arm was indeed a remnant of Hao Tian. With a wave of his hand, the coffin within Chen Ping began to tremble violently. A terrifying aura emanated from him. This was the fluctuation of imperial power. A sense of unease gripped Qian Yuan. Soon, a severed arm shot forth from Chen Ping's body. Chen Ping's countenance paled. The fact that Hao Tian could extract the arm from his system without any hindrance implied that his system was vastly inferior when confronting an emperor-level being. This revelation was far from favorable for Chen Ping. Furthermore, he felt as if he were a mere pawn in a grand scheme. Having been granted the severed arm by the system just as he arrived at the celestial demon pool, it felt as though an unseen hand was guiding his every step. How could it be? I annihilated your entire being. How could a single arm remain? Qian Yuan's unease deepened as he watched the approaching severed arm. He had absorbed the essence of countless prodigies over the years, but how could that compare to a remnant of an emperor? After all, a single drop of an emperor's blood could forge countless beings of the spirit tranquility realm. Nothing is impossible in this world. The severed arm transformed into a mist of blood before the astonished eyes of the crowd, flowing into the body of the great Emperor Hao Tian. Instantly, the emperor's aura intensified. Witnessing this, the onlookers felt a renewed glimmer of hope. This was the human emperor. Even in the direst of circumstances, he could conjure miracles. Qian Yuan, do you still believe I am not your match? With a gesture, the space trembled violently. Suddenly, a small tower appeared above Hao Tian's head. This was the Hao Tian Tower, the emperor's divine weapon. The crowd was electrified, for it was their first close encounter with an imperial weapon. Qian Yuan's form trembled. He had previously believed he could easily suppress Hao Tian due to the infusion of human blood, convinced Hao Tian could not match such power. Yet now, a severed arm of Hao Tian had unexpectedly emerged. The age of humanity being subjugated by your divine demon kind is over. As Hao Tian's voice reverberated, he cast his gaze toward the distant sky, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. Humanity has finally matured, even in my absence. They shall not be reduced to mere prey for the divine demons. Suppression. Hao Tian coldly scoffed, directing the Hao Tian Tower to descend upon Qian Yuan. You, a lowly creature, dare to dream of overturning our dominion over this realm? Qian Yuan crackled with lightning. Yet, facing the Hao Tian Tower, he quickly found himself at a disadvantage. The tower expanded several-fold and crashed down. Hao Tian, how long can you seal me? The day I break free will mark the end of your race. A furious roar erupted from within the Hao Tian Tower. Hao Tian shook his head. You will not have that opportunity. With another wave of his hand, Chen Ping's time and space Dao seeds manifested simultaneously. How could it be? A single individual possessing 3 types of immortal Dao seeds at once. The faces of all present were etched with disbelief. To condense even one immortal Dao seed is to possess the potential of an emperor. Yet, Chen Ping had managed to manifest 3. Die. Hao Tian's cold scoff radiated a terrifying killing intent. The 3 Dao seeds on Chen Ping emanated a formidable aura that converged upon the Hao Tian Tower. This is impossible. Qian Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. As an entity born from the essence of the Dao, he knew better than anyone the immense power that could arise from the convergence of these 3 forces. But alas, Hao Tian did not grant him that chance. The Hao Tian Tower descended, its overwhelming aura extinguishing Qian Yuan's very essence. One of the 3,000 divine demons, Qian Yuan, fell. Suddenly, Hao Tian turned his gaze towards Chen Ping. Chen Ping furrowed his brow as the little creature in his arms trembled violently. Chapter 152. Reserved for the fortunate ones, do not fear. I harbor no ill intentions. The voice of the Emperor Hao Tian resonated slowly. Humanity does not disdain all deities and demons. Indeed, during the ancient battle at the demon god pool, many divine beings lent their assistance. A hint of nostalgia flickered in the eyes of the Emperor Hao Tian. Since you have chosen the human race, allow me to bestow upon you a gift. With a wave of his hand, the Hao Tian Tower returned to his grasp. Soon, a resplendent golden sphere began to drift into the air. This is the essence of the Qian Yuan. It should prove beneficial to you, while it may not compare to the Qian Yuan at the height of its power. For the little one, it is undoubtedly a sumptuous feast. Upon hearing this, the little one cautiously extended its head, gazing at the golden sphere hovering above. A glimmer of hope shining in its eyes. Realizing that Hao Tian seemed genuinely disinclined to harm it, the little one took a deep breath and soared into the air. Swallowing the golden sphere of Qian Yuan's essence whole, the devouring nature of the Tao Tai allows it to consume all things to enhance itself, and this essence was no exception. Soon, the aura emanating from the Tao Tai began to surge dramatically. In a mere moment, it ascended to the spirit void realm. The little one let out a contented belch, its face alight with satisfaction. With its current power, it could not fully refine the Qian Yuan's essence. The residual energy would linger within its body, likely sufficient to support its breakthrough to the spirit tranquility realm. The Emperor Haoyan spoke calmly. Chen Ping nodded. This indeed marked a significant opportunity for the Tao Dai. Yet, he could not help but feel a twinge of envy at the thought of this little creature achieving the spirit tranquility realm with such ease, while he himself had toiled for so long merely to reach the late stages of the spirit void realm. Truly, the comparisons between individuals can be disheartening. Of course, if others were to learn of Chen Ping's thoughts, it would surely incite resentment. In less than a year since he restored his foundational essence, he had already reached the late stages of the spirit void realm, a cultivation speed that even the Emperor Hao Tian of Yer could not rival. Moreover, with the system's assistance, he had practically leveled up while reclining. Where was the hardship in that? The Emperor Hao Tian turned his gaze upon Chen Ping, causing him to tense up immediately. The Emperor's scrutiny made him feel as though he were exposed, devoid of any semblance of privacy. Should the Emperor discover that he did not belong to this world, nor comprehend the peculiar system he possessed, the consequences would be unfathomable. You harbor quite a few secrets. The Emperor Hao Tian intoned gravely. Chen Ping's heart raced at this revelation. Rest assured, our ensuing conversation shall remain unheard by others. Hearing this, Chen Ping exhaled lightly. The Emperor Hao Tian regarded him with admiration, stating, an indestructible chaotic body. This is the first time I have encountered such a being. The future of humanity may well depend on you young ones. Chen Ping felt a wave of relief. The Emperor had not mentioned the matter of the system, indicating that he had not unraveled his most significant trump card. This subtly affirmed that the system was indeed more formidable than the Emperor. Did you already foresee my arrival here? Chen Ping inquired, voicing his lingering curiosity. After all, without that severed arm, it would have been no simple task for the Emperor to slay the Qian Yuan today. The Emperor Hao Tian nodded thoughtfully before shaking his head. I suppose one could say I had an inkling. During the battle with the Qian Yuan, I barely emerged victorious. However, to utterly vanquish it was nearly impossible. Thus, I severed an arm in a crucial moment, leaving myself an escape route. Yet, I knew it would undoubtedly return, though I could not foresee who would bring it back. Chen Ping nodded, contemplating the notion of destiny. The Emperor Hao Tian, being a powerful figure, could indeed comprehend the threads of fate. Regrettably, this shall be my final assistance to humanity. A trace of melancholy flickered in the Emperor's eyes. This Emperor had dedicated his life to the struggle for humanity, laying the groundwork for its rise. Even now, in his diminished state, he remained concerned for humanity's welfare. I wish to impart this. A calamity is imminent, and you must hasten to bolster your strength. I sense that this calamity will prove more terrifying than any preceding it, with entities rivaling the Emperor's might likely to emerge. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping's brow furrowed deeply. In an era where only one emperor could arise, the Emperor Hao Tian's claim of impending threats on par with imperial power was alarming. Alas, my time is limited. The Emperor Hao Tian turned his attention back to Chen Ping. My teachings do not suit you. They would be of no use, and it is better to reserve them for those truly destined for them. At that moment, the previously still Hao Tian tower began to tremble. This little tower has accompanied me for much of my life. Now, I bestow it upon you, hoping it will assist you in your swift growth. The tower emitted a low hum, seemingly reluctant to part from its master. Chen Ping's heart soared with joy. This was an imperial weapon. Imperial weapons are sentient. Even without a wielder, they can unleash power equivalent to that of an emperor. With the Hao Tian tower in his possession, he could practically stride through the Qian Yuan continent unchallenged. He had not anticipated such a fortuitous opportunity upon entering the demon god pool. Go forth, little tower. Its future accomplishments shall far surpass my own. The Emperor Hao Tian's gaze was profound, as if he had glimpsed beyond the annals of time. The Hao Tian tower finally swayed up and down a few times before flying directly to Chen Ping, merging into his body. Kid, although the Emperor has commanded me to follow you, it would be wise for you to maintain a sense of balance. With that, it fell silent. Chen Ping's lips twitched slightly. This entity was rather proud. Yet, understanding the nature of an imperial weapon, he found it perfectly reasonable. After all, an imperial weapon is the pinnacle of magical artifacts. A touch of pride is only to be expected. Well, I must take my leave. I hope you can lead humanity to greatness in the future. The Emperor Hao Tian regarded Chen Ping with hopeful eyes. This young man remained an enigma to him. He had even contemplated traversing the river of time to glimpse his future, only to encounter an expanse of primordial chaos. Such an occurrence was unprecedented for him. With that, the Emperor Hao Tian's form gradually dissipated. Farewell, great Emperor. The gathered crowd bowed deeply in the direction of the Emperor's departure. The Emperor's scripture is now mine. That depends on your capabilities. Not long after, the crowd fixated on the stone platform radiating endless Tao rhythms, once again descending into frenzy. Let us depart, Chen Ping stated calmly. The Emperor Haotian had mentioned that the stone platform was to be reserved for the fated, and it was evident that he was not that individual. Furthermore, having acquired the Haotian Tower, it would be greedy to pursue more. Are you not going to contend for the Emperor as scripture? Umo Yin inquired curiously. Observing Chen Ping, in a gathering of so many, he was undoubtedly the most powerful present. If he were to act, none could rival him. This was the Emperor's scripture. Chen Ping shook his head, his gaze deepening. The paths of others are ultimately theirs. Should I become shackled to the Haotian scripture? My greatest potential would remain forever beneath that of the Emperor Haotian. Chapter 153. Remarkable beauty upon hearing Chen Ping's words. The crowd immediately turned to him with eyes full of admiration. This was the imperial scripture, which, once cultivated, could enable one to at least attain the status of a quasi-emperor. In this era, where no great emperors emerged, standing at the pinnacle of this world was no small feat yet. Chen Ping held the imperial scripture in disdain, determined to surpass the formidable Haotian emperor through sheer effort. Such unwavering spirit was something they could not match, especially the likes of Umo Yin and her companions, who gazed at Chen Ping with noticeably softened expressions. Ding. Congratulations, host. Umo Yin's loyalty has increased to 30. Chen Ping was taken aback. He had not anticipated that merely pretending to be impressive would elevate Umo Yin's loyalty. The imperial scripture was something he coveted dearly. Even if it were not suited for his cultivation, it would be a splendid gift for his disciples. Word of it would surely attract countless prodigies eager to apprentice under him. As Chen Ping's voice faded, the stone pedestal inscribed with the imperial scripture transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Clearly, its destined owner was not present. With the departure of the imperial scripture, there was no longer any reason to linger in the heavenly demon divine pool, Chen Ping proclaimed. The others nodded in agreement and exited the pool. Taoist Chen Fan, we owe you a great debt today. Otherwise, my sister and I would have faced countless perils. They expressed earnestly. Indeed, should you ever require our assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek us at Qian Yuan Sect. However, Chen Ping sensed a complex emotion in Luo Linger's gaze. Did she perhaps recognize him? You are both too kind. My bond with Taoist Chen Ping is profound, and as his juniors, it is only natural that I cannot turn a blind eye. Chen Ping replied. Luo Linger nodded, contemplating the extraordinary circumstances that allowed Chen Ping to regain his former prowess in such a brief span. Yet, it was evidently a blessing for her. Her brother Chen Ping had truly made a complete recovery, appearing even more formidable than before. Alas, she thought, shaking her head inwardly, Given her understanding of Chen Ping, it seemed unlikely he would return to Qian Yuan Sect. The two women offered a respectful bow to Chen Ping before turning to depart. What are your plans? Will you return to your respective sacred lands, or accompany me? Chen Ping inquired of Umo Yin and her companion. Being newly appointed disciples, he felt uncertain about how to navigate their situation. Both were esteemed maidens of their sacred lands, and while they had sworn allegiance to him, it was evident they could not sever ties with their own sections. Yet, if they did not stay by his side, he was unsure how to maintain or even enhance their loyalty. I naturally wish to follow my master, Lu Qingyan declared without hesitation. She eagerly anticipated the chance to seek out the one who had withdrawn from their engagement. I feel the same, Umo Yin affirmed, fixated on Chen Ping. He harbored countless secrets, and she yearned to unravel them and discover the true nature of the person he was. Very well, let us return to Qian Yuan Sect for now. Chen Ping nodded in agreement. Huang Xiling regarded Lu Qingyan's enchanting visage with a hint of amusement, eagerly anticipating how the maiden of the Xuanji sacred land would react upon learning that her newly acquired master was, in fact, the future husband arranged by Chen Qingying. The group swiftly returned to Qian Yuan Sect. Master, are you not going to take me to find that Chen Ping? Lu Qingyan implored, her eagerness palpable. She could not bear to wait any longer. As a woman of exceptional talent, why should her future partner be predetermined by others, especially after encountering the seemingly unremarkable master? Given her master's displayed talents, he would undoubtedly stand at the zenith of Xianyuan continent in the future. She felt no need to diminish her worth for the sake of the Xuanji sacred land. Huang Xiling could no longer contain her laughter. What are you laughing at? Lu Qingyan retorted, somewhat irked. Huang Xiling glanced between Chen Ping and Lu Qingyan, teasingly remarking, Chen Ping, haven't you already met? Lu Qingyan was taken aback. She had not encountered any outsiders since arriving at Qian Yuan Sect. At that moment, Chen Fan beside her began to undergo a transformation. I am Chen Ping, he stated nonchalantly. I am Chen Ping? This revelation echoed like a spell in Lu Qingyan's mind. Her unassuming master was indeed Chen Ping? As she recalled her insistence on having him take her to find himself, her face flushed crimson. How could such a coincidence exist in this world? For a moment, Lu Qingyan found herself at a loss for words. What's wrong? Are you disappointed? Chen Ping inquired with a hint of indifference. Lu Qingyan fell silent. All the words she had prepared to say to Chen Ping evaporated in an instant. Master. Just then, Qin Jianxiao and Lin Xiao approached slowly. The sect master requests that you visit her upon your return. Qin Jianxiao observed Chen Ping with two beautiful girls beside him, feeling an inexplicable discomfort. Very well. Chen Ping nodded. Huang Xiling, please introduce them to one another. I shall visit her first. With that, Chen Ping vanished from sight. In Cold Ningxiang's chamber, Chen Ping and Cold Ningxiang sat facing one another. He could clearly perceive the worry in her eyes, intertwined with another sentiment. Are you well? Cold Ningxiang finally broke the silence. Chen Ping nodded slightly. Of course, I am well, save for missing you. He drew her into his embrace, inhaling the faint fragrance emanating from her, feeling his thoughts begin to settle. Now, tell me about the events that transpired in the heavenly demon divine pool. Cold Ningxiang nestled against him. Chen Ping recounted the happenings in detail, naturally omitting anything related to the system. Yet, upon hearing about the emergence of a divine demon within the pool, Cold Ningxiang instinctively tightened her grip around him. Though I did not obtain the imperial scripture, I now possess the Haotian Tower. Chen Ping disclosed regarding the matter of the imperial weapon, without reservation. Cold Ningxiang's eyes brightened with joy. That is wonderful. This ensures your safety. An imperial weapon, even if autonomously revived, could attain quasi-emperor level combat prowess. Henceforth, Chen Ping's security would no longer be a concern. Chen Ping smiled. Indeed, the Haotian Tower was in his possession. However, this prideful entity would not be easily wielded. Now that we VE exchanged pleasantries, it is time to discuss serious matters. Cold Ningxiang suddenly broke free from his embrace, gazing intently at him. Chen Ping was taken aback. Wasn't the matter of the heavenly demon divine pool serious? Cold Ningxiang wore a teasing expression, a rare sight that Chen Ping had never observed on her face before. I've heard that you have taken in 2 new disciples. Each more beautiful than the last? Chapter 154. The enchantingly beautiful. Upon hearing Chen Ping's words, the crowd immediately cast their eyes towards him with profound respect. This was the imperial scripture, a cultivation technique that could elevate one to the threshold of quasi-emperor status at the very least. In this era, where no great emperors emerged, achieving such heights placed one at the pinnacle of the world. Yet, Chen Ping regarded the imperial scripture with disdain, determined to surpass the mighty Haotian emperor through sheer effort, a spirit of unwavering ambition that they all lacked. Particularly, the gazes of Umo Yin and her companions softened considerably as they observed Chen Ping. Ding. Congratulations, host. Umo Yin's loyalty has increased to 30. Chen Ping was taken aback. He never anticipated that merely feigning confidence would enhance Umo Yin's loyalty towards him. After all, it was the imperial scripture. How could he not desire it? Even if it were unsuitable for his own cultivation, it would serve splendidly as a gift for his disciples. The moment word of this got out, countless prodigies would flock to seek him as their master. As Chen Ping's voice faded, the stone platform inscribed with the imperial scripture transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Clearly, its destined owner was not among them. Now that the imperial scripture has departed, we need not linger in the heavenly demon pond any longer, Chen Ping declared. The crowd nodded in agreement and exited the heavenly demon pond. Taoist Chen Fan, we owe you our gratitude today. Otherwise, my sister and I would have faced countless perils. One of the sisters remarked. Indeed, should you ever require our assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek us at the Qian Yuan Sect. Luo Linger and her sister spoke earnestly to Chen Ping. However, Chen Ping couldn't shake the feeling that Luo Linger regarded him with an exceptionally complex gaze. Could it be that she recognized him? You two are too courteous. My bond with Taoist Chen Ping is profound, as your master S. Jr. I cannot turn a blind eye, Chen Ping replied. Luo Linger nodded, uncertain of the experiences that had allowed Chen Ping to restore his previous cultivation level in such a brief time. Nevertheless, this was undeniably a positive development. Her senior brother Chen Ping had truly regained his strength, and he seemed even more formidable than before. Yet, a hint of regret flickered within Luo Linger. Based on her understanding of Chen Ping, it seemed improbable that he would return to the Qian Yuan Sect. The two sisters offered a bow to Chen Ping before promptly departing. What are your plans? Will you return to your respective sanctuaries or accompany me? Chen Ping inquired of Umo Yin and her sister. As his newly accepted disciples, he was uncertain how to manage them. Both were renowned daughters of their respective sacred lands, and while they had taken him as their master, it was clear they could not abandon their sanctuaries to follow him. Yet, if they did not remain by his side, he was unsure how to maintain or even enhance their loyalty. I shall naturally accompany my master, Lu Qingyan declared without hesitation. She was eager for her master to take her to confront the man from whom Chen Ping had withdrawn his engagement. I feel the same, Umo Yin affirmed, her eyes fixed on Chen Ping with a burning curiosity. He harbored too many secrets that she yearned to unravel, to discover what manner of person he truly was. In that case, let us return to the Qian Yuan Sect. Chen Ping nodded in agreement. Huang Xiling observed Lu Qingyin's charming visage with a hint of amusement, eagerly anticipating the moment when the daughter of the Qian Yuan sacred land would learn that her newly appointed master was none other than the fiancé arranged by Chen Qingying. The group swiftly returned to the Qian Yuan Sect. Master, were you not going to take me to find that Chen Ping? Lu Qingyin implored eagerly, unable to contain her impatience. As a daughter of destiny, why should her future partner be predetermined by others, especially after encountering this unexpected master? Given her master's displayed talents, he was destined to stand atop the Qian Yuan continent. She had no need to compromise herself for the Qian Yuan sacred land any longer. Huang Xiling could no longer contain her laughter, a sound that erupted unexpectedly. What is so amusing? Lu Qingyin retorted, slightly peeved. Huang Xiling glanced at Chen Ping and then at Lu Qingyin. Chen Ping, have you not already met him? Lu Qingyin was bewildered. She had not encountered any outsiders upon arriving at the Qian Yuan Sect. At that moment, she noticed Chen Fan beside her transforming gradually. I am Chen Ping, he stated nonchalantly. I am Chen Ping? This phrase echoed in Lu Qingyin's mind like a spell. Her unexpected master was indeed Chen Ping? The realization that she had sought Chen Ping to guide her to find Chen Ping left her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. How could such a coincidence exist in this world? For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words. What is the matter? Are you disappointed? Chen Ping asked, his tone calm. Lu Qingyin fell silent. The words she had prepared to express to Chen Ping now eluded her. Master. Just then, Qin Jinxia and Lin Xiao approached, their expressions earnest. The sect master said that if you have returned, you should visit her. Qin Jinxia regarded Chen Ping, who had brought along two stunningly beautiful girls, with an inexplicable discomfort. Understood. Chen Ping nodded. Huang Xiling, why don't you introduce them to one another? I shall make my way there first. With that, Chen Ping's figure vanished without a trace. In the chamber of Langning Shuang, Chen Ping sat opposite her. He could clearly perceive the worry in her eyes. Yet beneath that concern lay a hint of something else, an unspoken affection. Are you all right? Langning Shuang finally spoke. Chen Ping nodded slightly. Of course, I am well. Aside from missing you, I feel no discomfort. He pulled Langning Shuang into his embrace, inhaling the faint, delicate fragrance that enveloped her, which helped to soothe his racing thoughts. Now, please recount the events that transpired in the heavenly demon pond. She nestled closer to him. Chen Ping recounted all that had occurred, deliberately glossing over aspects involving the system. Even so, upon hearing of the appearance of a divine demon in the heavenly demon pond, Langning Shuang instinctively tightened her grip around him. While I did not acquire the imperial scripture, I now possess the Haotian Tower of the Haotian Emperor, Chen Ping revealed. Omitting no details regarding the imperial artifact, Langning Shuang nodded, her eyes glimmering with delight. That is splendid. This ensures your safety. An imperial artifact, even if it were to autonomously awaken, could reach the combat prowess of a quasi-emperor. Chen Ping's safety was no longer a cause for concern. Chen Ping smiled. Indeed, the Haotian Tower was in his possession, but it was quite proud and reluctant to be utilized easily. Now that we have exchanged pleasantries, it is time to discuss serious matters. Langning Shuang suddenly withdrew from his embrace, fixing her gaze upon him. Chen Ping was taken aback. Was the matter concerning the heavenly demon pond not serious? A hint of playful reproach appeared on Langning Shuang's face, a sight that was novel for Chen Ping. I heard that upon your return, you took on 2 disciples, both of whom are strikingly beautiful. Chapter 155. Recalling Chen Ping's lips twitched, for he could not possibly miss the palpable jealousy in Langning Shuang's words. What are you thinking? She is merely my disciple. I accepted her due to her undeniable talent. Chen Ping hastily clarified. Talent, indeed. One is a saintess of the Su, New Jersey Holy Land, and the other a saintess of the Jiao Holy Land. How could their talents be anything but exceptional? Langning Shuang gazed at Chen Ping, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow. Silly girl, my heart belongs only to you. Chen Ping exclaimed, lifting Langning Shuang into his arms. What are you doing? Langning Shuang panicked. What am I doing? A smirk danced on Chen Ping's lips. I intend to demonstrate my feelings through action. He carried Langning Shuang into her bedroom, casually waving his hand to close the door. And soon the room was filled with the sounds of joyous revelry. At Qian Yuan Sect, Su Yixue looked at Luo Linger and her companion, puzzled. Why are only the 2 of you back? Where is Fan Lano Yu? A sense of unease stirred within her. Chen Ping's departure had already dealt a blow to the sect's overall strength. Thankfully, Fan Lano Yu had successfully forged her postnatal sword body, which had somewhat compensated for the loss. However, Fan Lunoyu's absence with Luo Linger greatly unsettled her. Fan Lunoyu is dead, Jiang Xinwei coldly declared. Dead? Su Yixue furrowed her brow tightly. How did he die? Was he killed, or did he succumb to the dangers of the Tianma Shentang? If it was the latter, it could be excused, but if it was the former, she would have to seek revenge. Yet, she found it strange that while Luo Linger and her companion's expressions were complex, there was no trace of anger or grief. Master, we have all been deceived by him. Luo Linger finally spoke. Deceived by him? Su Yixue frowned, confused by Luo Linger's words. Jiang Xinwei quickly interjected. All of Chen Ping's so-called crimes were fabricated by Fan Lunoyu. Moreover, in the Tianma Shentang, Fan Lunoyu sacrificed us as bait to escape. If it hadn't been for encountering Chen Ping's friend, we might never have returned to Qian Yuan Sect. Upon hearing this, Su Yixue's expression shifted. So all the previous accusations were false? Does that mean I misunderstood Chen Ping? She felt a pang of guilt, after all. She had allowed herself to be swayed by slander, even subjecting Chen Ping to the torment of the Nine Heavens' divine thunder formation, leading to his foundational collapse. Master, what we say is the truth. Luo Lingo took a deep breath. We misunderstood Chen Ping. Jiang Xinwei nodded in agreement. Indeed, Master. We should go and bring Chen Ping back. Su Yixue's heart was a tumult of emotions. She had always believed that Chen Ping's feelings for them were insufficiently fervent. Yet, it now appeared that the one lacking passion was herself. The baseless accusations had led her to harbor resentment against Chen Ping, even feeling inferior to her own junior sister. Luo Lingo. Su Yixue trembled. Master, the misunderstandings of the past must be rectified. Let us go to Qian Yuan Sect and bring Chen Ping back. Jiang Xinwei reiterated. Since the misunderstanding had been resolved, Jiang Xinwei's guilt towards Chen Ping had only grown. She longed to face him and apologize directly. No. Su Yixue shook her head. If I seek him out now, it would signify my capitulation. As a strong woman, how could she admit her faults and show weakness to Chen Ping? Can you truly forget the bond you shared? Luo Lingo sighed. Once, they had seemed like a perfect couple. How had they come to this? Su Yixue's heart ached. Indeed. Chen Ping had shown her great care, and she genuinely liked him. Very well, then. Let us visit Qian Yuan Sect. Su Yixue took a deep breath. I shall humble myself just this once, for I acknowledge my prior missteps. I believe that a few kind words will surely earn Chen Ping's forgiveness. After all, I trust that his feelings for me are sincere. As for Lung Ningxuang, Su Yixue did not regard her as a threat. She and Chen Ping had been together for nearly a century, while his time at Qian Yuan Sect had been a mere year. How could their bond possibly rival the depth of her own? Upon hearing Su Yixue's willingness to retrieve Chen Ping, Luo Linger and Jiang Xinwei's eyes brightened. They knew that persuading Su Yixue would typically require considerable time, yet this time, it was surprisingly smooth. Jiang Xinwei's face radiated excitement. She finally had the chance to apologize to Chen Ping in person. Luo Linger, although pleased, harbored a deep-seated anxiety. Indeed, Su Yixue was willing to relent. But what about Chen Ping? Would he return to Qian Yuan Sect simply because the master had softened? However, she refrained from voicing her concerns. For there was no way to predict the outcome. Only by attempting would they uncover the truth. Perhaps Chen Ping would, out of gratitude for their mutual support over the years, be inclined to forgive the master and Qian Yuan Sect. Let us proceed to Qian Yuan Sect. As they traversed the rift in space, Luo Linger remained apprehensive, while Su Yixue maintained an air of composure. Chen Ping cherished her, despite any misunderstandings that had arisen. How could he not forgive her after an apology? Soon, they arrived at the foot of Qian Yuan Sect. Gazing at the imposing sect, even Su Yixue, brimming with confidence, felt a twinge of nervousness. Please announce my arrival. Su Yixue of Qian Yuan Sect seeks an audience with your master. As she spoke, the image of Lung Ningxuang flickered in her mind. Now that Chen Ping was a disciple of Qian Yuan Sect, she could not avoid confronting Lung Ningxuang. Please wait a moment. I shall relay your message. The gatekeeper disciple bowed deeply, recognizing the stature of someone of Su Yixue's caliber. Soon, he arrived at Lung Ningxuang's courtyard. At that moment, Chen Ping and Lung Ningxuang had just shared an intimate moment, and a satisfied blush adorned Lung Ningxuang's otherwise frosty countenance, an extreme juxtaposition that drew attention. Lung Ningxuang nestled in Chen Ping's embrace, pondering how it mattered if he took in a few female disciples. As long as she was present, they would ultimately remain secondary. The gatekeeper disciple hurriedly approached, bowing at the closed door. Master, Su Yixue of Qian Yuan Sect requests to see you and is currently waiting outside the mountain gate. Upon hearing this, the blush on Lung Ningxuang's face vanished, replaced by a flicker of hostility. Chapter 156. The advantage lies with me. Chen Ping had taken on several extraordinarily beautiful female disciples, yet Lung Ningxuang felt no concern. However, Su Yixue compelled her to remain vigilant. After all, the two shared decades of emotional ties, and in a certain sense, she considered herself the interloper. How could she not be apprehensive? The Qian Yuan Sect and the Qian Yuan Sect had no prior interactions, and now that Su Yixue had come, it could only mean one thing. She had come for Chen Ping. Chen Ping furrowed his brows as well. Among the words he most dreaded hearing in this world, Su Yixue undoubtedly topped the list. He had poured all his emotions into her over the years, sacrificing so much for her, only to be subjected to the 9 Heavens Thunder Array due to baseless accusations. She had shown no regard for their relationship. Your old flame has come to see you. Will you not meet her? Lung Mingshuang remarked, observing Chen Ping's evident jealousy. Chen Ping shook his head resolutely. There is no need. I have no connection with her anymore. Seeing his firm stance, Lung Mingshuang felt a sense of relief. Then you shall wait here. I am curious to see what Su Yixue intends to accomplish. How dare she show her face after causing your foundation to shatter? With a flicker of coldness in her eyes, she vanished from sight. Outside the mountain gate, Su Yixue and her companions had grown somewhat impatient. Finally, a ripple in space heralded Lang Ningxuang's slow appearance before them. Upon seeing her, Luo Lingo was struck by her stunning presence. Though the other women were also beautiful, Lang Ningxuang's icy aura was even more captivating. Su Sect Master, what brings you to the Qian Yuan Sect? Su Yixue inquired, her gaze locked with Lang Ningxuang's, charged with tension. I have come to take Chen Ping back. Su Yixue replied coolly. Lung Ningxuang suddenly burst into laughter. What do you find amusing? Su Yixue shot back, her eyes narrowing at Lung Ningxuang. The memory of Chen Ping's unhesitating choice to abandon her for Lang Ningxuang remained a thorn in her heart. I find it amusing that you, Su Yixue, are truly naive. Lang Ningxuang retorted coldly. Do you believe Chen Ping is someone you can simply dismiss and then reclaim at will? The commotion drew the attention of many Qian Yuan Sect disciples, who dared not approach but eagerly observed from a distance. The Qian Yuan Sect's master had come to take away Elder Chen Ping. I've heard that Elder Chen Ping was treated unfairly in the Qian Yuan Sect, which led him to leave. It was thought that the master held special feelings for him, but it seems more complicated than that. This matter concerns only Chen Ping and me. It has nothing to do with you. Now, let Chen Ping come out to see me. Su Yixue demanded irritably. Nothing to do with me? Lang Ningxuang's expression twisted into a smirk. Chen Ping will not leave with you. You might as well give up on that notion. You were the ones who caused his foundation to shatter in the Qian Yuan Sect. How can you now dare to ask him back? Su Yixue furrowed her brows. Indeed, that incident weighed heavily on her conscience. However, she had merely wished to test Chen Ping. All previous misunderstandings had now been clarified. Naturally, she intended to bring him back. Ridiculous. Lung Ningxuang scoffed. Misunderstandings can be resolved. But what about the harm you inflicted on Chen Ping? His shattered foundation. Do you understand what that means for a cultivator? You have ruined him. Su Yixue shook her head. His shattered foundation was due to his own severing of the Qian Yuan Sect's mark. It was not my doing. Seeing Su Yixue's innocent demeanor only intensified Lang Ningxuang's murderous intent. Indeed, if Chen Ping had not severed the mark, he likely would not have suffered such consequences. But were not all of these matters forced upon him by your Qian Yuan Sect? Now, you feign innocence. I have nothing more to discuss with you. Summon Chen Ping. Su Yixue had no intention of engaging in further conflict with Lang Ningxuang. In her mind, once Chen Ping saw her, he would undoubtedly return with her. Chen Ping will not be coming with you. Leave now. Lang Ningxuang declared coldly. Call Chen Ping out. If he tells me himself that he will not return with me, I will leave immediately. Su Yixue's tone was resolute. The onlookers' admiration for Chen Ping swelled to unprecedented heights. After all, this was a confrontation between the leaders of two great sects, all for the sake of one man, unfolding before their eyes. Lung Ningxuang frowned slightly. She was reluctant to allow Chen Ping to show himself. After all, he shared nearly a century of feelings with Su Yixue, though she had previously harmed him. One could not guarantee he would not reminisce about their past. What is the matter? Are you afraid? Do you fear that once Chen Ping sees me, he will leave you without hesitation and return to the Qian Yuan Sect? A smug smile appeared on Su Yixue's face. After nearly a century of affection, the advantage lies with me. Just as Lang Ningxuang was about to respond, the sound of footsteps echoed. Chen Ping walked slowly toward them. Upon seeing him, Lung Ningxuang's heart tightened. Indeed, Chen Ping could not forget Su Yixue. What did that make her? Su Yixue's expression brightened with excitement. Chen Ping, I have come to take you home. Home? Chen Ping smiled faintly. Indeed, you have been away from the Qian Yuan Sect for far too long. I have come to bring you back. All previous misunderstandings have been resolved, and you are free to return. Su Yixue hastily explained. Lung Ningxuang's heart leaped into her throat. After decades apart, would Chen Ping choose to leave her once more today? Who told you I am going back? Chen Ping replied flatly. At his words, Both women's expressions shifted dramatically. Lung Ningxuang felt elated, while Su Yixue's brows knitted tightly. Chen Ping, I admit that what happened before was indeed a misunderstanding. I shouldn't have treated you that way. I apologize. Please return with me. Su Yixue breathed deeply. An apology? Chen Ping chuckled coldly. You think a mere misunderstanding absolves you of everything I have endured? Why don't you experience the 9 Heavens Thunder Array yourself and then see how it feels to have your foundation ruined? Su Yixue's expression shifted slightly at his words, but she quickly regained her composure. Chen Ping, I apologize for my past actions. Please don't be petulant. Come back with me. I will not wrong you again. I have apologized in front of so many people. I have given you face. Now, will you return with me? Chapter 157. More important matters. Observing the confident expression on Su Yixue's face, Chen Ping felt a pang of sorrow. You should leave. I have stated that from now on. I have no ties with you or your Qian Yuan Sect. Chen Ping's demeanor was remarkably calm. The moment he was forced into the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Array, his feelings for Su Yixue had already withered away. Hearing Chen Ping's resolute words, Su Yixue's heart ached. I have already humbled myself. What more do you expect from me? Can you truly forget the bond we forged over so many years? Su Yixue felt disheartened. It was all because of that despicable woman, Lang Ningxuang. Otherwise, how could Chen Ping possibly refuse to return with her? Did you consider our years of affection when you cast me into the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Array? Did you think of our bond when you subjected me to public judgment? Did you reflect on our shared past when you condemned me based on a mere word from Fan Lan Oyu? You did not. Chen Ping shook his head at Su Yixue. I have already told you. We have no relationship moving forward. Please leave. Su Yixue stood frozen, bewildered. This was not how it was supposed to be. Surely, after she had softened her stance, Chen Ping would forgive her? It had always been this way for decades. Why was it different now? Luo Linger and Jiang Xinwei wished to speak, but, recalling the torment Chen Ping endured within the Qian Yuan Sect, they ultimately remained silent. You heard him. Chen Ping has severed ties with you. Long Ningxuang exclaimed, embracing Chen Ping's arm. I hope you will no longer harass him. Those secretly observing the scene were envious. They had previously sensed an unusual bond between the sect master and Chen Ping. Yet, this was the first instance of such intimacy displayed before the public, undeniably solidifying their relationship. You vixen, I shall end your life. Su Yixue emanated a terrifying aura of killing intent. If it weren't for Lang Ningxuang, today would never have unfolded. Once she eliminated Lung Ningxuang, Chen Ping would naturally return to her side. Have you caused enough chaos? Chen Ping coldly admonished. Su Yixue, upon hearing his rebuke, felt her face darken to an extreme. This is the first time you have spoken to me in such a tone. Chen Ping replied curtly, leave. Su Yixue felt as though darkness enveloped her, nearly causing her to faint. The person who had accompanied her for decades now regarded her with such palpable impatience. Fine. I shall leave now, but do not regret it, Chen Ping. With a cold snort, she tore through the void and vanished. Luo Linger cast a complex glance at Chen Ping before following suit into the void. The once bustling gate of the Qian Yuan Sect fell silent once more. Enough of your watching. Lung Ningxuang huffed, prompting those lurking observers to disperse hastily. Let us depart, she said gently to Chen Ping. Understanding that he must be feeling quite troubled at this moment, I will return to Taiping Peak briefly. I still need to arrange matters for the 2 new disciples I just received, Chen Ping stated. Lung Ningxuang nodded in acknowledgement. Go ahead. At Taiping Peak, Chen Ping's disciples were aware of the Qian Yuan Sect situation. Do you think the sect master will leave with her? Lin Xiao commented, his eyes ablaze. How dare she treat our master that way and still have the audacity to come back? One day, when I grow stronger, I shall annihilate the Qian Yuan Sect. The others agreed, sharing their sentiments, but they suddenly fell silent as a ripple of spatial fluctuation appeared. Chen Ping gradually manifested before them. Greetings, master. They all bowed deeply, including the newly initiated Yu Moyan and Lu Qingyan. Though Chen Ping's cultivation was on par with theirs, after their experience in the Tianma Shintan, they understood the overwhelming power he possessed. Why are you not diligently cultivating? Chen Ping scolded. Master, the spiritual energy in the Qian Yuan Sect is far too sparse. It is of little use for our cultivation, Yu Moyan replied. The Qian Yuan Sect, being a minor sect, could not compare to the vast resources of the Jiuyo Holy Land. Lu Qingyan added, indeed, at our current level, the demand for spiritual energy is immense. If we cultivate here, it may hinder, the cultivation of our 2 senior sisters. She glanced at Qin Jianqian and Lin Xiao, feeling somewhat helpless as her rank was higher, yet they had entered before her. You find the spiritual energy here lacking? Chen Ping's lips curled slightly. Indeed, compared to our Jiuyo Holy Land, it is like heaven and earth. The Holy Land's significance lay in its concentration of spiritual energy, a result of countless generations striving for excellence. With Chen Ping's extraordinary presence, the Qian Yuan Sect would surely ascend to the ranks of the Holy Land in due time. Though it remained feeble for now. Sister, you are mistaken. Huang Xiling interjected boldly. While the spiritual energy in the Qian Yuan Sect may not rival that of your Jiu Holy Land, Taiping Peak is an entirely different matter. Huang Xiling beamed with pride. Come, let me show you the world, she declared. Chen Ping chuckled at this scene. Under Huang Xiling's guidance, Yu Moyan and Lu Qingyan arrived at the gathering Yuan pool. What is this? How is this possible? Shock appeared on the faces of the two girls. The spiritual energy within the pool was so dense it seemed to take on a liquid form, with the water itself being a manifestation of spiritual energy. Even as esteemed maidens of a holy land, it was their first encounter with such a phenomenon. How does this compare to your holy land? Huang Xiling asked with a triumphant expression, forgetting her own astonishment upon first witnessing the gathering Yuan pool. Could this also be the work of our master? Yu Moyan swallowed hard, realizing such a feat would be impossible even for the holy lord of their Jiu Holy Land. Naturally, after spending time beside our master, you will come to understand that she is nothing short of a miracle. Huang Xiling reflected on her journey, feeling a surge of admiration. Step inside. Huang Xiling grasped Lu Qingyan's clothing and yanked her into the pool. Lu Qingyan's alluring figure was fully revealed. What are you laughing at? She retorted, pulling Yu Moyan down with her. Chen Ping listened to the commotion, speechless. Yet, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Chapter 158. Dual Breakthroughs. Chen Ping's consciousness returned to his sea of knowledge, where a small pagoda floated serenely within his Dantian Qi Sea. The pagoda appeared simple, yet it exuded an aura of formidable power. This was an emperor weapon, the zenith of magical artifacts in this realm, an emperor among weapons. Little pagoda? Chen Ping ventured. The Haotian pagoda remained as still as an ordinary tower, offering no response. Haotian pagoda? Chen Ping tried again. Still, the Haotian pagoda was silent. How truly haughty. Chen Ping mused inwardly. A grin crept across Chen Ping's face as he approached the Haotian pagoda. In my old home, there is a myth about a monkey who, having achieved cultivation, wreaked havoc in the heavens, only to be manipulated by a human. With a single somersault, the monkey could travel hundreds of thousands of miles, quickly reaching the edge of the world. There, he saw 5 enormous pillars, mistaking them for the supporting columns of the sky, unaware that they were merely the fingers of the great human being. The mischievous monkey even urinated on one of the pillars as a mark of his visit. It's strange. I haven't had much water today, but I suddenly feel a bit of urgency. The previously dormant Haotian pagoda finally stirred, emitting a beam of light that sent Chen Ping flying. Disgusting fellow. How could the great emperor assign me to him? How could such an unrefined individual surpass the great emperor? Had it not been for the Haotian great emperor's instructions, it would have obliterated Chen Ping without hesitation. Chen Ping chuckled. As long as there is a reaction, that's what matters. He continued, now that you reside within my Dantian Qi Sea, shouldn't you pay rent? This was an emperor weapon now in his possession, and he needed to find a way to utilize it. The Haotian pagoda remained silent. Don't play dead, Chen Ping retorted. The Haotian pagoda finally spoke. Although the great emperor instructed me to follow you, do not expect me to be your lackey or anything of the sort. I will safeguard your life in critical moments, but do not expect anything more. Chen Ping clicked his tongue, as this was not the outcome he desired. However, no matter how he pleaded, the Haotian pagoda remained unresponsive. This fellow, Chen Ping felt helpless. After all, this was an emperor weapon, and provoking it would have consequences beyond his current ability to bear. However, it is not impossible for me to act. Just as Chen Ping was about to leave, the Haotian pagoda suddenly spoke. Chen Ping's eyes lit up. One piece of chaos crystal, and I will assist you once. The Haotian pagoda's voice echoed. Chaos crystal? Chen Ping frowned. He was an imperishable chaos body, wielding chaos chi. However, he had never heard of this chaos crystal. Chaos crystal is formed when chaos chi solidifies. When you reach the emperor realm, you can use your imperishable chaos body to condense chaos crystals. Hearing this, Chen Ping glanced at the Haotian pagoda. If I reach the emperor realm, would I still need an emperor weapon's help? He retorted, I understand. You may rest, old one. Chen Ping's figure vanished. On the Peace Peak, Qin Jinjia was diligently cultivating. As the senior disciple of the Peace Peak, she felt immense pressure. The 2 junior disciples who had just joined were already at the late spirit void realm, while she, despite her relentless cultivation, was only at the peak spirit mobilization realm. Beside Qin Jinjia, Lin Xiao was also cultivating with fervor. She had joined the latest and was the weakest. However, she possessed the Red Lotus karmic fire. And once she fully refined it, her strength would reach the early spirit mobilization realm. Watching the 2 women cultivate earnestly, Chen Ping was filled with gratification. Cultivation required diligence. Otherwise, one could not improve quickly. After all, not everyone was as fortunate as he was, with his advantages. Now, to quickly obtain system rewards. Qin Jianjia and Lin Xiao were the best choices, as their realms were the lowest, making it easier to elevate them. However, the others could not be neglected, as their realms were high, and the feedback they provided would be more significant. In the past few days, Chen Ping felt himself drawing closer to the peak spirit mobilization realm. Suddenly, two violent auras erupted, one sharp and unstoppable, the other scorching. Qin Jianjia and Lin Xiao had simultaneously broken through. A mechanical voice echoed in Chen Ping's mind. Congratulations to the host's disciple, Qin Jianjia, for breaking through to the early spirit void realm. A system reward has been granted. Please check. Congratulations to the host's disciple, Lin Xiao, for breaking through to the early spirit mobilization realm. A system reward has been granted. Please check. Chen Ping grinned. My precious disciples, I truly adore you. He addressed the two women. The path of cultivation should not be rushed. You have just broken through, so do not be hasty in your cultivation. Return and contemplate the differences between the realms, as it will greatly benefit your future cultivation. Yes, master. Qin Jianjia and Lin Xiao nodded earnestly. Chen Ping quickly returned to his room. Let me see what rewards the system has for me this time. Without hesitation, Chen Ping opened the system reward from Qin Jianjia. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a chaos furnace. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine power, Netherworld Corpse Control. Chaos furnace? Chen Ping immediately examined the chaos furnace, and his eyes lit up. It was an ancient furnace, covered with dense, intricate runes. These runes were profound and difficult to comprehend, yet they contained the principles of heaven and earth. Even Chen Ping, who was about to reach the peak spirit void realm, could not decipher them. The chaos furnace was formed from the primordial chaos chi when the world was created. It possessed the ability to refine all items into their purest energy and, according to the user's will, compress and temper them into any form. Chen Ping could barely contain his excitement. The system was truly generous. With the chaos furnace, he could condense chaos crystals even without reaching the Emperor realm. Netherworld Corpse Control is a supreme divine power from the Netherworld underworld, allowing you to control any corpse as your puppet through the power of the Netherworld. Chen Ping frowned slightly. This Netherworld Corpse Control sounded powerful, but he did not possess the power of the Netherworld. Never mind. Chen Ping shook his head and looked at the other system reward. Overall, Qin Jianjia's reward was exceptionally generous. He wondered what surprises Lin Xiao's reward held. Chapter 159, The Dissipation of the Divine Body. Beep. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Celestial Grade Dao Seed, the Netherworld Dao Seed. Beep. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the passive skill Master's Grace as vast as the sea, which enhances the cultivation speed of disciples by 30. The Netherworld Dao Seed? A smile curled at the corners of Chen Ping's mouth. This system truly possesses a peculiar charm. It had just bestowed upon him a divine ability to command corpses of the Netherworld, yet he lacked the Netherworld power. Now, it had granted him a Netherworld Dao Seed. Once he planted this seed, would he not then command the power of the Netherworld? As for the passive skill of Master's Grace as vast as the sea, Chen Ping was equally pleased. The ability to enhance the cultivation speed of his disciples essentially translates to an elevation in his own cultivation speed. Overall, Chen Ping was exceedingly satisfied with these 4 rewards. Moreover, the feedback from his disciples' cultivation propelled him to the pinnacle of the spirit void realm. Now, Chen Ping was confident that even against mid-level adversaries of the spirit desolation realm, he would not find himself at a disadvantage. He retrieved the chaos melting furnace and carefully infused it with the chaos energy from his body. By the time he had exhausted all his chaos energy, it merely condensed into a liquid form. To form a chaos crystal, he would require at least a month. It sounded lengthy, yet Chen Ping was quite content. A month as time for a single strike from the Haotian Tower was indeed a tremendous bargain. Additionally, he discovered that the chaos melting furnace could autonomously absorb the chaos energy from his body, in stark contrast to the tranquility of the Qian Yuan Sect. The Qian Yuan Sect appeared rather desolate. Su Yixue and the 2 other women returned to the Qian Yuan Sect, their expressions grim. Although Luo Ling and Jiang Xinwei had suspected that Chen Ping might be reluctant to return to the Qian Yuan Sect, they had not anticipated such a heartless rejection. Before so many witnesses, he had not afforded Su Yixue a shred of dignity. At this moment, Su Yixue's fury reached its zenith. She had humbled herself and personally visited the Qian Yuan Sect, extending ample courtesy to Chen Ping. Yet, he had unhesitatingly rebuffed her, even embracing Lung Ningxuang in her presence. Such audacity was intolerable. Master, should we not devise another plan to win back senior brother Chen Ping's favor? Luo Ling suggested. She was acutely aware of Chen Ping's formidable strength. An ancient beast of the spirit desolation realm had been effortlessly slain by him. Such prowess had already eclipsed Su Yixue. If Chen Ping were to return to the Qian Yuan Sect, it would undoubtedly be a monumental boon for them. Why should he? Su Yixue scoffed. Since he has chosen the Qian Yuan Sect, henceforth, he shall have no ties to our Qian Yuan Sect. Luo Ling, and Jiang Xinwei were rendered speechless, left in silence. You must urge your disciples to diligently cultivate. The tri-sect martial assembly is fast approaching. Regardless of your methods, I intend to ensure our victory over the Qian Yuan Sect. Su Yixue declared coldly. She had always been a woman of fierce determination. Now that Chen Ping had been claimed by Lang Ningxuang, she was resolute in reclaiming her honor through other means, demonstrating to Chen Ping that Lang Ningxuang paled in comparison to her. The two women grasped Su Yixue's intentions. The Tri-Sect Martial Assembly was a grand event hosted jointly by the three major sects of Zhongzhou, the Qian Yuan Sect, the Qian Yuan Sect, and the Qingshu Sect. Each sect possessed comparable strength with mutual disdain for one another. Thus, they had agreed to organize this assembly. At that time, the three sects would prepare substantial rewards to honor their outstanding disciples. The sect with the highest cumulative ranking would be crowned the champion of the Tri-Sect Martial Assembly, leading the other two sects to cede a portion of their cultivation resources. Historically, the Qian Yuan Sect had consistently been the champion of the Tri-Sect Martial Assembly, and this time could not be an exception. Moreover, they were determined to secure a more resounding victory. Just as Su Yixue prepared to depart, she suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Master, what has happened to you? Luo Ling, and Jiang Xinwei exclaimed in alarm. Quickly, summon the Grand Elder. Luo Ling urged. It is unnecessary. I am here. Jiang Qian's voice resonated as he swiftly appeared before the two women. Jiang Qian practiced the Tao of heavenly mechanisms and was the most formidable alchemist of the Qian Yuan Sect. Grand Elder, please examine what has happened to our master. Jiang Xinwei implored anxiously. Jiang Qian nodded, his consciousness probing into Su Yixue's body. His aged face immediately contorted in horror. How is this possible? He gasped. What is it, Grand Elder? Do not frighten me. Luo Ling urged. The Master's divine body has dissipated, Jiang Qian said, disbelief etched across his features. Su Yixue was known to possess the primordial illusory spirit body, a fact well known within the Qian Yuan Sect. Yet, upon examining her, he discovered that her primordial illusory spirit body had vanished, leaving her as an ordinary human. Such a phenomenon was unprecedented in his experience. The dissipation of the primordial illusory spirit body, how could this be? Luo Ling and the others were similarly astonished. First, I must awaken the master, Jiang Qian proclaimed, producing a pill and placing it in Su Yixue's mouth. The spiritual energy surged violently into her body. After a full half hour, Su Yixue slowly regained consciousness. What has happened to me? Su Yixue inquired, touching her forehead. Master, have you experienced any unusual occurrences lately? Jiang Qian asked. Su Yixue nodded. Recently, I have sensed my cultivation speed diminishing increasingly. Moreover, there is a vague feeling that something is gradually leaving me. Jiang Qian sighed. Your intuition is correct. Your primordial illusory spirit body has dissipated. Su Yixue furrowed her brow tightly. Her rapid advancement in cultivation stemmed not only from her diligence, but also from her divine body. Now, she was being told that her divine body had vanished. Furthermore, the notion of a divine body dissipating was entirely foreign to her. Grand Elder, you who traverse the Tao of heavenly mechanisms must surely discern the reason behind this occurrence. Su Yixue implored Jiang Qian passionately. The divine body not only augmented her cultivation speed but was also crucial to her overall strength. She was determined to uncover the mystery behind the dissipation of the primordial illusory spirit body, and the only one capable of elucidating this was the Grand Elder Jiang Qian, who walked the path of heavenly mechanisms. I cannot guarantee this, but I shall attempt to ascertain it. Jiang Qian settled into a meditative position. An enigmatic aura enveloped him. Soon, he opened his eyes, which seemed to swirl with boundless galaxies. Jiang Qian gazed at Su Yixue. Let me uncover the reason for the dissipation of the primordial illusory spirit body. Chapter 160, Bloodline Rotation. In an instant, the aura surrounding Jiang Qian vanished entirely. Elder, have you discerned the reason behind this occurrence? Su Yixue inquired, her gaze fixed on Jiang Qian. At that moment, Jiang Qian's expression was exceedingly complex. If there is anything you wish to convey, please do so. Su Yixue insisted. Jiang Qian nodded slightly. Just now, I employed the heavenly mechanism technique to probe into the cause of these events. The conclusion I arrived at is that the disappearance of your primordial illusionary spirit is linked to Chen Ping. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three women shifted dramatically. How is that possible? How could Brother Chen Ping possibly commit such an act? Luo Ling exclaimed, disbelief etched on her face. Given her understanding of Chen Ping, even if he were resolute about severing ties with Su Yixue, she could not fathom him resorting to such extremes. Furthermore, She had never heard of a method capable of making someone's unique constitution vanish. Su Yixue's complexion turned ashen. It is indeed him. I never expected him to be so heartless. Rejecting me is one thing, but to cause the disappearance of my primordial illusionary spirit is utterly despicable. I had cherished thoughts of him all this time, and yet he has been so callous. At that moment, Jiang Qian interjected. I sense that this matter is not the doing of Chen Ping. If it were truly him, there is no way the sect leader would remain oblivious to his actions. Su Yixue paused in contemplation. Indeed, even if there exists a method to obliterate another's unique constitution, it cannot be executed so silently. It seemed they would need to utilize the mystical causality mirror. Jiang Qian inhaled deeply and produced the mystical causality mirror. This time, he intended to ascertain the connection between Chen Ping and Su Yixue's primordial illusionary spirit. With vitality infused into it, the mystical causality mirror radiated a resplendent light. I wish to examine the relationship between Chen Ping and the sect leader's unique constitution. Vitality began to dissipate rapidly, yet Jiang Qian exhibited no hesitation. Matters concerning divine bodies transcended even the capabilities of Luo Linger, who was at the late stage of the spirit void realm. Soon, a scene began to materialize within the mystical causality mirror. In the vision, Chen Ping and Su Yixue were nestled together, whispering sweet nothings. Observing this tableau, Su Yixue felt a tumult of emotions, reminiscent of their blissful moments together. However, recalling Chen Ping's ruthless demeanor earlier at the Qian Yuan Sect, her expression turned cold once more. At that moment, Chen Ping's hand, resting beneath Su Yixue's head, suddenly unleashed a terrifying wave of energy. Su Yixue, unable to react in time, succumbed to unconsciousness. The expressions of those present shifted in response. The tenderness Chen Ping had displayed towards Su Yixue was unmistakably genuine. Why had he suddenly resorted to such actions? A sorrowful smile graced Su Yixue's lips. I had thought he wished to leave the Qian Yuan Sect due to our previous misunderstandings. But it seems he has harbored ulterior motives all along. Yet, she was perplexed. If Chen Ping truly intended to harm her, why had she survived thus far? At that time, she had been completely defenseless against him. He could have easily ended her life. Was it possible he had a change of heart at the moment of action, leading him to relent? The truth of Chen Ping's intentions would soon be revealed. Jiang Qian activated the hard inquiry technique. Chen Ping gently caressed Su Yixue's face, his eyes filled with affection. Yixue, I know you're a strong-willed woman. This may hurt, but I can no longer hold back. Hearing this disheartening dialogue, the expressions of the onlookers turned awkward. Only Su Yixue understood that Chen Ping did not wish to impose anything upon her. After all, at this juncture, they had shared countless intimate moments. If he truly desired her, she would have never denied him. There was no need to incapacitate her first. Yet, what could be his rationale for such actions? I understand that you have long aspired to become the leader of the Qian Yuan Sect, but how could the sect possibly permit an ordinary individual to assume such a position? Thankfully, I have suppressed my cultivation over the years to accommodate your ambitions, exploring various avenues. Otherwise, I might not have discovered this method. Upon hearing this, Su Yixue was taken aback. Chen Ping had been stifling his own cultivation for her sake all these years. Did this imply that had it not been for her, Chen Ping would have undoubtedly reached the spirit tranquility realm before her? Perhaps the position of sect leader would have rightfully belonged to Chen Ping. Luo Linger and Jiang Xinwei shared similar realizations, their hearts heavy with emotion. Chen Ping had selflessly given so much for Su Yixue. In the vision, Chen Ping gently laid Su Yixue down on the ground and then reclined beside her. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were even more baffled, uncertain of Chen Ping's intentions. Soon after, the Tao rhythm emanating from Chen Ping began to manifest in a peculiar manner. He then formed a seal with his hands, proclaiming, bloodline rotation. Bloodline rotation? Chen Ping intends to perform bloodline rotation? But what purpose does it serve? Jiang Qian exclaimed, unable to contain himself. Elder, what is this bloodline rotation? Luo Lingo inquired with curiosity. Bloodline rotation is an exceedingly obscure technique, rarely employed. Its sole purpose is to exchange the bloodline constitutions of two individuals. Upon hearing this, the group was perplexed. Chen Ping and Su Yixue were both ordinary bodies. What could be the utility of executing bloodline rotation now? Yet, their expressions soon shifted once more. Chen Ping's aura began to take on an ethereal quality, and a formidable energy emanated from him. This aura, it was the essence of the primordial illusionary spirit. Among those present, Su Yixue possessed the most profound understanding of the primordial illusionary spirit, and she recognized it immediately. But why did Chen Ping exude the aura of the primordial illusionary spirit? Primordial illusionary spirit, bloodline rotation, I understand now. I never expected Chen Ping to have sacrificed so much for you, Jiang Qian murmured. Beside him, Luo Linger and Jiang Xinwei seemed to grasp the implications as tears welled in their eyes. Chen Ping had executed bloodline rotation, now radiating the essence of the primordial illusionary spirit. What would transpire next was no longer a mystery. Only Su Yixue, subconsciously unwilling to accept the reality, failed to comprehend the situation immediately. Before long, countless filaments of Tao rhythm intertwined, connecting Chen Ping and Su Yixue. The essence of the primordial illusionary spirit emanating from Chen Ping began to wane, while gradually, Su Yixue began to manifest the essence of the primordial illusionary spirit. Ultimately, Chen Ping was left without any trace of the primordial illusionary spirit. In the vision, Su Yixue slowly opened her eyes, gazing curiously at the fatigued Chen Ping beside her. "What just happened to me? Why do you look so unwell?" Chen Ping chuckled softly. "Perhaps I have been a bit fatigued from recent training." Su Yixue nodded, but suddenly rose to her feet. My constitution seems to have changed. This is actually the primordial illusionary spirit. How could I have suddenly transformed into the primordial illusionary spirit?" Chapter 161. The disturbance of the formless holy land. Enough, Su Yixue exclaimed, forcefully knocking the Xuanji causality mirror to the ground. Tears streamed down her face as she realized the extent of Chen Ping's sacrifices for her sake. The Taichu illusory spirit body was a divine physique among special constitutions. It was common for even a single heavenly grade artifact to incite fraternal conflict or familial strife. Yet, Chen Ping had unhesitatingly grafted the Taichu illusory spirit body onto himself. And what had she done? She had listened to slander, and without even bothering to verify the claims, allowed Chen Ping to face judgment, even subjecting him to the 9 heavens divine thunder array, ultimately forcing him to shatter his foundation. Is there any side effect to this bloodline exchange? Luo Lingo suddenly inquired, as if struck by a thought. Side effects? Indeed, Jiang Qian sighed. But they primarily affect the practitioner. To exchange one's constitution with another, one must endure excruciating pain, as the physique has already fused with their body. To transfer the Taichu illusory spirit body to the sect leader, it must be forcibly extracted from him. Upon hearing this, Luo Linger was moved to tears. "Brother, why are you so foolish?" In this moment, she began to understand why Chen Ping had resolutely left the Qian Yuan Sect. If she were in his position, she would have acted without hesitation as well. "Senior sister, what if we visit the Qian Yuan Sect again?" Jiang Xinwei sobbed. Chen Ping had silently devoted so much to the Qian Yuan Sect, yet had received such treatment. It was utterly unjust. Su Yixue gently wiped her tears. "Why should we go to the Qian Yuan Sect?" Her gaze hardened. "He has indeed sacrificed much for me, but the Taichu illusory spirit body has dissipated because of him. I owe him nothing." Upon hearing this, Luo Linger and the others furrowed their brows. "What does it matter if I lack a divine physique? Even without it, Su Yixue can still lead the Qian Yuan Sect to greatness." Su Yixue declared, "Let us prepare for the Tri-Sect Martial Conference. Remember my words, no matter what. We must trample the Qian Yuan Sect beneath our feet. I will make Chen Ping realize that cold Ning Shuang pales in comparison to me." I wanted to understand how erroneous his choice was today. Luo Linga wished to say more but was silenced by Su Yixue's resolute gaze, leaving her to abandon her thoughts. "But senior sister, you may truly be mistaken this time. Losing Chen Ping will undoubtedly be the greatest regret in the history of the Qian Yuan Sect." Meanwhile, in the formless Holy Land, the expression of the Holy Master Jiang Tianqing was grim as he surveyed the senior management. Just recently, the soul tablet of the Holy Sun Li Kahan had shattered. The death of the Holy Sun was a tremendous affront to their formless Holy Land. It was likely that they had become the subject of ridicule in many circles. "Our Holy Sun has been slain, and yet you have no news whatsoever. Utterly disgraceful." Jiang Tianqing's aura brimmed with murderous intent. As a prominent Holy Land, they had only ever bullied others. When had it come to pass that they were bullied themselves? The crowd below trembled at his words. "Holy Master, the Holy Sun had a peculiar temperament. He must have offended someone to meet such a fate." Elder Huit Yuhai spoke up. Li Kahan's reputation was well known within the formless Holy Land, and many harbored criticism of him. However, his status as the Holy Sun left everyone powerless to act. Now that he was dead, many within the formless Holy Land felt quite satisfied. Silence. Jiang Tianqing struck Huit Yuhai down with a single blow. A terrifying surge of spiritual energy darkening the previously clear sky. When a sage is enraged, the heavens themselves change, regardless of Li Kahan's actions. He is still the Holy Son of the formless Holy Land. Whoever is responsible for this must pay the price. Our dignity as the formless Holy Land cannot be trifled with. The chilling aura instilled fear in all present. "Bring Elder Su Mu here," Jiang Tianqing commanded calmly. Su Mu, an elder of the formless Holy Land, was adept in the art of divination. With him present, they would surely discern the identity of the Holy Sun's killer. Regardless of the perpetrator's identity, even if it were other holy sons from rival sects, they would have to face the consequences. Otherwise, where would the dignity of the formless Holy Land lie? Where would Jiang Tianxing's authority stand? Soon, an elderly man with white hair approached. "Holy Master, you summoned me?" Su Mu bowed respectfully. "The Holy Son has been killed. I need you to uncover the whereabouts of the murderer," Jiang Tianxing stated. Su Mu nodded, understood. He took the soul tablet of Li Kehan from his disciple, emanating an aura that was both profound and mysterious. With Li Kehan's lingering soul present, identifying his killer would pose no issue. When a person is slain, they exude resentment, which can only be dispelled through significant means. Now, he would utilize Li Kehan's residual soul as a guide to trace the source of that resentment. Finally, Su Mu slowly opened his eyes. Which holy land was the assailant from? Jiang Tianxing inquired. Li Kehan was slain in the Tianma Divine Pool, a place only accessible to cultivators beneath the spirit tranquility realm. Thus, the one capable of slaying Li Kehan must be a prodigy of the Holy Sun caliber. Su Mu's expression was complicated, but he continued. The one who killed the Holy Sun is not from any of the major holy lands. Upon hearing this, not only Jiang Tianxing but everyone present was taken aback. While Li Kehan was known for his erratic behavior, his talent was indeed remarkable. The fact that his killer was not of Holy Sun caliber was astonishing. When had such a monstrous rogue cultivator emerged in Zhongzhou? If he is not from one of the major holy lands, then who is he? Jiang Tianxing pressed. Su Mu replied, "I have just investigated. The individual's exact identity remains unclear, but he should currently be at the Qian Yuan Sect." Upon hearing the name of the Qian Yuan Sect, Jiang Tianxing's brow furrowed in disbelief. How could a mere Qian Yuan Sect cultivate a genius capable of slaying Li Kehan? Very well, Jiang Tianxing nodded, though shocked. The murder of the Holy Son of the formless Holy Land would not go unpunished. "Liamo," Jiang Tianxing called out. Soon, a middle-aged man clad in silver armor stepped forward. "Holy Master, you shall take a group to the Qian Yuan Sect. Those who dare to kill the Holy Son of the formless Holy Land have no right to exist." Jiang Tianxing's expression remained calm. The Qian Yuan Sect was among the top sects beneath the major holy lands. However, before the true holy lands, it was no different from an ant. The underlying reason was the absence of a sage overseeing the sect. In contrast, the holy lands boasted multiple sages, a testament to their profound heritage. Understood. Liamo nodded. A sacred aura emanating from him. He was, indeed, a sage. Chapter 162. Emerging from seclusion outside the Wuxiang sacred land, Liamo, accompanied by several peak-level experts from the Lingji realm, gradually exited the sacred grounds. Although their number was merely 5, the formidable aura they emanated immediately captured the attention of many onlookers. Each of them rode upon extraordinary divine beasts, resembling warhorses. Yet their hooves were encrusted with a layer of frost. Wherever they trod, a thick layer of ice formed beneath them, revealing their identity as frost-hoofed steeds. These creatures bore the bloodline of ancient beasts, their power reaching the pinnacle of the Lingshu realm, capable of traversing vast distances with ease, showcasing the profound heritage of the Wuxiang sacred land. Such commotion swiftly attracted the notice of numerous factions within the central province. With a saint leading the way, what could the Wuxiang sacred land be intending? Surely, no fool would dare to offend them. Many followed at a distance, eager to uncover the unfolding mystery. Liamo, however, remained indifferent to the throng of spectators. The more attention they garnered, the better for the Wuxiang sacred land. The news of their saint's death could scarcely be concealed. Their objective was to ensure that all within the central province understood the dire consequences of offending the Wuxiang sacred land. The target of Liamo and his companions appeared to be the Qian Yuan Sect. As they drew closer, many began to realize the gravity of the situation. Simultaneously, the disciples of the Qian Yuan Sect sensed the terrifying holy might and the piercing intent to kill. What was happening? Why had a saint come to their sect? The atmosphere grew tense. While it was true that Chen Ping had committed a massacre against saints, everyone knew he had relied on the power of the Dragon Vein. That battle had drained the Dragon Vein, and now, with a saint approaching, how would the Qian Yuan Sect respond? Cold Ning Shuang furrowed her brow but took the lead in ascending into the air. The other elders followed suit. Chen Ping, who had been instructing Lin Xiao in his training, also arrived, his expression tense. At this moment, Liamo stood before them. "May I inquire what brings you to our Qian Yuan Sect, esteemed elder?" Cold Ning Shuang addressed Liamo, her heart racing as she felt the overwhelming holy presence emanating from him. Fortunately, they were within the Qian Yuan Sect, allowing them to somewhat suppress their awe of the saint. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the silver armor adorning Liamo. Her brows knitted together. This insignia clearly marked him as a member of the Wuxiang sacred land. "Humph. Your Wuxiang sacred land saint's son was slain by someone from our Qian Yuan Sect at the Tianma Divine Pool. I come here under the orders of the Holy Master to eradicate your sect. Today, you shall vanish from the central province. A chilling killing intent radiated from Liemo. The once clear sky darkened ominously, revealing the terror of a saint's might. Onlookers in the distance were momentarily stunned by his declaration. The saint son of the Wuxiang sacred land was a top-tier genius on the celestial talent board. How could he have been killed by someone from the Qian Yuan Sect? It was no wonder that the Wuxiang sacred land was now filled with bloodlust. They would undoubtedly seek revenge. Cold Ning Shuang's brows remained tightly knitted. Yet she felt no fear. After all, Chen Ping possessed an emperor weapon. What could a saint do? Below the emperor realm, all were but ants. Even if it was just a single emperor weapon. However, if she were to learn that activating this weapon was not something Chen Ping could do at will, her calm demeanor would surely falter. This esteemed elder, the death of Li Kehan was his own doing. He has no one to blame but himself. It seems a bit excessive for your Wuxiang sacred land to make such a fuss over it. Lu Qingyan glided forward, her tone measured. The saintess of the Xuanji sacred land? Liemo regarded Lu Qingyan with a slight frown. Saintess, it would be wise for you to refrain from intervening in today's matters. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding the Xuanji sacred land. Qingyan, step back, Chen Ping interjected calmly. Lu Qingyan's expression tightened at this command. When the emperor bestowed the Haotian Tower to Chen Ping, it had been in a secluded space, and now, aside from Chen Ping and Cold Ning Shuang, no one was aware of this matter. Their opponent was a saint. Master, given the Holy Master's regard for you, he would never allow this to go unpunished. Lu Qingyan transmitted her thoughts urgently. Chen Ping shook his head. A mere early-stage saint held no weight in his eyes. Seeing Chen Ping's indifference, Lu Qingyan eventually acquiesced and retreated. The relationship between the saintess of the Xuanji sacred land and Elder Chen Ping was a source of intrigue. Was it possible she harbored feelings for him? The disciples of the Qian Yuan Sect cast envious glances at Chen Ping. I was the one who killed Li Kehan, Chen Ping stated flatly. The revelation stunned everyone. They had not anticipated Chen Ping's straightforward admission, especially in front of a saint. His audacity to refer to Li Kehan as a waste only intensified the killing intent emanating from Liemo very well, since you admitted. Today you and the Qian Yuan Sect shall disappear from this world. The terrifying holy presence surged, enveloping them in a palpable sense of danger. Those of lower cultivation immediately knelt in fear. Grand Elder, it is time for you to emerge from seclusion, Chen Ping commanded. As his voice fell, an overwhelming aura erupted forth, astonishing all present. It had reached the level of a saint. Ji Liang slowly materialized before the crowd. He gazed at the unfolding scene, momentarily speechless. Little one, I was in seclusion for just a few days, and you've already attracted such grave trouble. This is the Wuxiang sacred land. Before him stood Liemo, a peak early-stage saint. Ji Liang had only just stabilized his own breakthrough to the saint realm. How could he possibly contend with this foe? The revelation that Chen Ping had killed Li Kehan left him at a loss for words. It seemed the conflict with the Wuxiang sacred land could not be resolved amicably. In that case, I must risk my life to provide the others with a chance to escape. He had not anticipated that the Qian Yuan Sect would produce a saint. What a pity, though merely a newly emerged saint. Liemo regarded Ji Liang with a hint of disdain. The disparity between saints was far greater than that of the preceding realms. By the Holy Master's command, annihilate the entire Qian Yuan Sect. Those uninvolved, retreat at once. Liemo's voice was calm, yet laced with an inexorable chill. To extinguish my Qian Yuan Sect, you must first step over my corpse. The holy aura enveloped Ji Liang as his eyes sparkled with fierce determination. Chapter 163. The emergence of the Divine Lord. In the outbreak of holy war, the air crackled with a terrifying sanctity as Ji Liang, having only recently entered the sacred realm, found himself at a disadvantage against Liemo, who had already reached the pinnacle of the preliminary sacred stage. Such formidable combat prowess right after your breakthrough. Your talent is indeed commendable, Liemo declared, looking down upon Ji Liang. However, I regret to inform you that today you shall surely perish. A wave of dreadful energy surged forth, and beside Liemo, a long spear materialized, piercing through the air. A sacred artifact. The expressions of the Qian Yuan Sect members turned grave. This spear radiated a profound sanctity, clearly a sacred weapon forged by Liemo himself. It has been quite some time since I wielded my dragon spine cold light, Liemo proclaimed as he gripped the spear, a resonant dragon's roar echoing forth. The spear's surface, adorned with densely packed scales, glimmered brilliantly, resembling the resurgence of an ancient divine dragon. Ji Liang's brow furrowed deeply, already at a disadvantage. The emergence of Liemo's sacred artifact left him pondering how to counter this threat. You believe my Qian Yuan Sect lacks depth, do you? Chen Ping remarked nonchalantly, causing everyone to freeze in shock. Two powerful saints were engaged in combat, yet here was a late-stage Lingshu cultivator voicing his opinions, under the influence of a concealing technique. None could discern Chen Ping's true cultivation level. I shall indeed bully your Qian Yuan Sect. What will you do about it? Li Mo retorted disdainfully. Survival of the fittest is an unchanging truth in this world. The weak must be prepared to be oppressed by the strong. Chen Ping let out a cold laugh, and a dazzling crimson light erupted from his body. Elder, use this. Ji Liang's expression shifted as he sensed an overwhelming sharp aura. Before him, a coffin materialized. Stunned, Ji Liang wondered what trick Chen Ping was playing, presenting him with a coffin, as if preparing for his own demise. But soon, his demeanor changed. This coffin was entirely forged from blood-weeping phoenix gold. Such a rare divine metal, a single piece of which was priceless, was now manifested in this massive coffin. Li Mo's expression also altered. Impossible. How could a mere Qian Yuan Sect possess such divine gold? Humph, and what a divine gold. Without refinement, it is merely sturdy. Li Mo replied dismissively. His sacred weapon had been refined using his own soul, intrinsically linked to his very being. Ji Liang raised the coffin overhead. The scene was undeniably comical, yet none present could muster a laugh. This battle would determine the fate of the Qian Yuan Sect. Should Ji Liang falter, the sect would be no more. Observing Li Mo's contempt, Chen Ping shook his head in disapproval. Refinement? This coffin once housed the severed arm of the Emperor Haotian. Even unrefined, tainted with imperial blood, it is not a common artifact that can withstand. Die! Ji Liang shouted as he hurled the coffin directly at Li Mo. Li Mo scoffed. Shatter? The long spear cleaved through the sky, creating ripples in the space around it. However, upon contact with the coffin, the dragon spine cold light shattered into fragments. Having been refined with his soul, the loss was catastrophic, and Li Mo coughed up a mouthful of blood. How can this be? Li Mo's face paled. This was merely an unrefined coffin, and even if it were divine gold, it should not have obliterated his weapon. Yet, he had no time to dwell on such thoughts as the coffin, radiating a sinister crimson light, hurtled toward him. The situation was utterly bizarre. A ghostly light emanated from Li Mo, and soon a seed of Dao, exuding spatial fluctuations, appeared above his head. The Void Dao Seed, a peak-grade seed of Dao, granted its wielder control over the void. The eerie coffin instilled a profound dread within Li Mo, compelling him to merge into the void to evade the impending assault. At that moment, the coffin, glowing with an enchanting crimson hue, slowly cracked open. An energy imbued with boundless deathly silence escaped. The Void Dao Seed above Li Mo's head disintegrated. What in the world is this? Li Mo's countenance shifted dramatically. His Dao Seed, a peak-grade one, was but a step away from the celestial grade. Yet now, merely a waft of energy from the coffin had obliterated it. Finally, the coffin descended, and Li Mo was utterly annihilated. The once clear sky darkened ominously, crackling with thunder and lightning, followed by a torrential downpour of black rain. The fall of a saint. Those observing could only gaze in awe. The Qian Yuan Sect possessed the power to slay a saint. Ji Liang stood frozen, astonished by the strength of the coffin gifted by Chen Ping. He had already experienced Li Mo's might, yet beneath this coffin, there was no resistance whatsoever. Chen Ping remained unfazed, for this coffin had once contained the severed arm of the Emperor Haotian. The deathly aura left behind by a fallen emperor was unfathomably terrifying, especially when mingled with imperial blood. Though not on par with imperial weapons, it far surpassed ordinary artifacts. The entourage that had accompanied Li Mo exchanged glances, utterly bewildered. They had never anticipated that merely seeking to eradicate a small sect like the Qian Yuan would result in the demise of a saint from the Wuxiang Holy Land. You dare to slay a saint of Wuxiang Holy Land? Your Qian Yuan Sect is finished. Wang Wei scoffed at the members of the Qian Yuan Sect. Lung Mingxuang chuckled coldly. You came here with the intent to extinguish our Qian Yuan Sect. If our elder were not your match, would you have spared us? Wang Wei and his companions fell silent. Elder, take action. With an imperial weapon in hand, Chen Ping felt no fear. Ji Liang nodded. These individuals were ultimately a threat. Eliminating them now could buy the Qian Yuan Sect some time. Let them perish. Ji Liang once more lifted the coffin, finding it increasingly manageable with each use. Perhaps he should suggest to Chen Ping to offer this coffin as a wedding gift? Ji Liang abruptly shook his head. Who presents a coffin as a gift? Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the area. A brilliant light burst forth as Jiang Tianqing gradually emerged into view. Clad in a golden robe adorned with rivers, mountains, sun, moon, and stars, his stern visage bore an air of majesty that commanded reverence, akin to that of an emperor. The holy master of the Wuxiang Holy Land, Jiang Tianqing, had personally arrived. Chapter 164. The arrival of the emperor at the celestial star Holy Land Saint Master. The people from the Wuxiang Holy Land have headed towards the Qian Yuan Sect. Shall we not go? Li Qufan inquired cautiously, glancing at Chen Qingying. The Saint Master had always held the Qian Yuan Sect in high regard, and upon hearing the news, he hastily came to inform him. Chen Ping slowly opened his eyes. What is the rush? The celestial star Holy Land is merely sending a Lemo. What is there to worry about? A glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes. Favor should be bestowed in the most valuable circumstances. Last time, Chen Ping had already orchestrated the assassination of a saint. Even if he could not achieve at this time, it would still serve to delay matters for a while. He planned to intervene at the most critical moment for both Qian Yuan Sect and Chen Ping, maximizing the utility of the favor owed. Not long after, Li Qufan hurried back. Saint Master, Liemo has been killed by a newly ascended saint from the Qian Yuan Sect. Oh? Chen Ping's brow furrowed slightly. He felt no surprise at Liemo's death. Although Chen Ping's cultivation appeared unremarkable, the secrets he possessed were far too numerous. Even he had to retreat in the past, let alone a mere Liemo. What surprised him was that the one who killed Liemo was not Chen Ping, but rather a newly ascended saint from the Qian Yuan Sect. He recalled that when he visited the Qian Yuan Sect, that individual had barely stepped into the realm of saints. How could such a short span of time allow him to slay Liemo, who had already reached the peak of the initial stage of sainthood? I see. Chen Ping nodded, maintaining his calm demeanor. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. He never expected that the old fellow Jiang Tianqing would personally intervene. This is intriguing. With that, a ripple of spatial energy emanated from him, causing his figure to vanish entirely. At the Qian Yuan Sect, Jiang Tianqing's presence instilled a sense of reverence among all. The Saint Master of a holy land had already reached the pinnacle of sainthood. With a grand saint personally involved, the Qian Yuan Sect was likely doomed. Even Ji Liang felt a heavy weight pressing upon him. Despite possessing the mystical coffin, he lacked the confidence to slay Jiang Tianqing. After all, he was a grand saint. You of the Qian Yuan Sect have slain the holy son of my Wuxiang holy land, and now you have killed another saint. Do you presume my Wuxiang holy land to be without defenders? A terrifying aura of saintly might enveloped the area, causing many to kneel in fear. Chen Ping furrowed his brow and swiftly formed a seal with his hands, conjuring a formation that prevented the members of the Qian Yuan Sect from bowing down. Jiang Tianqing fixed his gaze on Chen Ping, his eyes sharp and laden with pressure. Interesting. Yet, it is regrettable that even the gaze of the Haotian emperor did not cause Chen Ping to flinch, let alone myself, a grand saint. The Qian Yuan Sect has unjustly provoked my Wuxiang holy land. Today, they shall pay the price. A colossal hand, formed from boundless rules, materialized above the Qian Yuan Sect, casting a shadow over the entire area. Chen Ping squinted. Stop. At that moment, a divine light streaked across, shattering the hand above. Chen Ping gradually appeared before everyone. The Saint Master of the Celestial Star Holy Land. The members of the Qian Yuan Sect sighed in relief. As long as Chen Ping was willing to intervene, they might preserve their lives. Lu Qingyan gazed at Chen Ping, her expression becoming complex. The Saint Master had instructed her to subdue Chen Ping. Yet she had become his disciple. While it did connect her to Chen Ping in the Celestial Star Holy Land, the nature of the connection felt different. Those observing the scene were astonished. When did the Qian Yuan Sect become entangled with the Celestial Star Holy Land? Some who had witnessed the conflict between the two in the past exhibited excited expressions, eager to see how this situation would unfold. Chen Ping, this matter has nothing to do with your Celestial Star Holy Land. I advise you not to meddle. Jiang Tianqing's voice was stern. For ordinary individuals, he would have struck them down without hesitation. However, Chen Ping was different. His strength was comparable, and both held the same status as Saint Masters of their respective Holy Lands. Chen Ping is the future consort of my Celestial Star Holy Land Saintess. Do you think I should turn a blind eye? Chen Ping replied boldly. Lu Ningxiang's brows knitted together as her gaze towards Chen Ping turned unfriendly. Chen Ping felt a chill run down his back, while Lu Qingyan's face flushed slightly. The members of the Qian Yuan Sect looked at Chen Ping with envy. Elder Chen Ping was indeed formidable, having secured the attention of the sect master, and now he had also won over the saintess of the Celestial Star Holy Land. Moreover, it seemed that the sect master of the Qian Yuan Sect had also been persistently pursuing Elder Chen Ping. Chen Ping, I advise you to think this through. The Qian Yuan Sect has slain my Wuxiang Holy Land's holy son and another saint. If you insist on meddling today, prepare for war with us. All eyes turned towards Chen Ping, questioning whether he would truly wage war over a Chen Ping. The cost of conflict between these two great powers would be substantial. If war is what they seek, then my Celestial Star Holy Land shall gladly accompany them. He had firmly decided to ally with Chen Ping. Even if war erupted, it would be Jiang Tianqing who would sustain the injuries, for Chen Ping was suspected to possess an imperial weapon. Very well. If that is the case, I shall first annihilate the Qian Yuan Sect, and then turn my attention to your Celestial Star Holy Land. Jiang Tianqing's gaze settled on Chen Ping. At such a close distance, he was certain that the one who killed Li Kehan was indeed this man. I will hold back Chen Ping. You all proceed to annihilate the Qian Yuan Sect. The ethereal rhythm of Dao flowed around Jiang Tianqing, indicating that he was prepared to act. Wait, another voice interjected. A ripple of spatial energy manifested as an elder accompanied by a young man slowly appeared before everyone. Chen Fan is my brother, Chu Guangxiang. If you wish to harm brother Chen Fan, you must first inquire whether my Luoyuan Holy Land consents. Chu Guangxiang stepped beside Chen Ping and patted his shoulder, rest assured. With me here, nothing will happen. Chen Ping was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Chu Guangxiang would arrive, and his respect for this brother grew. After all, it is easy to offer assistance in times of prosperity, but difficult to lend a hand in times of need. By stepping forward now, he was opposing the Wuxiang Holy Land. Chu Qingxiu, are you sure you wish to stand against my Wuxiang Holy Land? Jiang Tianqing inquired, his eyes fixed on Chu Qingxiu. Although not a grand saint, Chu Qingxiu had reached the latter stages of sainthood, a formidable presence indeed. The will of the Holy Sun reflects the will of my Luoyuan Holy Land. Chu Qingxiu replied coolly. The Luoyuan Holy Land had always been at odds with the Wuxiang Holy Land, and thus had no fear of offending them. Very well. Chen Qingying chuckled coldly. Even if the two of you Holy Lands unite, my Wuxiang Holy Land is not afraid. Even if the Emperor himself descends, the Qian Yuan Sect shall be annihilated today. Chapter 165. Comparable to the Great Emperor, what if we include the 9 Nether Sacred Land? At that moment, Yu Moyan slowly stepped forward. The 9 Nether Sacred Land? The gathered crowd was momentarily taken aback. The 9 Nether Sacred Land was a renowned sanctuary in the southern wilderness. Why was it now appearing in central continent? And why would it advocate for the Qian Yuan Sect? Who are you? Jiang Tianqing inquired, his brow furrowed. The 9 Nether Sacred Land was indeed a prestigious realm in the southern wilderness. Although both were sacred lands, there existed a discernible difference. Historically, a quasi-emperor had emerged from the 9 Nether Sacred Land. Although he ultimately failed to ascend the righteous path, the legacy left by such a figure was unfathomable. Can you represent the 9 Nether Sacred Land? Jiang Tianqing felt a twinge of crisis as the 2 sacred lands had already made their presence known. And now the 9 Nether Sacred Land had emerged as well. I am Yu Moyan, the saintess of the 9 Nether Sacred Land, she stated calmly. At her declaration, the crowd fell silent. Another saintess had appeared. The Qian Yuan Sect had now gathered 3 prodigies of saintly caliber and 2 sacred lords. Such a formidable assembly was rarely seen throughout the annals of Central Continent's history. It was evident that if the Qian Yuan Sect were to survive this ordeal, it would undoubtedly achieve great renown. Our affairs in Central Continent have no bearing on you from the southern wilderness. I suggest the 9 Nether Sacred Land refrain from intervening. Jiang Tianqing suppressed his fury. Elder Chen Ping is my master. Do you think this has nothing to do with me? Yu Moyan replied coldly. The secrets surrounding Chen Ping were profound, and after recently becoming his disciple, he had gifted her a piece of blood-weeping phoenix gold, for both emotional and logical reasons. She could not turn a blind eye. The revelation that the saintess of the 9 Nether Sacred Land was a disciple of Chen Ping astonished everyone. Saints and saintesses were typically individuals of exceptional talent. Their pride was self-evident. Yet now, Yu Moyan openly acknowledged Chen Ping as her master. Despite him merely being at the late stage of the spirit void realm, Jiang Tianqing's brow tightened. Both the Qian Yuan Sacred Land and the Luoyuan Sacred Land had already made their appearances, and he had dared to take a gamble. However, with the addition of the inscrutable 9 Nether Sacred Land, he felt an inkling of trepidation. Who would have thought that a mere Qian Yuan Sect could wield such immense power? Even as a sacred lord of a significant holy land, Jiang Tianqing felt compelled to retreat. Today, I shall grant face to the 3 sacred lands. Let today's matters be put aside for now. The crowd was left in stunned silence upon hearing the statement. As a sacred lord of a major sacred land, he had chosen to back down today. Even witnessing it firsthand, they found it hard to believe. We shall take our leave. Jiang Tianqing was about to depart. Wait. At that moment, Chen Ping spoke up, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. Just moments ago, through the dedicated training of his disciples, he had finally encountered an opportunity for breakthrough. All eyes turned towards Chen Ping. In their eyes, this outcome seemed to be the most favorable for the Qian Yuan Sect. Yet Chen Ping had more to convey. Do you think the Qian Yuan Sect is a place where one can come and go as they please? Chen Ping said to Jiang Tianqing. Dare you to face me in battle? A terrifying aura erupted from Chen Ping. And only then did the crowd realize that his strength had reached the pinnacle of the spirit void realm. But how could a peak spirit void realm cultivator possess the audacity to challenge a sacred lord? The members of the Qian Yuan Sect felt a wave of anxiety for Chen Ping. They knew he had always been fearless. Yet the opponent before them was a sacred lord of the Wuxiang Sacred Land, a being of great stature. You wish to challenge me? Even Jiang Tianqing was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, I dare. Chen Ping's lips curled into a smirk. Initially, he had planned to settle scores later, but the circumstances had shifted. Very well, I shall grant your wish. Jiang Tianqing replied coldly. A peak spirit void realm cultivator dared to challenge a sacred lord. Su Yixue from the Luyun sacred land regarded Chen Ping with glimmering eyes. If this Chen Ping could somehow survive, he must be befriended in the future. Who was it that bestowed upon him the courage to confront a great sage? Chu Guangxiang nodded. Based on my understanding of him, he would not undertake such a risk without assurance. Su Yixue remained noncommittal. To prevent repercussions for the Qian Yuan Sect, let us change locations. I shall await you. With that, Chen Ping transformed into a streak of light, arriving at an ancient battlefield not far from the Qian Yuan Sect. Seeing this, Jiang Tianqing teleported to stand before Chen Ping. I shall see from whence you draw the courage to challenge me. Jiang Tianqing's gaze pierced through Chen Ping, his eyes radiating brilliance. I grant you the opportunity. Make your move. As a grand sage, it would be beneath him to strike first against a mere peak spirit void realm ant. Peak spirit void realm is but an ant. Chen Ping nodded. Very well. With that, he elevated his aura to its zenith. Feeling this terrifying presence, the assembled crowd fell silent. How could a mere peak spirit void realm cultivator exude such fearsome energy? Even mid-stage spirit tranquility realm cultivators would find it hard to possess such overwhelming aura. Gazing upon Chen Ping, who appeared akin to a demonic deity, the crowd could not help but express their admiration. The Qian Yuan Sect had indeed produced such an extraordinary prodigy. Soon, a Dao seed began to materialize from within Chen Ping, its resplendent glow rendering the audience speechless. An immortal-grade Dao seed. No wonder it was so defiant, having coalesced into an immortal-grade slaughter Dao seed. Chen Qingying and Su Yixue regarded Chen Ping with admiration in their eyes. An immortal-grade Dao seed already indicated the potential of imperial stature. Even Jiang Tianqing had to concede that Chen Ping was indeed a genius. Yet shortly thereafter, everyone's expression shifted. The slaughtered Dao seed hovered above Chen Ping's head, and soon, another Dao seed emerged from him. It too radiated brilliance, another immortal-grade Dao seed. The crowd gasped in astonishment. A single individual had managed to condense two immortal-grade Dao seeds. To manifest a single immortal-grade Dao seed was already indicative of imperial potential. What of two? Surely, if he did not fall, he would inevitably ascend to the throne of emperor in the future. Before their astonishment could subside, yet another Dao seed emerged from Chen Ping. Once more, it shone with resplendence, an immortal-grade Dao seed. Time Dao seed, space Dao seed, slaughter Dao seed. Just how monstrous was Chen Ping? The crowd swallowed hard. 3 immortal-grade Dao seeds. Was this still human? It was akin to a demonic prodigy. According to legend, even the Emperor Haoyan, who established an era of prosperity for humanity, had only condensed 3 immortal-grade Dao seeds in his youth. The talent that Chen Ping now exhibited was already comparable to that of the great Emperor Haoyan. Chapter 166. The unoffendable individual at that moment. A black Dao seed manifested once more on Chen Ping's body. This Dao seed, as dark as ink, emitted an aura that sent shivers down the spine. How could this be possible? Another divine Dao seed. A single individual had coalesced 4 divine Dao seeds. The onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment. In the past, the Emperor Haoyan had only managed to gather 3 divine Dao seeds. This Chen Ping had surpassed him with 4. This implied that Chen Ping's innate talent had already eclipsed that of the Emperor Haoyan. Everyone swallowed hard. They seemed to be witnessing the birth of an extraordinary being today. Chen Qingying gazed at Chen Ping, her expression complex. Her initial desire to ally with him stemmed from his terrifying talent, but even more so from the imperial potential that might lie behind him. Yet now, she realized her mistake. As long as Chen Ping did not fall, he would undoubtedly ascend to the emperor's path. Moreover, even among the ancient emperors, he would stand out as an exceptional figure. Su Yixue's aged eyes sparkled with brilliance. Guangxiang, you have befriended someone remarkable. 4 divine Dao seeds. This is simply unearthly. Chu Guangxiang's expression was intricate, a mix of bitterness and pride. The bitterness arose from the acknowledgement that, despite being a prominent figure of his generation, he paled in comparison to Chen Ping. The pride came from the fact that Chen Ping was his friend. Umo Yin looked at the black Dao seed, her fair face reflecting profound shock. The nether Dao seed, how incredible! The ancestral precept of the 9 nether sacred land states that whoever possesses the nether Dao seed shall be the master of the 9 nether sacred land. And now, the nether Dao seed had finally revealed itself. If she had previously harbored reservations about her new master, she was now utterly convinced. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Disciple Umo Yan's loyalty has risen to 100. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in Chen Ping's mind. He was taken aback. What was happening? He had always believed that if any of his disciples were to reach a loyalty of 100 first, it would be Qian Yuan. Yet, this newly accepted disciple had achieved such loyalty. It was truly bizarre. However, with a loyalty of 100, the disciple would obey him completely, never defying any of his decisions. But what about himself? Chen Ping turned to Yu Mo Yin. Her unique aura and impeccable figure caught his attention. He shook his head vigorously, casting aside these chaotic thoughts. She was his disciple. Yet, at that moment, many were sweating for Chen Ping. The greater his displayed talent, the more it would incite Jiang Tianqing's murderous intent. After all, no one wished to see a genius rise on the opposing side, especially one who had already shown the potential to upend their existence. Indeed, Jiang Tianqing's murderous aura intensified. Like the others, he felt the oppressive weight of pressure. Although Chen Ping was merely an ant in his eyes for now, should he grow stronger, he would pose a terrifying threat to both himself and the Wuxiang sacred land. You should not showcase your talents before me, Jiang Tianqing declared. Chen Ping replied with a smile. And what of it? Today, you cannot harm me. Chen Ping's aura surged once more. Just then, the previously clear sky suddenly darkened, thick clouds gathering as lightning snakes, as thick as an arm, twisted and coiled within them. The terrifying pressure instilled a sense of impending doom in everyone present. Could this be the legendary heavenly tribulation? Someone gulped nervously. It was said that only those with extraordinary potential could attract a heavenly tribulation upon breaking through, and the stronger the talent, the mightier the tribulation. Who would have imagined witnessing someone face a heavenly tribulation today? The heavenly tribulation is the embodiment of the will of the heavens. When the heavens perceive an individual as powerful enough to disrupt the balance, they will descend to obliterate them. Historical records recount numerous prodigies who perished while undergoing their tribulations. Yet, those who successfully endure will experience a qualitative enhancement in strength. There is a saying in history, those who face the heavenly tribulation are invincible at their level. I recall that the current number one in Zhangzhou, Wang Chanfeng, invoked a heavenly tribulation when he broke through to the Lingji realm. Yet it pales in comparison to this spectacle. It was evident that Chen Ping's potential had surpassed Wang Chanfeng's. However, considering that Chen Ping had coalesced 4 divine Dao seeds, this achievement seemed only natural. After all, even among ancient emperors, such accomplishments were rare. I understand now. Chen Qingying's eyes lit up. Chen Ping intends to use the heavenly tribulation against Jiang Tianqing. The heavenly tribulation manifests as the will of the heavens. As Chen Ping undergoes his tribulation, any individual with significantly greater strength within its vicinity will be perceived by the heavens as aiding the one facing the tribulation. This, in the eyes of the heavens, is a provocation which will trigger a heavenly tribulation. Furthermore, the heavenly tribulation that Jiang Tianqing attracts will correspond to his own realm. Everyone gasped in astonishment. If this were the case, Jiang Tianqing was in for a misfortune. Although he was at the pinnacle of the saint realm, he had not yet reached the threshold to face the emperor's tribulation. This time, he could very well be facing a life and death situation. All present felt a chill for Jiang Tianqing, internally designating Chen Ping as an unoffendable individual. This fellow is exceedingly cunning. It is entirely possible that today, Jiang Tianqing might truly meet his end at Chen Ping's hands. What a vile young man. Jiang Tianqing glared at Chen Ping, his murderous intent reaching its zenith. Yet, unfortunately for him, he could only distance himself from Chen Ping. Otherwise, their tribulations merging could lead to certain death. Chen Ping, witnessing this, made no attempt to intervene. He was equally disinterested in obstructing the event. The first heavenly tribulation descended. Terrifying lightning snakes, imbued with a sense of annihilation, struck down. Break for me, Chen Ping shouted, launching a fist at the lightning snake. The crowd gasped once more. Typically, when individuals face heavenly tribulations, they cautiously employ various artifacts to shield themselves from the heavenly lightning. Witnessing Chen Ping confront the lightning directly was a first for them. Boom. The dreadful lightning snake shattered beneath Chen Ping's punch. The audience was rendered speechless. Chen Ping's physical prowess was astonishing. As the lightning snake disintegrated, remnants of its destructive power coursed into Chen Ping's body. His eyes narrowed. Under the nurturing influence of this destructive energy, he sensed a sign of strengthening within his indestructible chaotic body. Come on. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Chen Ping's eyes. Upon successfully overcoming the tribulation, his physical strength might very well reach the level of a supreme artifact. Lightning continuously rained down, yet Chen Ping effortlessly dissipated each strike. Observing Chen Ping's tribulation as if it were a leisurely vacation, the crowd marveled in envy. However, not far from Chen Ping, Jiang Tianqing was experiencing a far less pleasant ordeal. Chapter 167. Collusion. At that moment, Jiang Tianqing was drenched in blood, with half of his arm severed. The stark white bone mingled with blood, creating a scene of gruesome horror. Presently, Jiang Tianqing was inwardly cursing. Had he known this fellow was so formidable, he would have abstained from coming. A mere holy son, his demise simply necessitates the cultivation of another. with the resources of their faceless sacred ground. Nurturing a holy son was an effortless endeavor. With this in mind, Jiang Tianqing turned his gaze towards Chen Ping. It would have been better if he hadn't. For upon seeing him, Jiang Tianqing spat out another mouthful of blood. He was in such a wretched state, while that fellow appeared utterly at ease. Anyone would think he was reveling in the tribulation rather than enduring it. Such disparity was infuriating. This momentary distraction led to another bolt of heavenly lightning descending, completely severing his remaining arm. The onlookers watched from afar, silently lamenting Jiang Tianqing's plight. A dignified great saint was experiencing an ordeal he would never forget. Nay, he likely wouldn't have a future to remember it by. Undergoing a quasi-emperor tribulation without preparation was a path to certain doom. This realization further instilled a sense of dread towards Chen Ping. The fellow was truly uncanny. To reduce a great saint to such a pitiable state, with almost certain demise, was astonishing. No one should ever cross paths with this man. Chen Ping shattered the final tribulation thunderbolt. As he anticipated, his physical fortitude had reached new heights, rivaling a high-grade heaven-tier magical artifact with ease. Keep in mind, he had only just entered the initial stage of the soul formation realm. Once he reached the saint realm, his physical body would likely be capable of directly shattering saint artifacts. The dark clouds overhead dissipated, and a hint of reluctance appeared on Chen Ping's face. The crowd was rendered speechless. Ordinary individuals undergoing tribulations bemoaned the excess of tribulation lightning. Yet, this fellow wore an expression of regret, a stark contrast that was truly infuriating. Finally, after the cleansing of the tribulation lightning, Chen Ping officially entered the initial stage of the soul formation realm. Feeling the vast spiritual energy within his body, Chen Ping was immensely satisfied. It was regrettable, however, that he hadn't been able to gather all 9 original Dao seeds. That would have truly been defying heaven. Chen Ping glanced at Jiang Tianqing, who was still undergoing his tribulation in the distance, and a smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. As expected of the faceless sacred ground's holy master, he's managed to persevere for so long. Chen Ping's voice was soft, but everyone present was an accomplished cultivator and could hear him clearly, especially Jiang Tianqing, who was undergoing his tribulation, and spat out another mouthful of blood. He had barely endured until the final tribulation lightning. As long as he could overcome this lightning, he could step into the quasi-emperor realm. But Chen Ping's words caused his Dao heart to become unstable. The tribulation lightning struck him directly. Under the terrifying power of the tribulation lightning, Jiang Tianqing was charred into a blackened mass and fell to the ground, devoid of life. The dignified holy master of the faceless sacred ground, a peak great saint, had fallen before everyone's eyes. The crowd couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This was a hegemon of one side. What a truly unjust death. The few who had accompanied Jiang Tianqing wore expressions of extreme dismay. But neither Chu Qingxiu nor Chen Qingying were opponents they could handle. Now that the holy master was dead, what could they do to resist? Without hesitation, they retrieved Jiang Tianqing's remains, and the few of them tore through the void and left. Chen Qingying and the others did not stop them. With Jiang Tianqing's death, the faceless sacred ground was doomed. Unnoticed by anyone, in the firmament above, an white-haired old man with piercing eyes observed the scene before him and stroked his beard. The human race has hope. Since that's the case, I'll give you a hand, hoping you can grow up as soon as possible. After saying that, the old man waved his hand, and an extremely strange Dao rhythm enveloped the entire Qian Yuan Sect for hundreds of miles. After completing all of this, the old man smiled slightly, and his body slowly dissipated. No one noticed this scene, not even Chen Qingying, who had already become a great saint. Little friend Chen Ping, you've truly broadened my horizons today, Chen Qingying said with a smile as he looked at Chen Ping. Monster, this is a monster. A dignified great saint was schemed to death by him like this. You flatter me, Chen Ping said calmly. Chen Qingying changed the subject. But after today, your relationship with the faceless sacred ground will truly be irreconcilable. But don't worry, with our profound sky sacred ground here, we won't let them hurt you. That's right. And our flowing cloud sacred ground. Chu Guangxiang also stood up. It's fine, I haven't taken the faceless sacred ground seriously, Chen Ping said calmly. As long as he had a month's time to condense a chaos crystal, he could let the Haoyan Tower make a move once. At that time, it wouldn't be impossible to destroy the faceless sacred ground in one fell swoop. If an ordinary person had said such a thing, they would have been ridiculed long ago. But Chen Ping had just schemed to death the holy master of the faceless sacred ground, so now that he said this, everyone didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Although the heavenly tribulation had passed, who knew if he had any other insidious tricks? Qingyan, are you staying in the Qian Yuan Sect or returning to the profound sky sacred ground with me? Chen Qingying transmitted his voice to Lu Qingyan. Holy Master, I have already become Chen Ping's disciple and want to stay in the Qian Yuan Sect for the time being. Hearing the words become a disciple, Chen Qingying's mouth twitched. I wanted you to win over Chen Ping to become the son-in-law of the profound sky sacred ground. How did you become his disciple instead? Seeming to sense Chen Qingying's thoughts, Lu Qingyan lowered her head and remained silent. Forget it. You can stay here for now. Chen Qingying waved his hand, then transmitted his voice. Becoming a disciple is fine. In the profound origin continent, there are not a few cases of masters and disciples getting together. You work harder. After saying that, Chen Qingying turned around and left. Lu Qingyan's pretty face suddenly turned red. What do you mean by getting together? And work harder? Is this something that a dignified holy master of a sacred ground should say? At this time, Chu Guangxiang also walked over, wanting to say goodbye. But before he could open his mouth, Chen Ping spoke. Brother Chu, how did you know that I am Chen Fan? Chu Guangxiang asked curiously. Chu Guangxiang's mouth curled up. I'm still a holy son. I still have some of my own methods. There are things that you don't know, kid. Since Brother Chen Ping is fine, then I'll take my leave first. When the Bronze Palace in the Nine Nether Sea opens, we'll meet again. Don't worry. I've already spread the news about the things you asked me to do, Chu Guangxiang said with a smile. When leaving the Demon God Pool, Chen Ping asked him for a favor. That was to spread the news about the Bronze Palace and the Nine Nether Sea. Although he didn't understand Chen Ping's intentions, he still did as Chen Ping instructed. Wait a moment. Chen Ping suddenly spoke. Chu Guangxiang looked at Chen Ping curiously. Brother Chen Ping, is there anything else? Chen Ping's mouth curled up. Brother Chu, if I remember correctly, the flowing cloud sacred ground and the faceless sacred ground have always had grievances. Chu Guangxiang nodded. He naturally didn't need to hide such a well-known thing. But he didn't understand why Chen Ping was bringing up this matter now. That's right. Our two sacred grounds have always had disputes, but the gap in strength between us is not large, so it has always been small fights. Chu Guangxiang said. Chen Ping nodded. Then Brother Chu, are you interested in going to the faceless sacred ground with me? Let's do something big. Chapter 168. The chaotic array of heaven and earth. Upon hearing this, Chu Guangxiang's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. He was inherently fearless, and the fact that their target was from the Wuxiang Holy Land only heightened his exhilaration. What do you intend to do? Chu Guangxiang eagerly inquired. With a smirk, Chen Ping replied, shall we unearth the ancestral tomb of the Wuxiang Holy Land? Having recently acquired the ability to command the dead and possessing the power of the underworld, it would be a shame not to utilize these newfound strengths. The ancestral tomb of the Wuxiang Holy Land must surely contain the remains of saints. If he could control them, it would be a tremendous boon. Admittedly, Chen Ping felt a twinge of discomfort at the thought of manipulating others' corpses. After all, death is a grave matter. However, with the Wuxiang Holy Land intent on killing him, his moral qualms dissipated. Besides, he was acutely aware that, despite Jiang Tianxing's demise, the people of the Wuxiang Holy Land would not let him off the hook. Unearth the ancestral tomb? Chu Guangxiang's eyes gleamed with intensity. If this endeavor succeeded, the Wuxiang Holy Land would be utterly humiliated. Brother Chen Ping, I find you increasingly aligned with my temperament, he remarked with a mischievous grin. Listening to their exchange, Chu Qingqiu's lips twitched. How had the Wuxiang Holy Land managed to provoke someone as devious as Chen Ping? Killing their holy master was one thing, but now they intended to disturb their ancestral resting place. Yet, it did sound rather exhilarating. Uncle, come along with us, Chu Guangxiang urged, turning to Chu Qingqiu. With Jiang Tianxing gone, having Chu Qingqiu's company would ensure their safety. Very well, I shall accompany you. Chu Qingqiu nodded. Causing a bit of trouble for the Wuxiang Holy Land could only be advantageous for the Luyuan Holy Land. Moreover, he was curious to see what antics Chen Ping had in store. Wait for me here for a moment. We shall soon set forth to the ancestral tomb of the Wuxiang Holy Land. Chen Ping turned to approach Lung Mingshuang. Mingshuang, I have a brief matter to attend to. With an impassive expression, Lung Mingshuang replied, as the husband of the Holy Maiden of the Xiankong Holy Land, you need not report your whereabouts to me. Chen Ping chuckled. The girl was evidently feeling a touch of jealousy. What are you thinking? Lu Qingyan is my disciple, he said with a smile. Disciple? Who knows? Lung Mingshuang retorted coldly. After a moment, she spoke again. Go on, I was merely teasing you. She pinched Chen Ping's waist playfully, adding, but do be careful. Chen Ping nodded. Rest assured. Upon my return, I shall assist you with your training every day. At these words, a hint of crimson crept onto Lang Mingshuang's delicate face. Who would want that? She scoffed, clearly recalling their training sessions together. After giving instructions to his disciple, Chen Ping and the others stepped into the void. Soon, the Wuxiang Holy Land materialized before them. Is this the Wuxiang Holy Land? Chen Ping marveled. It truly surpasses the Qian Yuan Sect in grandeur. Even before entering, he could sense a far richer aura of spiritual energy compared to the Qian Yuan Sect, not to mention the core area of the Wuxiang Holy Land. It was no wonder that this Holy Land continually cultivated powerful talents. All show and no substance, Chu Guangxiang remarked disdainfully. You know where the mausoleum is, right? Chen Ping asked, his eagerness to test his ability to command the dead palpable. Naturally, Chu Guangxiang replied proudly. I know the Wuxiang Holy Land better than many of its own people. Chen Ping nodded. Indeed, the best understanding of an adversary often comes from their enemies. However, given that this is the mausoleum of the Wuxiang Holy Land, infiltrating it quietly may not be so simple, Chu Guangxiang expressed, a hint of concern crossing his face. Leave that to me, Chen Ping said with a smile. This is a breath-concealing technique that can perfectly mask your presence. You two should learn it first. He produced a Qian jade slip. As they received the jade slip, surprise lit up their faces. Although the name of the breath-concealing technique seemed ordinary, its effects were extraordinary. With the system's enhancement, they quickly mastered the technique, completely suppressing their auras. As long as they were not seen directly, they would remain undetected. Though Jiang Tianxing was dead, this was still the heart of the Wuxiang Holy Land. Caution was always prudent. Next, I will utilize the properties of the spatial Dao seed to create an independent space for us to traverse, ensuring we need not worry about being discovered. Chen Ping led them directly into the space he had created. Guided by Chu Guangxiang, the trio soon arrived at the mausoleum of the Wuxiang Holy Land. This is the mausoleum of the Wuxiang Holy Land. Excitement filled Chen Ping's eyes. With the ancient lineage of the Wuxiang Holy Land, the mausoleum must surely contain saint-level remains. Wouldn't he then have additional powerful allies? The mausoleum is protected by formations. I will forcibly break the formation shortly, so you too must be quick, Chu Qingxiu cautioned. After all, this was the ancestral resting place of the Wuxiang Holy Land and would undoubtedly have its defenses. According to his knowledge, this mausoleum was guarded by a pinnacle-grade formation known as the chaotic array of heaven and earth, laid out by a master of formations from the Wuxiang Holy Land. Within this formation, yin and yang were inverted, and all laws were subverted. Once inside, survival would be nearly impossible. Even a saint would be at risk of losing their life. Having competed against the Wuxiang Holy Land for so long, the Luyun Holy Land was well acquainted with its rival. All right, we will act swiftly, Chu Guangxiang affirmed. No need for such formality, Chen Ping interjected. Chu Guangxiang and the others turned to him, questioning, do you have a plan? Chen Ping nodded confidently. A mere chaotic array of heaven and earth? Just follow my lead. With that, he stepped forward, entering the formation without hesitation. Chu Guangxiang and the others exchanged alarmed glances. Chen Ping's actions seemed far too reckless. This was a formation capable of harming saints. Let us proceed. Chen Ping is a master at creating miracles, Chu Guangxiang declared, following suit. Chu Qingxiu frowned deeply. He acknowledged Chen Ping's formidable talent, however. Formations and realm cultivation were entirely different matters. Having achieved such a terrifying level in cultivation, could he truly possess equal prowess in the art of formations? Was it possible for such a monstrous genius to exist? Realizing that Chu Guangxiang had already entered, he had no choice but to follow. After all, he was but a step away from the pinnacle of the saint realm. Even if danger lurked within, he should be able to protect both of them. Chapter 169. Heaven's aid as Chu Guangxiang and the others took a few steps forward, they were both struck dumb. Was this the legendary chaos reversing array? Where was the promised inversion of yin and yang? Where was the supposed life or death danger? Inside, it was as serene as a tranquil chamber. There was not even a breeze to suggest peril. The two turned to Chen Ping, their eyes filled with astonishment. Such a scenario could only imply one thing. Chen Ping's understanding of the chaos reversing array had reached an extraordinary level. This was an array of the pinnacle of divine craftsmanship. Even the grandmasters of formations from their own Luyun sacred ground would likely be unable to achieve such a feat. Chen Ping had already demonstrated terrifying talent in cultivation, and now he exhibited such mastery in the art of formations. He was truly a prodigy. Before long, they safely traversed the chaos reversing array. Gazing back at the formation, a sense of unreality washed over them. They had entered the mausoleum of the Wuxiang sacred ground so nonchalantly. Without drawing any attention, Chu Qingxiu's gaze fell upon a tomb before her, a flicker of murderous intent gleaming in her eyes. She struck out with her palm, shattering the tomb along with the coffin within it. An elderly man with flowing white hair materialized before them, though devoid of any vitality. His body showed no signs of decay. He appeared more like a sleeping elder than a corpse. Chen Ping's mouth twitched at the sight. What animosity could have led to this? Beside him, Chu Guangxiang leaned in and whispered, "This man is Zhao Baixing. He was just one step away from achieving complete sanctity, much like my second uncle. They battled throughout their lives, yet neither could best the other. However, my uncle was deeply enamored with a woman whom Zhao Baixing ultimately won over." Without hesitation, Chu Guangxiang divulged his uncle's dark history. If it weren't for his despicable means, how could he have deceived Xiao Wei into his grasp? I shall reduce him to ashes. Indeed, Reduce him to ashes. Chu Qingqiu echoed vehemently. Just as the words left his mouth, Zhao Baisheng, who lay there, suddenly opened his eyes. What the? Chu Guangxiang staggered back several paces. Terror etched across his face. He was certain that Zhao Baisheng had perished. There had been quite the uproar about it. How could he now open his eyes? A nearly saint-level being had returned from the dead. This was bound to cause chaos. Even Chu Qingqiu took a few steps back. Their long-standing rivalry had left her acutely aware of just how formidable he was. In that moment, Chu Qingqiu disregarded the risk of exposure and unleashed a terrifying aura. A half-step to the saint realm bursting forth. Zhao Baisheng slowly rose to his feet. The vigilance on the faces of the uncle and nephew reached its zenith. Observing their expressions, Chen Ping found it rather amusing. It was, after all, his doing that Zhao Baisheng had returned. How could a corpse of such caliber truly be obliterated by Chu Qingqiu? Just moments ago, Chen Ping had activated the Netherworld Seed and employed the technique of corpse manipulation, establishing a connection with Zhao Baisheng. Chen Ping stepped forward. Do not act rashly, Chu Guangxiang warned urgently. At that moment, Zhao Baisheng began to move. Chu Qingqiu's expression shifted drastically as she prepared to strike, but Zhao Baisheng approached Chen Ping and, to their astonishment, knelt before him on one knee. I greet my lord. Chen Ping nodded. Rise. A near saint-level enforcer was now at his disposal. What on earth is happening? Chu Guangxiang pondered. Having previously speculated that Chen Ping's visit to the ancestral tomb of the Wuxiang sacred ground was merely an act of vengeance, especially given the enmity between their two sections. However, it appeared the situation was far more complicated than he had imagined. Clearly, Chen Ping had been plotting for quite some time. I possess a divine ability to control corpses, Chen Ping explained with a smile. Let us continue. There must be more saints entombed here. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. This was not merely an ancestral grave. It was akin to an arsenal for him. Chu Qingqiu shook her head. There cannot be that many saint corpses. The cultivation world is exceedingly ruthless. Aside from those who died of natural causes, few leave behind complete corpses. A hint of wariness flickered in Chu Qingqiu's gaze as she regarded Chen Ping. This fellow would not contemplate excavating the ancestral tomb of the Luyun sacred ground, would he? Yet, recalling his bond with Chu Guangxiang, she felt somewhat reassured. What a tremendous pity that would be. Chen Ping shook his head. The two fell into silence. In an era devoid of emperors, saints represented the pinnacle of power in this world. It was likely only a singular oddity like Chen Ping would contemplate the remains of saints. Nevertheless, since he was here, he might as well demolish the mausoleum of the Wuxiang sacred ground. A flicker of ruthlessness crossed Chen Ping's eyes. Were it not for his profound fortunes, he would undoubtedly face demise, and even the entire Qian Yuan Sect might vanish. Chen Ping never considered himself a benevolent individual who repays grievances with kindness. You seek to annihilate my Qian Yuan Sect? Then I shall first uproot your ancestral tomb. Excellent. This is my forte, Chu Guangxiang exclaimed, eager to proceed. Before long, the mausoleum of the Wuxiang sacred ground transformed into a chaotic burial ground. The ruckus inevitably drew the attention of the Wuxiang sacred ground, and soon several formidable auras emerged. Upon witnessing the desecrated mausoleum, an overwhelming murderous intent erupted from the group. You dare to defile the mausoleum of the Wuxiang sacred ground? You seek death. All the revered ancestors of the Wuxiang sacred ground lay entombed here, and now it had been reduced to such a state. With a thought, Chen Ping summoned Zhao Baisheng, who emerged from behind him. Elder Zhao. Xia Wenhua gaped at Zhao Baisheng, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, convinced he was mistaken, only to be engulfed in ecstatic joy. Elder Zhao had returned to life. With the sect leader slain and the Wuxiang sacred ground leaderless, Zhao Baisheng's revival was undoubtedly a stroke of good fortune for them. We pay our respects to Elder Zhao. The group bowed deeply. Elder Zhao, there have been disturbances within the sacred ground, and the sect leader has fallen. We implore you to take charge. Though such a resurrection was exceedingly rare, it was not unprecedented in the cultivation realm. Clearly, the heavens were aiding the Wuxiang sacred ground. The death of Jiang Tianxing had dealt a severe blow to them. After all, every sacred ground now boasted a great saint in residence. Having experienced the trials of life and death, Zhao Baisheng would undoubtedly possess a profound understanding of the heavenly way. Previously, Zhao Baisheng had been on the cusp of achieving the saint realm. With this experience, he would soon succeed in his ascension. With Zhao Baisheng at the helm, the Wuxiang sacred ground could certainly turn the tide of their current predicament. The devastation of the ancestral tomb seemed trivial in comparison. Chapter 170. The mission of the saint is Chu Guangxiang and his nephew gazed at the excitement etched on Xie Wenhua's face, unable to suppress their expressions of pity. They could surmise the turmoil within Xie Wenhua's heart. After all, the death of Jiang Tianxing had dealt a grievous blow to the Wuxiang sacred land. Alas, Zhao Baisheng was no longer an elder of their sect. Seeing Zhao Baisheng's lack of response, Xie Wenhua grew anxious. Just as he was about to speak again, Zhao Baixing made his move. Without a hint of hesitation, he struck Xiao Wenhua down with a single palm. The terrifying essence of his Dao swirled around him. Having become a puppet of Chen Ping, Zhao Baixing's strength had not diminished significantly. The individuals before him were merely in the early to mid stages of the sacred realm, and thus could not possibly contend with Zhao Baixing. Elder Zhao, what are you doing? Xiao Wenhua exclaimed, visibly agitated. We are one of your own. How can you turn against your own kind to assist outsiders? Yet, Xiao Wenhua was met only with the impassive countenance of Zhao Baixing and his relentless assault. Chu brother. Chen Ping retreated to Chu Guangxiang's side. I believe that soon the saints of Wuxiang's sacred land will arrive. We should seize this opportunity to plunder their treasury. Chu Guangxiang's eyes sparkled with excitement. You are indeed ruthless, but I like it. Chen Ping playfully kicked him. I am not fond of men. Though Zhao Baixing was formidable, this was the stronghold of the Wuxiang sacred land. It was inconceivable that they could truly annihilate it. Instead, they would let Zhao Baixing draw attention while they seized some benefits for themselves. Chu Qingxiu's lips twitched. Chen Ping was truly cunning. The trio exchanged glances, feeling the approaching auras of reinforcements, and chose to retreat without hesitation. With most of Wuxiang's sacred land's high-end combatants dispatched to the ancestral cemetery, the three faced no obstacles as they reached the treasury. Let me handle this. Chu Qingxiu summoned a divine sword radiating with majestic sanctity. Open the gates of heaven. The terrifying sword aura shattered the treasury's entrance, and the trio rushed inside. Wuxiang's sacred land was indeed extravagantly rich. Chen Ping's face was alight with exhilaration. Though he had previously acquired countless treasures from the system, they paled in comparison to the foundation of a sacred land, the starry nirvana flower. Wuxiang's sacred land is truly fortunate. He stuffed a radiant medicinal herb into his spatial ring. The starry nirvana flower, a sacred grade elixir, could rapidly heal even the gravest of wounds and significantly enhance one's physique, akin to a rebirth. The Taichu Xianyuan fruit, Chu Guangxiang exclaimed. The Taiyan cold essence, such a large piece of divine metal for crafting imperial weapons. As they spoke, the three began to scour the treasury frantically. To their astonishment, they found an abundance of divine sources. Before long, they had cleared the small mountain of divine sources before them. Following this, they discovered various heavenly-grade artifacts, and even several sacred weapons. Like a swarm of locusts, the trio swiftly emptied the treasury. What a bountiful harvest! Let us divide the spoils, Chen Ping declared. Sensing that Zhao Baixing's aura was beginning to weaken, he clearly could not hold on much longer. Hurry! I sense many powerful presences approaching the treasury, Chu Qingxiu urged. The three tore through the void and fled. Chen Ping signaled Zhao Baixing to retreat as well. While it was impossible for Zhao Baixing to eradicate Wuxiang's sacred land, it would also be no easy task for Wuxiang's people to detain him. Soon, the members of Wuxiang's sacred land arrived at the treasury. Upon their approach, their expressions soured drastically. The treasury doors lay in ruins, and not a trace of spiritual energy emanated from within. They knew that all the treasures of Wuxiang's sacred land were stored here. Upon entering, several individuals spat blood in shock. The treasury, once brimming with riches, was now completely empty. Not even a single shelf remained. This is too much. This is intolerable. Xiao Wenhua clutched his wounds, his body trembling violently. Luyun's sacred land. You have gone too far. As an old rival, he could hardly fail to recognize Chu Qingxiu and the others. Yet, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. With the death of Wuxiang's sacred land's master, they had lost any qualification to compete with Lu Yun's sacred land. This bitter pill was one they could only swallow in silence. Furthermore, this matter could not be allowed to leak. Otherwise, Wuxiang's sacred land would be utterly humiliated. At Taiping Peak of Qian Yuan Sect, the four figures slowly faded away. Master, you have returned? The disciples rushed to greet Chen Ping upon his arrival. Yes. Chen Ping nodded. Step aside. We are about to divide the spoils. The three of them, in perfect harmony, began to display the treasures they had acquired from Wuxiang's sacred land's treasury. The sight of the vast array of elixirs and artifacts made Qin Jianjia and the others' eyes gleam with excitement. Master, you haven't just robbed Wuxiang's sacred land's treasury, have you? Qin Jianjia exclaimed in shock. Smart girl. Chen Ping chuckled. Wuxiang's sacred land is likely reeling in shock right now. The treasury of a sacred land was the result of countless years of accumulation, yet it had changed hands in less than half a day. The others were left speechless by Chen Ping's revelation. Initially, they had thought Qin Jianjia was joking. After all, Wuxiang's sacred land was indeed a sacred land. Even with the death of its master, its foundation was not to be underestimated. The trio had truly infiltrated Wuxiang's sacred land and emptied its treasury. Next came the much-anticipated division of spoils. Chen Ping, you deserve the largest share for your contributions, Chu Guangxiang stated. Chen Ping shook his head, declining the offer. In truth, He did not place much value on these items. After all, he had previously acquired numerous treasures from the system. Emptying Wuxiang's sacred land's treasury was more an act of venting his frustration than anything else. Seeing this, Chu Guangxiang did not press further. But his regard for Chen Ping rose even higher. Brother Chen Ping, I shall take my leave now. We shall meet again when the Nine Nether Sea opens. In the end, Chu Guangxiang and his companion chose to depart. Having plundered Wuxiang's sacred land's ancestral grave and emptied their treasury, it was a matter they needed to report back on. Chen Ping nodded, watching them leave. After giving some guidance to Qin Jianjia and Lin Xiao regarding their training, he returned to his chamber. Just as he lay down, the sound of footsteps caught his attention. The door to his room creaked open, and Yu Moyan entered slowly. Upon seeing Chen Ping lying in bed, a faint blush crept across her face. Each generation of the saintess of the Nine Nether Sacred Land bore a mission to serve the Lord of the Nine Nether Sacred Land. Had the wielder of the Yuming Dao Seed not appeared, it would have been one thing, but now the bearer of the Yuming Dao Seed had emerged. Chapter 171. This is the only way. Chen Ping opened his eyes, and their gazes met. Mo Yan's face flushed a deeper crimson. Sitting up, Chen Ping inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Mo Yan hesitated, her lips parted but no words emerged. Choosing silence, her black garment slowly slipped from her form, revealing her alluring silhouette. The stark contrast between the dark fabric and her fair skin was striking. Chen Ping's lips twitched. "What are you doing?" Mo Yan bit her lip, finally stating, "I have come to serve my master." Upon hearing those words, Chen Ping felt an unsettling stir of desire within him. Scenes from various dramas depicting master-disciple romances flashed through his mind. He quickly shook his head, attempting to dispel the thoughts. "This is absurd. I am your master." Yet, one could not deny that Mo Yan, the saintess of the Nine Nether Sacred Land, was indeed remarkable. Her beauty and figure were unparalleled, eclipsing even the brightest stars of the entertainment world from his past life. "Master, our saintess has awaited the arrival of the one who possesses the Netherworld Dao Seed since birth," Mo Yan continued, advancing towards Chen Ping. Her ample curves swayed gently, captivating his attention. "You are the bearer of the Netherworld Dao Seed, and thus, my existence, along with that of the Nine Nether Sacred Land, is to serve you. Our ancestral teachings decree that the one who possesses the Netherworld Dao Seed is the true master of the Nine Nether Sacred Land." At last, comprehension dawned upon Chen Ping. Having attained the Netherworld Dao Seed, he had become the de facto ruler of the Nine Nether Sacred Land. It was no wonder that Mo Yan's loyalty had reached an astonishing 100%. "Now, allow your disciple to attend to your needs." Mo Yan pressed on, a fragrant breeze wafting toward Chen Ping, stirring his heart. "Wait, please put on your clothes," Chen Ping said firmly. Mo Yan paused, confusion on her face. "Am I not beautiful enough?" "You are indeed beautiful, but I am your master," Chen Ping replied. "Your visit is not born of affection. It is merely to adhere to our so-called ancestral teachings. You need not force yourself." Mo Yan shook her head. "The ancestral teachings cannot be defied. Please allow me to serve you." Chen Ping felt overwhelmed. How could one so exquisite be so readily offered? He was not a paragon of virtue, nor did he harbor the notion of being indifferent to such allure. Yet, she was his nominal disciple, and their relationship lacked any emotional foundation. The prospect of crossing that line felt inherently peculiar. "You mentioned I am the master of the Nine Nether Sacred Land, correct?" Chen Ping asked, glancing at Mo Yan. She nodded. "Yes, master." Chen Ping inclined his head slightly. "Then I command you to dress appropriately." Mo Yan furrowed her brow but complied, donning her garments. "I shall await your summons when you require my service." At last, she acquiesced, nodding. "Master, when will you return with me to the Nine Nether Sacred Land? It has awaited its master for countless years." "Very well. Once I have concluded my current affairs, I shall accompany you to the Nine Nether Sacred Land. You have been away for some time. Return first, and I shall follow shortly." "It is essential to inspect my domain," Chen Ping instructed. Mo Yan nodded earnestly. "Please inform me at once when you require my service, master." With that, she straightened her attire and gracefully exited, leaving a lingering fragrance in the air. Lying in bed, Chen Ping found sleep elusive. He decided to tear through the void and visit Lang Ningshuang's chamber. Upon sensing the spatial disturbance, Lang Ningshuang opened her eyes to find Chen Ping before her, a glimmer of surprise illuminating her features. "What brings you here?" "I came to assist you in your cultivation," Chen Ping declared, enveloping her in his embrace, and they intertwined in a tender moment. The following morning, as Chen Ping reveled in the softness in his arms, a tender smile graced his face. "Shall we engage in some morning exercises?" However, noticing the fatigue etched on Lang Ningshuang's visage, he abandoned the thought. After all, he had thoroughly exhausted her the previous night. Eventually, Lang Ningshuang began to stir awake. "Ah, I have prepared a gift for you," Chen Ping suddenly announced. "A gift?" Her curiosity piqued. Long Ningxuan gazed at him expectantly. With a wave of his hand, a jade stone exuding an intense chill materialized before them. This is the Tian cold essence? Long Ningxuan exclaimed, astonished. Chen Ping nodded. This Tian cold essence is perfectly suited to your constitution once you ascend to the sacred realm. It can be utilized to forge sacred artifacts. Lung Ningxuang's face radiated gratitude. This substance could forge imperial-grade weapons, yet Chen Ping had offered it without hesitation. Such a precious gift. How should I repay you? She asked, turning to lie atop him. The room was once again filled with ripples of affection. At Qian Yuan Sect, the sect master was met with alarming news. Something grave has occurred. Luo Lingo exclaimed to Su Yixue, her expression a mix of concern and disbelief. What has happened? Su Yixue inquired. Chen Ping has slain the holy son of the Wuxiang sacred land, and they are now besieging the Qian Yuan Sect. Even the holy master of the Wuxiang sacred land has personally intervened. Luo Lingo reported. You cannot be serious. Chen Ping killed the holy son of the Wuxiang sacred land? This cannot be true. Su Yixue replied, her disbelief evident. Chen Ping had his Dao foundation shattered. How could he possibly defeat a genius of that caliber? What is the current situation? Concern etched itself on Su Yixue's face. Chen Ping is still in Qian Yuan Sect. He must not encounter any harm. Chen Ping utilized the heavenly tribulation to slay the holy master of the Wuxiang sacred land. Luo Lingo inhaled deeply, still grappling with the revelation. When she first heard the news, disbelief had washed over her. The holy master of the Wuxiang sacred land was among the most formidable in Central Continent. Yet Chen Ping had managed to kill him. Though he had employed certain means, it was still a formidable feat. The heavenly tribulation? Su Yixue's expression shifted. Are you implying that Chen Ping has reached the Lingji realm? How is that possible? Even if he repaired his shattered Dao foundation, he would need to start anew. It has only been a short time since he left Qian Yuan Sect. How could he have possibly broken through to the Lingji realm? Su Yixue's face fell, regret creeping in. If she had not misunderstood and allowed Chen Ping to leave Qian Yuan Sect, they could have gained a powerful ally in the Lingji realm. Not only that, but he has also condensed 4 immortal-grade Dao seeds. Luo Linger responded, her astonishment palpable. She was well aware of Chen Ping's extraordinary talent. Yet she had never fathomed he could reach such heights. To condense even a single immortal-grade Dao seed was to be deemed worthy of emperorship, yet he had achieved 4. Such prodigious talent. If he does not fall, his future achievements are unfathomable. Lingji realm, for immortal-grade Dao seeds. Su Yixue murmured in disbelief. What have I done? Her face was a mask of regret, even though she had known it was all a misunderstanding. Her refusal to bring Chen Ping back had never weighed so heavily on her conscience. Now, she truly wished to slap herself. If not for that incident, she could have continued to share a deep bond with Chen Ping, ensuring his permanence in Qian Yuan Sect. With such potential, he could have undoubtedly led the sect to its pinnacle. But now, everything was lost. Su Yixue furrowed her brow, finally exhaling deeply. It seems there is no other choice. Chapter 172. The new saint child, have you finally come to a realization? An ancient female voice echoed in Su Yixue's mind. Yes, I am willing. Su Yixue replied. She turned to Luo Linger, saying, Linger, I shall enter seclusion for a while. During this time, you will oversee all affairs of the Qian Yuan Sect. I have but one request. Achieve an overwhelming victory at the Tri-Sect Martial Conference. Su Yixue's expression grew resolute. Understood. Luo Linger nodded. Observing Su Yixue's slightly forlorn silhouette, Luo Lingo sighed. She could easily imagine the depth of regret Su Yixue felt for her past actions. But what good would that do now? Brother Chen Ping had become utterly disillusioned with her and the Qian Yuan Sect. They could only blame the sect's shallow fortune for failing to retain such a prodigy as Brother Chen Ping. The incident concerning the Qian Yuan Sect had stirred a significant uproar in the Central Continent. Although the Qian Yuan Sect still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching the status of a sacred land, several sacred lands had already begun to forge ties with it. Forces that had previously been at odds with the Qian Yuan Sect were now softening their stances. No one could predict how far a prodigy capable of condensing 4 immortal-grade Dao seeds could grow. However, one thing was certain, as long as he did not perish, his path to becoming an emperor was assured. This transformation only deepened the admiration the Qian Yuan Sect felt for Chen Ping. Previously, some disciples had voiced their discontent due to Chen Ping's repeated entanglements and crises for the Qian Yuan Sect. Yet now, witnessing the influx of various sects toward the Qian Yuan Sect, those grievances had long since evaporated. In the following days, Chen Ping attended to some personal matters before finally embarking on his journey to the Jiuyou sacred land. Unable to tolerate solitude, Huang Xiling persistently followed him. Chen Ping could only acquiesce to her presence. The duo swiftly arrived in the southern wilderness. This truly is the southern wilderness. It certainly differs from the central continent. Huang Xiling's beautiful eyes darted about, her curiosity piqued by the exotic scenery. Naturally, their appearance drew the attention of numerous onlookers, as they were regarded as the embodiment of foreign charm. Let us dine first. They entered a nearby tavern, sampling the establishment's signature dishes. Have you heard? The saint child of the Tiangang's sacred land, Qian, has been slain. Is that even possible? Who would dare to kill the saint child of the Tiangang's sacred land? That's tantamount to courting death. I heard he ventured to the Tianma Divine Pool in the central continent and met his end there. I recall that entry to the Tianma Divine Pool is restricted to cultivators at the Spirit Quietude realm and above. Can it be that Qian was killed within the pool itself? It seems the central continent harbors quite a few talents. However, the Tiangang's sacred land is enraged, and news has spread that they intend to annihilate anyone who dared to slay their saint child. As Chen Ping listened to their discussions, a twitch formed at the corner of his mouth. The news of the Tianma Divine Pool incident had reached the southern wilderness. At that moment, a group of over 10 individuals entered. The ongoing chatter in the tavern ceased abruptly. These newcomers donned attire bearing the emblem of the Tiangang's sacred land. With the saint child's death still fresh in their minds, they were in a state of fury. Offending them would lead to dire consequences. The group settled at a table, indulging in hearty feasting. Suddenly, one of them pointed at Chen Ping, exclaiming, "Boss, those people seem to be wearing attire from the central continent." Instantly, the gazes of the entire group turned to Chen Ping, filled with intense malice. The saint child had met his demise in the central continent, and it was highly likely that it was at the hands of its cultivators. How dare they tread upon the southern wilderness now? Fu Yong stood up, directing his attention toward Chen Ping. "You too. Are you from the central continent?" Chen Ping frowned. "Do you not understand what I am saying?" Zhao Yu rose, cursing vehemently. "That girl beside you is quite lovely. I've never had the pleasure of a woman from the central continent." Fu Yong's gaze lingered on Huang Xiling with a hint of lewdness. "Since the boss has taken a liking to her, I shall capture her and let her serve him well tonight." With a wicked grin, Zhao Yu advanced toward Chen Ping, seeking death. Huang Xiling's eyes glimmered with murderous intent. "Ah, fiery lass. I wonder if you will still be so fiery when you are beneath our boss." Before his words could fully escape his lips, a fiery feather shot forth, piercing through his body. In an instant, he was reduced to a pile of ashes. Witnessing this scene, everyone's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. To dare to kill someone from the Tiangang's sacred land, you must truly be tired of living. Fu Yong glared at the remnants on the ground, his aura brimming with murderous intent. These two are doomed. Fu Yong is a peak expert of the spirit void realm. Alas, the onlookers cast sympathetic glances at Chen Ping and Huang Xiling. They ought not to have arrived in the southern wilderness at this time, especially when they crossed paths with the Tiangang's sacred land, who harbored ill feelings toward the central continent. While Chen Ping's cultivation remained inscrutable, Huang Xiling was only at the mid-stage of the spirit void realm. Enough with the idle chatter, Huang Xiling retorted impatiently. Though her cultivation was merely at the mid-stage of the spirit void realm, she showed no sign of fear. With a swift movement, she appeared beside Fu Yong, a phoenix apparition manifesting behind her. With a single strike, an overwhelming force sent Fu Yong crashing backward. Struggling to rise, Fu Yong regarded Huang Xiling with astonishment. "How can you be so strong? Now I understand. You are the one who killed our saint child." "Humph, what a worthless saint child. I killed him. And so be it." Huang Xiling launched another attack, and Fu Yong's life force began to wane rapidly. A prodigy of her caliber could easily defeat foes of a lower tier. Moreover, with Chen Ping at her side, her combat prowess received a significant enhancement. Despite Fu Yong's pinnacle cultivation in the spirit void realm, he was ultimately no match. "It truly is you." Fu Yong spat blood upon hearing Huang Xiling's words. However, in his final moments, he managed to activate a communication jade pendant, transmitting the news back to the Tiangang's sacred land before succumbing completely. The remaining members of the Tiangang's sacred land, witnessing this scene, were struck with terror and fled in disarray. If Fu Yong was unable to contend with these two, they stood no chance whatsoever. Even ordinary patrons hastily distanced themselves from this place of turmoil. They had clearly observed Fu Yong's attempt to send word to the Tiangang's sacred land. Soon enough, they would come, and being caught in the crossfire would spell disaster. Within the grand hall of the Tiangang's sacred land, a glint of murderous intent flickered in the eyes of Saint Master Qi Zishuan. To kill the saint child of my Tiangang's sacred land is one matter, but to brazenly come to the southern wilderness is another. Opposite him stood a man radiating a heavy air of hostility. Qi Xiaoxing had originally been the saint child of the Tiangang's sacred land, but his excessive bloodlust had led to the selection of Qi Wudi instead. "Qi Xiaoxing, you shall take a trip. As long as you eliminate that individual, the position of saint child will be yours." Chapter 173. The Heavenly Ape Body. Upon hearing the words, Qi Xiaoxing's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. When Qi Wudi was slain, he had already realized that his opportunity had arrived. The position of the saint, which rightfully belonged to him, was finally returning to his grasp. Yet, after several days of waiting without any news, the chance had finally come. At merely 50 years of age, Qi Shaoxing had already reached the mid-stage of the spirit tranquility realm. Such extraordinary talent and cultivation made even Qi Wuti bow in submission. However, his violent and bloodthirsty nature ultimately rendered him unworthy of the saint's position. Qi Shaoxing had always harbored grievances regarding this. The path of cultivation is fundamentally one of the survival of the fittest. If one possesses enough strength, they naturally have the right to dominate others. Rest assured, my lord, I shall go and eliminate that fellow at once, Qi Shaoxing declared, a sinister smile gracing his lips as an aura of murderous intent radiated from him. He relished the act of killing. Stepping out of the Tiangang's sacred land, a divine bird appeared before him. This unique creature, adorned with streaks of lightning along its wings, was none other than the thunderwing bird, a beast of ancient lineage. Qi Shaoxing leapt onto the back of the thunderwing bird, known for its ferocity, yet beneath him, it behaved more like a tamed steed. Although Qi Wuti was somewhat inept, the ability to slay him still demonstrated a modicum of skill. How delightfully entertaining! A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Qi Shaoxing's eyes. At that moment, a sound of slicing air pierced through the atmosphere. A cultivator on a sword flew past him. Qi Shaoxing narrowed his eyes. How dare he walk in front of me, courting death? Without a moment's hesitation, Qi Shaoxing rose and unleashed a palm imbued with an overwhelming aura of slaughter. The sword-wielding cultivator was instantly transformed into a mist of blood. Little did he know that merely passing by Qi Shaoxing would lead to his demise. Soon, Qi Shaoxing arrived at a small border town in the southern region. The aura of the spirit tranquility realm was unabashedly unveiled, swiftly enveloping the entire town. Such a domineering presence, surely it must be a member of the Tiangang's sacred land. Who, besides them, would dare to act so recklessly? The southern region was known for its fierce populace, yet only the Tiangang's sacred land could manifest such audacity. Here, Qi Shaoxing quickly pinpointed Chen Ping's location, as he commanded the thunderwing bird to unleash a bolt of lightning from its beak. The roof of the tavern was instantly reduced to ashes. It was Qi Shaoxing himself who had come. The onlookers gazed upon him with profound reverence. Qi Shaoxing was once the most distinguished genius of the Tiangang's sacred land, his speed of cultivation breaking records in the southern region. Yet, his brutality had led to countless deaths at his hands, even annihilating entire families over mere verbal disputes. Ultimately, due to his ferocity, the Tiangang's sacred land had opted not to appoint him as the saint, choosing instead Qi Wuti. Qi Shaoxing's appearance made everyone present realize that the Tiangang's sacred land might be considering reinstating this once-rejected candidate as their saint. After all, how could a sacred land exist without a saint? Qi Shaoxing's gaze fell upon Chen Ping. Was it you who killed that waste, Qi Wuti? A chilling aura of murderous intent surged skyward. The onlookers trembled in fear. This man was a veritable embodiment of death. Indeed, that waste was slain by me. Chen Ping replied with a nod. What, do you seek vengeance for him? Ding. Congratulations to the host for discovering an SS-level genius. Name, Qi Shaoxing. Age, 50. Cultivation, early stage of spirit tranquility. Physique, heavenly ape body. Talent value, 3,000. Note, the heavenly ape body is said to be derived from an ancient ape that once caused chaos in the heavens, possessing unparalleled physical prowess and extraordinary talent. Upon reading the words heavenly ape, Chen Ping's lips twitched. Wasn't this akin to the great sage? Alas, it was a pity. Their stances were irreconcilable. Otherwise, Chen Ping would have genuinely considered taking him as a disciple to witness the heights this heavenly ape body could achieve. Qi Shaoxing shook his head. That waste is not worthy of my vengeance. You have slain him. I should be thanking you. Chen Ping was taken aback. Was this fellow so understanding? As a reward, I shall ensure your death is unforgettable. With a wave of his hand, Qi Shaoxing summoned an iron staff into his grip. Chen Ping couldn't help but feel exasperated. Even his weapon was a mere club? What a pity. He was ultimately not the great sage. With a swing of the iron staff, a terrifying aura coalesced around it. The surrounding space was violently torn apart, leaving fragments in its wake. With Qi Shaoxing making his move, this fellow was surely doomed. Who could argue otherwise? To have slain Qi Wuti was already commendable, yet encountering Qi Shaoxing was indeed unfortunate. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Qi Shaoxing had already reached the mid-stage of the spirit tranquility realm. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Chen Ping's eyes as he heightened his own aura to its peak. This fellow was also a cultivator at the spirit tranquility level, which explained his ability to kill Qi Wuti. However, wasn't entry into the demon god pool restricted to those below the spirit tranquility level? Regardless, it mattered little. Even if he were at the early stage of spirit tranquility, he could not possibly contend with Qi Shaoxing. Chen Ping slowly drew back his fist. a terrifying chaotic energy swirling around it. The aura of slaughter intermingled with the chaotic energy. How dare you attempt to withstand my heavenly staff with your bare fists? Truly reckless, Qi Xiaoxing declared coldly. His heavenly staff had already reached the pinnacle of the heavenly grade. Even a saint would think twice before engaging physically. But then, his expression shifted. The impact of the heavenly staff striking Chen Ping's fist produced a sound akin to metal clashing, and Chen Ping's face bore no trace of pain whatsoever. Pinnacle of the heavenly grade, you say? It seems my physique is still lacking. How I wish I could endure another tribulation, Chen Ping muttered. To engage in battle with me while distracted, truly seeking death. Hearing Chen Ping's murmurs, Qi Xiaoxing's countenance turned ashen. Despite being a small realm above Chen Ping, he should have been able to dispatch him effortlessly. Yet, throughout their skirmish, he had not gained the slightest upper hand. The fact that this fellow could slay Qi Wudi indeed hinted at remarkable prowess. With a snort, Qi Xiaoxing summoned a peculiar seed of Tao above his head. Immediately, his body began to undergo a dramatic transformation. Golden fur erupted from his pores, quickly enveloping his form. A long, sinuous tail emerged from behind him, while his facial features morphed, soon resembling a furry visage with a thunderous mouth. Yet, what sent chills down the spines of onlookers were his eyes, which glowed a blood-red hue. Chapter 174. Rooting out the weeds. Could this be the true form of the celestial ape? Chen Ping gazed at Qi Xiaoxing, a surge of fervent battle intent rising within him. Qi Xiaoxing regarded Chen Ping with a cruel smile, declaring, "It has been ages since I unleashed this state. To perish under my power, you can be proud of that." As he spoke, a terrifying spatial fluctuation enveloped them. The sheer might of his movements left the onlookers dumbstruck. "Is your fist not strong enough? Let us see how you fare against mine," Qi Xiaoxing taunted, raising his colossal fist. An effortless motion that caused the very fabric of space to tremble. The celestial ape was unparalleled in physical strength, especially after manifesting his dermic form, rendering him invincible among his peers. Chen Ping's previous strike had ignited a competitive spirit within him. Clearly, this opponent had also attained physical sanctity. Thus, he would shatter his pride in his strongest attribute. His immense fist blotted out the sky, devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations, yet the raw power alone shook the earth. "As you wish." Chen Ping nodded, slowly preparing to strike. The pressure from Qi Xiaoxing's state was palpable, compelling him to fully unleash the potential of his Tao of slaughter and the indestructible chaos body. He was eager to witness the true strength of the celestial ape's dermic form. The two fists collided, releasing a wave of terrifying energy that obliterated all structures within a 100-mile radius. Many spectators were caught in the fallout. Those of weaker prowess were felled instantly by the energy surge. Qi Xiaoxing's expression turned grave. Chen Ping's power exceeded his expectations. Not only was it astonishingly potent, but it also brimmed with lethal intent. How can this be possible? A cacophony of cracking bones echoed as the pain from his fist contorted Qi Xiaoxing's already fierce visage into something more fearsome. Soon after, his left arm exploded in increments, revealing the sinister gleam of bone beneath. This opponent's physical fortitude surpassed even his dermic state. The onlookers were left agape. This was Qi Xiaoxing, rumored to be the most formidable of the younger generation within the Tian Gang sacred land. Now, he was being bested by someone of a lower realm. Qi Xiaoxing howled towards the heavens, the agony fueling a surge in his aura. This was the terrifying aspect of ancient beast bloodlines. Injury could render them even stronger. His power now likely approached the late stage of the spirit tranquility realm. The crowd hastily retreated, overwhelmed by a profound sense of peril. Remaining any longer could spell doom, as the aftermath of the duel might claim their lives. "You shall perish." Qi Xiaoxing's eyes bled as his massive fist lunged once more at Chen Ping. "Humph, it appears the celestial ape is merely mediocre." Chen Ping scoffed. "Indeed, how could a mere ancient beast dare to equate itself with a great sage?" Despite a few superficial similarities in their backgrounds, they were worlds apart. Chen Ping deftly sidestepped Qi Xiaoxing's onslaught and struck solidly atop his head. The impact sent Qi Xiaoxing hurtling to the ground, gravely wounded and unable to maintain his dermic form, reverting to his original state, now stripped of his former arrogance. Only a visage of utter despair remained. "How could you be so powerful?" he gasped, spitting blood. Since his training began, he had dominated his peers, vanquishing foes above his level. Yet today, as a mid-stage spirit tranquility cultivator, he lay on the brink of death at the hands of an early-stage opponent. "It is not that I am too strong, but rather you are too weak." Chen Ping's calm words sent Qi Xiaoxing into another fit of blood. Such audacity. It is utterly intolerable. Yet, his body could no longer support the fight. "Do as you wish," Qi Xiaoxing murmured, resignation heavy in his tone. Chen Ping was taken aback. Those he had encountered previously often invoked their backing for mercy in their final moments. "Qi Xiaoxing, however, was a figure of substance. Very well, I shall grant your wish. He began to approach. Stop. A commanding voice resonated, and soon a man clad in white emerged from the void. You cannot kill him, Yuan intoned coolly. A sage. A true sage appears. The crowd held its breath, sensing the divine authority radiating from Yuan. The appearance of a sage from the Tiangang's sacred land spelled certain doom for this intruder from the Central Plains. After all, how could one hope to kill the son of the Tiangang's sacred land in the southern wilderness? Are you addressing me? Chen Ping regarded the man before him, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. Indeed, you cannot kill him. Depart now, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, you shall die. Yuan did not even glance at Chen Ping. To him, anyone below the sage level was but an ant, no matter the recent victory over Qi Xiaoxing. Chen Ping's lips curled into a slight smirk as he raised his foot, channeling the essence of the indestructible chaos body to its zenith. One stomp, and Qi Xiaoxing's body disintegrated. The sight left the onlookers in shock. How dare this man from the Central Plains act so defiantly? A sage had spoken in protection of Qi Xiaoxing, yet he still dared to kill. To defy a sage's edict was akin to courting death. Yuan fixed his gaze on Chen Ping for the first time since his arrival. You shall perish. The overwhelming sage aura enveloped the area, forcing many to kneel in submission. A mere sage dares to speak to me this way. Chen Ping expressed his disdain. Zhao Baixing, eliminate him. Zhao Baixing's form gradually materialized, appearing directly before Yuan. With a single punch, Yuan was sent reeling. Chen Ping was unaware of Yuan's rank or status, but he assumed he could not be a peak sage. With Zhao Baixing by his side, what was there to fear? This individual had sent a sage flying with a single blow, suggesting he was at least a high-tier sage. With such a high-tier sage as a protector, it was no wonder this Central Plains man felt emboldened enough to brazenly slay the son of the Tiangang's sacred land. Yet, he had ultimately dug his own grave. The leader of the Tiangang's sacred land was a being of the great sage level. Yuan regarded Zhao Baixing with newfound wariness. This individual exuded a peculiar aura. Though devoid of life, he bore an uncanny resemblance to a living being, and his energy was far denser than his own. Who was this young man, accompanied by such a formidable protector? Yuan cast a deep glance at Chen Ping before tearing through the void, choosing to escape. Chen Ping frowned. Zhao Baixing, being but a corpse, could wield the majority of his former strength, yet capturing Yuan would not be a simple task. It seemed that upon arriving at the Nine Nether Sacred Land, he would need to enlist their assistance in investigating this matter. A sage, once offended, must be completely eradicated. Chapter 175. Welcoming the Lord at the Nine Nether Sacred Land. Yin has returned to the sacred grounds. Yin, the heavenly demon divine pool has long been closed. Why have you returned so late? The Grand Elder, Yu Jian, gazed at Yin with a somewhat frosty expression. Typically, the saintesses of the Nine Nether Sacred Land seldom show their faces, as their existence is meant for the arrival of the true master of the Nine Nether Sacred Land. Throughout its history, there have been instances where saintesses fell in love with outsiders, yet all met with tragic fates. Grand Elder, there is indeed a reason for my delay. Yin hastily replied. Yu Jian remained silent, observing her intently. During my visit to the heavenly demon divine pool, the master of the netherworld Dao Seed has appeared. Upon hearing this, Yu Jian sprang to his feet. As the Grand Elder, he was well aware of the ancestral teachings of the Nine Nether Sacred Land. They had waited countless years for the master to emerge, and now, he had finally arrived. Where's the master? Yu Jian inquired excitedly. The founding patriarch of the Nine Nether Sacred Land once prophesied that the master of the netherworld Dao Seed would lead the sacred land to new heights. However, after thousands of years of waiting, they had yet to see the owner of the netherworld Dao Seed. Countless saintesses had endured lifetimes of longing, ultimately turning to dust. The master said he would come in due time and instructed me to return first. Yin replied swiftly. Please tell me more about the master, Yu Jian urged. Although he understood the importance of the ancestral teachings, he knew that anyone capable of leading the Nine Nether Sacred Land to new pinnacles could not be an ordinary person. Especially with impending calamities, lacking sufficient strength, it would be a challenge even for self-preservation. The master has condensed a celestial-grade Dao Seed, Yin announced. Indeed, indeed, Yu Jian exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement. However, he soon calmed down, realizing that the netherworld Dao Seed was, in fact, a celestial-grade Dao Seed. The master possessing the netherworld Dao Seed meant he indeed possessed the celestial-grade Dao Seed. Yet, the next revelation widened Yu Jian's eyes in astonishment. The master has condensed 4 celestial-grade Dao Seeds. Yin remarked, a slight smile gracing her lips. For celestial-grade Dao Seeds? Yu Jian could no longer remain composed. Just one celestial-grade Dao Seed indicated the potential of a great emperor. For one individual to condense 4 celestial-grade Tao seeds. Was that even human? It was nothing short of monstrous. With such a master, the 9 nether sacred land would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. After all, even the legendary Haotian emperor, who solidified the current status of humanity, had only condensed 3 celestial-grade Tao seeds. Moreover, the master had recently broken through to the spirit tranquility realm and was now facing the heavenly rank. Yu Jian was not particularly shocked by this. Yumo Yin smiled. During the master's tribulation, he utilized the tribulation lightning to slay the lord of the Wuxiang sacred land. Yu Jian swallowed hard at this revelation. The lords were of the great sage level. For a cultivator at the spirit tranquility realm to achieve such a feat, even with the aid of tribulation lightning, was immensely terrifying. Furthermore, the master had ventured to the Wuxiang sacred land, destroyed their ancestral tomb, and looted their treasury, returning unscathed. Speaking of Chen Ping's remarkable deeds, Yumo Yan's face radiated admiration. Only such an individual was worthy of her willing servitude. Yet, it seemed her master did not share the same sentiment. What a dilemma. A prodigy, indeed a prodigy. Issue the command for all to prepare to welcome the master. Yu Jian's expression grew solemn. To nearly obliterate a sacred land right after breaking through the spirit tranquility realm was unfathomable. One could only imagine how fearsome he would become once he ascended to the sacred realm or even achieved the title of emperor. Very well, you should rest for now. Yu Jian regarded Yumo Yin with admiration. She was truly the saintess he valued most, having brought the master back. Shortly after Yumo Yin departed, ripples of space began to undulate within the hall. The figure of Yu Hanyuan gradually materialized. Grand Elder. Yu Hanyuan bowed respectfully to Yu Jian. Although Yu Jian currently held the reins of the 9 nether sacred land, he understood that he was merely managing it on behalf of the master. Therefore, each generation's leader was referred to as the Grand Elder rather than the Holy Lord. Are you injured? Yu Jian queried, his brow furrowing. Yu Hongyuan's strength had reached the initial stage of the sage realm. Moreover, his identity was well known throughout the southern wilderness. It was astonishing that someone could injure him, daring to challenge the authority of the 9 nether sacred land. Today, while I was out, I discovered that Su Yixue of the Tiangang sacred land was attacked by a cultivator from the central continent. Thinking we are all forces of the southern wilderness, I intended to intervene to protect Su Yixue. However, that fellow showed me no regard and directly killed him. Furthermore, he had a suspected late-stage sage-level powerhouse accompanying him, which I could not contend with, so I had no choice but to retreat. Yu Hongyuan recounted the events in detail. Yu Jian's expression tightened. It is one thing for those from the central continent to come to our southern wilderness, but to dare slay the holy son of the Tiangang sacred land? Everyone in the southern wilderness knew that with the death of Qi Wudi, Su Yixue was bound to become the holy son of the Tiangang sacred land. I recall that Qi Wudi met his demise in the heavenly demon divine pool of the central continent, correct? Yu Jian's eyes gleamed. Indeed. Qi Wudi went to the heavenly demon divine pool with the saintess, Yu Hongyuan confirmed with a nod. What a pity. We have lost an opportunity to earn a favor from the Tiangang sacred land. Yu Jian sighed. Otherwise, he would have been more than willing to capture that fellow from the central continent to barter for a favor from the Tiangang sacred land. As for the suspected late-stage sage powerhouse that Yu Hanyuan mentioned, he did not take it to heart. Though the title of Great Sage was bestowed upon those at the peak of the sage realm, there existed a vast chasm between a great sage and a mere sage. Grand Elder, should we not take action now? Yu Hongyuan expressed his frustration. Having lived in the southern wilderness for hundreds of years, he had never been wounded by anyone. He could not swallow this indignity. The master has appeared and will soon return to the 9 nether sacred land. Matters of great import pale in comparison to welcoming the master. Yu Jian shook his head. The master has appeared? Yu Hongyuan's eyes sparkled. As a high-ranking member of the 9 nether sacred land, he understood the significance of those words. The opportunity for the 9 nether sacred land to soar had finally arrived. Indeed, you will be here in a few days. Yu Jian nodded. For now, you should prepare to welcome the master at the sacred land. As for that brat from the central continent, if by the time the master arrives he has not fallen into the hands of the Tiangang sacred land, we may consider seeking that favor then. Chapter 176, Misunderstanding the prophecy of the Lord of the 9 Hells from the 9 Hells sacred ground was on the verge of realization, and this news swiftly permeated the entire southern wilderness. Several sacred grounds in the region felt a sense of urgency upon hearing this announcement. After all, the 9 Hells sacred ground was already on par with them. If the legendary Lord of the 9 Hells truly emerged to revitalize the 9 Hells sacred ground, it would undoubtedly deal a significant blow to them. However, the true identity of this lord remained a closely guarded secret. Otherwise, many would likely attempt to target him. Nevertheless, despite this uncertainty, The Nine Hells Sacred Ground sent out invitations to various forces in the southern wilderness for the occasion, and everyone readily accepted, preparing congratulatory gifts. After all, as fellow forces in the southern wilderness, they needed to maintain appearances, barring any hostile factions. The present-day Nine Hells Sacred Ground was ablaze with brilliance. Countless auspicious spirit beasts soaring above. At the entrance, rows of pitch-black infernal sacred horses stood in formation, a spectacle never before witnessed in the southern wilderness. Today, the Nine Hells Sacred Ground was bustling with guests. The Saintess received word that today marked the arrival of the Lord of the Nine Hells. The Nine Hells Sacred Ground truly valued their master. Observing the grand display orchestrated by the Nine Hells Sacred Ground, Huang Xiling remarked with a smile. Chen Ping nodded in agreement. He could have arrived days ago, but he opted to make certain preparations just in case. After all, even with the ancestral teachings in place, who could guarantee that the Nine Hells Sacred Ground would genuinely regard him as their master? There is a saying, greed can blind the eyes. During these past few days, Chen Ping's chaotic furnace had finally coalesced its first chaotic crystal. With the chaotic crystal in hand, he could summon the Haoyan Tower once. Thus, even if the Nine Hells Sacred Ground intended harm, he felt assured of his safety. Of course, it would be ideal if the Nine Hells Sacred Ground adhered to the ancestral teachings. Let us proceed. Chen Ping and Huang Xiling slowly approached the ceremonial entourage of the Nine Hells Sacred Ground. Why isn't he the Lord returned yet? Yu Hanyuan stood at the forefront, anxiously awaiting his return. The Saintess mentioned that the Lord would appear today, and yet half a day had already passed. The fact that a saint was kept waiting showcases the significance of this occasion to the Nine Hells Sacred Ground. Soon, 3 figures appeared before him. The Lord has arrived. A glimmer of excitement flashed across Yu Hanyuan's face. He had finally awaited this moment. But wait, why do these individuals exude such a familiar aura? Yu Hanyuan's expression shifted slightly. As Chen Ping and his companions drew nearer, a glint of killing intent flickered in Yu Hanyuan's eyes. These individuals were precisely the ones who had injured him last time. It's you. How dare you return to the Nine Hells Sacred Ground? You are simply courting death. Yu Hongyuan's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Yet, this individual was indeed audacious. After having offended him previously, today even the Lord of the Tiangang's Sacred Ground was present. How could he dare to be so brazen? Chen Ping narrowed his eyes. He had not anticipated that Yu Hongyuan was affiliated with the Nine Hells Sacred Ground. Why should I fear coming here? Chen Ping replied with a chuckle. Beside him, Huang Xiling boldly addressed Yu Hongyuan. Why don't you kneel before my master? Upon hearing this, Yu Hongyuan could no longer suppress his murderous intent. A terrifying aura of malice enveloped him. However, with Zhao Baixing present, this mere killing intent posed no threat to them. Heaven has a path you refuse to tread. Hell has no gate, yet you seek to enter. Yu Hongyuan glared at Zhao Baixing, a hint of trepidation crossing his face. Nevertheless, this was the Nine Hells Sacred Ground. The Lord was still here. A high-level saint couldn't stir up much trouble. So, you do not welcome me? Chen Ping retorted calmly. From Yu Hanyuan's words, he gleaned that the Nine Hells Sacred Ground still held him in high esteem. Humph. Who do you think you are to come to the Nine Hells Sacred Ground? Yu Hanyuan coldly replied. Within the Nine Hells Sacred Ground, Yu Jian was receiving visiting guests when he suddenly sensed the killing intent emanating from the entrance. What is Yu Hanyuan doing? The Lord could return at any moment. Causing a disturbance could spell trouble. Yu Hanyuan, someone dares to create chaos on your auspicious day. This is simply intolerable. Shall I intervene on your behalf? Chai Xian's face bore a playful expression, relishing the unfolding drama. No need to trouble Brother Chai's. I can handle this minor issue myself. Yu Jian replied nonchalantly. He had already received a message from Yu Hanyuan. The individuals causing the ruckus were the ones who had previously injured Yu Hanyuan and killed 2 disciples of the Tiangang's Sacred Ground. Having had no time to deal with them while preparing for the Lord's arrival, now that they had come to him, Yu Jian was more than willing to capture them and present them to Chai Xian. With that, Yu Jian's figure vanished without a trace. To stir trouble in the Nine Hells Sacred Ground, you must be tired of living. Yu Jian's eyes glinted with a hint of malice as he gazed at Chen Ping. Great Elder, why waste words with him? Just kill him swiftly to avoid disturbing the Lord's arrival. Yu Hongyuan urged. Yu Mo Yin, come forth to see me. Chen Ping called out indifferently. Upon hearing this, Yu Jian and the others furrowed their brows. This individual actually knew the Saintess? In a nearby chamber, Yu Mo Yin, who was preparing herself, brightened at the sound of Chen Ping's voice. My master has truly come. Without a moment's hesitation, she tore through the void and appeared before the group. Seeing Chen Ping so close, she immediately knelt on one knee. Disciple pays respects to master. Chen Ping nodded. Yu Mo Yin, it seems your Nine Hells Sacred Ground does not welcome me. Upon hearing this, cold sweat broke out on Yu Mo Yin's forehead. How had she not thought to present an image of her master to the Great Elder? Yu Jian appeared to have realized something. Mo Yin. What is the meaning of this? Mo Yin quickly replied, Great Elder. This is my master, the prophesied Lord of the Nine Hells who will lead our sacred ground to new heights. Hearing this, both Yu Jian and Yu Hongyuan's expressions shifted dramatically. This person is the Lord? They recalled their earlier words and felt their bodies tense, sweat drenching their backs. Such disrespect could provoke the Lord's wrath, condemning them as eternal sinners of the Nine Hells' sacred ground. Both were formidable warriors of the Saint Realm, and they could hardly remember the last time they felt such trepidation. Chen Ping observed the two, and with a thought, a black Dao seed slowly emerged from his body. Dark as ink, it radiated with an aura of the underworld. It was indeed the Dao seed of the underworld. Chapter 177. Have you considered the annexation of the Celestial Templar? This is truly the Dark Path seed. The inhabitants of the Nine Nether Sacred Land possess an innate affinity for the Dark Path seed, and thus recognized it immediately. The two, Yu Hongyuan and Yu Jian, were instantly drenched in sweat. The bearer of the Dark Path seed is undeniably the master of the Nine Nether Sacred Land, a tenet of their ancestral teachings that cannot be violated. Just moments ago, they had dared to confront their master, without a trace of hesitation. They knelt before Chen Ping. We failed to recognize our master earlier and acted disrespectfully. Please punish us. Observing them, Chen Ping furrowed his brow. Yu Jian, sensing Chen Ping's reluctance to forgive, immediately began to bow repeatedly, the sound echoing like a drumbeat. Our master must not trust us, Yu Moyan remarked. The two, Yu Jian and Yu Hongyuan, frowned at this. Yet, how could they express their loyalty? Yu Moyan turned to Chen Ping, emanating a profound aura of spiritual power. Soon, a glowing orb infused with soul energy appeared in her hand. Master, this is my soul pearl. Please accept it. As she spoke, the soul pearl began to drift towards Chen Ping. He was momentarily taken aback. The soul pearl is a manifestation of a cultivator's essence, should it fall into another's hands. They could easily manipulate its owner's fate. Please accept it, master. Yu Moyan urged once more. Chen Ping nodded and accepted the soul pearl. Yu Moyan's loyalty was unwavering, and betrayal was inconceivable. However, the same could not be guaranteed for Yu Hongyuan and Yu Jian. In essence, Yu Moyan was subtly guiding them on how to earn Chen Ping's trust. Should they follow suit, Chen Ping would undoubtedly come to trust them unconditionally. Having lived for over a millennium, they were not oblivious to this implication and promptly offered their own soul pearls. Chen Ping accepted them without hesitation. As long as they dared to betray him, he could shatter their soul pearls at will, ending their lives. All disciples of the Nine Nether Sacred Land, come forth to meet our master, Yu Jian announced. Soon, the higher echelons of the Nine Nether Sacred Land approached. We bow before our master, they collectively proclaimed upon kneeling. Rise, Chen Ping replied, his tone indifferent. With Yu Jian's soul pearl in his possession, he effectively held the reins of the Nine Nether Sacred Land. Master, we have prepared a welcoming banquet for you. The leaders of most factions in the southern frontier have already arrived. Allow me to introduce you. Yu Jian gestured respectfully towards Chen Ping. The group then followed Chen Ping and Yu Jian back to the Nine Nether Sacred Land. At that moment, the square of the Nine Nether Sacred Land became the focal point of attention, all eyes fixed upon its grand entrance. The curiosity regarding this new master was palpable. When they finally beheld Chen Ping, their expressions shifted dramatically. He was merely an early-stage Silent Realm cultivator. Until now, they had assumed the master of the Nine Nether Sacred Land would be, at least, a sage-level powerhouse. This revelation was indeed shocking. Yu Jian, a being of great stature, was willingly calling this minor Silent Realm cultivator master. Let me introduce you. This is the master of the Nine Nether Sacred Land, Yu Jian announced. The crowd expressed their congratulations, but at that moment, a wave of terrifying killing intent surged forth. It is you. The Celestial Templar's master, Qi Zishuan, glared at Chen Ping, a menacing aura radiating from him. Survivors had returned to the Celestial Templar after Chen Ping had slain Qi Xiaoxing, describing the assailant's appearance, which matched that of the master before them. The crowd sensed the tension. It appeared the master of the Nine Nether Sacred Land harbored a grudge against Qi Zishuan. Having slain two of my Celestial Templar's holy sons, I shall ensure your demise today. The dreadful intent emanating from Qi Zishuan was palpable. The crowd was taken aback. They had heard news of the slayings of the Celestial Templar's holy sons, but were astounded to discover that the perpetrator was none other than the master of the Nine Nether Sacred Land standing before them. Enough, Yu Jian retorted coldly. If our master has slain your holy sons, then it is undoubtedly their reckoning. Should you dare to disrespect our master again, do not blame me for being unkind. Yu Jian stood defiantly. Chen Ping was integral to the future of the Nine Nether Sacred Land. Anyone who dared to harm him would be opposing them, including the Celestial Templar. All disciples of the Nine Nether Sacred Land radiated fierce, killing intent. Qi Zishuan furrowed his brow at the sight. Although he had reached the great sage level, this was, after all, the domain of the Nine Nether Sacred Land. Yu Jian, with strength comparable to his own, coupled with other sages, made it difficult for him to contend. Very well, Nine Nether Sacred Land. You shall pay for this. Qi Zishuan sneered. The loss of 2 holy sons demanded retribution, or the Celestial Templar's prestige would be irrevocably tarnished. Yet, the circumstances were not in his favor. With a flash, Qi Zishuan vanished from sight. You shall wait, young one. The moment you step outside the Nine Nether Sacred Land, I will ensure your obliteration. Master, it would be prudent for you to remain within the Nine Nether Sacred Land for the time being. While you are here, Qi Zishuan cannot touch you. Once you grow stronger, he will be but an insignificant insect before you. A genius who has condensed 4 divine path seeds will easily rival a great sage upon entering the sage realm. Are you suggesting I hide from him? Chen Ping smirked. Master, that is not my intention. Should you command it, I will lead the Nine Nether Sacred Land to attack the Celestial Templar immediately. Yu Jian declared without hesitation. Chen Ping shook his head. There is no need for that. After a pause, he continued, have you ever considered annexing the Celestial Templar? Upon hearing this, everyone present turned their gaze towards Chen Ping. If the Nine Nether Sacred Land truly managed to annex the Celestial Templar, it would ascend to become the foremost sacred land in the southern frontier. However, such an event seemed implausible. The strengths of the major sacred lands were closely matched, making the notion of one absorbing another seem utterly fanciful. Master, what do you mean? Yu Jian inquired, her expression revealing a hint of confusion. A mere Celestial Templar that dares to offend me shall undoubtedly face repercussions. The crowd fell silent, taken aback by the master's audacity. Yet, moments later, their eyes reflected deep reverence towards Chen Ping. An ancient-looking tower, modest in design, emerged from Chen Ping's being. Though unassuming, its presence radiated an overwhelming imperial might. Apart from a few great sages, the rest of the assembly was compelled to kneel under the weight of this terrifying pressure. Imperial might, could this be an imperial weapon? Chapter 178. No deceit and sincerity in the realm of Qian Yuan. It has been countless years since an emperor-level existence has graced the land. Before them, the aura emanating from the tower clearly belonged to the emperor's domain. This was an extraordinary imperial artifact. Awe filled the eyes of all present. Although it was merely an artifact and not an emperor, its autonomous revival still allowed it to exert the prowess of a quasi-emperor. At this moment, envy began to envelop the crowd towards the Jiu Sacred Land, with an imperial artifact to safeguard them. Who would dare to provoke the Jiu Sacred Land in the future? They all cast their gazes upon Chen Ping and Yu Jian. Previously, they had deemed Yu Jian excessively rigid. Even if ancestral teachings existed, it should not warrant submission to a mere cultivator at the early stage of the spirit tranquility realm. Now, they recognized the absurdity of their prior thoughts. With Chen Ping present, the Jiu Sacred Land was destined to become the foremost power in the southern wilderness. Perhaps even the entire Qian Yuan continent. More importantly, Chen Ping possessed an imperial artifact, signifying his absolute recognition by an emperor. Otherwise, how could an artifact, possessing its own spirit, choose to accompany a cultivator of mere spirit tranquility? Yu Jian trembled with excitement, not out of fear, but from exhilaration. The prophecy of his ancestors had proven true. Those who bore the seed of the Nether Path would undoubtedly lead the Jiu Sacred Land to new heights. The Hao Tian Tower, I understand now. This is the imperial artifact of Emperor Hao Tian. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Was this not the very emperor who had turned the tides and established the current standing of humanity? The Qian Tian continent had seen many emperors, yet none had garnered such affection as Emperor Hao Tian. In a time when humanity was weak and preyed upon by ancient beasts, it was Emperor Hao Tian who rose against all odds, navigating countless life and death crises, granting humanity a chance to breathe. He was indeed the first emperor in the annals of human history. The Chaos Crystal has been provided. Now it is time for you to act on my behalf. Chen Ping addressed the Hao Tian Tower. Of course, came the emotionless reply. I command you to annihilate the Tian Gang Sacred Land. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Chen Ping's eyes. Though he had already slain 2 holy sons of the Tian Gang Sacred Land, they had sought to kill him first. He was not well acquainted with the Tian Gang Sacred Land, but he knew they would not let him go unscathed. In light of this, it was better to strike preemptively. The Hao Tian Tower, as an extraordinary imperial artifact, could autonomously revive to attain quasi-emperor strength. The strongest of the Tian Gang Sacred Land was merely a great saint. The tower swayed slightly before vanishing before the crowd. Those present fell into a solemn silence for the Tian Gang Sacred Land. Why offend someone when you could have offended anyone else, but instead chose to provoke Chen Ping, who wields an imperial artifact? They realized they had truly kicked a steel plate this time. Chen Ping turned to Yujian. Make arrangements for someone to take over the Tiangang sacred land. Yujian was instantly elated. If they could absorb the Tiangang sacred land, the Jiu sacred land would undoubtedly become the strongest force in the southern wilderness. Truly, the ancestors had not deceived him. As they looked at the exuberant Yujian, envy and jealousy swelled within the hearts of those present. I must return home and peruse the family records to see if our ancestors left behind any prophecies. Such thoughts arose in the minds of the crowd. Meanwhile, at the Tiangang sacred land, Qi Zishuan returned, unable to suppress the growing rage within him. Master, why do you appear so troubled? A strikingly beautiful woman approached him. Qi Zishuan recounted the events of the day. Does this mean the Tiangang sacred land must submit? Zhao Mingyao's eyes burned with indignation. This is utterly unacceptable. The resources expended to cultivate a holy son are immense. Yet, we have lost 2 of our holy sons to slaughter. If we do not avenge this, the reputation of the Tiangang sacred land will undoubtedly suffer greatly. When has Qi Zishuan ever endured such humiliation? A terrifying aura emanated from Qi Zishuan. However, if we were to engage in war with the Jiu sacred land, we might face dire consequences. Zhao Mingyao sighed. Shall we wait until he departs the Tiangang sacred land to strike? Qi Zishuan shook his head. No. I lack the patience to wait until then. Furthermore, if that fellow is cowardly enough to remain hidden within the Jiu sacred land, shall we simply allow him to live? Taking a deep breath, Qi Zishuan concluded, it seems there is no other option. Contact the Blood River sacred land and summon the Blood River ancestor. Upon hearing the name of the Blood River ancestor, Zhao Mingyao's expression grew complex. The Blood River sacred land was another power in the southern wilderness, but the Blood River ancestor was infamous for his madness. Since his debut, he had claimed countless lives, even slaying many prodigies of the Blood River sacred land before seizing the position of its master. He was an ambitious man who had once tried to persuade Qi Zishuan to ally with him to dominate the southern wilderness, but Qi Zishuan had firmly rejected him. Now, it seemed that Qi Zishuan had decided to collaborate with the Blood River ancestor against the Jiu sacred land. Understood, Zhao Mingyao replied, retreating slowly. Soon, a ripple in space appeared, and the Blood River ancestor stepped forth. Qi, my dear brother, you have finally come to your senses. Qi Zishuan nodded. I agree to cooperate with you, but I shall designate the target of our assault. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Qi Zishuan's eyes. No problem. I approach this collaboration with utmost sincerity. The Blood River ancestor nodded. The strengths of the major sacred lands in the southern wilderness were closely matched. It mattered little to him who they targeted. Let us first strike at the Jiu sacred land. Qi Zishuan declared without hesitation. Chen Ping must die. The Jiu sacred land must vanish from this world. It seems the Jiu sacred land has offended my dear brother. Thus, we shall make our move against them. A palpable excitement lit up the Blood River ancestor's face. Once we annihilate the Jiu sacred land, we shall absorb its resources and proceed to attack the other sacred lands. Before long, the entire southern wilderness will belong to you and me. He had awaited this day for far too long. Previously, Qi Zishuan's indecision had rendered him unfit for use. Now, the moment had finally arrived. We shall discuss the future when it comes. Qi Zishuan said coolly. Very well. When shall we strike? The Blood River ancestor asked with a smile. There is no time like the present. You and I shall begin preparations now. Tonight, we will launch a night raid on the Jiu sacred land. A chilling murderous intent erupted from Qi Zishuan. Indeed, there is no time like the present. I shall follow your lead. The Blood River sacred land has long been prepared. We await your command to descend upon the Jiu sacred land. The Blood River ancestor smiled radiantly. Hearing this, Qi Zishuan felt a twinge of unease. The Blood River ancestor had evidently been prepared long before. Even after his rejection, he had not abandoned his ambitions. However, none of this mattered now. Chapter 179, The 9 Nether Tombs. As the Blood River ancestor prepared to depart, an abrupt change washed over his expression. An aura of unthinkable terror manifested above the Tiangang sacred land. This presence. The Blood River ancestor's visage darkened to the utmost degree. It was the might of an emperor. Qi Zishuan swallowed hard. The Qian Yuan continent had not witnessed the emergence of an emperor-level aura for millennia. The members of the Tiangang sacred land who were in the midst of cultivation fell to their knees beneath this overwhelming pressure. What is this? This is the might of an emperor. Could this be an imperial weapon? Why does the sky above our Tiangang sacred land bear the presence of an imperial weapon? The Blood River ancestor and Qi Zishuan hurriedly emerged, and their eyes fell upon the Haotian tower that had materialized in the heavens. This is the imperial weapon, the Haotian tower. Under the oppressive might of the emperor, both the Blood River ancestor and Qi Zishuan strained to remain standing, barely resisting the urge to kneel. This is dire. The imperial weapon has awakened. Qi Xian's complexion shifted dramatically. Qi Xian, what kind of formidable figure have you provoked? I will not accompany you to your doom. The Blood River ancestor scolded Qi Xian before attempting to tear through the void. At that moment, a beam of golden light descended from the Haotian tower above. The Blood River ancestor froze. Qi Xian's face turned pale as he beheld the descending Haotian tower. Why would an imperial weapon target the Tiangang's sacred land? I have not offended anyone recently. No, it must be Chen Ping. This imperial weapon belongs to Chen Ping. But how could an imperial weapon be wielded by someone of mere spirit, tranquil realm? Yet, it is true that I have not offended anyone else besides Chen Ping in recent times. The imperial weapon gradually descended, and the terrifying aura intensified. No. Qi Xian screamed, his body disintegrating uncontrollably. The Blood River ancestor was in a similarly dire state. Finally, the Haotian tower landed, and much of the Tiangang's sacred land was reduced to ashes. Yu Jian gazed at the scene before him, a look of reverence crossing his face. This is the power of an imperial weapon. A single strike is sufficient to obliterate a sacred land. Yet, thinking of the fact that this imperial weapon belongs to our 9 nether sacred land, he could hardly contain his excitement. The Tiangang's sacred land, which refused to join us, shall be met with merciless retribution. A chilling murderous intent arose. The members of the Tiangang's sacred land knelt in desperation, pleading for mercy. Although the Haotian tower had vanished from sight, the terrifying sensation continued to evoke shudders from the depths of their souls. Gather all the resources of the Tiangang's sacred land and bring them back. Instantly, countless disciples of the 9 nether sacred land surged in. Though the Haotian tower had devastated much of the Xiantian sacred land, the foundation of a sacred land is profoundly formidable, and countless treasures must remain. The Tiangang's sacred land was completely erased from this world. At that moment, the entire Qian Yuan continent erupted in fervor. That aura was undoubtedly the might of an emperor. It had been millennia since anything related to emperors had transpired on the Qian Yuan continent. The location of this aura was in the southern wilderness. Could it be that an emperor was born there? It seems unlikely. If an emperor had indeed emerged, there would surely have been phenomena affecting the entire Qian Yuan continent. Various regions speculated about the emergence of this imperial might. Only those in the southern wilderness knew that all of this was instigated by a cultivator of merely the spirit tranquil realm. On the peak of Xianyun Mountain in the central continent, an elder slowly opened his eyes. 2 beams of divine light pierced through the void. The Haotian Tower. Haotian Emperor, have you chosen him? The elder gently closed his eyes once more, as though nothing had transpired. In the 9 nether sacred land, Chen Ping sat upon the throne in the main hall. Soon, Yu Xian returned to the 9 nether sacred land. My lord, everything has been arranged. This is the treasure gathered from the Tiangang sacred land. Yu Xian presented a ring, cradling it with both hands. Chen Ping nodded, accepting the ring. Tomorrow, arrange for the disciples of the 9 nether sacred land to gather, Chen Ping said casually. Even a small sect like the Qian Yuan Sect can produce a genius like Qin Jianjia. Perhaps the 9 nether sacred land will surprise me as well. Yes. Although Yu Jian was unaware of Chen Ping's intentions, he understood that he simply needed to comply. Show me around the 9 nether sacred land at your leisure. Chen Ping turned to Umo Yin beside him. Umo Yin quickly nodded. Yes, master. Now, Umo Yin's status in the 9 nether sacred land had risen significantly. He led Chen Ping on a tour of the 9 nether sacred land. The 9 nether sacred land sprawled across an entire mountain range. The unique terrain of the southern wilderness had birthed numerous wonders. Umo Yin diligently introduced the various aspects of the 9 nether sacred land. The two soon arrived at a desolate mountain. Compared to other peaks, this mountain exuded an aura of deathly stillness. This is the forbidden ground of the 9 nether sacred land, the 9 nether tombs. Umo Yin pointed towards the 9 nether tombs. Forbidden ground? A hint of puzzlement crossed Chen Ping's face. Indeed, only the grand elders of the 9 nether sacred land are permitted to enter. Umo Yin gazed at the 9 nether tombs with profound respect. Our 9 nether sacred land has thrived because of the power of these 9 nether tombs. Chen Ping's interest was piqued. The 9 nether tombs were once an ancient battleground on the Qian Yuan continent. That conflict involved countless saints, and even quasi-emperors participated. Countless saintly corpses were gathered here, giving rise to a potent force of 9 nether energy. Our 9 nether sacred land has gradually developed thanks to this 9 nether energy. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping's eyes brightened. He had not anticipated that the 9 nether sacred land harbored such a valuable location. Umo Yin sensed Chen Ping's keen interest in the place. Master, do you wish to take a look inside? Umo Yin inquired. Chen Ping nodded. Is that not permissible? Of course, it is, but only the Grand Elder can unlock the 9 nether tombs. I will contact the Grand Elder now. Chen Ping nodded. If I could control the myriad saintly corpses, would that not mean I have a multitude of saints at my command? The thought thrilled Chen Ping. Yet, he also felt an odd sensation. The ancestral teachings of the Nine Nether Sacred Land state that the one possessing the Netherworld Tao Seed shall be the Lord of the Nine Nether. By chance, I have obtained the Netherworld Tao Seed and the divine ability to control corpses. Now that I have arrived at the Nine Nether Sacred Land, there exists a tomb potentially filled with numerous saints. Nevertheless, Chen Ping did not dwell on it. After all, he had experienced the absurdity of traversing realms and possessing a system. What was there to fear with a system in hand? Soon, Yixue arrived without hesitation, directly unsealing the 9 nether tombs. My lord, you may enter. Chen Ping nodded and stepped forward into the depths. Chapter 180. Let me try. Chen Ping slowly stepped inside. The 9 nether tomb was densely packed with corpses. However, most were missing limbs, and some were reduced to mere skeletons, emitting a faint glow. Such is the fate of high-level cultivators. Even in death, their bodies do not decay. The rich power of the 9 nether pervaded the air. Yu Jian and Yu Moyan followed Chen Ping inside, but soon noticed that he had abruptly halted. What is the matter, master? Yu Moyan began to speak, only to be interrupted by Yu Jian. Soon, the Yuming Dao seed spontaneously emerged from Chen Ping's body. The concentrated power of the 9 nether surged towards the Yuming Dao seed like a tidal wave. This power, a derivative of the Yuming Dao seed, instinctively recognized its arrival, evoking a sense of all swords returning to their origin. The Yuming Dao seed, akin to a parched sponge, voraciously absorbed the 9 nether power. The faint glow upon it grew increasingly brilliant until every last trace of 9 nether energy was absorbed by Chen Ping. Chen Ping gradually opened his eyes, revealing a depth of black so profound it was spine-chilling. After a moment, he regained his normal state, joy illuminating his features. In that brief interval, he sensed a deeper connection to the Yuming Dao seed. A terrifying aura radiated from him. Yu Jian and Yu Moyan furrowed their brows, realizing that their life force was being voraciously drawn in by Chen Ping. While Yu Moyan was somewhat accustomed to it, Yu Jian, a being of the great sage level, was alarmed to feel his life force slipping away. This was the terrifying nature of Yuming power. Though both were uncomfortable, they refrained from speaking out or trying to stop him, allowing Chen Ping to absorb their vitality. Fortunately, Chen Ping soon regained his composure and withdrew the overwhelming Yuming power he had inadvertently released. Congratulations on your increased strength, master, they exclaimed in unison. Chen Ping nodded slightly. You stay here. I will explore a bit. Expectation flickered across his face as he recalled Yu Jian mentioning that there might even be quasi-emperors participating in this battlefield. He wondered if there would be any corpses of quasi-emperors. If he could turn a quasi-emperor's corpse into a puppet, it would be nothing short of miraculous. However, after searching for a while, he found no corpses of quasi-emperor level, nor even many complete saint-level corpses, leaving him somewhat disappointed. The terrifying Yuming power emanated from his being as he activated the Yuming corpse manipulation technique. Gradually, corpses began to rise from the ground. Witnessing this uncanny scene, Yu Jian and Yu Moyan's expressions changed dramatically. These beings had been dead for countless years, yet they were now rising. Zombies. But I've never heard of corpses reanimating after such a long time. Soon, one corpse after another stood up, and the two felt a sense of imminent danger. Each of these reanimated corpses exuded a terrifying aura. Indeed, they were all saints. Master, be cautious. Yu Jian swiftly positioned himself in front of Chen Ping. He understood that Chen Ping was pivotal to the rise of their 9 nether sacred land, and any mishap must be avoided. Fear not, Chen Ping replied nonchalantly. Yu Jian hesitated to voice his concerns further. Once the corpses stood, they kneeled before Chen Ping in unison. We greet our master. Yu Jian swallowed hard. Had Chen Ping truly revived these corpses? No, these entities, while capable of movement and speech, lacked any hint of life force. Puppets, perhaps? Chen Ping surveyed the 10 figures before him, a satisfied expression on his face. If only there had been quasi-emperor corpses within the 9 nether tomb. Master, Yu Jian suddenly interjected. What is it? Chen Ping inquired, noticing Yu Jian's hesitation. After a deep breath, Yu Jian continued. There may indeed be a quasi-emperor's corpse. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping's eyes sparkled with excitement. There truly was a quasi-emperor's body. Yet he recalled having checked earlier and found the strongest presence to be merely half a step into the great sage realm. Follow me. Yu Jian guided Chen Ping deeper into the tomb. There, he performed a hand seal, and the power of the 9 nether emanated forth, revealing a slowly emerging opening in the wall. They entered to find a transparent coffin containing a man clad in opulent attire, devoid of any aura, yet exuding an intimidating presence. This corpse must belong to a quasi-emperor, sealed within this transparent coffin since the establishment of their 9 nether sacred land. We have attempted to open this coffin numerous times, all to no avail. Yujian lamented. Otherwise, utilizing a quasi-emperor's body would be invaluable. I shall give it a try? Chen Ping exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. If he could control this quasi-emperor's corpse using Yu Ming corpse manipulation, it would be an extraordinary gain. Yet, even at the peak of his abilities, he could not budge the coffin. Step back, Chen Ping commanded. Yu Jian and Yu Moyan quickly retreated a few steps. The 10 reanimated corpses approached, amplifying their energies and striking together. The overwhelming sanctified might caused even Yu Jian, now a great sage, to feel a tinge of fear. Yet, despite their formidable assault, the transparent coffin remained unmoved. Master, perhaps you should try with an imperial weapon? Yu Jian suggested. If Chen Ping could control this quasi-emperor's corpse, it would greatly enhance the strength of the 9 nether sacred land. Although the recent appearance of the Haotian Tower deterred others from challenging their domain, strength is always a welcome advantage. Chen Ping shook his head. No, the Haotian Tower is a proud entity. One cannot simply command it to act. The sensation of returning empty-handed after entering a treasure trove was profoundly disappointing. However, knowing that the quasi-emperor's corpse lay within the 9 nether sacred land brought him some solace. Once the chaos melting furnace produced another chaos crystal, he would return. All right, let us depart. Chen Ping turned to leave. That night, he returned to his chamber and gradually drifted into slumber. At that moment, a curvaceous figure stealthily entered. Observing Chen Ping lying in bed, Yu Moyan took a deep breath, slowly shed her garments, and slipped beneath the covers beside him. Chapter 181. I will end you the following morning. Chen Ping found himself missing Lung Ningxuang. As he muttered to himself, last night, he had dreamt of her, where she had been remarkably proactive, unlocking numerous new postures. Reflecting on the dream, Chen Ping stretched lazily. Suddenly, he realized something was amiss. An unusually soft sensation was present on his chest. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered Yu Mo Yin beside him, unclothed. Her full, soft form pressed closely against him sent a shock to Chen Ping's face. A vivid splash of crimson on the sheets made him comprehend the reality of the previous night. This was no fleeting dream. He had indeed spent the night with Yu Mo Yin. Panic surged through him. How could this be? How had Yu Mo Yin entered his room without him noticing? Master, you're awake. Yu Mo Yin lazily stretched, curling up next to Chen Ping like a small cat. The term master made Chen Ping feel overwhelmed. Please, in this situation, calling me master only adds to my guilt. Yet, there was a hint of excitement in his heart. What was going on? Yu Mo Yin abruptly awakened, quickly kneeling before Chen Ping. Master, it was my fault. Chen Ping gazed at her in silence. Get up. Memories of the previous night's escapades stirred within him, leaving his heart tumultuous. Master, you won't blame me, will you? Yu Mo Yin looked at him, her face etched with concern. Get up, I do not blame you. Chen Ping sighed. Upon hearing this, Yu Mo Yin finally smiled and climbed back onto the bed. Embracing Chen Ping tightly. Master, I volunteered. Hearing her utter those forbidden words stirred Chen Ping's emotions. Does it hurt? He asked, concern lacing his voice. After all, he had been quite vigorous in his dream. Although cultivators possess superior resilience, this was Yu Mo Yin's first experience. Master, I am a Lingshu realm cultivator. How could I be so fragile? As long as you are comfortable, that is what matters. Yu Mo Yin's radiant smile brightened her face at Chen Ping's words of concern. Though the teachings of the Jiuyo sacred land dictate that the saintess must serve the Lord of Jiuyo, Chen Ping's care was a balm to her heart. Despite the trial she endured, she had to bear it silently, as it was her fate. Chen Ping, however, was different. How did you sneak into my bed last night? Chen Ping asked, caressing her cheek. I asked the Grand Elder for a potion that could enchant a Lingji realm cultivator. Yu Mo Yin replied timidly, fearing Chen Ping's irritation. Why go to such lengths? Chen Ping asked, exasperated. Didn't I say you shouldn't take those teachings to heart? When you find someone you truly like, I will let you go. Yu Mo Yin shook her head. I like no one but you, master. Can you accompany me to a place today? She gazed at Chen Ping with eager anticipation. All right, but first, put on some clothes. I will accompany you shortly. He nodded. He was not the type to sever ties coldly. Since the deed was done, Yu Mo Yin was now his. I knew you would be the best, master. Yu Mo Yin exclaimed, planting a kiss on his cheek, her ample bosom stirring Chen Ping's heart. In Dipping Village, Yu Mo Yin and Chen Ping strolled along the village path. What brings us here? Chen Ping inquired curiously. I wish to visit my parents. Yu Mo Yin's eyes reflected a hint of sorrow. Chen Ping was taken aback. Aren't you the saintess of the Jiuyo sacred land? Yu Mo Yin smiled softly. Master, My surname was changed after entering the Jiuyou sacred land. Dipping village is my hometown, and my parents were ordinary farmers. Sadly, they were brutally murdered in an unfortunate incident. And by chance, I joined the Jiuyou sacred land. Chen Ping nodded, surprised to learn that the Exalted Saintess had such a past. The pair soon arrived at a cemetery near the village. Umo Yin quickly found a grave. There was no headstone, and although some weeds grew on the mound, it was not overly untidy, indicating that she visited frequently. Umo Yin knelt before the grave. Mom and Dad, your daughter has come to see you. Tears glistened in her eyes. This is my master, who treats me well, so rest assured. She silently added, and he is my man. She believed her parents could hear her words. Chen Ping laid offerings at the grave. Rest assured, I will take good care of her, he declared. Hearing this, Umo Yan's lips curled into a smile, her beautiful eyes crescent-shaped. Master, let us wander around the village, Umo Yan suggested. Chen Ping nodded, happy to comply with her request. As they strolled, Umo Yan animatedly recounted amusing tales from her childhood. Master, I hope I'm not being bothersome. Umo Yan glanced at him. Not at all, Chen Ping replied lightly. Umo Yan then clung to his arm, a blissful expression gracing her face. This closeness made Chen Ping uncomfortable, yet he could not bring himself to voice his feelings. Look, the girl from the Zhou family is back. An elderly woman exclaimed upon seeing Umo Yan. Aunt Wong, I've returned to see my parents. Umo Yan smiled. Is this your husband? He is quite handsome. Aunt Wong remarked, causing Umo Yan to blush without denying it. Yes, she replied, glancing worriedly at Chen Ping, but seeing his calm demeanor, she felt relieved. Good, good. I'm sure your parents in spirit would be happy to know this. But you should head back soon and not linger around the village, Aunt Wong advised. Why? Has something happened in the village? Umo Yan asked, her brow furrowing. Just listen to me, dear, Aunt Wong insisted. Suddenly, a foul-mouthed voice erupted. A man approached, swinging his arm and knocking Aunt Wong to the ground, spitting on her face. Shut your mouth, or I'll end you. Chapter 182. A scheme of merit. Madame Wong lay on the ground, her wrinkled old face a mask of fury, but more so a portrait of helplessness. She wiped the thick mucus from her face, cursing under her breath, if you dare to speak again, I'll send you to hell ahead of time. The man, after spouting his venom, turned his gaze towards Umoyan, his eyes suddenly alight with intrigue. This girl is quite striking. The immortal has long complained about my failure to present him with a gem, yet today, someone has come willingly to my doorstep. Lila remarked with ill intent as he surveyed Umoyan. Umoyan, however, ignored him and moved to assist Madame Wong to her feet. Did you not hear me speaking to you? Li Li's face darkened upon noticing her disregard. Silence. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Chen Ping's eyes. I tell you, being able to serve the immortal is a privilege. Countless women long for this chance yet find themselves unworthy. Lila boasted brazenly. Chen Ping cast a glance at the trembling Madame Wong beside him and swiftly delivered a slap that sent Lila flying. Had he not been concerned about frightening this kind-hearted woman, that strike would have turned him into mere pulp. You two should hurry and leave, otherwise you won't have the chance later. Madame Wong urged the pair. Madame Wong, what on earth is happening? Umoyan inquired. With a heavy sigh, Madame Wong explained. Not long ago, an immortal came to our village, and he instructed the He family to capture girls for his cultivation. Countless girls from nearby villages have suffered at his hands. You must leave quickly. That immortal can ride the clouds and summon lightning. If you do not depart swiftly, you will be trapped when he arrives. At the mention of the immortal, Madame Wong trembled uncontrollably. Chen Ping's eyes narrowed. To exploit women for cultivation is clearly the method of a demonic practitioner. Fear not, madam, my husband is formidable. We shall drive that immortal away shortly, Umoyan assured her. Upon hearing this, Madame Wong displayed a hint of skepticism. The girl from the Zhou family married an immortal? Although Chen Ping's earlier strike had indeed sent Li Lu flying, he hardly appeared to be an immortal. Rest easy, madam. That scoundrel will not trouble you again, Chen Ping declared. Are you also an immortal? Madame Wong questioned him. Chen Ping hesitated momentarily. Madam, there are no immortals here. That fellow is merely a cultivator. Do not worry. I am quite capable, and I shall go drive him away now. The methods of cultivators are, to ordinary folk, akin to those of immortals. Please ensure your safety. Do not overexert yourself, Madame Wong advised. Rest assured, my husband is exceedingly powerful. The term husband rolled off Umoyan's tongue with ease. Moyan, let us depart. Chen Ping urged, eager to confront this audacious demonic practitioner who dared to harm the innocent. At the Li household, Lila hurriedly returned, exclaiming, Immortal, we have a situation. In his chamber, an elder sat cross-legged, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of numerous young girls, all devoid of clothing and marred with horrific injuries. The ground was stained a dark crimson, a testament to the atrocities committed. Beside the elder were three naked girls, bound with ropes, seated upon cushions. Sinister tendrils resembling veins connected to the elder's head, with blood flowing from them into his very being. The elder slowly opened his eyes. Two beams of malevolence shooting forth. I sent you to fetch women, yet you return empty-handed? I warn you, if you cannot present me with 10 maidens within a day, I will slaughter your entire family. He growled, his terrifying energy causing Li Lu to crash to the floor. Immortal. I just discovered a true beauty and intended to bring her to you, but she was accompanied by a strong man who bested me. Li Lu hastily recounted. A true beauty? The elder's eyes gleamed at the mention of such a prize. He had chosen this desolate place to remain undetected. Yet the women here had proven unworthy of his attention. Were it not for his cultivation needs, he wouldn't have even touched them. Indeed. A true beauty, more exquisite than the ladies of the city. Li Lu insisted. Very well, once I have drained the blood of these three girls, I will accompany you. The elder closed his eyes, his aura glowing a sinister red as his bloodthirst intensified. The girls' faces contorted in agony as their once rosy complexions faded, their bodies slowly withering away. At that moment, footsteps echoed in the air. Chen Ping and Yuan approached deliberately. Locating Li Lu was trivial for them, given his ordinary nature. As they entered the Li estate, the overwhelming stench of blood made their brows furrow in disgust. How many must have perished to create such a ghastly aroma? Crossing into the main hall, a chilling sense of murderous intent filled their eyes as they beheld the numerous corpses of women strewn across the floor. Each body bore the marks of unspeakable violence, particularly the injuries inflicted upon their lower bodies, evidence of both violation and torment. The blood soul, an evil technique. Chen Ping's eyes narrowed. This dark art, once the creation of a notorious demon, required the essence and souls of women to empower the practitioner, with the strength of their resentment, hastening their progress. The demon who had once practiced it was slain by righteous forces, and the technique had vanished from existence until now, as someone dared to brazenly revive its practice. Damn it. You two dare to come here. Li Lu broke the silence, his voice laced with defiance. With the elder by his side, he felt invincible. Though this man was strong, could he truly rival an immortal capable of commanding the elements? Immortal, I spoke no lies. Is this woman not a true beauty? The elder's aura flared ominously as the three girls collapsed. Upon fixing his gaze on Yuan, his eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, a true gem, this time. I shall reap the benefits. Chapter 183. All-Around Chu Sui Hang slowly rose to his feet, his gaze fixed on the face of Yuan, which was alight with excitement. Such a rare gem, he had not encountered one in a long while. Alas, it was regrettable that it was no longer a maiden's purity. Chu Suihang's eyes flickered with a hint of malice as he turned to Chen Ping. How dare you touch my prey? You shall pay dearly. A bolt of lightning manifested in Chu Suihang's hand. Die. The terrifying thunderbolt shot directly towards Chen Ping. Li Li's excitement surged upon witnessing this scene. This was the method of the immortals. Boy, what good is your strength? Before an immortal, you are but an ant. The thought of Chen Ping soon being turned to ashes by the lightning filled him with a sense of satisfaction. Mid-stage Lingji realm. Chen Ping regarded Chu Suihang, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. How could a cultivator of such caliber resort to such atrocious means? This is outrageous. Li Li's expression changed. He had seen Chu Suihang strike before, a single bolt of lightning capable of splitting mountains. Yet, this time, not only did the lightning fail to harm Chen Ping, but even his garments remained unscathed. Chu Suihang furrowed his brow, realizing he had underestimated Chen Ping. No wonder he dared to meddle in affairs. It seems he possesses some capabilities. Chu Suihang slowly approached Chen Ping. In response, Chen Ping unleashed a punch, sending Chu Suihang hurtling backward, causing the already dilapidated building to collapse with a resounding crash. Holding his abdomen, Chu Suihang rose unsteadily, now gazing at Chen Ping with a flicker of fear in his eyes. Such terrifying power. Li Lu watched, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He had never anticipated that this young man would prove to be so formidable. To him, Chu Suihang had seemed invincible, yet against this individual, he had no chance of retaliation. Who are you? Chu Suihang demanded coldly. You dare cultivate the blood soul in sha technique. Such a malevolent practice? You are doomed. Had he not coincidentally arrived in Dipping Village with Yuan, he would remain oblivious to the countless innocent maidens that had fallen victim to Chu Suihang's cruelty. Chen Ping steadily advanced towards Chu Suihang, each subtle footfall echoing in Chu Suihang's ears like a harbinger of doom. A profound sense of crisis surged within him. I am Chu Suihang, the leader of the Blood Jade sect. We are vassals of the Wuji's holy land. Do not act recklessly. Chu Suihang exclaimed in terror. Chen Ping turned to Yuan beside him. Have you heard of the Wuji's holy land? Yuan nodded. Yes. The Wuji's Holy Land is also a revered sanctuary in the southern wilderness, known for its good reputation. Knowing of the Wuji's Holy Land is sufficient. It would be wise for you to leave now. Otherwise, once I notify the Wuji's Holy Land, your demise shall be imminent. Shu Hang threatened, but as his words fell, Chen Ping seized his arm and tore it away. I despise being threatened, Chen Ping said coldly. A piercing scream erupted from Chu Suhang's lips as a spirit pearl appeared in his left hand, which he promptly crushed. Boy, you are finished. The people of the Wuji's Holy Land will arrive shortly. Shu Hang bellowed in fury. Humph, even if the Lord of the Wuji's Holy Land were present. Having committed such heinous acts, I would still ensure your death, Chen Ping replied icily. The corpses of the maidens on the ground testified to Chu Hang's crimes. A dreadful chaos energy coalesced in the palm of Chen Ping's hand. Chu Hang instantly felt the looming threat of death. At that moment, he harbored no doubts that Chen Ping would indeed kill him. This man is a madman. Even invoking the Wuji's Holy Land, he showed no signs of fear. Stop. I wish to see who dares to disregard our Wuji's Holy Land. A mocking voice echoed as ripples of space materialized, and an elder emerged slowly from the rift. Elder Qian, save me, Chu Hang exclaimed, relief washing over him at the sight of the elder. Worthless, Qian Zhonghan retorted coldly. This man cultivates the blood-soul in-sha technique. Are you certain your Wuji's Holy Land wishes to protect him? Chen Ping's eyes glinted with a murderous intent as he regarded Qian Zhonghan. If this man truly defends such a villain, he would have no qualms about visiting the Wuji's Holy Land. Even if he practices the blood-soul in-sha technique. Only we of the Wuji's Holy Land have the authority to judge him. Who do you think you were to interfere? Qian Zhonghan scoffed. A terrifying holy aura emanating from him. Chu Hang sighed in relief. Qian Zhonghan was a formidable presence at the mid-stage of the Saint realm. With him present, he felt assured of his safety. After all, beneath the Saint, all are ants. How domineering the Wuji's Holy Land truly is. Chen Ping scoffed. Leave now, or die. Qian Zhonghan commanded coldly. The Blood Jade Sect was a vital vassal to the Wuji's Holy Land, providing substantial resources annually. The death of its leader here would undoubtedly be a significant loss for them. As for practicing malevolent techniques, so what? The cultivation world is inherently survival of the fittest. The death of a few ants means nothing. As his words fell, Chen Ping's foot came down upon Chu Hang. A terrifying chaos energy erupted, reducing Chu Hang's body to mere flesh and blood. A wave of murderous intent radiated from Qian Zhonghan, nearly tangible in its ferocity. He had spoken, and this mere ant at the initial stage of Lingji dared to defy his decree. You seek death. Qian Zhonghan swung his hand, and a terrifying spear of Dao rhythm materialized before him. To challenge Qian Zhonghan, to defy the Wuji's Holy Land, this man was courting death. Just you? Chen Ping shook his head. Qian Zhonghan sneered. It seems you do not comprehend the terror of a saint. Today, I shall ensure your utter annihilation. As his voice faded, Chen Ping suddenly broke into a cold smile, laughing even as death looms. Qian Zhonghan remarked coldly. Yet soon, his expression shifted. Behind Chen Ping, 10 figures materialized. Qian Zhonghan furrowed his brow. He had not sensed any spatial fluctuations. How had these individuals appeared? These 10 were the puppets Chen Ping controlled in the Nine Nether Tomb. Previously, in a moment of inspiration, he discovered that although these puppets were formed from human corpses, they were not truly alive and could indeed be stored within his system space. Chen Ping beamed at Qian Zhonghan. You are correct. Beneath the saint, all are ants. But tell me, just how powerful is your status as a saint among saints? As Chen Ping's words fell, 10 waves of terrifying holy might erupted from behind him. Qian Zhonghan's complexion paled. These 10 individuals were all saints, and one had even reached the threshold of a great saint. Chapter 184. Offending Chen Ping, you cannot kill me. I am an elder of the Wuji Sacred Land. If you slay me, the Wuji Sacred Land will not let you go. Qian Zhonghan exclaimed hastily. Though he possessed formidable strength, his opponent commanded 10 revered saints. I am eager to witness how the Wuji Sacred Land will come after me. Chen Ping scoffed. And the majority of the half-step great saints behind him sprang into action. You shattered my Dao Foundation. Qian Zhonghan's complexion turned ashen. The Dao Foundation represents the very essence of a cultivator. With its destruction, his saintly prowess evaporated, rendering him a mere husk. The Wuji Sacred Land, is it? Chen Ping's mind stirred, and the 10 revered saints vanished without a trace. He then lifted Qian Zhonghan as if he were a ragged dog. Mo Yan, take me to the Wuji Sacred Land. Chen Ping stated calmly. He was eager to see if the Wuji Sacred Land would dare to protect this man. Yes, master. Mo Yan nodded affirmatively. Upon hearing this, Qian Zhonghan furrowed his brow. This fellow truly intended to venture into the Wuji Sacred Land. Was he not afraid of their wrath? But how could that be? Could it be that the 10 revered saints behind him were insufficient for protection? The three of them tore through the void and arrived at the gates of the Wuji sacred land. Brat, you truly dare to come to the Wuji sacred land. Qian Zhonghan regarded Chen Ping as one would a corpse. The Wuji sacred land was fiercely protective. Having been crippled by this man, they would certainly not let him go. Outside the mountain gate of the Wuji sacred land, several disciples stationed their frown at the sight of the three approaching figures. This is the Wuji sacred land. Leave immediately unless you have an invitation from the sacred land. Gao Yule declared coldly. Wait, Gao Yule, that elderly figure he is holding. He looks strikingly familiar. Song Qifeng, standing beside him, suddenly interjected. No, that is Elder Qian Zhonghan. Gao Yule gasped. Qian Zhonghan, a revered saint, was now being hoisted like a chick. Although Chen Ping remained silent, both men realized that this youth was indeed a formidable adversary. Moreover, his ability to subdue Qian Zhonghan clearly surpassed their own. Brat, when our sacred lord arrives, it shall be your day of reckoning. Qian Zhonghan coldly warned Chen Ping. Even with 10 revered saints as guardians, what of it? Their sacred lord was a being of great saint caliber, and this was the Wuji sacred land's territory. This fellow held no advantage here. Bring your sacred lord out to meet me. Tell him I am Chen Ping. Chen Ping coldly declared, tossing Qian Zhonghan onto the ground. The two men, seeing that Chen Ping did not strike, breathed a sigh of relief. If Chen Ping had intended to kill them, they would have had no means of resistance. Within the grand hall of the Wuji sacred land, an elder clad in a dark robe sat solemnly. Although his hair was white, his skin remained taut, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. Sacred Lord, trouble is afoot. Gao Yule and his companion rushed in, kneeling before him. What a sight of disarray, Guo Wenjin remarked, his tone irritable. We are in the Wuji sacred land. What calamity could befall us? The two took a moment to steady their breaths. Sacred Lord. A young man stands at the entrance, holding Elder Qian Zhonghan and proclaiming that he wishes to meet you. At this proclamation, the hall fell silent, struck by disbelief. How audacious. Sacred Lord, I volunteer to bring this impudent fool before you. One elder asserted vehemently. Indeed. Who does he think he is to demand an audience with the sacred Lord? Such insolence offends the dignity of the Wuji sacred land. The elders were aflame with righteous indignation. What else did he say? Guo Wenjin inquired, turning to Gao Yule. The latter stiffened, sensing the weight of the sacred Lord's gaze, which radiated authority. It was clear that the sacred Lord was displeased. After all, the sacred Lord stood atop the pinnacle of the southern wilderness. Now, a mere youth dared to summon him for an audience. Sheer folly. Indeed, Guo Wenjin was furious. With his status, even the leaders of the other major sacred lands would not dare to treat him with such contempt, particularly at the gates of the Wuji sacred land. He claimed to be Chen Ping. Gao Yule finally articulated. What did you say? Guo Wenjin stood abruptly, his expression shifting dramatically. Despite being perplexed by the sacred lord's sudden agitation, Gao Yule explained. He said his name is Chen Ping. Chen Ping? It cannot be. Guo Wenjin exclaimed. How did he arrive at the Wuji sacred land? Just a day prior. Even if this Chen Ping were the lord of the 9 netherworlds, I would not have regarded him with such concern. But yesterday, in the 9 nether sacred land, Chen Ping summoned the imperial weapon. Moreover, after the Tian Gang's sacred land offended him, not long after, half of their domain was reduced to ruins by the Haotian Tower. It is said that even the venerable ancestor of the Blood River sacred land fell at the hands of the Tian Gang. Thus, within a day, 2 sacred lords perished due to their offense against Chen Ping. It is evident that he wields absolute control over the imperial weapon. Yet, the most terrifying aspect lay in the fact that as Qi Zishuan departed, the Haotian Tower had already materialized above the Tian Gang's sacred land. This demonstrated that Chen Ping was a man of vengeance, decisive in his actions. Such a character is one to be avoided at all costs. Yet, it remained a mystery why Chen Ping had suddenly appeared in their Wuji sacred land. I shall go at once, Guo Wenjin declared, tearing through the void in haste. Sacred Lord, he is merely a young man. Why must you meet him? I can bring him here. Jiao Feng interjected. You know nothing. Guo Wenjin retorted vehemently. Do you comprehend the demise of the Tian Gang's sacred land? It was due to their offense against Chen Ping. If you wish to avert the annihilation of the Wuji sacred land, show the proper respect. With that, Guo Wenjin stepped into the void, leaving the members of the Wuji sacred land in stunned silence. The fall of the Tian Gang's sacred land was well known to them. It was the revival of an imperial weapon. Yet, they were unaware of the details and had not anticipated that the architect of such destruction would appear at the Wuji sacred land. No wonder the sacred lord was so agitated. This could very well signify a crisis of annihilation for their sect. Outside the mountain gate, ripples in the fabric of space appeared. Qian Zhonghan instantly felt a surge of excitement. This aura was all too familiar. The Sacred Lord was arriving. Soon, Guo Wenjin materialized before the group. Sacred Lord, save me. This man has shattered my Dao foundation. You must seek justice for me. A revered saint holds immense power in any sect. His crippling would significantly weaken the Wuji sacred land. The Sacred Lord would undoubtedly not let this man escape unscathed. Brat, I shall cast you into the God-refining abyss, where you shall suffer torment until your demise. Chapter 185, Conspiracy Indeed. It is Chen Ping. Guo Wenjin strode towards Chen Ping, inquiring, what has transpired, fellow Taoist Chen? He cast a fierce glare at Chu Suihang, cursing inwardly, foolish wretch. Why offend Chen Ping of all people? Do you wish to doom the infinite Holy Land? The moment he heard the term fellow Taoist, a flicker of unease surged within Chu Suihang. How could an insignificant creature of the spirit tranquility realm warrant such respect from a holy master? Moreover, given Guo Wenjin's protective nature, he should have sought vengeance immediately upon witnessing his plight. Could it be that this individual harbors some terrifying background? You are the holy master of the infinite Holy Land. I believe I have seen you before. Chen Ping remarked, his tone nonchalant. Chu Suihang's discomfort deepened. Chen Ping displayed no hint of deference towards Guo Wenjin, not even a trace of respect in his words. Fellow Taoist Chen, I once encountered you at the Nine Nether Holy Land. Guo Wenjin hastily interjected. Regardless of the circumstances, it was imperative to prevent Chen Ping from flying into a rage. Otherwise, the infinite Holy Land would be in dire straits. Oh, Chen Ping replied, his tone indifferent. Fellow Taoist Chen, this Chu Suihang is one of our own from the infinite Holy Land. Is there perhaps some misunderstanding? Guo Wenjin attempted to clarify. After all, Chu Suihang was a revered sage, and his demise would undoubtedly impact the overall strength of the infinite Holy Land. Although he currently bore a shattered foundation, restoring it was not beyond the realm of possibility for a Holy Land. The Bloodjade Sect is your subordinate, is it not? At the mention of the Bloodjade Sect, a flicker of anxiety crossed Guo Wenjin's face. Indeed, the Bloodjade Sect was a useful vassal among the many under the infinite Holy Land, having pledged allegiance through Chu Suihang. The Bloodjade Sect is indeed our subordinate. Could it be they have offended you, fellow Taoist Chen? Guo Wenjin queried anxiously. The leader of the Bloodjade Sect practiced the blood soul in evil technique, and I have slain him. This Chu Suihang of yours sought to protect him. Chen Ping's tone remained utterly flat, as if recounting a mundane event. Yet, Guo Wenjin discerned a palpable dissatisfaction woven into Chen Ping's words. He was aware of the dark arts practiced by the Bloodjade Sect's leader, but had chosen to turn a blind eye, as they provided substantial resources annually. After all, they were merely insignificant ants. Yet, he had not anticipated such a fortune in encountering Chen Ping. Guo Wenjin glared at Chu Suihang, exclaiming, you disgraceful wretch. How dare you exploit the name of the infinite Holy Land for such deeds? The practice of such dark arts deserves extermination. You have not only failed to uphold righteousness, but have also aided in wickedness. How could our infinite Holy Land produce such a scoundrel like you? As Guo Wenjin raged, Chu Suihang's complexion turned ashen. He had indeed reported the matters concerning the Bloodjade Sect, but such information should never have been made public. Fellow Taoist Chen, how do you propose we handle this scoundrel? Guo Wenjin inquired tentatively. Execution. The two syllables, devoid of emotional fluctuation, bore a chilling intent. Chu Suihang's countenance soured to an extreme. Then I shall heed fellow Taoist Chen's counsel. Allowing such a disgrace to live would only tarnish our infinite Holy Land's reputation. Guo Wenjin declared. At this moment, sweat beaded on Chu Suihang's forehead, realizing the Holy Master was willing to sacrifice himself. What manner of identity did this young man possess that even the Holy Master regarded him with such trepidation, to the extent of risking his own life? Master. Chu Suihang opened his mouth to protest, but Guo Wenjin swiftly cut him off. Should the indulgence of the dark arts practiced by their subordinates be revealed, it would severely tarnish the infinite Holy Land's reputation. Without further ado, Guo Wenjin struck out with a palm. A terrifying Dao rhythm coalesced into a massive hand, obliterating Chu Suihang's form into a mist of blood, eradicating all traces of his existence. Fellow Taoist Chen, are you satisfied now? Guo Wenjin cautiously inquired, his gaze fixed on Chen Ping. After all, this was an entity capable of summoning an imperial weapon at any moment. He harbored no illusions that the infinite Holy Land could withstand the might of an imperial weapon's resurgence. Indeed, you are remarkably selfless, Chen Ping remarked, his gaze penetrating as he regarded Guo Wenjin. A chill ran down Guo Wenjin's spine, yet he forced a smile, responding, fellow Taoist Chen, this is the duty of righteous individuals such as ourselves. Infuriating. Were it not for the threat of an imperial weapon, I would not deign to address you, a mere insect of the spirit tranquility realm, in such a manner. However, His visage betrayed no trace of discontent. I hope you will thoroughly investigate your subordinate forces. I wish to see no such occurrences again. Chen Ping stated firmly. Rest assured, fellow Taoist Chun, I shall see to it. Guo Wenjin promised earnestly. Not only among the subordinates of our infinite Holy Land, but anywhere I encounter dark cultivators, I will unreservedly eradicate them. That is excellent. Chen Ping replied blandly. Would you care to visit the infinite Holy Land, fellow Taoist Chen? Guo Wenjin maintained a facade of cordiality. There is no need. I have matters to attend to and shall not impose. Chen Ping announced, taking the side of Yu Moyan and tearing through the void. As he observed Chen Ping's departing figure, Guo Wenjin's expression darkened to a chilling severity. A mere insect of the spirit tranquility realm dared to point fingers at him. Be it his authority over the infinite Holy Land or his long history of cultivation, no one had ever addressed him in such a manner. Returning to the great hall, Guo Wenjin was met with respectful bows from the gathered crowd. Holy Master! Yet at that moment, he was devoid of any mood for pleasantries. Summon someone to annihilate the Bloodjade sect. Remember, not a single ant must be spared. A menacing aura radiated from Guo Wenjin. His actions were driven by both a thirst for vengeance and a desire to eliminate any evidence. Yes, after issuing the command, Guo Wenjin turned his attention to a man clad in a black cloak among the assembly. The man was short, entirely concealed within his cloak, yet emanated an oddly captivating presence. Fellow Taoist, how is the preparation for that matter proceeding? Guo Wenjin inquired, his expression revealing a hint of respect. Rest assured, all necessary arrangements have been made. When the Nine Nether Sea opens, the greatest opportunity shall undoubtedly belong to our infinite Holy Land. At that time, the humiliation of today will be repaid 1,000-fold. The black-cloaked figure slowly raised his head, revealing a pair of eerily crimson eyes. Upon an obscure peak within the hallowed grounds of the Nine Abyss Sacred Land, a disheveled girl huddled within a dilapidated, leaky shack. Suddenly, the door was thrust open, and 3 figures entered, their gazes fixed upon Yin Junzhao with sinister intent. What do you want? Yin Junzhao asked, her voice laced with apprehension. Since their arrival, these individuals had consistently tormented her, and their late-night intrusion could only portend ill intentions. What do you think we want? Sun Daong sneered, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Today marks the distribution of stipends within the Nine Abyss Sacred Land, and I presume you possess a couple of qi refining pills? Greed shone in his eyes. Hand them over now. Yin Junzhao shook her head, her voice firm. No, I cannot. Sun Daong's hand lashed out, striking her across the face. A cripple like you, incapable of cultivation, what use have you for qi refining pills? I advise you to relinquish them willingly, and your days on this mountain may yet improve. Defy me, and I shall feed your corpse to the wolves. Yet Yin Junzhao remained steadfast, shaking her head. Though she could not cultivate, perhaps with enough qi refining pills, a miracle might occur. Insolent wretch! Sun Daong roared, signaling his companions. The trio descended upon her, raining blows upon her body. However, with practiced precision, they ensured that no visible marks marred her exposed skin. Damn you! Sun Daong spat, kicking Yin Junzhao aside before ransacking her meager dwelling. After a time, he emerged, a pouch clutched in his hand, a look of triumph on his face. As she watched them depart, Yin Junzhao's heart seethed with fury and despair. Such incidents were commonplace in her life. She had sought the aid of the elders. But who would heed the pleas of a mere, uncultivatable servant? The following day, the disciples of the Nine Abyss Sacred Land congregated within the Grand Plaza. Their gazes filled with reverence as they beheld the young man upon the dais. The Lord of the Nine Abyss, the one destined to lead them to unparalleled heights. They had received word that their Lord intended to select disciples of exceptional talent, an opportunity that could elevate them to unimaginable heights. To become a disciple of Chen Ping was to attain a status rivaling that of the esteemed elders. In a secluded corner of the plaza, a disheveled girl, broom in hand, swept the ground while casting envious glances at the assembled disciples. Perhaps today, someone would indeed be chosen by the Lord. Alas, that person could never be her. Yin Junzhao sighed, resigned to her fate. She was but a lowly servant, not even worthy of being an outer disciple. How could a figure such as the Lord ever notice her? My lord, the disciples of the Nine Abyss Sacred Land have gathered, Yu Xian announced. Bowing deeply before Chen Ping nodded, his gaze sweeping across the multitude. Among the tens of thousands of disciples, perhaps one possessed the potential to become his disciple. After his recent discourse with the great emperor, Chen Ping felt a renewed urgency to augment his strength. Though a transmigrator, he had lived in this world for a century. In his heart, the continent held a place no less significant than that of his former home, Earth. With the impending calamity and no means of returning to Earth, he had to bolster his strength or risk certain demise. The most expedient path to power lay in acquiring more disciples. Yet, to his disappointment, not a single individual among the thousands present had piqued the system's interest. In other words, none were worthy of being his disciple. Chen Ping shook his head. Truly, genius was a rare commodity. Sensing Chen Ping's disappointment, Yu Jian inquired, "My lord, are none to your liking?" Chen Ping nodded. "Let them disperse." Yu Jian bowed respectfully. Seeing this, the disciples' faces fell with disappointment. As Chen Ping turned to depart with Yu Moyan, he paused, his gaze drawn to a girl in the corner. Her eyes filled with adoration as she watched him. Ding, detecting an SSS-grade genius, meeting the criteria for discipleship. Name, Yin Junjiao. Age, 23 years. Cultivation, Qi refining. First layer, physique, 9 luminaries glazed body, unactivated. Talent value, 10,000. Note, 9 luminaries glazed body. At the dawn of creation, 9 primordial stones transformed into the 9 luminaries. The 9 luminaries glazed body possesses a natural affinity for these celestial bodies, allowing the wielder to harness their power to enhance cultivation and summon their divine avatars for battle. Chen Ping's eyes lit up. An SSS-grade genius. This was the first time he had encountered such a prodigy. Even his most exceptional disciple had only been of SS grade. "My lord, what is it?" Yu Jian asked, noticing Chen Ping's sudden halt. Following his gaze, Yu Moyan said, "Master, that girl entered our 9 abyss sacred land in her youth, but she has never been able to cultivate, not even the most basic Qi refining techniques. Taking pity on her, the sacred land allowed her to stay and even attempted to guide her onto the path of cultivation. However, her constitution is simply unsuitable. Thus, she remained as a servant." Yu Moyan explained that she and the girl were of similar age and had been close as children. However, as Yu Moyan rose to become the sacred maiden of the 9 abyss sacred land, their paths diverged. "What is her name?" Chen Ping asked. The 9 luminaries glazed body was the most formidable physique he had encountered, second only to his own undying chaos body. He had not expected such a pleasant surprise from the 9 abyss sacred land. "Her name is Yin Junjiao," Yu Moyan replied promptly. Chen Ping nodded, fixing his gaze upon the sweeping girl. "Yin Junjiao." Yin Junjiao froze, believing she had heard her name. She glanced at Chen Ping, then shook her head. The voice seemed to have come from that direction, but how could the Lord possibly know the name of a lowly servant? Not only the Lord, but likely none of the elders would remember her. "Yin Junjiao, come here," Chen Ping commanded once more. Yin Junjiao trembled. The Lord was indeed calling her. Dropping her broom, she hurried over and knelt before him. "My lord, were you calling me?" Chapter 187. Witnessing the birth, the crowd in the square observed the scene before them, their faces etched with confusion. What purpose could the master have in acknowledging such a lowly servant? Surely he could not intend to take this servant as a disciple. It was inconceivable. How could someone of such humble standing be chosen over the many talented individuals within our 9 nether sacred ground? I recall her. She entered the sect alongside me, yet her physical condition has hindered her from cultivating. The onlookers turned their gaze toward Chen Ping, perplexed by his intentions. Indeed. Chen Ping nodded, casting a warm smile toward Yin Junjiao. This gentle expression caused her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. As a mere servant disciple, she was accustomed to disdain, and now, the master smiled at her with such warmth and kindness. In that moment, Chen Ping radiated like a beacon of light, illuminating Yin Junjiao's world. "Will you be my disciple?" Chen Ping's voice, though soft, resonated like thunder in the minds of all present. The master truly intended to accept this so-called waste as his disciple. What merit did she possess? Yin Junjiao was momentarily speechless, struggling to believe her ears. The master wished to accept her as his disciple. Happiness arrived so abruptly that she could scarcely process it. "Do you refuse?" Chen Ping's lips curled upward slightly. He heard the murmurs from the crowd clearly. In that instant, Yin Junjiao's situation mirrored his own when he first arrived at the Qian Yuan Sect. However, whether one is truly a waste is not for you to decide. I am willing, Yin Junjiao exclaimed, her expression filled with conflict. "But I am merely a waste, unable to cultivate it all. After so many years, I have made no progress. I am unworthy to be the master's disciple." Her expression was fraught with complexity. "A waste?" Chen Ping chuckled softly. Yin Junjiao's expression turned despondent. "Indeed, I am a waste, for over a decade. I have not even broken through to the first layer of Qi refinement. It is well known that, in Qi refinement, one merely needs to methodically temper their body to make continual progress. Yet, despite years of effort and consuming numerous Qi refinement pills, she remains stagnant. Whether you are a waste is not for you to determine. I shall ask you once more, do you wish to become my disciple?" Chen Ping maintained his warm smile. Tears welled in Yin Junjiao's eyes. After so many years, the master was the first to believe she was not a waste. "I am willing," Yin Junzhao said, bowing repeatedly. Tears streamed down her cheeks. After a decade of hardship, she had finally encountered a turning point in her life. All right, rise. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting a disciple. System rewards have been allocated to the system space. Please check it at your convenience. The mechanical voice of the system echoed once more. Yet, Chen Ping did not rush to inspect the rewards. Instead, he turned to the crowd below. Are you all not curious why I would take this so-called waste as my disciple? The crowd nodded in unison. They believed that regardless of talent or diligence, they were equal to Yin Junzhao, if not superior. In fact, several among them possessed unique physiques. Their sense of grievance was palpable. At that moment, one stepped forward. Master, I do not understand. I possess a special physique, the golden body. I believe my talent far surpasses hers. Why did you choose her over me? Talents often carried their own arrogance. Previously, they had refrained from expressing discontent due to Chen Ping's stature, but now that he broached the topic, they felt emboldened to speak. Do you believe your talent to be superior to hers? Chen Ping laughed. An SSS-level talent was something he had never encountered before. How could a mere golden body dare to be so arrogant? Indeed, I am stronger, Zhang Hen asserted. Silence. The master has his own considerations in his decisions. It is not your place to interject, Yu Jian swiftly reprimanded. As a servant of the master, one must unconditionally obey his commands. It mattered not if one was not chosen as a disciple. Even if it meant sacrificing one's life, one must do so respectfully. Such is the fate of a disciple of the Nine Nether Sacred Ground. Do not worry. Chen Ping waved his hand. You claim your talent surpasses hers. But I must say, compared to her, you are the true waste. The crowd fell silent, taken aback. One possessed a special physique while the other had failed to refine chi for over a decade. The superiority of one over the other was glaringly apparent. While the choice of a disciple ultimately lay with the master, his words struck hard. Chen Ping anticipated their reaction. He turned to Yin Junzhao. Now sit cross-legged. Though puzzled, Yin Junzhao complied without hesitation. Chen Ping began to emanate a rich aura of chaos. With her terrifying physique, the nine-solar glazed body, it was impossible for her to lack the ability to cultivate. The reason for her stagnation lay in the inadequacy of ordinary spiritual energy to awaken her potential. He had read in ancient texts that to awaken the nine-solar glazed body, one must absorb the power of the nine suns. However, the nine suns were far removed, and the likelihood of someone who had never cultivated before absorbing such power was almost non-existent. This is why the nine-solar glazed body was often regarded as the most easily overlooked physique. If fortunate enough to be born into a powerful sect with guidance from elders, the chances of awakening were considerably higher. Yet, Yin Junzhao was merely an ordinary servant disciple. Unable to cultivate, she was deemed a waste, and thus, received little attention. Fortunately, Yin Junzhao encountered him. Though he lacked the power of the nine suns, chaos birthed the nine suns. It was no exaggeration to say that chaos nurtured the nine suns. Their power was merely a fragmented version of chaotic energy. As Yin Junzhao sat cross-legged, she soon sensed something amiss. She felt tendrils of energy entering her body. This energy enveloped her in comfort, reminiscent of the warmth she felt in her mother's embrace. Her body, like a parched sponge, eagerly absorbed this energy. Chen Ping's expression shifted. He had underestimated the nine-solar glazed body. Initially, he thought a mere wisp of chaotic energy would suffice to awaken it, allowing Yin Junzhao to cultivate independently thereafter. However, the rate at which he produced chaotic energy was nearly outpaced by her absorption. Fortunately, Yin Junzhao's body eventually reached saturation. Chen Ping breathed a sigh of relief. Once the nine-solar glazed body awakened, it would autonomously absorb the power of the nine suns. Otherwise, would he not be drained dry? Now, all that remained was to witness the birth of the nine-solar glazed body. Chapter 188. Clearly my treasure. Yin Junzhao gradually opened her eyes. Within her gaze, 9 stars flickered with their own radiant light. The power of the 9 luminaries shimmered around her. Soon, the once clear sky became overcast with dark clouds. 9 colossal stars appeared above the crowd. These stars, diverse in shape and color, emanated a terrifying pressure that compelled one to kneel. What was happening? Why had an extraordinary phenomenon suddenly descended from the heavens? Could these 9 stars be the legendary 9 luminaries? The onlookers gazed upward in astonishment. The elders closest to Yin Junzhao turned their attention towards her. They could sense the connection between the 9 stars above and Yin Junzhao. It was evident that this celestial spectacle was a consequence of her presence. The only conceivable reason for such a heavenly phenomenon at Yin Junzhao's level was the awakening of a divine body. This little girl, who had been a menial servant in the 9 Nether Sacred Land for over a decade, was actually endowed with a divine physique. The 9 stars above continued to flicker, and strands of stellar power cascaded down upon Yin Junzhao. The force of the 9 luminaries began to cleanse her body. Before long, Yin Junzhao's physical form underwent a transformation. Her once mortal flesh began to radiate a glassy luster. She slowly lifted her head, and the 9 stars in the sky descended gently, directly merging into her eyes. The 9 stars and the 9 luminaries within her gaze became one. A profound power of the 9 luminaries emanated from her being. It is the 9 luminary glazed body. Yu Xian exclaimed in astonishment. Only the 9 luminary glazed body could evoke such a phenomenon. To think that within the 9 nether sacred land, there lay a hidden bearer of the 9 luminary glazed body. As the Grand Elder, he was utterly oblivious to it. At this moment, he felt an immense relief for having consented to allow Yin Junzhao to remain when Umo Yin had interceded on her behalf. Otherwise, this possessor of a divine body would have been lost to them. Contemplating this, Yu Xian turned his gaze towards Chen Ping. As the prophesied master of the 9 nether, he was the one destined to lead the 9 nether sacred land to new heights. His cultivation had already reached the great sage realm, placing him at the pinnacle of the Qian Yuan continent. Yet, despite this, he had failed to discern Yin Junzhao's uniqueness for over a decade. Chen Ping, with just a glance, had uncovered her 9 luminary glazed body. At that moment, he comprehended the truth behind the saying, "A 1,000-mile horse is common, but a discerning eye is rare." Such discernment was indeed commendable. The other elders regarded Chen Ping with similar sentiments. Although they had reluctantly acknowledged Chen Ping's status due to ancestral decrees, they had harbored some dissatisfaction, especially considering Chen Ping's relatively weak initial strength, merely at the initial stage of the Lingji realm. However, after witnessing Chen Ping's invocation of the Haotian Tower, they had begun to accept him. Now, they were convinced that he could indeed elevate the 9 nether sacred land to soaring heights. "Thank you, Master," Yin Junzhao exclaimed as she knelt before Chen Ping. "What do you call me?" Chen Ping asked with a smile. Yin Junzhao quickly realized, disciple expresses gratitude to Master. Chen Ping nodded in satisfaction. "You are inherently a 9 luminary glazed body. Otherwise, I would have no means to assist you." However, Yin Junzhao shook her head. "Without Master, I would forever remain a useless being." Chen Ping nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He turned to Zhang Hen. "Do you still believe your talent surpasses that of Yin Junzhao?" Zhang Hen's face flushed crimson. He was merely an ordinary special physique, while Yin Junzhao had evidently manifested a divine body, ranking among the most exceptional of special physiques. The disparity in their strengths was now glaringly obvious. "Master, I was wrong," Zhang Hen declared as he fell to his knees. "All right, disperse now." Yu Xian gestured dismissively, and the crowd began to depart. "Junzhao, from now on, we shall be sisters," Umo Yin said, pulling Yin Junzhao to her feet with a smile. "Sister." Even now, Yin Junzhao felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. Had she truly transformed from a menial worker into the disciple of the master? From a seemingly useless being to a talented individual possessing a divine body? She gazed at Chen Ping, fully aware that all of this was a gift from her master. "Do not begin your training just yet. I shall find you a suitable cultivation method." Chen Ping addressed Yin Junzhao. The current techniques of the 9 nether sacred land were naturally ill-suited for her 9 luminary glazed body. He decided to seek a method from the system marketplace, even if it required some talent points. After all, she was his first disciple with an SSS-level talent. Everything shall follow Master-S guidance. Yin Junzhao nodded eagerly. "Good. Let us proceed." Chen Ping replied with a slight nod. Yet, Yin Junzhao suddenly spoke. "Master, may I first return to gather my belongings?" Umo Yin chuckled. "Junzhao, what possessions could you possibly have left? After all these years as a menial worker, whatever little you had is insignificant now that you are Chen Ping's disciple. Go ahead." Chen Ping nodded. "Once you are ready, come find me." Yin Junzhao expressed her gratitude with a nod and dashed towards Wuming Mountain. "At Wuming Mountain, brother's son, I heard that the master is selecting a disciple today," Li Hui said excitedly to Sun Daong. "Such a pity, I am merely a menial worker." "I am fated to have no part in this," he replied. "Why would it concern us? You wouldn't truly believe that even if you approached, the master would choose you, would you?" Sun Daong scoffed. "Now that the elders are busy, we should take the opportunity to slack off instead of laboring. Only that foolish girl would run around sweeping the floor, thinking that her diligence might catch the eye of those important figures." Sun Daong's eyes were filled with disdain. Speaking of Yin Junzhao, Li Hui suddenly brightened. "What is it?" Sun Daong asked, noticing Li Hui's sudden excitement. Li Hui leaned in closer. "Brother son, while passing by that foolish girl's room, I saw her examining a jade pendant. It was translucent and seemed to radiate with spiritual energy." Upon hearing the word spiritual energy, Sun Daong's eyes lit up. "That foolish girl possesses such a treasure?" "I swear, I speak only the truth," Li Hui quickly assured him. Sun Daong smirked. Who told you that jade pendant belongs to that foolish girl? Li Hui was taken aback. A glimmer of greed appeared in Sun Dayang's eyes. That clearly is my treasure, which was stolen by that foolish girl. Chapter 189. Then I am the master's mentor brother's son. You are absolutely right. How could that worthless girl possess such a treasure? She must have stolen it from you. As a sycophant of Sun Dayang, Li Hui was well acquainted with him and spoke up immediately. Let us go and reclaim my treasure. Sun Dayang's avaricious grin widened. That wretched girl dares to steal from me. I shall teach her a proper lesson. The two soon arrived at Yin Juanzhao's chamber. Brother son, I have found it, Li Hui exclaimed. Tossing aside Yin Juanzhao's bedding to reveal a jade pendant radiating with ethereal light resting on the bed. Indeed, it exudes spiritual energy. Sun Dayang took the pendant, astonishment flickering across his face. This useless girl possesses such a treasure. Outside the room, Yin Juanzhao heard the commotion within and her expression shifted dramatically. In a flurry, she entered to find Sun Dayang cradling her jade pendant, his face alight with excitement. Return my pendant, Yin Juanzhao implored urgently. This pendant had been with her since birth. Her adoptive father had once mentioned that it might pertain to her origins, which was precisely why Yin Juanzhao was determined to retrieve it. Yours? What evidence do you have to prove it belongs to you? Sun Dayang sneered, a dismissive look etched on his face. However, he noticed a subtle change in Yin Juanzhao's aura, yet he dismissed it. After all, she was merely a worthless girl. Surely she could not defy fate. This pendant is unmistakably mine. No wonder I couldn't find it. It was stolen by you. Yin Juanzhao's face flushed crimson as she listened to Sun Dayang's twisted words. That's right. I can attest that this pendant indeed belongs to Brother Sunday. It went missing a few days ago, and it turns out you were the thief. Li Hui chimed in. Not only are you a worthless creature, but also a thief. If I were in your position, I would choose to end my life. Yin Juanzhao's brows furrowed deeply. Return it to me at once. With that, she lunged for the pendant. Get lost, Sun Dayang shouted, slapping at her. Yin Juanzhao's expression shifted slightly. Sun Dayang had reached the 8th level of Qi cultivation. Although she had begun her training with her master's assistance and awakened the 9 luminaries' glazed body, she had yet to cultivate. Sun Dayang's palm struck Yin Juanzhao, and a flash of glazed light enveloped her. In an instant, he was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground. The room fell into a profound silence. Sun Dayang and Li Hui stared at Yin Juanzhao in disbelief. How could this worthless girl have grown so formidable? Yin Juanzhao herself was equally startled. Yet, she could not dwell on her surprise. She hurried forward to reclaim her pendant, turning to leave. Did you strike me and think you could simply walk away? How naive. Sun Dayang rose from the ground, certain that the previous incident had been an accident. This girl was nothing but a worthless being who had never been able to cultivate. After years of stagnation, how could she suddenly become powerful? Yin Juanzhao glared at Sun Dayang, launching a punch. Sun Dayang scoffed, but before he could react, a terrifying flame ignited around Yin Juanzhao's fist, the power of the Mars from the 9 luminaries. With a single blow, Sun Dayang collapsed to the ground. A charred hole burned into his chest. Ah! Li Hui's face blanched, and he screamed. Yin Juanzhao trembled. She had taken a life. She had killed someone. You have killed Sun Dayang. You are doomed. Sun Dayang is the nephew of the steward, Sun Xing. He will not let you go. Li Hui fled the scene, exclaiming, I will inform Steward Sun immediately. Not long after Li Hui dashed out, he encountered the returning Sun Xing. What are you doing, acting so clumsily? Sun Xing scolded. Steward, Sun Dayang has been killed. Li Hui hastily reported. The fear he had felt moments ago dissipated upon seeing Sun Xing. That girl was indeed peculiar. But Steward Sun was a cultivator at the Spirit Void Realm. No matter how strange she was, she could not create any significant trouble. A chilling aura emanated from Sun Xing. Sun Dayang was his nephew. Upon arriving, he had promised his brother to care for him in the 9 nether sacred land. Now, he lay dead at the hands of a mere servant. Li Hui felt a mixture of fear and exhilaration at Sun Xing's wrath. This time, that wretched girl was as good as dead. Swiftly, they arrived at Yin Juanzhao's quarters, where they beheld Sun Dayang's lifeless body on the floor and the bewildered Yin Juanzhao nearby. Sun Xing was taken aback. Yin Juanzhao was merely a girl incapable of cultivation. How could she have killed his nephew, who was at the 8th level of Qi cultivation, and with a single strike? Did you kill my nephew? Sun Xing demanded, scrutinizing Yin Juanzhao. Although her aura had indeed shifted, she was still a girl unfit for cultivation. He tried to take my belongings. I acted in self-defense and accidentally killed him. Yin Juanzhao's face betrayed her fear. This was her first experience with taking a life. The thought of a living being vanishing before her eyes left her with a profound sense of unease. Sun Xing's eyes glimmered with intrigue. There was only one explanation for this scenario. Yin Juanzhao must possess a powerful artifact that enabled her to slay Sun Dayang in one blow. Steward, she is lying. She stole Sun Dayang's belongings. We merely came to reclaim what belonged to him, and then she killed him. Li Hui interjected hastily. No, that is not true. Yin Zhujiao protested vehemently. According to sect laws, you shall be punished for killing a fellow disciple. A murderous intent radiated from Sun Xing. By eliminating this girl, he could avenge his nephew and seize whatever treasure she possessed. Though he doubted she had anything valuable, it was better than nothing. I wish to seek my master. Yin Zhujiao thought of Chen Ping's visage. At this moment, only her master could stand for her. Master? Sun Dayang was taken aback. Is there truly someone willing to accept such a worthless disciple? If that were the case, he would need to tread carefully. Indeed, just moments ago, the master accepted me as a disciple, Yin Zhujiao declared. At this proclamation, Sun Xing erupted into exaggerated laughter. You claim the master has accepted you as a disciple? I suspect this is merely a delusion before your demise. How could the master possibly regard you? A mere waste, worthy of attention. Murderous intent gleamed in Sun Xing's eyes. Do not think that just because I did not visit the square, you can deceive me. If you are the master's disciple, then I am the master's mentor. Chapter 190, The Seed of Life in the Sacred Maiden's Palace of the Nine Nether Sacred Land. Chen Ping eagerly sought out the rewards from the system. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Seed of Life. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Celestial Array Breaking Disc. Ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Supreme Cultivation Technique, the 9 Radiant Star Sutra. The mechanical voice of the system resonated continuously within Chen Ping's mind, causing a smile to curve upon his lips. Truly, the rewards for accepting an SSS-class genius disciple were remarkable, totaling 4 in number. However, upon seeing the first reward, Chen Ping was momentarily stunned. Ordinarily, one could only condense the Dao seed within the Dantian during the Spirit Void realm. Yet now, the system had unexpectedly granted him an immortal-grade Dao seed. Could it be that the system desires for him to gather all 9 Dao seeds? Chen Ping recalled a secret he had come across previously. If a person could collect all 9 immortal-grade Dao seeds, they would be able to consolidate them into the legendary reincarnation Dao seed. The possessor of the reincarnation Dao seed could evolve reincarnation within their own body, creating a world of their own. It was said that throughout the history of humanity, there once existed a mysterious reincarnation emperor. The records in ancient texts mentioned him only in fragments, yet they all underscored his formidable power. Even the illustrious Haotian emperor had once confessed that, compared to the reincarnation emperor, he felt utterly inferior. Chen Ping then turned his gaze to the Celestial Array Breaking Disc. This was a consumable item, with its description succinctly stating that it could dismantle any formation in the world. As for the 9 Radiant Star Sutra, it was clearly tailored for Yin Zhujiao. He had previously pondered whether to search the system marketplace for a cultivation technique for her, but now it seemed unnecessary. The system was indeed quite considerate. At that moment, Chen Ping's eyes narrowed suddenly. What is it, master? Umo Yin immediately sensed Chen Ping's unusual demeanor. It appeared that something was amiss with Yin Zhujiao. Chen Ping grasped Umo Yin's hand and stepped directly into the void. On the unnamed mountain, Sun Xing sneered at Yin Zhujiao. If you are the master's disciple, then I am the master's mentor. How could the master take such a waste as a disciple? This fellow must have lost his mind. However, that works in my favor, if I kill her. The sacred land won't make things difficult for me. Oh, I hear you wish to be my mentor? A cold voice echoed. Chen Ping and Umo Yin slowly materialized before the 3 individuals. Master? Sun Xing quickly knelt, paying his respects upon seeing Chen Ping. Not even a mere servant dares to speak such blasphemous words in the presence of the master, Sun Xing hastily declared. But just as he finished speaking, his expression changed. Could it be? The next scene sent cold sweat cascading down Sun Xing's brow. Yin Zhujiao walked directly before Chen Ping and knelt, proclaiming, Master, how is this possible? Sun Xing's eyes widened in disbelief. The girl truly spoke the truth. The master was indeed making such a grand display to take her as a disciple. Beside him, Li Hui's countenance turned ashen. Previously, he and Sun Dayang had bullied Yin Zhujiao mercilessly. Now that she was accepted as the master's disciple, her status within the sacred land would rival that of a saintess. What is the meaning of this? Chen Ping spoke indifferently. Master, she killed my nephew. And that is why I came here. I had no idea she was your disciple. Otherwise, even with 10 lives, I wouldn't dare lay a hand on her. Sun Xing pleaded swiftly. Chen Ping's gaze fell upon Sun Xing, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Why did she kill your nephew? Chen Ping's voice bore no emotion, yet it sent a chill down Sun Xing's spine. He inhaled deeply. Master, Li Hui informed me that Miss Yin had stolen my nephew's belongings. I was led astray by him. Please spare me. Sun Xing knelt, his forehead touching the ground. Li Hui, trembling, also fell to his knees, exclaiming, Master, It was all that Sun Dayong's fault. He forced me into this. Chen Ping paid him no heed. A force of time began to emanate from him, manifesting a river of time before the crowd. With a casual gesture, an image appeared, revealing Sun Dayong's intrusion into Yin Juanzhao's chamber to steal the jade pendant. Sun Xing's face was drenched in sweat as he cursed Sun Dayong for being a fool. Li Hui, on the verge of collapse, trembled violently, fearing for his life. This is it for you. He had thought he could evade this. But who knew the master possessed such terrifying abilities? Li Hui harmed a fellow disciple, and Sun Xing abused his power to enable Sun Dayong's transgressions against fellow disciples. You two shall be cast into the nether abyss. Chen Ping's gaze fixed upon the two. Master, spare us. They both begged, repeatedly bowing their heads. The nether abyss was a place where the 9 nether sacred land punished traitors and demonic cultivators. It was filled with the power of the underworld, ceaselessly tormenting both body and soul. Such agony was unmatched, even by the most brutal punishments known to this world. Moreover, under the influence of the underworld's power, even the act of suicide would be rendered impossible. Humph! Chen Ping snorted coldly, waving his hand, and a spatial force enveloped Li Hui, whisking him away into the nether abyss. Thank you, master. Yin Junzhao knelt before Chen Ping in gratitude. Get up, Junzhao. The master dislikes it when others kneel before him. Umo Yin helped her rise. Let us return. The group made their way back to the Sacred Maiden's palace. Observing Yin Junzhao's disheveled appearance, Umo Yan's lips twitched. Junzhao, let me take you for a bath. You look quite dirty. Yin Junzhao's face flushed crimson. Master, we are going to bathe. Would you like to join us? Umo Yin glanced at Chen Ping, a playful smile gracing her lips. She was no longer as timid in Chen Ping's presence. Chen Ping shot them an exasperated look. Umo Yin pulled Yin Junzhao into a nearby bathing chamber. Soon, laughter and teasing voices echoed from within. Junzhao, hurry and take off your clothes. Are you coming out? We grew up together. Why are you still shy? All right. It's just, after not seeing you for years, you've become so prosperous, far surpassing me. Your skin is simply exquisite. If I were a man, I would seize you right here. The playful banter floated into Chen Ping's ears, causing his lips to twitch. He collected his thoughts and took out the seed of life from the system rewards. Now, let me see if I can still condense the Tao seed after reaching the spirit tranquility realm. A brilliant light sparkled in Chen Ping's eyes. Chapter 191. All told, a verdant Tao seed materialized in Chen Ping's hand. Without hesitation, he chose to fuse it. Soon, the life Tao seed manifested in the depths of his dantian, infusing him with a vibrant vitality that made him feel decades younger in an instant. Such is the terror of the life Tao seed. At that moment, Yu Jian, who was attending to matters of the Holy Land, abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze fixating on the Saintess Palace. What could be the source of this overwhelming life energy? He ascended into the air, and the sages of the Jiuyo Holy Land gathered before the Saintess Palace. Master, what is happening? He inquired as a tender sprout emerged above the palace. The sprout grew visibly before their eyes, radiating boundless life force. Before long, it transformed into a towering tree. Could this possibly be the life Tao seed? Yu Jian inhaled deeply, astonishment etched on his face. Only a life Tao seed could evoke such a wondrous phenomenon. But the master had already reached the realm of spiritual tranquility. Could it be the Saintess? It seemed that the Jiuyo Holy Land was destined for great prosperity. Suddenly, another Tao seed floated into view. The Nether Tao seed. This was the Masteress Nether Tao seed. The Space Tao seed. The Time Tao seed. The Killing Tao seed. 5 immortal-grade Tao seeds hovered above the Saintess Palace. Yu Jian trembled with excitement. He had previously heard from Yu Moyan about Chen Ping condensing 4 immortal-grade Tao seeds. But hearing it and witnessing it were 2 entirely different experiences. The sheer impact of 5 immortal-grade Tao seeds floating before him was overwhelming. The master had managed to condense 5 Tao seeds, and all were of immortal quality. The Jiuyo Holy Land was indeed on the verge of soaring. The elders of the Jiuyo Holy Land watched this spectacle, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Condensing 5 immortal-grade Tao seeds was nothing short of miraculous. With such a prodigious leader, how could the Jiuyo Holy Land not thrive? Finally, the 5 Tao seeds fused back into Chen Ping's dantian. A peculiar connection flickered between them, harmonizing beautifully. At that moment, Chen Ping found himself filled with anticipation for what would transpire when he condensed 9 Tao seeds. All right, everyone disperse. Chen Ping's voice rang out. Yes. The crowd bowed respectfully before turning to leave, their faces still alight with excitement. In the bathing chamber of the Saintess Palace, 2 women soaked in the warm spring, their alluring figures concealed beneath the mist. Earlier, Yin Junzhao had been disheveled, making it easy to overlook her beauty. Now, as her visage became clear, her delicate features rivaled those of Yu Moyan. More importantly, her proud demeanor elicited envy from Yu Moyan. The master has condensed another immortal-grade Tao seed. Yu Moyan expressed, her face brimming with admiration. Truly, he is the prophesied leader who will elevate the Jiuyo Holy Land to new heights. Senior sister, is condensing an immortal grade Dao seed truly impressive? Yin Junjiao, though long in the Jiuyo Holy Land, had never been able to cultivate, and thus knew little of the cultivation world. Yu Moyan nodded. Indeed, to condense even a single immortal grade Dao seed is to be recognized as possessing the potential of a great emperor. Upon hearing this, Yin Junjiao's exquisite face began to flush. Master is indeed remarkable. Observing Yin Junjiao's reddened cheeks, Yu Moyan playfully splashed a handful of warm water onto her delicate collarbone. Junjiao, there is something I have yet to tell you due to your inability to cultivate until now. Yu Moyan smiled mischievously. What is it? Yin Junjiao asked, curiosity piqued. You have been accepted as the master's disciple, which means you are now technically a saintess of the Jiuyo Holy Land. Yin Junjiao nodded in understanding. That is true. What you may not realize is that the saintess of the Jiuyo Holy Land serves the master, of course, and he is not only our master, but also our revered teacher. Yin Junjiao affirmed earnestly. You may not fully grasp what I mean by serve. Yu Moyan whispered a few words into Yin Junjiao's ear. Yin Junjiao's already rosy cheeks flared with warmth. Senior sister, you must be joking. She quivered, her body trembling slightly. Ripples forming in the water. How could I deceive you? Yu Moyan playfully pinched the proud part of Yin Junjiao. I'm done washing. I shall take my leave. Yu Moyan stretched, her graceful waist curving enticingly as she donned her attire and headed for the door. Master, the disciple is becoming more understanding. Having assessed his own condition, Chen Ping reclined contentedly on his bed. He had reached the mid-stage of spiritual tranquility, yet his true strength could rival the peak of that realm. If a disciple were present, he might even contend with a newly ascended sage. Such rapid progress was nothing short of miraculous, something ordinary individuals could scarcely imagine. Yet Chen Ping was not satisfied. After conversing with Emperor Haoyan, a sense of urgency had begun to swell within him. A calamity loomed near, potentially the most formidable in history. He must hasten his growth to protect those he cherished. Just as he lay down, he heard the sound of soft footsteps. The door creaked open. What could this girl want? Without needing to open his eyes, he recognized that it was his newly accepted disciple, Yin Junjiao. The Jiuyo Liuli body was indeed powerful. Yin Junjiao, having only recently awakened, could barely be considered at the first layer of the qi refining stage. Yet she had effortlessly slain Sun Daong, who was at the 8th layer of the same stage, in the Nameless Mountains. Truly, she was a prodigy with SSS-level talent. Yin Junjiao gazed at Chen Ping, her cheeks flushed. Her body trembled as she recalled the conversation with Yu Moyan, feeling conflicted. To resolve her turmoil, she had visited the Jiuyo Holy Land's library, perusing texts related to her duties as a saintess. She discovered the responsibilities Yu Moyan had described, feeling neither repulsed nor reluctant, considering that without her master, she would still be a mere servant. Moreover, the way her master had looked at her was undoubtedly the warmest gaze in the world. Yet, she still felt shy. Taking a deep breath, Yin Junjiao steeled herself. You can do this. What brings you here? Just as she was preparing herself mentally, Chen Ping sat up, startling Yin Junjiao, whose face turned even redder. Master, my senior sister. She told me everything. Yin Junjiao stammered, her voice quivering. Chapter 192. Such favoritism, what did she tell you? A sense of foreboding rose within Chen Ping. Yin Junjiao's face flushed deeper. Senior sister said that since I have been taken as your disciple, I am now the saintess of the 9 nether sacred land. Chen Ping nodded in agreement. That statement holds no fault. Yet, he felt an unsettling dissonance in the air. Thus, I have come to fulfill my duties as the saintess. Yin Junjiao's voice dwindled to a mere whisper, akin to a mosquito's buzz. However, Chen Ping's heightened senses allowed him to hear her clearly. He felt a headache approaching. The last time, Umo Yin had secretly used an aphrodisiac, which had caused him considerable distress. Now, she was encouraging Yin Junjiao to seek him out. Noticing Chen Ping's silence, Yin Junjiao grew anxious. Master, is my appearance unpleasing to you? Umo Yin had assured her that she had already served the master. Why then? Did it seem that mentioning this displeased him? Chen Ping rubbed his nose. This girl needed a thorough lesson at some point. Such nonsense. Do not overthink it. You are my disciple. Your diligent cultivation will be the greatest reward to me. He stated earnestly. This was indeed his heartfelt sentiment. Among all his disciples, Yin Junjiao possessed the most exceptional talent, even surpassing Huang Xiling. She had just begun her journey in the qi refinement realm. With proper training, she could help him garner significant system rewards, a veritable golden goose. But I am first a disciple of the 9 nether sacred land, and then your disciple. Yin Junjiao touched her face, pondering why she, who was no less attractive than Umo Yin, was not favored by her master. Chen Ping fell silent. Remember, Your foremost task now is cultivation. Otherwise, you will squander your talent. Once you reach the spirit tranquility realm, we may discuss your service to me. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke. Yan Juanzhao's eyes brightened at his words. The master did not refuse her service. He merely wished for her to cultivate diligently, not to waste her potential. She vowed to not disappoint him and to train earnestly to serve him as soon as possible. If only Chen Ping could fathom her current thoughts, he would surely be at a loss for words. Then I shall take my leave. I will train diligently to serve you soon. Yan Junzhao bowed deeply to Chen Ping and turned to depart. Wait, Chen Ping suddenly called out. Yan Junzhao's eyes sparkled. Could it be that her master had changed his mind, wanting her to serve him immediately? She felt a surge of apprehension. Her understanding of such matters was limited. But since her master had been attended to by senior sister, she believed she could simply acquiesce to his desires. Her face flushed crimson. Master, have you changed your mind? I am ready now. Her heart raced with anticipation and anxiety for what might unfold. Chen Ping's lips twitched. Take this cultivation method. It is better suited to your constitution. If you encounter any issues while practicing, feel free to ask me. He handed her the Jiuyo Star Classic. Upon hearing this, Yan Junzhao felt a wave of disappointment, but still accepted the manual. Thank you, master. I shall take my leave. As she departed, Chen Ping watched her retreating figure, feeling a twinge of regret for having taken Umo Yin as a disciple. Since her acceptance, his other disciples seemed to have taken on peculiar behaviors, all aspiring to rival him. Such audacity. Yan Junzhao returned to her room with a complex expression. Why are you back so soon? Master usually takes longer. Umo Yin inquired. Recalling that night of revelry, she was well aware of Chen Ping's combat prowess. She had felt exhausted the following day after their escapades. Yet Yan Junzhao had returned so quickly. What are you talking about, senior sister? Yan Junzhao's cheeks burned with heat. Did master not attend to you? Umo Yin breathed a sigh of relief. Had she not procured the aphrodisiac from the Grand Elder, subduing the master would have been no easy feat. Yan Junzhao nodded, her face aflame. Master gave me a cultivation method before I left. A cultivation method? Umo Yin recalled Chen Ping's previous enhancements to techniques and immediately grew curious. May I see it? Yan Junzhao handed the Jiuyo Star Classic to Umo Yin. Having been childhood playmates and now sisters in the same craft, they maintained a comfortable rapport. Umo Yin glanced at the manual and was taken aback. A pinnacle sacred technique. Even her own cultivation method was merely a high-level sacred technique. This was the most formidable technique of the 9 nether sacred land. She had previously considered finding a way to pass on the technique to Yan Junzhao, yet here it was, bestowed upon her by the master without hesitation. What's wrong? Senior sister? Is this technique truly remarkable? Yan Junzhao emerged with a conflicted mood, hardly in the frame of mind to appreciate the manual. Remarkable? What are you thinking? Umo Yin's lips curled in disbelief. Upon hearing this, Yan Junzhao displayed a fleeting semblance of disappointment, but quickly regained her composure. After all, she was merely beginning her cultivation. Any technique would suffice for her current level. Surely, as her cultivation progressed, her master would provide her with more advanced techniques. This technique cannot merely be described as remarkable, it is utterly extraordinary. With your talent, mastering it could elevate you to the level of a great sage. Umo Yin declared, her face filled with envy. The pinnacle sacred technique, combined with her 9 nether luminous body, seemed destined to yield boundless potential for Yan Junzhao. Hearing this, Yan Junzhao stood stunned, tears welling in her eyes. Her master valued her so highly. Since entering the 9 nether sacred land, she had never experienced such esteem. Rest assured, master, I will cultivate diligently and serve you well once I reach the spirit tranquility realm. You should sleep now. I must step out for a moment. Umo Yin, harboring a tinge of jealousy, couldn't help but pinch herself in Yan Junzhao's shadow. How infuriating. Yan Junzhao had scarcely begun her journey and was already bestowed a pinnacle sacred technique, while she was still laboring with a mere high-level sacred technique. Such blatant favoritism. Chapter 193, 9 Underworld Spirit Refining Art. After seeing Yan Junzhao off, Chen Ping was about to retire for the night when another series of footsteps echoed. Chen Ping stroked his nose, bemused. It felt as though his chambers had become a hotspot akin to a modern-day internet sensation, with everyone eager to visit. Yumoy glided into the room and embraced Chen Ping. Master, she exclaimed, clinging to his arm. You are too partial. Junzhao has barely arrived. Yet you bestow upon her a supreme-grade pinnacle cultivation art, while I have attended to you for so long without receiving any such gift. Chen Ping was rendered speechless by the softness against his arm. Ever since the last time this rebellious disciple had taken liberties, her behavior towards him had only grown more audacious. Perhaps this disciple's service is not to your liking? I am willing to accommodate any preference you may have. Yumoy purred, her beautiful eyes filled with tender affection as she gazed at Chen Ping. Her visit was not truly motivated by the pursuit of a cultivation art, for supreme-grade pinnacle techniques were exceedingly rare. Moreover, the 9 Luminary Star Codex was clearly the most suitable art for Yin Junjiao. She was not so petty as to begrudge her that. Since that fateful night, she had not shared an intimate moment with her master, and the memory of their entanglement often surfaced in her mind. Sit down and cultivate, Chen Ping instructed, helpless. Your current art is of the supreme grade high tier. I will refine it for you, elevating it to the supreme grade pinnacle. Refining a cultivation art, especially one of the supreme grade high tier? Yin Junjiao's eyes widened with astonishment. Every cultivation art was the product of countless refinements by sages. Moreover, the art she practiced was already of the supreme grade high tier. Not even a great saint could casually improve upon it. Otherwise, Yu Jian would have done so long ago. Do you doubt me? Chen Ping asked, a slight smile playing on his lips as he observed Yu Moi's reaction. How could I ever doubt, master? Yu Moi replied, promptly assuming a cross-legged position. She had been preparing for bed, clad in a simple nightgown. Her silky hair cascaded down her neckline, accentuating the voluptuous curves beneath. Indeed, purple is quite alluring. Chen Ping mused, shaking his head to clear his thoughts. What am I thinking? Soon, the cultivation art practiced by Yu Moi appeared in Chen Ping's mind. 9 Underworld's spirit refining art. This was a supreme-grade high-tier art that harnessed the power of the 9 Underworlds to temper the spirit. Those who practiced it possessed a soul force far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Upon reaching mastery, one could even withstand the shattering of the physical body without affecting the soul. However, the art's flaw was equally apparent. The word refining implied that the soul would endure agonizing torment during cultivation. Chen Ping's heart ached as he gazed at Yu Moi's exquisite features. How much suffering has this girl endured? He wondered. With the system's assistance, Chen Ping swiftly refined the 9 Underworld's spirit refining art. Done, Chen Ping announced, interrupting Yu Moi's cultivation. Already? Yu Moi asked, a hint of doubt in her expression. The 9 Underworld's spirit refining art had been perfected by generations of sages from the 9 Underworld's holy land, reaching the supreme grade high tier. Each refinement embodied a sage's lifelong comprehension of the great Tao. Yet, Master had refined the art in a mere few breaths. Even though Yu Moi had unwavering faith in Chen Ping, she found it difficult to believe. Perhaps Master was merely jesting. Fortunately, she had not come solely for the sake of the cultivation art. Master, it is late. Allow this disciple to attend to you, Yu Moi suggested, rising gracefully. Her purple robe clung to her lithe figure, accentuating her curves. What? You no longer desire the cultivation art? Chen Ping asked, a playful glint in his eyes. Clearly, the girl did not believe him. Yu Moi was taken aback. Was Master not joking? With a wave of his hand, Chen Ping conjured a jade slip before Yu Moi. She accepted it and delved into its contents with her divine sense. Her expression changed instantly. This art was the 9 Underworld's spirit refining art, yet it was not. As Master had said, it had been refined. She had merely cultivated before Master for a brief moment. Yet he had been able to manifest the 9 Underworld's spirit refining art and even refine it. I have refined it for you so that you will no longer have to endure such pain during cultivation, Chen Ping explained. Yu Moi's body trembled. As the holy maiden of the 9 Underworld's holy land, she was seen by outsiders as radiant and glamorous. But who knew the suffering she had endured over the years? Each time she cultivated, she had to withstand the tempering of the 9 Underworld's power. Despite having grown accustomed to the pain after decades of cultivation, it still caused her immense suffering. Yu Moi gazed at Chen Ping, her eyes brimming with tears. Master had witnessed her plight and could even help her resolve the issue. She was truly fortunate to have such a master. Master, Yu Moi cried, her eyes reddening. What are you crying for? Chen Ping asked, exasperated. It was as if he had bullied her. Yu Moi embraced Chen Ping, her fiery red lips meeting his in a passionate kiss. Master, you are too kind. Soon, the room was filled with their fervent gasps. After an indeterminate amount of time, silence returned. Yu Moi lay upon Chen Ping's chest, her face flushed with contentment. Master, may I share this art with the Grand Elder? She asked. In the 9 Underworld's holy land, only she and the Grand Elder practiced the 9 Underworld's spirit refining art. She had been raised by the Grand Elder since childhood, and he was like a father to her. Of course, once I give it to you, it is yours to do with as you please. Moreover, Yu Jian was loyal to him, and his strength would be beneficial to him. Chen Ping's hand caressed Yu Moi's chest, the flawless skin reminding him of Lung Ning Shuang. A shiver ran down his spine, and he took a deep breath to regain his composure. Yu Moi smiled at Chen Ping. Master, if you desire more, this disciple is willing. Chen Ping was speechless. Go share the art with the Grand Elder, he instructed. Yu Moi nodded, gracefully donning her garments before Chen Ping's eyes. Then this disciple shall take her leave. she said, winking at Chen Ping as she left the room. Unbeknownst to them, Yan Junjiao stood outside Chen Ping's chambers, her face flushed. No, I must cultivate diligently and reach the spirit-severing realm soon to serve Master. Chapter 194. Determination. Why have you come here if you do not serve the Master? Asked Yu Jian, gazing curiously at Yu Moyan. With a slight smile curving his lips, Yu Moyan presented a Qian Yuan jade slip to Yu Jian, saying, "The Master instructed me to deliver this cultivation method to you." Yu Jian was momentarily taken aback, but soon shook his head, responding, "Please convey my gratitude to the Master for his kindness. However, I have been practicing the 9 nether refinement technique for decades. Changing my cultivation method now would be of little use." The 9 nether refinement technique was indeed a high-grade sacred art. While the Master possessed extraordinary talent, it was unlikely he had casually produced a method of higher caliber than the 9 nether refinement technique. Nevertheless, gratitude must still be expressed. Upon hearing this, Yu Moyan revealed a hint of a smile. "Elder, are you certain you do not wish to accept this method?" Yu Jian hesitated. He was well acquainted with Yu Moyan and knew he was not one to engage in deception. Was there something unique about this technique? Let me take a look. Yu Jian took the Qian Yuan jade slip and probed its contents with his consciousness. To his astonishment, it was indeed the 9 nether refinement technique. Confusion crossed his mind. No. Wait. A glint of brilliance sparkled in Yu Jian's eyes. How did the Master know about the 9 nether refinement technique? Yu Moyan urged, "Elder, do not rush. Continue observing." Nodding in response, Yu Jian resumed his examination of the 9 nether refinement technique. His expression shifted. While it was indeed the 9 nether refinement technique, many details had undergone alterations. Having practiced this technique for hundreds of years, he had unparalleled familiarity with it. He immediately discerned that the modifications had rendered the 9 nether refinement technique significantly more powerful. Most importantly, the greatest flaw of the revised technique had vanished. Henceforth, he would no longer have to endure the excruciating pain associated with its practice. Was this method improved by the Master? Yu Jian inhaled deeply, pondering how many secrets the Master possessed. The 9 nether refinement technique had been refined through generations of sages from the 9 nether Holy Land and had nearly reached its pinnacle. Even as a great sage, he would find it impossible to make any significant improvements. Yu Moyan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the Master stated that this technique has now attained the peak level of sacred arts. Yu Jian acknowledged, "Indeed, that is the case." A spark of ambition ignited in his eyes. With the improved 9 nether refinement technique, he might one day have the opportunity to ascend to the realm of the quasi-emperor. The Master truly was a blessing for the 9 nether Holy Land. "Did you bestow the 9 nether refinement technique upon the Master?" Yu Jian inquired curiously. He was not blaming Yu Moyan, after all. Everything in the 9 nether Holy Land belonged to the Master, especially this technique. Yu Moyan shook his head. "The Master merely observed my practice briefly and replicated the 9 nether refinement technique. Moreover, it took only a matter of moments for him to successfully refine it. To replicate a sacred art merely by observation? In just a few moments, he transformed a high-grade sacred art into a peak sacred art. The Master was indeed formidable. The 9 nether Holy Land shall surely thrive," Yu Jian exclaimed. In due time, the 9 nether Holy Land would undoubtedly become the foremost sanctuary in the southern region. No. It would be the premier sanctuary across the entire Qian Yuan continent. "I shall study this further. You may return to serve the Master," Yu Jian declared, his eagerness to practice palpable. Yu Moyan nodded, "As you wish." Once Yu Moyan's figure vanished, Yu Jian promptly seated himself in meditation, commencing his practice of the revised 9 nether refinement technique. In mere moments, his eyes gleamed with excitement. He had underestimated the 9 nether refinement technique. Not only had his absorption of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth increased exponentially, but he also sensed that the 9 nether power he cultivated was now purer than before, with hints of transforming into nether power. The rank of this technique had likely reached the zenith of sacred arts. A mere practitioner of the Lingji realm could achieve such feats. Even while practicing the 9 nether refinement technique, he found it hard to believe. The following morning, Chen Ping stretched lazily as he exited his chamber. Soon, he spotted Yan Junjiao diligently practicing, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. With such formidable talent and diligent effort, it was evident that Yan Junjiao would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable force in the future. "Master," Yan Junjiao exclaimed, rising quickly to pay her respects. However, her mind was uncontrollably flooded with memories of the sounds she had overheard outside Chen Ping's room yesterday, causing her cheeks to flush. "Oh, I did not expect you to be so diligent in your cultivation right from the start," Chen Ping praised without reservation. Yan Junjiao responded without hesitation. "It is because Master mentioned that I must reach the Lingji realm before I can serve you. I must hasten my progress to reach the Lingji realm. Chen Ping stumbled slightly at her words. The girl's intense dedication to her practice was driven by the desire to serve him more quickly. That was a compelling and admirable reason. It seemed he needed to have a serious talk with Yumoyan about how she had led his most talented disciple astray. You need not push yourself so hard at this stage, Chen Ping advised Yan Junjiao. She paused, a hint of grievance appearing on her face. Does Master not wish for me to serve you? Seeing her innocent expression, Chen Ping inexplicably felt like the villain in this scenario. That is not my intention. I merely mean that it is unnecessary to toil so hard during the qi refining stage. Chen Ping quickly waved his hands, gesturing as an array of pills and spiritual herbs appeared before Yan Junjiao. The qi refining stage does not have any thresholds. As long as one can continuously draw upon spiritual energy, breakthroughs can be achieved swiftly. Actively absorbing the spiritual energy from the environment is far too inefficient. You should use these pills and herbs for your practice. They will expedite your progress far beyond what you would achieve by drawing energy from the outside. Yan Junjiao gazed at the abundance of pills and spiritual herbs before her, her eyes glistening with gratitude. Having been in the 9 Nether Holy Land for over a decade, she had never received so many qi refining pills in total as she had before her now. Thank you, Master. I will certainly strive to cultivate diligently and aim to reach the Lingji realm as soon as possible. Yan Junjiao promised enthusiastically. Chen Ping's lips twitched. Very well. Give it your all. I will be leaving the 9 Nether Holy Land in a few days. If you can reach the Lingdong realm before then, I shall take you with me. Yan Junjiao's eyes sparkled at his words. I will not let Master down. With that, she settled into a meditative posture, ready to refine the pills and herbs before her. Rich spiritual energy surged forth, flooding into Yan Junjiao's body like a tidal wave. The pace of her cultivation was indeed deserving of her divine physique. Feeling the abundant energy, her face radiated excitement. She had never experienced such a bountiful opportunity before. A thread of Tao rhythm coalesced around Yan Junjiao. She had broken through. From the moment she reawakened her Juyo Yili body to the second level of qi refining, it had taken less than a quarter of an hour. Chapter 195. Bestowing opportunities. Chen Ping felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment at the pace of her cultivation. Even with the ample resources he provided, her progress was nothing short of remarkable. After her breakthrough, Yan Junjiao did not pause. Instead, she continued her rigorous training. She was determined to reach the spiritual movement realm as soon as possible and stand beside her master. Your junior sister is truly diligent, Yumoyan remarked, observing Yan Junjiao's relentless practice. You should hurry and cultivate as well, Chen Ping replied, somewhat exasperated. This girl, all she thinks about is surpassing her master, without even realizing her own potential. Knowing this, Yumoyan rolled her eyes and set off to train. In the days that followed, Yan Junjiao devoted every moment to her cultivation, indulging only in sleep and meals. At last, a notification rang in Chen Ping's mind. Ding. Congratulations. Your disciple has achieved a breakthrough in her rank. You have received a system reward. Please check it. A smile crept onto Chen Ping's face. Indeed, selecting a disciple of a lower realm was the right choice. Although a higher realm would yield greater returns, a novice disciple could provide him with multiple system rewards. This was incomparable to mere realm improvements. Without hesitation, he opened the system rewards. Ding. Congratulations, you have mastered the art of artifact crafting at the master level. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the heavenly Dao Xuanxin. Chen Ping frowned slightly. While he could comprehend the mastery in artifact crafting, he was perplexed by the heavenly Dao Xuanxin. However, upon reading its description, his eyes lit up. Incredible. This was truly extraordinary. Ordinary cultivators aspiring to ascend to the quasi-emperor realm must endure the quasi-emperor tribulation. Successfully overcoming this tribulation grants them the heavenly Dao Xuanxin, enabling their entry into the quasi-emperor realm. With the heavenly Dao Xuanxin, it meant that this great sage could ascend to the quasi-emperor realm without undergoing the tribulation. Previously, Chen Ping thought the rewards were rather unremarkable, but he had not anticipated such a delightful surprise. With the heavenly Dao Xuanxin, Yu Jian had a significant chance of reaching the quasi-emperor realm. Regaining his focus, Chen Ping gazed at Yan Junjiao, who was increasingly endearing. Master, I have already broken through to the spiritual movement realm, Yan Junjiao exclaimed, her face radiant with anticipation, akin to a child yearning for parental praise. Yes, I am aware. You are truly remarkable, Chen Ping blurted out. Yan Junjiao's cheeks flushed once more. Master said I am amazing. Internally rejoicing, her expression remained composed, save for the rosy hue on her cheeks. Go gather your things. As Chen Ping's voice faded, a ripple of space appeared before them. Yu Jian emerged slowly from within, his face brimming with excitement. Over the past 2 days, he had been diligently practicing the refined 9 Nether refining god technique. As he delved deeper, he became increasingly aware of Chen Ping's formidable strength. He now felt confident that he could attain the quasi-emperor realm within his lifetime. Yet, thoughts of the quasi-emperor tribulation left him feeling unease. There are many great sages in the Qian Yuan continent, but throughout its history, only a handful have successfully passed the quasi-emperor tribulation. Emperors are beings that can contend with the heavenly Tao, and the Tao would not permit their emergence lightly. The quasi-emperor tribulation is fraught with peril. Greetings, Master. Yu Jian knelt before Chen Ping, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for bestowing the method. He had always believed that being a great sage was his limit. Yet now he harbored aspirations of reaching the quasi-emperor realm. All of this was thanks to his master. No need for thanks. You should thank Yumoyan. After I shared the technique with her, she immediately thought of sharing it with you. Chen Ping stated. Upon hearing this, Yu Jian was moved. Yumoyan had thought of him first. He felt proud of his years of mentorship. By the way, I need to speak with you. Yu Jian quickly replied, Master, please command me. Chen Ping nodded slightly. I intend to take Yumoyan and Junzhao away for a time. Yu Jian nodded in agreement. I shall comply with the Master's wishes. He then turned to Junzhao. Junzhao, remember to cultivate diligently while following the Master, and do not bring shame upon him. However, his expression shifted abruptly. Spiritual movement realm? You have actually reached the spiritual movement realm? Yu Jian gasped in disbelief. In just a few days, Yin Junzhao had transformed from someone incapable of cultivation into a being of the spiritual silence realm? Such a rate of progress was nothing short of terrifying. Even with her 9 radiance glazed body, this was an extraordinary feat. Thanks to Master providing me with sufficient cultivation resources, I was able to break through so swiftly. Yin Junzhao gazed at Chen Ping, her eyes filled with affection. Her master was the kindest person in the world to her. She was determined to work hard and reach the spiritual silence realm soon to serve him. Chen Ping suddenly spoke up. Yu Jian responded eagerly, Master. What is your command? The 9 Nether Holy Land will exert its utmost effort. Do you wish to become a quasi-emperor? Chen Ping's lips curled into a smile. Fully aware of the impact this question would have on a cultivator, especially one of his caliber, Yu Jian promptly declared. Thanks to Master's modification of the 9 Nether Refining God technique, I feel there is a genuine opportunity for me to challenge the quasi-emperor realm. Chen Ping shook his head, leaving Yu Jian momentarily stunned. Had he misspoken? In that case, I shall bestow upon you an opportunity. As for when you can attain the quasi-emperor realm, that depends on your fortune. Extending his hand, the heavenly Dao Xuanxin appeared before him. Once revealed, Yu Jian's eyes widened in astonishment. Despite not fully understanding what the heavenly Dao Xuanxin was, his instincts told him that this was immensely significant for him. What is this, Master? Yu Jian inquired, attempting to suppress his excitement. This item is known as the heavenly Dao Xuanxin. You must have heard of it. Chen Ping replied nonchalantly. Heavenly Dao Xuanxin? Yu Jian trembled with anticipation. He had been stagnant in the great sage realm for quite some time. Although he understood that, given his talents, it was nearly impossible to survive the quasi-emperor tribulation, he still harbored a glimmer of hope. He was well aware that ascending to quasi-emperor required overcoming the quasi-emperor tribulation and obtaining the heavenly Dao Xuanxin. Now, with his master presenting him with this very treasure, it meant he could potentially become a quasi-emperor without enduring the tribulation. His heart raced uncontrollably. It had been ages since he had felt such exhilaration. I hope you can break through to the quasi-emperor realm soon. Chen Ping handed over the heavenly Dao Xuanxin. I will not disappoint you, Master, Yu Jian proclaimed, kneeling before him. All right, we must take our leave. Chen Ping gestured, leading Yumoyan and Yin Junzhao into the void. Master, where are we headed? Yin Junzhao asked curiously. To the Qian Yuan Sect. Chen Ping replied. At long last, the Qian Yuan Sect emerged in their sights. Yet, a frown crossed Chen Ping's brow, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Chapter 196. No room for you in the skies above the Qian Yuan Sect. Xia Wenhua stood alongside the 3 esteemed saints of the Wuxiang Holy Land. A terrifying aura radiated from the 4, causing the disciples of Qian Yuan Sect to prostrate themselves in fear. What is your intention, Xia Wenhua? Ji Liyang and Lang Ningxuang ascended, their brows furrowed in concern. What is my intention? Your Qian Yuan Sect has caused our holy master to be slain, enduring endless ridicule. Today, I have come to annihilate the Qian Yuan Sect. A chilling murderous intent emanated from Xia Wenhua. A holy land brought to such disgrace by a mere sect had turned Wuxiang Holy Land into a laughingstock of the central continent. Yet, with the demise of their holy master, their strength had diminished significantly. As Qian Yuan Sect allied with Xuanji Holy Land, the weakened Wuxiang Holy Land could not contend against them. For some time, Wuxiang Holy Land had been biding its time, waiting for the opportunity for vengeance, and that opportunity had finally arrived. If you dare to act recklessly, The Holy Master of Xuanji Holy Land will not spare you, Lung Mingshuang warned. After all, the Holy Maiden of Xuanji Holy Land was a disciple of Chen Ping. With such ties, Xuanji Holy Land would not remain indifferent. You seek to intimidate me with Xuanji Holy Land, do you? Xiao Wenhua scoffed. Do you think I would act without absolute certainty? A flicker of unease arose in Lang Ningxuang's heart. The Holy Master of Xuanji Holy Land had ventured beyond the realm, and it would be at least a year before he returned. By then, Qian Yuan Sect would have vanished from the central continent. Do you believe that at that time, Xuanji Holy Land would truly wage war for a force that has disappeared? Despite the decline of Wuxiang Holy Land, if they fought desperately, even Xuanji Holy Land would suffer severe losses. Lang Ningxuang fell silent but soon shook her head. Even if you destroy our Qian Yuan Sect, your downfall will come eventually. Once Chen Ping receives word of this, he will not let Wuxiang Holy Land off the hook. He possesses an imperial weapon. You may not witness that scene. Xiao Wenhua retorted disdainfully. If you wish to strike at Qian Yuan Sect, you must first step over my body. Ji Liang regarded the three figures, his own aura reaching its zenith. Though he had stabilized his initial stage of the Holy Realm, the weakest among them was at the same initial stage, with one even at the late stage of the Holy Realm. Today, he would likely have to fight to the death. Humph. A mere initial stage saint dares to boast before me. Xiao Wenhua sneered. If you seek death, I shall oblige. Zheng Kai, I leave him to you. He desired to witness the despair and regret of Qian Yuan Sect as they faced their doom. Very well. Zheng Kai stepped forward, a mocking smile appearing on his face as he addressed Ji Liang. Today, I shall show you the disparity that exists among saints. With a terrifying burst of energy, Zheng Kai unleashed a punch, the essence of his Tao swirling around his fist. Ji Liang dared not underestimate him. He pushed Lang Ningxuang aside and charged forward. Yet, in just a single exchange, he was sent flying. Despite Zheng Kai being an initial stage saint, he had long since immersed himself in the Holy Realm. After only a few exchanges, Ji Liang was covered in wounds, a testament to Zheng Kai's restraint, as he sought to demonstrate the futility of Qian Yuan Sect's strongest in his hands. Master, Lung Ningxuang's expression changed drastically as Zheng Kai's attack surged once more. I've grown bored. You may all perish. A dreadful killing intent enveloped the area, plunging the disciples of Qian Yuan Sect into despair. They understood that today, their sect was truly on the brink of annihilation. Begone! A cold voice rang out. Lung Ningxuang blinked in surprise as a familiar figure appeared before her. Chen Ping. Tears brimmed in her eyes. In her most perilous moment, Chen Ping had arrived. It is you? Zheng Kai's expression shifted to one of disbelief upon seeing Chen Ping. He could not recognize him, astonished that Chen Ping had endured the tribulation of the spirit tranquility realm and now stood capable of withstanding his attack. Chen Ping is back. The disciples of Qian Yuan Sect ignited with hope at the sight of this familiar figure. In their hearts, Chen Ping was a harbinger of miracles, having previously led them through numerous dire crises. This time would be no different. It seems your strength as a saint is not as formidable as I imagined, Chen Ping remarked, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Were it not for his timely arrival, Qian Yuan Sect would have surely faced destruction. As the sect leader, Lang Ningxuang could not afford to survive alone. This wretch must die. A terrifying energy radiated from Chen Ping. He had reached the mid-stage of the spirit tranquility realm. The crowd was astonished to realize that in just a few days, Chen Ping had once more broken through. With his mid-stage spirit tranquility realm prowess, he had repelled a saint. Zheng Kai glared at Chen Ping, his eyes filled with murderous intent. I never expected Qian Yuan Sect to harbor such a talent. To defeat an enemy of a higher realm is inherently difficult. Yet you, with mid-stage spirit tranquility realm strength, have repelled me. Such a prodigy must not be allowed to grow. I shall see how many exchanges you can withstand. Zheng Kai charged at Chen Ping once more. Netherworld power. The Netherworld Dao seed slowly emerged from Chen Ping's dantian, unleashing a terrifying force toward Zheng Kai. What is happening? Why do I feel my vitality waning? Zheng Kai's expression changed dramatically. He recognized that all of this stemmed from Chen Ping. If he could eliminate Chen Ping, everything would revert to normal. Zheng Kai's attack intensified. Chen Ping's eyes glinted coldly as the killing Dao seed began to stir within his dantian. A dreadful force coalesced around his fist, bolstered by the supreme might of the indestructible chaos body. It had been long since Chen Ping had fought with all his strength. With a single punch, a tempest of power erupted, sending Zheng Kai hurtling backward. The arena fell into a profound silence. Chen Ping had truly defeated Zheng Kai with his mid-stage spirit tranquility realm strength. Even Chen Ping himself was taken aback. He had surmised that his strength would only allow him to survive against initial stage saints. After all, he was merely at the mid-stage of spirit tranquility realm. Even with the bond of master and disciple, he could contend only with late-stage foes. The chasm between the holy realm and the spirit tranquility realm was akin to that between heaven and earth. It appeared that his strength surpassed his expectations. In that moment, Chen Ping stood like a radiant god of war in the air, and all gazed at him with awe. A mere mortal body confronting a saint shattered the notion that all beneath the saintly realm were but ants. Enough, Su Yixue interjected. I never anticipated that a mere mid-stage spirit tranquility realm cultivator could possess saint-level combat prowess. But so what? Your Qian Yuan Sect has but 2 saints. Wuxiang Holy Land has dispatched 4 saints this time, ensuring an absolute advantage. Your talent astonishes me, yet it also compels me to eliminate you before you can further develop. Chapter 197. A brief separation surpasses a new marriage. Are you trying to compete with me in numbers? A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Chen Ping's mouth. You may interpret it that way, Su Yixue nodded. As his words fell, a spatial fluctuation materialized beside Chen Ping. Zhao Baixing's figure slowly emerged. Zhao Baixing from the 9 Nether Sacred Land. Wasn't he supposed to be dead? Ji Liang's face filled with dread upon seeing Zhao Baixing. He remembered well that Zhao Baixing had once been a remarkable talent. Yet, he had heard of Zhao Baixing's demise. How had he reappeared? The presence of 4 saints had already instilled a sense of despair within him, and now with Zhao Baixing added to their ranks. Could it be that fate truly sought to annihilate the Qian Yuan Sect? Su Yixue observed Zhao Baixing's ghastly complexion and felt a pang of apprehension. It was due to Zhao Baixing that their Wuxiang sacred land had suffered tremendous losses previously. Yet, as Zhao Baixing materialized, another wave of spatial distortion accompanied him, heralding the arrival of yet another saint. Su Yixue's brows furrowed deeply. At this moment, the combat prowess of the Qian Yuan Sect had reached parity with theirs. Where had this small Qian Yuan Sect summoned so many saints? Though their formation could not rival that of the sacred lands, it undoubtedly surpassed that of ordinary sects. Observing Su Yixue's furrowed brow, Chen Ping couldn't help but express a hint of derision. To compete in numbers, I must credit your imagination. One figure after another appeared beside Chen Ping, each exuding a potent aura of sanctity. With Zhao Baixing, Chen Ping, and Ji Liang, the Qian Yuan Sect boasted a total of 13 saints. Among this assembly, one individual's aura was nearly on par with Zhao Baixing's, suggesting that he too was a formidable being on the brink of becoming a great saint. The onlookers from the Qian Yuan Sect were utterly astounded. Saints, in their eyes, were exalted beings. Never had they witnessed so many saints in one place. All gazes fell upon Chen Ping, evidently recognizing that he was the catalyst for this extraordinary spectacle. Elder Chen Ping had once again summoned forth an overwhelming aura. If you wish to outnumber me, then let us test that resolve. Chen Ping sneered. And the saintly puppets behind him surged towards Su Yixue and his companions. The terrifying energy of the saintly battle surged forth, but with Chen Ping and Ji Liang present, it did not extend to the Qian Yuan Sect. What is happening, Chen Ping? Lang Ningxuan gazed at him, her fair face painted with astonishment. I recently comprehended a divine ability known as the Netherworld Puppet Mastery. These 11 individuals are my controlled puppets. Chen Ping replied with a smile. Puppets? Lang Ningxuan was momentarily stunned. These were saints, transformed into mere puppets by Chen Ping? Yet, her astonishment swiftly morphed into pride. This is my man. Beside them, Ji Liang inhaled deeply. His apprentice daughter-in-law was indeed extraordinary. One saint could easily sweep through an adversary of comparable strength to the Qian Yuan Sect. Yet, he stood behind 11. The celestial battle raged on. The higher-ranked cultivators within the Qian Yuan Sect carefully observed the conflict, for battles of the saintly level were exceedingly rare. If they could glean any insights, it would be a tremendous boon. Though the few saints from the Wuxiang sacred land were indeed powerful, they could not withstand the onslaught of 11 saints. This young man is too sinister. We should retreat, or we may truly perish here, Su Yixue urged, glancing at the 3 injured companions beside him. Preserve the Green Mountains, and one need not worry about firewood. The others nodded in agreement. These adversaries were far too enigmatic, seemingly tireless in their assault. This was undoubtedly a result of the Netherworld Dao Seed's influence. The Netherworld Dao Seed embodied one of the 9 primal laws. As long as it existed, the puppets controlled by Chen Ping would possess inexhaustible energy. Though their overall strength could not compare to their former selves, they remained formidable. Thinking of fleeing? Did I consent to that? A glint of murderous intent flickered in Chen Ping's eyes. He soared into the air, hands forming seals. Dense arrays began to manifest atop each peak of the Qian Yuan Sect, emanating profound Taoist resonance. As Chen Ping wove his seals, these arrays began to connect, coalescing into a fearsome grand formation centered around the main peak. Activate the sky-locking formation. What is happening? Why can I not tear through the space? Su Yixue's countenance shifted dramatically, mirrored by the expressions of his companions. They were all saints, beings far beyond the ordinary. Normally, even a single strand of hair could suffice to tear through the void and escape. Yet now, even with their full might, they could not open a spatial passage. Chen Ping coldly addressed them. My woman nearly perished at your hands, and you still wish to leave. Had I not returned to the Qian Yuan Sect just in time? Even a moment's delay could have led to Lung Ningxuang's demise. These four must die. Not just them, but every saint of the Wuxiang sacred land must perish. He was on the verge of venturing into the Nine Nether Sea, and he could not afford any lingering threats from the Qian Yuan Sect. Upon hearing Chen Ping's words, a flush of color rose on Lang Ningxuang's ice-cold visage. This scene left the members of the Qian Yuan Sect dumbfounded. This icy beauty, perhaps only in the presence of Elder Chen Ping, would reveal such tender vulnerability. In ordinary circumstances, a saint could easily break through the sky-locking formation. However, at this moment, they had no opportunity to fully confront it. You are truly wicked. Xia Wenhua realized that this predicament stemmed entirely from Chen Ping's formation. Wicked? You Wuxiang sacred land threatened to annihilate my Qian Yuan Sect's entire lineage at a whim. Who is truly wicked here? Chen Ping retorted scornfully. These great powers, each one exhibiting the same arrogance, could only bully the weak. When faced with their own tactics turned against them, they were unable to endure. At last, streams of saintly blood fell like rain. Xia Wenhua and his companions all met their demise. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, thunder crackled, and black rain poured down, seemingly mourning the fall of the saints. Is it over? The members of the Qian Yuan Sect gazed at Chen Ping, who stood resolutely in the air, their eyes ablaze with fervor. The arrival of four saints would spell disaster for any sect, yet the Qian Yuan Sect emerged unscathed. Elder Chen Ping! Elder Chen Ping! The disciples of the Qian Yuan Sect erupted in cheers. The two women, Umo Yin and Yin, watched the scene unfold, their faces beaming with radiant smiles, as if they themselves were being lauded. Chen Ping turned to the 11 saintly puppets who had just fought. You shall now head to the Wuxiang sacred land. Erase every saint from the Wuxiang sacred land. The 11 saintly puppets nodded in unison and then tore through the void, vanishing from sight. The crisis has been averted. Everyone may disperse. Chen Ping addressed the crowd. Yes, they all responded in unison. Chen Ping looked at Lung Ningxuang beside him. Their eyes met, as if they could read the tenderness hidden within each other's gaze. Together, they tore through the void, disappearing from the sight of the crowd. Sister, where did the master go? Yan Junzhao inquired curiously. Umo Yan's lips curled into a smile. Have you not heard the saying? Yan Junzhao's interest piqued. What saying? A brief separation surpasses a new marriage. Chapter 198. I wonder if you missed me during my absence. Chen Ping gazed at the delicate Lung Ningxuang in his arms, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Her smooth skin was as comforting as the finest jade. No. Lung Ningxuang shot him a glance of disdain. Despite her recent overtures, his question was utterly vexing. Moreover, she had noticed that he had taken on another beautiful disciple during his visit. At this thought, she abruptly leaned into Chen Ping's neck and bit down hard. Ouch! Chen Ping winced at the sudden pain, and Lang Ningxuang's expression shifted as she gently caressed the spot she had bitten, only to see the mischievous grin on his face, which ignited her embarrassment and anger. How could someone who could withstand a saint's might be hurt by a mere bite? All right, I acknowledge my fault. How about I come every day to assist you in your cultivation during this time? Chen Ping's hands were not idle, causing Lang Ningxuang's cheeks to flush. Who would care? Then I won't come anymore. You dare. The two nestled together, exchanging sweet nothings. By the way, what about the Taiyin cold essence I gave you last time? Chen Ping suddenly inquired. With a thought, Lang Ningxuang summoned the Taiyin cold essence into her hands, and an intense chill permeated the air. However, both were formidable in strength, so they were not significantly affected. Why did you suddenly think of the Taiyin cold essence? Lung Ningxuang asked curiously. I wish to forge a weapon for you. Chen Ping's expression grew profound. Forging weapons? Since when did you learn such a skill? Lung Ningxuang inquired, intrigued. Chen Ping chuckled softly. I didn't know how before, but now I do. With mastery at the Grandmaster level in forging, and the divine metal capable of crafting imperial weapons, I am eager to see the caliber of the artifact I can create. Here, without hesitation, Lung Ningxuang handed the Taiyin cold essence to Chen Ping. He smiled faintly, appreciating her confidence in him. This was a divine material capable of forging imperial weapons, and she was untroubled by the potential of its destruction in his hands. Take me to the forging room at the Qian Yuan Sect. The two swiftly arrived at the forging chamber. Zhongzhu, Elder Chen Ping. Zhou Wuxia greeted them with a respectful bow. Elder Zhou, Chen Ping wishes to use the forging room. Could you kindly assist? Lung Ningxuang requested. Certainly. May I ask what kind of artifact Elder Chen Ping intends to forge? Zhou Wuxia inquired with curiosity. Chen Ping had already achieved terrifying prowess in cultivation. It was astonishing that he also possessed knowledge of forging. Chen Ping extended his hand, revealing the Qian cold essence. Zhou Wuxie's eyes brightened instantly. As the only Grandmaster-level forger in the Qian Yuan Sect, he recognized the essence's origin at a glance. I never expected Elder Chen Ping to possess such divine material. However, I suggest waiting until you reach the Saint Realm before forging. Otherwise, it may be somewhat wasteful. Zhou Wuxie advised. Given Chen Ping's talent, achieving the Saint Realm was merely a matter of time. Forging after reaching that level would allow him to imbue the artifact with his saintly aura, creating a sacred weapon. Thank you for the reminder, Elder Zhou. But I wish to try it now. Chen Ping replied with a smile. He was soon to depart from the Qian Yuan Sect and needed to enhance its strength in the shortest time possible. The artifact was merely one part of his plan. He intended to leave Zhao Baixing behind at the Qian Yuan Sect. With Ji Liang and the fully realized Zhao Baixing, the sect's safety would be assured. Very well. Elder Chen Ping, please follow me. Zhou Wuxie sighed. The materials belonged to Chen Ping. How he chose to utilize them was his prerogative. He could only make suggestions. It was a pity to waste such a divine material that could have crafted a sacred weapon. As Chen Ping entered the forging room, he immediately sensed a formation inscribed within that could enhance the success rate of forging. However, the level of this formation was regrettably low. With a thought, he began to draw in the air with his finger. Soon, intricate patterns radiating with the essence of the Tao emerged before him, pulsating as if alive. Cover it. As his command echoed, these patterns obliterated the existing formation. No way. Zhou Wuxie's expression changed drastically. How could it be possible? Elder Chen Ping actually mastered such a high-level formation. As the elder responsible for the forging room, he was the foremost forger in the Qian Yuan Sect. The formation within the room was crafted by his own hands. It could enhance the success rate by 5%, though this number seemed minimal in the realm of forging. Even a 1% increase was exceedingly rare. Now, he realized that his formation had been erased, and a new one he could not fully comprehend had taken its place. Conservatively estimated, this new formation could elevate the success rate by 25%. Compared to the formation he had inscribed, it seemed utterly inferior. What a waste. Zhou Wuxie sighed again. Even if the success rate were improved, with Chen Ping's current prowess, he could at most forge a peak-grade heavenly artifact. It was no exaggeration to say that even in merely carving the Qian cold essence into the shape of a sword, its tier would not be less than heavenly. Not necessarily. Perhaps Chen Ping can create a miracle. Lung Ning Shuang remarked coolly. Could it be that Elder Chen Ping is proficient in forging? Zhou Wuxie asked, intrigued. Yet, even if he were skilled, without reaching the Saint Realm, he could not condense saintly aura. It would be impossible to forge sacred weapons. Lung Ning Shuang shook her head. I don't know. Zhou Wuxie was left speechless. Chapter 199. Regret in the Refining Chamber. Chen Ping sat cross-legged on the ground. The Qian cold marrow floated before him, exuding a chilling aura. The properties of Qian cold marrow were perfectly aligned with the essence of frost, and in her hands, it would undoubtedly unleash its utmost power. Chen Ping formed hand seals, igniting the furnace beneath him with blazing flames. However, the Qian cold marrow was a premier divine material capable of forging imperial weapons. Such flames were insufficient to melt it. With a thought, a Yin Dao seed manifested in his Dantian's Qi Si. Soon, a flame imbued with a haunting aura appeared in his hand. The Yin Dao seed, a manifestation of the source of the great Tao, made the refinement of Qian cold marrow a trivial task. Indeed, as the Yin flames emerged, signs of melting began to appear in the cold marrow. As time passed, the cold marrow finally transformed into a liquid orb, floating before Chen Ping. The material was ready for shaping. Knowing that cold condensation frost favored the use of longswords, Chen Ping immediately determined the type of artifact to create. Before long, the initial form of a long sword materialized before him. The sword was as translucent as ice and jade, radiating a frigid aura. Its blade was as thin as a cicada's wing, yet emanated a menacing air, with a delicate mist of frost swirling around it, evoking an extreme chill at a mere glance. The hilt felt warm and comfortable in his grip, devoid of any coldness. Chen Ping nodded slightly. Having been refined by countless films and dramas in his past life, he believed his aesthetic sensibilities were quite refined. The next step was the most crucial, inscribing array patterns. To unleash the true potential of an artifact, the material plays a significant role, but the function of array patterns should not be underestimated. With the attainment of the Qi refining realm, Chen Ping possessed an extensive repertoire of array patterns in his mind, including many of the sacred great. Only by inscribing these patterns onto the sword could it be considered complete. The Qian Gathering Spirit Array. Chen Ping promptly selected an array suitable for this longsword. The sacred Qian Gathering Spirit Array, when inscribed on the artifact, would enable it to autonomously absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, significantly reducing the energy consumption of its wielder. As Chen Ping concentrated, a series of aura-infused array patterns materialized before him. He began to inscribe the patterns onto the Qian cold marrow. However, he soon realized that he had underestimated the difficulty. The grade of Qian cold marrow was exceedingly high, making the inscription of array patterns quite challenging. I refuse to be thwarted, Chen Ping huffed, unveiling the 5 Tao seeds within his body. The 5 sources of the great Tao enveloped the Qian cold marrow. Gradually, the resistance of the cold marrow began to wane. The first array pattern was successfully inscribed onto the sword's body. Soon, the Qian gathering spirit array was fully inscribed onto the long sword. At this moment, the sword's grade had already reached the initial stage of the sacred tier. Yet, Chen Ping was not satisfied with this. The artifact he crafted for cold condensation frost had to be the finest. The cold moon returning ruins array could harness the power of moonlight for attacks and siphon the opponent's vitality during an assault. The Frost Blossom Guardian Array could channel the power of frost blossoms to shield its wielder from one attack. The Ice Soul Cleaving Array inflicted damage upon an enemy spirit using the power of frost. With fervor, Chen Ping inscribed a total of 4 sacred grade arrays. Regrettably, he was still unable to inscribe imperial grade patterns, though he had several sets of imperial grade patterns in his mind. He could only await the day he ascended to the imperial realm to utilize them. Outside the refining chamber, Su Yixue and another individual were left speechless as they sensed the primal power emanating from the 5 Tao seeds. Elder Chen Ping has actually condensed new celestial Tao seeds, Su Yixue exclaimed. Chen Ping had already astonished them before, and they never expected that after such a brief interval, he would manifest new celestial Tao seeds once more. 5 celestial Tao seeds were truly terrifying. Even the ancient emperors recorded in the history of Qian Yuan continent seemed to have never achieved such a feat. With Elder Chen Ping in the Qian Yuan Sect, the sect was destined to thrive. However, it was a pity. Celestial Tao seeds held little utility in refining. Ultimately, 2 elements determine the quality of an artifact: the material of the artifact itself and the array patterns. The Qian cold marrow, being a top-tier material, was undoubtedly exceptional. Yet, array patterns were equally crucial. If powerful array patterns could not be inscribed onto the artifact, it would only result in a standard artifact reliant solely on the inherent properties of the Qian cold marrow. At that moment, a shift occurred in the atmosphere of the refining chamber. Elder Chen Ping has actually mastered sacred grade array patterns. Su Yixue swallowed hard. Sacred grade array patterns were inscribed on sacred artifacts. At that moment, he finally understood why Elder Chen Ping was so determined to craft artifacts with sacred grade array patterns. Elder Chen Ping might genuinely forge a sacred artifact. No, wait. Su Yixue's expression suddenly changed. Is something wrong with Chen Ping? Cold condensation frost grew anxious. She had previously heard tales of individuals who faced backlash while attempting to forge powerful artifacts. Chen Ping was surely striving to create the strongest artifact possible. If he encountered danger, what would become of them? In that instant, cold condensation frost would rather Chen Ping fail in his endeavor than face any mishap. Wait, Elder Chen Ping has inscribed another set of sacred grade array patterns. Su Yixue's eyes turned red with envy. As the chief artifact master of the Qian Yuan Sect, he had only mastered 1 set of sacred grade array patterns, and even now, he was unable to inscribe it. Yet, Chen Ping had inscribed 2 sets in one go. Before Su Yixue could lament further, the aura of the array patterns shifted once more. Though he could not discern precisely what array Chen Ping was inscribing, he could perceive the changes in the Tao rhythm during the inscription process. Truly, Elder Chen Ping was a prodigy. Soon, Su Yixue realized he had spoken too soon. For complete sets of sacred grade array patterns. What is happening, Elder Zhou? Cold condensation frost asked with curiosity. I apologize for my previous attitude towards Elder Chen Ping. He may very well succeed in crafting a sacred artifact this time. Su Yixue sighed. 4 sets of sacred grade array patterns, combined with top-tier divine materials, could elevate this artifact to the sacred tier, even without the sacred resonance. Once Elder Chen Ping stepped into the sacred realm and nurtured it with sacred resonance, it would become a true sacred artifact. Within the refining chamber, Chen Ping gazed at the nascent long sword before him, shaking his head slightly. The long sword had indeed reached the sacred tier, perhaps even the mid-tier or high tier of the sacred grade. Yet, it ultimately lacked the sacred resonance. His current strength could rival that of an early-stage sacred realm practitioner, but he had yet to step into the sacred realm. Perhaps this was the only regret he would face. No, wait. Suddenly, Chen Ping's eyes brightened as an idea struck him. This regret might well be remedied. Chapter 200. The aura of the great emperor. All the sages of the nameless sacred land have been ruthlessly slain. The celestial phenomenon induced by the fall of a saint persisted for 3 days and nights, instilling a profound sense of crisis among the inhabitants of the central continent. After all, this was a sacred land, and yet, it had been quietly rendered devoid of all its saints. Curiously, the attackers only targeted the sages, sparing the ordinary disciples of the nameless sacred land. However, the answer soon emerged. It was said that the disciples of the nameless sacred land seized the opportunity while the lord of the Xuanji sacred land ventured to the outer realms, seeking vengeance for past grievances, and once again descended upon the Zhuantiangong. This implies that all the sages of the nameless sacred land were annihilated by the Zhuantiangong. Our sect is in close proximity to the Xuanji sacred land, yet we witnessed no actions from them. This is indeed true. I am situated near the Zhuantiangong. At once, the Zhuantiangong re-entered the sights of the various powers throughout the central continent. The consensus grew clearer: do not provoke the Zhuantiangong. Previously, the Zhuantiangong had the backing of the Xuanji sacred land, and the prodigy's breakthrough had attracted heavenly tribulations, leading to the demise of the lord of the nameless sacred land. Now, the situation has changed. The Xuanji sacred land remained inactive while all the sages of the nameless sacred land perished, which serves as ample testament to the strength of the Zhuantiangong. Some factions, which had previously harbored grievances against the Zhuantiangong, began contemplating how to mend their relationships with them. At the Qian Yuan Sect, Luo Linger furrowed her brows upon hearing this news. For nearly a century, the strength of the Zhuantiangong had been on par with that of the Qian Yuan Sect. Chen Ping had only recently entered the Zhuantiangong, and yet it had developed to such an extent. If all of this were not attributable to Chen Ping, she would find it hard to convince herself otherwise. Moreover, the elder had previously remarked that the decline of the Qian Yuan Sect's fortunes was closely tied to Chen Ping. This implies that, had it not been for that incident, the currently sought-after force throughout the central continent would undoubtedly have been the Qian Yuan Sect. Sister, if you were to hear this news, I wonder what your thoughts would be. Luo Lingo sighed. Su Yixue would not hear this news. Ever since she informed her of her retreat, she had not reappeared. However, the forbidden area of the Qian Yuan Sect occasionally emanated terrifying auras, likely connected to Su Yixue's seclusion. Yet, no matter how much Su Yixue might break through, how could she possibly compare to Chen Ping and the Zhuantiangong? After all, the current strength of the Zhuantiangong is merely a step away from that of a sage. Luo Linger cast her gaze toward the forbidden area. After utilizing the mystery of causality, she had delved into the art of celestial mechanics. She wished to ascertain what Su Yixue was engaged in. As her spiritual energy reached the forbidden area, her body began to tremble uncontrollably, and tears of blood streamed from the corners of her eyes. Luo Linger hastily abandoned her exploration of the forbidden area, barely managing to regain her composure. She had merely sought to test the waters, and yet the backlash from the celestial mechanics had struck her. Perhaps Su Yixue's emergence from seclusion would indeed bring forth unexpected revelations. Luo Linger turned to the inner door elder beside her. Convey this message: all disciples must expedite their cultivation. Those with outstanding talents will receive unconditional resources from the sect. In the upcoming martial assembly of the three sects, our Qian Yuan Sect must secure a resounding victory. The inner door elder accepted the command and departed. Watching his retreating figure, Luo Linger sighed. She understood that Su Yixue was so invested in this martial assembly to prove that she was not inferior to Chen Ping. But could she truly achieve that? In the Zhuantiangong's forging chamber, Chen Ping gazed intently at the sword before him, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. While he lacked the saintly resonance, he possessed the aura of a great emperor. Yet, he remained uncertain whether his endeavor would yield success. After all, anything pertaining to the emperor realm defied conventional understanding. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to forego the attempt. If he were to fail in this forging, it would not be a significant loss. The Qian cold essence, though precious, was not something he deemed irreplaceable. He could always procure more from the system's marketplace. With a single thought, the blood-crying phoenix gold coffin materialized before Chen Ping. The severed arm of the Haotian emperor had exhausted all of its spiritual energy during its confrontation with the Qian Yuan. However, this coffin, having once housed the severed arm of the Haotian emperor, was imbued with a rich aura of imperial essence. With Chen Ping's current strength, prying open the coffin's lid was no longer a formidable challenge. Soon, the potent aura of the great emperor began to emanate from within the coffin. The Haotian tower, coiled within Chen Ping's dantian, sensed this familiar energy and began to tremble slightly. Great Emperor, could it be that you have truly perished? It questioned in disbelief. How could the great emperor, who grasped the laws of creation, possibly fall? One day, it would certainly find the great emperor. The Qian gathering spirit array inscribed upon the sword activated autonomously, cautiously absorbing the imperial essence from the coffin. Gradually, Intricate runes began to appear along the sword's blade, deep yet infused with an overwhelming majesty, akin to the projection of a great emperor. This process persisted for 3 full hours before the sword finally ceased its absorption. At this moment, the sword stood before Chen Ping like a king among weapons, exuding a fierce aura. The icy chill of the Taiyin cold essence reached its peak, causing even Chen Ping to feel a slight shiver. It is complete. Chen Ping's eyes sparkled with excitement. Retrieving the coffin, he was filled with exhilaration. His conjecture had indeed proven correct. The aura of the great emperor was sufficient to substitute for the so-called saintly resonance. At this moment, the quality of this sword was likely elevated to at least a high-tier sacred artifact. Suddenly, Chen Ping lifted his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the forging chamber and into the vast expanse above. A look of elation spread across his face. Unexpectedly, this forging had attracted tribulation lightning. Recalling the enhancement of his strength following the last tribulation, Chen Ping could barely contain his excitement. With a flash, he appeared in the air above the forging chamber, the sword firmly grasped in his hand. The tribulation lightning belonged to this sword, and it was only right that it faced the full force of the tribulation. This tribulation served as a trial for the forger as well as for the artifact being crafted. Where are you going, Chen Ping? Lung Ningxue, sensing his presence above, hurriedly followed suit. Zhou Wuxia quickly trailed behind as well. Stay back, Chen Ping called out. The heavenly Tao is merciless. Anyone present within the range of the tribulation lightning would be regarded as a tribulation challenger. Otherwise, he would not have been able to eliminate the lord of the nameless sacred land previously. I understand, Zhou Wuxia replied, observing Chen Ping's retreating figure. Stop keeping us in suspense, Long Ningxue exclaimed, somewhat exasperated. Zhou Wuxia nodded. If I am not mistaken, Elder Chen Ping must have sensed the impending tribulation lightning. Thus, he deliberately distanced himself from the Zuanian Gong. We should merely watch from afar and not approach. Zhou Wuxia's voice trembled. His lifelong ambition had been to forge an artifact capable of attracting tribulation lightning. The appearance of such lightning signified that the crafted artifact had attained sacred quality. Elder Chen Ping had truly forged a sacred artifact with mere spirit tranquility realm cultivation. This was simply astonishing. Chapter 201. The Tenfold Tribulation, the Heavenly Tribulation? A hint of worry flickered across Lang Ningxuang's face. Although Elder Chen Ping had navigated his last tribulation with remarkable ease, this was, after all, a heavenly trial. Indeed, the forging of a sacred artifact invariably attracts a heavenly tribulation. However, the tribulation for artifacts is considerably weaker than that faced by humanity. Unexpectedly, Elder Chen Ping had succeeded in forging a sacred device. Yet, it was likely only a nascent sacred artifact, which would entail merely 3 divine thunders. There was no cause for alarm. With Elder Chen Ping's prowess, he would surely prevail. Lang Ningxuang nodded, astonished that he had truly crafted a sacred item. Previously, she had believed that he would only manage to forge a peak celestial artifact, considering he was merely at the spirit silence realm. Nevertheless, even this was immensely satisfying. For when she ascended to the sacred realm, she could nurture it with sacred resonance, allowing it to transform into a sacred artifact. After all, this was the essence of the Taiyin cold marrow. It was astonishing that Chen Ping had directly refined a sacred artifact. At this moment, there were many onlookers. The recent annihilation of the saints of the Wuxiang Holy Land had already captured considerable attention. Now, with the emergence of the tribulation, even more gazes were drawn towards this event. The Qian Yuan Sect had actually forged another sacred artifact. Who would have thought that what was once an ordinary sect had now amassed such profound heritage? Indeed, it seemed necessary to cultivate a good relationship with the Qian Yuan Sect. Traditionally, only holy lands were deemed worthy of possessing sacred artifacts. Now, aside from lacking a supreme saint, the Qian Yuan Sect was hardly inferior to any ordinary holy land. Yet, it remained uncertain what tier the artifact forged by the Qian Yuan Sect would achieve. Speculation abounded. The tribulation thunder associated with the forging of artifacts is easily discernible. A nascent sacred artifact attracts 3 bolts of tribulation thunder, a mid-tier sacred artifact draws 6, and a high-tier sacred artifact summons 9. Yet, the individual facing the tribulation was Chen Ping, who was merely at the spirit silence realm. How could he possibly forge a sacred-level artifact? Was it not true that only saints could amalgamate rare materials with sacred resonance to forge sacred artifacts? As they gazed at Chen Ping, astonishment painted the faces of the crowd. This was a complete overturning of the established norms of artifact forging. On a towering peak in the central continent, an elderly man slowly opened his eyes. His gaze seemed to traverse the very fabric of space, fixating on Chen Ping. This young lad is growing remarkably fast. At this moment, Chen Ping had already stepped outside the bounds of the Qian Yuan Sect. Concurrently, the tribulation thunder finally descended. The previously clear sky morphed into a mass of dark clouds, with serpentine bolts of lightning weaving through the gloom. The oppressive weight of the heavenly Tao was palpable, even to those merely observing from afar, instilling a profound sense of pressure. Yet, when their eyes fell upon Chen Ping, their expressions twisted in disbelief. There was not a hint of anxiety on Chen Ping's face. Rather, he appeared to harbor a sense of anticipation. Normally, one would exert every effort in the face of tribulation thunder, fearing a careless misstep might lead to their demise. Yet, it seemed Chen Ping had approached this trial with the same demeanor as before. Indeed, Chen Ping was exhilarated. On one hand, he yearned to discern the quality of the artifact he had forged. On the other, he genuinely anticipated the arrival of the tribulation thunder. At this moment, his indomitable chaotic body was already brimming with excitement. Finally, a bolt of tribulation thunder coalesced into a lightning dragon and surged toward Chen Ping. Such terrifying thunder! I recall the tribulation summoned during the last sacred artifact forging in the Wuxiang Holy Land was not nearly this formidable. The onlookers trembled in fear as they felt the weight of this celestial might. Surely, it could not be so. Lang Ningxuang's delicate features were etched with concern. This tribulation thunder was vastly more potent than that which Chen Ping had faced during his previous breakthrough. Surely he would not come to harm? Chen Ping gazed at the incoming thunder, a faint smile gracing his lips. The aura of his indomitable chaotic body surged to its zenith, an aura of slaughter swirling around his fists. Though his strike seemed unremarkable, it concealed unfathomable power. The indomitable chaotic body rendered him invincible, even in the face of heavenly tribulations. With a resounding crash, the terrifying lightning dragon was obliterated, and tendrils of lightning surged into Chen Ping's body. He absorbed the electric energy like a parched sponge, exclaiming in sheer delight. So invigorating. The crowd was left speechless. Good heavens, is he truly undergoing a tribulation? They had never witnessed anyone describe the process of facing tribulation as comfortable, not even in ancient texts. It appeared that the heavenly tribulation had sensed Chen Ping's provocation, for a thicker lightning dragon shot forth. Yet, Chen Ping's response was still a nonchalant punch. In the blink of an eye, he shattered 5 bolts of tribulation thunder. Zhou Wuxia could hardly believe his eyes. 5 bolts already. The artifact Elder Chen Ping had forged must be a mid-tier sacred artifact. For one who had not yet reached the sacred realm to forge a sacred artifact was already astounding enough. That it was not merely a nascent sacred artifact, but a mid-tier one, was unprecedented. Boom, boom. 2 more bolts of tribulation thunder were obliterated. Zhou Wuxia was utterly speechless. 7 bolts of tribulation thunder. This was already a high-tier sacred artifact. The foremost artificer of the Qian Yuan Sect was rendered a mere jest. Yet, reflecting on Chen Ping's journey since his entry into the sect, he found solace. How could one compare a mere mortal to a prodigy? The onlookers from various factions were equally dumbfounded. A cultivator at the Spirit Silence realm had actually forged a high-tier sacred artifact. All eyes turned toward Chen Ping, recognizing him as an unparalleled genius. Whatever transpired in his presence seemed devoid of the capacity to astonish. At last, the 9th bolt of tribulation thunder descended. Chen Ping unleashed another punch, shattering the thunder. However, this time he felt a twinge of pain in his fist. The 9th bolt indeed possessed formidable strength. Finally, it was over. Lang Ningxuang breathed a sigh of relief. Though Chen Ping appeared remarkably composed, her worry persisted. Yet, something was amiss. The tribulation thunder had not dissipated. Zhou Wuxia shook his head. Ordinarily, once the heavenly tribulation was overcome, the storm clouds would vanish. Yet now, the oppressive clouds loomed more densely than before, exuding an even more formidable aura. 10 bolts of tribulation thunder had been summoned. Gazing at the ominous clouds above, the crowd was frozen in place. They had never witnessed 10 bolts of tribulation thunder. Typically, the forging of artifacts would culminate in high-tier sacred artifacts at most. To reach the pinnacle of sacred artifacts required the owner's long-term accumulation of sacred resonance. Yet now, the thunder showed no signs of abating. Clearly, the artifact Chen Ping had forged was no mere high-tier sacred artifact. Beneath the swirling clouds, a bolt of tribulation thunder formed, more terrifying than all the previous bolts combined. The earlier bolts had manifested as pillars of light resembling lightning dragons, while this bolt appeared as a menacing curtain of light. Though it lacked the imposing form of the prior lightning dragons, all present could sense the cataclysmic energy contained within this gathering of thunderous light. Chapter 202. Destruction of the Tao Seed. Feeling the terrifying pressure above him, Chen Ping narrowed his eyes. He should have anticipated this. The material used for this forging was the formidable Tying cold marrow, capable of crafting imperial weapons, inscribed with several sacred patterns. Most importantly, he had substituted the sacred resonance with the aura of an emperor. Thus, the artifact forged in such a manner could not possibly be simple. With 10 bolts of tribulation lightning, this artifact was undoubtedly of the peak sacred grade. If he forged it again after reaching the Emperor realm, it would surely become an imperial weapon. At this moment, Chen Ping elevated his aura to its zenith. Faced with the 10th bolt of tribulation lightning, he dared not underestimate it. His aura surged to its peak, and 5 celestial grade Dao seeds emerged from within him. Remarkably, Chen Ping had condensed 5 celestial grade Dao seeds. An astonishing feat. Those watching gasped in awe at the 5 Dao seeds radiating profound principles of the great Dao. They were already aware of Chen Ping's exceptional talent, but they never expected him to reach such an extraordinary level. To condense a single celestial grade Dao seed was to be deemed as possessing imperial potential. Yet here was Chen Ping, having condensed 5. Truly monstrous. The astonishment of the onlookers did not concern Chen Ping at this moment. As he gazed at the descending curtain of terror, he leaped into the air and struck it with a punch. An explosive wave of energy erupted, and Chen Ping felt a terrifying numbness. Fortunately, it did not inflict significant harm on him. He successfully weathered the 10th bolt of tribulation lightning. Lungning Shuang, who had been anxiously awaiting the outcome, finally relaxed her heart. Chen Ping, the elder, had forged a peak sacred grade artifact. Zhou Wuxie remained lost in astonishment, unable to recover. At this moment, Chen Ping stood firm in the air, surrounded by arcs of lightning, resembling an ancient thunder god reborn. He could sense a monumental transformation within his own physique. He was now certain that his body was capable of withstanding sacred artifacts. The dark clouds above began to thin. This tribulation had evidently been successfully overcome. However, Chen Ping felt a lingering desire. Observing the flickering lightning serpents among the clouds, a glimmer of determination sparked in his eyes. The lightning serpents were clearly aligned with the attributes of the tribulation lightning. If tribulation lightning could enhance his indestructible chaotic body, perhaps the lightning serpents could as well. Chen Ping was aware that this thought was perilous, yet he felt a sense of confidence. He had recently condensed a chaotic crystal. Should any issues arise, he could summon the Haotian Tower in the most dangerous moment. An imperial weapon should suffice to protect him. Chen Ping was a man of action. As the dark clouds above began to dissipate, he shot forth directly into the tribulation clouds. What was he doing? The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Chen Ping had actually charged into the tribulation clouds. This was a provocation against the heavenly path. It was said that some exceptionally gifted prodigies could temper their bodies with tribulation lightning. Perhaps Chen Ping was attempting the same? Yet, this was exceedingly dangerous. The tribulation had passed, and his actions were tantamount to challenging the heavenly order. The crowd began to murmur among themselves. Lang Ningxuang's heart, which had just settled, was once again set aflutter. How could this man be so reckless? At this moment, Chen Ping had entered the heart of the tribulation clouds. The densely packed lightning serpents seemed to sense Chen Ping's provocation, surging toward him. The overwhelming numbness was somewhat unsettling for Chen Ping. However, he had anticipated this. No. As the strength of his indestructible chaotic body continued to rise, Chen Ping sensed something was amiss. The myriad bolts of lightning began to pour into his Dantian's Qi Si. Chen Ping frowned slightly. The Dantian's Qi Si was fundamental to a cultivator. Should anything go awry, it could result in the loss of a century's worth of cultivation in an instant. What was happening? After the lightning entered his body, there was no adverse reaction. Instead, it formed a seed within his Dantian's Qi Si. Could it be? Chen Ping contemplated a possibility. Once the seed took form, the torrents of lightning accelerated into his body. Gradually, the seed began to grow. An aura of destruction emanated from the seed. The destruction Dao seed. Chen Ping had not anticipated that in merely seeking to temper his body further, he would fortuitously condense a destruction Dao seed. After all, lightning inherently carried immense destructive energy. Not to mention the tribulation lightning that represented the will of the heavenly path. He never expected that this fortunate coincidence would grant him the destruction Dao seed. Now, he possessed 6 celestial grade Dao seeds, all condensed from the 9 fundamental laws. Chen Ping felt an increasing anticipation about what would transpire when he condensed the Dao seeds from the 9 fundamental laws. As the destruction Dao seed took shape, the dark clouds above slowly began to dissipate. Chen Ping descended gently. Are you all right, Chen Ping? Lung Ningxuang rushed over, her excitement palpable. Chen Ping's tribulation had caused her emotions to fluctuate dramatically. It was truly infuriating. Of course I'm fine. I could assist you with your cultivation right now. Chen Ping replied nonchalantly, patting his chest. Lung Ningxuang's cheeks flushed slightly. So shameless. However, seeing Chen Ping unscathed and still joking, her heart finally relaxed. Nearby, Qin Jianxia observed this scene with a complex gaze. This long sword was just forged. I need a drop of your blood, Chen Ping declared, gripping the long sword. Lung Ningxuang nodded without hesitation, drawing forth a drop of her essence blood. Infusing it into the long sword, The peak sacred grade artifact completed its recognition of its master. Let's give it a name, Chen Ping suggested. Langning Shuang gazed at the longsword. Its icy aura resonated perfectly with her. The fact that it had been forged by Chen Ping made her even fonder of it. Let us call it Frostflower Dream Shadow, she declared, firmly grasping the sword. All right. I'll defer to your choice. Chen Ping nodded. The onlookers were filled with envy as they witnessed Chen Ping bestowing a peak sacred grade artifact without a hint of hesitation. Such artifacts were treasures even among the major sacred grounds. Everyone, please disperse, Chen Ping said casually. The distant onlookers promptly left. It was well understood throughout the central continent that one should never offend this prodigy, especially considering the cautionary tale of the Wuxiang sacred ground. At Qian Yuan Sect, Luo Lingo gazed longingly in Chen Ping's direction. Brother, you truly are a prodigy. Not only are you formidable in cultivation, but you've also forged a peak sacred grade artifact. If only that incident hadn't occurred. She sighed. In the days that followed, Chen Ping enjoyed a relatively leisurely existence. By day, he guided his disciples in their cultivation. And by night, he assisted Langning Shuang. Meanwhile, news of a mysterious bronze palace, suspected to be an imperial dojo, emerging from the Nine Nether Sea spread throughout the entire Qian Yuan continent. A slight smile tugged at the corners of Chen Ping's mouth. This expedition to the Nine Nether Sea would surely attract many exceptional talents. Chapter 203. The Wangwu Cave of the Qian Yuan Sect. Luo Linger sat cross-legged, gradually opening her eyes. Congratulations, senior sister, on breaking through to the spirit tranquility realm. Jiang Xinwei looked at Luo Linger, a hint of bitterness flickering in her gaze. She realized that she would never be able to ascend to the spirit tranquility realm in this lifetime. Luo Lingo noticed the disappointment in Jiang Xinwei's eyes and comforted her. Xinwei, perhaps in the future, we will find a way to help you break through. Jiang Xinwei nodded. Rest assured, senior sister, I have come to terms with it. If it weren't for brother Chen Ping, I might not even be alive. Reflecting on her past actions, Jiang Xinwei felt a wave of shame wash over her. Brother Chen had treated her with kindness, yet she had regarded him as a foe, even contemplating his demise. Truly, it was a case of biting the hand that feeds. Xinwei, according to the information we received earlier, the Bronze Palace in the Nine Nether Sea is about to open. Now that I have reached the Spirit Tranquility Realm, I wish to go and take a look. I might gain some fortuitous opportunities, Luo Linger announced. It may even provide a way to assist you in breaking through. Senior sister, I want to accompany you. I cannot bear the thought of you going alone, Jiang Xinwei exclaimed hurriedly. However, Luo Linger shook her head. No, you must remain in the sect. The sect master instructed us to ensure victory in the upcoming martial competition among the 3 sections. After I leave, you must supervise the disciples and ensure they train diligently. Jiang Xinwei nodded. All right, but you must promise to stay safe. Luo Lingo affirmed with a nod. Brother, you will also be going to the Nine Nether Sea, won't you? At the Zuaniangong, the higher-ups were all seeing Chen Ping off. I do not know how long I will be away this time. I must leave some contingency plans for the Zuaniangong. As Chen Ping spoke, ripples appeared behind him, and 5 saint-level puppets emerged into view. During my absence, these 5 puppets will follow your commands completely. With them, I can rest easy. Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with excitement. These puppets possessed saint-level power. With them around, as long as the Holy Lands did not mobilize their entire forces, the Zuaniangong would have little to fear. However, you must exercise caution during your journey to the Nine Nether Sea. After all, you will be competing with the elite of the entire Qian Yuan continent, and many saints will also be present. Involvement with the great emperor was enough to stir countless saints. After all, for them, the greatest ambition in life was to attain the status of emperor. Rest assured, Chen Ping nodded. Turning to his disciples, he said, while I am away, you must strive to cultivate diligently. When I return, if your progress does not satisfy me, I will have to put you through intense training. At this moment, Qin Jianjia stepped forward. Master, I wish to accompany you. I want to go too. Yu Moyan quickly chimed in. For some reason, when Qin Jianjia looked at Yu Moyan, a blush appeared on her face. Seeing this, Langning Shuang furrowed her brows but soon relaxed. Though she could not accompany Chen Ping, having someone to assist him was a good thing. Very well, you two may accompany me. Chen Ping then turned to Huang Xiling. Xiling, why do I sense you have something on your mind? Huang Xiling, who typically loved to join in on excitement, did not propose to travel with him this time. Master, I am fine, she replied, shaking her head. Seeing this, Chen Ping did not press further. Then let us set off. With that, Chen Ping led Qin Jianjia and Yu Moyan into the skies. The Nine Nether Sea lies at the confluence of the southern frontier and the eastern wilderness. It is a desolate sea, devoid of any life. The trio soon arrived in the eastern wilderness, which, compared to the southern frontier, bore similarities to the central continent. With time still remaining before the Bronze Palace emerged, the three did not rush to the Nine Nether Sea, opting instead to settle in a small town nearby. This town was quite remote, typically devoid of outsiders aside from local residents. Yet, the streets were bustling with activity, evidently filled with people drawn by the allure of the Bronze Palace and the Nine Nether Sea. "Master, let us find an inn to stay in," Yumoyan suggested. Chen Ping nodded and soon chose a relatively sizable inn. The emergence of the Bronze Palace would undoubtedly attract many prodigies. It was not just prodigies. Reports indicated that even numerous Holy Land leaders were present. Furthermore, I have heard that the Saint Son of Wangwu Cave has also arrived. Upon hearing the name Wangwu Cave, all present wore solemn expressions. In the Qian Yuan continent, only forces that had once produced emperors were qualified to be called caves. Ordinary Holy Lands resided within the Qian Yuan continent, while those caves were unique spaces carved out by emperors using their formidable powers, independent of the continent. The spiritual energy in any cave was astoundingly rich. However, these caves had seldom appeared in the Qian Yuan continent. After all, those who descended from emperors had an innate pride. Yet now, due to the Bronze Palace, a cave had emerged. It seems that the Bronze Palace truly was once the Tao ground of a great emperor. Alas, with such a significant figure present, the fortuitous opportunities within the Bronze Palace may be beyond our reach. If we could find some overlooked scraps that these great beings discard, it would be a significant stroke of fortune indeed. Chen Ping sat there, listening to the discussions among the crowd. Who would have thought that the opening of the Bronze Palace could attract the Saint Son of Wangwu Cave? It is said that those who can become the Saint Sons of major caves possess the potential to become emperors. Moreover, Chen Ping believed that Wangwu Cave would not be the only one represented at this gathering. These Saint Sons and Saint Daughters would certainly meet the system's criteria for accepting disciples. A peculiar smile crept into Chen Ping's eyes. Yumoyan suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. She recognized that look. It was the same expression Chen Ping had worn when he persuaded her to become his disciple. Master wouldn't be thinking of accepting these Saint Sons from the caves as disciples, would he? Master, I have heard that the Saint Daughter of West City Cave is exceptionally talented and renowned for her beauty. If she is here, should you consider accepting her as a disciple? Yumoyan said, a strange smile tugging at her lips. Nearby, Qin Jianjia frowned upon hearing this. The others were taken aback, stunned by such foolishness. Who is this naive fool, thinking of accepting the Saint Daughter of West City Cave as a disciple? Truly, they do not know their place. Let us keep our distance from such imbeciles lest we be dragged down with them. Rumor has it that the Saint Son of Wangwu Cave has long been pursuing the Saint Daughter of West City Cave. If he were to hear this, he would surely be condemned. Chen Ping shot Yumoyan an annoyed glare. This girl always seems to attract trouble. Yet, I wonder if Chu Guangxiang has arrived yet? Chapter 204. How to secure her after dining. Chen Ping and his companions returned to their respective chambers. Shortly after Chen Ping settled into his room, the door was abruptly pushed open from the outside. Why are you here again? Chen Ping replied with annoyance. It appeared that the girl, Yumo Yin, had become increasingly adept at sneaking into his room. However, something felt amiss. Chen Ping furrowed his brow. The visitor was not Yumo Yin, but an ordinary girl devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations. Who are you? He inquired. The girl possessed an unremarkable appearance, her face betraying a palpable sense of panic. Please help me, let me stay here for a moment, she pleaded, her eyes filled with desperation. Ding. SSS-level genius detected, meeting the apprenticeship criteria. The system's notification echoed in Chen Ping's mind. Name, Huoji Yun, age, 23. Cultivation, late-stage Ling Ji realm. Physique, 9 transformations Nirvana body. Talent value, 10,000. Note, 9 transformations Nirvana body undergoes a rebirth with each breakthrough, resulting in an extraordinary enhancement of both physique and soul. After 9 rebirths, one can ascend to the Great Sage realm, though one is at their weakest during each rebirth, lacking any realm presence. Chen Ping's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he regarded the girl. He had previously wondered why the system categorized her as an SSS-level genius despite her apparent ordinariness. It dawned on him that she was currently in a state of rebirth. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. The girl quickly and stealthily concealed herself beneath Chen Ping's bed, evidently evading the pursuers. Chen Ping's curiosity deepened. The individuals outside unmistakably possessed the strength of the Lingji realm. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, and several men entered, their faces twisted with malice. Did you see a girl come through here? One man demanded. Chen Ping was not the type to meddle in others' affairs. Under normal circumstances, he would have ignored the question. However, the system had just indicated that this girl was an SSS-level genius. No, Chen Ping replied nonchalantly. The girl beneath the bed exhaled a sigh of relief. Truly, if you dare to deceive me, you shall pay dearly. Lu Xiong threatened, eyes glinting with menace. Seeking death? You think you're so bold? You clearly have no idea of the might of our bloodthirsty demon sect. Lu Xiong's body radiated a faint crimson light. Bloodthirsty demon sect? Chen Ping's gaze darkened with a hint of murderous intent. The bloodthirsty demon sect was a formidable force within the demonic path, rivaling the sacred grounds. Indeed, kneel before me now, or else. Lu Xiong's voice trailed off as Chen Ping abruptly closed the distance, delivering a powerful punch that left a gaping hole in Lu Xiong's chest. Who are you? Lu Xiong gasped, feeling the overwhelming force of death ravaging his body. Life energy began to rapidly dissipate. Demon cultivators deserve to die, Chen Ping declared, and with that, Lu Xiong slowly collapsed to the ground. Who are you? Our elder from the bloodthirsty demon sect is in this small town. Upon witnessing Chen Ping's swift defeat of his comrade, Fu Yang's expression shifted to one of caution. This man, clearly only in the mid-stage of the Lingji realm, exhibited extraordinary strength. Without responding, Chen Ping struck again. A wisp of nether fire erupted forth, incinerating the two corpses entirely. Come out, Chen Ping stated calmly. The girl cautiously emerged from beneath the bed, her expression one of astonishment at Chen Ping's demeanor. The two men, both in the late stage of the Lingji realm, had been effortlessly dispatched by him. Thank you for saving my life. Should you ever require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask, she said, bowing respectfully. I saved you, yet you still conceal your true self from me? Isn't that somewhat disingenuous? Chen Ping replied coolly. This girl surely harbored secrets. The girl paused, taken aback. You can see through my disguise? With that, a peculiar energy radiated from her, revealing an exquisite visage before Chen Ping. Thank you for saving me. Please accept this jade pendant. Should you encounter any trouble in the future, simply infuse it with spiritual energy, and I will come to your aid. Hua Zhiyun proffered a jade pendant to Chen Ping. Chen Ping smiled and accepted it without hesitation. He had discerned her true identity. The ancestor of the West City Cave was the 9 transformations nirvana body. Only those with the purest bloodline from the West City Cave could inherit such a physique. Clearly, this girl was the saintess of the West City Cave. Earlier, during lunch, Umo Yin had even mentioned the saintess. It was truly serendipitous to meet her that very night. Another SSS-level genius. He must devise a way to take her as his disciple. Hua Zhiyun felt a chill run down her spine under Chen Ping's gaze. If my situation were different, those two just now would have been easily vanquished with a mere flick of my hand, she asserted, believing he questioned her strength. As fate would have it, she had just broken through to the nirvana stage during her journey, only to be targeted by the bloodthirsty demon sect. Fortunately, she possessed numerous magical artifacts. Otherwise, she might have truly been at a loss. Chen Ping nodded. Very well, you may leave. Hua Zhiyun was taken aback. This man was dismissing her? It was the first time any man had suggested she leave after seeing her true form. Do you wish to stay and sleep with me? Chen Ping pointed to the bed beside him, his tone exasperated. He was not in a hurry. She was undoubtedly on a quest for the Bronze Palace. However, he found it curious that the saintess of the West City Cave traveled without any protectors. Hua Zhiyun shot him a glare. If I were to sleep with you, I fear the West City Cave would annihilate your entire clan by dawn, leaving not even an ant behind. Yet, considering that he had just saved her life, she ultimately refrained from saying more and turned to leave. Hua Zhiyun, we shall meet again, Chen Ping remarked calmly. As she opened the door to leave, Hua Zhiyun halted abruptly. How do you know my name? I never introduced myself. Chen Ping merely shook his head, remaining silent. Hua Zhiyun studied him intently, realizing she could not see through him. This was the first time she encountered such a situation among her peers. Nevertheless, her priority was to rendezvous with the individuals from the West City Cave. Once reunited, she would ensure they thoroughly investigated this man. Chen Ping reclined on his bed, closing his eyes. How might he secure the saintess of the West City Cave for himself? No, it was not merely a matter of deception. He must determine how to take her as his disciple. Chapter 205, Bloodthirsty Demon Sect, 9 Nether Sea. At this moment, countless cultivators surrounded the outskirts of the 9 Nether Sea, and Chen Ping and his companions were no exception. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted. A young man, seated in a palanquin, approached slowly, carried by 8 individuals. Leading the way was a ferocious beast, its power already at the mid-stage of the spirit tranquility realm. Damn it! Make way for me, you fools. This splendid scenery is being ruined by your presence. The young man exclaimed irritably, glaring at the densely packed crowd before him. Young master, please wait, I shall move at once. An elderly servant stepped forward. You have delayed my young master's enjoyment of the view. Step aside or face dire consequences. The elder spoke with an expression devoid of emotion, as if discussing a trivial matter. Those present at the Nine Nether Sea were either prodigies or representatives of various powerful factions. Infuriated by the humiliation, the crowd erupted in indignation. Who is this fool, carrying a palanquin? Does he truly believe himself to be an unrivaled genius? As the crowd's criticism grew, a terrifying aura emanated from the elder. This seemingly eunuch-like figure was, in fact, a saint. Many began to withdraw, recognizing that apart from the great holy lands, saints stood at the pinnacle of this world. A bunch of worthless fools, thinking themselves as righteous, yet each one is cowardly as trash. The young man in the palanquin scoffed, observing the retreating crowd with disdain. Hearing his words, all eyes turned toward him. I am Su Yixue, the saint son of the bloodthirsty demon sect. Did you not all proclaim your intent to eradicate demons? Here lies your chance. This statement infuriated the assembled crowd. They surged toward Su Yixue, yet he remained unfazed. Not a single saint among you. What is there to fear? Kneel before me. The elder beside him snorted coldly, exuding a terrifying saintly presence. Under this overwhelming pressure, many knelt. Su Yixue's expression grew increasingly mocking. The major powers would not make an appearance at this moment, and with the elder's power, he could assert dominance here. But then, his gaze fell upon Chen Ping, who remained unperturbed in his stance. Did you not hear me? I commanded you to kneel. Su Yixue demanded, a hint of menace in his tone. Chen Ping smirked. What an imposing presence from the bloodthirsty demon sect. He slowly approached Su Yixue, who felt triumphant, believing Chen Ping was about to kneel in apology. You want me to kneel? Chen Ping replied, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Indeed, kneel, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, death awaits. Su Yixue declared ominously. Just as his words fell, Chen Ping raised his hand and lightly slapped, leaving a crimson imprint across Su Yixue's face. You dare strike me. Su Yixue's countenance turned ashen. Since becoming the saint son of the bloodthirsty demon sect, no one had ever dared to treat him with such disrespect. You will pay for your insolence. The elder growled, his eyes blazing with fury. Fenglao. Su Yixue waved his hand dismissively. This fellow is merely at the mid-stage of the spirit tranquility realm. I am a saint's son. I shall personally deal with him. Descending from the palanquin, Su Yixue declared, I will extract your soul and burn you with karmic fire, so you may learn the cost of offending me. A dreadful aura radiated from Su Yixue as he stepped forward, his palm glowing ominously with bloodlight. Die, he struck, unleashing a wave of malevolent energy. Observing this, Mo Yin cast a glance of pity toward Su Yixue. My master is no villain, nor does he hold any obsession with eradicating demons. Yet, this fool has truly crossed a line. The crowd watched Chen Ping with admiration for his fearlessness against authority, yet they deemed his actions reckless. Su Yixue was a figure of saintly status, and even if their realms were equivalent, a saint's son was a prodigy forged by the resources of powerful factions. Ordinary individuals could hardly compare. As Su Yixue's blood-colored palm approached, Chen Ping simply countered with a light punch. The blood-colored hand shattered, and Su Yixue's arm fractured as he let out a wretched scream. Staring in disbelief at Chen Ping, he could hardly comprehend how a nameless individual could so easily incapacitate him, the saint son of the bloodthirsty demon sect. In that fleeting moment of shock, Chen Ping was already before him, grasping his neck. The threat of death sent tremors throughout Su Yixue's body. Do not act rashly, or the bloodthirsty demon sect will not let you go. Su Yixue attempted to struggle but found himself unable to summon even a fraction of his energy. You are courting death. The elder's aura darkened to an extreme, realizing that a saint's son had been maimed in his presence. If word reached the bloodthirsty demon sect, he would become the object of ridicule. A palpable killing intent coalesced, dark clouds gathering ominously above. The crowd, already kneeling, trembled more violently, finally grasping the vast chasm separating them from the saints. They had no doubt that even a mere finger from the elder could obliterate them completely. This fool is likely doomed. Chen Ping chuckled. The bloodthirsty demon sect can vanish from this world after this excursion to the Nine Nether Sea. With that, he gathered the power of slaughter and chaotic energy in his palm. A slight exertion was all it took for Su Yixue's head to tilt downward. Witnessing this, the crowd regarded Chen Ping with newfound respect. Su Yixue, a being of saintly stature, was rendered utterly defenseless before him. Regrettably, such a talented individual was destined to perish today. Indeed, the elder's aura intensified to an even more terrifying degree. To dare slay the saint son of the bloodthirsty demon sect, not even the emperor could save you today. A fearsome blood-red handprint materialized above Chen Ping, staining the heavens in crimson. Chapter 206. Stay here gazing at the ominous blood-red handprint looming above him. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Chen Ping's eyes. Suddenly, a ripple in space materialized beside him, revealing two saint-level puppets. Kill. Chen Ping's voice was remarkably tranquil, yet it sent a shiver of dread through everyone present. The emergence of two saint guardians at his side was unexpected for this seemingly inconspicuous individual, suggesting he possessed a formidable background, most likely at least of the caliber of a saint's son. Who exactly are you? The elder's countenance shifted as he regarded Chen Ping. The power emanating from the two saints was on par with his own. The one who will end your life, Chen Ping replied flatly. The overwhelming aura of the saints surged forth, sending a chill down the spines of those gathered. Those who dared to arrive here considered themselves prodigies. Yet witnessing the fierce confrontation, they realized their insignificance compared to these true powerhouses, mere ants in comparison. Soon, the atmosphere fell into a profound stillness. The two saint puppets vanished from sight once more. Chen Ping's gaze deepened as he surveyed the nether sea before him. If the bronze palace submerged within truly belonged to a great emperor, which emperor could it be? Every emperor in human history was recorded in grand detail. There could be no nameless sovereigns. Those who sought to curry favor with Chen Ping, noticing his serious demeanor, hesitated to approach. Master, the time should be near. Umo Yin remarked, looking at Chen Ping. He nodded in agreement. Soon, he slowly raised his head, sensing countless powerful beings in the void, all awaiting the emergence of the bronze palace, including several saints and even great saints. They disdainfully refrained from mingling with the throngs below, but would undoubtedly rush forward the moment the palace appeared. As anticipation built among the crowd, the previously tranquil nether sea suddenly erupted into tumultuous waves. A wild energy surged forth, and shortly after, a bronze palace began to rise from the depths of the sea. This palace, forged entirely of bronze, was now cloaked in verdant patina, giving it an ancient aura as though it had existed since the dawn of creation. The bronze palace had manifested. Cheers erupted from the crowd. They understood that, with numerous sacred places and hidden realms present, their chances of obtaining the greatest fortune were slim. They harbored no such lofty ambitions. Acquiring even the least valuable treasures discarded by the prominent figures would suffice for them to deem their journey worthwhile. The throngs surged towards the bronze palace. Master, shall we not hurry? Qin Jinjia inquired. Chen Ping shook his head. No need to rush. If this bronze palace is indeed the realm of an emperor, then the pace at which we arrive bears little significance. Last time, I nearly brushed past the emperor's scripture. If one is fated, even without striving, what is meant to be will still come to them. Conversely, if one is not fated, entering will yield no great fortune. Besides matters related to the emperor's realm, I hold little interest. My primary goal for this visit remains to take on disciples. Chen Ping couldn't help but recall Hu Yun from the previous night. If he could recruit a group of saint sons and saint daughters from various hidden realms, it would be an immense gain. Yet, he was also aware of the difficulty. For those individuals were the true prodigies of this world. At long last, the grand doors of the bronze palace slowly creaked open, exuding a potent imperial majesty. Under this terrifying aura, all present fell to their knees, including Umo Yin and Qin Jinjia, who felt the same impulse. Fortunately, Chen Ping provided them with protection against this imperial pressure. Above, a young man gazed down upon the scene, spotting the three standing defiantly. A flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Remarkable, they can resist the imperial might without kneeling. The young man was strikingly handsome, his eyes shimmering like stars. Dressed in a flowing white robe, he exuded an ethereal presence. What troubles the young master? An elder behind him inquired, following his gaze. Those three are commendable. They qualify to be my servants, the young man stated indifferently. The elder, upon hearing this, quickly responded, it would be their honor to serve the young master. Rest assured, once we enter the bronze palace, I shall find an opportunity to secure their loyalty. Indeed, those capable of resisting the saint's aura are worthy of serving the young master. The young man nodded and transformed into a streak of light, darting into the bronze palace. Let us proceed as well. Chen Ping and his companions stepped forward into the grand hall. The moment they crossed the threshold, they were enveloped by an aura of ethereal energy, dense as substance itself. This energy is so potent. If I were to cultivate here, I doubt the chances within would hold any promise for me. A middle-aged man in the early stages of the spirit tranquility realm found a corner and sat cross-legged. He possessed enough self-awareness to recognize that while he might be considered strong in the outside world, within this bronze palace, he was merely a speck of insignificance. Initially contemplating a gamble, upon feeling the concentrated energy, he abandoned the idea. After all, a single day of cultivation here likely surpassed years of effort outside. Many shared his sentiment, seeking out secluded corners to begin their cultivation. Chen Ping and his group continued onward, soon encountering a patch of medicinal herbs. Spirit herbs. The least among them are heavenly grade. Excitement coursed through the crowd as they rushed forward. Chen Ping observed the herbs and shook his head. The finest among them were merely sacred grade, offering little allure to him. If only Xiao Mao weren't in slumber, it would relish this feast, he mused. Since absorbing the essence of the Qian Yuan, it had fallen into a deep sleep, a state Chen Ping envied. To simply eat, drink, and sleep while enhancing one's strength was a remarkable gift. It was no wonder the demon god had ruled this land for countless years. At that moment, a fearsome aura erupted. A young man gradually emerged into view, flanked by two elders whose strengths had reached the saint realm, Fu Langjiang, the saint son of the breaking heaven sacred land. A gasp escaped someone in the crowd. Indeed, you possess keen eyes. You recognize the saint's son, Fu Langyang declared. I hereby announce that this medicinal field belongs to the breaking heaven sacred land. With his proclamation, the two elders behind him unleashed an overwhelming saint aura, eliciting expressions of resignation among the crowd. The scattered cultivators and smaller sect members had no choice but to yield to such a powerful force. I no longer desire these herbs. I shall take my leave. Zhao Hong turned to depart, having come in search of fortune, not to court death. Did I permit your departure? Fu Longjiang's smile turned cruel as he fixed his gaze on Zhao Hong. You all shall remain to gather herbs for me, or face death. With that, one of the elders pointed, and Zhao Hong's body exploded into a mist of blood. Chapter 207. Recruitment. Upon hearing these words, all present glared with indignation. It was one thing to seize their opportunities, as it was a matter of merit. It was another to demand that they remain as mere gatherers. Such audacity was utterly intolerable. Yet, as they gazed upon the bloodstains on the ground, none dared to voice their dissent. After all, they were faced with two formidable saints. All present entered the medicinal fields in silence, diligently harvesting spiritual herbs. Fu Langjiang wore a smug expression, reveling in the submission of the crowd, thinking, a bunch of worthless insects, they will obediently serve me. Chen Ping observed the scene with an impassive demeanor. Let us depart, he instructed, leading his companions deeper into the realm. Fu Langjiang furrowed his brow, his voice laced with irritation. Did you not hear me? I commanded you to stay and harvest the spiritual herbs. A terrifying aura emanated from Fu Langjiang, who, though unfamiliar with the concept of the broken window effect, understood that allowing Chen Ping and his companions to leave would incite unrest among the crowd. Moreover, it was a blatant provocation for these insignificant beings to disregard his orders in front of so many. Extending his hand, Fu Langjiang concentrated his formidable Dao rhythm within his palm. If you wish to forfeit your lives, then perish. He swung his hand, conjuring a chain of terrifying energy directed at Chen Ping. Begone, Chen Ping retorted, not looking back, as the dreadful chain shattered upon contact. The assembly was left in stunned silence. Fu Langjiang, a being of saintly caliber, had his attack effortlessly neutralized by this individual. Those who harbored resentment began to feel a flicker of hope. Perhaps this man was also a son of a sacred land. For them, witnessing a clash between the two would undoubtedly be advantageous. Fu Langyang, taken aback, could hardly fathom that his attack had failed. Despite his own cultivation being merely at the initial stage of the spirit tranquility realm, as a prodigy of the saintly lineage, he had always triumphed over his adversaries. In a flash, Fu Langyang appeared before Chen Ping, seething with rage. You, insolent fool, shall die. A massive hammer materialized in his grasp, inscribed with a myriad of runes, exuding an overwhelming aura that had reached the pinnacle of the heavenly grade. Understanding the significance of the heavenly grade artifact, the spectators gazed at Fu Langjiang with envy. For them, such an artifact represented the zenith of their aspirations. The elder beside them said nothing, aware that in the Qian Yuan continent, Fu Langyang was invincible unless faced with another prodigy of similar stature. Fu Langjiang spun the hammer with both hands, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. Had they been outside the bronze palace, the residual energy alone would have reduced the structure to dust. Humph! Chen Ping scoffed, launching a punch directly at the hammer. Could this fool truly think to confront a heavenly grade artifact with mere flesh? Surely, he would be crushed into oblivion. The combat prowess of a heavenly grade artifact, wielded by a saintly individual, could easily rival that of the peak of the spirit tranquility realm. When Chen Ping's fist collided with the hammer, a resounding sound of metal shattering echoed through the air. The crowd quickly discerned the source of the noise. A fissure had appeared on the surface of the heavenly grade hammer. In mere moments, the crack expanded wildly, enveloping the entire hammer. With a thunderous explosion, the heavenly grade artifact was reduced to a fine powder. Gasps of disbelief filled the air. To shatter a heavenly grade artifact with sheer physical strength. Was this man even human? He was akin to a humanoid behemoth. Fu Langjiang stood frozen in shock, unable to believe his eyes. Just then, Chen Ping advanced toward him. You shall perish. With a single punch, Fu Langjiang was sent hurtling backward, his body erupting into a cloud of blood mid-flight. The gruesome fate bore a striking resemblance to that of Zhao Hong from earlier. All present were left dumbfounded. A single punch had obliterated a heavenly-grade artifact, and now a saintly figure lay vanquished. The terror emanating from Chen Ping was palpable. How dare you slay a son of the broken heaven, sacred land? You seek death, Li Lei roared, infuriated at having failed to protect the saint's life. He knew he would face the wrath of the sacred lord upon his return. Kneel before me. An oppressive aura descended upon the assembly, forcing everyone to their knees. Save for Chen Ping and his companions, who stood defiant. Even the imperial might unleashed at the opening of the Bronze Palace had been unable to sway Chen Ping, let alone this holy pressure. To think he can disregard my authority. Li Lei's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Chen Ping. This man harbored secrets. However, that mattered little. He must die. Eliminating him would absolve Li Lei's failure. The thought of the sacred lord's retribution sent chills down his spine. Die. With a cold snort, Li Lei summoned a long sword of terrifying energy before him, its blade inscribed with numerous Dao patterns and symbols. Perish. The sword shot forth toward Chen Ping with lethal intent. A smirk graced Chen Ping's lips. Let me witness the extent of your saintly prowess. Though he had not fully gauged the strength of these two individuals, it was evident that the true elites among the saints had already ventured deeper into the Bronze Palace. Those tasked with guarding a mere saint were unlikely to be of high rank themselves. Chen Ping unleashed his own fist, channeling his murderous intent into the strike. Enveloped by an aura of chaotic energy, was he truly intending to withstand a saint's attack with raw strength? Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. It was a well-known principle in the Qian Yuan continent that all beneath the saintly realm were but insects, while some exceptionally gifted individuals might overcome their rank. To threaten a saint without having attained that level was sheer folly. Yet, the familiar sight soon unfolded once more before the crowd. The long sword conjured by Li Lei disintegrated, dissipating into ethereal energy. All present were left in a state of shock. A prodigy, no, a true monster. Mere genius was an inadequate descriptor. Who would have imagined that such a talent existed in the Qian Yuan continent? Li Lei stared at Chen Ping, bewildered. A mid-stage spirit tranquility realm cultivator had nullified his attack. Yet, the fact remained that he had slain a son of the sacred land. Now, he offered Chen Ping a choice. Join the broken heaven's sacred land, and with your talents, you shall become the new saint. Such an extraordinary individual had the potential to ascend to imperial heights in the future. Even if he did not attain the rank of emperor, he could at least reach the great sage realm. By recruiting him into the broken heaven's sacred land, Li Lei could somewhat atone for the death of Fu Langjiang. Chapter 208. The girl's secret thoughts. Join your broken heaven's sacred land? A hint of sarcasm flickered across Umo Yan's face. To become a saint child in your broken heaven sacred land? Chen Ping is the lord of the 9 nether sacred land. Moreover, let alone the fact that he wields an imperial weapon in his possession, would such a person deign to consider a mere sacred land? Furthermore, when mentioning the Western City Cave, it was evident that there was a spark of desire in Chen Ping's eyes. This implies that he truly harbors intentions of taking the saintess of the Western City Cave as his disciple. Such an individual, how could he settle for being merely a saint child of an insignificant sacred land? Indeed, if you join us at the broken heaven sacred land, I can spare your lives today. The saint child is dead. Although there are substitutes within the broken heaven sacred land, they are evidently inferior to even Fu Langjiang. You broken heaven sacred land are unworthy. Umo Yan scoffed. Chen Ping is the master of our 9 nether sacred land. Very well, very well. Li Lei repeated several times, his murderous aura now fully unveiled. I have offered you a way out. Since you do not cherish it, do not blame me for being merciless. In that case, prepare to die. Anger surged in Li Lei's eyes. I acknowledge your formidable strength, but today you shall undoubtedly perish. As Li Lei's words fell, Jiang Qiong stepped forward. The oppressive aura of 2 saints rendered the onlookers unable to raise their heads. This is the profound depth of a sacred land. 1 saint child backed by 2 saints. Is that so? A faint smile curled at the corner of Chen Ping's lips. Li Lei was taken aback. Could this fellow possess some hidden trump card? Jiang Qiong scoffed. What? Are you intimidated by this young lad? Li Lei, you have truly grown old, hesitating in your actions. Since you dare not make a move, allow me to take charge. Just as Jiang Qiong's voice fell, several ripples of space emerged behind Chen Ping. A total of 6 saints appeared at his back. Their terrifying aura darkened the skies, drawing even the saints who had already ventured deep into the area. However, it was apparent that the opportunity before them was of greater importance. 6 saints. Who exactly are you? Jiang Qiong swallowed hard. Fu Langjiang was the saint child of their broken heaven sacred land, yet this time, the expedition to the 9 Nethersea merely included 2 early-stage powerful saints. This individual, who was clearly not a saint child of any sacred land, had 6 saints accompanying him. His identity was undoubtedly extraordinary. Wait, the aura of these 6 saints feels off. The two quickly realized something was amiss. Though the 6 saints exuded a powerful presence, there was not a trace of killing intent. They resembled 6 stone statues. They are here to kill you. Chen Ping's expression remained indifferent. Make your move. Eliminate them all. The terrifying holy battle erupted once more. However, Chen Ping's side possessed an overwhelming advantage. In a short time, 2 saints from the broken heaven sacred land had already fallen. Those watching this scene displayed expressions of awe. This person, whom they previously deemed merely handsome, actually had 6 saints protecting him. Could he be a disciple of a certain cave? Such a speculation floated in everyone's minds. Chen Ping's gaze swept across the crowd, causing them all to hold their breath. After a moment, a middle-aged man finally mustered the courage to resist his fear. Saint Child, if you desire this medicinal field, we shall leave at once. Indeed, we will depart immediately. The crowd echoed in unison. Just moments prior, a saint child from the broken heaven sacred land had compelled them to act as harvesters. How could they not heed the presence of this individual, who appeared to be a potential saint child of a cave? Chen Ping did not respond. Let us depart. These spiritual herbs do not pique my interest. Observing the retreating figures of the 3, the crowd wore expressions of confusion, soon replaced by understanding. Truly, they were powerful beings emerging from a cave, dismissing even heavenly-grade spiritual herbs. Soon, the scene erupted into chaos once more, yet Chen Ping remained entirely indifferent. The trio continued their journey, encountering individuals of significantly heightened strength along the way. The weakest had already reached the pinnacle of the spirit tranquility realm. Under such circumstances, Umo Yin and Qin Jinxia's prowess appeared somewhat lacking. Master, perhaps I should go ahead to avoid holding you back, Qin Jinxia suggested. Jinxia, what are you afraid of? With Master here, no one can harm you. Umo Yin playfully pinched Qin Jinxia's backside, smiling. Master possesses an imperial weapon, though not on par with the ancient emperors. Once awakened, it boasts strength surpassing that of quasi-emperors. In this age where great emperors are not in evidence, it is a symbol of invincibility. Regrettably, both Umo Yin and Lang Ningxuang were unaware that Chen Ping's use of the Haotian Tower was not without limitations. And have you forgotten what I told you? Umo Yin whispered in Qin Jinxia's ear. Immediately, Qin Jinxia's face flushed crimson, her ears burning. She recalled the words Umo Yin had spoken upon Chen Ping's return from the 9 nether sacred land. At that moment, she felt a surge of anger. It was she who had first befriended Master. Well, the sect leader had known him first. But why was it that Umo Yin could serve Master before her? Just because she was the saintess of the 9 nether sacred land? She felt indignant. Previously, she had been uncertain about her feelings towards Master, merely believing she was touched by his care after experiencing neglect. However, after hearing others discuss Master and the sect leader in Qian Yuan Sect, she had felt an uncomfortable twinge in her heart. She had not paid it much mind. Yet, upon their return and hearing Umo Yin recount various details, her heart ached more intensely. In that moment, she understood that her feelings for Master were far from ordinary teacher-disciple affection. I see, Qin Jinxia replied softly, her face now even more flushed and alluring. She could feel the heat radiating from her cheeks. What are you two discussing? Chen Ping inquired curiously. Nothing. We were not discussing anything, Qin Jinxia hastily replied. Umo Yin, on the other hand, appeared quite nonchalant. We were merely discussing some matters of young ladies. If Master is interested, we could engage in discussion together. After saying this, Umo Yin shot a flirtatious glance at Chen Ping, causing Qin Jinxia's face to redden even further. At that moment, a ripple of space emerged, and an elderly man slowly materialized before the group. Chen Ping furrowed his brow as he regarded the elder. This fellow's strength had already reached the late stage of the saint realm, just a step away from becoming a great saint. Chapter 209. A Grand Sage's Decree. Who are you? Chen Ping inquired, his gaze fixed upon the elder. The man's aura verged on the realm of a grand sage. Logically, such a formidable individual should be hastening towards the depths of the Bronze Palace, where the legacy of a great emperor potentially lay, an unparalleled enticement for any sage. Yet, here he lingered, his objective clearly Chen Ping himself. Your performance was quite remarkable, the elder conceded. The Holy Sun's discernment is indeed keen. You withstood the emperor's might, and your demonstrated strength is not to be underestimated. You possess the aptitude to serve the Holy Sun. Our Holy Sun appreciates talent and has bid me await you here to offer you the opportunity to serve him. Come with me now, the elder declared, casting a condescending gaze upon Chen Ping. In his estimation, to serve as a vassal of the Holy Sun of Wangwu Grotto Heaven was an honor that no one in the entire Xiantian continent could possibly refuse. Serve your Holy Sun? Chen Ping responded with a measured smile. Xiao Taixing nodded sagely. Indeed, it is a singular honor. You and your lineage will ascend to prominence through your servitude to our holy son. Chen Ping paused, amused. Lofty words, indeed. Umo Yin remarked with wry disdain. Xiao Taixing responded with a derisive chuckle. Wangwu Grotto Heaven possesses the eminence to warrant such pronouncements. Upon hearing the name Wangwu Grotto Heaven, several visages underwent subtle transformations. Grotto Heavens were, after all, forces that had once produced great emperors. Rumors of the holy son of Wangwu Grotto Heaven's arrival had circulated in the inn, but it seemed they were indeed true. Return to your holy son and inform him that I have no inclination to serve him. However, should he wish to seek tutelage under me, I might consider it. Chen Ping stated with utter composure. What was a Grotto Heavenly holy son to him? Even the great Emperor Hao Yin treated him with deference. How dare a mere Grotto Heavenly holy son presume to such arrogance? Xiao Taixing was taken aback. Across the Qian Yuan continent, any Grotto Heaven-seeking recruits would be met with queues stretching from the eastern barrens to the western regions. This impudent whelp not only rejected the offer, but dared to suggest taking the holy son as a disciple. Young man, excessive arrogance is rarely beneficial. Xiao Taixing warned with a chilling snort as his formidable aura erupted. I offer you one final chance. Serve my holy son, or face your demise. The elder's garments billowed without wind, inspiring awe and trepidation. I'd like to see you try. Chen Ping retorted, his eyes gleaming with a hint of lethal intent. What was a near grand sage before him? With a mere thought, 6 sage-level automatons materialized behind him. It was a pity that the grand sage-level puppet remained in the Qian Yuan Sect. Otherwise, dealing with this cur would have been a trivial matter. I witnessed your earlier skirmish. Possessing 6 sage-level automatons suggests you have encountered no small fortune, Xiao Taixing observed, remaining impassive in the face of the 6 sages. Many, upon acquiring some fortuitous encounter, delude themselves into believing they are paragons of destiny. Such individuals, however, often meet the swiftest end. While the 6 sage automatons posed a minor threat, defying the Holy Son's decree was a transgression punishable by death. Hold! A melodious voice interjected. Hua Zhiyun approached with measured steps, her exquisite countenance betraying a hint of surprise. He is a friend of the Western Citadel Grotto Heaven. You shall not harm him. She had not anticipated encountering him so soon. Perhaps this was for the best. Saving him would settle the debt between them. Holy Maiden of the Western Citadel? Xiao Taixing's brow furrowed. The Holy Son had been pursuing Hua Zhiyun relentlessly. Refusing to slay this man might jeopardize the Holy Son's endeavors. However, the man had just insulted Wangwu Grotto Heaven, and the Holy Maiden was now interceding on his behalf. After a moment's deliberation, Xiao Taixing finally conceded with a nod. Since the Holy Maiden has spoken, I shall, of course, grant her this courtesy. He cast a genuine glance at Chen Ping for the first time. Out of deference to the Holy Maiden, you may depart, but do not let me see you again. Xiao Taixing's eyes flashed with lethal intent. He harbored a growing premonition that this man might become an obstacle in the Holy Son's pursuit of Hua Zhiyun. Leave? Why should I leave? Chen Ping countered, his words causing Xiao Taixing to momentarily falter. He had already intended to let him go. What more could he possibly want? Did he truly believe that Hua Zhiyun's presence would deter him? Hua Zhiyun was equally bewildered. Xiao Taixing's willingness to spare Chen Ping was a gesture of deference, not fear. She had initially believed him to be clever, but now she perceived him as a fool. I am not known for my benevolence. If a dog bites me, I shall certainly bite back, Chen Ping declared with disarming equanimity. Xiao Taixing's expression was a sight to behold. Was this man implying that he was a dog? Even within Wangwu Grotto Heaven, he held a position of prominence. Yet, here he was, being subjected to such humiliation on the Qian Yuan continent. You are courting death. Do you truly believe those few automatons can protect you? A palpable aura of murderous intent surged forth. Hua Zhiyun shook her head in resignation. Any further pleas would be futile. This was a sage, and such blatant humiliation could not be easily dismissed. So be it. Her previous intercession had been sufficient to repay the debt. Given his temperament, even if she were to rescue him at a cost, he would inevitably meet his end due to his own recklessness. Senior, he is indebted to me. I beseech you to grant him a complete corpse. Hua Zhiyun implored Xiao Taixing. Xiao Taixing nodded in agreement. Since the Holy Maiden has spoken, I shall not refuse such a minor request. Boy, I was inclined to spare you out of respect for the Holy Maiden, but you have sought your own demise. Do not blame me. With those words, Xiao Taixing unleashed his formidable aura. A longsword materialized from thin air, its surface adorned with countless arcane runes that pulsed with frenetic energy. Even the surrounding space fractured in response to the sword's vibrations. Chen Ping, with a mere thought, commanded the 6 sage automatons to advance. Terrifying sage might permeated the air. Soon, the 6 sage automatons gained the upper hand. Xiao Taixing's brow furrowed as he observed the 6 sage automatons. He had initially dismissed them, believing that mere automatons could not truly unleash sage-level combat prowess. Now he realized his error. While the automatons lacked combat awareness and relied solely on instinct, their energy seemed inexhaustible. At this rate, he would likely be defeated. The Holy Sun's foresight is truly remarkable. I never imagined you could push me to such extremes. Qiao Taixing conceded, turning his gaze upon Chen Ping. He then reached into his robes and produced a scroll of Xian paper. Qiao Taixing respectfully invokes the Grand Sage's decree. A terrifying Grand Sage's pressure descended, eclipsing the heavens and earth. Even Hua Zhiyun's delicate brows furrowed in response. A Grand Sage's decree could unleash the full force of a Grand Sage's strike. This time, the man was truly doomed. Chapter 210, The Unveiling. The rice paper gradually unfurled, revealing golden characters that began to emerge. As more words appeared, the oppressive aura of the Great Sage intensified. The decree of the Great Sage embodied the will of a formidable being. Every significant disciple of the Wanwu Cave Heaven possessed a scroll of the Great Sage's decree. This was the foundation of the cave, merely a torn piece of paper. Observing the rice paper above him, Chen Ping displayed a disdainful expression. Smash it. Qiao Taixing was momentarily taken aback by Chen Ping's words. Such audacity. How dare this young man act so arrogantly in the face of the Great Sage's decree? Just then, a coffin materialized beside Chen Ping. The coffin was crafted entirely from blood-weeping phoenix gold. This young man possessed such a treasure. Blood-weeping phoenix gold was the divine metal used by emperors to forge imperial weapons. No wonder he was so brash. He must have encountered significant opportunities. However, it was a pity. Once he perished, that blood-weeping phoenix gold would belong to me. Chen Ping grasped the coffin and hurled it towards the Great Sage's decree above. Humph, an ant dares to slay a dragon, utterly oblivious. Qiao Taixing scoffed. Even if it was divine metal, it had not been forged into a magical artifact, and the user was merely an ant in the mid-stage of the spiritual tranquility realm. However, his expression soon shifted. The Great Sage's decree seemed to sense the affront, and the overwhelming aura of the Great Sage became even more terrifying. At that moment, the lid of the coffin began to move slowly, revealing a narrow gap. A fearsome imperial aura emanated from within, swirling above the coffin, and struck heavily upon the Great Sage's decree. The decree, radiating a golden sheen, started to slowly disintegrate, and the towering pressure of the Great Sage began to dissipate. How is this possible? That aura was that of an emperor. A hint of fear appeared in Qiao Taixing's eyes. Could it be that this fellow had inherited the legacy of an emperor? This was inconceivable. While Qiao Taixing was lost in thought, 6 puppets once again surrounded him. The terrifying energy fluctuations from the holy battle caused many to retreat from the scene. Eventually, Qiao Taixing succumbed to defeat, lying on the ground, his body in disarray. Dare to offend the Wanwu Cave Heaven? Prepare to face its wrath. With his final words, Qiao Taixing's spirit began to dissipate slowly. Hua Zhiyun gazed at Chen Ping with disbelief. This fellow had actually killed Qiao Taixing, and it was after Qiao Taixing had summoned the Great Sage's decree. What are you staring at? Chen Ping said to Hua Zhiyun nonchalantly. After just slaying a being close to the level of the Great Sage, there was no trace of excitement on his face, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Who on earth are you? I have never heard of anyone from any cave heaven like you. The potential displayed by this individual was no less than that of the holy sons from the various cave heavens. Moreover, the coffin he had just used contained the aura of an emperor. He likely had received an emperor's inheritance. Yet, why had she never heard of this person? He should not be so obscure. If you wish to know my identity, it's simple. Become my disciple. Chen Ping proposed. An SSS-level talent. Hua Zhiyun shot Chen Ping a disdainful glance. The flicker of charm in her gaze could captivate countless men. Yet, to Chen Ping, Hua Zhiyun was merely an NPC for exchanging system rewards. Boring, Hua Zhiyun retorted. As the saintess of the West City Cave Heaven, she practiced the Emperor's 9 Revolutions Nirvana Sutra and had access to resources from the West City Sacred Land. Why would she need to take someone else as her master? To become my master's disciple is your honor, Umo Yin remarked to Hua Zhiyun, though you are the saintess of the West City Cave Heaven. If you reject my master, you will surely regret it in the future. Hua Zhiyun twitched her lips and pointed at herself. I will regret not taking him as my master? At this moment, Hua Zhiyun was unsure whether to laugh or cry. Beside her, Qin Jianxia nodded vigorously. Exactly. Hua Zhiyun found herself at a loss for words. These two were indeed overly confident regarding their master. I did not assist you today. The debt of gratitude remains. In the future, I will help you once as repayment, Hua Zhiyun said to Chen Ping, before swiftly departing towards the depths of the Bronze Palace. Chen Ping shook his head. He merely wished to take on a disciple. Why was it so difficult? What difference did it make that she was the saintess of the West City Cave Heaven? Could she not be his disciple? Let us depart as well. Chen Ping and his companions moved deeper into the palace, having squandered enough time on the outskirts. In the innermost chamber of the Bronze Palace, a congregation of saints directed their gazes towards the grand hall before them. This was the deepest part of the Bronze Palace. Undoubtedly, the greatest opportunity within this palace lay in its depths. Everyone, this barrier was set by an emperor. To unlock it and enter, we must collaborate. An elder stroked his beard and spoke. All eyes turned to him. Wang Zhichuan, the Saint Master of Wanwu Cave Heaven, stood at the pinnacle of the Great Sage Realm. Although the other Cave Heavens masters had also reached the Great Sage Realm, they knew full well that they fell short in comparison to Wang Zhichuan. As the master of Wanwu Cave Heaven, he had trained in the Taosu Qingshu Sutra since childhood, supported by the abundant resources of the cave. It was no exaggeration to say that for them, reaching the Great Sage Realm was nearly the end of the road. Yet, Wang Zhichuan had a high probability of advancing to the Quasi-Emperor realm in the future. The master of Wanwu is correct. Our primary objective now is to open the door to this final hall. Indeed, let us join forces to break the barrier. As for what lies within, we shall rely on our own abilities. The crowd responded enthusiastically. A multitude of great sage-level experts levitated in the air, their auras reaching their zenith. Their strength was considered the pinnacle of the Qian Yuan continent. Yet here, only by uniting could they hope to unlock this final hall. With each individual displaying their unique prowess, they unleashed their full strength without reservation, enticed by the allure of the Emperor's dojo, striking the grand door with their attacks. They were met with a barrier that absorbed their power, leaving behind mere ripples. Everyone, continue. I can sense that this barrier is nearing its limit, Wang Zhichuan urged. At last, under the combined might of their relentless assault, the bronze door began to slowly creak open. A terrifying imperial pressure surged forth from within the hall. The great sage-level individuals managed to withstand it, yet those newly entering the Saint Realm fell to their knees beneath the overwhelming imperial might. Indeed, this was the sacred ground of an ancient emperor. Excitement coursed through the crowd. Chapter 211. You shall perish in body and soul. A fierce battle was underway. Chen Ping abruptly halted his steps, sensing the clash of two formidable presences. These energies undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of the spirit tranquility realm, the hidden armory pavilion. This was the Emperor's own armory. A gasp drew Chen Ping's attention. Within the Emperor's hidden armory, countless treasures must surely reside. Let us take a look. Chen Ping and his companions hastened towards the source of the commotion. The crowd was filled with the esteemed sons and daughters of the Sacred Order. As he surveyed the throng before him, Chen Ping's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The system notifications chimed incessantly. Ding. SS-grade genius detected, meeting the criteria for apprenticeship. Ding. SSS-grade genius detected, meeting the criteria for apprenticeship. Yet, amidst the crowd, Chen Ping's gaze fell upon a cloaked figure, a man distinguished as the sole SSS talent among them. However, Chen Ping felt no inclination of goodwill towards him. As if an ancient grudge lingered between them. What troubles you, master? Asked Umo Yin, her curiosity piqued. Nothing. Chen Ping shook his head. Yet an instinct warned him that this individual was far from ordinary. In the face of the Emperor's hidden armory, all present were vying for supremacy. Yet this man remained still, his demeanor starkly contrasting with the fervor around him. At that moment, a man approached the cloaked figure. Sir. The black-robed man slowly lifted his gaze, his pupils glimmering a blood-red hue. Has he not arrived yet? He inquired. Guoxinyang nodded. He has not been located. The black-robed man acknowledged with a nod, choosing silence thereafter. Master, that individual is Guoxinyang, the saint son of the Wuji's sacred land. Umo Yin informed. Observing the obsequious demeanor of the man, Chen Ping's brows furrowed at this revelation, though they quickly relaxed. To command such deference from a saint's son, the black-robed man must possess extraordinary prowess. It appeared he might be awaiting my arrival. Chen Ping approached deliberately, and indeed, the gazes of both men immediately locked onto him. You have arrived. The black-robed man's head tilted up, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. What do you await me for? Chen Ping inquired, curiosity piqued. Confident he had never encountered this man before. Yes, the black-robed man smirked, his lips curling slightly. If you remain silent, prepare to meet your demise. Chen Ping, uninterested in engaging in a riddle, exuded a chilling aura of murderous intent. The crowd, engrossed in their quest for the treasures of the armory, suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. They regarded Chen Ping with newfound respect, despite being merely at the mid-stage of the spirit tranquility realm. He emanated a palpable threat of death. How dare you speak to master in such a manner? You seek death. Guoxinyang glared at Chen Ping as he stepped forward. A terrifying energy radiating from him, marking his ascendance to the initial stage of the sacred realm. The realization that the saint son of Wuji's sacred land had attained sanctity shocked many, including Umo Yin. who had previously encountered Guoxinyang when he was merely at the early stage of the spirit tranquility realm. How could such rapid advancement occur? This rate of cultivation was indeed extraordinary, yet it was perplexing that Guoxinyang should possess such speed. After all, he was not the master. Die. Guoxinyang thrust his palm forward, an overwhelming force directed towards Chen Ping. How had this man attracted the ire of the saint son of Wuji's sacred land? With Guoxinyang now in the sacred realm, it seemed Chen Ping was doomed. To be beneath a saint was to be as insignificant as an ant, leaving no hope for survival. The onlookers expressed their sympathies for Chen Ping. His previous aura had commanded their respect, indicating he too was a prodigious talent. Yet, Guoxinyang's current status surpassed that of mere genius. Now, as a sacred realm practitioner, he stood shoulder to shoulder with the elder powerful figures. Break. Chen Ping unleashed a punch, a cataclysmic force erupting forth. The massive palm imprint shattered Guoxinyang's assault, leaving him momentarily stunned. Though he had ascended to the sacred realm through external means, he was still a saint. How could someone merely at the mid-stage of the spirit tranquility realm thwart his attack? In that moment, he began to comprehend why his father held such apprehension towards Chen Ping. If allowed to flourish, Chen Ping would undoubtedly become a formidable force. Kill, Guoxinyang snorted. A potent aura of murderous intent emanating from him, revealing the manifestation of a celestial-grade Dao seed, an unexpected development for the saint son of Wuji's. The crowd gasped in astonishment. A celestial-grade Dao seed indicated the potential of an emperor. The long gun of great destruction materialized in his grasp, radiating an overwhelming sanctity, clearly a sacred artifact. Chen Ping, however, remained unyielding, delivering another punch. Though he had not progressed in rank during this time, the diligent efforts of his disciples had elevated his comprehension of the great Tao to unprecedented heights. To confront a sacred artifact with mere flesh, has he lost his senses? The crowd stood in awe. Even a saint would hesitate to withstand such an onslaught with their corporeal form. A terrifying energy erupted from the two, sending many weaker cultivators scattering several meters away. What an astonishing spectacle! Observing Chen Ping, the countenances of all present grew grave. Here was a mid-stage practitioner of the spirit tranquility realm, engaging a saint with equal fervor. Kill. Chen Ping uttered coldly, the aura of slaughter manifesting around him. The Dao seed of slaughter emerged, causing Guoxinyang's own Dao seed to tremble in fear. What was transpiring? Guoxinyang's celestial grey Dao seed, typically a source of strength, now quivered before Chen Ping's manifestation. I understand now. He recalled reading in ancient texts that even celestial-grade Dao seeds could be categorized by rank. It was said that 9 celestial-grade Dao seeds embodied the essence of the great Dao. If he was not mistaken, Chen Ping had manifested the Dao seed of slaughter, one of the 9 primal seeds. The crowd collectively gasped in shock. The 9 primal Dao seeds clarified why Chen Ping could contend with a saint at the mid-stage of the spirit tranquility realm. Die. Chen Ping stepped forward, his overwhelming aura instilling terror in the hearts of all present. Guoxinyang's complexion paled, gripped by the fear of death. No. Guoxinyang resolved to evade the impending strike. Just then, another Dao seed materialized around Chen Ping, time as power. He abruptly appeared before Guoxinyang, his fist imbued with the indomitable essence of the indestructible chaotic body and slaughterous energy, puncturing Guoxinyang's form. 2 terrifying energies surged into Guoxinyang, shattering his very soul. Slowly, he collapsed to the ground, disbelief etched upon his features. How could it be that he, having ascended to the sacred realm, was so effortlessly slain by a mere practitioner of the spirit tranquility realm? In the depths of the great hall, Guowenjin trembled violently, his eyes turning a blood-red hue. You dare to slay my son? Once I emerge, I shall ensure your utter annihilation. Chapter 212. A certain demise at that moment. A man clad in a black robe approached, applauding. Truly, he was someone capable of making the Wuji Holy Land bow. What a prodigy. The man lifted his gaze to Chen Ping, his crimson eyes emanating an eerie, chilling light. Who are you, really? Chen Ping inquired, studying the man before him. I know who he is. A melodious voice interjected. It was Huajiyun, gracefully walking forward. Huajiyun. The black-robed man furrowed his brow at the sight of her. Huajiyun? Chen Ping was taken aback, not expecting to see this girl again so soon. Li Wuxing, the master of the sun-eating forbidden zone. Huajiyun's delicate face was etched with apprehension. This was a formidable being of great saintly rank. Upon hearing the term sun-eating forbidden zone, fear washed over everyone present. Forbidden zones were comparable to the cave heavens of the human race. Each forbidden zone had once harbored beings who could rival the emperors. And each of these supreme beings had nearly led to the extinction of humanity. To think you know my identity, Li Wuxing replied, somewhat surprised. The several forbidden zones had not made an appearance for quite some time. A master of a forbidden zone? Shouldn't such a person be deep within, competing for the greatest opportunities? Why linger here? The 9 transformation nirvana body, the indestructible chaos body. The 9 hells devouring heaven body. Who would have imagined that so many extraordinary physiques could converge here? Li Wuxing sneered, a terrifying aura enveloping all those present. Not good. We must flee. The crowd swiftly realized the danger. Too late to leave now. Li Wuxing laughed coldly, a dreadful restriction spreading across several miles. Hua Zhiyun's brows knitted tightly. Rumor had it that Li Wuxing possessed a unique physique capable of devouring and merging various characteristics. They were likely in grave peril. As the master of a forbidden zone, you should be striving for the greatest opportunity within, yet you remain here. Surely you have some ulterior motive? Chen Ping spoke up. You are quite perceptive. Li Wuxing nodded. As the master of the sun-eating forbidden zone, he possessed supreme techniques and terrifying cultivation resources. A so-called emperor's inheritance was of little significance to him. Remaining here served 2 purposes. One was to facilitate the absorption of various physiques, and the other was indeed for Chen Ping. They all believed that the greatest opportunity lay deep within the Grand Hall. But I beg to differ. Li Wuxing's gaze bored into Chen Ping as if it were tangible. In my eyes, you are the greatest opportunity today. The Haotian Tower. Even amidst fierce competition within, the most one could attain was an emperor's scripture or weapon. Yet this individual before me possesses an emperor's weapon. Intercepting him here is undoubtedly far easier than competing with that group of ancient beings inside. He is the greatest opportunity? Hua Zhiyun looked at Chen Ping in astonishment. Chen Ping was indeed extraordinary, yet deep within the hall, one could potentially acquire an emperor's inheritance. Why did Li Wuxing value this individual so highly? Indeed, Li Wuxing acknowledged. However, before that, let us first cleanse this place. With a delicate tap of his toe on the ground, a blood-red array appeared beneath them. A sinister, terrifying aura enveloped everyone present. What is happening? Why is my body melting? Cries of anguish erupted as many cultivators were horrified to discover their bodies dissolving. Their internal spiritual energy and blood essence were being absorbed by the blood-red array on the ground. In mere moments, only Li Wuxing and a few others remained. Come. I shall take you away. Hua Zhiyun turned to Chen Ping, a longsword manifesting in her hand. This was a sacred-grade artifact capable of breaking through any restriction. However, Li Wuxing merely observed, a trace of mockery gleaming in his scarlet eyes. Hua Zhiyun infused her spiritual energy into the sword, only to be shocked to find it completely unresponsive. What is happening? Hua Zhiyun's face paled. Having recognized Li Wuxing, her courage to confront him rested solely on this sword. The void-breaking sword. While its offensive power may be limited, it was renowned for its ability to bypass any restriction. Yet now, it seemed utterly ineffective. You might as well quietly await your demise. Once I have devoured the 3 of you, my physique will undoubtedly ascend once more. Given time, I shall become the 2nd supreme being of the sun-eating forbidden zone. Li Wuxing laughed extravagantly. Do you truly believe victory is assured? Chen Ping regarded Li Wuxing with an unruffled expression. This individual was indeed cautious. Despite being a being of great saintly rank and at the apex of the food chain here, he remained wary. I know the Haotian Tower is in your possession, Li Wuxing proclaimed. I witnessed its power firsthand last time. Chen Ping's brows furrowed. This man knew the Haotian Tower was in his grasp, yet dared to act so arrogantly. Did he have some hidden trump card? Li Wuxing continued. Do you know why her void-breaking sword is ineffective? At this, Chen Ping's expression tightened. The array? Li Wuxing nodded. Indeed, astute as ever. Upon sensing your aura, I activated the Supreme Array Disc. Upon hearing the term Supreme Array Disc, the expressions of the others shifted. The Array Disc, a more convenient form of array, allowed one to inscribe the array onto the disc beforehand and activate it at will. The Supreme Array Disc, however, was crafted by a supreme being, its power beyond measure. This particular Supreme Array's sole purpose was restriction. No artifact, including Emperor weapons, could be utilized within the bounds of its influence. Though Emperor weapons are formidable, they are ultimately just weapons forged by an emperor. A supreme being can rival an emperor's might. If an emperor wields an emperor weapon, this so-called restrictive array would be inconsequential. However, the Haotian emperor has fallen, and the Haotian Tower now stands as a masterless entity. Even if it were to awaken, it could at most exhibit quasi-emperor level power, utterly incapable of breaching the restrictive array. Those ancient beings risking their lives inside for a so-called emperor's inheritance are, in my view, a joke. 3 divine physiques. 1 emperor weapon. Such a harvest would undoubtedly make one the greatest beneficiary of this expedition to the 9 Hells Sea. Do not act rashly, or the Western City, Cave Heaven, will not spare you. Hua Zhiyun threatened. However, she also recognized that her threat held little weight. The foundation of a forbidden zone rivaled that of any Cave Heaven. Moreover, forbidden zones inherently stood opposed to humanity, rendering them unconcerned about repercussions. Contemplating this, Hua Zhiyun cast a sorrowful glance at Chen Ping. Had she not sensed his aura, she would not have returned. This time, she feared she might truly meet her end here. Chapter 213. Apprenticeship, we're doomed this time, exclaimed Hua Zhiyun as she gazed at Chen Ping. Though she possessed numerous secret treasures, including artifacts capable of wielding the might of a great sage, none of them seemed to hold any efficacy now. Contemplating this, her gaze towards Chen Ping grew tinged with a hint of melancholy. As the saintess of the West City Cave Heaven, her future was destined to be resplendent. Alas, it appeared that future was no more. Not necessarily, Chen Ping replied nonchalantly. Hua Zhiyun shook her head, considering this fellow's optimism rather misplaced. Yet, what use was it? Shall we take a gamble? Chen Ping's lips curled upwards. He had long sought a way to take Hua Zhiyun as his disciple, and now an opportunity had finally arisen. What shall we bet on? Hua Zhiyun queried, incredulity lacing her tone. At such a time, you still have the audacity to propose a wager? Your courage is truly remarkable. If I can lead you to safety, even vanquishing that adversary, you shall take me as your master, Chen Ping declared, fixated on the potential of an SSS-grade talent. Humph. If you can achieve that, what harm is there in me pledging myself to you as a disciple? Hua Zhiyun retorted, her tone laced with skepticism. Given the current predicament, it seemed only the saint of their West City Cave Heaven could possibly alter the course of events. What hope was there against this mid-stage spirit tranquility realm individual? It was akin to dreaming the impossible dream. Listening to their exchange, Yu Moyan furrowed her brow, sensing a strange familiarity in this scene. You wish to slay me? Li Wuxing's lips curled into a derisive smile as he eavesdropped. Very well, I shall observe how you intend to change the situation. I am aware that the Haotian Tower rests in your possession, yet even an imperial weapon cannot be revived under these circumstances. Chen Ping chuckled, producing an object resembling a compass. What is that? Hua Zhiyun inquired, curiosity evident in her eyes. This is the heavenly array breaking plate. It can dismantle any formation in existence, Chen Ping asserted, brimming with confidence in his system. A smile danced on his lips as he directed his energy into the heavenly array breaking plate, which exploded with a radiant brilliance. This forbidden artifact is an imperial-level formation plate. Do you truly believe you can breach it? However, as his words fell, his expression shifted dramatically. The golden light emanating from the array plate coalesced into countless intricate runes, too complex for even a great sage to decipher. A sense of unease began to swell within Li Wuxing. Ultimately, the golden runes fused into a spear that soared skyward, shattering the forbidden artifact plate with a thunderous crash. How is this possible? This formation plate is of imperial caliber. It cannot be broken. Li Wuxing's face contorted with horror. Hua Zhiyun, too, was taken aback, realizing the depths of this individual's secrets. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Wuxing tore through the void, intent on escaping. Chen Ping wielded an imperial weapon, and if he did not flee now, the chance would be lost once the imperial weapon revived. It is too late to flee now, Chen Ping scoffed, manifesting both the Time Dao Seed and Space Dao Seed. The forces of time and space enveloped Li Wuxing. Time Dao Seed and Space Dao Seed. How can a single individual possess both celestial-grade Dao Seeds? Both the Time Dao Seed and Space Dao Seed ranked among the finest in the celestial realm, and to witness both in one person was unprecedented. Simultaneously, after expending a chaos crystal, Chen Ping's Haotian Tower revived once more. The tower emerged, radiating an overwhelming imperial aura without restraint. Li Wuxing's spine chilled, and he hastily summoned his inner energy to shatter Chen Ping's dual confinement of time and space. Alas, he had already missed the optimal moment for escape. The Haotian Tower enveloped him in resplendent light, restoring the previously torn space, and Li Wuxing found himself immobilized. Damn it! The threat of death rendered Li Wuxing's visage ashen. The sun-eclipsing Forbidden Zone possessed supreme artifacts, yet believing he could rely solely on the forbidden artifact plate, he had not brought a supreme weapon. As the Haotian Tower descended, Li Wuxing was utterly obliterated. Hua Zhiyun beheld this scene, her striking eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. Who exactly was this man? He commanded 3 celestial-grade Dao Seeds, while she, with her 9-turn rebirth body and the resources of the West City Cave Heaven, could only coalesce a single celestial-grade Dao Seed. Furthermore, he possessed the Haotian Tower of the Haotian Emperor. Had he perhaps inherited the legacy of the Haotian Emperor? Qin Jianjia. Gather everything here, Chen Ping instructed. Though he found little value in the items, they could serve as fine gifts. Yes, master, Qin Jinjia nodded, commencing the collection of various artifacts and treasures from the concealed armory. Chen Ping turned to Hua Zhiyun, as the esteemed saintess of the West City Cave Heaven. I trust your gambling skills are not lacking? Witnessing Chen Ping's cheerful demeanor, Hua Zhiyun's lips quirked in disbelief. She had not anticipated that he would indeed succeed, not only resolving the greatest crisis, but even vanquishing Li Wuxing. Though it was through the might of an imperial weapon, Artifacts were inherently a part of one's strength. Was she truly to pledge herself as his disciple? After all, she was the saintess of the West City Cave Heaven. Disciple Hu Zhiyun greets master. Ultimately, Hu Zhiyun performed a respectful bow to Chen Ping. Beat. Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring a disciple. The system rewards have been allocated to the system space. Please check at your convenience. The mechanical tone of the system resonated once more, causing Chen Ping's eyes to narrow in anticipation. The long-awaited system rewards had finally arrived. However, he did not immediately check them. First, demonstrate your practice of the 9-turn rebirth sutra for me, he instructed Hu Zhiyun. Hu Zhiyun was taken aback, unsure of Chen Ping's intent. Yet, having already become his disciple, she felt inclined to comply. Settling into a cross-legged position, she began her practice of the 9-turn rebirth sutra. Chen Ping's eyes glimmered with satisfaction. Indeed, this is feasible. With the system's assistance, he had successfully replicated the complete 9-turn rebirth sutra and even acquired an improved version. The system could genuinely enhance imperial scriptures. From now on, do not practice this technique. Chen Ping retrieved a Qian Yuan jade slip, imprinting the refined 9-turn rebirth sutra within it. This shall be your practice henceforth. Hu Zhiyun was stunned. The technique she had been cultivating was an imperial scripture, the pinnacle of cultivation methods in the Qian Yuan continent, and the most compatible with her 9-turn rebirth body. Yet, Chen Ping proposed that she abandon it for another. Could there truly exist a technique more formidable and better suited to her than an imperial scripture? Such a notion was unfathomable. Chapter 214. The improved imperial sutra beside them. The inkstone named Yumo seemed to brighten with excitement at the sight of this scene. Master is truly remarkable, indeed worthy of being the one mentioned in the ancestral teachings of the 9 Nether Sacred Land, capable of leading it to its zenith. Previously, in the 9 Nether Sacred Land, Chen Ping had already assisted her in refining her cultivation method. It was evident that just now, Master had helped Hu Zhiyun improve her technique. To her astonishment, Master could even refine the Imperial Sutra. It is important to note that the Imperial Sutra embodies a great emperor's lifelong comprehension of the Tao. Could it be that Master's understanding of the Tao has surpassed that of the emperor? Hu Zhiyun accepted the Qian Yuan jade slip, probing her consciousness within, and her expression instantly transformed. Wasn't this the 9 Transformations Nirvana Sutra? No, wait. Even in the Western City Cave, only a handful could cultivate the 9 Transformations Nirvana Sutra. It was impossible for it to be publicly disseminated. How did Chen Ping know the entirety of the 9 Transformations Nirvana Sutra? Hu Zhiyun patiently continued reading, her delicate features becoming increasingly radiant. There were indeed several detailed alterations in this version of the 9 Transformations Nirvana Sutra. According to this revised version, she would no longer need to endure the period of weakness that accompanied each rebirth. Hu Zhiyun glanced at Chen Ping, her expression complex. Who exactly is this benefactor of a master, capable of refining even the Imperial Sutra, and that too in just a few breaths' time? Suddenly, Hu Zhiyun realized that she seemed to have struck a great fortune this time. Refining the Imperial Sutra is not something an ordinary person could accomplish. Could it be that her benefactor master is a reincarnated ancient emperor? Thank you for bestowing the teachings, master. Hu Zhiyun knelt on one knee, speaking with utmost reverence. Ding. Congratulations to the host disciple Hu Zhiyun for an increase in loyalty by 20, current loyalty, 20. The system's voice rang out once more. Chen Ping nodded in satisfaction. He had not even taken the time to check the system rewards, instead focusing on refining Hu Zhiyun's technique. Partly to gauge the system's capabilities and partly for the sake of loyalty. Any rational individual would understand the significance of refining an Imperial Sutra. As expected, Hu Zhiyun's loyalty towards him had indeed increased significantly. Since you have become my disciple, I shall ensure you are well taken care of. Chen Ping's expression remained calm, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. At this moment, his consciousness had already entered the system space. He was curious about what rewards the system would bestow this time. Ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling up, current level, late stage of the Spirit Tranquility Realm. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Immortal Grade Dao Seed. Chaos Dao Seed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a Quasi-Emperor Peak Experience card. Upon hearing the system's prompts, Chen Ping burst into excitement. As anticipated, the system aimed for him to gather the 9 fundamental Dao Seeds. Otherwise, it would not have rewarded him with the Chaos Dao Seed. What thrilled Chen Ping the most was the Quasi-Emperor Peak Experience card. In the era where emperors were absent, a quasi-emperor stood at the pinnacle of this world. Though usable only once, it was immensely powerful. Master, I have gathered all the items here. Qin Jinjiao presented a spatial ring to Chen Ping. He nodded and accepted it. As he probed his consciousness into it, he could not help but marvel. Indeed, it was a treasure trove of an emperor. Although it lacked imperial and quasi-imperial weapons, it contained numerous holy-grade artifacts and countless holy-grade spirit herbs. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Chen Ping's collection now could only be compared to those of the major cave heavens. Young man, there is something over there that I need. If you can retrieve it, I will assist you once. At that moment, a voice echoed in Chen Ping's mind. Within his Dantian's Qi, the body of the Haotian tower heaved in excitement, and he could even sense the tower's restless emotions. What could possibly catch the eye of an imperial weapon? Chen Ping inquired curiously. Imperial weapons, also known as extreme Dao imperial weapons, should theoretically have reached the pinnacle of artifact refinement. The Haotian tower's voice resounded again. Imperial weapons vary in strength. That item is called the primordial mother metal, which can enhance my capabilities. If you obtain the primordial divine metal, I can assist you once. Chen Ping nodded in agreement. All right, it's a deal. Currently, those great sage-level powerhouses are situated deep within the Bronze Palace. I should be able to manage it with my strength. After saying this, the Haotian tower fell silent once more. Grand Elder, what is this item? Luo Lingo inquired curiously, observing a crystal stone in her hand. The stone seemed unremarkable, yet she felt an oddly peculiar aura emanating from it. Jiang Qian's gaze fell upon the crystal, shock etched across his aged face. Quick. Put it away. Upon hearing this, Luo Lingo hastily stored the crystal in her spatial ring. Jiang Qian then let out a sigh of relief. His peak spirit tranquility realm power hardly counted as formidable within the Bronze Palace. If this item were to catch the attention of those saints, they would certainly not let it slip away. Their lives could even be at risk, for indeed, a commoner is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Grand Elder, what exactly is this item? Luo Linger asked, her curiosity piqued. It was the first time she had seen such a cautious expression on Jiang Qian's face. This is the primordial stone, said to have been born during the genesis of the cosmos. Utilizing the primordial stone can elevate the tier of an artifact. A peak heavenly grade artifact could be elevated to a holy grade tier with just a piece the size of a fingernail. Jiang Qian explained. He had only read about this in ancient texts, never expecting it to truly exist, let alone be in their possession. With this primordial stone, the Qian Yuan Sect could acquire another holy artifact. Upon hearing this, Luo Linger understood the terrifying potential of the primordial stone. Who would have thought that they would encounter such an opportunity this time? At that moment, a man riding a uniquely shaped beast passed by the two. Three gaunt elders followed closely behind him. Luo Linger and her companions' hearts raced, though they felt somewhat at ease knowing they had stowed the primordial stone safely within the spatial ring. Ji Guangxiu slowly rode past them, but at that moment, his mount suddenly halted. Ji Guangxiu turned his gaze towards Luo Linger and her companion. His mount, known as the treasure-seeking Xianlin, was rumored to carry the bloodline of the ancient beast Qianlin. While its combat strength was not particularly fierce, it possessed a unique racial talent, the ability to cinch treasures. Moreover, any treasure that caught its attention was undoubtedly a rare gem. The treasure-seeking Xianlin would not stop without reason. And it was evident that the two individuals before him had obtained something extraordinary within the Bronze Palace. Hand over the items you just acquired, Ji Guangxiu commanded, looking down upon the two with an air of superiority. Chapter 215 Reunion. What are you talking about? I don't understand, Luo Linger denied. Still pretending? My treasure-seeking Xianlin has already sensed the presence of the treasure. If you wish to avoid death, hand it over quickly, Ji Guangxiu said coldly. Upon hearing the term treasure-seeking Xianlin, Jiang Qian's brows furrowed. He had certainly heard of such a mythical beast. The one who possesses it must be at least of the sacred land level. Moreover, he could not discern the cultivation levels of the three elders behind him. They were evidently all saints. Young master, we truly have not obtained any treasure. Jiang Qian spoke up, still daring to be stubborn. Ji Guangxiu struck out with a palm, sending Jiang Qian flying, causing him to spit out blood. Luo Linger frowned. Jiang Qian was a peak-level cultivator of the spirit tranquility realm. Could this young man already be a saint? The treasure-seeking Xianlin had approached Luo Linger, sniffing around her side. Ji Guangxiu glanced at Luo Linger, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Beautiful lady, quickly hand over the treasure, or else do not blame me for being rude. Unexpectedly, such a stunning beauty existed in the outside world. Stop. A cold voice rang out. Chen Ping slowly walked forward. His eyes filled with murderous intent as he looked at the fallen Jiang Qian and the terrified Luo Linger. Oh, who are you? Do you wish to meddle in my affairs? Ji Guangxiu coldly regarded Chen Ping. Senior brother Chen. Upon seeing Chen Ping, Luo Linger hurried over. Are you all right? Chen Ping inquired. Luo Linger nodded. Chen Ping, take Luo Linger and run. I will try to hold these guys back. Jiang Qian observed the shock on Chen Ping's face. Chen Ping had supposedly broken his foundation, yet he had now reached the late stage of the spirit tranquility realm. He had sensed a great fortune surrounding Chen Ping, and it seemed his intuition had not been wrong. He hoped Chen Ping could safely escort Luo Linger away from this place. Was it that elder who injured you? Chen Ping asked Jiang Qian, his expression complex. He did not wish to have further entanglements with the Qian Yuan Sect. However, Luo Linger had exhausted her lifespan to help restore his reputation. Jiang Qian had once treated him with great kindness. How could he stand idly by? Indeed, it was that old fool I injured. Do you have a problem with that? Ji Guangxu sneered. A mere late-stage spirit tranquility cultivator dares to act pretentious before me. You must die. You must die. As Chen Ping's words fell, he had already appeared before Ji Guangxiao. Such incredible speed. Ji Guangxiao's expression changed drastically. Even the three saints behind him slowly raised their heads. Die. Terrifying chaotic energy swirled around Chen Ping's fist. You wish to kill me, based on what? Ji Guangxiao scoffed, considering himself a prodigy of the Wangwu cave heaven. However, as his voice faded, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he found Chen Ping's fist had pierced through him. How is this possible? A mere ant from the outside world is so strong? Ji Guangxiao's complexion turned pale. Luo Linger and Jiang Qian stared in shock at this scene. They had just experienced Ji Guangxiao's formidable power, yet he was no match for Chen Ping. Chen Ping had become so powerful. Let him go, or you shall die. A terrifying aura erupted. Let him go? Very well. Chen Ping smirked, kicking Ji Guangxiao towards the three elders. Just as Ji Guangxiao was about to reach the trio, the chaotic energy and murderous intent within him erupted violently. A mist of blood appeared before their eyes. Dare to kill someone from Wangwu cave heaven? You are seeking death. Xia Wuhong's eyes narrowed, exuding a dangerous glint. Wangwu cave heaven. Chen Ping was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a connection to Wangwu cave heaven. Terrifying spiritual energy coalesced before Xia Wuhong, forming a long spear imbued with the essence of Tao, which shot towards Chen Ping. Senior brother Chen, be careful. Luo Linger's face turned pale upon witnessing this. Chen Ping was indeed powerful, but this individual was a saint. Without hesitation, Luo Linger dashed in front of Chen Ping. Seeing this, Chen Ping's heart quivered. The Tao of space manifested around him, and a strand of spatial power shifted Luo Linger aside. Break for me. Chen Ping struck, and the terrifying long spear shattered into pieces. Everyone present was left in shock at this spectacle. Chen Ping, a late-stage spirit tranquility cultivator, had managed to counter a saint's attack. You shall die? Chen Ping snorted coldly, instantly appearing before Xia Wuhong. In the mid-stage of the spirit tranquility realm, Chen Ping had already been able to contend with early-stage saints. After enduring the tribulations of heaven, he had now advanced to the late stage of the spirit tranquility realm. Early-stage saints were no longer worth mentioning. Murderous intent and destructive power coalesced in Chen Ping's fist. He delivered a punch, and the terrifying momentum seemed capable of splitting the heavens. Xia Wuhong, caught off guard, was sent flying by Chen Ping's strike. Before he could react, Chen Ping was already behind him. Saints are nothing more than this. With a kick, Xia Wuhong's body was sent flying again, exploding midair. Luo Linger and Jiang Qian exchanged glances, both recognizing the complex emotions reflected in each other's eyes. It had only been a short while since they last met. Yet Chen Ping was now effortlessly slaying saints. Moreover, his cultivation was merely at the late stage of the spirit tranquility realm. Many prodigies could defeat opponents of a higher realm, but witnessing a spirit tranquility cultivator slay a saint was a first for them. Had it not been for that past incident, with Chen Ping around, their Qian Yuan Sect would surely have soared. Alas, Chen Ping's heart had already been deeply wounded by the Qian Yuan Sect. The remaining two saints furrowed their brows at this sight. Their strengths were comparable, or they would not be here to protect Ji Guangxiao. The one you just killed was the younger brother of our Wangwu cave heaven saint's son. Prepare to face death. The two hastily tore through the void, attempting to flee. Yet, unbeknownst to them, several figures had appeared behind them. Two saints fell. Senior brother Chen. Luo Linger gazed at Chen Ping, stars dancing in her eyes. Senior brother can no longer be described as a genius. He is simply a prodigy. How did you come here? Chen Ping asked curiously. The sect master has entered seclusion. I recently broke through to the spirit tranquility realm, so I wanted to come see if I could obtain some opportunities, Luo Linger replied honestly. Sinwei also wanted to come, saying there was a chance to encounter you here. She wished to apologize in person, but she could not leave and remained at the Qian Yuan Sect. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping sighed. To dare kill the younger brother of this saint's son, prepare to meet your end. At that moment, a terrifying aura surged towards them. Chapter 216. The junior sister is not out of reach at this moment. A man clad in silver armor descended from the sky. Sensing the complete dissolution of his brother's spirit, his handsome visage twisted into a grimace. Ji Guangquan. At that moment, Hua Zhiyun and the others arrived. Upon seeing the man before her, Hua Zhiyun's brows knitted together. Master, He is Ji Guanquan, the holy son of Wangwu Cave, Hua Zhiyun declared. Ji Guanquan also took note of Hua Zhiyun's presence. Hearing her refer to him as master, his brows furrowed deeper. Zhiyun, why do you address him as master? Ji Guanquan had long pursued Hua Zhiyun, aiming for an alliance between Wangwu Cave and Qian Cave. He had not anticipated encountering her here, nor that she would refer to the very man who had slain her brother as master. What does that have to do with you? Hua Zhiyun retorted coldly, showing no interest in him. She was acutely aware that his persistent flattery was merely a means to secure a marriage alliance with Qian Cave. Ji Guanquan's expression darkened as he glared at Chen Ping, his eyes brimming with malice. Chen Ping was merely at the late stage of the spirit void realm, hardly worthy of being called Hua Zhiyun's master. Furthermore, he had heard that many in the outside world enjoyed role-playing. Clearly, their relationship was not ordinary. This so-called master and disciple dynamic was likely just a form of flirtation. With this thought, Ji Guanquan's murderous intent intensified. This man had killed my brother. Today, no one can save him. Hua Zhiyun, you would do well not to interfere in this matter, lest the age-old relations between Wangwu Cave and Qian Cave be irrevocably shattered. Enough of your prattle. If you wish to fight, then let us do so. If not, be on your way. Chen Ping replied brusquely. Ji Guanquan's countenance darkened further. It had been years since anyone had dared to speak to him in such a manner. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from behind Ji Guanquan, and a blazing sun materialized above his head, radiating intense heat. Die! Ji Guanquan exclaimed as he thrust his hand forward, sending the blazing sun crashing toward Chen Ping. With a leap, Chen Ping struck the sun with his fist. With a resounding boom, the sun disintegrated. Indeed, you possess some skill, Ji Guanquan observed, suddenly feeling a sense of familiarity. Is it you? You are precisely the individual I wish to take as my servant. I had intended to keep you by my side as a dog, but it seems you lack the fortune for that. As his words fell, Chen Ping materialized before him. The holy son of Wangwu Cave is nothing extraordinary. Upon this proclamation, a terrifying aura of chaos enveloped Chen Ping's fist, rendering him akin to a primordial deity. Die! He struck forth, causing the heavens to tremble and the earth to quake, as Ji Guanquan's body exploded. Luo Linger and the others watched in awe, even after having seen Chen Ping effortlessly slay a saint. At that moment, a shadowy figure appeared, resembling Ji Guanquan. To think you could slay a fragment of my being. I shall remember you. Ji Guanquan began to speak further, but Chen Ping waved his hand impatiently, and the shadow vanished without a trace. Master, Ji Guanquan practices the celestial separation technique, which allows him to create avatars equal to his strength, enhancing his true self's power. Having slain Ji Guangxiao and his avatar, Ji Guanquan will not let this go easily, Hua Zhiyun remarked. Avatars? Chen Ping nodded, intrigued. It's somewhat interesting, but I wonder. The holy son of Wangwu Cave travels with saints. How is Qian Cave so at ease allowing you to roam alone? Chen Ping had been curious about this since their first meeting. Hua Zhiyun shook her head. Master, while I am nominally the holy maiden of Qian Cave, I am not the only holy maiden, or rather, I am merely a quasi-holy maiden. The selection of holy maidens in Qian Cave is exceedingly rigorous, even brutal. Understanding dawned upon Chen Ping. So that was the case. It was no wonder she was merely a candidate despite possessing the 9-turn nirvana body. Qian Cave truly lived up to its reputation. Linger, senior, the competition here is far too fierce. I believe it would be best for you to return. Chen Ping advised the two. One was at the pinnacle of the spirit void realm, while the other was at its initial stage. Obtaining opportunities here would indeed be too challenging. Very well, we shall return now. They both nodded in agreement. Had Chen Ping not arrived, they would likely have fallen victim to Ji Guangxiao. Remaining by Chen Ping's side would have only served to hinder him. Given Qian Yuan Sect's previous actions against Chen Ping, they felt no further obligation to remain. Chen Ping suddenly remembered something. A piece of armor materialized in his hand. This is a sacred-grade artifact I just acquired from the treasure vault. This exquisite armor is a high-tier sacred artifact. Wearing it grants you a chance to escape even against a novice saint. Upon hearing high-tier sacred artifact, Luo Lingo quickly shook her head. Senior brother, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. She understood that the entirety of Qian Yuan Sect possessed no such artifact, let alone one of high-tier quality. You shall take it. To clear my name, you risked your own longevity. What is a mere artifact in comparison? Chen Ping insisted without hesitation. And take these spiritual herbs as well. He produced additional spiritual herbs. If there was anything worth cherishing in Qian Yuan Sect, it was undoubtedly his junior sister. Senior brother. Luo Linger's eyes turned red. These spiritual herbs and the armor were enough to incite the envy of countless powerful beings, even saints. Yet, Chen Ping offered them without a hint of reluctance. Then we shall take our leave. Luo Ling'er stepped forward and gently embraced Chen Ping before quickly parting. Ah, Chen Ping suddenly recalled something. What is it, senior brother? Luo Ling'er inquired. Chen Ping revealed a pill. Give this pill to Jiang Xinwei. He sighed. This was the breakthrough pill he had previously obtained. Initially, he had no intention of giving it to Jiang Xinwei, but from Luo Ling'er, he learned of her guilt and self-reproach. This is a breakthrough pill. It can help her advance to the spirit void realm. Upon hearing this, Luo Ling'er's eyes sparkled. She understood that Jiang Xinwei had been unable to break through, a burden that weighed heavily on both her and Chen Ping's hearts. All right, I will deliver it to Xinwei. Luo Ling'er nodded, glancing at Jiang Qian beside her, and they both soared toward the exit. Master, what is it like to hold soft jade in your embrace? Umo Yin approached Chen Ping, whispering softly, having taken on a disciple, is it not permissible to also embrace a junior sister? Chapter 217. The system has drifted. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping cast a sidelong glance at Umo Yin and continued on his way. According to the guidance of the Haoyan Tower, the primordial mother gold should not be far off. However, given the nature of such divine materials, a battle was likely inevitable. Come forth. Chen Ping suddenly halted and spoke. In an instant, a ripple in space appeared, and Chu Guangxiang materialized before the group. Brother Chen Ping, your perception is indeed remarkably sharp, Chu Guangxiang remarked, astonished at being detected despite his practice of a technique designed to conceal his presence. Seeing Chu Guangxiang, Chen Ping's eyes sparkled with excitement. This fellow had previously promised to introduce him to the saints. For Chen Ping, the most expedient way to enhance his cultivation was to take on more disciples. Brother Chu, I thought you wouldn't come, Chen Ping said, his face beaming with a radiant smile, his eyes shimmering with fervent light. Chu Guangxiang felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. Could it be that Brother Chen Ping harbored some peculiar eccentricity? With this thought, he subtly increased the distance between them. Let us go. I'll introduce you to some of the prodigies of Zhongzhou, Chu Guangxiang quickly suggested. Yet, after only a few steps, Chen Ping was astonished to discover that the location Chu Guangxiang mentioned bore a striking resemblance to his own destination. Could it be? Indeed. Soon a group of individuals came into view before Chen Ping and his companions. Brother Chu, why have you only just arrived? We've been waiting for you for quite some time. Several people greeted Chu Guangxiang upon his arrival. Chen Ping, taken aback. Henti anticipated Chu Guangxiang to be so well-liked. Allow me to introduce, this is Brother Chen Ping, Chu Guangxiang boisterously declared. To him, it was clear that Chen Ping sought to expand his connections by meeting more gifted individuals. Brother Chen Ping, I've heard much about you from Brother Chu, and I must say, you are indeed impressive. The crowd began to shower him with compliments. However, the excitement on Chen Ping's face waned considerably. There were at least 7 or 8 individuals present, all esteemed sons of the various holy places in Zhongzhou. Logically, their talents should possess an SS rating. Yet thus far, the system had not provided him with any notification. It was evident that none of these individuals met the system's criteria for disciples. Chen Ping furrowed his brow. Could it be that the system had drifted? Had SS-rated geniuses become insufficient to pique its interest? If that were the case, his ambition to rapidly elevate his realm through discipleship would face significant challenges. After all, those with SSS-rated talents were primarily the esteemed sons and daughters of the various celestial realms. Each of them bore the legacy of great emperors and held lofty aspirations. Convincing them to become his disciples would be exceedingly difficult. Greetings to all. Chen Ping clasped his hands and continued, what brings everyone here? Is there something amiss? As expected, Zhou Xiaosong spoke up. There exists an anomalous space here, and if I'm not mistaken, it harbors significant opportunities. This was originally the domain of a great emperor. Anything that requires such a powerful entity to create an anomalous space for storage must be extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping became increasingly convinced that the primordial mother gold must indeed lie within that anomalous space. Why hasn't anyone ventured inside? Chen Ping inquired. Noticing the awkward expressions on their faces, they too yearned to enter. The issue was that the restrictions of the anomalous space were far too formidable, even when banding together. They could not breach the barriers. Otherwise, they would not have waited until now. To be frank, the restrictions are overwhelmingly powerful, and the highest among us is merely at the mid-stage of the spirit tranquility realm. Even united, we cannot break through. Zhou Xiaosong sighed. Yet, the more arduous the challenge, the more convinced they were that extraordinary opportunities awaited within. A bunch of worthless fools, unable to break a mere restriction. A scornful voice echoed as a figure approached. Clad in silver armor and accompanied by a treasure-seeking Xianlin, the man exuded a godlike aura. The assembled elite from the various holy places could hardly contain their indignation at such derision. Who is this arrogant wretch? Does he truly believe he can act with impunity simply because he rides a mythical beast? Indeed, we are all prodigies from esteemed holy places. How dare he insult us? The crowd retorted, glaring at the newcomer. Chen Ping frowned upon recognizing the individual. It was none other than Ji Guangquan. Whether he was a mere projection or his true self remained uncertain, but given Ji Guangquan's cultivation technique, the difference would be negligible. Prodigies from the various holy places? Ji Guangquan smirked, revealing a hint of derision. Indeed, kneel and apologize now, or face the consequences. Zhou Xiaosong nodded in agreement. Ji Guangquan struck with a single palm, sending Zhou Xiaosong hurtling backward. How dare a mere son of a holy place act so arrogantly before me? Truly a death wish. The force of his strike instilled trepidation in the onlookers. Given their comparable strengths, Ji Guangquan's effortless defeat of Zhou Xiaosong suggested he could easily best them all. Who exactly are you? Zhou Xiaosong gasped, clutching his chest, his expression one of reverence. This man was undeniably formidable. As sons of the holy places, they were among the apex prodigies of this world. Moreover, Zhou Xiaosong recognized that this individual was not particularly old. Did this imply that his talents surpassed theirs? Wangwu Cave. Ji Guangquan. Ji Guangquan's tone was exceedingly calm, yet the previously indignant crowd fell silent. Caves of this nature were associated with the legacies of great emperors. Though the holy places held considerable power within the Qian Yuan continent, they paled in comparison to these caves, the disparity being monumental. After all, who could ascertain the depth of a great emperor's legacy? Not everyone was like the Haotian emperor, who dedicated his life to humanity's battles without leaving behind a legacy. A swarm of ants. Ji Guangquan observed the awestruck expressions on their faces and continued to mock them. No longer able to voice their dissent, the crowd remained silent. Offending an entity tied to an emperor's legacy was an exceedingly imprudent endeavor, both for themselves and their backing forces. Ji Guangquan slowly approached the restrictions. Today, I shall show you mere ants the vast chasm that separates you from true prodigies. A seed of radiant golden light appeared around Ji Guangquan. A celestial grade seed. Truly, the son of a cave, to have condensed a celestial grade seed, indicative of imperial potential. The spectators did not hide their envy at this sight. Break for me. The sun-like seed radiated brilliant golden light, and a colossal sun materialized above Ji Guangquan's head. As Ji Guangquan's voice fell, the dazzling sun surged towards the restrictions. Chapter 2:18. Stronger than a certain holy sun, the nerves of everyone were taut with anticipation. They awaited the moment when the barrier would be shattered, ready to surge forward. Indeed, Ji Guangquan possessed formidable strength, yet with their numbers, they felt little trepidation. Boom! A terrifying surge of energy erupted. However, just as the crowd prepared to charge, the barrier remained utterly intact. How could this be? Ji Guangquan's brow furrowed deeply at the sight before him. His attack had nearly grazed the threshold of a saint's power. Why then could this mere barrier not be breached? With this thought, another sun appeared above his head. He had just mocked these inept individuals for their inability to break the barrier. If he himself could not dismantle it, would that not be a slap in his own face? This time, he elevated his strength to its utmost peak. It seemed that Ji Guangquan had not previously unleashed his full might. After all, as the holy son of Wangwu Dongtian, how could he be incapable of overcoming such a trivial barrier? Everyone could sense that Ji Guangquan's aura was significantly more potent than before. Yet, this latest surge still failed to dismantle the barrier. Ji Guangquan's expression had turned grim. Perhaps this holy son of Wangwu Dongtian was not all that impressive. He had just proclaimed them to be worthless for failing to breach the barrier. Indeed, he had thought the holy son of the cave was incredibly powerful. But now it appeared that while he might be stronger than them, it was only to a limited extent. The crowd began to murmur among themselves. Ji Guangquan listened to their words, his expression darkening to the extreme. He longed to slay them all. Yet, he found himself unable to do so. There was no saint by his side to protect him. His strength was indeed superior to theirs, but should he strike, these outsiders would undoubtedly band together against him. He did not believe his power was sufficient to disregard the combined might of all present. If even the holy son of Wangwu Dongtian could not breach this barrier, were they truly destined to miss the opportunities within? A palpable sense of unwillingness etched itself onto everyone's faces. To have something preserved in a separate space by an emperor's means was undoubtedly significant. Yet, if Ji Guangquan could not dismantle the barrier, what could they possibly do? Chu Guangxiang turned to Chen Ping beside him. Brother Chen Ping, can you break this barrier? In his heart, Chen Ping had always been an extraordinary presence. Just because Ji Guangquan could not succeed did not imply that Chen Ping could not. Chen Ping nodded slightly. It should not be a problem. He had already assessed the strength of the barrier when Ji Guangquan made his earlier attempt. Given his abilities, he felt confident in his ability to dismantle it. Instantly, all eyes turned toward Chen Ping. If Ji Guanquan could not succeed, could this man truly breach the barrier? Many harbored doubts in their hearts. For the prowess of a holy son from a cave was beyond question. Whether it was the imperial scriptures or the cave's terrifying reserves of resources, none could compare. Even their arrogance compelled them to acknowledge that their own status paled in comparison to that of the holy son from the cave. Ji Guanquan also regarded Chen Ping, incredulous at the audacity of this outsider to claim he could dismantle the barrier when he himself had failed. Yet, he refrained from speaking. After all, he was merely an insignificant ant from the outside world. Engaging him in conversation would only serve as fodder for future boasts. You are merely a lowly creature. Yu Moyan remarked disdainfully, aware of her master's formidable strength. Ji Guanquan's brow knitted in irritation. As the holy son of Wangwu Dongdian, even the so-called saints from the outside world would defer to him. Yet here he stood, ridiculed by a mere girl. You seek your own demise. A chilling intent radiated from Ji Guanquan. Enough, Hua Zhiyun interjected irritably. This fellow is truly insufferable, even if he is merely a clone. Zhiyun, what brings you here? Upon seeing Hua Zhiyun, a trace of warmth flickered across Ji Guanquan's face. Capturing this girl would mean a union between Wanwu Dongdian and Xiqing Dongdian, elevating Wanwu Dongdian to unparalleled heights within Qian Yuan continent. Why should my presence concern you? Hua Zhiyun retorted. Ji Guanquan's expression soured slightly at being rebuffed in front of so many. Yet he forced a smile. However, when he glanced at Chen Ping, a flash of murderous intent crossed his features. Hua Zhiyun had arrived in the company of this man. He could not fathom that Hua Zhiyun would have any ties to this outsider, yet he remained deeply displeased. This man deserves to die. Brother Chen Ping, should you succeed in breaching this barrier, you shall have first choice of the treasures within, Chu Guangxiang declared, knowing well that Chen Ping was a man of profit. Previously, when he had dragged him to the Wuxiang Holy Land, it was for the sake of the saints' remains interred there. Moreover, their friendship was strong enough that he had no qualms about assisting Chen Ping. Indeed, Brother Chen Ping, if you can break the barrier, the treasures inside are yours to select first. Others chimed in agreement. Chen Ping nodded slightly and began to approach. He was not concerned about their potential betrayal. If it came to that, he would simply eliminate them. Gazing at the barrier before him, Chen Ping extended his hand. Chaos energy, murderous power, and destructive force coalesced upon his fist. Humph, mere posturing. Ji Guanquan scoffed. An outsider, an insignificant creature, dared to attempt to breach a barrier that even he could not overcome? Was this not a fool's errand? Had it not been for Hua Zhiyun's presence, he would have already taken his leave. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen Ping struck. A powerful punch sent the barrier trembling violently. Brother Chen Ping truly achieved it. The crowd's eyes sparkled with astonishment. The barrier, which had resisted Ji Guanquan's might, began to shudder under Chen Ping's blow. Ji Guanquan's brow furrowed. Could it be that this man surpassed him? Impossible. He must possess some artifact capable of countering the barrier. Such artifacts may not greatly enhance one's strength, yet they proved invaluable in critical moments. Ji Guanquan's furrowed brow relaxed. Once he eliminated this insignificant creature, that artifact would naturally belong to him. Chen Ping raised his hand for another strike. Boom. A dull thud resonated as the barrier shattered like glass, riddled with cracks. Finally, with a resounding crash, it collapsed. The crowd erupted with excitement. Brother Chen Ping truly was formidable, far surpassing that certain holy son of a cave. Chu Guangxiang exclaimed with a smile. Everyone nodded in agreement, while Ji Guanquan's expression darkened further.